Chapter 1 Awakening Ceremony. Classmates, today is the day you awaken your martial spirits. The awakening of your martial spirits will determine your future destiny. Today, 4 major universities have also come to our Bai No. 1 middle school. If anyone awakens a powerful martial spirit, the teachers at the academy can give you a place in the admission. Alright, principal, no more nonsense, the awakening ceremony is now officially beginning. At Bai No. 1 middle school, on the high platform in the playground, the principal finished his speech. Many students in the audience began to whisper to each other, some were rubbing their hands in excitement, while others were clenching their fists in extreme nervousness. Among the crowd, Xiao Han had an indifferent expression, his eyes slightly narrowed, appearing very calm. I've been in this world for 18 years, and it's finally time to start. That's right, Xiao Han is a time traveler who has been in this world for 18 years. Thousands of years ago, the spiritual energy of this world revived, strange beasts ran rampant, and ravaged the blue planet. Everyone can awaken their martial spirit at the age of 18 and become a warrior. Only warriors can fight against strange beasts, so warriors have an extraordinary status and can treat mortals like ants. I don't know what martial spirit I can awaken. Xiao Han murmured, with a hint of expectation in his eyes, but he was not panicked. Although he did not awaken the golden finger, he cultivated to the 9th level of the martial arts realm through his own efforts, and his theoretical knowledge has always been the best in the school. If he hadn't been unable to break through because of his unawakened martial soul, he would have entered the warrior realm long ago. Just then, a pretty girl came over. Brother Xiao Han. The girl came up and took Xiao Han's arm. Xiao Han smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" This girl is his girlfriend, Bai Xueer. To be honest, Xiao Han didn't have any feelings for Bai Xueer at first, but he couldn't stand Bai Xueer's passion. She would pester Xiao Han 2 or 3 times a day. She was also good looking and was the second most beautiful girl in Bai No. 1 middle school. In addition, Bai Xueer kept pestering Xiao Han, so Xiao Han agreed. Although he could see that Bai Xueer came for his talent, after all, she was given to him for free, so he couldn't refuse her. He was not a monk who abstained from sex. Brother Xiao Han, what kind of martial spirit do you think you will awaken? Bai Xueer said sweetly, looking forward to it. She was with Xiao Han just to curry favor with him. After all, Xiao Han had reached the 9th level of the martial arts realm before he even awakened his martial soul, and was a top talent in the country. I'm not sure about the awakening of my martial soul, so I'll just take it one step at a time. Xiao Han answered seriously, but his hands were not serious. Bai Xueer came for his talent, and he came for Bai Xueer's passion. I believe that Brother Xiao Han will definitely awaken a powerful martial spirit. Bai Xueer didn't care about Xiao Han's actions. After all, she had paid a lot to pursue Xiao Han. The students around looked at this sweet scene, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. I'm so envious. I also want to have a girlfriend like Bai Xueer. What are you envious of? Xiaoshan is the best in theory and martial arts talent in our school. It's normal for the school beauty Bai to pursue him. What kind of martial spirit do you think Xiaoshan can awaken? Xiaoshan is at the 9th level of the martial apprentice realm, so he must have an A-level martial spirit, right? I think Xiaoshan has at least an S-level martial spirit, and there's great hope for SS-level too. The martial soul awakening ceremony is still in progress. One by one, students came on stage and began to awaken their martial spirits. Kai Kuan, F-rank spirit overalls. Tangshan, D-level martial spirit blue-wing grass. Xiao Huahua, B-level martial soul spirit flame. As students awakened one after another, many D-level and even F-level martial spirits appeared, and even B-level martial spirits were rare. The principal on the high platform felt helpless when he saw this scene. Alas, the quality of students this year is not very good. You know, this year he spent a huge amount of money to attract admissions teachers from 4 major universities to their school. If they don't like any of their students, he will suffer a huge loss. Next, Bai Xueer. At this time, the teachers shouted loudly. Brother Xiao Han, I'm going. Bai Xueer smiled sweetly. Xiao Han nodded and said, go ahead. Bai Xueer clenched her fists nervously, walked onto the awakening platform, and then placed her hand on the awakening crystal. Immediately afterwards, a strong light burst out. Bai Xueer, S-level martial spirit, the charming fox. The teachers shouted loudly. The students in the audience immediately went wild. Oh my god! School beauty Bai actually awakened an S-level martial spirit. School belle Bai is awesome. Xiaoshan's girlfriend has awakened an S-level martial spirit, so Xiaoshan must awaken an SS-level martial spirit. When Xiao Han saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. The enchanting fox spirit, this martial soul is indeed very suitable for Bai Xueer. Bai Xueer on the stage was obviously a little shocked. She didn't expect that she could awaken an S-level martial spirit. You should know that the quality of martial souls is divided into 8 qualities from low to high: F, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Those at the A level can be called geniuses, and there are only a few at the S level in Beihai City each year. As for the SS level, there are no more than 100 in the country each year. As for the SSS level, it is enough to go down in history. Not bad, not bad. The principal on the podium smiled with satisfaction. The appearance of an S-level martial spirit is a good thing. At least there won't be any that can be favored by people from the 4 major universities. The teachers from the 4 universities also nodded, but they were not excited. Although S-level martial spirits are indeed good, the 4 major universities are not short of geniuses, and they have long been accustomed to S-level martial spirits. Bai Xueer walked off the stage and came to Xiao Han. Xiao Han smiled and said, "Congratulations, Xueer. I believe that brother Xiao Han, you can do it too." Bai Xueer was still immersed in excitement. At this moment, the teacher continued to shout, "Next, Zhao Yu." A young man with dyed yellow hair walked onto the stage and placed his hand on the awakening crystal. A green light appeared on the awakening crystal. Zhao Yu, a level martial spirit, emerald green snake. Zhao Yu became excited when he heard this. He has always been a poor student, but he never expected that he could awaken an A-level martial spirit. Everyone was also a little surprised. Hey, Zhao Yu is so lucky that he awakened an A-level martial spirit. But this green color really suits him. I heard that he used to pursue Bai Xueer. Bai Xueer kept him hanging at first, but when Xiaoshan showed his talent, Bai Xueer kicked him out and went to lick Xiaoshan. Ha ha ha, I remember now. But if Xiaoshan doesn't awaken a martial spirit above a level, it would be a bit embarrassing. How is this possible? Zhao Yu is only at the 4th level of the martial apprentice realm, but he can awaken an A-level martial spirit. Xiao Shen is at the 9th level of the martial apprentice realm. After hearing everyone's discussions, Zhao Yu's excited face instantly fell, and he glanced at Xiao Han with resentment. But he did not dare to cause trouble for Xiao Han. After all, Xiao Han was very likely to awaken an S or even SS level martial soul. I didn't expect Zhao Yu to be so lucky. Bai Xueer snorted coldly, but brother Xiao Han is definitely better than him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han smiled but said nothing. At this time, the teacher on the stage shouted again. Next, Xiao Han. Chapter 2 God Level Selection System. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han walked towards the platform with a calm expression. Seeing this, the students around started discussing it. It's finally here. Xiaoshan is finally going to awaken his martial spirit. Theory comes first. Martial arts also have to be at the 9th level of the martial arts apprentice realm. It would be absurd if I didn't awaken an S-level martial spirit. Everyone has great expectations for Xiao Han. After all, Xiao Han's performance in the past 3 years of high school was too shocking. Even the principal on the podium was looking forward to it and even started to introduce it to the admissions teachers of the 4 universities. This is our school's most proud student, Xiao Han. His academic performance has always been top of the grade, never failing. He also has a strong talent for martial arts. 2 months ago, he reached the 9th level of the martial apprentice realm. I believe that after awakening his martial spirit, he will soon be able to break through to the warrior realm. Upon hearing this, the admissions teachers from the other 4 universities became excited. The only female admissions teacher, Lin Xingxia from the Imperial Capital Academy, brightened up when she saw Xiao Han. He has good talent, and most importantly, he has a very handsome face. Others don't know that she is actually a face control. So she immediately developed a strong interest in Xiao Han. Xiao Han walked onto the awakening platform and placed his hand on the awakening crystal. The awakening crystal emitted a faint light. In an instant, a weed emerged, and at the same time, a shadow appeared behind Xiao Han. The teacher next to him was confused. Then, he stammered, "Xiao Han, twin martial spirits, F-rank weeds, F-rank shadows." When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. No one expected that Xiao Han would awaken his twin martial souls. Even in the entire history of Blue Star, there are only a few cases of twin martial spirits. And generally speaking, both twin martial spirits are very powerful. But Xiao Han awakened 2 F-level martial spirits? You know, F-level martial spirit is called a useless martial spirit. As the name suggests, it is a useless martial spirit. Ha, this is making me laugh to death. Isn't Xiao Han known as the #1 prodigy in Beihai #1 middle school? How come he has awakened 2 F-level martial spirits? In the audience, Zhao Yu spoke first, laughing and mocking. In the past, when he licked Bai Xueer, he licked her to the extreme, but Bai Xueer turned around and threw herself into Xiao Han's arms. He had long held a grudge against Xiao Han. Bai Xueer looked at Xiao Han on the stage. The sweetness in her eyes was gone, replaced by endless indifference. She pursued Xiao Han originally to curry favor with him, but now that Xiao Han has become a waste, she must break up with him. It's a pity, she has paid so much. But think about it, she didn't lose out. After all, Xiao Han was very powerful and so handsome. Xueer, a loser like Xiao Han is not worthy of you. Why don't you be my girlfriend? I will definitely treat you well for the rest of my life. Zhao Yu licked his face and walked to Bai Xueer and said excitedly. Bai Xueer glanced at Zhao Yu and said calmly, "Get lost. Her vision is not that bad. Zhao Yu only has an A-level martial spirit, and her boyfriend must at least have an S-level martial spirit. Besides, Zhao Yu looks so disgusting. Even if Zhao Yu awakens an S-level martial soul, she will not consider Zhao Yu." Zhao Yu's face immediately fell when he heard this. "Xueer, I will never give up pursuing you." The other students looked at Xiao Han on the stage and sighed. Who would have thought that although Xiao Han awakened twin martial spirits, they were both F-level martial spirits? This is the end of a generation of genius. Do you think Bai Xueer will continue to be with Xiao Han? I don't think so. Bai Xueer has an S-level spirit. Is Xiao Han worthy of her? Among them, there are many who gloat over other people's misfortune. Xiao Han on the awakening stage did not look disappointed, but instead showed a faint smile. Because of his cheat. The money has arrived. Ding, the God-level selection system has been bound. Xiao Han raised the corner of his mouth slightly and slowly walked down the awakening platform. The principal on the stage sighed, "Alas, what a pity." The admissions teachers from the 4 universities also shook their heads. Only Lin Xingxia from the Imperial Capital Academy cast an admiring glance. This Xiao Han is neither arrogant nor impatient, and seems to have a good mentality. It's a pity. If both of his martial souls were D-level, I could still recruit him into the Imperial Capital Academy, but F-level. Sigh. Lin Xingxia was a little annoyed, because she really wanted to recruit Xiao Han into the Imperial Capital Academy and make him her student. Xiao Han walked off the stage and looked up to see Bai Xueer with a cold expression on her face. Immediately, he understood what was going on. This is so classic. He had read a lot of online articles in his previous life, so he naturally understood this situation. Sure enough, the next moment Bai Xueer spoke coldly. "Let's break up, Xiao Han. I have awakened an S-level martial spirit, but you have only awakened 2 F-level martial spirits. You and I are not the same kind of people. We have become people from 2 different worlds." Zhao Yu, who was standing by, also showed a look of contempt when he saw this. "Xueer, I'm informing you, not discussing with you, you piece of shit." Xiao Han still looked calm. Good. Anyway, Xiao Han didn't suffer any loss, because he was the one who got Bai Xueer's first blood. TSK, this dead licker would never have thought that the goddess he was kneeling on the ground to pursue had once been lying on the bed, letting Xiao Han pick her. Bai Xueer was a little angry when she heard this. "That's all you're going to react to?" Xiao Han immediately laughed. "What else can I do?" Okay, Xiao Han. I will never talk to you again." Bai Xueer's face turned red with anger. Xiao Han suddenly found it funny. Bai Xueer became arrogant after awakening her S-level martial soul. She used to try to please me everywhere, but now she has become much more assertive. But it's normal. It's just right that he ignores me, so I can pursue happiness. Xiao Han had long been tired of playing with Bai Xueer. At this moment, there were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. "Oh my god, School Beauty Su Linglong has awakened an SSS-level martial spirit, the Ice Phoenix. School Beauty Su is awesome. I didn't expect that Xiao Han awakened 2 useless martial spirits, but School Beauty Su actually awakened an SSS-level martial spirit. An SSS-level martial spirit, this is enough to go down in history." Xiao Han noticed the movement here, looked up, and was a little surprised. Su Linglong, the eldest daughter of the Su family, is the most beautiful girl in Beihai #1 middle school and has a very cold personality. However, she was surpassed by Xiao Han in both theoretical knowledge and martial arts talent. Although she was also at the 9th level of the martial arts apprentice realm, she was a full 10 days behind Xiao Han. Because of this, Xiao Han is the only one in the school who can talk to Su Linglong and can be considered a friend. Su Linglong on the stage smiled faintly and slowly walked down the awakening platform. Surprisingly, she came directly in front of Xiao Han. Xiao Han, there's a saying that goes, there are no useless martial spirits, only useless warriors. I believe you won't give up like this, right? As Su Linglong spoke, a barely perceptible glint of admiration flashed across her eyes. Xiao Han was slightly stunned. Su Linglong and I can be considered friends, and we are quite destined to meet each other. We always run into each other by chance, such as in a milk tea shop, library, or martial arts room. However, he didn't expect that this cold and aloof school beauty would come over to comfort him. Just then. Bite. Selection is now open. Choice 1. Tell Su Linglong that I am a big waste, and I have fallen into depravity. Reward, a 666 kilograms wife. Choice 2. Confess your love to Su Linglong, say the most affectionate words, and forcefully kiss Su Linglong. Reward, 2 martial spirits evolved to SSS-level. Chapter 3. The awakening crystal exploded. Looking at the light blue screen in front of him, Xiao Han's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it! Is this system cerebral palsy? The first option is fine, but what the hell is this reward? A wife weighing 666 pounds? Are you trying to kill me? But the reward for this second option is very tempting. This is just too outrageous. It would be fine if I were to confess my love to Su Linglong. You're even forcing a kiss on me? Are you going to let Su Linglong kill me? Damn system. The Su family is one of the most powerful families in the entire Dragon Kingdom, with countless powerful people within the family. If he forcefully kisses the eldest daughter of the family, will he really not be torn into pieces? Countdown 30 seconds. Host, please make a decision as soon as possible. Nema. Let's fight. Xiao Han struggled for a while and finally made a decision. Even if he dies, he would never want a wife weighing 666 pounds. Then, Xiao Han immediately changed his state, his eyes gradually became affectionate as he looked at Su Linglong. Linglong, actually. I've had a crush on you for a long time. I was too timid and cowardly before and didn't dare to express my feelings to you. But now, I want to say, I love you. As he said that, Xiao Han rushed forward, hugged Su Linglong and kissed her directly. When their lips touched, Xiao Han only felt the incomparable softness of Su Linglong's lips. It's comfortable. Since we are going to die, we should enjoy it more. Thinking of this, Xiao Han worked even harder. Su Linglong was startled by Xiao Han's sudden kiss and her eyes widened. She wanted to push Xiao Han away subconsciously, but soon stopped, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. The students around were shocked when they saw this. No, buddy, you're a jerk. Still secretly in love? You just broke up with Campus Belle Bai, and you said you've been secretly in love with Campus Belle Su for a long time? And you are really not afraid of death. How dare he forcefully kissed the school beauty Su? The students around him immediately showed envy and admired Xiao Han a little. After a long time, their lips parted. Xiao Han let go of Su Linglong, closed his eyes, and prepared to face the trial. But the imagined trial did not happen. Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes and found that Su Linglong was looking at him shyly. Are you telling the truth? Su Linglong's cheeks flushed as she asked softly and tentatively. Xiao Han was a little confused. Could it be that Su Linglong has a crush on me? But that's not right. When they met by chance many times before, Su Linglong always had a cold expression and a cold tone when talking. There was no sign that she had a crush on him. But now Xiao Han has no choice but to admit it. After all, if he doesn't admit it, he will only die a more miserable death. Well, Su Linglong, I have liked you for a long time. Xiao Han's expression remained affectionate. Bai Xueer, who was standing next to him, was extremely angry when she saw this scene. Xiao Han never showed this expression when he went to bed with me. Xiao Han, you bastard. How dare you, a loser like you, confess your love to Su Linglong? Even I look down on you. The number 1 bootlicker Zhao Yu also stepped forward and started to criticize. Xiao Han, your ex-girlfriend was Xueer, but you said you had a crush on school beauty Su for a long time. Do you have any shame? Who are you being worthy of? Then, Zhao Yu looked at Su Linglong again, his expression excited. School beauty Su, you must not trust that villain Xiao Han, he is just playing tricks on you. Besides, he's just a piece of trash and not worthy of you at all. Don't let yourself be fooled by this piece of trash. Listening to what the two said, Xiao Han was about to speak. At this moment, the aura on Su Linglong's body suddenly turned cold, and a phoenix shadow emerged from behind her. Is it possible for you two to talk here? The tone was extremely calm, yet terrifying. Bai Xueer and Zhao Yu were so frightened that they shut their mouths and dared not speak anymore. At this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from Xiao Han. In an instant, Xiao Han's two martial souls automatically emerged. The weed gradually changed, and a holy aura emanated from it. The black shadow also gradually grew larger, emitting a dark aura. Ding, the reward has been issued. F-level martial spirit weeds evolve into SSS-level martial spirit chaos blue lotus. F-level spirit shadow evolves into SSS-level spirit eternal night king. Friendly reminder to the host, SSS grade is only the limit of quality, not the limit of martial spirits. The strength of these two martial spirits far exceeds that of normal SSS grade martial spirits. Hearing the system prompt, Xiao Han's mouth curled up slightly. Okay, the plug-in is here. Soon, the weeds transformed into a green lotus, and the shadow turned into a huge shadow of a king. Without exception, they all exuded a terrifying aura, and even the ice phoenix behind Su Linglong looked extremely weak. When the students around saw this scene, they opened their eyes wide, their pupils filled with shock. What is going on? What happened to Xiao Han's martial spirit? How did it transform from weeds and shadows into these two terrifying things? Obviously, none of the students had ever encountered such a situation. The principal on the stage was also a little confused. What is this? However, the admissions teachers from the 4 universities looked shocked. Is this the legendary martial soul evolution? Among them, the teacher from Modu Academy said in shock. That's right, martial spirit evolution has appeared in history, but it has never been this incredible. The teacher from Jiangnan Academy echoed. Seeing this, Lin Xingxia's pupils were filled with surprise. The power of these two martial spirits is so terrifying, I'm afraid they are both SSS level. Lin Xingxia's voice was so loud that some students in the audience heard it clearly and spread it by word of mouth. Soon, everyone on the playground knew that Xiao Han's martial soul had evolved, and it was very likely that it was an SSS-level martial soul. How is this possible? Zhao Yu's eyes were about to burst. He was happy for just a short while, but then he was slapped in the face. This made him almost collapse. Why? Why is Xiao Han always so eye-catching? Brother Xiao Han, I was wrong before. I don't think we should break up. I was wrong about this. Xueer, can I make it up to you tonight? Bai Xueer showed regret on her face and rushed directly towards Xiao Han. However, before Bai Xueer could get close, Su Linglong gave her a look and she was dissuaded. Xiao Han wanted to laugh when he saw this scene. And you still have to compensate me at night. I'm tired of you a long time ago. I knew that you, Xiao Han, were definitely not an ordinary person. Su Linglong looked at Xiao Han with gentle eyes. Thanks. Xiao Han felt a little embarrassed as he had just forcefully kissed Su Linglong. He felt somewhat embarrassed now. At this time, the principal on the podium excitedly said, "Student Xiao Han, can you come up and test your martial spirit again? The savior is here." Xiao Han quickly agreed, "Okay, principal." Then, Xiao Han went straight to the stage under everyone's expectant gaze and placed his hand on the awakening crystal. In an instant, dazzling golden light and black light appeared at the same time. Then, bang! The awakening crystal exploded. The teacher in charge of awakening was completely shocked when he saw the scene. Xiao Han, twin martial souls, Chaos Azure Lotus, King of Eternal Night. Both martial spirits are at least SSS level. Chapter 4, The Secret of Creation. When the teacher said this, the whole place went into an uproar. Awesome! Xiao Shen is worthy of being Xiao Shen. I was wondering how God Xiao could possibly awaken two useless F-rank martial spirits. Turns out he was just gathering power. Why? How can Xiao Han evolve his spirit? The students all looked envious, and of course there were also a group of jealous ones. On the platform, the principal was extremely excited. God bless me in the North Sea. Today, not only did Su Linglong's SSS-level martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, appear, but also Xiao Han, who has twin SSS-level martial souls, appeared. Now I'm afraid I can get promoted right away. The admissions teachers from the 4 universities took off with excitement. That's right, it took off directly, flew to the awakening platform, and came in front of Xiao Han. These are twin SSS-level martial spirits, the only such case in the entire history of Blue Star. The teacher from Jiangnan Academy rushed up and held Xiao Han's hand tightly, looking excited, as if he saw his goddess stripping naked in front of him. Student Xiao Han. Join our Jiangnan Academy. You can set any conditions. Just tell us what you want. Xiao Han looked at the teacher's crazy look, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Damn, he really had reason to suspect that this teacher was from Nantong. The teachers from Modu Academy and Chuandu Academy all squeezed in with the teachers from Jiangnan Academy and came to Xiao Han. Student Xiao Han, come to our Magic City Academy. Their Jiangnan Academy is nothing. It's not as good as our Magic City Academy. Student Xiao Han, don't listen to him. Come to our Chuandu Academy. We have a lot of beautiful women there. Student Xiao Han, don't listen to their boasting. The women in Chuandu are all very fierce. Come to our Jiangnan Academy. The beauties in Jiangnan are as gentle as water. Bullshit. Our young lady from the Magic City is the real god. Come to our Magic City Academy. Teachers from 3 academies crowded in front of Xiao Han, promoting their own academies like pyramid scheme leaders. Xiao Han was speechless. These teachers are so perverse. Criticize and struggle. Criticize and struggle. Is Xiao Han the kind of person who only cares about beauty? Just then. Bang! The 3 teachers took off again. But this time he was knocked away. Hey, you 3, stop fighting. We at the Imperial Capital Academy want this kid. Lin Xingxia put away her fist and walked over. Xiao Han looked at this scene and swallowed. The realm of warriors is divided into apprentice, warrior, martial master, great martial master, martial spirit, martial master, martial king, martial emperor, martial lord, martial saint, and martial god. Each major realm is divided into several smaller realms from the 1st to the 9th level. The 3 teachers just now were all powerful warriors at the 9th level of the martial sect realm, but they were actually knocked away by a single punch from the woman from the Imperial Capital Academy. Too violent. No, I can't join this Imperial Academy, otherwise I'll definitely get punched by this woman. At this time. Bite. New options have emerged, how can we stand still? Option 1, join Jiangnan, Shanghai, or Sichuan University. Reward, 66-year-old wife weighing 666 pounds. Option 2, join the Imperial Capital Academy. Reward, 9th grade Kung Fu creation heaven shaking art. 6. This reward has been upgraded. Not only does he weigh 666 pounds, he is also 66 years old. Dog system. If you want me to join the Imperial Capital Academy, just tell me. Are you still using the publish option? But this 9th grade skill is really good. You should know that martial arts and so on are divided into 9 grades, from the lowest to the highest, from the 1st grade to the 9th grade. The 9th level is the most advanced martial art. Actually, you can also join the Imperial Capital Academy. Look, how beautiful this teacher is. Xiao Han looked at Lin Xingxia and nodded silently. At this time, teachers from the other 3 schools started cursing. Lin Xingxia. You have no moral principles and attacked us. That's right, if you have the guts, come and fight head-on. Do you think your Imperial Capital Academy is so strong? It's just a little bit stronger than us. Lin Xingxia said nothing, just releasing her breath. The aura of the martial king realm was fully displayed. The 3 teachers immediately shut up. You are awesome. Then Lin Xingxia walked up to Xiao Han and said, Xiao Han, are you willing to join our Imperial Capital Academy? As the leader of the 4 great academies, our Imperial Capital Academy boasts the strongest teaching capabilities. Furthermore, once you enter the Imperial Capital Academy, you'll enjoy privileges, including free use of the martial arts hall, training room, and more. At the same time, we will also give you a scholarship of 10 million. When Xiao Han heard this, he just wanted to say, it smells so good. I do. As Xiao Han finished speaking, a set of martial arts techniques appeared directly in his mind. Ding, the reward of the creation skill has been distributed. Xiao Han was overjoyed. Lin Xingxia also smiled, okay, Xiao Han, the teacher will be waiting for you at Imperial Capital University. The other 3 teachers from the academy looked as ugly as dead pigs. At this moment, they are in tears. Twin SSS-level martial spirits. Just like that, they were snatched away. Woo woo woo. After exchanging contact information with Lin Qingxia, Xiao Han stepped down. Just as she was about to flee from this dangerous place, Su Linglong ran directly to Xiao Han. Xiao Han. You just kissed me and you want to run away. Su Linglong's face flushed and she said angrily. Aha, how is that possible? I was just looking for you. Xiao Han scratched his head and thought to himself that something was wrong. It's broken. The character is broken. Isn't Su Linglong the cool and aloof school beauty? Okay, I forgive you. Su Linglong said coquettishly. In fact, she had been secretly in love with Xiao Han for a long time, and each chance encounter was carefully designed by her just to say a few words to Xiao Han. But she was aloof by nature and couldn't get along with boys. By the time she decided to change, Xiao Han and Bai Xueer were together. Now Xiao Han broke up with Bai Xueer, and for some unknown reason he forcefully kissed her, so she must hold on to Xiao Han tightly this time. Linglong, which school are you going to? Xiao Han was a little surprised. Su Linglong had awakened an SSS-level martial spirit. Although the 4 teachers were shocked, they did not come out to recruit students. Su Linglong laughed when she heard this. You'll know when the time comes. Xiao Han nodded, although he was confused but did not ask. Then Xiao Han chatted with Su Linglong for a long time, exchanged QQ messages, and then left. Xiao Han was walking on the way home, but his attention was focused on his martial soul. The Chaos Green Lotus martial soul has an absolute healing effect and can also create a chaotic field, which can increase one's own strength within the field and weaken the opponent's strength. The Eternal Night King's martial spirit has absolute suppression power and is a top-notch assassin. It can teleport into any shadow and create an eternal night domain. All light sources within the realm of eternal night are forcibly covered, and all that everyone except oneself can see is darkness. And it will also affect the enemy's mind. Unbelievable. It's too outrageous. Xiao Han was very excited. Just then, Bai Xueer had tears in her eyes and blocked Xiao Han's way. Brother Xiao Han, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Chapter 5 Warrior Certification. Please, Brother Xiao Han, I'll make it up to you tonight, okay? Bai Xueer begged bitterly and humbly. She regretted it to the extreme at this moment. She had just broken up with Xiao Han, and Xiao Han awakened his twin SSS-level martial spirits. If she had broken up with him later, Xiao Han would still be her boyfriend, so why would she do this? Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Xiao Han looked at Bai Xueer, whose face was covered with tears, and his heart was calm. Just then. Bite. New options have opened. Option 1, forgive Bai Xueer, I am a big bootlicker. Reward, 666 pounds plus 66 years old plus a wife with a penis. Option 2, reject Bai Xueer and tell her directly that it's impossible for us. Reward, system brand Qi and blood pill. System brand Qi and blood pill, system products are of the highest quality. Just this one pill is enough to make the host's Qi and blood boil, as if it were being filled up. Seeing the reward for option 1, Xiao Han was completely speechless. Okay, let us play it this way, okay? Of course he would not choose option 1. As for the reward for option 2, it is also quite abstract. But it was of some use to him. Immediately, Xiao Han looked at Bai Xueer with cold eyes. We've broken up. It's impossible. Bai Xueer seemed unwilling to give up and came up to hold Xiao Han's hand. Brother Xiao Han. Let's go to the hotel. The corners of Xiao Han's mouth twitched slightly, but he still maintained an indifferent expression. Roll. Afterwards, Xiao Han did not stop and went straight past Bai Xueer towards home. Bai Xueer collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with tears of regret. Ruined. Everything was ruined by myself. Xiao Han returned home. My parents came over immediately, both with concerned looks on their faces. Son, how's it going? What martial spirit has awakened? Xiao Han is the only son in the family. His parents both have F-level martial spirits and are ordinary workers, so his family conditions have always been poor. Mom and Dad, I have twin martial spirits, both SSS level. Xiao Han did not hide it and said it directly. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother and father were shocked. Really, son? Xiao Han looked at this heartwarming scene and felt somewhat relieved. Although my family background is ordinary, fortunately my family is happy. It must be true. I've been recommended by the Imperial Capital University. And there's a 10 million scholarship. As he spoke, Xiao Han took out his cell phone, confirmed this to his parents, and transferred 5 million yuan to them. Mom and Dad, you don't have to work so hard anymore. Your son will take care of you in your old age. Zhao's father and mother were very excited. They didn't expect their son to be so successful. You're worthy of being my son. I knew you were the best. Mommy made you a big meal. Let's celebrate. After dinner, Xiao Han returned to his room. After returning to his room, Xiao Han opened his phone and took a look, and found that Su Linglong had sent him a message. Su Linglong, what are you doing? The time was sent when Xiao Fan was eating just now. Xiao Han turned on his phone and checked the message. I just finished my meal, what happened? Su's house, Su Linglong's room. Su Linglong lay in bed, tossing and turning. Finally, the phone dinged and Su Linglong turned it on. Xiao Han, the bad guy, I just finished my meal, what happened? Seeing this message, Su Linglong was stunned. He just forcefully kissed me this afternoon, and now he's turned his back on me in the evening? Big bad guy Xiao Han. It's alright. After sending the message, Su Linglong rolled on the bed in anger. Xiao Han looked at the message sent by Su Linglong, somewhat confused. But now Xiao Han is still thinking about cultivation. Afterwards, Xiao Han took out the system brand qi and blood pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt that his meridians were filled. Hiss. Fuck. Intense pain washed over Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han quickly started practicing the 9th grade technique given by the system, the creation technique. Under the guidance of the creation technique, the medicinal power gradually calmed down and no longer ran rampant. Damn system. Damn, this qi and blood pill has to be so powerful. Xiao Han cursed inwardly, then devoted himself to cultivation. The efficacy of this qi and blood pill is indeed hundreds of times stronger than ordinary qi and blood pills. It is a good opportunity to take advantage of this to break through as a warrior in one fell swoop. Under the effect of the creation technique, the medicinal effects of the system brand qi and blood pill were gradually absorbed by Xiao Han. Then, first level of warrior realm. Breakthrough in an instant. But it's not over yet. Double. Triple. 4 levels. Several hours passed. Xiao Han exhaled a breath of foul air, swung out a punch casually, and a sound of breaking through the air was heard. The 4th level of warrior realm, not bad. You can go get certified as a warrior tomorrow. Xiao Han raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He broke through to the 4th level of the warrior realm in one breath. His martial arts foundation was not only not superficial, but also very solid. This is the charm of the 9th grade martial arts. Afterwards, Xiao Han took a shower and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning. Since he had been admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy, he naturally did not need to go to school anymore. However, Xiao Han still got up early and came to the Warrior Center. He came here for 2 things. One was to buy some martial arts books to further improve his strength. Another thing is to certify the warrior. After the certification, you can receive a warrior allowance from the state every month, which is as much as 20,000 per month. Xiao Han did not plan to use it himself, but planned to give it to his parents. After all, he would enter the Imperial Capital Academy in the future, and these 20,000 were really not enough, and he could also fight for resources on his own. So I plan to leave these to my parents so that they can live a better life. Hello, I need to apply for warrior certification. Xiao Han went straight to a window and handed over his ID card. The receptionist at this window was a young lady with an average-looking face but a very big breast. The young lady was a little surprised to see Xiao Han. This little brother is so handsome. However, the young lady's professionalism allowed her to react quickly. She took Xiao Han's ID card, scanned it, and then Xiao Han's information appeared on the screen. Xiao Han, 18 years old, is a student at Beihai No. 1 Middle School. Seeing Xiao Han's message, the young lady was a little shocked. You just awakened your martial soul and you're already taking part in the warrior certification? This is too outrageous. The young lady shook her head and then said, take this form and go take the warrior certification. If you pass, come back to me and I'll give you a warrior badge. The young lady said this, but she didn't think Xiao Han could pass the warrior certification. After all, he is too young. Who would come to participate in the warrior certification just after awakening his martial soul? You have to know that the warrior certification is a battle against real warrior level beasts. Xiao Han didn't know what the young lady was thinking and took the order. Thanks. Xiao Han smiled, then took the list and headed towards the warrior certification site. The young lady looked at Xiao Han's back and sighed. I really want to see this handsome little brother again, but it's a pity that he is only 18 years old. How can he pass the warrior certification? Chapter 6. Everyone was shocked. Xiao Han took the list, pushed open a heavy metal door, and walked into the warrior certification examination site. The venue is very spacious, half the size of a basketball court. The ground and surrounding walls are reinforced with a special alloy with a cold and hard luster, which is obviously designed to withstand strong impact. There were already a few people standing scattered around in the venue. There were 3 or 2 young people near the entrance. They also seemed to be here for the certification, with obvious nervousness and anticipation on their faces. In a corner a little further away, 7 or 8 people gathered together, seemingly watching, talking in low voices from time to time, their eyes scanning the field with a bit of scrutiny. Right in front, a middle-aged man with a stern face and wearing the uniform of the Warrior Association stood there, his hands behind his back, his eyes like an eagle, scanning everyone who entered the venue, exuding an invisible pressure that belonged to a strong man. Obviously he is the examiner this time. The examiner's gaze fell on Xiao Han. He compared his identity with the electronic list in his hand and announced in a steady and powerful voice, "The rules of the assessment are simple. You must defeat a warrior-level first-level armored bull independently. The time limit is 10 minutes. Begin when you are ready." His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the venue. Xiao Han nodded to show that he understood. His young, even immature face immediately attracted the attention of the onlookers on the sidelines. Hey, look at that kid, has his hair grown out yet? Why does he look like a high school student? Is he here to get certified as a warrior too? A burly man in mercenary uniform whispered to his companion next to him with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. It's probably some wealthy family sending their children here to see the world and broaden their horizons. This iron-armored bull, a first-level warrior, has thick skin and strong impact. It's no joke. His companion curled his lips, obviously not optimistic. TSK, the young people nowadays really don't know their place. They think being a warrior is so easy? On the other side, a warrior who looked experienced shook his head, speaking in the tone of a veteran. A few voices mixed with contempt, curiosity, and a hint of disdain could be heard. Although they deliberately lowered their voices, in the relatively quiet examination room, with Xiao Han's current hearing, he could naturally hear it clearly. Xiao Han ignored these discussions and remained calm. As the examiner raised his hand to signal, a heavy alloy door slowly rose on one side of the venue, making a dull creaking sound. In the shadows, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, a huge and powerful monster walked out with heavy steps. It is nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and body, and is covered with dark brown fur like iron armor, which gleams with a hard metallic luster under the light. The 2 thick curved horns on the head are like sharp scimitars, flashing with cold light. It is the target of this assessment, the iron-armored bull. Moo! As soon as the iron-armored bull appeared, it let out a low roar full of tyranny. Its scarlet eyes instantly locked onto Xiao Han in the center of the field. 2 thick streams of white air spurted out of its nostrils, and its 4 sturdy hooves suddenly began to dig the ground, raising a cloud of gravel and dust. The next second, it suddenly exerted force with its hind legs, and its entire huge body rushed towards Xiao Han like a fired cannonball or a heavy truck out of control, with an extremely fierce and indomitable momentum. The hard alloy ground seemed to vibrate slightly under its violent impact. Faced with this violent attack that was enough to scare ordinary people, Xiao Han did not show any panic on his face, and he still looked calm and composed. He didn't even summon his twin SSS plus martial spirits that were enough to shock the world right away. Just when the iron-armored bull's horns, which were flashing with cold light, were about to hit his chest, Xiao Han moved. He seemed to casually step lightly to the left, and his whole body floated half a meter to the side at an incredible angle like weightless catkins. Laugh! The wild bull rushed past, almost brushing against the corner of his clothes, and the strong wind it brought blew the loose hair on Xiao Han's forehead. The entire dodging action was smooth and effortless, as if he was not dodging the fatal charge of a ferocious beast, but was taking a leisurely stroll in his own back garden. The few people on the sidelines who were originally waiting to see Xiao Han get knocked away or dodge in a panic couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. This dodge may seem simple, but the control of timing, speed, and distance is perfect, which is definitely not something a rookie who has just awakened his martial spirit can do. Hey, this kid has something. The burly man who had teased him earlier touched his chin and his eyes became a little surprised. This footwork is very solid. The experienced warrior also put away his contempt and his eyes became focused. The examiner, who had been expressionless until then, narrowed his eyes slightly, his sharp gaze lingering on Xiao Han for a few seconds like a searchlight. He could see that this young man's lower body was extremely stable, and his footwork was even more sophisticated and steady. This was definitely not a fluke. More importantly, at that moment just now, he felt a fluctuation of energy and blood from Xiao Han that far exceeded that of an ordinary 9th-level martial artist. This kid's physical strength and reaction speed. I'm afraid he's already firmly entered the warrior realm. And judging by his calm and restrained aura, his foundation is incredibly solid, definitely not something that was catalyzed by elixirs. Interesting. The examiner thought to himself and began to take the overly young candidate in front of him seriously. After the attack missed, the iron-armored bull became even more violent. It shook its head violently, and its strong forehooves trampled several shallow pits on the ground. It adjusted its direction, roared again, and prepared to launch a second round of collision. Xiao Han looked at the beast, and a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Warm up, almost over. He decided not to waste any more time and decided to make a quick decision. After all, he still had to go to the martial arts pavilion to pick out some suitable martial arts books. This time, facing the armored bull that was charging towards him like a small tank again, Xiao Han did not choose to dodge. Instead of retreating, he advanced and took a step forward against the fierce air wave. Instantly, he took a deep breath, and the muscles in his right arm instantly tensed and swelled like a dragon. The chi and blood power of the 4th level of the warrior realm surged out without reservation, flowing through the meridians and pouring into his right fist. His muscles and bones emitted a series of subtle crackling sounds. No martial spirit summoned. No fancy tricks used. It was only by relying on the powerful physical strength that had been initially tempered by the creation and heaven-shaking art and far exceeded that of warriors of the same level. Call. With one punch, he slammed towards the huge head of the armored bull that was charging towards him. The fist broke through the air, so fast that it even brought up a faint white air wave. The air around the fist was rapidly compressed, and it actually emitted a slight sound, like cloth being suddenly torn. Puff. A clearly audible explosion. Chapter 7, Kill with One Punch. The young lady regretted it. Xiao Han's fist hit the lower part of the armored bull's neck precisely and accurately, a relatively weakly defended point. Bang! There was a dull thud, like a heavy hammer hitting a muffled drum. With the naked eye, a powerful force pierced through the tough fur and instantly erupted. Moo-voo! The iron-armored bull let out a strange roar that was a mixture of pain and horror. Its body, which was as big as a small truck, shook violently, and its forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. It was actually knocked back several steps by the punch. The heavy hooves scraped against the alloy ground, making a harsh noise and a series of sparks. Its huge head was shaking uncontrollably, and a trace of obvious confusion and dizziness flashed in its scarlet eyes, as if it had been hit hard on the forehead by an invisible hammer, causing its entire nervous system to temporarily shut down. There is no chance for the iron-armored bull to breathe or recover. Just when the barbarian bull staggered, Xiao Han's figure moved. He tiptoed and approached like a ghost, so fast that he left a faint afterimage. The art of creation not only improves chi and blood as well as realm, but also has an amazing bonus on the control over the body and explosive power. The second punch followed closely. This punch didn't seem to carry the earth-shattering might of the first, but it was more condensed and restrained. An invisible penetrating force seemed to linger on the tip of the fist, aiming directly at the back of the ironclad bull's left front leg, near the heart. This punch contained the special hidden energy generated by the operation of the creation and heaven-shaking art, and its penetrating power was extremely strong. Puff! This time, the sound was even duller, like a fist hitting thick leather, or like thunder rolling in dark clouds. The huge body of the iron-armored bull suddenly stiffened, and the brutality and ferocity in its eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by complete silence. It didn't even have time to let out a final wail before its limbs went limp, and with a loud bang, it slammed heavily onto the hard alloy ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. After twitching twice, it became completely motionless, losing all trace of life. From the moment the armored bull fiercely rushed out of the alloy gate to its huge body collapsing to the ground, the entire process was so fast that it was dazzling. It probably took less than 10 seconds. What is even more unbelievable is that from beginning to end, Xiao Han didn't even summon his martial soul. With just his physical strength and 2 punches, he defeated a first-level warrior beast that was famous for its defense and impact power. The entire examination venue fell into deathly silence in an instant. You can hear a pin drop. No matter whether it was the warriors who were watching the fun or even had a contemptuous attitude, or the young people who were also waiting for the test and were originally very nervous, they all seemed to be cast under a spell at this moment, with their eyes wide open, mouths open, and faces full of unbelievable horror. Flash sale? A first-level warrior-level armored bull was killed in 10 seconds by a boy who looked no more than 18 years old, using only his bare hands? Is this a movie? Or am I seeing things? Many people subconsciously rubbed their eyes, repeatedly checking the huge black shadow lying motionless on the ground, and the young man standing next to it with an upright figure and a calm expression. The facts are right before our eyes and there is no doubt about it. The first person to react was the stern-faced examiner. His eyes were also filled with shock, but his professionalism helped him recover quickly. He quickly stepped forward, squatted down, and carefully examined the fallen iron-armored bull, confirming that it had indeed completely lost its ability to fight, and even its vital signs were extremely weak, indicating that it was not far from death. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiao Han. The previous scrutiny and slight surprise in his eyes had now been completely replaced by an emotion that was almost horror. Is this kid a monster? A fourth-level warrior. The energy and blood surge that erupted just now was undoubtedly a fourth-level warrior. And his foundation was incredibly solid. Most importantly, he was only 18. Did he awaken his martial spirit only yesterday? The examiner took a deep breath, trying to calm his agitated emotions. With a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, he announced with remarkable clarity, "Test passed." After a pause, he looked at Xiao Han's face, which was a little too calm, and added two more words, emphasizing his tone, rating, perfect. A perfect rating. This is extremely rare in the warrior certification examination. Usually, only geniuses whose strength far exceeds the assessment standards and who can easily complete the task with a crushing attitude can obtain it. At the same time, above the test site, there is a control room equipped with all-round monitoring equipment. The young lady who had received Xiao Han before, who had a pretty figure but a professional aloof look on her face, was staring at everything happening on the surveillance screen in amazement. Her little mouth was slightly open, just enough to fit an egg. When she saw Xiao Han leisurely avoid the first collision, she was just a little surprised. But when she saw Xiao Han advancing instead of retreating, and knocking the iron-armored bull to the ground with just 2 punches, she subconsciously covered her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes widened, as if she had seen something that subverted her worldview. On the screen, the young man stood with his fists clenched, his posture straight, his face handsome and calm, forming a sharp contrast with the stunned onlookers around him. Her little face suddenly turned red and her heart started beating wildly. His mind couldn't help but recall his previous slightly dismissive and formulaic attitude, as well as his secret judgment that Xiao Han would not be able to pass the test. You've just awakened your martial spirit and you're already here to take part in the warrior certification? Take this form and take the warrior certification. If you pass, come back to me. It's a pity that he's only 18 years old. How could he possibly pass the warrior certification? The words she had said before were like slaps in the face, burning her. Oh my God. What did I just do? I was wrong. Such a young, handsome, and exceptionally talented person, and yet he actually thought he was just some ignorant high school student trying his luck? He is not here to try his luck, he is clearly here to attack from a lower dimension. For a moment, regret, shock, and a hint of inexplicable shame, all these emotions intertwined together, making her cheeks even redder, almost bleeding. She didn't even dare to imagine what expression she would have when Xiao Han came back with the pass certificate to ask her to apply for the badge. In the examination room, he faced the examiner's perfect evaluation and the awe and shocking gazes around him that almost swallowed him up. Xiao Han just casually shook his hand, as if he had just killed a relatively strong fly, rather than a ferocious warrior-level monster. Chapter 8, Badge in Hand, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. His face was calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. This calm appearance formed a sharp contrast with the violence he had displayed during the test just now, making everyone around him wonder if he was the same person. Xiao Han ignored the stunned onlookers, nor did he care about the examiner's complicated look. He nodded slightly to the examiner as a greeting, then turned and walked towards the exit. Wherever he passed, the crowd subconsciously parted to make way for him, their eyes following his back with awe and envy. Xiao Han thought to himself, done. Next, it's time to go to the martial arts pavilion. He stood in front of the window again. The young lady behind the window was still immersed in it, with her head lowered and her fingertips tapping the table unconsciously. The scene in the surveillance video just now was so shocking. Suddenly she caught a glimpse of someone coming over, her body trembled suddenly, and she raised her head quickly. Ah! Xiao Han classmate. Her voice suddenly became sweet and her cheeks turned red. There was panic in his eyes, but also a bit of admiration. He stood up in a panic and almost knocked over the water glass on the table with his elbow. Congratulations. I passed the test, with excellent results. She tried to steady her voice and sound more professional, but the ending tone was still a little shaky, revealing her true feelings. Please show me your identity information and your assessment certificate. I'll get you a warrior badge right away. Xiao Han handed the thing over and saw that the other party's attitude was obviously different from before. He probably guessed why, but didn't say anything. The young lady took the certificate and her face turned even redder when she accidentally touched Xiao Han's fingers. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and began to quickly enter information on the operation terminal. Alright, classmate Xiao Han. A few minutes later, the young lady handed over a brand new badge in both hands. This is your warrior badge, please keep it. Xiao Han took the badge. It felt slightly cool to the touch, and the material seemed more delicate than ordinary warrior badges, with a subtle sheen. The front of the badge has the Linglong logo of the Dragon Country Warrior Association, and the back is engraved with his name and a number PG00789. This special PG prefix seems to stand for perfect genius or something similar, highlighting its uniqueness. Your warrior allowance of 20,000 federal coins has been transferred to your account. Please check it carefully. Also, this is the resource package that the association has prepared for each new warrior. It contains some basic training supplies. The young lady handed over another exquisite little brocade bag. Thank you. Xiao Han pinned the badge on his chest and put away the brocade bag. Just as Xiao Han was about to turn around and leave, the young lady, her cheeks flushed as if she had mustered up the courage, and she said in a soft voice, Xiao Han, can I add your contact information? If you need anything in the future, you can contact me directly. Her eyes were full of anticipation and a little shyness. It would be a lie to say that I am not tempted by such a young, handsome, and talented person with unlimited potential. Xiao Han turned around and looked at her. Although the young lady looks ordinary, she looks very cute with her shy look at this moment. However, he is now focused on improving his strength and subsequent plans and has no time to deal with these. Sorry, I'm going to the wild for training soon, so it might not be convenient. Xiao Han found a reasonable reason and politely declined the other party. The young lady forced a smile and nodded. Okay, alright. Good luck with your training then. Stay safe. Xiao Han nodded slightly, without stopping, turned around and walked out of the door of the Warrior Center. After completing the warrior certification, the next step is to go to the martial arts pavilion to choose the appropriate martial arts, and then you can start real combat experience. However, just a few steps out of the door, he ran into a group of people head-on. There were about 5 or 6 people in this group, all of them looked like hooligans. The leader had a head of eye-catching yellow hair and a smug look on his face. It seemed that he had just completed a task and was bragging to the follower next to him. Enemies often meet on a narrow road. The leader was Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was talking with saliva flying all over his body. When he looked up, he suddenly saw Xiao Han, and the smug look on his face froze instantly. The next second, the shame of being oppressed by Su Linglong's aura at the awakening ceremony yesterday and being secretly laughed at by everyone flooded into Zhao Yu's heart. His face quickly turned from white to blue, and then from blue to black, so gloomy that water almost dripped out. His eyes subconsciously swept over Xiao Han. When he saw the brand new warrior badge on Xiao Han's chest, which even had a special luster, Zhao Yu's eyes instantly widened, as if he had seen a ghost, and he screamed. Impossible. How could you possibly pass the warrior certification? His voice was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of people entering and leaving the warrior center. The few followers behind Zhao Yu were also dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes and stared closely at the badge on Xiao Han's chest, their faces full of shocked expressions. Brother Yu, are you seeing things? That's really a warrior badge? Fuck. Wasn't he still a double F useless martial spirit yesterday? And today he's become a warrior? This is fucking cheating, right? He must have cheated. The warrior certification is so difficult, how could a loser like him possibly pass? The followers' discussions were neither loud nor soft, and were clearly heard by the people around them, as well as by Xiao Han. Zhao Yu looked at Xiao Han's calm and indifferent appearance, and then compared it with his own complacent look after working so hard to reach the 4th level of martial arts apprentice and awakening an 11th level martial soul. An uncontrollable jealousy gnawed at his heart like a poisonous snake, making his face distorted. Why? How could this guy, who was a worthless loser laughed at by everyone yesterday, suddenly transform into a warrior today? And even get a badge that looks extraordinary? Rage and jealousy burned away the last of Zhao Yu's rationality. He rushed forward and blocked Xiao Han's way. His tone was filled with undisguised malice and doubt. Xiao Han. What the hell kind of luck did you have? Tell me. Did you use some shady means to pass the certification? Xiao Han stopped and his eyes fell calmly on Zhao Yu's face, which was twisted by jealousy, as if he was looking at a troublesome stone on the side of the road. A good dog doesn't block the road, get out of the way. The calm tone, without the slightest ripple, was like a resounding slap across Zhao Yu's face. Some of the onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Yu's face, which was already flushed with jealousy and anger, instantly turned the color of liver. The shame at yesterday's awakening ceremony, the frustration of being ignored by Su Linglong, and the embarrassment of being humiliated in public at this moment, all these emotions erupted in his chest like a volcano. What the hell did you say? Zhao Yu roared, his voice a little out of tune. Xiao Han. Don't think you're amazing just because you got lucky and became a warrior. I have an A-level martial spirit. Yesterday I was already at the first level of the warrior realm. Who the hell do you think you are? Chapter 9, A Waste Dares to Bark? He feels pretty good about himself. It is true that Xiao Han got the warrior badge, but he only awakened yesterday. How strong can he be? At most, he was at the first level of warrior realm. After all, I have an A-level martial spirit, so I may not be really afraid of him. When Zhao Yu thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little braver. The spiritual power in his body began to circulate, and a green light suddenly flashed on his arm. Hiss! A small green snake made entirely of energy appeared out of thin air and wrapped around his right arm. The little snake flickered its tongue, emitting a cold breath. It was his A-level martial soul, the emerald green snake. Die! Zhao Yu roared and swung out with his right fist. The emerald green snake on his arm seemed to come alive, baring its fangs and stirring up a fishy gust of wind as it flew straight toward Xiao Han's face. He used all his strength this time, confident that even if he couldn't seriously injure Xiao Han, he could at least make him flustered and embarrassed. However, facing this fierce attack, Xiao Han didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. Not to mention summoning his astonishing twin SSS plus martial spirits. Just when the green snake was about to bite him, Xiao Han's figure swayed gently like a reflection on the water. Only a blurry afterimage was left there. Laugh! Zhao Yu's fist, along with the emerald green snake, barely brushed past Xiao Han's afterimage. The fist hit the air hard, and the wind it created even messed up a few strands of hair on Xiao Han's forehead. What? Zhao Yu's pupils suddenly shrank and he was horrified. He didn't even see how Xiao Han dodged. It's unbelievable. Impossible. Zhao Yu didn't believe it. He activated his martial spirit once again, and his arm transformed into a green shadow, attacking Xiao Han again and again. The fist shadows and snake shadows intertwined, trying to completely cover Xiao Han. But no matter how crazy his attack was, he could never touch Xiao Han. Every time Xiao Han dodged, it was perfect, and he completely predicted his intentions. Zhao Yu's attack couldn't even touch him, let alone hurt him. On the contrary, Zhao Yu himself was already exhausted and panting, his movements were deformed, and his whole body was full of flaws. The people watching around were already dumbfounded. Holy crap! What kind of footwork is that? It's so fast I can't even see it. Zhao Yu is at least a first-level warrior. He's just playing in front of him. It's a complete teasing. That Xiao Han, did he really just awaken yesterday? This strength must be fake. No wonder he has a special badge, he's definitely a genius. When Zhao Yu heard these discussions, he became even more angry and annoyed, feeling extremely embarrassed. Damn it! We're just watching a show. Come on. Beat him up. Zhao Yu turned around and roared at the followers who were still in a daze. When the followers heard the order, although they were afraid of Xiao Han's strength, they dared not disobey the boss's order. They exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and revealed their martial spirits one after another. Most of them were D-level and C-level stuff, such as Iron Fist and Wild Bull, which didn't look very impressive. Then, several people screamed and bravely rushed towards Xiao Han. Court death. Xiao Han's eyes turned cold and he was too lazy to play with them anymore. Since they insist on getting beaten, then satisfy them. His figure flashed. This time he didn't dodge, but went straight for it. The speed was even faster than before, almost becoming a blurry line in the eyes of others. He rushed into the middle of several followers as if he was in an empty space. His moves were clean and quick, so fast that people couldn't even see his movements. Bang! The first follower who rushed over only saw a figure flash before his eyes, and then an irresistible force came from his chest. He flew backwards, spitting out a cloud of blood, fell to the ground, rolled several times, and fainted on the spot. Bang! 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 Then, there were several more muffled sounds. The remaining followers flew out almost at the same time in various ugly postures. He screamed in agony, fell to the ground, groaning, and in a blink of an eye he had lost the strength to fight anymore. The whole process is amazingly fast. From the time Zhao Yu gave the order to the time all his followers lay down, it only took 2 or 3 breaths. Zhao Yu was completely dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. The arrogance on his face disappeared without a trace, leaving only fear. He looked at his men groaning on the ground, then at Xiao Han, whose hair was not even out of place, and his legs began to tremble like sieves. The gap is too huge. They are not opponents of the same level at all. Escape. Must escape immediately. This was the only thought left in Zhao Yu's mind. He twisted his body suddenly and started to run. But as soon as he turned around, a hand gently pressed his shoulder. At some point, Xiao Han had silently stood behind him. His face still had that expressionless look. Where are you running to? Zhao Yu's body stiffened instantly. He turned his head slowly and met Xiao Han's calm eyes. He was so scared that his soul almost flew away. Xiao, brother Xiao. No, Master Xiao. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was blind. Please be magnanimous and treat me like a piece of shit. Just let me go. Zhao Yu fell to his knees with a plop, hugged Xiao Han's thighs tightly, and cried bitterly, without any trace of his previous arrogance. The people around him felt sick. This guy's attitude changed so quickly. Xiao Han frowned and swung his foot casually. Zhao Yu was thrown and rolled twice. Before he could get up, he felt his face sink and was pressed firmly against the rough ground. It's Xiao Han's foot. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. He struggled desperately, but the foot on his face didn't move at all, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it. My cheek rubbed against the ground, burning with pain. Xiao Han looked down at Zhao Yu at his feet with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a bug that could be crushed to death at will. You useless piece of shit, are you worthy enough to act so presumptuous in front of me? There was only fear, humiliation, and utter despair in Zhao Yu's eyes. He knew that he had hit a wall this time and had offended someone he absolutely could not afford to offend. He wanted to beg for mercy, but his face was being stepped on and he could only make muffled whimpering sounds. Xiao Han stepped on his face, his eyes lightly sweeping over the silent crowd around him, then slowly raised his foot. He didn't even look at Zhao Yu again, but just casually brushed off the non-existent dust on the corner of his clothes. Then, he turned around and walked straight towards the martial arts pavilion. It seemed like just now, I just cleaned up the unsightly garbage. Xiao Han ignored Zhao Yu, who was like a puddle of mud behind him, and the gazes from the people around him, and walked straight into the deeper part of the warrior center. To him, the little incident just now was just like killing a fly after dinner, and it was not worthy of causing any disturbance in his mood. The martial arts pavilion is one of the core areas of the warrior center and an important place for all warriors to improve their strength. The attic looked simple and grand, with 2 stone lions standing on both sides of the door, looking majestic and solemn. When I entered the attic, I found that the space inside was much more spacious than it looked from the outside. Rows of bookshelves stood upright, neatly filled with various jade slips, animal skin scrolls, and books made of special materials. Chapter 10, Martial Arts Pavilion, the System's Weird Choice. Many warriors were moving between the bookshelves. Some stopped and looked intently, while others lowered their voices and communicated with their companions. Xiao Han glanced around. The martial arts techniques here are truly dazzling, and they are arranged according to grade and type. The first and second grade areas are the largest, occupying most of the ground floor and are open to all certified warriors. The third grade area is relatively smaller and has restrictions. You need certain permissions or points to enter. As for higher grade martial arts, they can only exist in legends. At least they are impossible to see in the warrior center of Bai City. Xiao Han didn't rush to look through it, but first sorted out his needs in his mind. The Chaos Green Lotus mainly focuses on life, purification, defense, and domain amplification. It has amazing recovery ability and strong frontal combat capabilities, but currently lacks effective long-range attacks and instantaneous bursts. The King of Eternal Night mainly focuses on assassination, stealth, space travel, and mental influence. Its strange steps and killing ability are its core, but it is slightly insufficient in a head-on confrontation. Agility is essential. While the Eternal Night King's Shadow Leap is incredibly elusive, it's not a panacea. Especially in open areas or places without shadows, you'll need regular agility to compensate. Moreover, the powerful body movement can also be used in conjunction with the Chaos Green Lotus to pull and dodge. In terms of attack, the Eternal Night King has an assassination attribute, but it requires close combat. The Chaos Azure Lotus is currently more of a support, and also needs a powerful, simple and direct attack technique to break through defenses or clear the field. With a plan in mind, Xiao Han began to move between rows of bookshelves. He quickly passed over those fancy but impractical martial arts, and fixed his eyes precisely on several second-grade martial arts that had good reviews. Phantom Step, a second-grade intermediate-level body movement technique. When mastered, it can create a triple afterimage to confuse the enemy. It has good speed and flexibility. Stone-breaking fist, a second-grade upper-level offensive martial art, known for its ferocity. The fist's power is concentrated, and when practiced to a deep level, one punch can break a huge rock. Both of these martial arts books are good choices. They are well suited to his own situation and have moderate difficulty in practice. For him, who is currently at the 4th level of the martial arts realm, they are very cost-effective. Just as Xiao Han reached out his hand and prepared to take down the 2 martial arts jade slips for careful study, the familiar electronic sound in his mind rang out again at an inopportune time. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a martial arts choice, the god-level choice has been opened. Xiao Han paused, and the corner of his eye twitched imperceptibly. Here it comes, the surprise of this dog system is here again. Choice 1, honestly choose Phantom Step and Stone Crushing Fist, follow the rules, and become an ordinary warrior. Reward, a bag of ordinary sunflower seeds 5 spice. Option 2, walk to the most secluded northeast corner of the martial arts pavilion and perform 3 bows and 9 kowtows before the dusty, torn, and unwanted ancient tome basic breathing technique, shouting with all your might, Senior, your skills are unparalleled. I sincerely seek your guidance. Reward, unknown rank special footwork a world away plus fragments of unknown rank special punch, destroying divine fist. Xiao Han. He looked at the long description for option 2, especially the 3 bows and 9 kowtows and that extremely childish cry, and felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. This system. Do you really have no shame at all? Although the last time I forcefully kissed Su Linglong was quite socially disappointing, at least the target was a stunning beauty, and by some strange coincidence, it seemed to have led to a marriage. It was a high-risk, high-reward situation. What about this time? Facing a crappy book, and it's a fucking book called Basic Breathing Technique Reform. What is the basic breathing method? That was an introductory book on martial arts, a common commodity that even martial artists wouldn't bother to take a second look at. This revised version was probably made by some senior who had nothing better to do. Just look at the thickness of the dust and you can tell it's garbage that no one wants. Do I have to kowtow 3 times and 9 times to this thing? Still need to shout those extremely embarrassing lines? There are people coming and going in this martial arts pavilion. Although it is not particularly crowded, there are still dozens of warriors here. If he really did this, tomorrow's headline in Beihai City would definitely be him shocking. Rising martial arts star Xiao Han suspected of going astray in his cultivation, kneeling before a broken book and pleading for divine power. Social death, commonly known as social death. That reward is too good. So close yet so far away. And there is also Destroying God Fist. Just by hearing the name, you know it is no ordinary stuff. The grade is still unknown. According to the nature of the system, unknown grades usually represent levels far beyond the normal level. This is a top-notch martial art that can accompany me as I grow for a long time. Compared with the second-grade Phantom Step and Stone Crushing Fist, they are completely on 2 different levels. Let us take a look at the rewards for option 1. A bag of spiced melon seeds? Is the system mocking me? Do I look like someone who is short of money to buy melon seeds? Xiao Han was torn between his conscience and his desires. His gaze quietly fell towards the northeast of the martial arts pavilion. Looking closely, the light over there was indeed much dimmer, and the bookshelf had a very old feel. In an inconspicuous corner, a thick, ancient book with a torn cover and covered in dust lies there alone. Occasionally someone passed by nearby and completely ignored that place. Done. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. How much is face worth? In the face of absolute strength, nothing matters. As long as you are strong enough, the face you lose today will be doubled back in the future. Anyone who dares to laugh will be beaten until he dares not speak. Besides, as long as you don't feel embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed. Having made up his mind, Xiao Han took a deep breath, tried his best to keep a straight face, and walked towards the forgotten corner. His abnormal behavior immediately attracted the attention of several warriors nearby. Ha! What's that kid doing in the corner? Aren't those just some useless techniques? I don't understand. Looking at the badge on his chest, he looks like a newly certified warrior, or a perfectly rated genius. Maybe he's just curious? How could we have guessed this genius idea? Xiao Han ignored those gazes and walked directly to the book Basic Breathing Method Reform. He forced himself to calm down, recalling the actions and lines required by the system, and his toes almost curled up. I was extremely reluctant in my heart. Countdown 10 seconds, host please execute as soon as possible, otherwise it will be considered as giving up option 2. The system's urging voice suddenly sounded. Go for it. Xiao Han's heart hardened, his knees softened, and with a thud, he knelt down very neatly. This kneeling made the eyes of several warriors around who were watching him almost pop out of their heads in shock. What the hell? He actually knelt down? To that crappy book? Immediately afterwards, under the astonished gaze of everyone, Xiao Han bent down and slammed his forehead heavily on the cold floor. Boom! 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 This is 3 bows. Then. It's 9 kowtows. Every kowtow was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the onlookers. They were completely stunned, their minds went blank, and they were completely unable to comprehend the incredible scene before them. This genius. Are you crazy? Just when everyone thought this had reached an unbelievable limit, Xiao Han raised his head, took a deep breath, and with all his strength, opened his throat and shouted loudly at the tattered book in a tone that was almost pilgrimage-like, mixed with a hint of resignation. Senior, your skills are unparalleled. I sincerely seek the Dharma. The voice was so loud that it instantly spread throughout the entire martial arts pavilion. After shouting this, Xiao Han still maintained his kneeling posture, with his head lowered deeply, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. So embarrassing. I have never been so humiliated in my life. System, fuck you. Chapter 11, Social Death Scene? Divine Skills Obtained. When Xiao Han shouted Senior, your skills are unparalleled, the first floor of the martial arts pavilion suddenly became eerily quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone froze, their movements stopped, and their eyes were all cast towards the young man who was kneeling on the ground in front of a tattered book. The warriors who were originally talking in low voices now had their mouths half open, as if their necks were suddenly strangled, and they had forgotten what they were going to say next. Those who were concentrating on searching for martial arts also looked up, completely confused about what was happening. What is going on? This genius who was just given a perfect rating got out of breath during practice and his brain went haywire. Or is there something mentally ill about him? Kneel down to worship the basic breathing method reform? Still calling the senior's skills unparalleled? This wave of operations simply blinded everyone's eyes and completely overturned their inherent cognition. Puff. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed. Ahem, that kid, is he Xiao Han who awakened double SSS plus yesterday? What's he doing? Are you crazy? Kneeling down before a rubbish breathing technique? And calling it a senior's divine power? TSK, it seems that too much talent is not a good thing. It is easy to go astray. What a pity. Such a good seedling. Although everyone deliberately lowered their voices, they still clearly reached Xiao Han's ears. Xiao Han still maintained his kneeling posture, with his head buried deeply in the floor, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Social death. A large-scale social death scene. Now he just wanted to disappear from the world immediately, or ask the system to show mercy and teleport him away directly so that he would not have to see or be bothered. Just when he wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it, the system's mean voice finally sounded slowly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the God level selection. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special footwork of unknown grade a world away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special fist technique of unknown grade God destroying fist fragmented. In an instant, two extremely mysterious streams of information, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly poured into Xiao Han's mind. Countless obscure texts and extremely complex circuit diagrams were like a brand, deeply engraved in the depths of his soul. The exquisite footwork of A World Away, the secret of body movement, and the domineering and unparalleled fist intention of God-destroying fist were clearly displayed in his mind as if it were a revelation. Xiao Han only felt a buzzing in his mind, as if something was completely opened up. His understanding of body movement and boxing technique instantly rose to an incredible level. That feeling is mysterious and hard to describe in words. The system's rewards never disappoint him. Feeling the surging information in his mind and the desire surging deep in his body, Xiao Han's originally stiff body shook violently. An irrepressible excitement, like a volcanic eruption, instantly washed away the previous embarrassment and shame. What is social death? What does face matter? In the face of true strength improvement, everything is fleeting. Besides, who says this is social death? He, Xiao Han, is as thick-skinned as a city wall. This little scene is nothing to him. Thinking of this, Xiao Han suddenly raised his head, and the embarrassment and stiffness on his face disappeared without a trace, replaced by a kind of calm and unfathomable indifference. He stood up slowly, his movements smooth and natural, without the slightest awkwardness or panic, as if it was not him who had just knelt and kowtowed. He stretched out his hand, brushed off the non-existent dust on his body, and then carefully picked up the worn copy of Basic Breathing Method Reform, holding it in his arms as if it were a rare treasure. After doing all this, Xiao Han slowly turned around and calmly glanced at the warriors around him who were still in shock and confusion. His eyes were calm, yet with a subtle hint of mercy? It's like a peerless master is pitying a group of ordinary people. How can you ordinary people understand the realm of a master like me? The warriors who were swept by Xiao Han's gaze couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The words they wanted to laugh at or question were instantly stuck in their throats and they couldn't say them out. They couldn't explain why, but they felt that Xiao Han at this moment was mysterious and unfathomable. It's totally incomprehensible. Could it be? Were their previous guesses wrong? Could it be that Xiao Han kneeling in front of that broken book wasn't a foolish act, but did he really discover some peerless martial arts technique? The more I thought about it, the more it seemed to be true. You know, he is a top genius who has awakened dual SSS plus martial spirits. How could ordinary people like them understand the mind of a genius? Perhaps, that inconspicuous book Basic Breathing Method Reform really hides a huge secret. Only certain people with destiny can get a glimpse of the mystery. And Xiao Han, without a doubt, is the destined one. Thinking of this, the way many warriors looked at Xiao Han changed, and there was more awe in their eyes. Even mixed with a little envy and jealousy? If I had known that the shabby book was a treasure, what would have happened if I had just kneeled down? Maybe the next person to obtain supernatural powers will be me. Some people in the crowd couldn't hold back their thoughts and secretly glanced at the corner that was discovered by Xiao Han. Xiao Han naturally noticed the change in the gazes around him, and the corners of his mouth curled up almost imperceptibly. This is exactly the effect we want. Let you think about it carefully. He held the basic breathing technique reformed tightly, his expression calm, and walked out of the martial arts pavilion with steady steps. After leaving the martial arts pavilion, the sun was shining brightly outside. Xiao Han took a breath of fresh air, felt the freedom, and felt very relaxed. The process was a bit embarrassing, but the result was good. So close yet so far away. Destruction Fist. Just hearing the name is domineering enough and full of anticipation. Especially so close yet so far away, this is a martial arts technique with physical skills. Martial arts that require physical skills have always been rare and precious, and often cannot be purchased even if you pay a price. Not to mention that this is a special step of unknown grade. What he wished for came true, and it just made up for his shortcomings in physical skills. As for the Divine Fist of Destruction, although it is a fragment, just the word destruction alone can give us an idea of its power. What if I could find the whole article in the future? He suppressed his excitement and glanced around. The martial arts center is too crowded and not a good place to practice. I have to find a quiet place to study these two magical skills carefully. Thinking of this, Xiao Han did not delay any longer, quickened his pace, and walked out of the warrior center. Target, outdoor area number 1. The level of the exotic beasts there is not high, just right for training. At the same time, in the martial arts pavilion behind him, undercurrents were surging. As soon as Xiao Han left, many warriors immediately rushed to the northeast corner which had been ignored before. Their eyes were burning as they all stared at the lonely copy of Basic Breathing Technique Reform. Someone carefully picked up the tattered book, flipped through it page by page, and pondered it carefully, trying to find some clues. Some people imitated Xiao Han's previous actions and bowed to the bookshelf, muttering to themselves, hoping that magical powers would descend upon them. Some even spread out their things in a corner, intending to spend a long time there, trying to comprehend the so-called divine power. For a while, the martial arts pavilion was in chaos, with all kinds of strange and bizarre scenes appearing one after another, which was simply outrageous. Of course, Xiao Han knew nothing about these follow-up events. At this time, he had already left the Warrior Center and was heading quickly towards the #1 outdoor area. Chapter 12, Novice Village? I'll just kill them all. After leaving the Warrior Center, Xiao Han did not stay in Beihai City for too long. Right now, he just wanted to familiarize himself with the new skills as quickly as possible, and then work hard to improve his strength. After passing through the heavy city gate, the view suddenly opened up and the air immediately became fresh. A faint smell of blood hits you in the face. This is the dangerous area outside the city where humans and strange beasts compete for living space. Not far away, there is a huge alloy sign with bright red letters on it, Wild Area #1 Low Risk. Below the sign, there was another line of smaller text, Main Beasts, various types of Disciple Realm beasts, occasionally Warrior Realm 1st and 2nd level beasts appear. Warrior teams are advised to enter, please be careful. Low Risk Area? For Xiao Han today, this place is no different from a novice village. He did not go deeper immediately, but cautiously found a relatively open clearing in the forest with a good view. The scene of social death in the martial arts pavilion is still vivid in my mind now. Although it was a blessing in disguise and I gained a magical skill, the feeling. The corners of Xiao Han's mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly shook his head vigorously, forcing the extremely shameful memories out of his mind. A world away, Xiao Han slowly closed his eyes, and a large amount of information about this special footwork once again flooded into his mind like a tide. This footwork does not simply pursue speed, but also involves the clever use of the laws of space. With each step, the distance can be shortened to an inch, and the so-called close distance can become the end of the world. He began to try, following the route of the exercises, slowly circulating the spiritual energy in his body, carefully gathering it in the meridians of his legs. The next moment, he took a step forward. His body seemed to have suddenly lost its coordination. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. It was completely different from the graceful and agile figure he had imagined. The circulation pathways of spiritual energy are extremely complex, and the control required of the body far exceeds the previous second-grade body movement technique Phantom Step. Xiao Han was not discouraged. The more difficult it was to control, the more it proved his extraordinariness. He quickly calmed himself down and tried again and again, from the initial stumbling to gradually being able to take a few steps with ease. Although the movements still seem a bit awkward and sometimes a bit stiff, the speed has definitely improved a lot. Every step he took seemed as if there were invisible steps under his feet that were constantly shortening the distance. It was at least 30% faster than relying solely on the speed of physical body. Moreover, this is just a preliminary attempt and is far from the essence. Great! It really is worthy of being an unknown grade. Xiao Han secretly admired in his heart. Just as he was immersed in the joy of his newly mastered footwork, a low whimper suddenly came from the bushes not far away. Xiao Han paused and looked towards the source of the sound. Several pairs of eyes flashing with faint green light appeared in the shadows, and then 5 or 6 wolf-like beasts with sturdy bodies and blue-gray fur slowly walked out. They are slightly larger than ordinary wild wolves, with long and powerful limbs, sharp claws, and a faint light blue airflow surrounding their bodies. They are none other than the D-level monsters commonly found in Area 1, the Wind Wolf. The strength of these wind wolves is generally around the 7th or 8th level of martial arts. They are extremely fast and good at hunting. For ordinary new martial artists or lone martial artists, they are quite troublesome. Ouch! The leading wind wolf raised its head and let out a low howl, as if giving the order to attack. The other wind wolves immediately dispersed and formed a semi-encirclement. They stared at Xiao Han with their green eyes and saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they regarded him as a prey that had been delivered to their doorstep. Just right, let me try out my new boxing skills on you. Instead of being nervous, Xiao Han's lips curled up in an interested arc. Facing the rushing wind wolf, Xiao Han neither dodged nor evaded. He did not summon the Chaos Blue Lotus or the King of Eternal Night, and he did not even fully unleash the chi and blood power of the 4th level of the warrior realm. He just took a deep breath, slowly clenched his right fist, and the profound meaning of the fragments of the fist of destruction flowed through his mind. It was a fist intent of destruction, ruin, and crushing everything into nothingness. Although it is only a fragment, the artistic conception contained in it is extremely domineering. Xiao Han tried to incorporate a faint hint of destruction fist intent into his punch. He did not deliberately pursue speed and strength. The punch even looked a little slow and light, as if he was just pushing it forward casually. The wind wolf rushing in the front was the fastest. It opened its big, smelly mouth, and its sharp fangs flashed with cold light as it rushed straight towards Xiao Han's neck. However, just when its fangs were about to touch Xiao Han's seemingly slow fist arrived first and gently imprinted on the side of the wind wolf's face. There was no earth-shattering sound, not even a dull thud. Laugh. It was as if something was instantly annihilated and decomposed by an invisible force. The wind wolf's forward momentum suddenly stopped, and where its cheek touched the fist, its fur, flesh, and even bones began to crumble and dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into the finest dust. In just a moment, half of the wind wolf's head disappeared mysteriously as if it had been erased by an eraser. It didn't even have time to let out a scream before its huge body lost all life and collapsed to the ground. Hiss! The wind wolves behind were frightened by this strange and terrifying scene and stopped suddenly, their green eyes filled with fear and confusion. They couldn't understand why their companion died in such a strange way. Xiao Han himself was also surprised by the effect of this punch. He only mobilized a trace of the embryonic form of fist power and did not infuse much spiritual power, but it had such terrifying destructive power? If it touches you, you will be hurt. If it touches you, you will die? This god-destroying fist is indeed domineering. Just when Xiao Han was stunned, the passive effect of the Eternal Night King's spirit was quietly activated. He only felt that the light around him seemed to dim a little, and the shadow under his feet seemed to come alive, becoming thicker and deeper. His perception also became extremely sharp. He felt a faint gust of wind behind his head. It was another wind wolf trying to attack him from behind. It was almost an instinctive reaction. Xiao Han's figure seemed to blend into the shadows and slid one step to the side and back. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he had been standing there all along. So close yet so far away. Although still clumsy, but with the blessing of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit, his use of shadows and the coordination of his body movements instantly improved to a higher level. The wind wolf's sneak attack missed, and Xiao Han appeared beside it like a ghost. It was still that punch that looked so powerless. Puff! The wind wolf's waist was directly cut off by an invisible force, and his organs and blood flowed all over the ground. The following scene was a complete one-sided massacre. Xiao Han moved quickly among the remaining wind wolves. His steps became smoother and smoother, and from the initial stumbling, he gradually developed the feeling of shrinking the distance to an inch like in a world away. Every time he threw a punch, it carried a sense of destruction, sometimes heavy, sometimes light. Throughout the entire fight, Xiao Han didn't even take a breath. In less than half an hour, dozens of wind wolves had fallen dead in the open space in the forest. Chapter 13, encountered a robbery, counterattacked and established authority. Their deaths were in all kinds of strange ways, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Xiao Han stood among the corpses and frowned slightly. In the battle just now, he didn't use any spiritual power at all. He mainly relied on the fist intent of destruction god fist itself and the strength of his body. With the combination of the creation art and the chaos azure lotus, the speed of spiritual energy recovery is too exaggerated. Xiao Han felt that his dantian was almost always full of spiritual energy, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Chaos Green Lotus has powerful vitality and recovery effects. The art of creation is a 9th-grade martial art, and its efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy is far beyond that of ordinary martial arts. When these two are combined, and his physical energy and blood far surpass those of his peers, his endurance is simply insanely strong. What's the difference between this and a perpetual motion machine? This thought popped up in Xiao Han's mind. He bent down and deftly took out the exotic beast crystal core from the wind wolf's corpse. Most of these wind wolves are F level, and only the stronger ones at the head have reached D level. Although the quality is not high, the quantity is large. After a while, he had a small bag of shiny crystal cores in his hand, emitting a faint sense of energy. If you bring these things back to the Warrior Association, you can exchange them for a lot of points and federal coins. Warm-up complete, time to take a look inside. Xiao Han weighed the bag of crystal cores in his hand and looked deeper into the wild area. Just in the outer area, he became initially familiar with the two magical skills he had just acquired, and also verified his abnormal and sustained combat ability. After tidying up his clothes a little, Xiao Han determined the direction. He used the increasingly proficient so close yet so far away technique, and his body rose and fell a few times before he quickly disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, leaving behind only a mess. Xiao Han's figure moved quickly in the dense forest, and his steps were more agile and unpredictable than before. Although I am just beginning to learn the footwork of A World Away, I am still a beginner. But with the secret help of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit, he performed it quite smoothly and naturally. Actual combat is indeed the best training, and the integration of footwork and environment improves rapidly. A beast of the Wind Wolf's level really didn't pose much of a challenge to him. Xiao Han pondered in his heart. He needs to find a stronger guy to fight. It's a good opportunity to try out the power of God-destroying fist. While thinking about this, Xiao Han did not stop and continued to walk in the woods. He kept approaching the edge of Area 1. The further you go in, the thicker and taller the trees around you become. The skylight is blocked by the dense branches and leaves, and the surrounding environment becomes much darker. The smell of blood in the air seemed to be stronger, and one could faintly hear the roars and fighting sounds of strange beasts in the distance. This place seems to be a mix of good and bad people. It is definitely not a good place. Xiao Han's forward movement suddenly stopped. A series of heavy footsteps sounded, getting closer and closer, mixed with heavy breathing. He reacted very quickly, bent down immediately, and took cover of a giant tree to move forward silently. He carefully looked towards the source of the sound through the gaps between the branches and leaves. A wild boar-like beast of astonishing size appeared in sight. It was lowering its head and sniffing and digging the ground with its nose, as if looking for something. This guy's entire body is covered with tough keratinous skin, and the two thick and sharp fangs on the side of his mouth are particularly eye-catching. It is obvious that both his defense and attack should not be underestimated. The energy fluctuations it emitted were surprisingly at the second level of the warrior realm. Tuskboar, a D-rank exotic beast with amazing defense, powerful impact, and armor-piercing tusks. Okay, you're the one. Xiao Han made a decision in his heart. This tusked wild boar can be used to test the defense-breaking ability of the God-destroying fist. When he was considering when to make his move, he suddenly noticed some movement in the shadow of the tree behind him. He immediately became alert. Immediately afterwards, 3 figures came out from the depths of the dense forest and quickly surrounded him in the center. Xiao Han immediately stopped all movements and turned his gaze towards the 3 figures. These 3 men were all dressed very neatly, in tight clothes suitable for fighting. They were stained with a strong smell of blood. You can tell at first glance that he is the kind of martial artist who has been fighting for his life in the wilderness for years. The leader was a bald man with a strong physique. The scar on his face was particularly conspicuous, running hideously from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. This guy's cultivation level is estimated to be at the 3rd level of warrior realm. The remaining 2. One is tall and thin, with a pair of sinister triangular eyes. The other one was much shorter and stockier, always with a stern face. Both of them have reached the 2nd level of warrior realm. It was obvious at first glance that these 3 people were not good people, and as soon as they appeared, they surrounded him in a fan shape. Their purpose was obvious. Xiao Han's heart tightened. His previous fights with others were all for sparring purposes, but this time it was obviously a fight of life and death. The scarred man grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth. His eyes swept over him, especially lingering for a moment on the bulging bag around his waist. Then he said greedily, "Boy, you are quite courageous. You dare to go to a place like this alone? TSK, you are lucky. Look, you have a good harvest." The tall and thin man with triangular eyes chuckled. "Boss, why waste time talking to this brat? He looks delicate and tender, and I think he's some rich family's son who's out to experience life, or maybe he's just passed his warrior certification and has no idea of his own limitations." The short and strong warrior remained silent, but silently pulled out the short-handled axe behind him and locked Xiao Han tightly. Scarface took a step forward, unleashing his aura without reservation. "Kid, be smart and hand over all your crystal cores, money, and valuables to me immediately. If I'm in a good mood, I might even show mercy and consider sparing your life." Xiao Han looked at them calmly with a calm expression, and slowly asked, "3 of you, are you serious about robbing me? Ha? You're about to die, and you still dare to be stubborn?" An expression of impatience instantly crossed the tall, thin man's face as he said, "Boss, don't waste your time with him. Just kill this newly certified rookie. Who knew it was us? Go ahead." Before he finished speaking, the tall and thin man suddenly shook his body, and the dagger in his hand, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, went straight for Xiao Han's throat. At the same time, the scarred man also let out a low roar, and the thick-backed machete in his hand, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, chopped down on his head like a mountain, and the force was so heavy and fierce that it was astonishing. The short and strong warrior quietly circled from the side, and the short axe in his hand accurately blocked Xiao Han's space to dodge to the left. The three of them cooperated with each other so well that countless warriors had lost their lives due to their tacit cooperation. Faced with this sudden siege, Xiao Han felt a little excited. Just when I was worried about not being able to find a suitable person to practice boxing with, someone suddenly gave me a pillow when I felt sleepy? You came just in time. He was even too lazy to summon the Chaos Green Lotus for defense. He didn't take this level of attack seriously. Snort. Just as the blade of the knife and the axe were about to touch his body, Xiao Han's figure suddenly became illusory and then merged into the air. The Eternal Night King's martial spirit was instantly activated by him at this moment. The next moment, in the astonished eyes of the three robbers, Xiao Han's figure disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 14, The First Battle Between Two Souls, Shocking the Villains. The scarred face and the tall and thin man's attacks were accompanied by sharp wind sounds, and they chopped and stabbed fiercely. The target was directly at the location before Xiao Han disappeared. However, their weapons only penetrated a faint shadow that remained in the air. The short and strong warrior's axe also missed and almost hit the mud. There was a soft puff sound, which was the sound of a weapon cutting through the shadow. The attack missed, and the three men froze in their tracks. Scarface was the one who reacted the fastest. His face trembled, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he roared, "Where's the guy? Be careful. This kid's body movements are too weird." In fact, he didn't need to say much, the remaining two people had already noticed that the situation was strange. The target boy disappeared suddenly and silently. Only a shadow was left where it was. The shadow was darker than the surrounding darkness and exuded a heart-pounding aura. Unfortunately, before his warning had even finished, something strange had already happened. Xiao Han's figure did not disappear into thin air. His entire body sank into the shadow beneath his feet. That shadow, due to the Eternal Night King's martial spirit, began to move strangely, and was now surprisingly active. At this moment, a world away is no longer just a footwork, but more like the authority given to him by the shadow. The space seemed to twist and fold under his feet. With one step, he had silently circled behind the relatively short and strong warrior. The light around him seemed to dim a bit. The short and strong warrior felt a chill on his back. An indescribable sense of crisis instantly enveloped his heart, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Without thinking, he turned around and swung his axe to block. Unfortunately, it's too late. A seemingly ordinary fist, without any spiritual power, and even the sound of breaking through the air was minimal, just lightly hit the vital point of his vest. It's the god-destroying fist. Puff! The short and strong warrior's body suddenly stiffened, his eyes widened with disbelief and horror. He felt an indescribable force with a destructive aura instantly penetrate his body and rush violently into his internal organs. Wherever that power passed, life quickly melted and collapsed like ice and snow scorched by the scorching sun. He opened his mouth and wanted to scream, but all that came out was a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Then, his entire body's breath rapidly faded like a punctured balloon, the light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and his tall body collapsed limply to the ground, without a sound. From the moment Xiao Han disappeared to the moment the short and strong warrior died, the entire process was as fast as lightning, taking only 1 or 2 breaths. Third brother. The Scarface and the tall and thin man let out a terrified roar at the same time. They saw with their own eyes that their companions died just like that. That's a real warrior at the second level. But they couldn't see clearly how he died, or even how the other party attacked him. The bone-chilling cold instantly gripped their hearts. This is fear. Fat sheep? This is basically a monster with human skin on its head. The tall and thin man's triangular eyes were full of fear. Encirclement and killing? Robbery? All forgotten. There was only one word left in his mind: escape. Unfortunately, Xiao Han's cold gaze had already locked onto this target. The tall and thin man just turned around and was about to run. Xiao Han's figure became blurred again, drawing an extremely strange arc in the shadows. A world away is combined with the shadow power of the King of Eternal Night. He shuttled through the darkness, ignoring the distance, and in an instant he blocked the sight of the tall and thin man. His escape route was completely blocked. Get out of here! The tall and thin man was at the end of his rope, and his face was full of madness. He mobilized all his spiritual power, and the short knife in his hand danced out a cold knife net, covering Xiao Han's head. He tried to force his opponent to retreat and give himself a chance to survive. Facing this desperate counterattack, Xiao Han's eyes remained calm. He swayed slightly. The angle was extremely tricky, and he barely avoided most of the knife light. At the same time, the right fist clenched again. A more condensed destructive fist intention gathered at the tip of the fist. Target, the head. The fist tore the gaps in the knife net with incredible speed, and it was the last one to be attacked but was the first to arrive. The tall and thin man only felt a flash before his eyes. A terrifying and overwhelming force had hit his temple hard. Bang! A dull cracking sound was heard. The tall and thin man's head was completely deflated, and his skull collapsed and deformed. Red and white splashed on the spot. The madness and fear on his face were completely frozen. His body stiffened and fell backward, falling heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Another one died. In the blink of an eye, only one of the three arrogant robbers was left. The only remaining Scarface was completely stunned. He stood there, shaking violently, and the scar on his face was twitching. There was only boundless horror and despair in his eyes. Too fast. So strong. So weird. This is not a contest on the same level at all. Their warrior cultivation, which they were so proud of, was completely vulnerable in front of this young man. Devil, devil. Scarface screamed shrilly, his voice changing pitch. His psychological defenses have completely collapsed. He no longer had any thought of resisting, and didn't even dare to say a harsh word. He turned around and ran away. He used all his strength in his legs and ran desperately towards the depths of the jungle, just wanting to get as far away from this evil star as possible. Want to leave now? It's too late. Xiao Han looked at Scarface's fleeing back with an indifferent tone. He did not chase after him immediately, but instead had a sudden thought. Buzz. The shadow of a lush and verdant lotus emitting a hazy glow quietly emerged behind him. The lotus petals were stacked one upon another, exuding a mysterious breath of life. It was his other SSS plus martial soul, the Chaos Green Lotus. Although the King of Eternal Night is good at hunting and killing, Xiao Han wants to try the attack method of Chaos Green Lotus. With the appearance of the Chaos Green Lotus, Xiao Han's aura also changed, becoming less cold and mysterious, and more vast and majestic. He put his fingers together like a sword and pointed in the direction where Scarface was running away. Call out. A solid green lotus petal fell off from the shadow of the chaotic green lotus and instantly turned into a stream of light, so fast that it was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. The edge of the lotus petals was extremely sharp, drawing a faint green track in the air. With an awe-inspiring aura that could purify all evil, it caught up with the fleeing Scarface with incredible precision. Scarface, who was running wildly, felt a chill on his back, and an overwhelming and sharp aura had penetrated his body. He looked down and saw the tip of a crystal-clear green lotus petal, as if carved from jade, protruding from his chest, even stained with warm blood. Well. Scarface's body stiffened and his running stopped abruptly. The fear and despair on his face froze, and the last light in his eyes quickly dissipated. The huge body staggered forward a few steps, and finally fell to the ground with a thump. The remaining power of the green lotus sword was undiminished, and it nailed him to the ground directly. Blood gushed out, staining the fallen leaves beneath him red. The three robbers, including one at the third level of martial arts, were all killed in less than a minute. Chapter 15 Unexpected Discovery, Mysterious Valley. The bloody smell in the air was gradually replaced by the fresh scent of grass and trees in the forest. Xiao Han looked at the three miserable corpses on the ground with a calm expression, as if he had just crushed a few troublesome insects to death. He walked forward and began to feel around the three people with swift movements. The harvest was meager. In addition to dozens of exotic beast crystal cores of varying qualities, which added up to only tens of thousands of federal coins, there was also a crudely made first-grade martial arts book called Mountain Splitting Axe Technique, which was thrown away by Xiao Han so casually that he didn't even think it took up space when bringing it into the system space. Poor bastard. Xiao Han curled his lips, a little disgusted. It seems that robbery is not a promising career. He was just about to activate his spiritual power to destroy the three bodies to avoid leaving any traces, when something strange happened. The Eternal Night King's martial spirit, which had been quietly floating in his sea of consciousness, suddenly felt an extremely slight yet unusually clear throbbing. It was a wonderful feeling, like a compass had found the right direction, pointing to a certain location deep in the jungle with a hint of longing. Xiao Han paused and raised his brows slightly. The King of Eternal Night is in charge of shadows, space, and stealth, and is extremely sensitive to special energy fluctuations. Anything that can cause it to react is definitely not an ordinary thing. He gave up the idea of dealing with the corpses. Anyway, strange beasts were rampant in this area, and it wouldn't be long before these 3 corpses would become food for some creatures. Following the faint sensation from the King of Eternal Night, Xiao Han adjusted his direction and cast a world away. His figure disappeared into the depths of the dense jungle like a ghost. He gradually strayed from the warrior's usual routes. The trees around him grew older and thicker, with vines intertwined and few people around. The air around me became much more humid. The mist rose silently. The deeper you go, the thicker the fog becomes. The distance within sight is shortened dramatically. In the end, the fog was so thick that it was almost impossible to dissipate, and everything in front of me was a chaos. There was dead silence all around. Even the chirping of insects and birds had completely disappeared, leaving only his own barely audible footsteps, spreading in the fog and seeming unusually abrupt. However, Xiao Han keenly noticed another change. The concentration of spiritual energy here is rising at an alarming rate. Compared to outside, it is several times richer. Pure energy particles seemed to be floating in the moist air, and just one breath of it made him feel suddenly refreshed. Such a rich spiritual energy. Could it be that this place is hiding some kind of natural treasure? Xiao Han's heart moved slightly, and he acted more cautiously. Such a good place often means great danger. He slowed down his pace, and the power of the King of Eternal Night was secretly operating, reducing his movements to almost insignificant levels. At the same time, all 5 senses were at their highest level, alert to the slightest movement around them. Finally, the dense fog area came to an end. The scene before my eyes suddenly became clear. He found that he had walked into a deep valley without realizing it. The valley was shrouded in mist, and the sun could actually penetrate the mist, illuminating the valley floor in dots. What made his heart jump even more was that this valley was full of magical herbs and medicines that were hard to find outside. Clusters of star grass shimmering with light. The leaves of the jade orchid looked like jade. He even saw several blood-clotting flowers that were quite old. Any one of these things can be sold at a good price in the warrior market. Xiao Han resisted the urge to pick it immediately. His eyes were fixed on the innermost part of the valley. The source of the sensation given by the King of Eternal Night is right there. He leaned against the mountain wall, crouched down and groped forward, deliberately avoiding those spiritual medicines. The target is deep in the valley. Finally, there is a fairly open stone platform at the bottom of the valley. He found the root of the reaction of the martial soul. It was a strange plant half a man's height. It looks very much like a lotus. But the color of his whole body was a deep, shiny black, as if it wanted to absorb all the light around it. Only on the edge of the petals can you see a trace of silver-gray light flowing erratically. Looking closely, the space around the silver-gray light seemed a little distorted, revealing very faint spatial fluctuations. This black lotus just grows there quietly, without any earth-shattering momentum, but with an indescribable mysterious and ancient flavor. It doesn't feel like something that should exist in this world. Next to the black lotus, there is a broken stone tablet. The stone tablet was covered with traces of wind and sun, and was engraved with some vague ancient symbols, most of which were unclear. What the hell is this? Xiao Han's pupils suddenly shrank. My heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. This black lotus gave him a feeling of danger, yet it also had an irresistible temptation. Especially the faint spatial fluctuations, which actually had some inexplicable resonance with the power of the King of Eternal Night. He was almost certain that this thing was definitely not an ordinary treasure from heaven and earth. It might even be related to the martial spirit itself. Xiao Han couldn't help it any longer, and just when he wanted to get closer to take a closer look, he heard the roar. No sign at all. A terrifying roar suddenly exploded. The sound made my ears buzz, as if it was going to tear my soul apart. The sound came from the shadow behind Heilian. The entire valley was shaken violently by this earth-shaking shout. The thick fog was instantly dispersed by the sound waves, revealing the source of the roar. It was a strange beast as big as a hill. It looks like a giant ape, but its body is covered with inky black scales, with a cold metallic luster. A pair of huge scarlet eyes, like 2 huge lanterns, were fixed on Xiao Han, full of brutality, bloodthirstiness, and inviolable majesty. What made Xiao Han's scalp tingle the most was that the terrifying aura emanating from the black giant ape was crushing towards him like a raging wave. The pressure was far beyond that of any opponent he had encountered before, and was even more terrifying than the aura that teacher Lin Xingxia casually exuded during the awakening ceremony. Martial Master Realm. And it is definitely not as simple as just entering the martial artist realm. At least mid-level martial artist, or even higher. Under this terrifying pressure, Xiao Han felt his breathing stagnate, and the blood in his body seemed to solidify. His body tensed uncontrollably, and even moving a finger became extremely difficult. The gap is too big. A warrior at the 4th level, facing a terrifying beast that is at least in the middle level of the martial artist realm, is simply like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or an ant trying to shake a tree. Run. Must run immediately. This thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind instantly. However, the scarlet eyes of the black giant ape had already locked onto his breath, and the terrifying pressure imprisoned him in place like a substance. Even using a world away to escape with the help of the shadow became extremely difficult. The shadow of death hung over his heart as never before. At this critical moment, the system's slightly cheesy notification tone rang in his mind like a heavenly sound. Ding! The host has been detected to be in an unprecedented desperate situation, and the desire to survive is overflowing. The God-level choice has been triggered. Chapter 16: A Desperate Fight. Ding! The host has been detected to be in an unprecedented desperate situation, and the desire to survive is overflowing. The God-level choice has been triggered. Chapter 16: A Desperate Fight. Ding! The host has been detected to be in an unprecedented current environment, encountered the black-scaled mad ape, a mid-level martial artist, possibly higher beast. Life is seriously threatened, less than 3 seconds from death. Option 1, burn half of the host's current chi and health, forcibly break free from the aura lock, and perform the ultimate escape move a world away. Reward, one-time death substitute item, life-saving golden cicada pill, can be used to take over a fatal attack once, allowing a random teleportation escape. Price, damage to the foundation, and cultivation level drops to the 1st level of the warrior realm, requiring a large amount of resources to recover. Option 2, don't care about life or death, fight to the death. Choose to face the black-scaled ape head-on and fight for a glimmer of hope in desperate situations. Reward, based on the host's performance in this battle, survival time, damage dealt, fighting spirit, etc., you will gain partial control of the mysterious Black Lotus suspected to be a spatial treasure and have a high chance of obtaining information on the subsequent fragments of destroying Divine Fist. Host, please make your choice within 3 seconds. Countdown, 3. The cold mechanical sound echoed in my mind, like a death warrant from the god of death. Xiao Han's mind became unusually clear at this moment. Option 1 meant survival. The golden cicada pill, a form of death transfer, sounded incredibly tempting. But the price was equally enormous. Half of his energy and blood had been burned, his cultivation had plummeted 3 levels, and his foundation had been damaged. This meant that all his previous efforts had been almost wasted. If he wanted to recover, he didn't know how much time and resources it would take. More importantly, his state of mind. Deserting from battle, relying on gadgets to survive, would forever shadow his path to martial arts. He, Xiao Han, was a time traveler, a genius who had awakened twin SSS plus martial spirits. How could he be so cowardly before the battle and become a homeless dog? Option 2, a near-death experience. It could even be said that there's no chance of survival. A 4th-level warrior versus a mid-level martial artist? This isn't just a challenge of leaping levels, it's like an egg hitting a stone, an ant trying to shake a tree. But the reward, partial control of the mysterious Black Lotus. The sequel to the God-destroying fist. Either of these two things is enough to drive countless powerful people crazy. The spatial fluctuations emitted by the Black Lotus faintly echoed with his eternal Night King. It was definitely a treasure that defied the heavens. He had just experienced the power of the destruction god fist. If he could obtain the subsequent fragments, escape, survive, but lose the future. Risk your life and fight to the death, but there is a 1 in 10,000 chance to seize that heaven-defying opportunity. 2. The system countdown continues. The black-scaled mad ape seemed to have noticed something strange about the ant in front of him. A hint of impatience flashed in his scarlet eyes, and a low roar came from his throat. The terrifying pressure intensified again, and Xiao Han felt that his consciousness began to blur. Damn it, let's fight. In a flash, Xiao Han made a decision. I was mediocre in my previous life, but I finally got a great start in this life. Am I going to run away like a coward? The path of martial arts is to defy the will of heaven, to fight against the heavens, against the earth, and against humanity. If you can't even take this little risk, how can you even hope to reach the pinnacle? Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. System. I choose 2. Xiao Han almost exhausted all his soul power and roared in his heart, "Fuck him. Risk my life." Ding. Host selection confirmed. Option 2, don't care about life or death, just fight if you don't agree. Already selected. Rewards will be calculated based on performance after the battle. As his choice was confirmed, an indescribable, unyielding fighting spirit, as if emanating from the depths of his soul, erupted. This fighting spirit was like a spark that ignited a prairie fire, instantly igniting his almost crushed will. That is a kind of arrogance of "my destiny is in my own hands." It is a kind of determination that even if I die, I will splatter your blood. Boom. It was as if some invisible shackles had been forcibly broken free by this soaring fighting spirit. The terrifying pressure that had originally imprisoned him like a substance actually loosened for a moment. Although it was still as heavy as a mountain, he felt the existence of his body again and could mobilize the spiritual power in his body. Roar. For the first time, a hint of obvious surprise flashed in the scarlet eyes of the black scale ape opposite. It could clearly feel that this creature in front of it, as tiny as dust, did not collapse under the pressure that was enough to crush mountains. Instead, it burst out with a tenacious will that even surprised it. This ant dared to resist? After the accident, there was a tremendous rage. The black-scaled ape felt that his dignity had been challenged. How dare an ant bar its teeth in front of a giant dragon? Roar! A roar grew even more violent, even more ferocious, as if ripping the entire valley apart. It boomed with a bang. The sound waves transformed into visible ripples, completely shattering the surrounding fog. The ground shook violently, sending countless pieces of rubble flying into the air. The black-scaled mad ape's mountain-like body suddenly stood up, and its extremely strong arms beat its chest covered with black scales, making a dull sound like beating a drum. Boom! 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 Every sound seemed to strike Xiao Han's heart, bringing an incomparable sense of oppression. Its huge scarlet eyes were fixed on Xiao Han, filled with the brutality of destroying everything. The terrifying aura was several times stronger than before. The little breathing space Xiao Han had just gained was instantly overwhelmed by even more violent pressure. But he did not retreat, his eyes became sharper. The will to fight is ignited, there is no retreat. Then, fight. The terrifying pressure, like a landslide or tsunami, pinned Xiao Han to the spot, and his bones groaned under the heavy burden. However, the moment he made the life or death decision, an indomitable will burst out from the depths of his soul, and actually shook the ironclad blockade. Roar! For the first time, a flicker of anthropomorphic surprise flashed across the crimson eyes of the black-scaled ape. This ant, unfazed by fear? And even dared to defy its authority? After the surprise, there was a rage like a volcanic eruption. Open it for me. Xiao Han's eyes were red, and the creation art in his body was running wildly, squeezing out every bit of spiritual power. Buzz! Two completely different, yet equally noble and vast auras suddenly bloomed behind him. The shadow of a chaotic blue lotus, lush and green, with a hazy glow of life, rises slowly, and the lotus petals stretch out, as if carrying the vast and boundless newborn universe. At the same time, the shadows under his feet squirmed and boiled like living things, condensing into a vague, deep, and all-devouring king's phantom, the king of eternal night. Twin SSS plus martial spirits appear at the same time. Although in front of the terrifying aura of the black-scaled mad ape at the martial artist level, the aura of the two souls was like two small boats in the stormy waves. It seemed a little insignificant, but the high rank and profound nature it contained carried an innate dignity and majesty that even made the furious black-scaled ape pause in its movements. Chapter 17, instead of retreating, advance. Now is the time. Xiao Han's mind raced as he tried to seize this fleeting opportunity. However, the mad ape's stagnation lasted less than half a second. Provoked by two higher-level martial spirit auras, it went completely berserk. Roar! Amidst the earth-shaking roar, the black-scaled ape's right fist, which was as big as a millstone and covered with thick black scales, was wrapped in demonic power as sticky as ink. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky, with a shrill scream that tore through the air, and it slammed down towards Xiao Han's head. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying wind from the fist had already made it difficult for Xiao Han to breathe, and the ground around him cracked inch by inch. Fast. Too fast. The angry attack from the powerful martial artist was simply not something he could dodge with his current speed. At the critical moment, the shadow of the King of Eternal Night suddenly merged into the shadow under his feet, and the light around him suddenly dimmed. So close yet so far away. Xiao Han's figure instantly became blurred and erratic, like a drop of ink melting into water. The shadows under his feet flowed and folded strangely. His body slid several meters to the side and rear at an angle that completely violated common sense of physics. Boom! The Mad Ape's iron fist slammed hard on the place where Xiao Han had just stood. The ground shook violently, and a terrifying fist pit several meters deep suddenly appeared, with gravel and dust rising into the sky. The sharp wind from the fist brushed against Xiao Han's cheek, bringing a burning stinging sensation, and a few strands of black hair were cut off by the strong wind and fell off. That was a close call. Xiao Han was still terrified, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. If it weren't for the combined power of A World Away and the shadow power of the King of Eternal Night, this punch would have been enough to crush him into a pulp. You can't just take the beating. Xiao Han's eyes became fierce, and he took advantage of the moment when the Mad Ape's punch missed and the old strength had just gone and the new strength had not yet been generated, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He clenched his right fist, a faint but extremely condensed destruction fist intention flowing out from the insides of the remaining fragments of destruction divine fist and converging on the tip of his fist. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a terrifying feeling of extinction and collapse of all things. Break it for me. Xiao Han let out a low roar, exerted force on his feet, and his body moved like lightning, punching the Mad Ape's thick arm that had just been raised. Clang! An extremely harsh sound, like the sound of a heavy hammer hitting fine iron, suddenly rang out. Xiao Han only felt an incomparable recoil force coming from his fist, which made his entire arm numb and his knuckles almost cracked. Looking closely, he saw only a shallow, almost negligible white mark left on the black-scaled ape's arm, which was covered with thick scales. He couldn't even break the scales. Fuck. This defense, is it cheating? Xiao Han couldn't help but curse in his heart. His attack contained a hint of the destructive fist intent, which could cause considerable damage even to a beast at the peak of the warrior realm. But when it hit this Mad Ape, it was just a tickle. The martial artist realm is so terrifying. Although Xiao Han's attack failed to work, it completely enraged the Valley Overlord. Its huge scarlet eyes were almost spewing fire, and its other claw, as huge as a palm leaf fan, brought with it a fishy wind that could tear everything apart, and swept towards Xiao Han's head like lightning. Before the claw shadow arrived, the sharp aura had already made Xiao Han's skin sting. This claw was faster and more powerful than the previous punch. And its coverage was so large that it was impossible to avoid it. Xiao Han's pupils suddenly shrank, and he couldn't dodge in time, so he could only take it head-on. Green Lotus protects the body. With a thought, the shadow of the chaotic green lotus behind him suddenly shone brightly, and soft yet tough green light fell down, instantly condensing into a translucent green lotus shield in front of him. Bang! The sharp claws of the Mad Ape slammed hard on the green lotus shield, making a dull sound like a drum. The green lotus shield vibrated violently, ripples appeared on its surface, and its light dimmed a lot in an instant, but it finally stubbornly withstood this terrifying attack. However, the terrifying impact force still penetrated the lotus shield and hit Xiao Han hard. Puff! Xiao Han felt as if he had been hit hard, his throat felt sweet, and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood, but he forced himself to swallow it back. The qi and blood in the body surged wildly, and the internal organs seemed to shift place, and severe pain spread throughout the body in an instant. But he gritted his teeth and held on, not being knocked away. At the same time, the life force of the Chaos Green Lotus began to take effect. Streams of pure and gentle energy flowed throughout his body, quickly repairing his damaged meridians and internal organs, and the turbulent blood and qi quickly calmed down. The recovery ability is quite good. Xiao Han felt relieved as he felt the injuries in his body improving rapidly. The auxiliary ability of Chaos Green Lotus is truly incredible in terms of saving lives. But the black-scaled ape obviously didn't intend to give him a chance to breathe. 2 consecutive attacks were blocked or avoided by this ant. Although the opponent also paid a price, it undoubtedly made it feel humiliated and became more and more irritable. Roar! The Mad Ape let out an even more furious roar towards the sky. It gave up close combat, and its huge body leaned back slightly. In its open bloody mouth, extremely rich inky black energy began to gather madly. Sizzle! There was a teeth-grinding sound of energy friction in the air, and the surrounding light seemed to be swallowed and distorted by that ball of energy. An energy ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter, as black as ink, and destructive arcs flashing on the surface from time to time, quickly condensed and took shape in the mouth of the Mad Ape. The energy ball emitted a terrifying and heart-pounding wave, as if it contained enough power to destroy everything. An unprecedented sense of terror and crisis, as if death was strangling his throat, instantly enveloped Xiao Han's whole body. He clearly felt that his energy was firmly locked by the black energy ball, and no matter where he escaped, this attack would follow him like a shadow. Xiao Han's scalp exploded instantly, and every hair on his body stood on end. You must not take this attack head-on. If you accept it, you will definitely die. The inky black energy ball condensed in the mouth of the black-scaled mad ape emitted an aura of destruction that almost condensed into substance, like the scythe of the god of death hanging behind Xiao Han's neck. The chi was locked tightly, and the soul was trembling, as if it would be completely annihilated in the next second. Head-on attack? Death is inevitable. Escape? Under the chi's lock, even a world away might not be able to completely escape. Once it is hit, the consequences will be disastrous. Xiao Han's brain was working at an unprecedented speed, his adrenaline was surging, and his instinct for survival was squeezing out every bit of potential. At the brink of despair, he keenly caught a glimpse of something unusual in the depths of the violent and crazy scarlet eyes of the black-scaled ape. There seemed to be a very subtle, almost imperceptible trace of disharmony and darkness. Is it an illusion? No. Thinking of the unusually rich yet eerie spiritual energy in this valley, and the mysterious black lotus at the bottom of the valley emitting spatial fluctuations. Could this mad ape, guarding this place, be connected to the black lotus? Did it pay a price to wield such terrifying energy? Or was its control not perfect? Chapter 18 Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. An extremely crazy thought suddenly flashed through Xiao Han's mind like lightning. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Let us take a chance. System. I choose to. Risking my life. The roar in his heart seemed to still echo in his ears. Since you have chosen not to retreat, then stick to it to the end. At the moment when the destructive energy ball was about to be ejected, Xiao Han not only did not retreat or dodge, but instead did a move that was incomprehensible to any bystander he moved. The creation art of heaven was pushed to its limit, the spiritual power in the body surged like boiling magma, and the muscles in the legs bulged. Under his feet, the power of the eternal Night King's martial spirit completely erupted, and a thick shadow, like the darkest ink, instantly swallowed him up and enveloped him, and the light around him dimmed rapidly. So close yet so far away. His figure suddenly became blurred and illusory, and he shuttled quickly in the shadows like a ghost, facing the extremely terrifying energy pressure. At an extremely tricky angle, he rushed towards the blind spot of the energy ball's attack, the lower side of the huge body of the black-scaled ape. All of the mad ape's attention was now focused on the energy ball that was ready to be released and the prey it had locked onto. It had never expected that this ant, which it thought was doomed to die, would dare to make such a bold and even suicidal counterattack at this critical moment. Roar! A trace of obvious surprise flashed across the mad ape's huge scarlet eyes. This brief moment of confusion caused an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible deviation in its control over the energy ball. At the same time, Xiao Han had already arrived. He endured the pressure from the wild ape's momentum, and his body was almost collapsing. He clenched his right fist and poured out all the destruction fist meaning he had comprehended from the fragments of destruction fist without reservation, pushing it to the extreme. The target was not the indestructible black scales, but the relatively fragile eyes that had just flashed with an abnormal fluctuation. Break it for me. With a suppressed growl, Xiao Han's fist seemed to penetrate the barrier of space, carrying with it a terrifying sense of annihilation and collapse of everything. It arrived first and hit the huge lantern-like left eye of the black-scaled mad ape solidly. Phew! It was like a ripe watermelon being hit hard by a sledgehammer. The viscous liquid mixed with broken tissue suddenly splashed out. Ouch! A shrill, extremely painful howl, enough to tear the eardrums, suddenly resounded throughout the valley. The huge body of the black-scaled mad ape trembled violently, and the ball of destructive energy in its mouth, which was ready to be released, completely lost control and whizzed past the mountain wall like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. Boom! The energy ball slammed hard into the hard mountain wall in the distance, causing a deafening roar that shook the earth. The entire valley seemed to tremble and shake. The mountain wall that was hit head-on collapsed instantly, leaving a huge gap. Rocks flew into the air, smoke and dust filled the air, and the terrifying energy aftermath raged, destroying all the spiritual herbs and medicines around. A successful strike. Xiao Han didn't dare to relax at all. The black-scale ape, which had lost one eye, not only did not lose its fighting power, but instead fell into an unprecedented state of frenzy. The boundless pain and the humiliation of being severely hit by an ant-like being drove it completely crazy. Roar! 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 The mad ape's only remaining right eye became even more scarlet and terrifying, almost dripping blood. Its huge body twisted wildly, with thick arms and sharp claws. It slapped and tore the surroundings randomly without any rules, bringing up gusts of fishy wind and smashing the hard ground into one terrifying pit after another. However, Xiao Han keenly caught a glimpse of an opportunity. Even though the mad ape was extremely violent, it had lost an eye, and its sense of balance and distance were severely affected. Its originally ferocious attack had now become chaotic, revealing more flaws. Now, Xiao Han endured the churning blood and energy in his body, as well as the severe pain in his internal organs that were injured by the aftermath of the energy. The life force of the Chaos Green Lotus quietly circulated, quickly repairing his injuries, and at the same time, his figure merged into the shadows again. The footwork of so close yet so far away was used with all his strength, as if dancing on the edge of a knife, narrowly avoiding the crazy attack of the mad ape and approaching again. This time, he also clenched his left fist tightly, and a more condensed dark energy with spiral penetrating power was integrated into the destructive fist. The target is still the bloody wound on the left eye. Kill you while you are sick. Come again. Another dull crash. Xiao Han's left fist, as swift as a poisonous snake emerging from its hole, struck the mad ape's eye socket wound again with incredible precision. The hidden power contained in the fist is like a high-speed rotating drill, penetrating instantly and madly destroying the internal tissues. Ouch! This time, the black-scaled mad ape couldn't even make a complete roar, and could only make a hoarse whimper like a broken bellows. The huge body trembled violently, and the extremely violent aura on its body quickly faded away like a balloon punctured by a sharp weapon. Heavy damage. Fatal heavy damage. 2 consecutive attacks on the same vital point finally completely destroyed this terrifying beast at the martial artist level. But Xiao Han knew in his heart that it was not over yet. A trapped beast will still fight, and is often the most dangerous. He didn't dare to be careless at all and forcibly squeezed out the last bit of spiritual power in his body. The power of his 2 souls was once again mobilized to the limit. The shadow of the Chaos Green Lotus slowly bloomed with a soft and holy green light behind him, and a pure power that purified and dispelled all evil spirits flowed out like a stream. The shadow of the King of Eternal Night exudes an increasingly deep and dark shadow. Xiao Han put his fingers together like a sword, skillfully guiding the purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus and attaching it to his right fist, which contained the fist intent of the god-destroying fist. The cyan purifying light and the gray-black aura of destruction, 2 completely opposite forces, at this moment, under his will, strangely merged for a moment. Die! Xiao Han used up his last bit of strength and delivered a punch containing double power, fiercely landing on the dull single eye of the black-scaled ape. Puff! This time, there was no screaming, no struggling. The mad ape's huge body suddenly stiffened, and the last ray of light in its only remaining right eye was completely extinguished. Its body, as towering as a mountain, fell backwards with a loud bang. Boom! The earth shook violently again, and smoke and dust filled the air. The valley fell into deathly silence for a moment. Hoo! Xiao Han could no longer hold on. His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath like a dying fish. My whole body was in pain, my bones felt like they were falling apart, my internal organs were burning with pain, and my spiritual power was completely squeezed out. Even moving a finger felt extremely difficult. Survived the disaster. He looked at the huge corpse of the alien beast lying not far away, completely lifeless, and a bleak but extremely happy smile appeared on his face. Intermediate level of martial artist? I beat him up. Although the process was extremely thrilling, it was almost entirely due to the system's selection, the characteristics of the dual souls, the power of the magical skills, and a little bit of luck that he managed to fight for a way to survive in the face of death, but in the end, he still won. Just when his consciousness began to become a little fuzzy, the friendly prompt sound of the system finally came to his mind. Chapter 19 Rapid Improvement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a life or death struggle in a desperate situation and successfully killing a target far beyond their own strength. The black-scaled Mad Ape Martial Master Level 4. Combat Performance Rating, S+, fearless, courageous but careful, precise strikes, extreme counterattack. According to the host, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a life or death struggle in a desperate situation and successfully killing a target far beyond their own strength. The black-scaled Mad Ape Martial Master Level 4. Combat Performance Rating, S+, fearless, courageous but careful, precise strikes, extreme counterattack. According to the host, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a life or death struggle in a desperate situation and successfully killing a target far beyond their own strength. The black-scaled Mad Ape Martial Master Level 4. Combat performance rating, S+, fearless, courageous but careful, precise strikes, extreme counterattack. Rewards are being calculated based on the host's performance in this battle. Congratulations to the host for receiving the special reward, initial control of the Shadow Demon Lotus Core. Congratulations to the host's SSS-level martial spirit, the Eternal Night King, for absorbing the energy emitted by the Shadow Demon Lotus and beginning to evolve. Evolution direction of the Eternal Night King, Shadow Lord, Void King, please choose by yourself. The host is currently weak and cannot choose to evolve his spirit. The evolution option will be temporarily reserved and the host can choose later. Congratulations to the host for realizing the new ability Shadow Devouring. A series of system notifications, like a gentle rain, moisten Xiao Han's nearly exhausted soul. The fatigue, weakness, and pain seem to be diluted in this moment. Initial control of the Shadow Demon Lotus? Evolution of the Eternal Night King? Shadow Devouring? Just hearing the name is enough to make one's heart race. Especially the Shadow Demon Lotus, this name is so similar to the mysterious Black Lotus deep in the valley, could it be? Xiao Han forced himself to muster a bit of strength, raised his head with difficulty, and cast his gaze once again towards the deepest part of the valley, the dark lotus that was previously guarded by the black-scaled mad ape. At this moment, the Black Lotus still stood there quietly, its entire body was dark, with a silver-gray luster flowing around the edges, as if it had existed forever. But what was different from before was that Xiao Han vaguely felt that a mysterious connection seemed to have been established between him and the Black Lotus. A vague feeling that comes from the depths of the soul. With a thought, he tried to mobilize the power of the Eternal Night King's martial soul to touch and sense the Black Lotus. In an instant, a cold, dark, yet extremely pure and vast energy, like a torrent bursting through a dam, surged from the direction of the Black Lotus, instantly merging into his body and pouring into his martial soul. The shadow of the King of Eternal Night, which had been silent for a long time, was like a long-awaited rain after absorbing this energy. Suddenly becoming active, the originally blurry figure began to solidify, and the shadowy aura emanating from the body became deeper and more powerful. At the same time, Xiao Han clearly felt that his control over the power of shadow and his understanding of the power of space were rapidly improving at an incredible speed. That feeling was extremely mysterious and hard to describe, as if there was some ancient and mysterious power in the dark that he was gradually mastering. New ability Shadow Devour? Xiao Han's heart moved, and his mind focused on the new ability he had just comprehended. In an instant, a large amount of information flooded into my mind. Shadow Devour, as the name suggests, devours shadows. But it does not just devour ordinary shadows, but devours all shadows that contain negative energy, dark attributes, and the breath of death. For example, the negative energy left after the death of a strange beast, and the evil spirit that escapes after a battle. Even the shadow energy in certain special environments can be swallowed and absorbed by the shadows, and transformed into nutrients for the evolution of the King of Eternal Night, or directly strengthen itself. This is simply an incredible ability. Especially in such a wild area full of dangers and killings, it is simply a magical skill. Thinking of this, Xiao Han endured the weakness and pain in his body and struggled to get up from the ground. He staggered to the corpse of the black-scaled ape and tried to activate Shadow Devouring. With a thought, the power of the Eternal Night King's martial soul quietly began to operate. The next moment, a strange scene appeared. Visible black mist began to slowly rise from the huge and hideous corpse of the black-scaled mad ape. As if being pulled by an invisible force, it continuously gathered towards Xiao Han's body, and finally merged into the shadow under his feet, and was swallowed and absorbed by the Eternal Night King's martial spirit. As the black mist continued to pour in, Xiao Han clearly felt that the aura of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit was slowly and steadily rising. He also felt a slight replenishment of energy, and his originally weak body seemed to have regained a little strength. Although the improvement is not exaggerated, the ability to become stronger by picking up corpses is simply a bug. There was a gleam in Xiao Han's eyes. This shadow devouring, combined with the evolution of the King of Eternal Night, is simply a peerless magical skill tailor-made for him. With this ability, he can do whatever he wants in this dangerous wild area, kill monsters, and level up, becoming stronger quickly. A beast at the martial master level truly possesses immense energy. In just a short moment, the negative energy emitted from the black-scaled mad ape's body was completely devoured by the Eternal Night King's martial spirit. The corpse, which was originally full of oppression, also became dull and lifeless, as if it had lost all its essence. Xiao Han felt the spiritual power in his body slightly restored, as well as the subtle improvement of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit, and his heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. It feels so good to become stronger. He took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and looked around. The battle was quite noisy, especially the black-scaled ape's out-of-control energy ball at the end. It might have attracted the attention of some powerful beasts nearby. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Moreover, the evolutionary choice of the King of Eternal Night is still waiting for him. Shadow Lord? Void Lord? They all sound so domineering that it's hard to choose. However, before making a choice, there is one more important thing to do. Collect the spoils. The crystal core of a martial artist level beast, and the mysterious shadow demon Lotus. The feeling of exhaustion after surviving the disaster swept over my body like a tide, and every inch of my muscles screamed in protest. Xiao Han collapsed on the cold ground, gasping for breath, his lungs burning with pain, but the corners of his mouth stretched uncontrollably into a grin, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable excitement. Win! With the cultivation level of the 4th level of the warrior realm, he confronted head-on and finally killed a genuine 4th level warrior beast. This record, if told to others, is enough to shock the entire Bai city. Even in those academies where geniuses gather, it is considered shocking. The interweaving of severe pain and ecstasy put his mind in a strange state of excitement. He did not check the spoils immediately, but forced himself to calm down, sinking his mind into his body, and silently practicing the creation art. As soon as the technique was put into practice, it was like a trickle of water coming into a dry riverbed, and traces of pure spiritual power began to flow slowly through the almost exhausted meridians. Although the recovery speed is not fast, it is better than nothing. Chapter 20 Shadow Devours. At the same time, the shadow of the chaotic green lotus in the sea of consciousness swayed gently, and a gentle green light flowed out. This vital energy seeped into his limbs and bones, silently nourishing his damaged internal organs and meridians, and the pain of his body being torn apart was also alleviated a lot. The two forces work together and the effect is obvious. Although he was still far from fully recovered, at least he had some strength to move. Call. After letting out a long breath of foul air with a bloody smell, Xiao Han held onto the ground and staggered to his feet, finally standing firmly. He did not delay and walked towards the black-scaled ape corpse piled on the ground with unsteady steps. As soon as I got close, a strong smell of blood mixed with a faint smell of burning hit my nose, mixed with an indescribable cold and murderous aura. Shadow Devour. Xiao Han muttered in his heart, and the power of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit was activated again. Wisps of light black mist emerged from the huge corpse of the black-scaled ape. It was as if being sucked by something, twisting and swirling, and finally all sank into the shadow under Xiao Han's feet and was swallowed by the Eternal Night King's spirit. As the black mist continued to pour in, Xiao Han could feel that the originally blurry shadow of the Eternal Night King's spirit seemed to become a little clearer. A weak but pure energy fed back to him, and his legs, which had been filled with lead, seemed to feel lighter. Good stuff. Xiao Han's heart moved. This amount of energy is nothing compared to what he just consumed, but the experience of turning waste into treasure and killing monsters and leveling up is really good. Only when the black mist stopped coming out of the corpse did Xiao Han begin to search for the things left behind by this martial artist level beast. First is the crystal core. He endured the pain in his arms and took some effort to pull out a crystal core the size of an adult's fist from the hard skull of the mad ape. The crystal core is pure ink black, with a little star-like luster flowing on the surface. The energy inside is pure and rich. Just by holding it in the hand, one can feel the amazing sense of energy. A 4th level crystal core for the martial master realm. Hey, if I take this thing to the martial artist center, it should be enough to buy a nice villa, right? Xiao Han weighed the heavy crystal core in his hand, feeling very happy. This is much more valuable than the 3 poor robbers combined. He put the crystal core into the system space and began to explore the huge corpse of the mad ape. Soon, he discovered something unusual. On the ape's back, near the shoulder blades, there are several scales that are different from the surrounding ones. The color is darker, and the edges have a special silver-gray luster. When you touch it, you can even feel a very faint sense of spatial distortion. Scale armor with spatial attributes? Xiao Han's thoughts flashed, and he thought of the mysterious shadow demon Lotus at the bottom of the valley. This mad ape has been guarding this place for years, and it's likely that it has been tainted with some spatial power. These pieces of scales are absolutely excellent materials for refining defensive or spatial treasures. He didn't hesitate to pry off these special scales and put them away. Finally, he looked at the 2 thick, long, spear-like fangs of the mad ape. The fangs flashed with a cold light, and the tips revealed a sharpness that could break through defenses, making them a good material for refining weapons. After taking away all the valuable things, Xiao Han stopped. Although he was covered in wounds, he was in a very good mood. At this moment, the emotionless voice of the system sounded in my mind. Ding! The Eternal Night King Spirit Evolution is ready. Please choose the evolution direction. Option 1, Shadow Master. Description: strengthens absolute control over shadow and dark energy, significantly increasing the efficiency and upper limit of shadow devouring, unlocking the prototype of the domain type ability, Eternal Night Domain, which can suppress and weaken enemies within the domain and amplify one's own shadow abilities, and increases resistance to negative status and mental attacks. Evolution focus, control, devouring, domain. Option 2, Void King. Description: strengthens your understanding and application of spatial power, significantly improving the effectiveness of the A World Away footwork. Increases the chance of gaining abilities like spatial teleportation and dimensional exile, increasing resistance to spatial blockades and confinement. Evolution focus, spatial, teleportation, and exile. 2 options, 2 different paths, were placed before Xiao Han. Shadow Lord, the name alone suggests he's incredibly powerful. He controls shadows, devours everything, and can even summon Eternal Night Domain, making him a true leader in the darkness. This synergizes perfectly with his newly used Shadow Devour, significantly strengthening his frontal combat and control abilities. The Void King exudes a mysterious aura. The power of space is one of the most advanced and mysterious powers. Traveling through space and banishing enemies is just mind-blowing. This works perfectly with his A World Away footwork, taking his speed and quirkiness to a whole new level. Xiao Han unconsciously thought of the quiet shadow demon lotus deep in the valley. The demonic lotus had both a dark aura and spatial fluctuations. Shadow? Space? It seems that both evolutionary directions are somewhat related to this mysterious magic lotus. He has a lot of cards in his hand. The art of creation is responsible for endurance and laying the foundation. The Chaos Green Lotus is responsible for healing and saving lives. The King of Eternal Night is responsible for stealth, sneak attacks, and body movements. The Fist of Destruction is the main output. A World Away is the key to running away and raiding. And Shadow Devouring is a plug-in for quickly becoming stronger. Choosing Shadow Master will allow him to go deeper into the path of darkness and devouring, fully tap the potential of Shadow Devouring, and then pair it with Eternal Night Domain. His ability to fight head-on will definitely increase dramatically. Choosing Lord of the Void will max out his spatial talent. A World Away may really turn into space travel, and your life-saving and sneak attack abilities will skyrocket. You may even master an ability like Exile, which sounds outrageous. One is inclined towards control and domain suppression, the other is inclined towards extreme speed and spatial mystique. Xiao Han frowned, a little undecided for a moment. Both options are attractive and point to a path to strength. The Lord of Shadows is more in line with his current abilities, especially Shadow Devouring, and the dark attributes of the Lord of Eternal Night, and also corresponds to the shadow in the name of the Demon Lotus. However, the Void King's spatial ability is comparable to the spatial fluctuations of A World Away and the Demonic Lotus, and his potential seems even more difficult to estimate. How to choose? The spatial power of the Void King is ethereal and unpredictable, with infinite potential. Just thinking about traveling through the void makes one's blood boil. But Xiao Han's gaze finally fell on the 4 words Shadow Lord. Although space is powerful, it is too illusory. It will take a long time to truly master it. In comparison, the Shadow Lord and his newly acquired Shadow Devouring ability are a perfect match, and can bring out the dark attributes of the King of Eternal Night to the fullest. Chapter 21: How to Choose? More importantly, the mysterious black lotus deep in the valley is named Shadow Demon Lotus. The word shadow in it is no coincidence. Choosing the Shadow Lord might allow you to take control of this great opportunity more quickly. Wealth and honor are achieved through risk, but one should not rush headfirst into anything. Xiao Han quickly made a decision. Shadow Devouring is the most practical growth skill right now. Maximizing its potential is the best way. Besides, who says Shadow Master can involve space? The Demonic Lotus itself contains spatial fluctuations. System: I choose Shadow Lord. Ding. Host selection confirmed. Eternal Night King Spirit Evolution direction locked, Shadow Lord. Evolution begins. The moment the system prompt sounded, an unimaginable, vast and boundless energy of the origin of shadow suddenly erupted from Xiao Han's body. This energy did not come from the outside world, but from the Eternal Night King's martial spirit itself, as if a dormant ancient power had finally awakened. Boom! The extremely dense black light surged out like a tide, instantly enveloping Xiao Han completely, forming a huge, constantly wriggling black light cocoon suspended in mid-air. On the surface of the light cocoon, countless mysterious runes float up and down, revealing a throbbing feeling that makes people's hearts tighten. The aura is deep and seems to lead directly to a bottomless dark abyss. Ugh! An indescribable pain suddenly washed over every inch of Xiao Han's flesh and blood, even piercing his heart and bones, reaching his soul. The body and soul seemed to be stuffed into an invisible furnace by a brutal force, and were being thoroughly disassembled and reassembled using the most primitive power of shadow. The meridians broke inch by inch, and as soon as the severe pain arose, the shadow energy surged in, washing and repairing them. In the blink of an eye, the reorganized meridians were much tougher and wider than before. The bones made muffled cracking sounds as if they could not bear the weight, and the feeling of breaking continued to come, but there was a strange force wrapped around them, making the bones become denser and darker in color between breaking and reshaping. The soul feels the strangest, as if it has been thrown into an eternal night without stars. Countless fragments of knowledge about shadows, darkness, devouring, and control turned into a torrent of information, forcefully poured into his consciousness, and imprinted in the deepest part of his soul. This kind of pain is much more intense than when he was practicing the art of creation and absorbing the chi and blood pill before. It is truly scraping the bone to cure the poison and reborn. Xiao Han clenched his teeth tightly, and blood foam oozed out from between his teeth. His muscles were knotted and he was shaking violently and uncontrollably, but his consciousness was extremely clear, revealing a stubborn and ruthless determination to refuse to admit defeat. He could clearly see that his understanding and control of the power of shadow was improving at an almost unreasonable speed. In the past, when he used the power of the King of Eternal Night, it was more based on the instinct of his martial soul, or some insights gained from the world-away body movement technique. But now it's different. He felt like he had touched the root of the shadow, and understood why it existed, how it flowed, and how it devoured everything. This feeling was so wonderful, his mind suddenly became clear, as if he was born to be the master of this darkness. At the same time, the ability of shadow devouring that he had just acquired not long ago also underwent earth-shaking changes under the impact of this evolutionary force. Originally, it was just passively absorbing the surrounding negative energy with mediocre efficiency, but now it seems as if it has been equipped with a powerful engine, and the absorption speed and conversion efficiency have increased by more than 10 times. Xiao Han even felt a strong sense of hunger. An impulse from the depths of the soul to swallow up all darkness and negative energy. He felt that if he wanted to, he could even swallow up all the shadows floating in the valley. The severe pain was still excruciating, but Xiao Han had begun to adapt, and even tried to actively guide this huge and pure evolutionary force to wash over every corner of his body, stabilize his rapidly growing sense of strength, and repair the injuries left by the previous battle. The vitality of the Chaos Green Lotus was also quietly cooperating with the reshaping power of the shadow energy to ensure that his body would not actually collapse in this drastic evolution. What surprised Xiao Han even more was that with the evolution of the Eternal Night King's martial soul, the spiritual power in his dantian, which was almost exhausted, was forcibly mobilized and spontaneously accelerated the operation of the creation art. The rich spiritual energy in the surrounding heaven and earth, as well as some of the pure energy released during the evolution process, were all madly sucked into the body by the skills. The barrier of the 4th level of the warrior realm groaned under the impact of this force, and it was possible that it would be broken at any time. Time passes quietly in this extreme pain and rapid transformation. It was unknown how long it had passed, but the huge black cocoon of light that wrapped Xiao Han gradually began to glow inward, and the original wriggling also completely subsided. Snap! An extremely crisp cracking sound was heard, and a fine crack appeared on the surface of the light cocoon. Immediately afterwards, the cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Bang! The light cocoon suddenly exploded, transforming into the purest shadow energy particles all over the sky. These particles did not dissipate, but were pulled by invisible forces and rushed into Xiao Han's body, which was suspended in place. At this moment, Xiao Han was still the same Xiao Han. His clothes had long since become tattered strips, revealing his sturdy body covered with tiny scars but with well-defined lines. But the impression he gave people was completely changed. His temperament became profound and unfathomable, and a subtle pressure naturally permeated his entire body. That was the aura of the controller. When he stood there, the darkness around him became tamed. Behind him, the shadow of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit appeared again. The evolved King of Eternal Night is no longer the vague outline of the past, but has become extremely solid and majestic. It was a king clad in pitch-black armor. The material of the armor was indescribable, as if it was woven from the purest shadow, flowing with a deep luster. His face was still shrouded in shadows and could not be seen clearly, but where his eyes should be, 2 burning dark star-like rays shone through, cold and indifferent, overlooking everything. He just floated there quietly, causing the entire space to be subtly distorted, and the light became dim when passing by him. Shadow Master. Xiao Han slowly raised his hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and moved his mind slightly. Call. The shadows on the surrounding ground suddenly came alive, like soldiers receiving orders, and rushed to gather towards his palm. In the blink of an eye, they condensed into a ball of dark energy that kept changing shape. The inside of this energy ball exudes a sense of devouring and desolation that makes people feel cold in their hearts. Is this the power of the Lord of Shadows? Xiao Han couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly as he felt the surging power in his body and the unprecedented closeness and control he felt over the shadows around him. He felt like he had become the son of the night. Wherever there was shadow, he was the king. Although the spiritual power in his body has not yet truly broken through the barrier, it has remained firmly at the peak of the 4th level, and his foundation is extremely solid. It is only a matter of time before he breaks through to the 5th level of the warrior realm. More importantly, after this evolution, his physical strength and soul power have been greatly improved. Chapter 22 Great Improvement. The previous injuries have been almost recovered under the dual effects of the Chaos Green Lotus and the power of evolution. He stood up and stretched his muscles, which made a crackling sound and filled his whole body with explosive power. His eyes involuntarily turned to the dark lotus standing quietly in the deepest part of the valley, the Shadow Demon Lotus. The initial control awarded by the system allowed him to establish a subtle connection with this mysterious magic lotus, as if he could touch the power hidden within it as long as he thought about it. Without hesitation, Xiao Han restrained his breath and approached the Shadow Demon Lotus cautiously. The closer he got, the clearer the throbbing from his soul became. The faint spatial fluctuations and the rich shadowy aura in the air seemed to be calling him gently. When he got close to the magic lotus, Xiao Han could even clearly see that the silver-gray luster flowing on the edge of the inky lotus petals was not static, but was slightly distorting the surrounding space at an extremely subtle frequency. It's you! Xiao Han took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, stretched out his fingers, and tried to gently touch the petals of the magic lotus with a trace of spiritual power containing the aura of the King of Eternal Night, the Lord of Shadow. At the moment of contact, something strange happened. There is no imagined rejection and no conflict of energy. The Shadow Demon Lotus seemed to have met a long-lost relative. It trembled slightly, and a cold, pure, and boundless energy instantly flowed along Xiao Han's fingers and rushed into his body like a torrent bursting through a dam. This energy is extremely strange. It contains the tremendous power that dominates the shadow, and is also mixed with a trace of mysterious fluctuations that distort space. His such pure energy. Xiao Han's whole body was shocked. He felt that every limb was instantly filled with this energy, and every cell was cheering. Initial control was indeed the key. The process of refining the core of the Shadow Demon Lotus was smoother than expected, like a natural progression, without any obstacles. The majestic energy of the demonic lotus surged in his body, and a part of it seemed to be drawn in and actively merged into the majestic Shadow Master's phantom behind him. The Eternal Night King's martial spirit greedily absorbed this power of the same origin like a glutton, and the aura that had just evolved began to rise and stabilize again. The shadow armor became more solid, and the dark stars in its eyes became brighter. The characteristics of Shadow Master were thoroughly consolidated and deepened. The other part of the energy directly washed over and merged into Xiao Han's limbs and bones, nourishing his body and soul. At this moment, the creation art in his body seemed to be strongly stimulated, and it started to run wildly on its own without Xiao Han's active guidance. The speed of the operation of the skills reached an unprecedented extreme. Like a huge whirlpool, it quickly refined and absorbed the original energy of the magic lotus that flowed into his body, and converted it into the purest spiritual power, replenishing his almost dried-up sea of qi. Boom! An overwhelming and unstoppable force, like a volcano that has been accumulating for thousands of years, suddenly erupted. The incomparably solid 4th level barrier of the warrior realm became as fragile as paper under the impact of this pure energy and was broken through in an instant. The 5th level of warrior realm. However, this is just the beginning. The energy contained in the Shadow Demon Lotus is so powerful, and the speed of refining and absorbing it is astonishingly fast. The realm that had just been broken through had not yet been completely stabilized when an even more turbulent torrent of energy swept over again. The Qi Sea is expanding wildly, the meridians are constantly being widened and strengthened, and the quality and quantity of spiritual power are soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! There was another dull roar, as if some shackles in the body were broken again. The barrier at the peak of the 5th level of the warrior realm was rushed through without causing any significant hindrance. The 6th level of warrior realm. It was not until this moment that the violent torrent of energy gradually calmed down and finally completely merged into Xiao Han's body and was completely refined and absorbed by the creation and heaven-shaking art. Ha! Xiao Han exhaled a long breath of turbid air with a fainting colored luster, feeling the unprecedented surging power in his body, and an uncontrollable ecstasy appeared on his face. Breakthrough 2 levels in a row. From the peak of the 4th level of the warrior realm, he soared to the 6th level of the warrior realm in one fell swoop. Moreover, this was not an unstable foundation caused by forced improvement. On the contrary, under the dual effects of the art of creation and the origin of the shadow demon lotus, his foundation was even more solid and profound than before. Every bit of spiritual power is extremely pure, and the strength of the physical body has been raised to another level. 6th level warrior realm. Xiao Han clenched his fists, feeling the powerful force surging through his fingertips, his eyes gleaming. If I were to face that black-scaled ape again now, even if it's in its prime, I might be able to fight it head-on. Of course, this is just a preliminary estimate. After all, there is a huge gap between the martial artist level and the warrior level. But as the Lord of Shadows and a 6th level cultivator, he would never be as embarrassed as before. At least he had the confidence to maneuver around and even look for opportunities to counterattack. It was worth it. This risky adventure was a real steal. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiao Han began to try out the new ability he had just acquired. With a thought, the light within a radius of several meters centered on his body suddenly distorted and dimmed, as if covered by an invisible black veil, and instantly turned into the prototype of an absolute dark area. Being in this area, Xiao Han felt that his perception was infinitely magnified. Any movement within dozens of meters around him, even the subtle flow of energy in the air, was clearly reflected in his mind. At the same time, he could feel that this area had a natural suppression and interference on the outside world. Although it was still weak at present, it was enough to affect the enemy's judgment and actions. The prototype of the Eternal Night Realm. Although the range is not large and the interference is limited, the effect will be absolutely amazing when combined with assassinations and surprise attacks. Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction. Then, he tried to cast so close yet so far away again. Call out. His figure flashed, leaving a faint afterimage on the spot, and the whole person appeared 10 meters away in an instant like a ghost. The speed was at least 50% faster than before. And the trajectory was even more erratic, as if completely ignoring the law of inertia, drawing several lines in the air that were difficult to detect with the naked eye. What surprised him even more was that while performing the footwork, he could mobilize the power of the King of Eternal Night more freely, briefly blending his body into the surrounding shadows and making small jumps. Although the jumping distance is currently only 1 or 2 meters and consumes a lot of energy, this undoubtedly makes his body movements more bizarre and unpredictable. Whether he is chasing or escaping, he has an extra powerful trump card. Chapter 23. It's not suitable to stay here for long. The power in his body surged, and his newly acquired abilities were still being practiced in his mind. Only then did Xiao Han look at the shadow demon lotus again. The luster of the magic lotus dimmed visibly, and a considerable part of its core essence was swallowed by him. But this magic lotus itself is a rare object containing the power of space and shadow, and its value is immeasurable. Now is not the time to move it. The anomalies in the valley and the black-scaled mad ape were all very strange, and no one could predict what was hiding in the dark. The biggest benefit has been obtained, and the strength has increased dramatically. There is no need to wade into this muddy water again. Walk! He quickly disposed of the black-scaled ape's corpse and erased all traces of his presence. The power of the King of Eternal Night was activated, and his aura instantly disappeared, blending with the surrounding darkness. After taking a final look at the dark magic lotus, Xiao Han's figure disappeared into the shadows of the valley. As he performed the technique of so close yet so far away, his steps were strange and erratic, and he went away silently. It's time to go back to Bai City. Then, go to the imperial capital. The dense forest outside the valley returned to silence. Xiao Han's figure jumped and shuttled between the shadows. The combination of a world away and Shadow Master made him almost a part of the environment, and even the most experienced hunter would not be able to discover him. He did not take the road to the warrior center, but took a detour and sneaked back to the outskirts of Bai City. The materials of the martial artist level beasts are too eye-catching. A warrior who had just been certified for a few days took out something like this and sent it to the warrior center to sell? It was purely asking for trouble. He found a way from the memories of those unfortunate robbers and contacted a materials dealer named Rat in the Bai underground circle. The agreed place was an inconspicuous thrift store. The air was filled with the smell of dust and moldy old things, which was choking. The store was very dark. A short and thin man with a goatee was looking at a rusty copper coin with a magnifying glass. When he saw Xiao Han come in, he didn't even raise his head. "Where's the stuff?" Xiao Han didn't say anything more and put the cloth bag wrapped with fangs and scales on the counter. The mouse put down the mirror, and a cunning gleam flashed in his cloudy eyes. He carefully opened the cloth bag, picked up a piece of gray silver scale armor, rubbed it with his fingers, then picked up the thong and knocked it to listen to the sound. "Wow! Good stuff!" He smacked his lips, unable to hide his greed, but quickly suppressed it. "Martial Master level? Died not long ago? Boy, you are quite brave." Xiao Han had no expression on his face. "Make an offer." Hee, Mouse rubbed his hands together. "This scale armor has some special properties, making it a great material for refining equipment. The fangs are also quite tough. Pack it up, for this amount." He held up 5 fingers. 50 million federal coins? Xiao Han's eyebrows twitched. This price simply treats him as a young and inexperienced person who just debuted. Boy, the martial artist's materials are good, but they come from shady sources. I, the rat, am taking the risk. The mouse twirled his goatee and acted as if he had suffered a fair loss. Xiao Han curled his lips and didn't respond. The aura of a 6th-level warrior was slightly exuded. The power of Shadow Lord was activated, and the already dim light in the store suddenly dimmed. The air became a little heavier, and the invisible pressure weighed heavily on the mouse's heart. The fake smile on Mouse's face froze instantly, and fine beads of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. When he looked at Xiao Han again, a cold feeling of fear rushed straight to the top of his head. 6th-level warrior. This aura, gloomy and domineering. This kid is not a rookie at all, he is a tough guy. Was he just thinking of giving him a good beating? He was really an old man who wanted to hang himself because he thought his life was too long. Ahem, little brother, I'm short-sighted and didn't recognize the great man. The mouse's face immediately became filled with a flattering smile, and his attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees, becoming just like a pug. I was confused and gave the wrong price just now. 50 million is really too low for such top-grade materials. 80 million. 80 million federal coins, plus these cultivation resources, what do you think? He fumbled with his hands and pulled out a few bottles of pills and a few energy crystals from under the counter. These were all items commonly used for cultivation in the warrior realm. Xiao Han glanced at the things and found that the quality was acceptable and the price was within his expectations. He was too lazy to bother with this kind of person anymore. Make a deal. The transaction process was smooth. 80 million was deposited into an anonymous bank account, plus the pile of cultivation resources. The harvest of this valley adventure was quite rich. As for the most valuable 4th-level martial artist crystal core, its energy fluctuations were too noticeable and its value was too high. It would be too easy to cause trouble if it was used in a place like Beihai City, so it would be better to leave it in the imperial capital for processing. After dealing with the spoils, Xiao Han walked out of the thrift store with a relaxed pace, as if he was just going out for a visit. Back home. As soon as the door opened, Bai Xueer saw him, and her heart, which had been hanging in her throat, fell back into her stomach with a thump. Xiao Han. Where have you been these days? Mom is so worried. Bai Xueer's eyes instantly turned red. She grabbed him and carefully checked him from head to toe, fearing that even a hair was missing. Xiao Jiangwo next to him didn't say anything, but his face, which had been tense all the time, obviously relaxed. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Xiao Han felt warm in his heart and told the story he had prepared long ago. I went out for a few days to gain experience. My strength has improved a bit, and I also made a little money. He did not mention a single word about the robbery by bandits and the hunting of martial artists and exotic beasts, so as to prevent the two elders from having wild thoughts and causing unnecessary worries. Then, he talked about reporting to the Imperial Capital Academy in advance. Are you leaving so soon? Bai Xueer's heart, which had just been at ease, tightened again. Tears welled up in her eyes uncontrollably, and she was filled with reluctance. The Imperial Capital, that's the heart of the Federation. There are so many experts there. You must be careful if you go there alone. Xiao Jiangwo frowned and spoke in a serious tone, but he couldn't suppress the pride between his brows. My son has made great progress and is going to study at the top university in the Federation. This is a great thing that will bring honor to our family. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I can take care of myself. Xiao Han smiled comfortingly, then took out an anonymous bank card and handed it over. There are 100 million federal coins in it, as well as these pills and resources. Keep them for your use. Don't work so hard in the future. It's time to enjoy a leisurely life. 100 million? Xiao Jiangwo and Wang Xiulan looked at the light card and their hands began to tremble uncontrollably, almost thinking that there was something wrong with their ears. In this life, they dare not even think about making so much money. Xiao Han, this money is too much, we can't take it. Wang Xiulan reacted and quickly pushed the card back. Mom, this is clean money I earned with my own ability, so you can just take it with peace of mind. I'm capable now, and I can't let you suffer with me. Xiao Han's attitude was very firm. These resources can also regulate your body and are good for prolonging your life. Xiao Jiangwo looked at his son, feeling his unusual calmness and confidence. He was silent for a moment, then patted Xiao Han's shoulder heavily. Okay. Good son. Mom and Dad will listen to you. But, when you're out there, you must pay attention to your safety. You can always make money, but the most important thing is that you're safe. Chapter 24 Departure to the Imperial Capital. Don't worry, Mom. I've got it all. Xiao Han patted the back of his mother's hand and looked at his father beside him. The repeated words of advice are still ringing in my ears, and the worry in my parents' eyes is heavy. I stayed at home for another day and explained everything I could think of. You have to leave eventually. His family's reluctance and anticipation, mixed with the unique hustle and bustle of the station, sent him off on his journey. Destination, the Imperial Capital. Beihai Maglev train station. The platform is so wide that it seems as if the end is in sight, and the cold metallic luster extends all the way. There was a low hum in the air, the breathing of the orbital energy field. A silver-white maglev train hovered silently, its body line sharp, cutting through the sight. This is the traffic artery between the main cities of the Federation. Traveling 1,000 miles a day is no longer just empty talk. Xiao Han's ticket is a first-class seat. The compartment is not big, but very stable. The seat sinks in and gives a very wrapping feeling. My fingertips touched the control panel, the material was cool and responsive. Outside the car window, the buildings and fields that were initially discernible soon blurred into a stream of flowing colors. The oppressive feeling brought by the speed gently squeezes the eardrum through the thick walls of the carriage. This is the power of technology, shrinking the distance into an inch. The train started moving, and there was almost no vibration, but the speed was increasing rapidly, and soon Beihai City was left behind. Xiao Han closed his eyes and sank his mind into his body. The spiritual power of the 6th-level warrior realm is like a surging river. Under the guidance of the creation and heaven-shaking art, it flows slowly in the widened and strengthened meridians. With each circulation, one can feel the condensation and growth of power. At the same time, he devoted part of his mind to communicate with the King of Eternal Night behind him, the Shadow Lord Martial Spirit. With a slight movement of his mind, the shadows in the corners of the compartment began to wriggle and stretch gently like living things, changing into various shapes under his control. Sometimes it turned into a pitch-black dagger, sometimes condensed into a flowing shield, and finally merged silently into the original shadow, as if it had never appeared. The control over the power of shadow has reached a whole new level. The ability of shadow devouring also became more and more handy. Although there was no negative energy to devour on the train, he could clearly feel the desire coming from the depths of his martial soul, like a dormant beast, waiting for the opportunity to have a good meal. The Imperial Capital. As power flowed through his body, Xiao Han's thoughts drifted towards the destination of this trip. The heart of the Chinese Federation, where countless geniuses gather, a true den of dragons and tigers. As the top university in the Federation, the Imperial Capital University has an extremely fierce competition. It gathers the best geniuses from all over the country and even the world. S-level martial spirits are probably just entry-level, and SSS-level is not uncommon. Lin Qingxia, the icy beauty mentor who knocked away 3 martial arts masters with one punch, has unfathomable strength. She seems to think highly of herself. This is both an opportunity and may also be accompanied by unknown tests. Su Linglong. That embarrassed and angry face flashed through my mind. With the SSS-level Ice Phoenix martial spirit, she was once a favored daughter of heaven who attracted everyone's attention in Beihai City. Later when we parted, she said she had not yet decided where to go. Will she come to the Imperial Capital Academy too? Xiao Han raised the corners of his mouth unconsciously, thinking of that forced kiss. Thinking back on it now, it was still quite exciting. Of course, she is not the only familiar face or potential rival in the imperial capital. Just thinking about all the evil geniuses makes my scalp tingle and my hands itch. He was currently at the 6th level of the warrior realm, possessing twin SSS plus level heaven-defying martial souls, cultivating the creation and heaven-shaking art, and possessing even more divine skills. With this configuration, you can walk around Bai City without any problem. But if it is thrown into the hodgepodge of the imperial capital, I'm afraid it won't even make a decent splash. I heard that their S-level martial spirits are everywhere, and SSS-level ones are not rare. But Xiao Han lazily changed to a more comfortable position and leaned back in the seat. That's what makes it exciting. A peaceful life? That wasn't for him. This new world full of unknowns made him feel truly alive, and his blood was boiling. Just as I was lost in thought, a sickly sweet female voice suddenly rang out in the carriage. Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at the final destination of this train, Imperial Capital Center Station. Please pack your belongings and prepare to disembark. Have a pleasant journey. Finally here. Xiao Han opened his eyes. The scene outside the window is no longer a rapidly flowing block of colors. The huge shadows of skyscrapers cut through the sky, and the outlines are becoming clearer and clearer, with a full sense of oppression. The train slowed down, almost making no sound, and slid smoothly into the platform, finally stopping steadily. He stood up, picked up his simple luggage bag, pushed open the door of the compartment, and joined the crowd of people getting off the bus. The moment your feet touched the solid ground of the platform, buzz! An indescribable huge aura hit me in the face. It was heavy, prosperous, and mixed with the omnipresent energy fluctuations, weighing heavily on my heart, making even my breathing a little sluggish. Compared with this place, Bai City is just a small pond. The platform was incredibly spacious, with no end in sight. The crowd was surging, shoulder to shoulder, and everyone was walking in a hurry, with expressions of excitement, solemnity, or numbness on their faces. The air was filled with the auras of various warriors, strong and weak mixed together. The density was astonishingly high. Xiao Han even keenly caught a few wisps of powerful pressure that passed by extremely quickly. The speed was so fast that he couldn't grasp the specific direction, but it made the muscles of this 6th-level warrior subconsciously tense up. It seems that a 6th-level warrior is really not a big deal here. The sky above your head is not the real sky, but a realistic simulation of the sky, with blue sky, white clouds, and sunshine, illuminating the interior of the entire huge station built of steel and glass. It does have the flavor of a futuristic temple. Looking into the distance, you can see densely packed buildings that are so tall that you can't see the top. Various strangely shaped aircraft are flying flexibly between the buildings. Draw dazzling light tracks, weaving together a vibrant yet cold and efficient future urban picture. Xiao Han stood there, being pushed by the crowd, but he stopped temporarily. He raised his head slightly and looked at the outline of the magnificent steel forest. The air he breathed into his lungs was filled with a restlessness and vitality that made him feel both excited and stressed. This is the imperial capital. The heart of the Huaxia Federation. It is the cradle of the strong, a gathering place for geniuses, and of course, it may also be the grave of countless people. There are opportunities everywhere, but also dangers. The scale and aura of the imperial capital central station alone completely exceeded his previous expectations. He calmed himself down, suppressed the initial shock he felt when he first arrived, and followed the directions given by Lin Xingxia to find the floating station. Go to the Imperial Capital Academy. Xiao Han reported his destination after getting into an autonomous hovercraft. The car rose silently into the air and merged into the busy but orderly traffic in the sky. Outside the car window, the prosperity of the imperial capital is in full view. Skyscrapers stand shoulder to shoulder, piercing the sky. Avant-garde aircraft shuttle flexibly between the buildings. People and cars on the ground are densely packed like flowing sand. The hover car moved forward and the surrounding environment gradually changed. The hustle and bustle of the city fades away, replaced by a solemn atmosphere of calmness. At the end of the field of vision, a vast and imposing building complex appeared on the horizon. The ancient and modern styles are strangely blended together, exuding a sense of heaviness that has been deposited by history. From afar, you can see the towering towers, the outline of the huge martial arts field, and the continuous teaching buildings. Just by looking at it from a distance, you can feel the weight of this first institution of higher learning in the Federation. This place is probably as big as 10 Beihai No. 1 middle schools. Xiao Han estimated in his heart. The hovercraft landed in front of a huge gate tower. Above the gatehouse, the 4 large gold-plated characters Imperial Capital Academy written in a flamboyant style silently exude majesty. Xiao Han followed the instructions and found the new student reception desk. There aren't many people inside. The person in charge of registration was a middle-aged male teacher wearing a school uniform. He looked to be in his 30s and had a bit of procedural arrogance on his face. He didn't even look up at Xiao Han, pointing to the form beside him. New here? Fill out the form. Take out your ID, Spirit Awakening Certificate, and Warrior Certification Badge. Chapter 25. The basics are okay. Xiao Han handed over the information as instructed. The teacher picked up the form and glanced at it. When he saw the age 18 years old and the special PG prefix on the Warrior Certification Badge and the cultivation level mark of Warrior Realm 6th level. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Xiao Han with a scrutinizing gaze. Oh? 18 years old and a 6th level warrior? Your basic skills are pretty good. His tone was flat, and it was hard to tell whether it was praise or something else. Instead, it carried a kind of indifference that was used to it. From Bai City? Coming from such a small place, it's quite good to have such a high level of cultivation. However, this is the Imperial Capital Academy, and the 6th level of the warrior realm is just the beginning. This attitude made Xiao Han's eyebrows raise slightly. Being at the 6th level of the warrior realm would be enough to cause a sensation in Bai City, but here, all he could say was just starting out? He did not refute, but asked calmly, "Teacher, where should I go next?" Take this temporary ID card and go over there to input your information, then wait for the class division notification. The teacher threw a metal plate over, then lowered his head to fiddle with his terminal, looking like he was too lazy to say anything more. Xiao Han took the sign, thanked him, and turned to walk towards the information entry area. While he was waiting to enter his information, several new students who were also there to handle the procedures walked by. Among them was a tall, bold young man who faintly exuded the aura of a martial artist, attracting the attention of those around him. Did you see that? That's the top scholar from Jiangnan province. It's said that he awakened an SS-level violent war ape. He was already at the 2nd level of the martial artist realm before he even entered school. Hiss, martial master realm. We're still struggling in the warrior realm, while others are already one major realm ahead. That's nothing. I heard there are several monsters in this year's special recruitment class. Not only are they SSS-level martial spirits, but their cultivation is also unfathomable. There are also rumors that someone has awakened to being beyond the SSS level. Surpassing SSS level? Is that true? Who knows? Anyway, the Imperial Capital Academy is not short of geniuses and freaks. S rank is only considered excellent here, and only SSS rank is eligible to enter those inner circles. The intermittent discussions reached Xiao Han's ears, giving him a more intuitive understanding of the fierce competition in the Imperial Capital Academy. S-grade shoes were everywhere, so only SSS-grade shoes could be considered core? My SSS plus shoes didn't seem to be the absolute top tier here either. However, he was not discouraged, but instead found it even more interesting. If everyone was defeated as easily as they had been in Bai City, it would be too boring. The information entry was quickly completed. The teacher in charge looked at Xiao Han's information and retrieved his awakening ceremony records. He seemed a little surprised that his double SSS plus martial spirit had not been specially recruited, but he did not ask any more questions, only saying formally, "Okay, your admissions procedures are complete. Based on the comprehensive assessment, you have been assigned to the Martial Arts Academy, first year class 7. Here are your official student badges and dormitory keys. Go to the dormitory area and find your own room. Grade 1, class 7? Regular class?" Xiao Han took the badge and key without any ripples in his heart. He probably guessed that it might be because he had displayed dual SSS plus martial spirits during the awakening ceremony. However, the true combat capability was not revealed, and the warrior certification was only a basic assessment, so the overall evaluation would naturally not be too high. That's fine. He was not a person who liked to show off, so being assigned to an ordinary class would save him a lot of trouble. It would be a good opportunity for him to develop in a low-key manner and get familiar with the environment and rules of the school first. When one's strength is strong enough, the so-called class division is meaningless. After packing up his things, Xiao Han turned and left the reception desk, preparing to go to the dormitory area. The Imperial Capital Academy covers a very large area, but fortunately there is an internal shuttle system. He followed the map on his badge and took the shuttle bus to the freshman dormitory area. Buildings of various styles passed by the window, including a training tower emitting rich spiritual energy, a research center full of technology, and huge martial arts fields and entrances to secret trial realms scattered everywhere. The spiritual energy in the academy is much richer than that in the outside world. The students walking in it all have a calm aura and sharp eyes, and none of them are weak. The air here seems to be filled with the smell of competition and struggle. Xiao Han's eyes were calm, but his heart was already surging with undercurrents. Life at the Imperial Capital Academy officially began as an ordinary student in Class 7. Beneath the calm surface, there was something truly extraordinary. Imperial Capital Academy, Martial Arts Academy, Grade 1, Class 7. Compared to the grandiose buildings outside, which exuded a sense of science fiction or ancient charm, Class 7's classroom seemed remarkably plain and unpretentious. Standard alloy tables and chairs, a massive intelligent teaching light curtain, and nothing else. The spiritual energy in the air is not as rich as that at the reception area or the main road outside, but it is still much stronger than that in Bai City. When Xiao Han walked into the classroom, there were already more than 20 people sitting inside. Most of the students looked curious about the new environment and a little reserved. They chatted in twos and threes in low voices, forming several vague small circles. Most of their auras hovered between the high-level martial artist realm and the third or fourth level of the martial artist realm, which was considered good outside, but in this Imperial Capital Academy, it was indeed just ordinary. His arrival didn't attract much attention, only a few glanced at him casually before turning back. Clearly, a new, unremarkable face with a reserved aura wasn't enough to draw their attention. Xiao Han randomly found an empty seat by the window and sat down. Not long after, a middle-aged male teacher wearing a school uniform, with his hair combed meticulously, but with a look of fatigue and perfunctoriness in his eyes, walked in. His name is Zhou Kai, and he is the temporary teacher of Class 7. Well, everyone is almost here. Zhou Kai cleared his throat and said softly, "I'm your homeroom teacher for the coming year, Zhou Kai. I believe you all know the rules of the Imperial Capital Academy before you come here, so I won't waste any more words. The strong are respected, and resources are obtained through competition. Don't expect pie to fall from the sky." He paused, his eyes sweeping around the classroom as if completing a task. "Today, we'll conduct a simple test to assess your basic skills, combining theory with practice. This will give me a rough idea of your level. Don't be nervous, it's just a guide." As soon as he finished speaking, a rather sturdy young man in the small circle at the front of the classroom, with an aura that reached the peak of the 9th level of the warrior realm, sneered. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for those around him to hear. Reference? It's just a formality. Some people, even if their test scores are good, still have to stay in Class 7, right? The young man who spoke was called Lei Ming, a warrior of the 9th level. It was said that his martial spirit was the B+ grade earth-splitting savage bear. He stood out among the freshmen in Class 7 and was the leader of a small group in the class. His family has some background in the capital, and although he can't get into those top genius classes, he feels very superior in ordinary classes. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Han vaguely, obviously hinting at something. Chapter 26 Elderly Care Class. Xiao Han had just arrived, so naturally he didn't know about all these twists and turns. He just thought it was some idiot trying to show off his presence and didn't even raise his eyelids. Several followers beside Lei Ming immediately echoed. "That's right, Brother Lei is right. Some people, I don't know what kind of luck they have, can still get into the Imperial Capital Academy even though they are obviously not that strong. I heard he's at the 6th level of the warrior realm. TSK, this level of cultivation wouldn't even rank high in our Class 7. I guess he's a relative from some small town, right? That's probably the case. Otherwise, why would he be assigned to our retirement class?" Their discussion was quiet, but Xiao Han, with his keen hearing, heard it all clearly. He then realized how his 6th level warrior realm cultivation, coupled with his status as a Class 7 student, had made him considered someone with connections. Interesting. Xiao Han's lips curled up slightly. It was his idea to develop in a low-key manner, but if someone insisted on getting close to him and making things uncomfortable, he wouldn't mind stretching his muscles. Our class teacher Zhou Kai seemed accustomed to this minor friction, or perhaps he was too lazy to care, so he directly started the theoretical test program. Buzz. A virtual light screen appeared on each student's desktop, and various tricky and strange questions about the history of martial arts, illustrations of exotic beasts, principles of martial arts, analysis of martial arts, etc. began to flash rapidly on it. The classroom suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of fingers tapping quickly on the screen and some students discussing in low voices with frowns on their brows. A problem that might require a lot of brainpower for others is not much more difficult for Xiao Han than 1 plus 1 equals 2. After all, he came here with the title of the number 1 in theoretical performance in the history of Beihai number 1 middle school, and coupled with the sole advantage of a time traveler, he had already mastered these basic knowledge. He randomly tapped his fingers on the light screen, so fast that he almost left an afterimage. In less than 5 minutes, when most people were still struggling with the questions on the first page, Xiao Han had already submitted his answer sheet, and then, he yawned and looked out the window board. This scene naturally caught the attention of many interested people. Pretending. Lei Ming saw Xiao Han's leisurely look, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and he spat in a low voice. He himself felt that the questions were somewhat difficult and was having a hard time with them. Seeing Xiao Han's behavior, he felt even more upset. The class teacher Zhou Kai also noticed Xiao Han handing in the paper early. He frowned slightly but didn't say anything. In his opinion, if someone handed in the paper so quickly, he must be either a genius or a fool, and the latter was obviously more likely. 10 minutes later, the theoretical test ended, and the results were immediately announced on the large screen at the front of the classroom. The name ranked first is Xiao Han. Score, full marks. The whole classroom was silent for a moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young man who was sitting by the window, still looking out the window as if in a daze. Full marks? You know, the Imperial Capital Academy's theoretical test question bank is notoriously complex and tricky. Getting 70 or 80 points is considered excellent, and a perfect score? That's simply unbelievable. The disdain on Lei Ming's face froze instantly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He himself, relying on his family's academic background, only scored over 80 points on the test, and this kid actually got a perfect score? Is he really just a bookworm? The class teacher Zhou Kai was also stunned for a moment, then he looked at Xiao Han twice more, and there was finally a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Getting a perfect score on the theory test at least proves that this student has top-notch learning ability and basic knowledge. Perhaps, he's not a relative? The theoretical results are good. Zhou Kai's tone softened a little. However, in the martial arts, strength is the ultimate measure. Next, follow me for the practical test. With different thoughts in mind, everyone followed Zhou Kai to an open-air training ground behind the teaching building. In the center of the training ground are fighting arenas made of special alloys. The rules are simple. You'll randomly select an opponent, go on stage, and fight until you're done, Zhou Kai announced. I'll give you a preliminary rating based on your performance. Soon, the draw results came out. Lei Ming was lucky, as the opponent he drew was a student at the 7th level of the warrior realm who looked a little thin. Come on, brother Lei. Let that kid see how powerful I am. Amidst cheers, Lei Ming walked onto the stage with a proud smile. The battle begins. Roar! Lei Ming roared, and the shadow of his B+ rank earth-splitting savage bear spirit materialized behind him, emanating a violent, heavy aura. His footsteps shook the arena slightly, and he charged at his opponent like a cannonball. The student at the 7th level of the warrior realm was obviously intimidated by Lei Ming's aura, and hurriedly summoned his own martial soul a D-level wind bird that looked unintimidating, trying to keep some distance. However, Lei Ming's speed was far beyond his imagination. His big hand like a palm leaf fan directly grabbed the phantom of the wind sparrow and squeezed it hard. Bang! The phantom of the wind bird let out a wail and immediately collapsed. Immediately afterwards, Lei Ming threw a heavy punch with an ochre-colored light, directly hitting his opponent's chest. The student barely had time to cross his arms to block. Crack! There was a crisp sound, accompanied by a scream of pain. The student flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell on the edge of the ring. His arm was twisted at a strange angle, obviously broken. Flash sale. Clean and neat. The peak of the 9th level of the warrior realm versus the 7th level, a complete crushing defeat. Good. Brother Lei is mighty. Lei Ming's followers immediately erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The other students also glanced at him with awe in their eyes. This strength is indeed top-notch in Class 7. Lei Ming enjoyed everyone's gazes and looked around the room proudly. Finally, his gaze fixed on Xiao Han, and a provocative arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Next one, Xiao Han. Our class teacher Zhou Kai read out the name expressionlessly. Xiao Han stood up calmly and prepared to walk towards the ring. At this moment, Lei Ming, who had just stepped off the stage, suddenly spoke, "Teacher." Zhou Kai looked at him. "What's the matter?" "Teacher, I'm very interested in this student who scored a perfect score in theory." Lei Ming pointed at Xiao Han with a playful smile on his face. How about I be his opponent and personally test the practical ability of our theoretical genius? Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. What was Lei Ming trying to do? A challenge? And he specifically challenged Xiao Han, who had just gotten full marks in the theoretical test. This is clearly intended to humiliate Xiao Han in public. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Han, with some expressing sympathy, some gloating, and some curious. The class teacher Zhou Kai frowned and looked at Xiao Han. What do you mean? Xiao Han walked straight towards the ring without stopping. His voice was calm, as if he didn't hear the provocation in Lei Ming's words. Okay. I was worried that there was no one to practice with. Since you insist on coming to my door to be a punching bag, I will not refuse you. Xiao Han sneered in his heart, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Seeing Xiao Han accept the challenge so straightforwardly, a hint of surprise flashed across Lei Ming's eyes, and then turned into even stronger contempt. He thought Xiao Han was just trying to save face and had no idea what he was about to face. The two stood facing each other in the center of the ring. A man with an arrogant aura, the momentum of a warrior at the peak of the 9th level is not concealed at all, with the heaviness and violence of the earth-splitting wild bear. His aura was restrained and calm like a pool of deep water, as if he was just an ordinary warrior at the 6th level. The strong contrast made the atmosphere under the ring instantly tense. The class teacher Zhou Kai looked at the two people confronting each other and showed a rare interest. He wanted to see whether this boy who had perfect theoretical knowledge was really confident or just ignorant of his own limitations. Are you ready? Zhou Kai asked. They both nodded at the same time. Test, begin. Chapter 27 Kill with One Punch. On the stage, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Lei Ming's aura was surging, and the spiritual power of the peak 9th level of the warrior realm surged like substance, and the alloy arena under his feet seemed to sink slightly. The shadow of the earth-splitting bear behind him roared, bringing a wild and heavy sense of oppression. Boy, you've got a perfect score on theory, right? Lei Ming grinned, stretching his muscles with a crisp crackling sound. Today I'll show you that in the Imperial Capital Academy, fists are king. He wanted to establish his authority. He wanted to crush this theoretical genius who had emerged from nowhere in front of the whole class and consolidate his position in Class 7. Before he finished speaking, thunder roared. Wild bear charge. He growled, kicked his feet hard, and his whole body was wrapped in khaki light, like a heavy truck out of control, rushing toward Xiao Han. The speed was so fast and the force was so strong that the strong wind even made the students in the front row under the ring feel pain in their cheeks. If this collision were to happen, ordinary warriors at the 7th or 8th level would suffer broken bones and tendons. However, facing this fierce attack, Xiao Han's figure was like catkins in the wind, and he just swayed slightly to the side. Swish! Lei Ming's powerful collision almost brushed against the corner of Xiao Han's clothes and hit the air heavily. The huge force even caused ripples on the energy shield at the edge of the ring. Ha! Lei Ming's attack missed, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. What a quick reaction! But it must have been luck. He didn't believe it, so he twisted his waist and swung a powerful bear slap with his backhand. With a whistling sound that tore through the air, he hit Xiao Han's head again. But Xiao Han's figure became erratic again. His steps were mysterious, as if he could shrink the distance into an inch, and as if he was sneaking around like a ghost. He could always easily avoid Lei Ming's attack at an incredible angle at the moment before it was about to hit him. So close yet so far away. This special footwork acquired from the system, supported by the 6th level of warrior spiritual power, combined with the evolved Shadow Lord's control over the subtleties of the environment, allowed Xiao Han's body movements to reach an incredible level. On the ring, Lei Ming was like a clumsy giant bear, constantly waving his heavy fists and sharp claws, causing gusts of wind and a terrifying sound. Xiao Han was like a butterfly dancing in a storm. Every time he dodged, he seemed so calm and even had a hint of playfulness in his expression. Bang! Boom! Snap! Lei Ming's attacks missed again and again, either hitting nothing or glancing past the corner of Xiao Han's clothes, without even touching the opponent's hair. The students under the ring initially thought that Lei Ming was very powerful and had a sure win, but gradually, their expressions changed from anticipation to surprise, and then from surprise to dullness. Am I seeing right? Thunder can't hit? This Xiao Han's movements are so strange. I can't even tell how he moves. Is this really the 6th level of the warrior realm? This speed and reaction are faster than many peak warriors, right? Isn't he related? The sound of discussion gradually rose, and the eyes looking at Xiao Han changed from initial contempt to surprise and suspicion. Lei Ming's expression became increasingly ugly, from his initial confidence to anger and embarrassment. He felt like a monkey being made fun of and lost face in front of everyone. Ah! Stop right there! Lei Ming was completely enraged, his eyes were red, and he let out an angry roar towards the sky. Martial spirit possessed. Earth-splitting crazy claw. The shadow of the earth-splitting wild bear behind him suddenly merged into his body. His body seemed to swell, his muscles became knotted, and a layer of earthy yellow luster appeared on the surface of his skin. An aura that was even more violent and ferocious than before suddenly erupted. He stretched out his claws, and his 10 fingers became as hard and sharp as steel, flashing with a terrifying cold light. This time, he no longer pursued single-point attacks, but instead used both claws to strike out, bringing up dozens of sharp claw shadows, like a violent storm, blocking all the space around Xiao Han where he could dodge. The claw shadows intertwined into a net, the ochre energy surged, and deep marks were scratched on the ground of the arena. This attack had a huge coverage area and was several times more powerful than before. It looked like Lei Ming was really angry and wanted to tear Xiao Han into pieces with one blow. Are you finally serious? Faced with this overwhelming attack, Xiao Han's eyes finally focused slightly. The figure that had been dodging as if strolling leisurely in the garden suddenly stopped. He stopped dodging. At the moment when countless sharp claws were about to approach him, Xiao Han slowly raised his right fist. There is no earth-shaking momentum, nor gorgeous light and shadow effects. But at the moment he clenched his fist, an indescribable terrifying mood, as if it could annihilate everything, quietly condensed on the tip of his fist. Destruction Fist. Although it was only a fragment, and although Xiao Han had only grasped a superficial understanding, the fist intent that originated from chaos and destroyed everything had already taken shape. Now! Xiao Han's eyes suddenly became sharp. He spotted a fleeting flaw in the claw shadow network, and his right fist seemed to penetrate the barrier of space. He was the first to arrive, facing the violent torrent of energy and blasting out straight ahead. This punch, seemingly ordinary, actually contains an extreme destructive force. The fist landed precisely on the node on the chest where the energy was the most violent but also the most unstable after Lei Ming possessed him. There was no earth-shattering noise, only a dull and heart-pounding puff sound. Like a popped balloon. Time seemed to stand still for a moment at this moment. Then. Snap. The hard, ochre-colored luster on Lei Ming's body was instantly covered with cracks like a spider web. The violent shadow of the earth-splitting bear behind him let out a shrill wail, and its light dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, almost disintegrating. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelming force rushed into Lei Ming's body through his fist. Puff! The hideous smile on Lei Ming's face froze instantly, replaced by boundless fear and pain. He only felt an indescribable destructive force exploding in his body, and his internal organs seemed to be shattered. The whole person was like being hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train. Blood mixed with internal organ fragments spurted out of his mouth, and his body flew backwards like a torn sack. Boom! Lei Ming hit the energy shield at the edge of the ring heavily, bounced back, fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then completely fainted. A terrifying fist mark collapsed on his chest, and his breath was extremely weak. One punch. Just one punch. Lei Ming, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the warrior realm and had been so majestic and arrogant just a moment ago, unleashing the most powerful attack possessed by his martial spirit, was just killed instantly. Chapter 28. There is definitely something wrong. The entire training ground fell into deathly silence. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths agape, as if petrified, staring blankly at the young man in the center of the ring who was slowly retracting his fist. What just happened? What did they see? A relative at the 6th level of the warrior realm killed a strong man in the class who was at the peak of the 9th level of the warrior realm and had used his martial spirit to possess him with just one punch? Is this a fucking dream? The smugness and cheers on the faces of Lei Ming's followers were still frozen, but now they were only pale and dazed. The class teacher Zhou Kai, the middle-aged teacher who always seemed a little tired and perfunctory, was also stunned at this moment, and his hands holding the recording board were shaking slightly. He looked at the unconscious Lei Ming, and then looked at Xiao Han on the ring, whose breath was still steady, as if he had just casually swatted a fly. His eyes were filled with incredible shock and deep confusion. Is this really the 6th level of the warrior realm? The terrifying artistic conception and explosive power contained in that punch made even his teacher, who was at the martial arts master level, feel a little nervous. There is definitely something wrong with this kid. Xiao Han seemed not to notice the ghost-like looks around him. He calmly retracted his fist and even symbolically brushed off the non-existent dust on his sleeves. He walked to the edge of the arena and looked at the still-dazed teacher Zhou Kai. He said calmly, "Teacher, is the test over?" "Ah. Oh. It's over. It's over." Zhou Kai suddenly came back to his senses and nodded quickly. The look in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Han had completely changed. It was no longer the scrutiny and indifference as before, but was full of surprise, solemnity, and even a hint of fear. He quickly walked up to the ring and briefly checked Lei Ming's injuries. After confirming that he was only seriously injured and unconscious and not in danger of life, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, his evaluation of Xiao Han has reached an unprecedented level. Monster. This is definitely a monster. A 6th-level warrior could instantly kill a 9th-level peak warrior with a single punch? With that kind of combat power, he could probably even compete with some students who had just entered the martial arts master realm. How could such a person be assigned to Class 7? Was this a deliberate arrangement by the higher-ups? Or, is there something wrong with this kid's profile? Zhou Kai was filled with doubts, but he remained calm on the surface and announced the result: Xiao Han wins. Combat rating, excellent. He originally wanted to give it a perfect rating, but considering the impact, he temporarily decided on excellent. However, he has decided that he must report this situation to the college immediately. Xiao Han didn't care about it at all. Ratings and the like were meaningless to him. He nodded calmly, and under the awe, curiosity, and disbelief of the whole class, he walked down the ring, returned to his seat by the window, and continued looking out the window, as if the person who had just shocked the whole audience with one punch was not him at all. However, the atmosphere on the training ground completely exploded because of this battle. Holy crap! Seconds. Thunder! A peak warrior at the 9th level, even using a spirit possession technique. And just one punch? What the hell is that fist? Why do I feel so scared? 6th level of the warrior realm? You're kidding. This guy is definitely hiding his true strength. Hiss. When did such a fierce guy appear in Team 7? The sounds of discussion, exclamations, and gasps swept across the entire training ground like a tide. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xiao Han, who walked down from the ring, brushed his sleeves, and looked out the window as if nothing had happened. Awe, curiosity, disbelief, all kinds of complex emotions intertwined in everyone's eyes. Lei Ming's followers were now as pale as paper, not daring to breathe, and looked at Xiao Han with eyes full of fear. Thinking back on all the ridicule and comments before, it was like dancing at the gate of Hades' palace. The one who has changed the most is our class teacher Zhou Kai. This middle-aged teacher had always seemed tired and perfunctory, as if he didn't care about anything. At this moment, he trotted down from the ring in 2 steps, with an enthusiastic and even somewhat flattering smile on his face, which was completely different from his previous indifference. Xiao Han. Hey, are you okay? You weren't hurt just now, were you? Zhou Kai came close to Xiao Han, his tone full of concern and his eyes warm. Are you thirsty? The teacher has a special energy drink here. Would you like a bottle? Replenish your energy. As he spoke, he hurriedly took out a bottle of beautifully packaged blue liquid from his space ring and was about to stuff it into Xiao Han's hand. That action was like a salesman meeting a super VIP customer. The students around watched with their eyes twitching. Teacher Zhou, with your ability to change faces so quickly, it would be a waste of your talent if you didn't study acting. Xiao Han glanced at him and said lightly, No need, teacher. Hey, you're welcome, you're welcome. Zhou Kai's smile did not diminish, but became even more enthusiastic. Student Xiao Han, your strength is truly hidden. I was short-sighted and neglected you before, so please don't take it to heart. From now on, if you need anything in class, just tell the teacher. Training resources, credits and tasks, as long as the teacher can help, I will definitely help. He now knew exactly what was going on. This Xiao Han was definitely not just some relative, but a genuinely powerful man. A 6th-level warrior could instantly kill a 9th-level peak warrior with a single punch? Looking across the entire 1st grade, there aren't many people with this kind of combat prowess. How could such a person be assigned to Class 7? Either the information is wrong, or some big shot deliberately arranged for him to develop in a low-key manner. No matter what the situation was, my previous attitude was simply courting death. Now I must make amends and hold on to this potential thigh. Xiao Han didn't react particularly well to Zhou Kai's 180-degree turn, except to find it a bit noisy. He nodded and said perfunctorily, "I understand, teacher." Zhou Kai wanted to say something else when there was a small commotion at the entrance of the training ground. A group of students wearing uniforms different from those of Class 7 walked in, led by a tall and proud young man. This young man had a calm aura, sharp eyes, and a vibration faintly emanating from his body that was stronger than thunder. He was apparently at the initial stage of becoming a martial artist. There were several people following behind him, and all of them had the aura of the 8th or 9th level of the warrior realm. It was obvious that they were not students from an ordinary class. "I heard there's a tough guy in Team 7? He's at the 6th level of the warrior realm and knocked Lei Ming out with one punch." The leading young man, a martial artist, scanned the entire arena with a condescending gaze, finally settling on Xiao Han, who had just stepped off the stage. A playful smile curved the corners of his mouth. "You?" The appearance of this group of people immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 29 Genius Chen Feng. It's Chen Feng from Class 3. Martial Master Level 1. A genius with the SS-level spirit Swift Wind Wolf. Why are they here? Class 3 is a key class. They must have heard the news about Xiao Han and came to watch the fun. Students in the key classes always had a natural sense of superiority over those in the regular classes. Chen Feng's arrival made the already chaotic scene even more chaotic. Zhou Kai frowned slightly when he saw Chen Feng, but still stepped forward and said politely, "Student Chen Feng, what are you doing?" Chen Feng didn't even look at Zhou Kai. His gaze remained fixed on Xiao Han, with undisguised provocation and contempt in his eyes. "Nothing much, I just heard that your Class 7 has a theoretical genius who is also very good in actual combat, so I came here to see him." He emphasized the pronunciation of the four words theoretical genius with a full sense of sarcasm. A warrior at the 6th level can kill a warrior at the 9th level with one punch? This kind of nonsense can only fool losers like you ordinary students. Chen Feng sneered, his eyes sharp as a knife. "Boy, do you dare to fight me for a few moves? Let me see, do you really have the ability, or are you just bragging?" Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar again. Chen Feng, a genius at the 1st level of the martial artist realm, actually specifically asked to challenge Xiao Han. This wasn't just a competition anymore, it was clearly a showdown. The key class was crushing the regular class. Everyone's heart was in their throat, and their eyes glanced back and forth between Chen Feng and Xiao Han. A martial artist at the 1st level, and a surface martial artist at the 6th level, the difference is enormous. It's like heaven and earth. Even if Xiao Han is a monstrous being, it's impossible for him to leapfrog an entire realm, right? Hope rekindled in the eyes of Lei Ming's followers, who gloated over Xiao Han's misfortune. "You were so arrogant just now. Now you've met a tough opponent. Let's see how you die." Zhou Kai's face changed, and he was about to speak to stop him, but he saw Xiao Han raised his eyelids and looked at Chen Feng, his expression still calm. At this moment, a familiar system prompt sounded in Xiao Han's mind. Ding! The host has been detected to be facing a provocation, and the God-level selection system has been triggered. Choice 1, reject the challenge and swallow your anger. Reward, Ninja Turtle title, a slight boost to defense and 100% taunt value when worn, 1 ordinary chi and blood pill. Option 2, accept the challenge and defeat the challenger Chen Feng in public. Reward, special item breakthrough talisman, can ignore bottlenecks and force a small realm upgrade, effective below the martial king realm, increased proficiency in the destroying divine fist. Xiao Han. System, are you afraid I won't choose the second option with this reward? A Ninja Turtle title? Plus 100% taunt value? Are you saying I'm not troublesome enough? And that realm-breaking talisman, forcing a small realm advancement? This thing is simply against the will of heaven. As for improving his proficiency in the god-destroying fist, it is what he urgently needs right now. There is no choice at all. Can. Amidst the worried, sympathetic, and gloating gazes of the crowd, Xiao Han uttered 2 words. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the entire training ground. Calm and indifferent, as if Chen Feng was not a genius at the martial arts level, but just a passerby who casually chatted with him on the street. Chen Feng was slightly taken aback when he heard Xiao Han's straightforward answer, and then his eyes showed even more contempt. "Oh, you've got guts. Then let's go to the central battle arena, arena number 3. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll give you half an hour to prepare first." He felt that Xiao Han was being completely stubborn and had no idea of the insurmountable gap between the martial master realm and the warrior realm. It's just right. In front of more people, I can completely crush this ignorant kid and make those guys in the ordinary class face reality. It won't take half an hour. Xiao Han shook his head. It can be done now. After saying this, he ignored the stunned Chen Feng and the shocked students around him and walked straight out of the training ground. Chen Feng looked at Xiao Han's departing back, his face turning pale. This kid is so damn good at pretending. Wait until we get to the ring, and see how I'll deal with you. He snorted coldly and followed with his men. Zhou Kai opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. He just looked at Xiao Han's back deeply with a complicated look in his eyes, and finally hurried to catch up. The students of Class 7 looked at each other, and finally rushed out like a tide. The 6th level of Warrior Realm vs the 1st level of Martial Artist Realm. Dark Horse from Ordinary Class vs Genius from Key Class. This news spread among the first-year students of the Imperial Capital Academy at an astonishing speed, as if it had wings. The Central Battle Hall is a place in the Imperial Capital Academy used specifically for formal competitions and the settlement of grudges between students. The venue is much larger than an ordinary training ring, and is surrounded by spectator stands that can accommodate thousands of people. When Xiao Han and Chen Feng arrived at Arena Number 3, it was already surrounded by students who had rushed over after hearing the news. Not only were there a large number of freshmen, but there were also quite a few seniors in senior uniforms, all attracted by this showdown with a huge disparity in strength. The audience was noisy and full of discussion. Have you heard? Xiao Han from Class 7 is going to challenge Chen Feng from Class 3. Who is Xiao Han? I've never heard of him. That's the tough guy who got a perfect score on the theory test and knocked out Lei Ming with one punch. Holy crap! Is this true? A 6th level warrior defeated a 9th level peak warrior? That's a pretty impressive feat. What a bullshit! A jerk like Lei Ming is nothing compared to Chen Feng. The martial artist realm and the warrior realm are two completely different things. That's right. Transforming spiritual energy into energy and condensing the true meaning of martial arts, the methods used by martial artists are simply beyond the imagination of warriors. This Xiao Han dares to accept the challenge. Either he really has a trump card, or he is a fool. I think it's probably the latter. Victory has gone to his head. It's going to be a good show. I bet Chen Feng will finish the fight within 10 moves. 10 moves? You think too highly of that guy. I bet on 3 moves. Almost no one is optimistic about Xiao Han. After all, the gap between the martial artist realm and the warrior realm is a recognized huge chasm that few can cross. Under the gazes of countless people, Xiao Han and Chen Feng respectively walked onto the wide and solid number 3 arena. Chen Feng stood in the center of the ring, his hands folded across his chest, releasing the aura of a first-level martial artist without reservation. An invisible wind pressure formed, causing the audience who were close to him to feel their breath stagnate. He looked down at Xiao Han across from him with disdain, as if he were an ant. Xiao Han, on the other hand, still looked calm and indifferent, with a restrained aura, as if he could not feel the other party's powerful pressure. However, in the depths of his calm eyes, a barely perceptible sharp light flashed quietly. Martial Master Realm? Just right. There was thunder just now, it wasn't even a warm-up. This time, maybe I can be a little more serious. The spiritual power in his body, under the operation of the art of creation, began to slowly awaken like a dormant dragon. The 2 martial spirits, the Eternal Night King and the Chaos Green Lotus, also began to tremble slightly, ready to burst out with earth-shaking power at any time. In the first battle of the Imperial Capital Academy, he would announce his arrival by defeating a genius at the martial arts level. The referee teacher below the ring took a look at the 2 people facing each other, confirmed that both sides were ready, and announced in a deep voice. The showdown begins. Chapter 30 Xiao Han, is it over? The moment the referee finished speaking, Chen Feng moved. Ouch! A wild and ferocious wolf howl resounded throughout the venue. A giant wolf with a sturdy build, bluish-gray fur, and a pale blue air current surrounding it suddenly appeared behind him. SS-level Martial Soul Wind Demon Wolf. At the same time as the martial soul appeared, a majestic aura far beyond the realm of warriors swept out from Chen Feng's body like a tsunami. The spiritual power of the first level of the martial artist realm burst out without reservation, condensed and heavy, with the sharpness of a gust of wind, instantly covering the entire arena. What was even more frightening was that as he released his aura, the air in the arena area beneath his feet seemed to become sticky, with faint cyan vortexes swirling around, forming a vague prototype of a force field. The embryonic form of a domain. This is one of the signs of a powerful martial artist. Although it is still very immature and far from being as controllable as a real domain, it can already suppress and interfere with enemies within the range. Chen Feng's eyes were arrogant, with a hint of cruel smile, and he pressed this powerful momentum that was a mixture of martial soul pressure and the embryonic form of domain towards Xiao Han opposite him like a substance. He wanted to take the initiative and use the absolute gap in their realm to directly crush the mind of this ignorant boy. Even through the energy shield, the audience below the ring felt palpitations and difficulty breathing. So strong. Is this the martial master realm? The momentum alone is enough to take my breath away. That Xiao Han, is it over? How can we stop him? However, Xiao Han, who was at the center of the storm, was like a mainstay, standing still. Chen Feng's aura, which was enough to make ordinary warriors at the peak of the realm lose their minds, fell on Xiao Han, but it was like a drop in the ocean, disappearing silently into thin air. He still stood there, his expression calm and his aura restrained, as if the violent air currents and invisible force fields around him were just a breeze blowing on his face. Only Xiao Han himself knew that the power of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit had already been quietly operating in his body. After evolving into the Shadow Lord, his control over shadows and negative energy increased greatly. Chen Feng's aura of oppression was not enough to shake him in the slightest. Even the slightest bit of sharpness of wind contained in the embryonic form of the domain was silently guided and dissolved by the power of the King of Eternal Night. The smile on Chen Feng's face froze slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Blocked? No reaction at all? Faking? Or is there something really strange? He didn't believe in evil, and he couldn't bear to lose face in front of a waste from an ordinary class. Interesting. It seems you're not just talking nonsense. Chen Feng snorted coldly, a fierce look flashing in his eyes, then try to take my move. Wind Wolf Claw. He growled, and the shadow of the Wind Wolf behind him suddenly raised its front paws, merging with his movements. Chen Feng put his 5 fingers together, veins popped out on his arms, and light blue spiritual power condensed instantly. It transformed into a giant energy claw sharper than steel, tearing through the air, and with a sharp whistling sound, it grabbed Xiao Han on the head. This claw was not only incredibly fast, but also extremely powerful. Before the claw wind arrived, several clear white marks had already been scratched on the hard alloy ground of the arena by the invisible force. What was even more terrifying was that the power of the embryonic form of the domain around the claw shadow also moved, and the air became thicker, as if it wanted to imprison Xiao Han in place, leaving him with no way to escape. Martial arts fused with the power of the domain. Power doubled. So fast. Even a warrior can't block this claw. It's over. Many people subconsciously closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch the bloody scene that followed. However, just as the sharp wolf claws were about to touch Xiao Han's head, Xiao Han's figure moved. There was no panicked dodging, nor any head-on resistance. His body seemed to have lost weight, and he simply swayed lightly towards the shadow beside him. Swish! Like a drop of water merging into the sea, Xiao Han's figure instantly sank into the not-so-deep shadow beneath his feet and disappeared without a trace. A world away. Combined with the shadow control power of Shadow Master, the strangeness of this footwork is brought to its extreme. Puff! Chen Feng's claw, determined to succeed and incredibly powerful, fiercely grasped at nothing. The powerful force missed, causing him to stagger and almost lose his balance. The giant energy claw slammed into the ring with a loud bang, leaving behind a shocking claw mark and splattering gravel. What? Chen Feng turned around suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief. Where are the people? Below the stage, the audience who were originally prepared to cheer or express regret were now all stunned like ducks with their necks strangled. Disappeared? What's going on? Am I dazzled? It's his body movement. What a strange body movement. Did he merge into the shadows? What the hell? What level of footwork is this? Just as Chen Feng was confused and looking for Xiao Han everywhere, a shadow behind him squirmed like a living thing. The next moment, Xiao Han's figure emerged from the shadow without any warning, and appeared behind Chen Feng as if teleporting. The timing was perfect. It was the moment when Chen Feng's old strength had been exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated, and his mind was at its most unstable. Not good. After all, Chen Feng was a martial artist with rich combat experience. He instantly sensed the danger behind him, his scalp tingling, and he turned around to defend without thinking. But it's too late. A cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he punched out with both fists. The left fist was as black as ink, as if it contained a black hole that could devour everything, and the power of shadow devouring was quietly activated. The right fist, seemingly ordinary, condensed a terrifying aura that seemed to destroy everything. It was the destroying God fist. His two fists, one on the left and one on the right, hit Chen Feng's protective spiritual energy that he had hastily condensed like lightning. Crack! There was a crisp sound like glass breaking. The light blue protective aura on Chen Feng's body, which was strong enough to withstand a full-strength attack from an ordinary peak-level warrior, collapsed instantly like paper under Xiao Han's fists. The shadow-devouring power of his left fist, like a maggot in the tarsal bone, instantly invaded Chen Feng's body, madly devouring his spiritual power, making him feel weak all over and his strength rapidly lost. The destruction god fist in his right fist was like an indestructible spike, directly piercing through his remaining defenses and hitting the vital point on his back. Puff! Chen Feng felt a piercing pain in his back, and then a destructive force exploded within him. His internal organs seemed to shift instantly, and his meridians were severed. The horror and disbelief on his face froze in an instant, and his whole body was like being hit head-on by a battering ram. A mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments spurted out, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably again. This time, Laming flew higher and farther than before. Chapter 31. That was not a sneak attack. Bang! Chen Feng was like a kite with a broken string. He flew across most of the arena and slammed heavily into the energy shield in the distance, making a dull thud, and then slid softly to the ground. He struggled to get up, but as soon as he moved, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face turned pale as paper, his whole body trembled violently, and his eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Defeated? A genius of the first level of the martial artist realm, the owner of an SS-level martial spirit, actually. Being attacked from behind by a warrior level 6 kid. No, that wasn't a sneak attack. That was a thundering blow after seizing the flaw. One move. After just one move, he was defeated? There was deathly silence under the ring. Everyone was petrified, their minds blank. What just happened? Wind Wolf Claw. Blend into the shadows. Attack from behind. Break the defense with two fists. Vomiting blood and flying backwards. All this happened in a flash. It's so fast that people can't react at all. When they came to their senses, they saw Chen Feng, the arrogant martial artist genius, lying in the corner of the ring like a dead dog, while Xiao Han, the 6th-level martial artist who they had not been optimistic about before, was slowly retracting his fists and standing in the center of the ring, spotless. After a brief moment of silence, there was an uproar like a volcanic eruption. What the hell? What did I see? Chen Feng was killed in an instant? One move. Really just one move? A 6th-level warrior defeated a 1st-level martial artist? Is this a fucking human? What kind of boxing technique is that? It's too outrageous to break through defense. And that agility. It's simply an assassin's divine skill. Monster. Absolutely a monster. Screams, exclamations, and gasps combined into a huge wave of sound that almost blew off the roof of the central battle hall. Those who were sure that Xiao Han would lose, and even bet on how many moves Chen Feng had to win, now had their faces slapped and were red and hot. Lei Ming's followers were trembling with fear, looking at Xiao Han as if he were looking at a demon crawling out of hell. Even Chen Feng, who was at the martial artist level, was knocked down with one move. They had mocked Xiao Han before, saying that he was just like a man hanging himself because he thought his life was too long. The class teacher Zhou Kai opened his mouth wide, and the recording board in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp click, but he was completely unaware of it. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after confirming that he was not mistaken, he muttered to himself, "Monster. What a monster. Team 7? Is this the kind of person Team 7 can keep?" He was now extremely grateful that he had adapted quickly to the situation and changed his attitude in time. On the ring, Xiao Han glanced at Chen Feng, who was lying on the ground. When the latter met his gaze, he trembled with fear and struggled to admit defeat, but because his injuries were too severe, he could only make a ho-ho sound from his throat. Xiao Han was not interested in delivering another kick. An opponent of this caliber was not even worthy of him using his spirit body. He turned around and looked at the referee teacher, who was completely stunned. His tone was still calm. "Teacher, can you announce the result?" Oh. Be okay. The referee shuddered and quickly came to his senses. He looked at Xiao Han with eyes filled with awe and disbelief. He took a deep breath, and with all his strength, he announced loudly, "The winner of this duel is Xiao Han." As the voice fell, the whole audience burst into thunderous applause and cheers again. This time, it is no longer questioning and watching the fun, but shock and admiration from the heart. With the body of a 6th-level warrior, he crushed the genius of the 1st-level martial artist. This battle is enough to shock the entire 1st grade of the Imperial Capital Academy. Xiao Han's name is destined to resound throughout the entire group of freshmen today. As for Xiao Han, under the gazes of countless fanatical, admiring, and awed people, he simply nodded calmly, as if he had done something insignificant, turned around, and walked off the stage. The martial artist realm seems to be just like this. His mind moved slightly, and he felt the prompt sound coming from the system in his mind. The breakthrough talisman was obtained, and the proficiency of the destruction god fist was also improved. A barely noticeable arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Life in this Imperial Capital Academy seems to be more interesting than imagined. Everything that happened on Arena number 3 of the Central Arena was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, creating waves that swept across the entire Imperial Capital Academy at an unimaginable speed. Breaking news! Breaking news! Xiao Han, an ordinary student in Class 7, Grade 1, who was at the 6th level of the Warrior Realm, instantly killed Chen Feng, a genius at the 1st level of the Martial Master Realm in Class 3, with a single move. Is this true? Killing someone instantly across a major realm? And Chen Feng has an SS-level martial spirit? There's a video. It's going viral on the internal forums. That movement is inhuman, blending right into the shadows and launching a sneak attack. And that punch, Chen Feng's protective energy is like paper. Holy crap! This guy is a regular class student? You're kidding. This level of skill is good enough to be in the core class, right? Class 7, the legendary retirement class? What kind of monster appeared this year? Perfect in theory, incredible in actual combat. Who is this Xiao Han? Various communication channels, forums, and gossip groups within the school were instantly flooded with the name Xiao Han. Countless freshmen, old students, and even some instructors were alarmed. It is not impossible for a warrior to defeat a master, but it was so quick and efficient, killing the opponent in one move, and it happened to a freshman who had just enrolled. This is definitely explosive news. In particular, Xiao Han's strange body movements and terrifyingly powerful boxing skills have triggered countless speculations and discussions. Many curious people began to dig deep into Xiao Han's background, but apart from Bai number 1 middle school's first in theory and double F level martial arts soul, this is old information. The new information has not yet been widely circulated. Apart from basic information, nothing was found, which added to his mystery. Zhou Kai, the temporary instructor of Class 7, was standing at the edge of the training ground, watching the medical staff frantically carrying the unconscious Chen Feng away. He looked at Xiao Han in the distance, who had regained his composure as if nothing had happened, and felt that his worldview had been slightly impacted. With trembling hands, he opened his communicator and played the complete battle video he had just recorded. He sent it to the Martial Arts Academy's Academic Affairs Office along with his extremely carefully worded report that praised Xiao Han to the skies. He knew that an abnormal existence like Xiao Han was definitely not something that an ordinary class teacher like him could handle. This matter must be reported. In the Imperial Capital Academy, in an independent tower floating above the clouds. This is one of the office areas of the core power figures in the institution, and the spiritual energy is so rich that it almost turns into substance. The clouds roll outside the window, overlooking the huge university buildings below, like the perspective of a god. The office is spacious and bright, with a simple style but exuding extraordinary elegance everywhere. Lin Xingxia was sitting behind a desk made of unknown jade, browsing the information that had just been transmitted on the screen. Chapter 32. Come to my office. On the screen was the complete video of Xiao Han's battle with Chen Feng, as well as Zhou Kai's report full of shock and praise. The video replayed over and over again the scene of Xiao Han blending into the shadows, suddenly appearing, breaking through Chen Feng's defense with his fists, and severely injuring him with one blow. Lin Xingxia's beautiful face was calm and expressionless, but in her eyes, as deep as the sea of stars, there was a strange glow flowing. 6th level of the warrior realm, shadow-like body movements and control, and that shattering punch. Her fingertips tapped lightly on the table, making a crisp sound. Chaos Azure Lotus, Eternal Night King, these two spirits are indeed not that simple. Back when she was in Bai number 1 middle school, she had looked at Xiao Han differently, not only because of his extraordinary theoretical achievements and solid foundation as a 9th level martial artist, but also because of an intuition. Now it seems that her intuition was right. This kid is hiding a big secret. Twins SSS plus? No, I'm afraid it's more than that. Lin Xingxia shook her head slightly. When awakening, it exploded the crystal, and now it can surpass the realm and kill the martial artist in seconds. Interesting. She closed the light curtain, picked up an intercom on the table, and dialed a number. It's me. A cold and magnetic voice sounded. Notify Xiao Han from Class 7, Grade 1 of the Martial Arts Academy to come to my office immediately. Xiao Han had just returned to Class 7 classroom and hadn't even sat down when Zhou Kai rushed in like a gust of wind, with a complex expression of excitement, awe, and some nervousness on his face. Classmate Xiao Han. Classmate Xiao Han. Zhou Kai ran up to Xiao Han, his voice trembling. He tried hard to maintain the dignity of a class teacher, but he couldn't hide the flattery in his tone. Teacher Lin Xingxia, I'm here to see you. Lin Xingxia? After hearing this, Xiao Han raised his eyebrows slightly. What does the beautiful martial king realm mentor who specially recruited him from Beihai City want from him? Is it because of the defeat of Chen Feng just now? I understand, teacher. He nodded slightly and stood up. Hey! I'll take you there. I'll take you there. Zhou Kai hurried forward, and his attentiveness made the students around him unable to bear to look at him. Xiao Han did not refuse and followed him out of the classroom. On the way, Zhou Kai never stopped talking incessantly about how transcendent Lin Xingxia's status in the school was and how powerful she was. He also did not forget to urge Xiao Han to perform well. He looked like an old father who was afraid that his son-in-law would neglect his daughter. After passing through several teaching areas with different styles and taking the high-speed suspended elevator dedicated to the interior, Xiao Han finally arrived in front of the tower that soared into the clouds. Zhou Kai was stopped at the entrance of the tower, and only Xiao Han was allowed to enter. Walking into Lin Xingxia's office, Xiao Han discovered that it was more spacious than he had imagined and the view was excellent. The air is filled with a faint fragrance and rich spiritual energy, which makes people feel refreshed. Lin Xingxia was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, with her back to him, looking into the distance. She was wearing a well-cut silver-white tutor's uniform that perfectly outlined her graceful and exquisite curves. Her long hair was casually spread out like a waterfall, and even just a back view, she exuded an indescribable powerful aura and breathtaking beauty. Coming? Lin Xingxia turned around. Her eyes are calm and deep, as if she can see through people's hearts. Being stared at by her like this, Xiao Han actually felt a subtle pressure. This woman's strength was far stronger than he had expected. Teacher Lin. Xiao Han greeted in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Sit. Lin Xingxia pointed to the sofa beside her. Xiao Han sat down as he was told. Lin Xingxia also sat down opposite him and personally poured him a cup of tea that exuded a mysterious aura. Try it, it's a calming tea, it helps to calm your mind. Thank you, master. Xiao Han thanked him, picked up the teacup and took a sip. A warm current slid down his throat, instantly making him feel refreshed, and the fatigue brought by days of training and fighting dissipated a lot. Nice one. I saw your performance at the Beihai City Awakening Ceremony. Lin Xingxia went straight to the point. Twin Martial Souls, Chaos Azure Lotus, and Eternal Night King. The test result at that time was SSS+. Xiao Han's heart moved, knowing that the highlight was about to begin. But I also watched your fight with Chen Feng just now. Lin Xingxia continued, with a hint of inquiry in her tone. The strength you've displayed, especially your strange agility and defense-breaking abilities, doesn't seem to be consistent with the known properties of your two martial spirits. Furthermore, a 6th-level warrior defeated a 1st-level martial artist with a single move. This isn't something you can easily achieve with just an SSS+ level martial spirit. She paused, her tone calm, yet with an unquestionable tone. Can you explain, Xiao Han? Did you encounter anything special after your awakening? Here we come. Sure enough, that's what I asked. Xiao Han's thoughts raced. System matters must never be exposed. A thoughtful expression perfectly captured his face, and he spoke frankly. Teacher Lin has a keen eye. After awakening, I was fortunate enough to receive some special inheritances left behind by senior masters during my training trips. These included some incomplete techniques and skills, which allowed me to improve my strength, well, quite rapidly. This statement is half true and half false. The skills in martial arts were indeed given by the system, so it is not wrong to call it inheritance. As for the seniors and masters, that's pure nonsense. Lin Xingxia looked at him quietly without saying anything. The office fell silent for a moment, with only the clouds drifting silently outside the window. Xiao Han appeared calm on the surface, but was secretly alert in his heart. This woman, wouldn't she not believe it? After a moment, Lin Xingxia spoke slowly, her tone unrecognizable as either joy or anger, a special inheritance. This isn't uncommon in the martial arts world. It seems you have quite good luck. She seemed to accept this statement and did not ask for further details. This made Xiao Han secretly relieved. Your potential far exceeds my expectations. Lin Xingxia changed the subject, a hint of admiration in her eyes. With your current strength and potential, it would be a waste of you to continue staying in an ordinary class like Class 7. Xiao Han's heart moved, and he had a premonition of something. I've already told the hospital about this. Lin Xingxia said, I'm going to transfer you to the first-year core class of the Martial Arts Academy Class 0. Core class. Class 0. Although Xiao Han had just arrived, he had heard about the class division system of the Imperial Capital Academy. Above the ordinary classes are the key classes, and above the key classes are the real core. The core class brings together the top talents in the entire grade, enjoys the school's top resources, and is personally guided by the most powerful instructors. And Class 0 is the core of the core, mysterious and powerful. At this moment, the system prompt sound came as expected. Ding! The host is facing an important decision, and the God-level selection system has been triggered. Choice 1, accept Lin Xingxia's proposal and join Core Class 0. Rewards, priority access to the school's core resources, partial, accelerated cultivation privileges for creation and heaven-shaking secrets temporary, and a large number of credits. Choice 2, decline Lin Xingxia's proposal and continue to stay in Class 7 and develop quietly. Reward, temporary title of Master of the Way of the Gods, slightly improved stealth effect, 1 basic training resource pack, and 1 month of quiet training time. Chapter 33. I choose to join Class 0. Xiao Han had 2 choices before him, and he barely gave them any thought. Master Go Dao? That thing is of little use to him now. Basic resource pack? The money in his account is almost overflowing, he really doesn't need it. A month of quiet and low-key development? It sounds good, but just waiting is not a solution. Luck is when resources and opportunities come together. In comparison, the reward for the first choice is simply dazzling. Priority access to core resources. The technique speeds up your practice. And a ton of credits. Isn't this what he came to the Imperial Capital Academy for? As for the challenges of the core classes? Who is Xiao Han afraid of? Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your appreciation. Xiao Han raised his head and said in a firm tone, I choose Class 0. Seeing that he made such a straightforward choice, Lin Xingxia showed a hint of approval on her face. Having talent is not enough, she also appreciates young people who are ambitious and daring. Very good. Lin Xingxia nodded, the slight curve of her lips barely visible. What Class 0 can offer you is far beyond what ordinary classes can offer. I will personally be one of your instructors and strive for the best conditions for you. The powerful king of martial arts personally guides? Xiao Han felt a little warmer in his heart. Needless to say, this benefit was great. But Lin Xingxia changed the subject slightly, her tone becoming heavier. The core classes, especially Class 0, are much more complex than you might imagine, and the competition is much more brutal. Who among those who can get in isn't a child of destiny? Who doesn't have some hidden talents and pride? There, no one will sympathize with the weak, everyone will step on you to climb up. You need to stand firm. Her voice was not loud, but it made people feel heavy in their hearts. It was both a warning and an expectation. Xiao Han felt the weight, and at the same time, he felt a force rushing up in his chest. Cruel? Prodigy? Just right. He didn't come to the Imperial Capital Academy to waste time. I will, Mr. Lin. Xiao Han met Lin Xingxia's gaze and answered confidently. After bidding farewell to Lin Xingxia, Xiao Han did not return to Class 7. Instead, he was directly wrapped in a gentle energy. The next moment, he appeared in a completely different area. This is no longer an ordinary teaching building, but an independent huge platform suspended in the air. On the platform, the spiritual energy was so dense that it was almost liquefied, forming a light white mist. Taking a breath of it made people feel refreshed, and the speed of cultivation was increased a bit. In the center of the platform is an ancient and majestic palace, and around it are dozens of independent meditation rooms, each of which emits strong energy fluctuations. Core Class 0. The gathering place of the real elites of the first grade of the Imperial Capital Academy. As soon as Xiao Han stepped onto the platform, several sharp gazes were cast at him from inside the hall and the surrounding quiet rooms. These gazes contain powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy, carrying scrutiny, curiosity, and undisguised arrogance. More than 20 students have gathered in the hall, and without exception, they all exude an aura far beyond the level of a warrior. Most of them are between the first and third levels of the martial master realm, and a few of them have even deeper and more concentrated auras, surprisingly reaching the fourth or even fifth level of the martial master realm. The most eye-catching thing was a young man standing at the front of the hall with his hands behind his back. He was tall and handsome, but he had a cold air that kept strangers away. His eyes gleamed with brilliance when he opened and closed them, and his aura was so powerful that he seemed to have reached the peak of the martial artist realm. Compared with Chen Feng, he is more than one level stronger. When these eyes fell on Xiao Han and sensed his unmistakable 6th level martial artist cultivation, curiosity and scrutiny quickly turned into undisguised astonishment, confusion, and a deep disdain and contempt. 6th level warrior realm? What's going on? Did we go to the wrong place? You're kidding. This is class 0. When did they start accepting even warriors? Oh, maybe he was forced in by someone with connections? It's really unlucky. It's lowering the average level of our class 0. Low murmurs of discussion arose without reservation, full of rejection and hostility. They are all geniuses carefully selected from major base cities and top forces. Each of them has an S-level or above martial soul, a brilliant record, and a proud heart. Naturally, they look down on a transfer student of a low realm. Xiao Han seemed oblivious to these malicious looks and comments. He walked calmly to a corner on one side of the hall and stood there silently. He is not here to make friends or to argue. Class 0 is just a stop on his road to becoming stronger. These so-called geniuses will be left far behind by him in the future. At this moment, an even more terrifying pressure descended like a mountain, instantly covering the entire platform. The noisy discussion suddenly stopped, and all the students, including the cold young man at the peak of the martial arts realm, became solemn and bowed in unison. A middle-aged man in a black robe, with a stern face and eyes as sharp as an eagle, appeared silently on the high platform in front of the hall. He did not release his aura intentionally, but the power he exuded in his every move caused the space to distort subtly. A powerful martial arts master. Class 0's instructor, Xinjun. Xinjun's gaze swept across every student below as if it were real, and finally stopped for a moment on Xiao Han. He frowned slightly, but did not say much. Everyone is here. Xinjun's voice was low and majestic, without any emotion. Starting today, there will be one more person added to Class 0, Xiao Han. Xinjun's introduction consists of just a few words, without any unnecessary explanation. When these words came down, there was a buzzing sound from below. Although the voice was not loud, everyone could feel the dissatisfaction and questioning. Many people's faces changed. Some people had guessed it a long time ago, but when the instructor said it himself, it felt completely different. Especially Luo Bing, who was standing at the front. The aura around him suddenly sank, and a chill made people's skin numb. That feeling was directed at Xiao Han. Humph, you're just occupying the toilet without doing anything. He sneered, his voice not loud but loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. This man is called Luo Bing, a martial artist at the 9th level of the martial master realm, with an SS+ level martial spirit called Ice Soul Black Dragon. He is one of the recognized leaders of Class 0 and the tough guy who has the greatest hope of reaching the martial king realm before the end of the first grade. He values the place in Class 0 the most and thinks it is sacred. So what's the point of forcing a warrior level person in now? It's a slap in the face of all the members of Class 0. Xinjun seemed to have not heard Luo Bing's sarcastic words at all, or rather, he didn't care at all. He went on to say, I called you here today to give you a new mission. With a wave of his hand, a three-dimensional image of a jungle immediately appeared in the air, looking very dangerous. The battle for resources in Mirkwood. The dark forest is inside the secret realm of resource number 3. There are many exotic beasts and the environment is difficult. Xinjun pointed at the map and said, however, there are good things in its shadow crystal orchid. This thing is very effective for martial artists, especially those who practice shadow and spiritual skills. Mission, Team of 5, enter the dense forest, and find as many shadow crystal orchids as possible. 7 days limited. Come back in rank by quantity and quality. The top 3 will receive generous rewards, priority in choosing core techniques, generous credits, and personal instruction from the instructor. The last place team will have double credits deducted and will have to take part in a punitive trial. Chapter 34, Forming Your Own Team. Team up. Competition for resources. Rewards and punishments. The air in the hall suddenly became tense, and all the students breathed heavier. This is not only a competition of strength, but also a great opportunity to seize rare resources. Form your own team and set off in half an hour. Xinjin spoke in a low voice, and after he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and said no more. With a buzz, the hall exploded. Students who have good relationships with each other immediately gathered together, and those with outstanding abilities were instantly surrounded by people and became popular. On Luo Bing's side, for top students above the 5th level of the martial master realm gathered in a blink of an eye. A powerful team was formed, and it was clear that it was aiming for the first place. The rest of the teams also formed quickly. Everyone wanted to find someone to lean on so that they could get a good ranking and avoid being punished. Only Xiao Han was standing alone in the corner, with no one paying any attention to him. The 6th level of warrior realm? In this kind of mission, what else could it be but a burden? Who would be so stupid as to bring along a burden? Several undisguised sneers came from the side. Those people were watching the fun and seemed to have foreseen the tragic situation of his points being reset to 0 and receiving punishment. Time slipped away quietly, and everyone found their home, except Xiao Han, who was still standing alone. Luo Bing seemed to have noticed the commotion here, and a mocking arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. The meaning is clear: you are useless and no one wants to join a team. At this moment, Xinjin opened his eyes and looked towards the corner. Xiao Han, you don't have a team? Yes, master. Xiao Han responded, his voice flat. Xinjin's face was expressionless. The mission must be completed as a team. Since no one chose you. Before he could finish his words, a slightly crisp, hesitant female voice interrupted, Instructor, our team is still short of one person. Everyone looked over. A petite, pretty girl with twin ponytails raised her hand. There were 3 team members standing next to her, all of whom were at the 1st or 2nd level of the martial master realm, which was considered the middle and lower levels of Class 0. The 3 men's faces showed reluctance, and it was obvious that they were dragged here by the girl. The girl's name is Xiao Bing. She is at the 2nd level of the martial artist realm and possesses an S-level auxiliary martial soul called Moonlight Elf. She seems to have a soft personality. Xinjin glanced at Xiao Bing's team, then looked at Xiao Han and nodded, okay. Xiao Han, you joined Xiao Bing's team. Thank you, master. Xiao Bing breathed a sigh of relief and gave Xiao Han a friendly yet apologetic smile. The 3 people in her team, however, looked even more gloomy, their disgust almost overflowing. Xiao Han didn't care about these. He nodded to Xiao Bing as a greeting, then walked to the side of the team and stood there. Being forced into an unwelcome team is better than not being qualified to participate in the mission. He accepted the arrangement calmly, but secretly wrote down the aura and martial spirit fluctuations of other teams, especially Luo Bing's team. Class 0 is indeed a very competitive place, and everyone is holding back on their energy. Mirkwood? It's just right, it's time to open the eyes of these so-called geniuses. He quietly practiced the creation and heaven-shaking art, feeling the powerful force in his body and the faint tremors of the 2 god-level martial spirits, and the corners of his mouth curled up almost imperceptibly. This battle is probably more interesting than I thought. Half an hour later, all the teams of Class 0 were assembled. Instructor Xinjin said nothing more and directly announced the warm-up task before the battle for resources in the dark forest to go to the West Mountain hunting ground on the west side of the school and hunt down 10 heart crystal cores of the iron-backed gray wolf, a 2nd-level martial artist beast. The team with the shortest time and the best coordination will have priority in choosing the starting area in the subsequent Mirkwood mission. The Xishan hunting ground, although called a hunting ground, is actually a small mountain range surrounded by the Academy's formation. There are many low-level exotic beasts kept there for students to use for practical training. Although the iron-backed gray wolves are only at the 2nd level of the martial master realm, they usually travel in groups and cooperate well with each other. In addition, they have thick skin and flesh, making them a considerable trouble for students at the initial stage of the martial master realm. Tisk, iron-backed gray wolf? Piece of cake. As soon as they stepped into the hunting ground, Gao Zhuang, the tall and strong member of Xiao Han's temporary team, curled his lips in disdain. He was at the 2nd level of martial artist realm, and he could wield a mountain-splitting axe quite skillfully. He thought that dealing with a few gray wolves would not be a problem. Brother Gao is awesome. A thin, pointed-faced team member nearby, Shouo, immediately flattered him, but the wolves are very cunning, so we still have to be careful. If you ask me, why not let this classmate Xiao Han go ahead and scout the way? He has a high level of cultivation and good agility. The skinny monkey is at the first level of the martial artist realm. His martial soul seems to be some kind of perceptive rat. He has an active brain, but is timid. He emphasized the words high and good in a mocking tone, making it clear that he wanted Xiao Han, a burden at the 6th level of the warrior realm, to be cannon fodder to explore the way. Another female member of the team is named Long Yu. She has a cold appearance and a cold temperament. She is at the 2nd level of martial artist and wields an ice blue long sword. After hearing what Xiao Ho said, she just glanced coldly at Xiao Han without saying anything, obviously tacitly agreeing. In her opinion, what else can a 6th level warrior do except be a bait? This. Captain Xiao Bing was a bit embarrassed. She was soft-hearted and felt that this would be unfair to her new teammates. How about we go together? We can look after each other. Sister Yubing, you are just too soft-hearted. Gao Zhuang interrupted her in a careless manner. How are you going to get good grades if you keep hesitating? It's settled. Boy, go check out that pile of rocks up ahead to see if there's a wolf den. We'll be waiting for your news here. He gave orders to Xiao Han in a domineering manner, as if Xiao Han was his servant. Xiao Han remained expressionless throughout, as if he didn't hear the sarcasm and malice in their words. He just glanced at these teammates indifferently and felt a little funny. Is this the genius of Class 0? He is scheming and arrogant, and his strength is just so-so. He had no interest in arguing with these people and nodded, okay. After saying this, without waiting for their reaction, he flashed and silently rushed towards the pile of rocks in front of him like a ghost. Hey, that's quite sensible. Seeing this, the skinny monkey sneered softly. Gao Zhuang and Lang Yu also looked as if it was a matter of course. Xiao Yubing looked at Xiao Han's disappearing back, sighed softly, and felt a little worried. Xiao Han used a world away with astonishing speed and yet silently. The shadow affinity brought by the Eternal Night King's martial spirit allows him to almost blend into the surrounding environment. The so-called exploring the path is just a walk for him. Deep in the pile of rocks, the smell of wolf was strong. Xiao Han was lurking and saw 20 or 30 iron-backed gray wolves. Both of them were extremely strong, and their ferocity was so strong that it could make people breathless even from a distance. They were at the 3rd level of martial artist realm. He didn't alarm them and retreated quietly. He had to go back and tell the others. Not long after retreating, a stronger smell of blood and wolf drifted over on the wind, mixed with a faint sense of commotion. Chapter 35 Surrounded. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Immediately afterwards, a shrill wolf howl exploded, tearing the air, accompanied by the panicked shouts of his teammates, coming from the direction he had just left. Ouch! The shrill howls of wolves were deafening. Oh no! It's a pack of wolves. We're surrounded. Damn! Why are there so many? Gao Zhuang! Hold on! Ah! My arm! The panicked shouts and screams of teammates mixed together. Xiao Han frowned and moved faster. Rushing out of the sheltering bushes, the sight before him made him pause. The place where he had just left was now completely submerged by a gray torrent. There was a black mass of at least 50 iron-backed gray wolves. They rushed in from all directions and trapped Gao Zhuang, Xiao Ho, Long Yu and Xiao Yubing in the center. Gao Zhuang wielded the mountain-splitting axe. The axe blade was carrying the wind, and every blow was powerful and heavy, knocking the gray wolf away. But there were too many wolves, and they were fearless of death. When one fell, 2 would immediately take its place. Gao Zhuang's body soon turned red and his breathing became heavier. The Long Yu's sword was filled with cold air, creating a cold area around her, barely protecting herself. There was even a thin layer of white frost on the ground beneath her feet. But she can only protect herself and cannot help others. The skinny monkey was completely thrown into disarray, jumping up and down, trying to dodge with his body skills, but was repeatedly forced back into the circle by the ferocious gray wolf. His clothes were torn to shreds and there were several claw marks on his body. Xiao Yubing's moonlight elf martial soul was already operating at full power, and the soft moonlight continued to fall, trying to heal his teammates' wounds and suppress the wolf pack's ferocity. But she was only at the 2nd level of the martial artist realm, so this little help was of limited use against such a huge pack of wolves. The most troublesome ones were the 2 obviously larger wolf leaders, who were at the 3rd level of the martial artist realm and were full of oppression. They were pacing around the periphery, looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Xiao Han! Where's that damn Xiao Han? Gao Zhuang chopped and chopped while roaring, and blood foam splattered with his movements. As soon as he left, the wolves came. Did he lead them here? Of course. I knew he was no good. The skinny monkey screamed, his face a mixture of fear and resentment. Linglong didn't say anything, but his grip on the sword tightened, and the coldness around him seemed to grow even stronger. Xiao Bing looked around anxiously, trying to find Xiao Han, and her heart couldn't help but feel a little confused. Seeing that the defense line was about to collapse, a shadow of despair fell on the hearts of the four people. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, drowning out the howling of wolves and the clash of weapons. It's so noisy. Indifferent, even a little impatient. Swish. A figure flashed by. Xiao Han appeared at the edge of the encirclement without any warning. He is back. He glanced across the field, looking at those genius teammates who were in a panic and blaming each other. He showed no expression. Waste. The voice was not loud, but it pierced the ears of Gao Zhuang and the other four people like a needle. The four of them froze, and then their faces felt hot, and they felt embarrassed and angry. They could hardly believe their ears. It's already this late. This warrior-level encumbrance actually dared to mock them? However, the next second, all the expressions on their faces froze in an instant. Xiao Han's figure swayed again, as if he blended into the wind, or as if he stepped into the gap in the shadow. So close yet so far away. His figure shuttled through the dense wolf pack at high speed, so fast that only blurry afterimages were left. Those iron-backed gray wolves that attacked ferociously couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. He didn't even draw his weapon, just held his fingers together like a sword and occasionally threw a punch seemingly at random. Puff! A gray wolf was about to pounce on Xiao Bing, but its head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white objects splattered everywhere. Destruction Fist. The fist force contained a hint of destructive intent, which was a devastating blow to these strange beasts whose defenses were decent but whose internal organs were fragile. Puff! 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 Xiao Han's figure danced like the god of death, and every flash was accompanied by the fall of an iron-backed gray wolf. He had no earth-shaking momentum, no gorgeous and dazzling light effects, only extreme speed, precise judgment, and clean and decisive killings. The two wolf leaders at the third level of the martial master realm seemed to sense the threat, gave up besieging Gao Zhuang and the others, and rushed towards Xiao Han with roars. Careful! Xiao Bing screamed in shock. Xiao Han didn't even look at them. His figure left a blurry shadow where he was, but his real body appeared beside the wolves like a ghost. The right fist, still that seemingly ordinary punch, but with a terrifying aura of annihilation, accurately hit the neck of the wolf leader where the defense was relatively weak. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking. The wolf didn't even have time to let out a howl before its huge body seemed to have lost all support and collapsed to the ground, its life gone. When the other wolf saw this, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he turned around and tried to escape. Xiao Han grabbed the air with his left hand. The power of the King of Eternal Night was quietly activated, and the surrounding shadows seemed to come alive, turning into invisible ropes that instantly wrapped around the wolf's limbs, causing it to slow down sharply. The next moment, Xiao Han's figure appeared in front of it. Still a punch. Puff! The second wolf leader, who was at the third level of martial artist realm, followed in the footsteps of his companions. The whole process happened in a flash. From the moment Xiao Han appeared, to the instant killing of the two strongest wolves, to his slaughtering of ordinary gray wolves as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, the whole process probably took less than a minute. When the last iron-backed gray wolf fell down unwillingly, the entire battlefield fell into dead silence. All that was left was the strong smell of blood and wolf corpses scattered all over the ground. Gao Zhuang, Shouho, Linglong, and Xiao Bing stood there blankly as if petrified, looking at Xiao Han, who was standing in the middle of a sea of blood and corpses, brushing his sleeves as if he had just crushed a few ants. Their minds were blank. The sixth level of warrior realm? Exploring the way? Cannon fodder? Waste? Fuck you, trash. This is a fucking fierce dragon crossing the river. It's a ferocious beast in human form. Gao Zhuang's hand holding the axe was trembling slightly, and his face turned pale and blue, filled with shame, shock, and fear. All kinds of emotions intertwined, making him wish he could find a hole to crawl into. The skinny monkey collapsed to the ground with a thud, and the look he gave Xiao Han was full of awe and flattery, without any trace of disdain from before. Lan Yu's face, which had been frozen for thousands of years, showed a rare expression of emotion. The fingers holding the hilt of the sword tightened slightly, and the look she gave Xiao Han was full of complexity and inquiry. Xiao Bing opened her mouth wide, her eyes shining with excitement as she looked at Xiao Han's back, her cheeks slightly flushed. What are you standing there for? Xiao Han turned around and glanced at them. Mission objective, 10 heart crystal cores. Dig them yourself. After saying that, he walked straight to the corpses of the 2 wolf leaders at the 3rd level of the martial master realm, skillfully cut open their chests, took out 2 heart crystal cores that were obviously larger than ordinary crystal cores and had purer energy, and threw them into his space ring. As for the rest, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, but he is a bit lazy to dig out dozens of low-level crystal cores by himself. Ha? Oh. Okay. Okay. The 4 people woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly began to collect crystal cores. But their movements were a little stiff, and they glanced at Xiao Han from time to time, full of awe. Chapter 36 Bowing. Especially Gao Shuang and Shou Ho, they were just as disdainful of Xiao Han before, but now they were respectful to him, even with a bit of flattery. Soon, the crystal cores required for the 10 tasks were collected, and there were even a lot left over. The atmosphere became a little subtle. Brother Xiao Han, Gao Shuang scratched his head, forcing a simple smile on his face, his previous arrogance gone. I'm sorry for offending you just now, don't take it to heart. This time, thanks to you, otherwise we. Yes. Big brother Xiao Han is so powerful. I am blind and didn't recognize him. The skinny monkey also came up quickly, nodding and bowing. Although Lang Yu didn't say anything, she nodded slightly to Xiao Han, expressing her gratitude and recognition. Xiao Bing walked to Xiao Han and whispered, Xiao Han, thank you. Xiao Han waved his hand and interrupted them, the mission is completed, go back. He was too lazy to listen to these hypocritical pleasantries. Strength was the only way to earn respect. The atmosphere in the team had undergone a drastic change because of this battle. On the way back, no one dared to point fingers at Xiao Han anymore, and instead, they subtly centered themselves around him. When they returned to the assembly point, they found that most of the teams had already returned, and Luo Bing's team was among them, looking arrogant, and it was obvious that they had completed the task with ease. Seeing Xiao Han's team return, many people cast gloating glances at them, especially when they saw the blood and miserable appearance of Gao Shuang and others. They even sneered in low voices. Luo Bing was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. Instructor Qin Jin appeared silently. He glanced around and his eyes fell on Xiao Han's team. He looked at the 10 standard crystal cores they submitted, as well as the 2 triple wolf crystal cores that Xiao Han took out, which were obviously of higher quality. For the first time, a barely perceptible fluctuation appeared on his old-fashioned face. It took 17 minutes. Qin Jin's voice was still low, but with a hint of something strange in it. Team Xiao Han, evaluation, excellent. He paused, turned his gaze to Xiao Han, and added, Xiao Han, you did a good job. These 6 simple words exploded like thunder in the ears of all the students in Class 0. Instructor Qin Jin, known for his strictness, actually, publicly praised someone? And it was that transfer student who was at the 6th level of the warrior realm? Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Xiao Han, filled with shock, disbelief, and curiosity. Luo Bing suddenly raised his head, and his cold eyes shot toward Xiao Han like a sharp sword, with a hint of suspicion and strong dissatisfaction. Xiao Han faced all the gazes, his expression remaining calm. Excellent? Not bad? It seems that it is just a warm-up. The real challenge is yet to come. He looked towards the dark forest in the distance, and a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. This game has just begun. Teacher Qin Jin's words good job carry great weight. Inside the Class 0 hall, the whispers and sneers that had originally been heard due to the return of Xiao Han's team suddenly stopped, like a duck with its neck strangled. All eyes were focused on Xiao Han. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, and all kinds of emotions were intertwined on the faces of these chosen ones. Especially Luo Bing, for the first time, there was an obvious fluctuation on that icy face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. He turned his head suddenly, staring at Xiao Han with eyes as sharp as substance, as if he wanted to see through him from inside out. A 6th level warrior, rated excellent, and even received praise from Qin Jin? How could this be possible? Even though his team easily completed the mission in less time, they only received a good rating. Gao Shuang, Shou Ho, and Lang Yu's breathing stopped, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Han changed completely. The previous contempt and disdain had long since disappeared, replaced by deep awe and even a hint of relief that he had not gone too far. Xiao Bing opened her mouth slightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Looking at Xiao Han, who was as calm as ever beside her, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. This new teammate seemed to be much more mysterious and powerful than she had imagined. All right, warm-ups are over. Xiao Han ignored the student's commotion, his voice steady. Everyone, get ready. Next, I'll make an announcement about something important that will affect your resource acquisition over the next few months. Hearing the word big event, all the students immediately gathered their minds and held their breath. Even Luo Bing temporarily shifted his scrutiny from Xiao Han to look at his instructor. Class Zero's missions and notices often meant great opportunities, but also fierce competition. Xiao Han glanced at the crowd and spoke slowly. According to the school's annual plan, the Trial Secret Realm will officially open in 3 days. Trial Secret Realm. As soon as these 4 words came out, the atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became heated. Even a proud genius like Luo Bing had a flash of uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. The Trial Secret Realm is one of the most important resource secret realms controlled by the Academy. It opens once every 3 months for 15 days. Xiao Han's voice echoed in the quiet hall. The secret realm is vast, and the environment is complex and diverse, from volcanoes to ice fields, from swamps to ancient forests. It's home to not only a large number of powerful exotic beasts, but also rare and precious medicinal herbs rarely seen in the outside world. There are even scattered ancient relics and fragments of inheritance. He paused, then emphasized his tone. Every time a secret trial realm opens, it's the perfect opportunity for you to quickly improve your strength and acquire resources. It's also a crucial moment to widen the gap. All the students' breathing became a little rapid. While the Imperial Capital Academy was undoubtedly rich in resources, top-tier resources were never easily obtained. Credits, mission contributions, rankings all required competition. Trial realms were undoubtedly the most efficient way to achieve these. The rules for the Secret Realm trial are similar to previous ones, Xiao Han continued. Once you enter the Secret Realm, you'll need to hunt exotic beasts, collect elixirs, and explore ruins as much as possible to earn trial points. The higher the level of the exotic beast, the rarer the elixirs, and the more valuable the ruins, the more points you'll earn. After 15 days, rewards will be distributed based on your ranking based on the points. The top 10 will have the opportunity to enter the second floor of the Academy's core skill pavilion to select a skill or martial art, or choose any rare material from the list. In addition to the aforementioned rewards, the top 3 will also receive an opportunity to be personally instructed by a Martial King Realm or even higher level instructor. The second floor of the core technique pavilion. Instructions from the martial arts master. These rewards are enough to drive any martial artist student crazy. Of course, Xiao Han changed the subject, his eyes sharpening. With opportunities come risks. The secret realm is full of dangers. Powerful beasts, a hostile environment, and even competition from other students could all lead to your death. Before entering the secret realm, you must sign a life and death agreement. The Academy only cares about the results, not the process. Chapter 37. The pot exploded. The cruel rules did not scare anyone away, but instead stimulated the competitive spirit and desire for adventure in these geniuses. As students of Core Class 0, you have priority access to the secret realm and are eligible to choose your initial landing area. Xiao Han concluded, this is an advantage, but also a pressure. If your performance is surpassed by students in ordinary classes or even key classes, it will be a shame for the entire Zero class. Do you understand everything? Understood. A uniform response, filled with high fighting spirit. Very good. Xiao Han nodded. Prepare on your own for the next 3 days. Disband. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han's figure disappeared as silently as he appeared. The hall exploded instantly. The secret trial realm. It's finally opening. Ha, my sword has been thirsty for a long time. This time I must make it into the top 10. The second floor of the Core Skills Pavilion. It said there are 7th grade martial arts techniques inside. Brother Luo, are we going to team up together this time? We must win first place. Someone immediately came up to Luo Bing. Poof. Luo Bing glanced at the man coldly, but his eyes drifted vaguely toward Xiao Han in the corner, and he did not agree immediately. Xiao Han ignored the heated discussions around him. He was immersed in the system prompt sounding in his mind. Ding. Detection, the host is about to face major opportunities and challenges. The God-level selection system has been triggered. Choice 1, steadily develop and forego this trial realm. The Academy is a deep place, so it's best to stay here. Reward, Insights on the Way of Contemplation, Basic Edition, a bottle of 3rd grade healing elixir, and 15 days of quiet cultivation. Option 2, face the challenge head-on, participate in this trial secret realm, and achieve the achievement Peak Hunter. Independently kill at least one beast at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial Master realm in the secret realm. Reward: a copy of in-depth information on the Shadow Demon Lotus, and insights into the advanced body movement skills in A World Away. Minor achievement. Xiao Han looked at the two options and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Choose one. Insights from the Tao of the Gods? Healing Elixir? 15 Days of Tranquility? This reward is simply an insult to his identity as a time traveler and his god-level system. What he lacks the least now is the ability to heal injuries. Chaos Green Lotus, and what he needs the least is the step-by-step quiet cultivation. And option 2. Shadow Demon Lotus. Ever since obtaining this rare item in that mysterious valley and allowing the Eternal Night King spirit to evolve, Xiao Han has been obsessed with it. The immense energy and dual properties of space and shadow contained within it definitely conceal a great secret. The clues provided by the system are invaluable. There are also advanced insights into so close yet so far away. This footwork has shown amazing results in previous battles. If he can achieve a small degree of success, his speed and strange steps will soar again, and his survivability and killing abilities will be greatly improved. As for the achievement goal, independently killing the 9th level peak beast in the martial artist realm? This was a very difficult task. After all, he was only at the 6th level of the warrior realm. Crossing a major realm and 3 minor realms to kill a peak-level beast was simply unrealistic for anyone. But, he is Xiao Han. He has twin SSS plus or even higher martial souls, masters the Destroying God Fist and A World Away, and has a god-level selection system. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean he can't do it. The greater the risk, the higher the return. This is what he wants. System, I choose 2. Xiao Han muttered in his heart without any hesitation. Ding! Host selection successful. Please complete the achievement Peak Hunter before the end of the trial realm. Looking forward to the host's wonderful performance. Warm reminder, this beast at the peak of the Martial Master realm has thick skin and immense strength, and may even master the rudiments of a domain. Please be prepared to be pinned to the ground. .. The system's annoying notification sound disappeared. Xiao Han took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with excitement and anticipation. Trial Secret Realm, here he comes. For the next 3 days, the entire Imperial Capital Academy was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere. News of the trial realm spread quickly, and countless students were actively preparing for it. The trading market, mission hall, and training rooms within the school were all packed. The prices of various healing pills, antidotes, high-energy nutrition bars, and wilderness survival tools have skyrocketed. The division of the secret realm's internal areas, the distribution of known dangerous beasts, information on possible ruins, etc., have also become the most popular trading items. Xiao Han was not idle either. First, he used the credits he had just received and the money he had earned from selling materials to go to the school's logistics exchange office. He was received by a senior who looked quite astute. When she saw the special badge on Xiao Han's chest representing his Class 0 identity, her attitude immediately became enthusiastic. My fellow student, what do you need? We have elixirs, talismans, equipment, intelligence, everything. Xiao Han said directly, the elixirs for healing and restoring spiritual power must be of high quality. Also, do you have any information about any areas of abnormal shadow energy or spatial fluctuations in the trial secret realm? He hadn't forgotten the reward clue the system had given him related to the shadow demonic lotus. These 2 energy abnormal areas were most likely connected to the demonic lotus. The senior student skillfully selected several highly effective but expensive elixirs for him, and then searched for them in the internal database. The Shadow Energy Anomaly Zone, well, deep in the Mirkwood, in the center of the Black Swamp, and in the Shadow Canyon of the Meteor Mountain Range, all of these locations have records. As for spatial fluctuation anomalies, these are relatively rare. There have only been reports of instability near the space-time turbulence zone, but that area is extremely dangerous. It is said that even Martial King Realm Masters dare not easily go deep into it. Xiao Han silently memorized these place names and paid a considerable amount of credits and federal coins. Apart from purchasing supplies, Xiao Han spent almost the rest of his time in the gravity training room exclusive to Class 0. He was not in a hurry to reach the 7th level of Warrior Realm, but continued to consolidate his cultivation at the peak of the 6th level, practicing A World Away and destroying Divine Fist over and over again. With his deliberate practice, so close yet so far away became more and more smooth and natural, and his ability to incorporate shadows and short-distance flashes became more handy. He gradually figured out more techniques to use the destructive mood of Destruction Divine Fist. It was no longer just a head-on explosion, but could be attached to the front of the fist to produce a more penetrating and destructive effect. At the same time, he was also distracted by feeling the two martial spirits in his body. The Chaos Green Lotus is full of vitality, providing endless vitality and recovery power. Although the Green Lotus domain is still in its infancy, it can already subtly affect the surrounding environment. The King of Eternal Night is becoming more and more profound. The characteristics of the Lord of Shadows allow Xiao Han to control the shadows more and more. The Shadow Devouring ability has become one of his trump cards for rapid recovery and accumulation of strength. The Realm of Eternal Night is also in its embryonic form, but it already carries the terrifying power to deprive people of light and suppress perception. Chapter 38 Time Flies. During this period, Xiao Han's control over his twin martial spirits became more and more handy, and his coordination became more and more proficient. The guys from Xiao Bing's team, Gao Xuan, Shou Ho, and Long Yu, also came to visit. After all, Xiao Han's strength is there, who wouldn't he want to follow a big boss? Sorry, I'm used to being alone. Xiao Han refused without any further ado. Are you kidding? He has to be a babysitter after entering a secret realm? He doesn't have the time for that. The days go by. 3 days passed in a flash. The day when the secret trial realm opens has arrived. At dawn, the central square of the Imperial Capital Academy was already crowded with people. It was a sea of black, filled with students. None of them are good people. The air is filled with restlessness and the desire to fight that cannot be concealed. In the middle of the square, there is a huge stone gate, which is 100 meters high. The door is covered with crooked patterns, giving off a strange sense of space. This is the entrance to the secret realm of trial. Xiao Han stood in front of the crowd, as Class 0 had priority. He could feel the gazes coming from all directions, curiosity, awe, and of course jealousy and hostility. Especially on Luo Bing's side, the coldness almost froze the air. Xiao Han ignored it completely. He just looked at the space door, and the two god-level martial spirits in his body trembled slightly, conveying excitement. He raised the corner of his mouth. Trial Secret Realm. The hunt begins. The atmosphere in the central square of the Imperial Capital Academy was oppressive yet hot. Thousands of students were staring at the huge stone gate. The air was filled with irrepressible desire, and even the space seemed to be trembling slightly. Buzz. The patterns on the stone gate suddenly lit up, the light was dazzling. Strong spatial fluctuations spread. The light in the center of the door distorted, forming a rotating black vortex with an inexplicable suction force. Trial Secret Realm, open. Instructor Qin Jin's voice echoed throughout the square. Class 0 students, priority entry. Remember, there are only 15 days. Show your strength and fight for the glory that belongs to you. Before he finished speaking, Luo Bing took the lead and the figures of Class 0 shot out and rushed towards the whirlpool. Xiao Han followed slowly at the back of Class 0. He could clearly sense the coldness coming from Luo Bing, which was filled with scrutiny and even provocation. He responded calmly and followed suit. The feeling of weightlessness suddenly gripped my heart, 100 times more intense than riding a maglev train. The colors in front of my eyes blurred into a bizarre scene, and there was only a buzzing in my ears. It only takes a few breaths. My feet were on solid ground again. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. It's a completely different world from the modern city outside. This place seems to be a corner completely forgotten by time. The branches of the giant trees obscured the sky. Thick vines entwined the tree trunks, and the ground was covered with thick rotten leaves, emitting the smell of damp earth. The spiritual energy in the air is so thick that it cannot be dissolved. Just taking a breath makes you feel refreshed, and the spiritual power in your body circulates a little faster. But mixed in this rich spiritual energy was a sense of darkness, decay, and even death, which seemed to be there and not there. This aura made most students frown slightly, and they instinctively practiced their skills to resist it, feeling a little uncomfortable. But Xiao Han was like a fish returning to the water. This dark and corrupt aura might have a negative impact on others, but to the dormant Eternal Night King spirit in his body, it is simply the most delicious delicacy in the world. Without the need for deliberate guidance, the Eternal Night King spirit automatically became active and emitted a joyful hum. An invisible suction force emanated from Xiao Han's body, silently drawing the dark energy and decaying factors floating in the surrounding air into his body like rivers flowing into the sea. Shadow devouring. In this special environment, The efficiency of this ability is more than 3 times higher than in the outside world. Strands of pure shadow energy were absorbed and refined by the martial soul. The originally somewhat illusory shadow of the King of Eternal Night became more solid at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his aura also grew steadily. Comfortable. Xiao Han commented in his mind, but his face showed no expression. Like other freshmen, he pretended to look around curiously in this completely unfamiliar primitive jungle. That dark, rotten, and even death-like breath made others feel stuffy in their chests when they inhaled it, and they had to use their internal energy to resist it. However, he felt as if he had soaked in warm water, and his whole body felt comfortable. The Eternal Night King's martial spirit in his body hummed with excitement, and began to operate autonomously, greedily absorbing the special energy floating in the air. Shadow devouring. There was no need for Xiao Han to actively activate it. In this environment, this talent was like a fish in water, and its efficiency soared by more than 3 times. Dark and corrupt energy factors were continuously absorbed and refined into the purest shadow power, nourishing the martial soul of the King of Eternal Night. The King's shadow, which was originally a little blurry, was slowly but surely becoming clearer and more solid, and his aura was rising steadily. This feeling of secretly becoming stronger, wow, so exciting. Everyone, brace yourself. Luo Bing's voice was as cold as ice. This is the outskirts of the Black Mist Forest. The beasts aren't high level, but there are many of them. Don't be careless. Follow your previous groupings and advance in a fan-shaped formation, protecting each other. He naturally took over command. Although the chosen ones in Class 0 were arrogant, they also knew that the secret realm was not an amusement park. Upon hearing this, they quickly adjusted themselves, formed several temporary teams, and began to carefully explore deep into the forest. Xiao Han was still the same, hanging alone at the side and rear of the team, neither far nor near. Rustle. The bushes in front suddenly shook violently, and several black shadows rushed out so fast that they left after images. It's 3 shadow cheetahs. It was about the same size as an adult cheetah, with shiny black fur that almost blended into the shadows. Only its dark green eyes were particularly creepy in the dim light. The first level of martial artist realm. Their target was clear, to go straight for the unlucky guy at the front of the team. Shit. Be careful. The student also reacted quickly. He cursed and a flaming long sword appeared in his hand. Without thinking, he slashed forward with a blazing sword light. But the shadow cheetahs were extremely agile. While one of them was forced back by the blade, the other 2 slid along the ground and came around from both sides, their claws popping out and bringing up a pungent fishy wind. Looking for death. Someone came to support him immediately, and the flashes of swords and shadows of sabers intertwined, and he instantly fought with the 2 shadow cheetahs. I have to say that these students in Class 0 are really capable, and each of them is an expert at the 2nd or 3rd level of the martial master realm. But the shadow cheetahs were too cunning. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the shadows of the trees. Their attack angles were tricky and their speed was fast. For a moment, even though several geniuses joined forces, they were still a little flustered and in danger. At this moment, no one noticed that a fist gust of wind, light and insignificant, hit the waist of a shadow cheetah that was about to launch a sneak attack from the shadows with incredible precision. Puff! There was a very slight muffled sound, as if something was punctured. The shadow cheetah's tough fur and powerful muscles, however, were as fragile as tofu beneath that seemingly powerless fist. It instantly dented and cracked. A strange, destructive force pierced through its body, pulverizing its internal organs into a pool of pulp. It didn't even have time to let out a scream before its body went limp and fell heavily to the ground. It twitched twice and was completely silent. The person who took action was naturally Xiao Han. He seemed to have just brushed off a fallen leaf without even stopping, and continued to walk forward slowly. Luo Bing was about to direct his teammates to focus their fire, but his movements paused almost imperceptibly. He quickly glanced at the shadow cheetah lying on the ground in a strange state of death, then looked at Xiao Han's leisurely back, and his brows moved slightly. That punch just now had some tricks to it. Moreover, this guy seems to have an inexplicable suppressive power against this kind of shadow-type monster. Chapter 39 Good Nourishment. The battle ended quickly, and the 3 shadow cheetahs were killed by everyone's combined efforts. Xiao Han stood beside the cheetah's corpse, seemingly observing the trophy, but in fact he was secretly activating shadow devouring. After the death of the 3 shadow cheetahs, the negative energy and residual soul fragments that escaped, as if being pulled by an invisible force, turned into 3 fine black gases, silently sinking into Xiao Han's body and being greedily absorbed by the Eternal Night King's martial spirit. A comfortable feeling spread throughout the body, and the aura of the King of Eternal Night grew a little stronger. It's really good nourishment. Xiao Han was satisfied. Similar experiences continued to occur throughout the rest of the journey. The Black Mist Forest lives up to its name, with many of the exotic beasts that inhabit it possessing negative attributes such as darkness, toxicity, and corrosion. For example, there are swarms of bone-rotting lizards, ghost-faced spiders that can spit poisonous mist, and soul-devouring mud monsters lurking in the swamps. These strange beasts caused considerable trouble to other students, requiring careful handling and consuming a considerable amount of spiritual energy. But for Xiao Han, this place is simply paradise. The Eternal Night King's spirit has extremely high resistance and restraint against these negative energy attributes. The poisonous fog, curses, and mental shocks that gave others headaches had much less effect on him, and were even directly absorbed and transformed by his martial soul. And his attacks, whether it was a fist containing the intention of destruction, or an ordinary attack that occasionally used a trace of the power of the King of Eternal Night, could cause terrifying lethality to these strange beasts that far exceeded their realm. Often when other teams were still fighting fiercely, Xiao Han had already solved the troubles on his side with ease, and then walked slowly to the corpse, observed it, and swallowed all the dissipated energy. Along the way, the number of exotic beasts he hunted was almost equal to the total number of a team. More importantly, his Eternal Night King martial soul's aura continued to grow at an astonishing rate under this continuous tonic and was getting closer and closer to the limit that a 6th-level warrior could withstand. As a result, he even became more adept at incorporating shadows into so close, so far away. Although Xiao Han tried to restrain this change, it still attracted the attention of some people. Luo Bing's gaze towards Xiao Han had changed from initial scrutiny to deep fear and confusion. He really couldn't understand how a warrior at the 6th level could hunt down these strange beasts so easily that even he had to take them seriously. Is he hiding his true strength? Or is his martial spirit extremely special? The other students in Class 0 also changed from initially ignoring Xiao Han to now being in awe and curious about him. No one dared to treat him as an ordinary warrior anymore. This transfer student is full of mystery. Xiao Han was well aware of the changes around him, but he was too lazy to pay attention. He was immersed in the pleasure of rapidly improving his strength, while also constantly familiarizing himself with and adapting to the environment of the secret realm. Just after they went about 100 miles deep into the Black Mist Forest, the Eternal Night King's martial spirit, which was happily absorbing energy in Xiao Han's body, suddenly shook slightly. It was no longer the general affinity towards the dark energy around him, but a more definite and stronger throbbing. It seemed as if something in the distant future was resonating with it. This resonant feeling. Xiao Han's pupils suddenly shrank. It's so similar to the feeling when I sensed the shadow demon Lotus in that mysterious valley outside Beihai City. Although it was weak, that unique fluctuation that contained the dual characteristics of space and shadow was definitely unmistakable. Could it be that deep within this secret trial realm, there's a treasure similar to the shadow demon Lotus hidden? Or, perhaps a clue about the shadow demon Lotus? The reward prompt for the system task instantly popped up in my mind. Xiao Han's heart began to beat uncontrollably. He forced himself to suppress his inner excitement, raised his head calmly, and looked in the direction where the sensation came from that was deeper in the Black Mist Forest, an area shrouded in thick black fog that was difficult to penetrate even by perception. It seems that it is time to break away from the main force and act alone. The real secret of the secret realm may be waiting for him ahead. Xiao Han's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an anticipatory arc. This trial is becoming more and more interesting. The unique fluctuations coming from the depths of the Black Mist Forest attracted Xiao Han's perception like a magnet. The throbbing of the Eternal Night King's martial soul became clearer and clearer, carrying with it an instinctive desire. He glanced at the Class 0 team that was gradually distancing itself from him. Luo Bing's cold, scrutinizing gaze seemed to still be stuck on his back. The corners of Xiao Han's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say much. The team of Class 0 stopped to deal with a few corrosive worms that had just been eliminated. A pungent sour smell still lingered in the air. In this brief gap, Xiao Han's figure disappeared into the thick shadow cast by a giant tree next to him. Almost instantly, his entire body became blurred and then disappeared completely. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. After a few takeoffs and landings, he was completely hidden behind the thick fog and dense forest. After leaving the team, Xiao Han had no worries anymore, and A World Away was running at its peak. He was no longer simply running, but was more like making short-distance space jumps between different shadows, silently and at an astonishing speed. The deeper you go into the forest, the more depressing the environment becomes. The sky above was completely swallowed by thick fog, the light was dimmed to the extreme, and it was pitch black all around, and almost nothing could be seen. The air changed. It was no longer simply spiritual energy, but was instead filled with a special energy that was cold, dead, and had a faint sense of decay. If an ordinary warrior comes here, he would probably feel difficulty breathing and his spiritual energy circulation would be greatly affected. But Xiao Han felt relaxed all over. The Eternal Night King's martial spirit trembled happily in his body, and the ability of shadow devouring was more active than ever before. He didn't even need to actively activate it, and it spontaneously swallowed up the special dark energy around it. These energies surged into the body without causing any discomfort. Instead, they were quickly transformed into the purest original power, nourishing the martial soul. The king's shadow, which was originally a little blurry, was becoming more solid at a speed that could be clearly perceived, and the pressure was becoming heavier. At the same time, Xiao Han felt that his understanding of a world away was rapidly deepening, especially techniques such as shadow fusion and dark steps, which he used more and more freely, as if instinctively. Roar! A low roar exploded from the thick fog ahead. 3 pairs of scarlet lights lit up in the darkness, swaying unsteadily. Immediately afterwards, 3 strange beasts suddenly pounced out. They were even larger than the shadow cheetahs they had encountered before, and were covered in dark scales that reflected a faint cold light in the dim light. Their texture appeared to be extremely hard. Black-scaled demonic leopard, 4th level of martial artist realm. The 3-headed demon leopard was extremely fast, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and its sharp claws popped out, flashing cold light, and it surrounded Xiao Han in a V-shape from 3 directions. This pounce was so fast and fierce that any other student at the 6th level of the warrior realm would have no time to react and would have been torn to pieces in an instant. Xiao Han didn't even stop. Just before the sharp claws were about to touch his body, his figure suddenly became illusory and distorted, and then with a puff, it dissipated on the spot, turning into a few wisps of barely detectable black smoke and blending into the surrounding darkness. The attacks of the 3 black-scaled demon leopards all fell into the air. Chapter 40: A Simple Punch. A world away, a short distance away is also a world away. The next moment, he appeared behind the demonic leopard on the left like a ghost. There was no earth-shattering momentum, just a normal punch. Destruction Fist. The fist, which contained a hint of the true meaning of destruction, accurately hit the back of the demon leopard's neck, where its defense was relatively weak. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. The ferocious black-scaled demon leopard didn't even have time to let out a howl before its huge body collapsed to the ground as if all the bones had been pulled out. Its scarlet eyes dimmed in an instant, and all life was gone. Seeing this, the other 2 demon leopards were not afraid, but were aroused to ferocity. They roared and pounced on him again, one on the left and one on the right, blocking all of Xiao Han's space to dodge. Xiao Han tilted his body slightly, like a slippery fish, narrowly avoiding the fatal attack of the demon leopard on his right. At the same time, he stretched out the 5 fingers of his left hand, and an invisible shadow force quietly surged. The King of Eternal Night Shadow Binding. The demon leopard, which was about to launch a sneak attack from the left, suddenly felt its body sink as if it had fallen into a sticky quagmire, and its speed suddenly dropped sharply. It was this moment of pause that determined its fate. Xiao Han's figure, like a thorn in his flesh, approached again. He delivered the same unpretentious punch. Puff! There was a muffled sound of flesh bursting. The second black-scaled demon leopard followed in the footsteps of its companions. The last remaining demon leopard finally felt fear, let out a terrified roar, turned around and tried to escape into the thick fog. Want to leave? Xiao Han snorted. He did not chase after it, but just stood there and snapped his fingers in the direction the magic leopard was fleeing. Call out. A blue light spot that was condensed to the extreme shot out like a meteor and instantly disappeared into the thick fog. Chaos Green Lotus Finger. This was an attack method that he had initially mastered, which highly compressed the purification and life force of the Chaos Green Lotus to form a finger force with strong penetrating power and purification effect. Ouch! A short and shrill scream was heard in the thick fog, and then it stopped abruptly. A moment later, Xiao Han walked to the corpses of the 3 black-scaled demon leopards. The Eternal Night King's martial spirit trembled happily, and 3 streams of shadow energy and residual soul fragments that were more dense and pure than before, as if being pulled by invisible forces, turned into 3 slender black airs, rushing into Xiao Han's body. Comfortable. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout my body. The solid figure of the King of Eternal Night seemed to be covered with a layer of deeper shadow armor, and his majestic aura of dominating the world became even stronger. Xiao Han could clearly feel that his martial soul was only one step away from some kind of transformation. TSK, these experience packs are getting more and more substantial. Xiao Han weighed the 3 crystal cores he had just acquired and threw them into the space ring. The 4th level of martial artist realm is not bad. But compared to this, the restlessness of the King of Eternal Night in his body made his heart burn even more. 3 torrents of pure energy poured in, and the shadow of the martial soul condensed visibly with the naked eye. The pressure of dominating the world was heavy. There is a sense of comfort in every bone in my body. Just a little bit. Xiao Han could feel that if he broke through that invisible membrane, the King of Eternal Night would undergo his first real transformation. He followed the increasingly clear fluctuations at the source and continued to walk deeper into the black fog. On the way, we encountered several waves of blind beasts. There are 5th and 6th levels of martial artist realm, and there are even big guys who can control poisonous miasma. If it were put outside, it would be enough to give ordinary martial arts teams a hard time. Unfortunately, they met Xiao Han. His movements are erratic and his punches are deadly. Without even being able to touch the corner of his clothes, he became a snack for the King of Eternal Night. The aura of the martial soul continued to rise, becoming stronger and stronger. The feeling of fullness and bursting made Xiao Han's heart beat faster. It's almost there, it's almost there. After getting rid of another squawking soul-eating crow, the black fog in front of him dissipated. The strange wave that was pulling him suddenly became extremely clear and strong. Xiao Han paused and held his breath. At the end of the black fog, a huge black outline vaguely appeared. It's not a palace, but more like an altar that's half sunken in the ground, or a tomb? The building was made of a kind of black stone never seen before. Its surface was smooth, but strangely dim, and any light that fell on it would disappear without a trace. The stone is engraved with dense ancient symbols, most of which are blurred and have been severely eroded by time. A sense of desolation and deathly silence hits you in the face, mixed with a sense of overwhelming power that makes one's heart shudder. Even from a distance, Xiao Han felt a tightness in his chest and his soul was trembling slightly. That fluctuation, yes, that's it. It has the same origin as the shadow demon Lotus, and carries the breath of space and shadow, coming from the depths of these ruins. Found it. Xiao Han restrained his breath and moved forward step by step. The King of Eternal Night in his body was more active than ever before, pushing his perception to the extreme and capturing any abnormalities in every inch of space around him. The ruins have no doors. At the entrance, there is a shadow that keeps changing shape. The scene in that area was distorted, the light was bending there, and the space was slightly deformed, revealing a sticky and sluggish feeling. Pure, bottomless black. A strong sense of rejection emanated from the shadow, warning all living beings. Just then, a dead leaf was picked up by the wind and drifted towards the shadow. As soon as the leaf touched the edge, without even a sound, it quickly turned gray, shriveled, and shattered, and finally turned into a handful of fine powder and disappeared completely. Xiao Han's scalp felt a little numb. This thing is really powerful. Ordinary means are probably not worth using. He continued to move closer. 9 meters. 8 meters. When he stepped within 10 meters of the distorted shadow, something strange happened suddenly. A wonderful resonance was created between the Eternal Night King's martial spirit in his body and the shadow barrier. The barrier that was originally filled with repulsion and danger sensed the pure shadow dominance aura emanating from Xiao Han. Instead of launching an attack, the ripples became softer, as if encountering a fellow creature of its own kind, and even conveyed a sense of closeness and welcome. Xiao Han's heart moved, and he tentatively stretched out his right hand. A wisp of pure power of the King of Eternal Night condensed at his fingertips and slowly touched the twisted shadow. There was no energy impact as imagined, nor was there any terrible space tearing. His fingers, as if passing through a layer of cool water curtain, sank into the shadow barrier without any hindrance. Instead of rejecting him, the barrier seemed to have life and automatically separated to both sides, leaving him a passage that was only wide enough for one person to pass through. Sure enough. Xiao Han understood. This relic, or rather, this barrier, had a deep connection with the King of Eternal Night, and possibly even the shadow demon Lotus. He no longer hesitated, took a deep breath, and stepped into the shadow barrier. The scene in front of me suddenly changed. It was as if he had stepped from one world into another dimension in an instant. Chapter 41 hides great terror. The black fog forest outside disappeared. Before my eyes was a deep, twisting corridor. The walls on both sides of the corridor are not solid, but flowing, deeper dark matter, and their shape is changing all the time. The ground beneath my feet was not rock either. It felt cold and hard, like a solidified shadow. There was a strong smell of ancient dust in the air, as well as purer and heavier shadows and spatial energy. The spatial laws here are very strange. Everything seems distorted, and the scenery in sight is invisibly pulled. Xiao Han looked back, and the entrance was gone, leaving only a creeping darkness. He seemed to be locked in an independent space. At this moment, a vast, ancient, and terrifying will that had been dormant for who knows how many years swept in from the deepest part of the ruins, slowly but unstoppably. This will did not have any obvious hostility, but was more like an instinctive exploration. However, the pressure made Xiao Han feel like his soul was frozen. The hairs all over his body stood up and his heart was pounding wildly. What the hell is hidden deep within these ruins? That vast ancient will swept through his body, cold, indifferent, high above, looking down on everything. Xiao Han's blood ran cold, his skin was tense and his hair stood on end. This is definitely not the aura that an ordinary beast can have. It is more like a rule, the embodiment of order, so heavy that it makes people breathless. Gudong. He heard the sound of himself swallowing, very clearly. This place is definitely terrifying. But strangely, the throbbing of the Eternal Night King's martial soul became even stronger. There was no fear at all, but instead it was full of excitement and desire, like a lost child who had found the way home and sensed the source. The chaos green lotus also swayed gently, emitting a soft breath of life, diluting the dead silence brought by the ancient will. Xiao Han calmed himself down and suppressed the fear in his heart. Since you are here, fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Since this relic is so deeply connected with his martial soul, it must contain a great opportunity. He walked lightly and cautiously along the twisting corridor. The material beneath his feet was cold and hard, sending chills rising upwards, and emitting an aura of pure darkness. The flowing dark walls on both sides kept changing, occasionally twisting into a ferocious beast head, or revealing a vague outline of a human figure, and then quickly blending into the darkness without a trace. The space here is very unstable. Everything looks deformed and stretched. When you walk inside, even your sense of direction starts to get confused. Fortunately, the Eternal Night King's spirit was particularly sensitive to the spatial fluctuations here, guiding him in the dark so that he would not get lost. After walking about 100 meters, the corridor suddenly opened up. The road ahead was no longer narrow, but looked like a dilapidated hall, possibly used for sacrifices. In the middle of the hall, there are several broken black stone pillars, which are also engraved with incomprehensible runes. What attracted Xiao Han's attention even more were the modeled murals on the walls on both sides. The painting style is very old, with rough lines, but it has a shocking momentum. The first mural depicts the boundless dark void. A huge green lotus takes root in it, its leaves covering the galaxy, and as the lotus petals open and close, countless worlds are born and destroyed. Under the shadow of the green lotus stood a blurry figure, wearing pitch-black armor, holding an equally pitch-black spear, overlooking the world. Xiao Han's pupils suddenly contracted. Chaos Blue Lotus. King of Eternal Night. Isn't this painting the final form of his twin martial spirits? Or perhaps, their origin? He quickly looked at the next one. In the picture, Xinglian and the king encountered a terrible enemy. Countless strange-shaped creatures emitting a destructive aura emerged from the cracks in the void and fought with Xinglian and the king, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to break. The stars shattered and the world withered. The towering blue lotus was also severely damaged, and the blood-stained petals fell off. The king's figure became dim and the gun in his hand broke. The murals at the back are even more blurred and incomplete. It probably depicts a devastating defeat, the azure lotus crumbling, the king falling, and only fragments scattered across the worlds. And this relic seems to be where one of the important fragments lies. The information in the mural was so shocking that Xiao Han was so shocked that he couldn't recover for a long time. Could it be that his time travel and his twin martial spirits are all related to this ancient war? He was immersed in the shock brought by the mural when a colder and more dangerous aura silently locked onto him. Hiss! A strange, sharp scream suddenly sounded in the hall. A strange shadow slowly walked out from the deepest shadows in the hall. It was a monster that couldn't be described by common sense. It was not too big, about 3 meters tall, and its outline was a bit like a human, but its limbs were sharp bone blades, and the joints flashed with a faint cold light. The body seemed to be condensed from pure shadow energy, and the surface was covered with a layer of flowing, liquid metal-like black substance. It has no eyes, no mouth or nose, and its face is smooth. In the middle is a constantly twisting black crystal. The darkness inside the crystal seems to lead to another dimension. What makes people most terrified is that the space around it is slightly distorted. It itself is like an unstable spatial singularity. It moves silently, but with a sharp feeling of cutting through everything. Wuzong realm. And he is definitely not a martial arts master who has just entered the sect. The extremely condensed shadow and spatial power made Xiao Han feel that he was not facing a living creature, but some kind of divine weapon that could unleash the power to destroy the world. Guardian of the ruins. This thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind instantly. This strange monster is obviously the guard here. No communication, no warning. The moment it appeared, the black crystal on the smooth surface of the guardian's face suddenly lit up. Call out. A shadow ray that was condensed to the extreme, with the power to tear apart space, came directly in front of Xiao Han as if it were teleporting. Quick! It's so fast that it's unimaginable. It even exceeded Xiao Han's reaction limit. Not good. At the critical moment of life and death, Xiao Han had no time to think. The power of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit exploded instantly. So close yet so far away. His figure left a blurry afterimage on the spot, and he moved sideways half a meter dangerously. Swish! The shadow ray brushed past his shoulder, raising a puff of blood mist. Just by brushing past, the clothing and flesh on his shoulder were cut as if by an invisible blade, leaving the bone visible. A cold and domineering force of space and shadow instantly invaded his body, madly destroying his vitality. Hiss! Xiao Han gasped as excruciating pain instantly spread throughout his body. If the Chaos Azure Lotus's vitality hadn't immediately surged in, frantically repairing his injuries and purifying the alien energy, this blow would have crippled half of his body. Is this the power of the martial sect realm? He was horrified. Although it had taken some effort to kill the black-scaled mad ape, a 4th-level martial master, before, it was far from being as powerless as it was now. Chapter 42, Fast. Weird. Hard to defend against. This guardian's casual attack almost took his life. The gap between the two was a world of difference. Before Xiao Han could catch his breath, the guardian's second wave of attack had already arrived. Its limbs like bone blades suddenly pushed against the ground, and its entire body turned into a blurry black line, directly tearing through the space and appearing behind Xiao Han. The bone blade, carrying the power of space distortion, silently slashed towards his back. Fast. Weird. Hard to defend against. Xiao Han's scalp tingled, and the sense of crisis in his body reached its peak. He didn't even have time to turn around. He could only rely on his fighting instinct to gather the shadow power of the King of Eternal Night behind him. At the same time, he activated a world away under his feet again and pounced to the side in a panic. Phew! Despite his quick reaction, the condensed shadow shield was instantly torn apart by the bone blade, and the sharp tip of the blade still cut through his back, leaving several wounds deep enough to see the bone. The Chaos Green Lotus exerted its strength again, and the emerald green light flowed, repairing the injuries, but the alien energy that invaded the body was like a maggot in the tarsal bone, extremely difficult to expel. Ahem! Xiao Han stumbled to the ground, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. In just 2 short exchanges, he had already been severely injured. How can we fight this? The Guardian's attack combines the weirdness of shadows and the speed of space. It is completely unpredictable and impossible to defend against. The power of its attack far exceeded Xiao Han's endurance limit. Even with the Chaos Green Lotus's abnormal recovery ability, it could not withstand such consumption. A trace of despair, like a cold tide, began to spread in his heart. The speed he was so proud of was like a turtle crawling in front of the Guardian who could tear through space. His indestructible god-destroying fist might not even be able to break through the opponent's defense. The King of Eternal Night's control over the shadows is even more of a show-off in front of the opponent. The gap is so huge. So huge that it's suffocating. This was not a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. The Guardian did not give Xiao Han any time to think. It was like an emotionless killing machine and locked onto Xiao Han's breath again. The black crystal on the smooth face began to accumulate energy again, and waves even more terrifying than before spread out. The shadow of death loomed over Xiao Han's heart as never before. Is it really possible that I am going to die here? At this moment of despair, the familiar yet somewhat mean system notification sound rang out in my mind, like the sound of nature. Ding! The host has been detected to be in a desperate situation. The God-level selection system has been activated urgently. Currently facing a choice. Option 1. Burn 50 years of your lifespan, forcibly activate the system's spatial teleportation function, and escape from this ruins at a random location. The teleportation location is unknown. It may be directly teleported to a strange beast's lair or into a spatial turbulence. Reward: Master of Survival title after wearing it, escape speed plus 10%, a heart pill special effect. Option 2. Face the danger and survive. Face the martial master guardian head-on and defeat him utterly. With supreme will and overwhelming fighting spirit, seize the core inheritance of the ruins and obtain the martial master level technique Shadow Void Sutra that matches the power system of this place. Rewards: Defying fate and slaying the sect. Rare title slightly increases the success rate of cross-level challenges. The opportunity to evolve the Eternal Night King spirit requires the core inheritance, and clues to the subsequent fragments of Destroying Divine Fist. Two options, like ice and fire, were placed before Xiao Han. Choice 1, survive. But the price is 50 years of life, and the unknown risks that may be faced in the future. Moreover, the title of Master of Survival and the heart-protecting pills are full of irony no matter how you look at them. Option 2, risk your life. The risk is enormous, with almost no chance of survival. But the reward is incredibly generous. The core heritage of the ruins. The martial arts master level technique Shadow Void Sutra. The opportunity for the Eternal Night King to evolve. Subsequent clues to Destruction Fist. Any one of these rewards would be enough to drive countless warriors crazy. Especially the Shadow Void Sutra, which is clearly a technique that originates from the same source as the Guardian's power. Its value is immeasurable. And there is also the opportunity to evolve the King of Eternal Night, which is a god-level martial spirit. Escape? There has never been such a word in Xiao Han's dictionary. From being ridiculed for awakening the double F spirits, to forcibly kissing the school beauty and changing his fate. From exchanging social death for divine power in the martial arts pavilion, to fighting against black apes in the mysterious valley, he has relied on his ruthless spirit of not admitting defeat and daring to risk his life to get to where he is today. Burning his lifespan to survive? That's not Xiao Han's style. Martial sect realm, so what? Xiao Han suddenly raised his head, and the last trace of despair in his eyes was completely replaced by a blazing fighting spirit. It was a determination that was almost crazy. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, straightened his originally hunched back, and a terrifying aura far beyond the 6th level of the warrior realm erupted like a dormant volcano. System, I have to choose too. He roared in his heart. Ding! The host's selection is successful. Your courage is commendable, your integrity is admirable. Please burn your inner universe to your heart's content. Friendly reminder: guardians at the martial realm possess the embryonic form of a domain, and their energy is nearly infinite. I wish the host good luck. The system prompt sound disappears. The next moment, the two dormant god-level martial spirits in Xiao Han's body, as if sensing the host's overwhelming will to fight to the death, let out a deafening roar together. Buzz! A shadow of a chaotic green lotus that reaches from heaven to earth slowly blooms behind him. The lush green lotus leaves stretched out, emitting a majestic and vast breath of life, illuminating the entire dilapidated hall with a lush green. Rich life energy surged into Xiao Han's body like a tide, frantically repairing his injuries and replenishing his depleted spiritual power. The embryonic form of the Azure Lotus domain instantly opened, attempting to resist the spatial distortion and pressure brought by the Guardian. Roar! At the same time, a phantom of the King of Eternal Night, wearing black armor, a ferocious crown on his head, and holding a shadow spear, suddenly condensed into shape. Deep, majestic, and domineering. Endless dark energy gathered from all directions and merged into the king's body. The prototype of the Eternal Night realm unfolded at the same time, complementing the Green Lotus realm, one bright and one dark, one life and one death, emitting a heart-pounding and terrifying fluctuation. Twin martial souls burst out with all their strength. Xiao Han's eyes were red as he felt the unprecedented surge of power in his body, as well as the high fighting spirit transmitted by the two martial spirits, and laughed wildly. Come on, you beast. Today, either you die or I die. He proactively faced the Guardian's terrifying attack, which was about to be fully charged. His right fist was clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. A trace of gray, destructive aura that seemed to be able to annihilate everything began to gather at the tip of his fist. Destruction Fist. Use all your strength. Dark energy and the Fist of Destruction are intertwined. Chapter 43: A sudden change occurs. Destructive energy madly condensed in the Guardian's twisted crystal, like a rapidly expanding black hole, emitting a terrifying suction force that was enough to devour the soul. The entire sacrificial hall was shaking violently, and the ancient murals on the wall seemed to come alive, with distorted light and shadow, emitting silent wails. The embryonic form of Xiao Han's dual martial soul's domains was like two small boats in a stormy sea, shaken to the point of collapse by the pressure emanating from the Guardian. The Azure Lotus Realm's green light flickered unsteadily, while the Eternal Night Realm's darkness surged endlessly, and even fine energy cracks appeared at the junction of the two. Puff! Xiao Han spat out blood again, his face as pale as paper. The shoulder that had been scratched by the shadow ray and the back that had been cut by the bone blade were surrounded by stubborn gray-black energy, which was like a maggot in the tarsal bone, constantly eroding his vitality. Even with the Chaos Green Lotus's powerful vitality madly infused in, it could only barely prevent the injury from worsening, and the speed of repair was far behind the speed of destruction. This is the Martial Master Realm. The power of the domain has already begun to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Every move contains the suppression of the rule level, far beyond the comparison of the Martial Master Realm. However, at this critical moment of life and death, something strange happened. When the phantoms of the two god-level martial spirits, Chaos Blue Lotus and Eternal Night King, were completely solidified and burst out with their most original aura. The Guardian, who had been as indifferent as a machine, paused slightly on his smooth face, and the frequency of the flashing light of the constantly twisting black crystal in the center became disordered for a moment. An extremely subtle but real feeling of surprise, like a stone dropped into a calm lake, rippled through the Guardian's calm aura. It seemed stunned. Although it was only a brief moment, even shorter than the blink of an eye, for Xiao Han, who had elevated his spiritual perception to the extreme and was always walking on the edge of life and death, it was as clear as lightning in the dark night. This thing is intelligent? A ridiculous thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind, but the instinct for survival had already overwhelmed everything. The opportunity is now. Without any hesitation, Xiao Han squeezed out all the remaining spiritual power in his body, along with the power that the two martial souls had just gathered. So close yet so far away. His figure blended into the shadows beneath his feet like a ghost, which were made even deeper by the eternal night. Instead of escaping in a straight line, he appeared behind the Guardian at an angle that completely violated common sense of physics, as if teleporting. At the same time, the Eternal Night King's martial spirit resonated even more strongly with the darkness and spatial energy deep within the ruins. Strands of extremely pure energy seemed to have found an outlet and actively gathered towards the King of Eternal Night, merging into its shadow. Xiao Han felt that his connection with this twisted space seemed to have deepened a little. His body movements, which had been extremely unstable due to the pressure from the Guardian, became a little smoother at this moment, and he barely avoided the lock range of the destructive energy core that was about to explode. Break it for me! A hoarse roar burst out from the depths of Xiao Han's throat. He did not choose to escape, but poured all his strength, all his will, all his unwillingness and madness into his right fist. Destruction Fist. This time, the fist tip was no longer merely filled with a gray, destructive aura, it also fused with a purer, deeper dark force from the King of Eternal Night. Even the Chaos Green Lotus shed a trace of its original purifying power, wrapping around it. Life and death, light and darkness, creation and destruction. The completely opposite forces merged strangely for a moment in Xiao Han's fist in an extremely unstable way. This punch condensed his energy and spirit at the moment, condensed his understanding of life and death, and condensed his determination to defy fate and change his destiny. The target was directly pointed at the center of the Guardian's smooth face, where a black crystal was flickering slightly, and seemed to still have a hint of surprise. The Guardian obviously did not expect that this dying ant not only did not take the opportunity to escape, but instead dared to attack it. The energy fluctuations that had just subsided surged again, but it was still a little slow. Boom! The fist hit the black crystal on the Guardian's chest hard. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor the imagined raging energy. The expected explosion did not occur. The strength of the black crystal was far beyond Xiao Han's imagination. But the strange fusion of the three forces of destruction, darkness, and purification contained in the fist was like the most deadly poison, penetrating madly along the contact point. Crack! An extremely slight but clearly audible crisp sound in the deadly silent hall came from inside the black crystal. The Guardian's body made of pure shadow suddenly stiffened. Its smooth face twisted violently, as if it was enduring unimaginable pain. The light on the surface of the black crystal in the center rippled violently like the surface of a lake into which a stone was thrown. Then, a crack as thin as a hair spread from the center of the crystal. Although it is tiny, it is indeed a crack. Roar! The roar was no longer the inhuman and beastly one from before, but a roar filled with rage and pain that erupted from the Guardian's body. An energy storm far more violent and chaotic than before swept through with it as its center. Puff! Xiao Han was hit hard by an invisible giant hammer, and blood spurted out in mid-air. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and hit a broken stone pillar in the distance, then rolled to the ground. It felt as if all the bones in my body were broken, my internal organs were displaced, and my vision was black. If the Chaos Green Lotus had not immediately burst out with an unprecedented green light of life, wrapping him up and repairing himself madly, this impact would probably have taken his life. Cough, cough. Xiao Han coughed violently, and every cough brought with it broken internal organs and blood clots, but his eyes were flashing with excitement and madness of surviving the disaster. Success! Although the price was heavy, his punch did indeed injure the Guardian's core. That crack is the proof. This beast is not invincible. At the same time, the Guardian finally recovered from its brief loss of control. It lowered its head to glance at the tiny crack on the crystal on its chest, and its smooth face twisted even more hideously. It was completely enraged. Before, it might have just regarded Xiao Han as an invader who was a little special and needed to be eliminated. But now, this ant had actually hurt it. This was a blasphemy against its existence. For the first time, the Guardian's indifferent aura was tinged with a cold murderous intent. It was no longer about purging, but about complete annihilation, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 44, Black Spear. Buzz. The Guardian's body, made of pure shadow, began to tremble slightly, no longer concentrating a single energy ray or launching close-range attacks. It slowly raised its arms that were like bone blades. The surrounding space groaned as it was overwhelmed, and visible spatial ripples spread out from it. Dark energy converged towards it like a tide, condensing, compressing, and twisting between its bone blade-like arms. No longer a ray, no longer a ball of energy. It was a pitch-black spear, formed by pure dark energy and shattered space fragments. Runes swirled on the spear, emitting a heart-pounding wave. At the spear's tip, space was distorted to the extreme, as if connected to a void of annihilation. Just by being pointed at by the spear from a distance, Xiao Han felt as if his soul was about to be torn apart. The Eternal Night Realm and the Green Lotus Realm were like paper, easily pierced and suppressed by the sharp aura. The shadow of death once again loomed over us like a physical entity. This time, it was more terrifying than any previous attack, more pure, and more desperate. The Guardian used the real killer move. The glimmer of hope that had just been ignited seemed to be poured over by a basin of ice water. Xiao Han's heart sank to the bottom. He could clearly feel that his body had been completely drained of energy because of the punch just now. Although the Chaos Green Lotus was still repairing, the speed was far behind the accumulation of injuries. The King of Eternal Night also became somewhat weak due to the forced resonance of the power of the ruins. Faced with this pitch-black spear that embodies the Guardian's true strength and may even contain a trace of true domain power, what can he use to block it? Is this really the end? After trying your best, what you get is still an insurmountable gap. A hint of bitterness spread across the corners of his mouth. The moment the pitch-black spear took shape, the terrifying aura of annihilation completely submerged Xiao Han like a tide. It was no longer a simple energy oppression, but more like a judgment from the rules of a higher dimension, to completely erase him from the level of existence. Wherever the spear pointed, space twisted into a hideous vortex, as if it had opened a huge mouth to nothingness. Fuck! Xiao Han cursed in his heart, the instinct for survival overwhelmed all distracting thoughts. He was now a broken boat in the raging sea. If he resisted, the boat would be destroyed and everyone on board would die. The only way to survive was to ride the waves. So close yet so far away. At this moment, Xiao Han pushed this god-level footwork to an unprecedented extreme. His figure no longer just blended into the shadows, but flashed and jumped wildly in the cracks of the twisted and broken space. Every time he took a step, there was a teeth-grinding sound of space being torn apart, and the solidified dark ground beneath his feet was cut into deep marks by an invisible force. The space of the sacrificial hall wailed under the pressure of the dark spears, as if it could collapse at any time. The spear was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Every time it was swung, it created a terrifying crack in space, silently cutting toward Xiao Han's location. The narrow space and the deadly attack left Xiao Han no chance to breathe. He was not dodging, but dancing on the edge of death. He brought the power of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit to its fullest, perfectly matching so close yet so far away. His figure became vague and uncertain, sometimes blending into the shadow of the wall, and sometimes disappearing out of thin air just before the spear was swung, appearing in another shadow several meters away. TSK. 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 Although Xiao Han's speed was extremely fast, the Guardian's attack was too strange and fast, and the range was so large that it almost blocked all retreat routes. A spatial crack brushed past his thigh, instantly cutting off a large piece of flesh, and the white bones were clearly visible. The aftermath of another spear struck his left arm, and his entire arm instantly became numb, making it difficult for him to clench his fist. Severe pain. The unbearable pain hit his nerves like a tide, but he gritted his teeth and said nothing. Inside the body, the Chaos Green Lotus martial soul suddenly accelerated its rotation. The green life energy is no longer a gentle stream, but a torrent that has broken through the dam, washing away every part of the body. Muscles are wriggling to heal, blood vessels are trying to reconnect, and numb nerves are tingling like needles, which are signs of recovery. But in the wound, the strange gray-black energy and the invisible space-tearing force tightly entangled the new tissue, like maggots in the tarsal bones, constantly destroying the repair of Qinglian and bringing waves of excruciating pain. The injury can't be healed. Even though it was suppressed by the Guardian's domain, the prototype of Xiao Han's twin martial soul domain was not just for show. The green halos emitted by the Chaos Green Lotus were particularly conspicuous in this twisted darkness. They stubbornly expanded the tiny area and dispelled the suffocating feeling of distortion. Although the range is small and the effect is limited, this slight interference causes the Guardian's absolute control over space to become slightly sluggish. The attack would occasionally deviate a little bit. The Eternal Night King's martial spirit is now Xiao Han's other pair of eyes. No, it is a more acute perception. Darkness and shadows became its home ground, guarding every flow of energy, and every subtle distortion of space was clearly reflected in Xiao Han's mind. Dancing on the edge of a knife, dodging between life and death. The tug of war between severe pain and recovery did not stop, but Xiao Han forced himself to calm down and focus all his attention on the perception transmitted by the King of Eternal Night. He stared at the Guardian intently. Every time this damn thing swung that deadly black spear and tore through space, the energy fluctuations in its body were different. He caught a detail. When the shiny black crystal on the Guardian's chest shines brightest, the spear is most powerful and the space distortion is most terrifying. When it performs that kind of small-scale, high-frequency space cutting, in addition to the crystal on the chest, several inconspicuous positions on the surface of the body will also flash synchronously, and the energy reaction is particularly strong. Those few points. Like the energy nodes that support it to perform such delicate spatial operations? A crazy thought exploded deep in Xiao Han's consciousness. This is the only way to survive. It is also a gamble where one wrong step will lead to eternal damnation. His evasive route began to change. Instead of simply keeping distance, they approached from a more dangerous and closer angle to the Guardian. The speed was even deliberately slowed down by a beat. He wants to lure the Guardian and change his attack mode. Oh. Xiao Han gasped, his throat tinged with the taste of blood. After narrowly avoiding the spear tip once again, he suddenly raised his head and roared hoarsely, "Is that all you can do? Trash! Provocation! Naked provocation!" There was no visible change on the Guardian's featureless face, but the shadow energy surging around it was visibly rioting. The attack suddenly became more crazy. It seemed to understand Xiao Han's intention. It no longer simply locked onto and pursued him. Instead, it began to predict the direction of Xiao Han's dodge, swinging the black spear faster and more intensively. It is no longer a large-scale tearing of space, but turns into countless tiny, tricky space blades, performing high-frequency piercing and cutting. The entire sacrificial hall was buzzing, and the air was filled with a sharp feeling of being cut. Xiao Han felt like he was trapped in a shrinking cage made up of countless blades, with less and less space to move. Chapter 45. The adventure just now was a success. Puff. A spatial crack wrapped around Xiao Han's calf like a venomous snake. He didn't have time to completely avoid it, and half of his calf was instantly torn apart, leaving a bloody mess. The severe pain made his eyes go black, and his body staggered, almost falling. Call out. Almost at the same time, another spear shadow came from the side, grazed his waist and ribs, and caused another wound deep enough to see the bone. Xiao Han groaned, and his body flew out like a ragbag, hitting the stone pillar again. He struggled to get up, but found that the gray-black corrosive force on the wounds of his calves and waist was unprecedentedly strong, and the repair speed of the Chaos Green Lotus was instantly suppressed to the lowest. Damn it! He growled, his body shaking violently. His injuries were too severe. If this continued, the Chaos Azure Lotus's recovery ability wouldn't last much longer. But his eyes were unusually bright. The adventure just now was a success. When the Guardian changed its attack mode and performed high-frequency, small-scale cutting, he clearly captured the more violent energy fluctuations in those parts. They are indeed the key nodes supporting this attack mode, and are also very likely the weakness of this shadow body. The Guardian gave him no more time. It seemed very dissatisfied with its own killing efficiency. The black crystal once again shone with dazzling light, condensing even more terrifying energy. It was obviously preparing to launch a more powerful killing move to completely eliminate this stubborn invader. The shadow of death loomed again, but this time, there was no despair in Xiao Han's eyes, only a desperate madness. He knew he had no chance to dodge or recover. This was his last chance. He must attack the Guardian's weakness with thunderous force before the Guardian finishes charging. The remaining spiritual power in his body was like a dry riverbed, which he forced to flow into his right fist. The two martial spirits, Chaos Blue Lotus and Eternal Night King, also felt his desperate determination and let out a final roar, squeezing out their remaining strength and gathering it into his fist. Destruction Fist. This time, what was condensed in the fist was no longer a strange fusion of three forces, but the purest power of the Lord of Shadows. The destructive true meaning of the Fist of Destruction and the only remaining purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus were compressed to the extreme in a more stable and condensed way. On the tip of the fist, gray and deep black intertwined, emitting a terrifying wave that was both dead and full of destructive aura. This force was so condensed that the surrounding space could not bear it, and fine cracks appeared. Xiao Han struggled to stand up, his body shaky, but his eyes were as sharp as a knife. He locked onto the nodes on the Guardian's body where the energy fluctuations were most intense, as well as the black crystal on its chest that was accumulating power. He wanted to gamble. Gamble on his speed, his strength, and his luck that could change his fate. Everything depends on this one punch. A low roar came from the depths of his throat, carrying blood and unyielding spirit. The next moment, Xiao Han's figure, like an arrow shot from a bow, with his right fist that condensed all his strength, rushed towards the Guardian who was accumulating strength without hesitation. He wants to attack and save the enemy. He wants to confront Wuzong head-on. A shrill hissing tore through the deathly silence of the sacrificial hall. The black crystal in the center of the Guardian's smooth face shone to the extreme, like a concentrated black hole, madly devouring all the light and energy around it. The pitch-black spear that condensed its own power in spatial fragments, the aura of annihilation at the tip of the spear was so strong that it turned into substance. The surrounding space was violently twisted and shattered like boiling water, emitting a teeth-grinding groan. A decisive blow. This was undoubtedly a decisive blow. With this blow, not to mention that Xiao Han was now exhausted and seriously injured, even if he was in his prime, he would probably not be able to escape the fate of being completely wiped out. There is no way to retreat, no way to avoid. The shadow of death turned into cold tentacles, tightly strangling Xiao Han's throat, and the feeling of suffocation was stronger than ever before. However, in this desperate situation, an almost insane light suddenly burst out from the depths of Xiao Han's bloodshot eyes. He no longer tried to activate so close yet so far away to dodge in vain. His body was shaking, as if it would collapse completely in the next second, but his hunched back suddenly straightened at this moment. Come on! A roar that was hoarse to the extreme, mixed with blood and indomitable spirit, exploded from the depths of his throat. In his body, he forcibly squeezed out the last trickle of spiritual power from the dried-up riverbed at the cost of burning the source of life. The art of creation was running crazily at an unprecedented speed. Every cell in the body was wailing and trembling. Behind him, the shadows of the two god-level martial spirits, Chaos Green Lotus and Eternal Night King, seemed to sense the host's resolute will to perish together with his enemies, and also emitted the final and most brilliant roar. Buzz! The Chaos Green Lotus no longer maintained its vast domain. All of its majestic life force and the extremely pure purifying light, like rivers flowing into the sea, condensed into a thin line of emerald green with a hint of golden light, and wrapped around Xiao Han's right fist. Roar! The shadow of the Eternal Night King suddenly shrank, transforming into a dark mark that was extremely deep and imprinted on the edge of Xiao Han's fist. The domineering power of the Shadow Lord and the strange pace of space control were integrated into Xiao Han's fist without reservation at this moment. Destruction Fist. It was still the same incomplete boxing technique, but at this moment, under Xiao Han's unconditional urging and the blessing of the power of the two god-level martial spirits, the artistic conception of this punch reached an unprecedented peak. It is no longer a simple destruction, no longer pure darkness, nor a gentle purification. But fusion. With destruction as bones, darkness as flesh, and purification as soul. Three completely different and even mutually restraining forces achieved an extremely delicate yet extremely solid balance on Xiao Han's fist that was burning with life and will. The color on the fist was no longer a mixture of gray and depth, but turned into an indescribable, chaotic color. It seems like the beginning of all things, and also like the end of the universe. That aura was no longer violent, but instead restrained to the extreme. Only a faint fluctuation escaped, causing the distorted space around it to stagnate slightly. The Guardian's pitch-black spear, which was about to be thrown, seemed to have sensed this extremely dangerous aura, and the speed of the annihilation vortex at the tip of the spear increased a bit, obviously wanting to take the lead and completely eliminate this threat. Now is the time. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with brilliance. So close yet so far away. His figure did not retreat, but turned into a blurry stream of light, like a moth flying into a flame, rushing towards the Guardian, who was condensed with the energy to destroy the world without hesitation. He did not choose the energy nodes on the Guardian's body. He had only one target, the black crystal that was shining wildly and was the core of all energy. Chapter 46: The Minimum Price. Attack the enemy and you will save them. Break through the surface with a single point. The Guardian's movements were obviously frozen for a moment. It seemed that it had not expected that when faced with its fatal blow, the ant not only did not flee in fear, but instead dared to take the initiative to charge. But it is a terrifying existence in the martial sect realm after all, and its reaction speed is extremely fast. The pitch-black spear that was originally prepared to be thrown paused slightly at the tip, and the terrifying energy instantly changed direction, like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, and pierced Xiao Han, who was coming towards him. Fast. Too fast. Wherever the spear passed, the space collapsed, leaving behind a dark trail. However, just before the spear was about to hit Xiao Han, his figure changed angle completely contrary to common sense. As if teleporting, he moved sideways half an inch in the extremely distorted space. Under the pressure of life and death, he comprehended the profound meaning of so close yet so far away at a deeper level. He did not avoid it completely, but at the minimum cost, he brushed the edge of the spear and cut into the Guardian's close range. Phew! The terrifying destructive force contained in the spear vaporized Xiao Han's left shoulder and half of his chest in an instant just by brushing against him. Even the life energy of the Chaos Green Lotus didn't have time to react. The severe pain instantly drowned Xiao Han's consciousness like a tsunami, but he bit his tongue tightly and forced himself to maintain the last bit of clarity in his right fist, which condensed all his strength and shone with a chaotic luster. Without losing momentum, it struck the wildly beating black crystal on the Guardian's chest with heavy force and precision. Boom! An extremely dull sound was heard, as if it was knocking on 10,000 years of black ice. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Then, snap! A crisp sound of shattering, as clear as the sound of nature, suddenly rang out in the hall. All I could see was the indestructible black crystal on the Guardian's chest, which was so strong that even the full-strength attack of the god-destroying fist could only barely leave a mark. With Xiao Han's fist landing as the center, spider-web-like fine cracks suddenly appeared. Although the crack was tiny, it continued to spread, like a crack knocked on the surface of ice, quickly spreading to the entire crystal. Oh. The roar was no longer the inhuman and beastly one from before, but a scream filled with incredible pain and rage that suddenly erupted from the Guardian's body. Its body made of pure shadow began to tremble violently, and the energy of the black spear condensed in its hand instantly went out of control and exploded. The violet energy turbulence swept across like a hurricane. Xiao Han, who was the first to be hit, didn't even have time to make a sound before he was blown away by the out-of-control energy storm. His body crashed through several broken stone pillars like a torn sack, and finally embedded deeply into the wall at the end of the hall, his life or death unknown. The Guardian also staggered back a few steps. It looked down at the core crystal on its chest that was covered with cracks and whose light was rapidly dimming. Its smooth face was distorted to the extreme. It's hurt. It was severely damaged to its core by an ant in its eyes in a way it could not understand. This is an unprecedented shame. Uncontrollable rage erupted within it like a volcano. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire sacrificial hall groaned even more unbearably because of the Guardian's rage. Pitch-black spatial cracks moved and cut around its body like living things, denser and more violent than ever before. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on the shallow human-shaped hole in the wall. Although the breath of life there was extremely weak, it was like a candle in the wind, stubbornly not extinguished. It's going to crush him. Use the most cruel method to crush the ant that dared to blaspheme it, along with its soul, into nothingness. The terrifying murderous intent spread like a substance, and the entire ruined space seemed to tremble because of the Guardian's anger. The severe pain embedded in the wall almost made Xiao Han lose consciousness completely. The bones in his body seemed to be crushed and then randomly pieced together, his internal organs seemed to have turned into a pool of mud, and every weak breath was accompanied by heart-wrenching pain. The area from the left shoulder to the chest was even emptier, even the pain had become numb, leaving only a sense of nothingness as if it had been completely erased. That was the horrible mark left by the power of annihilation. If it weren't for the original green light of the Chaos Blue Lotus, which was like the last line of defense, protecting his heart and sea of consciousness, and constantly repairing his broken body, he would probably have become a cold corpse embedded in the wall. Roar! Inside the sacrificial hall, the Guardian's roar set off an even more violent energy storm. The cracked black crystal on its chest flickered, and the energy that escaped no longer condensed into the previous black spear, but turned into countless tiny, chaotic, and irregular spatial blades, like an out-of-control meat grinder, madly cutting every inch of space in the hall. The stone pillars collapsed, the ground cracked, and the ancient murals on the walls quickly peeled off and became blurred under the raging energy. The entire ruined space was groaning and trembling under the Guardian's fury, as if it would completely collapse at any time. A wounded beast is often more dangerous because it has lost its mind and is left with only pure desire for destruction. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Han coughed out a mouthful of black blood mixed with internal organ fragments. The green light of the Chaos Green Lotus suddenly became stronger, forcibly suppressing the surging blood and energy, and a trace of clarity returned to his eyes. I can't die here. He used up his last bit of strength to mobilize his still intact right arm and legs, suddenly broke free from the depression in the wall, and staggered to the ground. Almost at the moment he landed, several pitch-black space blades cut in silently, blocking all his escape routes. Although the Guardian's attacks are chaotic, they are more intensive and harder to defend against. So close yet so far away. Xiao Han's mind raced, the power of the Eternal Night King's spirit being squeezed to its limit, creating a faint resonance with the already distorted dark space. His figure flickered like a candle in the wind, and he narrowly slipped through the gaps between the several cracked blades. Swish! A broken blade still grazed his back, and the wound that had just been barely repaired by the power of the Green Lotus was torn open again, with the bone visible. Damn it, mad dog mode? Xiao Han cursed inwardly. The severe pain made him grimace, but it also aroused the ruthlessness in his bones. Although the Guardian was violent, his attack had obviously lost its previous precision and concentration, and it was more like he was venting his strength in impotent rage. This might be an opportunity. While he was dodging the space blades that were as violent as a storm, he was forcibly practicing the creation art in an attempt to draw a bit of strength from the chaotic energy around him. Chapter 47, Can't Outlast It. The shadow-devouring ability of the Eternal Night King's martial soul was operating passively, and he greedily absorbed the pure shadow energy that was scattered around him, and even the strands of original power that leaked out from the cracks in the Guardian's core. Although it is just a drop in the bucket compared to his current consumption, it is better than nothing. At least it can restore some of the strength of the King of Eternal Night and maintain the operation of A World Away. However, the Guardian's domain of suppression was still like a leech, omnipresent. Every dodge was extremely difficult, and every spatial jump seemed to tear his soul apart. This won't work. Simply dodging and harassing it won't be enough to outlast it. Xiao Han's mind raced with thoughts. We must find a way to weaken its domain suppression, even if it's just for a moment. Twin martial souls, the embryonic form of a domain, superposition? A crazy thought welled up in his mind. The Chaos Azure Lotus's domain focused on purification, life, and defense, while the Eternal Night King's domain focused on shadow, space, and suppression. Their attributes were completely different, even somewhat mutually exclusive. What would happen if they were forcibly combined? I can't care less. Xiao Han's eyes hardened, and driven by his thoughts, the shadows of the Chaos Blue Lotus and the King of Eternal Night reappeared behind him. Although they were much dimmer and more illusory than before, they still exuded the unique pressure of a god-level martial spirit. Melt! He growled, trying to guide and merge the power of two completely different domains. Buzz! The emerald green halo of life and the deep dark shadows suddenly collided with each other. There was no violent explosion as imagined. Instead, it was like water and oil, repelling each other, but under the forced restraint of Xiao Han's powerful mental power, they were barely intertwined and merged. An extremely unstable and strange area with flickering light and constantly twisting and trembling edges spread out with Xiao Han as the center. Half is vibrant green, and the other half is dark and dark, swallowing up the light. At the junction of the two, energy conflicts violently, constantly being annihilated and reborn, forming a chaotic and blurred area. As soon as this temporary dual domain was formed, the ubiquitous sense of spatial distortion and oppression around it was actually weakened a little. Although the range is small and it is extremely unstable and may collapse at any time, it does buy Xiao Han a little precious breathing space. The Guardian seemed to have also noticed the interference of this strange field on its power, and its attack became more frantic. Countless space blades surged towards Xiao Han like a tide, trying to tear apart this annoying field and the people inside it. But with this brief respite and the slight resistance brought by the dual domains, Xiao Han dodged significantly more calmly. The footwork of so close yet so far away has also become smoother and more bizarre, and it can even use the power of the Eternal Night Realm to perform shadow jumps with shorter distances but faster frequencies. He was like a tireless ghost, shuttling and wandering in the violent energy storm, and occasionally seizing the gap between the Guardian's attacks to activate a trace of destructive fist intent. Although harassing attacks on non-core parts of the Guardian cannot cause substantial damage, they can further enrage it and make its attacks more chaotic. Just as Xiao Han was struggling to hold on and trying to find a new flaw, his pupils suddenly shrank. The originally dense cracks on the black crystal on the Guardian's chest began to slowly heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, nourished by the shadow energy surging around it. It's not fast, but it's healing. Damn! Can it still recover health? Xiao Han's heart sank. This damn thing's ability to recover is too abnormal. It can actually repair the cracks that I risked my life to create? If this continues, once its core fully recovers, my advantage will be gone. By then, I won't even be able to roam and harass it, and I will surely die. It has to be quick. We have to find a way to completely destroy it. It is not enough to just attack the core crystal, or in other words, his current strength is not enough to completely destroy the crystal in one blow. There must be other weaknesses, or special methods of restraint. Xiao Han's eyes dodged quickly and swept across the entire sacrificial hall. Since this is the remains of a powerful being, this Guardian was obviously created artificially to guard this place. So, would the existence that created it leave behind any information about it, or any means to control it? His gaze finally fell on the broken stone pillars and the ancient murals on the walls, which, although blurry and peeling, still had their general outlines visible. When he entered earlier, he had seen murals depicting the origins of the Chaos Azure Lotus and the King of Eternal Night, as well as a terrifying battle. The image of the Guardian also seemed to appear in certain corners. Could it be that the key to breaking the deadlock lies in these seemingly inconspicuous murals and stone pillars? Just when he was distracted thinking, the Guardian seized the opportunity, and a thick space crack suddenly appeared beside him like black lightning, and slashed down fiercely. Not good. Xiao Han's heart was filled with alarm, and he pushed his dual domains to the extreme in an instant. At the same time, he used the so close yet so far footwork, and twisted his body at an incredible angle. Phew! The space crack brushed past his waist, and although it avoided the vital parts, it still brought up a large piece of flesh and blood. The double domain was torn open in an instant. The violent energy conflict made his blood surge, and he almost couldn't maintain the stability of the domain. Focus, kid. Even if you want to die, don't be so anxious. The system's slightly teasing voice suddenly sounded in his mind, which cheered up Xiao Han. System? Do you have a solution? Xiao Han asked anxiously while dodging in a panic. As for the solution, the system is of course omnipotent, the system said in a sly tone, but how boring would it be to just tell you the answer? I've already given you a hint, go find it yourself. Friendly reminder, if you delay any longer, that stone lump will be fully revived. After saying that, the system fell silent again. Xiao Han was speechless. This damn system only knew how to keep people in suspense at the critical moment. Hint? Mural? Stone pillar? He forced himself to calm down, and while continuing to deal with the Guardian, he focused more on observing the surrounding environment. The scenes depicted in those murals were extremely grand, with towering blue lotuses swaying brilliantly, a dark king who devoured everything dominating the night sky, and scenes of the two fighting side by side against some unknown enemies with distorted forms and evil auras. The image of the Guardian does appear in the corners of several murals depicting major battles. They seem to be servants or weapons of those unknown enemies? And on one of the murals, Xiao Han's gaze suddenly froze. The mural seemed to depict the end of the war, although Chaos Blue Lotus and the King of Eternal Night defeated the powerful enemy. But it had also been severely damaged, and its light dimmed. And at the center of the picture, it wasn't the Azure Lotus or the King, but a building that looked very similar to the sacrificial hall before it. Chapter 48 I Don't Believe You. In the center of the building, there also stands a statue of a Guardian, but the difference from the one in front of him is that the Guardian on the mural does not have a black crystal inlaid on his chest, but nothing. At its feet, there were countless broken fragments, similar in material to the crystal on its chest. Around the guardian statue, there are some extremely complex and twisted runes carved. These runes seem to form a huge formation, which firmly imprisons the guardian statue in place. What made Xiao Han's heart beat even more wildly was that on the dome of the building, there was a blooming, black lotus carved. Its shape vaguely echoed the shadow demon lotus he encountered in the valley, as well as the evolutionary direction of the martial soul rewarded by the system. Could it be that the Guardian's power core was not innate, but was embedded later? And these murals and runes record the methods to control or even destroy it? A bold guess flashed through Xiao Han's mind like lightning. You idiot system, can't you just click on the prompts? You're just a friendly reminder, I don't believe you. Xiao Han was complaining madly in his heart. While desperately dodging the Guardian's violent spatial blades, he forced his mind to sink into the martial soul of the Eternal Night King, trying to capture the illusory hint. The Guardian's attacks became more and more frantic. Although the cracks in the crystal on his chest were slowly healing, the energy fluctuations emanating from it became even more chaotic. It was obvious that Xiao Han's desperate attack just now had an impact on it that was far more than what seemed on the surface. Every time the space blade cuts, it carries with it an unstable and violent aura. At this moment, Xiao Han's Eternal Night King's martial spirit trembled violently. It was not because of the Guardian's attack, but a resonance coming from this ancient space. Before, he only vaguely sensed the connection between his martial soul and the ruins, but at this moment, as he focused his attention completely, this feeling became clearer than ever before. His perception seemed to penetrate the raging energy storm and was no longer limited to the Guardian itself, but spread like a tide to every corner of the sacrificial hall. Those broken stone pillars are not dead objects. The blurry murals on the wall are more than just records. In the perception of his Eternal Night King martial spirit, the inside of the stone pillars and deep in the murals were engraved with extremely complex and obscure mysterious runes that contain tremendous energy. These runes are like stars, scattered throughout the entire hall, and are connected to each other in a mysterious way, forming an invisible network that is so huge that it is unimaginable. And the Guardian stands at the center of this network. The black crystal on its chest that is slowly repairing is the hub of this energy network. Every attack of the Guardian, every time he draws upon the power of space, is clearly reflected on this rune network, causing the runes in specific areas to flicker and energy to flow. The contents of the mural he had seen earlier flashed through his mind like a fast-forwarded movie. The Chaos Blue Lotus, standing tall and upright, purifies all things and brings infinite vitality. The Dark King who reigns over the eternal night, controls the shadows and travels through the void. The two work side by side to fight against a terrifying enemy from an unknown dimension, with a distorted form and exuding an ominous aura. A devastating battle unfolded, stars fell, and the void shattered. Finally, the azure lotus withered, and the king crumbled into countless fragments, scattering across the heavens and the universe. One of the murals depicted the very prototype of this sacrificial hall. The guardian statue in the center of the mural had a hollow chest, shattered crystals beneath its feet, and its body was bound by intricate rune chains. I see. A flash of light split the fog like lightning, and Xiao Han understood instantly. This guardian wasn't the original owner of the ruins, nor was it even an independent life form. It was more like a program, a powerful guardian created and controlled by the core power of the ruins through these rune networks. The source of its power is the relic itself, with the black crystal on its chest serving as an energy interface and controller. The runes on the stone pillars and murals throughout the hall are the lines and nodes that control it. Attacking the guardian itself, especially the crystal with self-healing ability, is certainly effective, but as long as the energy supply of the ruins is continuous and as long as the rune network is not destroyed, it can continue to recover and may even become stronger. The real weakness is not the guardian itself, but the ruins that support its existence, and these seemingly inconspicuous rune nodes. Damn it, after all this time, I went in the wrong direction. Xiao Han cursed inwardly, but his eyes suddenly lit up. Now that you have found the right strategy, there is nothing to hesitate about. His evasive route suddenly changed. He no longer simply kept his distance and dodged attacks, but began to consciously move closer to the nearest stone pillar engraved with complex runes. This stone pillar had been scarred by the energy aftermath of the previous battle, but the runes on it still emitted a faint but tenacious light, echoing with the crystal on the guardian's chest, and the flow of energy was clearly visible. The guardian sensed Xiao Han's intention almost the moment he changed his direction. Ah! A scream, sharper and more shrill than any before, suddenly rang out. The voice was filled with fear and rage, as if Xiao Han had touched its most core taboo. Buzz! The energy fluctuations around the guardian instantly became more violent. It seemed to have given up on repairing the crystal in its chest, allowing the crack to expand again, and instead concentrated all the power it could mobilize. It transformed into thicker, more solid, dark space cracks that exuded a terrifying aura of annihilation, like a black poisonous python that came to life, madly strangling Xiao Han. It would stop Xiao Han from approaching the stone pillar at all costs. Pressure. Unprecedented pressure. Xiao Han felt as if he was in a wildly shrinking cage covered with blades. Deadly threats were everywhere, and the space was being cut into pieces. Even the dodging and evading of so close yet so far away became extremely difficult. Several times, he narrowly avoided the edge of the crack, causing large amounts of blood to splatter. He could even clearly feel that the Guardian's cold will had completely locked onto him, and the attack was no longer held back, a fight to the death. Are you crazy? It was just a bump on the pillar. Why are you so excited? Xiao Han dodged in a panic while still having the leisure to complain. But this further confirmed his suspicions. These runestone pillars were definitely the Guardian's vital points. Let us fight. A hint of determination flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. He took a deep breath and poured all the spiritual power that was already dwindling in his body, along with the last bit of original power squeezed out of the two martial spirits, Chaos Blue Lotus and Eternal Night King, into his legs and right fist. Chapter 49, Quick. 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 So close yet so far away. His speed soared to the limit at this moment. No longer a strange evasive step, but a straight stream of light with an unstoppable momentum. He ignored the several space blades attacking from the side, endured some damage, and forced his way towards the stone pillar that was so close. Puff! Puff! The two blades instantly tore his thigh inside, blood gushed out, and the severe pain almost made him faint. But he gritted his teeth and used the impact force to increase his speed even more. At the same time, the Guardian's fatal blow, which was concentrated with all his strength and was enough to severely injure even the martial arts masters in an instant, had turned into a dark beam of destructive light, tearing through the space and arriving in an instant, aiming directly at his back. Quick! 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 All that was left in Xiao Han's eyes was the stone pillar and the key rune at the center of the stone pillar that he had seen in the mural, which served as the core of energy flow. Now is the time. At the critical moment when the Guardian's destructive beam was about to touch his back, Xiao Han finally rushed to the stone pillar. He twisted his body suddenly, gathering all his strength, all his will, and all his hope into his right fist. The destructive true meaning of the destruction fist and the purest power of the Lord of Shadows, once again merged in a violent manner. On the tip of the fist, a chaotic light shone, emitting a heart-pounding aura of destruction. Break it for me! A roar resounded throughout the entire sacrificial hall. With all of Xiao Han's strength, his right fist slammed into the slightly glowing core rune on the stone pillar without any hesitation. Boom! A dull thud was heard, as if hitting some tough yet fragile node. Time seemed to freeze for a moment again. Click click. A clear cracking sound came from inside the stone pillar. The core rune that was hit by Xiao Han's fist suddenly dimmed, and then spiderweb-like cracks quickly spread throughout the entire rune. Buzz! The entire stone pillar suddenly shook violently, as if it had lost some kind of core support, and the flow of energy inside it instantly became chaotic. Almost at the same time, the Guardian let out an even more shrill and painful scream, and its huge shadowy body suddenly stiffened. The violet energy fluctuations around it were like a punctured balloon, instantly weakening a little. The destructive beam that was about to hit Xiao Han's back also lost a lot of power, and its trajectory shifted slightly. It works! It really works! Xiao Han was ecstatic. However, before he could be happy for more than a second, an even more terrifying backlash force suddenly erupted from the violently vibrating stone pillar and the broken core rune. This power was not aimed at the Guardian, but rather accurately targeted the culprit who destroyed the rune Xiao Han. It was a chaotic, violent, and destructive torrent of primitive energy, as if it was the punishment of the entire ruin's formation on the invaders. Fuck! Xiao Han's face changed drastically. He wanted to pull back, but found that he seemed to be firmly sucked in front of the stone pillar by an invisible force and could not move at all. Seeing that the violent torrent of energy was about to completely devour him, the Guardian's attack from behind, although weakened in power but still deadly, followed closely. There is a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Xiao Han once again fell into an unprecedented desperate situation. Fuck! Xiao Han's face changed drastically. The backlash energy torrent that surged out from the broken runes on the stone pillar was violent and chaotic, carrying a primitive aura of destruction, as if it was the punishment for the entire ancient ruins after being angered, and it instantly locked him firmly. An invisible force held him tightly against the vibrating stone pillar, and he was unable to escape. At the same time, the dark beam of destruction behind him, although its power had weakened a lot, was still deadly. It also carried the Guardian's last madness and resentment, tearing through the space and roaring towards him. There is a violent energy backlash in front and a desperate pursuit from the Guardian behind. A truly desperate situation. More thorough and suffocating than any previous one. Escape? Where to? Under this double lock and spatial chaos, a world away was practically useless. Resist? Regardless of which side's attack came, given his current exhausted state, he would be instantly pulverized. Damn it, I'm in trouble. A hint of bitterness flashed through Xiao Han's heart, and then it was replaced by an even stronger ruthlessness. A dead end? Let's see who dies first. The Guardian's power was weakened by the destruction of the rune pillar. This was a fact. The cracks in the core crystal in its chest remained. This was also a fact. It had abandoned all defenses at this moment, concentrating all its strength on this one strike. This was also a fact. This means, it is also at its most vulnerable now. Bet on it. A terrifying light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, a kind of madness that risked his life to survive. He suddenly stopped his futile attempt to break free from the stone pillar, and instead gathered his remaining strength into his right fist again with a desperate gamble. It's not about the destructive beam behind you, nor is it about defending in vain against the energy torrent in front of you. There is only one target: the black crystal on the Guardian's chest that is full of cracks and has flickering light. Break it for me. A roar that was hoarse to the extreme shook the entire crumbling sacrificial hall. Behind him, the light of the chaos green lotus phantom suddenly increased. It was no longer the soft green light of life, but condensed into an emerald green, almost solid cone, which pierced into Xiao Han's back fiercely. The vast source of life and purifying power, like a flood bursting through a dam, forcibly poured into his body, which was on the verge of collapse. This was an overdraft, a burning. In front of him, the shadow of the King of Eternal Night completely merged into his right fist, and the resonance between the tyranny of the Shadow Lord and the space of the ruins reached its peak. The space around the fist began to twist and collapse, as if a miniature black hole was forming. At this moment, he pushed the remaining profound meaning of God-destroying fist to an unprecedented extreme by burning his life and soul. Destroy. Devour. Purify. The three original forces were no longer reluctantly fused as before, but were forcibly twisted into one under the pressure of life and death in an almost destructive way. On the tip of the fist, the chaotic color was extremely rich. It was no longer just light, but turned into a sticky, chaotic slurry that seemed to be able to swallow everything. Now is the time. Xiao Han suddenly punched out. There was no earth-shaking sound, and even the sound of breaking through the air was extremely weak. But wherever this punch passed, no matter whether it was the violent energy torrent from the backlash of the stone pillar or the aura of annihilation escaping from the edge of the Guardian's destructive beam, everything would collapse upon contact. It was as if they had met their natural nemesis, and were easily decomposed, swallowed up, and annihilated by the chaotic fist intent. For the first time, a wave of emotions similar to fear appeared on the Guardian's smooth face. It seemed to want to deflect the attack, retreat, and defend itself. But it's too late. Chapter 50. Congratulations to the host. It has used all it has to deliver this fatal blow. Now is the moment when its old strength is exhausted and new strength has not yet been generated. And Xiao Han's punch condensed all his will, strength, and the final origin of the two god-level martial spirits. Puff! A sound as slight as a bubble bursting was heard. The fist that was sparkling with chaos slurry, with incredible precision, hit the center of the crack in the black crystal on the Guardian's chest. Time seemed to have completely frozen at this moment. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no brilliant light. There was only deathly silence. Then, click click. Like the sound of ice breaking, it rang out from inside the black crystal, dense and crisp. The Guardian's huge body suddenly stiffened, and the violent energy fluctuations around it quickly dissipated like the tide. It slowly lowered its head and looked at the crystal stone on its chest that served as the core of its power. Spider web-like cracks were appearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and were rapidly spreading to the entire crystal. A short and dry syllable came from the Guardian's body, carrying with it endless reluctance and confusion. Next second. Bang! The black crystal exploded, transforming into millions of black fireflies that flew everywhere. Without the support of the core, the Guardian's huge body made of pure shadow energy was like snow exposed to the sun, or like a sandcastle on the beach washed by the tide. Starting from the point of contact with the fist, it melted and disintegrated inch by inch. Countless black points of light rose up, like flying ashes, circling and drifting in the air, and finally gradually merged into this ancient dark space and disappeared. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped the entire sacrificial hall from beginning to end also disappeared. Only the aftermath of the energy from the stone pillar's backlash remained, like a rootless duckweed, raging in the air for a few times before gradually subsiding. The entire sacrificial hall fell into deathly silence. All that was left was Xiao Han's heavy and weak breathing. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 4th level Wuzong Ruins Guardian Elite template. Overall rating, SSS+. It was detected that the host, with the 6th level of Warrior Realm cultivation, had crossed 2 major realms and 3 minor realms, and defeated a powerful enemy at the 4th level of Martial Sect Realm, achieving the achievement of Impossible Challenge. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special title, Defying Fate and Slaying the Sect. After wearing it, it will create a mental deterrent to enemies at the Martial Sect level and below. When fighting against Martial Sect level enemies, all attributes will be slightly improved. Congratulations to the host for obtaining preliminary exploration rights to the core area of the ruins. Restrictions on some areas have been lifted, allowing you to explore some inheritance information. The host's Eternal Night King spirit has been detected absorbing a large amount of pure energy from the same source, and the host's fighting will has exceeded its limits. The opportunity for spirit evolution has been fully triggered. Please choose the evolution direction or meet the evolution conditions as soon as possible. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the clues to the subsequent fragments of Destroying Godfist already stored in the system space. The host can check it at any time. A series of system prompt sounds, like the sound of nature, rang out in Xiao Han's almost dried up sea of consciousness. Plop. His tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and boundless fatigue and severe pain instantly overwhelmed him like a tide. Xiao Han could no longer hold on. His vision went dark, and his body fell limply on his back, landing heavily on the cold and broken ground. There is almost no intact place on his body. His bones were broken in many places, his muscles were torn, his meridians were severed, and his internal organs were shaken like mud. The hole on the left shoulder was still shocking. It was a permanent wound left by the power of annihilation. Even the Chaos Green Lotus was extremely slow to repair it. But on his face, there was an extremely ugly smile, but it was full of ecstasy after surviving the disaster. Ha, ha! I survived. A faint sound escaped his cracked lips. The moment before his consciousness fell into darkness, he could feel that the Chaos Blue Lotus martial soul emitted an unprecedented soft green light, which was like a warm tide, enveloping his broken body. The vast and pure life energy began to slowly and steadily repair his injuries and nourish his dry soul. Win. In an extremely tragic way, he finally won this seemingly hopeless battle. And the harvest is also so rich that it makes people tremble. Dead silence. After the Guardian completely dissipated, the huge sacrificial hall fell into a heart-wrenching silence, with only Xiao Han's heavy breathing, like a broken bellows, echoing in the empty space. Cough, cough, cough. Every breath involved almost every inch of broken bones and torn muscles in the body, bringing excruciating pain. The hole on the left shoulder created by the power of annihilation is particularly eye-catching. The destructive energy remaining on the edge is still stubbornly resisting the repair of the Chaos Blue Lotus with every surge of green light. They were all accompanied by a slight sound like ice crystals breaking and an indescribable stinging pain. He lay on the cold ground, feeling like a puddle of violently kneaded mud. Even moving a finger was a luxury. The glaring SSS Plus rating and the title of Fate-Defying Slayer on the system panel seemed particularly ironic at this moment. Damn it! I almost died here. Xiao Han grinned, pulling at the wound on his face, grimacing in pain, but he couldn't help but want to laugh. He survived, in an almost impossible way, from the hands of a genuine martial master. The Chaos Green Lotus martial soul was now operating at an unprecedented efficiency. The gentle and powerful life energy was like a warm tide, washing over his broken body again and again. The broken bones are slowly connecting, the torn muscles are growing again, and the dried-up meridians are being moisturized and repaired bit by bit. Although the process was slow, the inexhaustible power gave him great comfort and support. System, this time, you have some conscience. Xiao Han complained silently in his heart, and then began to try to get up with difficulty. He supported himself on the ground with his right hand, which was still able to move, and mobilized the little strength that the Chaos Green Lotus had just recovered, trying to prop up his body. The crunching sound of bones rubbing against each other was clearly audible, and the severe pain surged like a tide, making his eyes go black and cold sweat instantly soaked his tattered clothes. Hiss. He took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and relied on his indomitable will to push himself up from the ground little by little, and sat down against the wall behind him. Just this simple action almost exhausted all the strength he had just recovered. He gasped for breath, his gaze directed towards the center of the hall, where the guardian had dissipated. There were no physical remains left there, nor were there any imagined treasure chests or altars. Instead, there was a slowly rotating vortex of energy that was so deep that it seemed to be able to swallow all light. Chapter 51 Unknown Dimension. The vortex was composed entirely of extremely pure shadow energy. Faintly visible twisted spatial cracks could be seen at the edge, like black lightning, constantly appearing and disappearing. It is not static, but flows slowly according to a mysterious law, emitting an ancient, vast, yet fatally attractive aura. At the moment when this vortex appeared, the Eternal Night King's martial spirit in Xiao Han's body shook violently, emitting an extremely cheerful and even somewhat anxious hum. A strong desire from the depths of his soul, like the loudest horn, urged him to approach the vortex. It seems that there is what it needs most, it is its final destination, and the source of its strength. This feeling is 100 times stronger than when I sensed the Shadow Demon Lotus before. Is this the core of the ruins? Xiao Han's eyes flashed with enlightenment. The guardian was both the key and the door. Only by defeating it could the true treasure be revealed. He struggled, dragging his severely injured body, step by step, extremely slowly moving towards the shadow vortex that exuded infinite temptation. Every step felt like walking on the edge of a knife, blood constantly oozing from the wound, leaving scarlet marks behind. But he didn't care. The joyful cry of the Eternal Night King's spirit grew louder and louder, and the attraction from his soul grew stronger and stronger, as if an invisible hand was pulling him forward. Finally, he came to the whirlpool. Feeling it up close, the pure power of shadow and the distorted laws of space became clearer, and the tremendous energy fluctuations almost suffocated him. The center of the vortex is extremely deep, as if connected to another unknown dimension. Without any hesitation, Xiao Han stretched out his scarred and bloody right hand and gently touched the slowly rotating shadow vortex. The moment your fingertips touched the vortex. Buzz. It was like the explosion of the singularity at the beginning of the universe, or like thousands of stars falling at the same time. An indescribable, vast torrent of information, like a sea of smoke, mixed with pure energy powerful enough to explode a martial emperor, flowed madly into his mind and body along his fingertips like a galaxy bursting its banks. Ugh! Xiao Han felt as if his head was about to explode. Countless ancient, obscure, and mysterious runes, images, ideas, and fragments of laws, like the most violent storm, impacted his soul. That is the ultimate mystery of shadow, the deep laws of space, and an ancient heritage called Shadow Void Sutra. Shadow Void Sutra. A top-level martial art that can directly reach the realm of Wuzong, and may even surpass Wuzong. Its core is to perfectly integrate the power of shadow and the power of space, control the void, travel through dimensions, transform into eternal night, and dominate the shadow. At the same time, there are some more fragmented, older, and more vague fragments of information, like pearls buried in the deepest part of the river of time, occasionally flashing a glimmer of light. That's about the origin of the Chaos Blue Lotus and the King of Eternal Night. Although it was just a few words and a fleeting glimpse, it vaguely pointed to a very distant and ancient era, a terrifying war that swept the heavens and involved unimaginable existences, and the true secret of the birth of these two legendary martial spirits. This information is too complex and too profound. With Xiao Han's current realm and soul strength, he is unable to fully understand and absorb it. He can only barely imprint it deep in his soul, like burying seeds waiting to germinate. And the tremendous energy that surged in together was even more direct. That is the purest shadow origin and space power accumulated in the core of this relic over countless years. As soon as this energy entered the body, it was sensed by the two god-level martial spirits in Xiao Han's body. The Chaos Green Lotus swayed gently, actively guiding a portion of the energy to repair Xiao Han's body that was on the verge of collapse. At the same time, it emitted a gentle purifying force to neutralize the violent aura that might exist in the energy. The Eternal Night King's spirit, like a glutton that had been hungry for billions of years, let out a satisfied and majestic growl and opened its arms completely. Boom! The majestic origin of shadow and the power of space, as if finding an outlet, madly poured into the martial soul of the King of Eternal Night. The shadow of the King of Eternal Night, who had already taken a step on the road to becoming the Lord of Shadows, began a truly earth-shaking deep evolution under the nourishment of this homologous, pure, and vast energy. Its shadow solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was no longer a vague outline, but seemed to be wearing a real armor woven from the deepest darkness and broken starlight. Countless mysterious runes are engraved on the armor, flowing with heart-pounding shadows and spatial fluctuations. Its face was still blurry, but its eyes had become like two black holes that swallowed everything, deep, majestic, and full of the tyranny of a king. A terrifying pressure far exceeding the previous one emanated from the evolved Eternal Night King's martial spirit, even causing the surrounding space to slightly distort. Xiao Han could clearly feel that his control over the power of shadow and his perception of spatial fluctuations were skyrocketing exponentially. At the same time, the mantras and routes of the Shadow Void Sutra that he had just acquired in his mind became extremely clear under the impact of this energy, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. What surprised him even more was that he discovered that this Shadow Void Sutra actually had some kind of miraculous connection with the creation and heaven-shaking art he had practiced before. The secret of creation is all-encompassing and as vast as the sea. It is a method for laying a supreme foundation, just like the vastest land. The Shadow Void Sutra specializes in shadows and space, just like the most powerful, mysterious, and murderous towering demon tree growing on this land. The combination of the two is not a conflict, but rather a mutual complement. The creation of heavenly art can provide the Shadow Void Sutra with a more powerful, purer, and more inclusive spiritual foundation. The Shadow Void Sutra can transform the power derived from the creation of heaven into the ultimate use of shadows and space in the most efficient and powerful way. Good. That's great. Xiao Han felt ecstatic. He knew that he had to start practicing immediately. This was not only to absorb the energy that was so huge that it could burst him at any time, but also to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to completely integrate the Shadow Void Sutra into himself. This inheritance will completely change his future. He endured the severe pain coming from all parts of his body and the bloating caused by the flood of information deep in his soul. Xiao Han sat down cross-legged with difficulty, right in front of the slowly rotating shadow vortex from which energy was still pouring out. He closed his eyes and let his mind sink into his body. Chapter 52 Perfect Coordination. The art of creation roared into action, like a gigantic furnace, beginning to refine and absorb the majestic inherited energy. At the same time, according to the unique method of the Shadow Void Sutra, the pure power of shadow and space is guided to flow through new and mysterious meridian routes. It complements the madly evolving Eternal Night King's martial spirit. The chaos green lotus hovered above his dantian, emitting a soft green light, stabilizing his body and soul and ensuring that he would not collapse in this sudden and huge transformation. At this moment, the three top-level martial arts spirits began to work in perfect coordination in an unprecedented way. Xiao Han's aura began to rise at a terrifying speed. This incredible fortune, obtained on the brink of death, finally began to truly transform into his own strength. And this ancient relic, which has been silent for countless years, has finally welcomed its new, perhaps destined owner. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Han's mind was completely immersed in the vast ocean of energy and the mysterious inheritance of martial arts. The shadow vortex was right in front of him, like a never-ending spring, continuously gushing out the purest and most original shadow and space energy. The quality of this energy is far superior to the thin spiritual energy in the outside world. It is even countless levels higher than the black-scale mad ape crystal core absorbed before. If it were an ordinary warrior, even if it was the martial sect master himself, facing such a powerful and violent energy pouring into his body, the only outcome would probably be that he would be blown to pieces and his soul would be destroyed. But Xiao Han is different. In his body, the two great magical skills are running at an unprecedented high speed with tacit understanding. The art of creation is like a bottomless furnace that is inclusive and can accommodate all kinds of energy, and it can control the huge amount of energy that flows into the body first. Using its mysterious methods, it is initially refined and purified, removing the dross and retaining the essence, transforming it into the most gentle and most potential spiritual power of creation, laying the most solid foundation for everything that follows. The newly acquired Shadow Void Sutra is like an awakened ancient beast, greedily and accurately extracting the shadow and space attributes from the spiritual power of creation. Following its unique route full of mystery and murderous charm, new energy channels were opened up in Xiao Han's body. These channels are directly connected to the Eternal Night King's martial spirit, which is undergoing crazy evolution, forming a perfect and efficient cycle. Energy poured in, was refined by the creation of heavenly art, then guided by the Shadow Void Sutra, and finally merged into the martial soul of the King of Eternal Night. It nourishes its evolution, and the evolving king of eternal night feeds back a deeper understanding of the laws of shadow and space, which is integrated into Xiao Han's soul and enhances his understanding and control of the Shadow Void Sutra. This is a perfect positive cycle. At the same time, the chaos green lotus floating above the Dantian Shi was not idle either. It swayed gently, shedding a soft yet tenacious emerald green light. This light did not directly participate in the energy refining, but rather acted like a stabilizing force, firmly stabilizing Xiao Han's body, meridians, and soul. Under such a terrifying energy onslaught in Soaring Realm, the slightest carelessness could shake one's foundations and even lead to insanity. However, with the protection of the Chaos Azure Lotus, all these hidden dangers were invisibly resolved. The purifying power it exudes can also neutralize any ancient negative imprints or violent auras that may remain in the inherited energy from the ruins themselves, ensuring that every bit of power Xiao Han absorbs is pure and flawless. The two great magical skills work together, and the two great god-level martial spirits cooperate. Under such extremely luxurious conditions, the realm barrier in Xiao Han's body, which was originally extremely solid, is now as fragile as thin ice under the sun. The bottleneck at the peak of the 6th level of the warrior realm was washed away without a trace almost the moment the energy torrent poured in. Boom! A powerful aura far exceeding the previous one burst out from Xiao Han's body, his qi expanded, and his spiritual power surged. The 7th level of warrior realm. But this is just the beginning. The energy of the shadow vortex seemed endless, and the refining efficiency of the creation and transcendent art and the Shadow Void Sutra was even more terrifying. The Eternal Night King's spirit continued to evolve, and each pulse brought a vast amount of pure energy and the understanding of the law. With almost no stagnation, the aura that had just stabilized surged again. The 8th level of the warrior realm. Right after. 9th level of warrior realm. In such a short period of time, he had broken through 3 minor realms. If those geniuses in the outside world who had to cultivate for years or even decades to break through one realm knew about this, they would probably be so shocked that their eyes would pop out. However, Xiao Han's breakthrough is far from over. The peak of the 9th level of the warrior realm. Only one step away from the huge threshold that stands before all warriors, the martial master realm. From a warrior to a martial artist, it is not only an accumulation of spiritual power, but also a leap in the level of life. One needs to have a deeper understanding of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, one's own martial soul, and the power of the laws, to condense the true meaning of martial arts, and refine the qi into energy before one can break through. Ordinary warriors are often stuck at this step for years, or even unable to make it through in their entire lives. But at this moment, for Xiao Han, this natural barrier seemed to not exist. The Shadow Void Sutra not only brought about a technique, but also a profound understanding of the two supreme laws of shadow and space. The evolution of the Eternal Night King's martial soul directly imprinted this understanding into the essence of his soul. Within his body, the powerful spiritual energy derived from the creation and heaven-shaking secrets began to spontaneously compress and condense under the guidance of the Shadow Void Sutra, transforming into a higher level of energy. Threads of the embryonic form of Gangqi, imbued with the charm of shadows and space, began to flow through his meridians. That invisible realm barrier trembled violently under the dual impact of tremendous energy and profound understanding. "Break it for me!" Xiao Han shouted in his heart. Boom! It was as if something inside him had been completely shattered. A wave of energy, countless times more powerful than any previous breakthrough, suddenly swept out from him. The remaining debris and dust in the sacrificial hall were swept away by this gust of air. Even the slowly rotating vortex of shadows seemed to be affected, and its speed increased a bit. A brand new pressure with a sharp and heavy feeling emanated from Xiao Han. Martial Master Realm. Success! The moment he entered the martial artist realm, Xiao Han felt that the whole world was different. His perception became incredibly sharp, and every movement and energy flow within a radius of hundreds of meters was clearly visible. His affinity for the spiritual energy floating between heaven and earth skyrocketed, and with each breath, the amount of spiritual energy he inhaled and exhaled was more than 10 times that of before. More importantly, he could clearly feel that what was surging in his body was no longer pure spiritual power, but rather the more condensed and lethal Gangqi that contained his own martial arts will. Shadow Void Energy. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a wisp of qi with a light gray-black color and faint spatial ripples on the edges appeared at his fingertips, emitting a heart-pounding sharpness and devouring aura. Chapter 53: The Third Level of Martial Artist Realm. The power of just this wisp of energy far exceeds the spiritual power that was previously unleashed with full force. This is a martial artist. There's a world of difference between this and the warrior realm. However, the surprises are not over yet. The energy from the shadow vortex continued to pour in. Having just broken through to the martial master realm, he experienced a comprehensive surge in his physical strength, meridian toughness, and soul strength. The amount of energy he could contain and refine also increased exponentially. With almost no pause, his realm continued to soar upwards like a rocket. The peak of the first level of martial artist realm. The second level of martial artist realm. The peak of the second level of martial artist realm. The third level of martial artist realm. Finally, when the torrent of energy from the shadow vortex finally began to slow down and stabilize, Xiao Han's realm also remained steadily at the third level of the martial master realm. From the sixth level of warrior realm, he soared all the way to the third level of martial artist realm. It spans a total of 6 small realms, plus a huge gap across one large realm. This speed of improvement is enough to scare a lot of people to death. It's simply horrifying. Call. Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes, and 2 deep rays of light flashed by, as if they could penetrate the void. He gently exhaled a breath of foul air, which left a long gray-black trail in the air that lasted for a long time, and even contained slight distortions like cracks in space. Feeling the unprecedented surging power in his body, the powerful feeling that he could tear apart space and control shadows with just a wave of his hand made the corners of his mouth involuntarily curl up with satisfaction. Third level of martial artist realm. This feeling is so fucking awesome. He clenched his fists, and his joints made crisp crackling sounds, filled with explosive power. The severe injuries he suffered in the previous battle with the Guardian, which almost crippled him, were repaired by the Chaos Green Lotus's unremitting efforts and nourished by the vitality brought by the breakthrough in realm. He has almost recovered now. What remains are just some internal organ shocks and some hidden dangers left by the annihilation force in his left shoulder. He will be able to fully recover with a little care. He looked within himself. The Qi Ci has expanded more than 10 times than before, and flowing in it is an extremely condensed gray-black Qi that flashes with shadows and space runes. Its power is far beyond that of the same level. After being tempered by the tremendous energy and repaired and nourished by the Chaos Green Lotus, the body has become even stronger, faintly emitting a layer of precious light. Its strength is probably enough to withstand a full-strength attack from an ordinary martial artist. The power of the soul has made a qualitative leap, thoughts are clearer, and the range and accuracy of perception have been greatly improved. Let us look at the 2 martial spirits. The Chaos Green Lotus was suspended above the Qi Ci, and the 12-level Lotus platform was more solid and brilliant. Each lotus leaf seemed to be carved from the purest jade, flowing with a rich breath of life and purifying divine light. Its ability to repair, defend, and purify also increased with the improvement of Xiao Han's realm, becoming more powerful. However, the martial spirit of the King of Eternal Night has undergone earth-shaking changes. It stood quietly in the depths of Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. The originally blurry shadow completely solidified and turned into a majestic figure wearing shadow void armor and a king's crown. Countless mysterious runes flow on the armor, as if containing the ultimate secrets of shadow and space. His eyes are like 2 slowly rotating black holes, deep, cold, and overbearing. Just looking at it seems to suck people's souls in. The evolutionary direction of the Shadow Lord has been completely stabilized, and under the impetus of the Shadow Void Sutra and the enormous energy, it has initially demonstrated its terrifying power. Xiao Han can clearly feel that his control over the power of shadows, his affinity with shadows, and his perception and use of space have reached a whole new level. He even had a vague feeling that he could try to temporarily summon some of the Eternal Night King's power into reality, rather than just the previous martial spirit phantom. The third level of the martial master realm, coupled with the initial evolution of the Eternal Night King, as well as a world away and destruction divine fist. Xiao Han silently estimated his current combat power. If we were to face that Ruin's Guardian again now, even if it was in its prime, perhaps, we wouldn't be able to have a head-on confrontation. The huge gains brought unparalleled confidence. The rewards he gained from this life-threatening journey to the ruins far exceeded his imagination. The next step is to explore the core area of the ruins and see if there are any other surprises besides the inheritance of the Shadow Void Sutra. Xiao Han stood up, stretched his muscles, felt the surging power in his body, and cast his gaze deeper into the sacrificial hall, an area that had been blocked by the guardians and could not be seen. This time, no one can stop him. The surging power of the third level of the martial master realm surged through his limbs and bones. Xiao Han adjusted to this unprecedented powerful feeling, his gaze blazing as he gazed deeper into the sacrificial hall. After the guardian dissipated, the area was freed from any obstruction, revealing its true appearance. This core area is not very big, it is more like a small treasure room, or a place where energy is condensed naturally along with the core inheritance. The air was filled with shadows and space energy that was so dense that it almost became tangible. Just one breath of it made people feel refreshed, and their cultivation level improved slightly. There are some strange crystals scattered on the ground and walls. Some are deep purple, as if there are stars flowing inside, and are cold to the touch, but contain pure spatial fluctuations. They are the extremely rare void dark crystals, which are excellent materials for refining space equipment or practicing space attribute skills. Xiao Han was not polite at all. With a sweep of his mental power, he collected all the void dark crystals he could see. There were more than a dozen pieces as big as a fist. If each piece was placed in the outside world, it would be enough to cause a fight among the powerful martial kings. In addition to the void dark crystals, some areas were condensed with a solid mass resembling black glass, emitting an extremely cold and devouring aura. This was solidified shadow essence, a highly concentrated product of shadow energy, possessing immeasurable value for cultivating shadow-attributed techniques or strengthening shadow-type martial spirits. The Eternal Night King's martial spirit made a cheerful humming sound in his sea of consciousness, and it was obvious that he was extremely eager for these essences. Xiao Han also scraped them off one by one and put them away carefully. These essences can not only accelerate the growth of the King of Eternal Night, but also serve as auxiliary resources for practicing the Shadow Void Sutra, and the effect is far better than ordinary spirit stones. Tisk, I'm rich. Xiao Han couldn't help muttering as he searched. The value of these void dark crystals and shadow essences alone probably exceeds the total amount he earned from selling Martial Master Realm materials, and they are strategic level resources that are in short supply. Just when he thought that his harvest ended there, his eye swept across a relatively intact stone wall. This stone wall seemed to be different from the previous murals depicting the war. It did not depict grand scenes, but independent human figures in various strange and powerful postures. Chapter 54, the sequel to the God-Destroying Fist. This is... Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat as he took a closer look. The movements of the humanoid patterns were remarkably similar to the destruction fist he was practicing. But they were more complex, more profound, and contained a deeper artistic conception. He immediately concentrated and calmed his mind, immersing himself in it, comparing it with the fragments of the destruction fist in his mind. As each pattern was verified, he felt that many obscure aspects of the boxing technique suddenly became clear, and a more violent and purer true meaning of destruction began to brew in his mind. What is recorded on this stone wall is the subsequent fragments of the Fist of Destruction. Although it's still not a complete technique, having only added 3 new moves, it's a world of difference compared to the previous prototype of just one move. These 3 new moves focus on penetration, shock, and annihilation, respectively, perfectly interpreting the word destruction. Xiao Han couldn't help but stretch out his right hand. The shadow void energy in his body circulated according to the new method, and he slowly threw a punch. There was no earth-shattering sound, but the space in front of the fist suddenly twisted, making a slight sound like glass breaking, and a dark crack that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye flashed by. Hiss! What a powerful force! Xiao Han was even shocked. With only the initial understanding, a casual punch could actually shake the very space. If combined with the power of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit and fully exerted, its power would probably be. He suppressed the urge to practice immediately and memorized the boxing manual on the stone wall. The biggest gain from this trip to the ruins was undoubtedly the Shadow Void Sutra and the evolution of the King of Eternal Night, but the discovery of the subsequent fragments of the God-Destroying Fist was also an unexpected surprise, which greatly enhanced his frontal offensive capabilities. Just when Xiao Han had collected all the treasures and boxing manuals he could find and was feeling satisfied, he suddenly felt the entire sacrificial hall begin to tremble slightly. Buzz, buzz. The vibration feeling coming from the soles of my feet became clearer and clearer. The sticky and heavy shadows and spatial energy in the air are disappearing and becoming thinner. The swirling vortex of dark shadows in the center of the hall dimmed, rotated slower, and was shrinking in size. The wall cracked with fine lines, and gravel and dust fell down. The energy is going to run out? This place is going to collapse. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. This ancient relic seems to have completed its mission and is running out of steam. Can't wait any longer. He quickly glanced over himself and checked his hall, finding nothing missing. The Shadow Void Sutra, the evolution of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit, and the unexpectedly obtained 3 subsequent moves of the God-Destroying Fist. The gains from this adventure far exceeded expectations, and he was like a completely different person. Worth it! He took one last glance at the crumbling hall that had witnessed his transformation. Without hesitation, Xiao Han's mind turned, and the Shadow Void Sutra started to run on its own. A very light gray-black halo enveloped him, making him almost indistinguishable from his surroundings. His aura, his figure, even his very presence, faded, slipping silently into the darkening light and shadows. The concealment method contained in the Shadow Void Sutra is much stronger than any method he had known before. He walked briskly back the way he came. The twisted shadow barrier at the entrance was still there, but the fluctuations were obviously weaker and less stable. Xiao Han approached. The barrier seemed to recognize the same aura on him, the pure power of shadow and space that had been baptized by the Shadow Void Sutra and the King of Eternal Night. Without any obstruction, the barrier parted gently, making way. Xiao Han took a step forward. His eyes blurred and thick black fog surrounded him again. Behind him, the shadow barrier connecting to the ancient ruins closed and disintegrated without any sound after he left, completely disappearing in the black mist forest, leaving no trace. Standing in the black mist forest again, Xiao Han felt completely different. When he first came in, the cold and depressing energy here made him very uncomfortable, and he had to be careful everywhere. Now, this bit of dark energy that permeated the forest even felt a bit light to him, a man who possessed the martial spirit of the Eternal Night King and had practiced the Shadow Void Sutra. The Shadow Void Sutra was rotating in his body, and the dark energy around it seemed to have found a home. It was naturally absorbed and refined by him, just in time to replenish the energy he had consumed after the breakthrough. It's time to leave. Xiao Han identified the direction. The powerful perception granted by the Eternal Night King's martial spirit allowed him to easily lock onto the approximate location of the secret realm's exit. At the same time, he also keenly noticed that in that direction, there seemed to be a lot of human warriors' aura fluctuations, including some at the martial arts master level. He thought they should be other students or forces that entered the secret realm. Although his strength has increased dramatically and he has reached the 3rd level of martial artist, with many trump cards, ordinary martial artists are not taken seriously by him at all. But having just experienced a major battle and a huge improvement, he didn't want to expose himself to everyone immediately and attract unnecessary trouble and prying eyes. Keeping a low profile and playing dumb can sometimes be a pleasure. With a playful smile on his lips, Xiao Han exerted force on his feet. The a world away footwork was unleashed. Compared to before, now incorporating the spatial understanding of the Shadow Void Sutra and the shadow control of the King of Eternal Night, this footwork has become even more mysterious. His figure left a faint afterimage, and the next moment, he appeared under the shade of a tree 100 meters away. The whole process was silent, as if teleporting. This was not just about speed, but also involved the initial stage of short-distance space jump. Swish! 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 A dark shadow that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, like a ghost jumping in the woods, avoided all areas where there might be traces of human activities, and rushed towards the exit of the secret realm at an astonishing speed. This secret realm trial should be over. The outside world should be bustling with activity because of his disappearance, right? Xiao Han thought with some anticipation. He wondered what the expressions of his fellow Class 0 students and instructor Qinjin would be like. Deep in the black fog forest, a vague shadow, like a ghost, silently shuttled between the tangled ancient trees and dense shadows. Xiao Han's figure almost blended into the environment. The operation of the Shadow Void Sutra was extremely profound. Not only did it perfectly restrain his own aura, but it also gave him an almost instinctive affinity for the surrounding shadow energy. With its help, the footwork of so close yet so far away has long surpassed the scope of simple speed. Every step carries a hint of the charm of space jumping, leaving an almost imperceptible afterimage among the shadows of the trees, and the next moment it appears dozens of meters away. Chapter 55, Missing? It's a dangerous situation. Compared with the cautious and careful approach when he came here, the black mist forest at this moment seemed to have become Xiao Han's own back garden. The dark energies that once made him feel depressed and dangerous are now more like mild tonics. They are naturally absorbed and refined by the tiny circulation formed around his body, replenishing the slightly empty internal energy after the breakthrough. The powerful perception brought by the evolution of the Eternal Night King's martial soul is like the most sophisticated radar, covering a wide range. He could clearly see the flow of energy in the forest, the distribution of strange beasts, and even some deeply hidden traps or natural dangers. Along the way, he deliberately avoided all areas with strong energy fluctuations and also bypassed paths where other students might be active. He noticed that the strange beasts in the forest seemed to be much fewer than when he came in. The few low-level monsters he encountered occasionally couldn't even catch his shadow before their heads were silently pierced by the extremely condensed dark shadow void energy he casually pointed out, leaving them no time to even scream. It seems most people have already left, or stayed here forever, Xiao Han thought to himself. He had long known the cruelty of the trial's secret realm. Every time it opened, it was a screening process of both opportunity and death. The closer one gets to the secret realm's exit, the more traces of human activity one finds. Occasionally, one can even sense residual fluctuations from battle, the air thick with the faint scent of blood and residual energy. Finally, faint human voices were heard from the front. Xiao Han paused and silently merged into the dense shadow of a giant tree, restraining the last bit of leaked breath, and even adjusted his heartbeat and breathing to an extremely slow frequency. His gaze passed through the layers of branches and leaves, looking towards the familiar area hundreds of meters away that was emitting spatial fluctuations, the exit of the secret realm. The harvest was pretty good this time. I got 3 red flame fruits, which I can exchange for a lot of credits when I get back. Bullshit. I was nearly beaten to death by that giant earth bear. Damn it, those perverts from Class 0 have taken up all the good spots, leaving us with nothing but food on the periphery. Shoo. Keep your voice down. How dare you talk about the people from Class 0? I heard they suffered heavy losses this time, and it seems someone is missing? Missing? Who? Luo Bing or that new tough guy? I'm not sure, it seems to be the one called Xiao Han, the one who knocked Lei Ming down with one punch during the opening test. TSK, he was quite a tough guy, what a shame. Disappearing in a secret realm is likely to be a dangerous situation. There were intermittent discussions, mixed with sighs and gloating. Xiao Han hid in the shadows, listening to these discussions, with an imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. Missing? Seriously? He stroked his chin. It seemed that his departure from the team and his solo action had indeed caused some misunderstandings. However, this was also a good thing. He carefully observed the exit area. There was a makeshift registration point set up there, where several instructors from the academy sat with tired faces, responsible for verifying identities and registering the harvest. Qin Zhen, the instructor of Class 0 and the powerful martial arts master, was also present. He frowned slightly and scanned every student who came out with sharp eyes, as if he was looking for something. The exit wasn't as heavily guarded as expected, nor were there any particularly powerful auras lurking. It seemed that while the academy cared about the safety of its students, it was already accustomed to these kinds of accidents during trials and wouldn't make a big fuss over a single missing student. After confirming it was safe, Xiao Han did not immediately show up. He leisurely adjusted his condition in the shadows. First, he deliberately dispersed the gray-black halo on his body surface that was formed by the Shadow Void Sutra and could almost block his perception, allowing his own aura to become normal again. Well, the aura of the 3rd level of the Martial Master Realm must not be exposed, so suppress it to the peak of the 9th level of the Martial Master Realm, a little higher than when he came in, which is also in line with the common sense of slight improvement after experience. Then, he slightly urged his internal energy to create a few scars on some unimportant places on his body, tore a few corners of his clothes, and took out some blood of the strange beast from the storage space and wiped it casually. Finally, he deliberately messed up his hair to make himself look dusty, with a bit of fatigue and embarrassment after the battle. He looked left and right at the blurry reflection in the puddle. Well, the breath was suppressed enough, the wound looked real, the clothes were torn just right, and the hair was a mess. Okay, this is the just crawled back from the gates of hell style. He twitched the corners of his mouth. As a person, you still have to be low-key. After finding a passage in a corner, Xiao Han calmed himself down and stepped into the distorted halo. The world spun for just a moment. When I opened my eyes again, I was hit by the dazzling sunlight and noisy voices. It was still the same central square, the sunlight was dazzling, and the air was no longer filled with the damp and rotten smell of the black fog forest. But the atmosphere was completely different. The noise, restlessness and eagerness to get started that we felt when we came in disappeared completely. Now, the square is quiet and a little depressing. Students gathered in groups of 3 or 4, speaking in low voices. Many of them had expressions of fatigue and shock on their faces, and even low sobs could be heard. There was a dull feeling in the air, as if a great war had ended. Xiao Han's appearance did not cause any trouble when he was mixed in with the group of newly graduated students. He looked so standard. But at the registration office, several instructors paused. Especially Qin Zhen, the powerful martial arts master from Class 0. Almost the moment Xiao Han appeared, Qin Zhen's whole body tensed up. The sharp sense of oppression made his skin numb even from a distance. His brows were twisted into a knot, and he stared straight in the direction of Xiao Han, as if he wanted to see through his bones. Xiao Han's mind was as clear as a mirror, but his face remained calm. He walked straight to the registration desk, ignoring the pressure that was almost solidifying into reality. Name, class. The instructor in charge of registration spoke, his voice a bit tired from routine, but he paused noticeably when he glanced at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, Martial Arts Academy, Class 0. He said in a steady voice and handed over his ID card. As soon as these words were spoken, the registration instructor's hand shook and he almost dropped his ID card. Xiao Han? The instructor subconsciously raised his voice and turned to look at Xinjin. Xinjin remained silent, but the sense of oppression became even stronger, and the air around him seemed a little heavier. The instructor swallowed and quickly lowered his head. Submit. Submit the trial harvest. Xiao Han nodded and calmly took out a few dull, low-level exotic beast crystal cores from the most ordinary storage ring issued by the Academy, not the newly acquired spoils of war. Chapter 56, Bad Luck. There are 5 in total. 3 crystal cores of the iron-backed Grey Wolf first and second levels of the Warrior Realm, and 2 crystal cores of the Shadow Leopard Peak of the Warrior Apprentice Realm. Yes, just these 5, and their quality is extremely low, probably worth only a few hundred credits in total. When these 5 shabby crystal cores were placed on the recycling table, not only did the instructor in charge of registration twitch his eyes, but even Xinjin, who had always maintained an icy face, had a look of surprise and disbelief in his eyes. A talented student who could kill Lei Ming with one punch in the entrance test, was specially recruited into Class 0 by instructor Lin Xingxia, and showed amazing combat power in the previous warm-up tasks, entered the secret trial for so many days, and the final reward is this? This is even more outrageous than returning empty-handed. The registration instructor opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but after looking at the expressionless Xiao Han and then at the imposing Xinjin next to him, he finally swallowed his words and just silently recorded 5 crystal cores low level on the registration form. Then, after hesitating for a moment, he wrote evaluation, pass in the remarks column. Okay, you can leave now. The instructor said stiffly. Thank you, mentor. Xiao Han took back his ID card and nodded to Xinjin again, as if he was completely unaware of the other party's gaze that was almost condensed into substance, and turned to leave. Xiao Han. Just as he turned around, Xinjin finally spoke in a low voice with an unquestionable majesty. Xiao Han paused, turned around, and looked calmly at the teacher of Class 0. Teacher Qin, is there anything wrong? Xinjin stared at him with sharp eyes, as if trying to find even the slightest flaw in his face. What did you encounter in the secret realm? This question was very insightful. It didn't directly question his gains, but rather asked about his experiences. Xiao Han showed a perfect bitter smile on his face, with a hint of unbearable to look back and a hint of relief of surviving a disaster. I wasn't very lucky. I got separated from the group shortly after entering. I ended up wandering into a dangerous area and barely escaped. I spent most of the time hiding and running for my life. I'm lucky to have made it out alive. I didn't gain anything special. His tone was sincere, his expression was natural, and coupled with his carefully dressed and disheveled appearance, he was extremely credible. Xinjin looked at him deeply, his eyes changing. Xiao Han's words sounded reasonable. Getting lost and encountering danger in secret realms was a common occurrence. Moreover, the aura Xiao Han displayed at this moment was indeed only at the peak of the 9th level of the warrior realm. Although it was a little stronger than when he entered, it also conformed to the logic of a slight breakthrough after a hard battle. But Xinjin always felt something was amiss. His intuition told him that the young man before him seemed to be hiding something. But no matter how he probed, he could not sense any stronger power fluctuations from Xiao Han, nor could he detect any signs of disguise. Finally, Xinjin nodded slowly, his tone unable to tell whether he was happy or angry. It's good to be alive. Go back and rest first. Yes, thank you for your concern, master. Xiao Han nodded again, then without stopping, turned around and merged into the crowd, and soon disappeared at the end of the square. Watching Xiao Han's departing figure, Xinjin frowned, remaining silent for a long time. The instructor in charge of registration came over and whispered, Instructor Qin, this Xiao Han, is this really all he gained? Could it be? His breathing is fine, and his mental state is consistent with someone who has just experienced danger. Xinjin interrupted him, his voice still low. Perhaps, we had too high expectations of him before. Even geniuses don't always have smooth sailing. Despite this, the lingering doubts in Xinjin's heart did not dissipate. He always felt that this young man named Xiao Han was much more complicated than he had imagined. At this moment, Xiao Han, who had already left the square, was leisurely walking on the way back to the dormitory area, feeling the surging power in his body and the vast inheritance in his sea of consciousness. The smile on the corner of his mouth could no longer be completely concealed. Well, as expected, keeping a low profile is the way to go. The feeling of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger is really good. The rewards of this trip to the secret realm were far greater than I could have imagined. It's time to digest them all. As for the surprises of my fellow Class 0 students and instructors, I'll leave them to guess. The real excitement has just begun. When Xiao Han appeared at the entrance of Class 0's exclusive rest area, the originally noisy atmosphere instantly quieted down. Dozens of gazes shot over at once, a complex medley of emotions, a mix of surprise, suspicion, curiosity, and, of course, a few undisguised scorn and disdain. Xiao Han? You're back? A surprised voice sounded, with a bit of disbelief. It's Xiao Bing. The girl with the soft voice, with her watery eyes wide open, hurried over, her face full of concern. Great. We all thought you. Are you okay? Did you encounter any danger in the secret realm? Her concern was sincere and pure, like a stream of clear water, diluting the slight discomfort caused by the unfriendly gazes around her. Xiao Han looked at her anxious expression, his heart warmed slightly, and a comforting smile appeared on his face. Well, luckily, I encountered some minor troubles, but they were all resolved. Sorry to have worried you. It's good that you're okay. Xiao Bing patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes slightly red. Obviously, she had been really worried about Xiao Han before. However, not everyone is as friendly as Xiao Bing. Oh, you're really lucky. A cold voice sounded, with undisguised sarcasm. The one who spoke was Luo Bing. This man, recognized as the strongest genius in Class 0, possessed the cultivation level of the 5th peak of the martial master realm and an SS-level ice-type martial spirit. He was currently leaning against a nearby wall with his arms folded. A layer of frost covered his handsome face, and his eyes were as sharp as knives, coldly cutting through Xiao Han. He couldn't understand or accept it. A transfer student who was only at the 6th level of the warrior realm in his opinion, a person who was almost equivalent to a relative in his eyes, had been missing for so many days in the trial secret realm where dangers were rife and even several veteran students from Class 0 had been killed. How could he have walked out of it in one piece? This was simply a silent mockery of Class 0, and even of Luo Bing's strength. While the other Class 0 students weren't as direct as Luo Bing, the expressions in their eyes were similar. After the shock, there was a deeper level of suspicion and scrutiny. At this moment, a powerful aura descended. Instructor Qingjin appeared at the door of the rest area at some point. He had a calm expression and deep eyes. He walked over slowly and his gaze immediately fell on Xiao Han. Chapter 57: A Lucky Breakthrough. Xiao Han, you're back. Qingjin's voice expressed no emotion, but the invisible pressure of the martial sect realm that emanated from him still made the air around him heavier. Teacher Qin. Xiao Han nodded slightly, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. Qingjin walked up to Xiao Han and looked him up and down. His gaze seemed to penetrate his flesh and see the secrets deep in his soul. Can you tell me about your experience in the secret realm? Qingjin asked casually, his tone carrying the usual concern of a mentor for his students. I've seen the data from your trial bracelet show that during your disappearance, you absorbed several abnormal energy fluctuations, far exceeding the level expected for someone of your realm. Did you encounter some special opportunity? Here we come. Xiao Han understood. He knew that it would be impossible for him to completely hide his absorption of the shadow vortex energy and his cultivation progress from the Academy's surveillance. However, he had already prepared his speech. With a perfectly balanced expression of fatigue, relief, and a touch of embarrassment on his face, Xiao Han scratched his head and said with a hint of luck. Teacher, I'm really lucky. After getting separated from the team, I panicked and strayed into an area with dense dark energy. There weren't many powerful beasts there, so I hid there for a few days and practiced a little. Unexpectedly, the results were quite good, and I luckily broke through to the peak of the 9th level of the warrior realm. He calmly released his suppressed aura, the peak of the 9th level of the warrior realm, no more, no less, which perfectly confirmed his statement. As for the energy absorption far beyond the realm, it can also be explained as the environmental bonus of that special area, as well as the peculiarities of his own double SSS plus martial spirit. After all, no one knows how abnormal the training efficiency of SSS plus martial spirit is. This explanation sounds perfect. It not only explains the energy anomaly, but also explains the realm improvement, and incidentally explains why the harvest is so meager because they were too busy hiding and practicing. Qingjin looked at Xiao Han deeply, his eyes flickering. Xiao Han's answer was flawless, his aura was indeed that of a 9th level warrior, and his mental state was consistent with surviving a calamity and making some progress. Could it be? I'm really overthinking it? This guy just got lucky? Qingjin was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. Well, I'm glad you came back safely. Reaching the peak of the 9th level of the warrior realm is quite a big improvement. It seems this trip to the secret realm wasn't entirely without reward for you. His tone remained calm, but the scrutiny in it hadn't completely dissipated. However, just because Qingjin can temporarily accept this statement doesn't mean others can. Especially Luo Bing. Oh, luck? Luo Bing sneered, standing up from the wall and walking toward Xiao Han. The coldness in his eyes seemed to freeze into ice. You accidentally entered a place with rich energy? There just happened to be no powerful beasts? It just happened to allow you to break through? Xiao Han, this story of yours is too coincidental, isn't it? His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the rest area. Everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Han again. Luo Bing walked up to Xiao Han, half a head taller than him, looking down at him condescendingly, his tone full of arrogance and provocation. I'm more inclined to believe that you found a safe place to hide for over 10 days. As for that little energy fluctuation, it's probably just your two so-called SSS plus useless spirits who absorbed some of the leftovers out of sheer hunger, right? What did you say? Xiao Bing wanted to refute angrily, but was stopped by Xiao Han's eyes. Xiao Han looked at Luo Bing calmly, his eyes as calm as a still pond, as if the other party's provocation was just a breeze blowing across the water. So? Xiao Han said lightly. So? Luo Bing's lips curled up in a sarcastic arc. I don't believe a waste who survived by luck and hiding is worthy of being in our class 0. I also don't believe that your so-called 9th level peak warrior realm can live up to what Instructor Qin just said, a significant improvement. His aura suddenly rose, and the powerful oppressive force of the 5th level of the martial artist realm surged towards Xiao Han like a tide, and the temperature around him seemed to drop by several degrees. I, Luo Bing, the leader of class 0, now challenge you. Luo Bing's voice was firm and decisive, with an unquestionable strength. Let's use this exchange competition to show me how much of a genius you are. And let everyone see if you're truly qualified to stand here. As soon as the words fell, the entire rest area was in an uproar. Luo Bing actually wants to challenge Xiao Han personally. This is simply overkill. Everyone knows that although Luo Bing is arrogant, he is actually very powerful. Ordinary students at the 3rd or 4th level of the martial arts realm cannot last more than 10 moves under his hands. Even if Xiao Han really broke through to the peak of the 9th level of the warrior realm, there would still be a huge gap between him and Luo Bing. This is not communication at all, it is one-sided crushing and humiliation. Xiao Bing's face turned pale and she looked at Xiao Han worriedly. Instructor Qingjin frowned slightly, as if about to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Competition within Class 0 was already fierce, and as long as no one died, he generally wouldn't interfere with challenges like this. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Han, waiting for his response. Should I refuse humiliatingly and admit my incompetence? Or should I accept the challenge beyond my capabilities and then be ruthlessly trampled underfoot? At this moment, when everyone was paying attention and the atmosphere was extremely tense, the familiar and somewhat silly prompt tone rang in Xiao Han's mind. Ding! The host is facing a critical decision. The God-level selection system has been triggered. Choice 1, be patient and you will have peace. Take a step back and you will have a broader horizon. Reject Luo Bing's challenge, admitting your inferiority, and remain dormant for the time being. Reward, plus 10,086 Godao experience points, and your proficiency in turtle breathing technique is raised to perfection. Note, this technique has a certain chance of causing the host to enter a state of Alzheimer's disease prematurely. Option 2, the bravest of the two will prevail. Genius? Fight the genius. Accept Luo Bing's challenge and defeat him in public to prove who is the true trash. Reward, increase your current realm proficiency in the Shadow Void Sutra by 30%, and randomly gain a minor shadow or space-related magical power. Xiao Han looked at the two options in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. This system is still as bad as ever. The reward for option 1 was outrageous. Taoist experience? Perfected turtle breathing technique? And the risk of Alzheimer's disease? Who would dare choose that? Let us look at option 2. Accept the challenge and defeat Luo Bing. The rewards are incredibly generous. Increase your proficiency in the Shadow Void Sutra by 30%. This is a great item that can directly boost your strength. Plus, there are random minor magical powers. Risk? Chapter 58 Exchange Competition? For others, challenging a warrior at the 9th level to a martial artist at the 5th level is indeed a life or death struggle. But for Xiao Han, who had just emerged from the ruins and had reached the 3rd level of the martial master realm, possessed 2 divine level martial spirits, and mastered many trump cards such as the Shadow Void Sutra, Destruction Godfist, and A World Away. Luo Bing? Class 0 leader? He. Xiao Han's eyes finally showed a ripple. It was a dangerous light with undercurrents surging beneath the calm surface of the lake. He raised his head, met Luo Bing's cold and oppressive gaze, and a playful arc slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Exchange competition? He repeated it softly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Okay. I accept. Okay. I accept. Xiao Han's voice was not loud, and even sounded a bit nonchalant, but it was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing 1,000 waves in the exclusive rest area of Class 0. After a brief period of silence, there was an uncontrollable uproar. He agreed? Are you crazy? A 9th level warrior versus a 5th level martial artist? This is simply courting death. Did I hear correctly? Xiao Han actually dared to accept Senior Luo Bing's challenge? Now we're going to have a good show. Although the outcome isn't a foregone conclusion. It's hard to say. This Xiao Han is a bit weird. He knocked Lei Ming out with one punch at the beginning of the school year. Lei Ming Kai is a 9th level warrior. How can he compare to Senior Luo Bing? The gap is more than an entire realm. There were discussions one after another, and most people looked at Xiao Han as if he were a fool or a warrior, the kind who didn't know how to live or die. They admitted that Xiao Han might have some strength and even some luck, but in the face of the absolute gap in realm, all of this seemed pale and powerless. Xiao Bing's face turned pale with anxiety. She tugged at Xiao Han's sleeve and cried, "Xiao Han, don't be impulsive. Senior Luo Bing, he's very strong. There's no shame in admitting defeat." Xiao Han turned his head and met the girl's eyes filled with worry. He smiled reassuringly but said nothing. His gaze returned to Luo Bing, still calm, but with a hint of something indescribable, like a hunter spotting prey of interest. Luo Bing was stunned at first, as if he didn't expect Xiao Han to agree so readily, and then he laughed in anger. What he hated most was Xiao Han's feigned composure, as if everything was under control. In his opinion, this was the greatest contempt for him, the leader of Class 0. Very good. Luo Bing's voice was icy cold, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. You have courage. I hope your strength can match your courage. He said no more, turning and heading towards the deep end of the rest area, the training ground reserved for the students of Class 0 to spar internally. His back was filled with absolute confidence, as if he was about to crush his opponent. Instructor Qin Jin gave Xiao Han a deep look, his eyes complex and difficult to interpret. He didn't stop him, nor did he express his opinion, but just followed him silently. Class 0 values competition, even encourages it. As long as it's not out of line, he won't interfere. He also wants to see what this boy, who he finds difficult to understand, is hiding. Let's go. Go and see. Senior Luo Bing is going to personally teach the newbie a lesson. Hurry up and inform the class next door. This is big news. The students in Class 0 instantly became excited and followed suit. The news of the challenge spread like wildfire throughout the freshman area of the Imperial Capital Academy at an astonishing speed. Even some senior students who were more concerned about the movements of Class 0 rushed over after hearing the news. In an instant, the small training ground exclusive to Class 0 was crowded with students who had come to watch the excitement after hearing the news. The dense crowd stretched their necks, talking incessantly. Various speculations and bets were quietly made in private. The vast majority of people bet that Luo Bing could end the battle within 10 moves, and some even thought that 3 moves would be enough. The internal training ground of Class 0 is not large, but its specifications are extremely high. The ground was paved with solid obsidian, strong enough to withstand the full force of a martial artist. Energy screens loomed around it, preventing the aftermath of the battle from leaking out. Luo Bing was the first to walk to the center of the martial arts arena and stood with his hands behind his back. He had an upright figure and a handsome face, but at this moment, he was covered with a layer of frost that kept people at a distance. As his mind moved, a powerful and icy aura suddenly erupted. The peak of the 5th level of martial artist realm. The powerful pressure was like a physical cold current that instantly swept across the entire training ground. the air temperature dropped sharply, and even a thin layer of white frost condensed on the obsidian ground. Some of the students who were watching from a closer distance and had lower cultivation levels could not help but shudder, their faces turned pale, and they stepped back. Even more alarming was the faint appearance of a vague, extremely cold domain surrounding Luo Bing. Within this domain, ice and snow drifted, and the chill was so intense it seemed as if it could freeze all life. His senior Luo Bing's prototype of the ice domain seems to have improved again. Too strong. Just with this aura, anyone below the third level of the martial master realm would be unable to stand. Why isn't Xiao Han moving? Is he scared silly? In front of Luo Bing's aura as powerful and intimidating as an iceberg, Xiao Han, who stepped onto the field later, seemed unusually ordinary. He was still wearing the slightly worn clothes stained with some blood. He was not a big man and his aura was extremely restrained, like a stone thrown into the sea without causing any ripples. He stood there calmly, as if the terrifying pressure and icy domain released by Luo Bing were just a breeze on his face. This extreme contrast brought a moment of silence to the originally noisy outside the venue. Luo Bing's brow furrowed even deeper. Xiao Han's calmness made him feel a faint, yet real, unease. This feeling made him extremely unhappy, like punching cotton, with no power to exert. He desperately wanted to rip apart the other person's mask of calm and composure. Instructor Qin Jin walked to the edge of the field, acting as a makeshift referee. His sharp gaze swept over the two men, his voice calm. The rules are, stop when you're done, and don't harm anyone's life. After a pause, he said in a deep voice, the duel begins. The moment the word start fell, Luo Bing moved. He didn't even summon his martial soul. To deal with a waste who he thought was only at the peak of the 9th level of the warrior realm, he didn't even need to use an SS-level martial soul. Ice spikes. A cold light flashed in Luo Bing's eyes, and he pointed his right hand forward into the air. In an instant, the air in front of him condensed rapidly, and dozens of sharp ice spikes half a meter long, flashing with cold blue light, appeared out of thin air. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, they shot towards Xiao Han like a dense rain of arrows. Wherever the ice spikes passed, the air seemed to freeze, leaving clear white trails. Each ice spike contained terrifying power enough to easily pierce through steel plates and a chill that froze to the bone marrow. Chapter 59, Head of Class 0? This was a probing attack Luo Bing often used. It was fast, had a wide range, and was powerful enough to throw most opponents of the same level into a panic. He wanted to use this attack to completely shatter Xiao Han's ridiculous self-confidence. The students watching exclaimed in surprise, as if they had already witnessed Xiao Han's tragic end, pierced by ice spikes and frozen into an ice sculpture. Xiao Bing even covered her mouth nervously, her eyes wide and her heart nearly leaping into her throat. However, at the moment when the dense ice spikes were about to hit him, facing this extremely fierce attack, Xiao Han not only did not dodge or defend, but instead raised the corner of his mouth to an imperceptible arc. There was a hint of amusement and a hint of disdain in that arc. Luo Bing, the leader of Class 0? Peak of the 5th level of the martial master realm? He. Just in time to test my newfound strength on you. He was finally ready to move. A cold light flashed in Luo Bing's eyes, and the aura around him exploded completely without reservation. Crack crack. The biting cold spread wildly with him as the center. The hard obsidian ground of the martial arts field was quickly covered with a thick layer of frost. The water vapor in the air instantly condensed into countless tiny ice crystals, reflecting a cold luster. The pressure from the peak of the 5th level of the martial master realm, mixed with the increasingly solid prototype of the ice domain, was like an invisible iceberg, pressing down fiercely on Xiao Han opposite him. Ice prison. Luo Bing growled and thrust his hands forward suddenly. In an instant, the situation changed drastically. The frost that had originally covered the ground seemed to come alive, countless sharp ice cones rising from the ground like fangs growing from the earth. In midair, more ice blades and ice spikes gathered from thin air, densely packed, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. With a shrieking sound that tore through the air, they shot towards Xiao Han from all directions, without a single blind spot. Ice cones blocked the ground, ice blades cut through space, cold air freezes perception, and domain suppression takes action. This was Luo Bing's full-strength attack filled with anger. He wanted to use this killing cage made of ice and snow to completely crush and freeze the ignorant freshman. It's over. How can we hide from this? What a terrifying area attack. Senior Luo Bing is serious. There was a sound of gasps outside the stadium, and everyone was shocked by this scene that seemed like a natural disaster. Xiao Bing was so frightened that she closed her eyes, not daring to watch the bloody scene that followed. Instructor Qin Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he gathered his strength, ready to intervene at any time to prevent Xiao Han from being seriously injured. However, Xiao Han, who was at the center of the ice and snowstorm, did something that made everyone's eyes almost pop out. He didn't move. At least, it looked like it wasn't moving. Facing the ice cones and ice blades that were attacking like a violent storm, he didn't even summon his martial spirit, and still looked calm and composed. Just as the first icicle was about to pierce the ground beneath his feet, and the first icy blade was about to cut through the corner of his clothes, Xiao Han moved. His movements were not fast, one could even say they were a bit leisurely. He just leaned slightly to the side, and the ice spike that was strong enough to pierce through the steel plate brushed against the corner of his clothes and pierced into the ground, stirring up a cloud of ice chips. He gently lifted his foot, as if taking a walk in the courtyard, and touched the tip of an ice cone that had just emerged. His figure floated upwards half a foot like a ghost, just avoiding several ice blades that swept across from below. Then, his figure began to become blurry. It looks like a reflection in the water, like catkins in the wind, and like a shadow blending into the air. So close yet so far away. Under the silent operation of the Shadow Void Sutra, Xiao Han brought this already mysterious footwork to an incredible level. His body seemed to have lost weight as he shuttled through the impenetrable storm of ice blades. Every step he took was perfect, every dodge was just right, and he always managed to avoid the attack with the smallest amplitude and the most incredible angle at the moment before it hit him. Those ice blades, powerful enough to tear through steel, flew past his hair. Those ice cones containing terrifying cold air fell close to the tip of his nose. He was like a highly skilled dancer, dancing an elegant and calm waltz on the edge of death. Ice and snow were his stage, and murderous intent was his accompaniment. The entire martial arts arena became his one-man show. The dragnet that Luo Bing had laid, the ice prison that was enough to make opponents of the same level despair, now looked like a joke. All the attacks seemed to be avoiding him. How is this possible? His footwork, what kind of footwork is this? I can't hit it at all. What the hell? He doesn't seem to be using any strength at all. The exclamations from outside the stadium came one after another, from initial worry, to incredible astonishment, and then to stunned shock. The frost on Luo Bing's face had long since disappeared, replaced by a dark blue look in shock, shame and anger that could hardly be concealed deep in his eyes. The attack he was so proud of, the ice prison he unleashed with all his might, couldn't even touch the edge of his opponent's clothes? This is such a shame and humiliation. I don't believe it. Luo Bing roared, his internal energy surging crazily. He formed seals with his hands faster, unleashing more ice cones and blades, instantly doubling his attack frequency. The temperature of the entire martial arts arena plummeted again, the cold air practically tangible. However, it was useless. Xiao Han's figure remained ghostly, navigating the increasingly violent ice and snowstorm with ease. The more frantically Luo Bing attacked, the more his flaws were exposed, and the rhythm of his attacks became chaotic due to his uncontrolled emotions. When masters fight, victory or defeat is often just a fine line away. Just when Luo Bing's aura stagnated for a moment due to forcibly exerting his strength, Xiao Han's eyes lit up. A sharp light finally flashed in those eyes that had been calm all along. Now is the time. Almost at the same time when Luo Bing's flaw appeared, Xiao Han's figure, who had been strolling leisurely in the garden, suddenly disappeared. It wasn't an afterimage at an extremely fast speed, but a real disappearance, like teleportation. The next moment, he has appeared in front of Luo Bing. The distance between the two people was less than half a meter. Luo Bing's pupils suddenly contracted, and an extreme sense of crisis instantly enveloped his entire body. He didn't even have time to react, and could only watch helplessly as a fist, an ordinary-looking, even somewhat thin fist, slowly approached his chest. There is no earth-shattering momentum. There is no dazzling brilliance. Even the fluctuations of thee were so weak that they could almost be ignored. It was like a joking push between friends. However, Luo Bing, a genius at the peak of the 5th level of the martial artist realm, felt a terrifying aura from the seemingly harmless punch that was enough to make his soul tremble. That is, destruction. That is, annihilation. No. Luo Bing was horrified and wanted to retreat, to defend, and to summon his martial spirit. But it was too late. Chapter 60 The punches don't stop. Xiao Han's fist had already hit his chest. There was no loud noise as imagined. There was only a faint, almost inaudible pop sound, as if a bubble burst. Then, crack. It was like the sound of glass breaking. The layer of frost armor on Luo Bing's body, which was formed by the power of in the ice field and was enough to withstand the full strength attack of an ordinary martial artist, was like paper. It was instantly covered with spider web like cracks and then exploded. The punches don't stop. That seemingly slow fist contained an indescribable, brutal, and domineering sense of destruction, and a terrifying power far beyond anyone's imagination. The third level of martial artist realm. This is Xiao Han's true power at this moment. Puff! Luo Bing only felt an irresistible and terrifying force surging into his body like a volcanic eruption, instantly destroying his protective aura and shattering the embryonic form of his domain that had not yet been completely stabilized. The violent force ravaged his internal organs. He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, drawing a sharp arc in the air, and fell heavily on the edge of the martial arts field, stirring up a cloud of dust. After struggling for a few times, he completely fainted. One punch. Just one punch. From Xiao Han disappearing to Luo Bing flying backwards, the whole process was so fast that it took less than a second. The martial arts training ground, which was covered in snow and filled with murderous intent just a moment ago, was now filled with smoke and dust, and Luo Bing, who was lying on the edge of the field, his life or death unknown. The whole place was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, standing there in shock with various expressions. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Several seconds passed. Gudong. Someone swallowed hard, making a clear sound and breaking the dead silence. Then, boom! Like a volcano that has been accumulating for a long time, it erupts completely. Win? Am I seeing things? Senior Luo Bing was killed instantly with one punch? That's impossible. That's the peak of the 5th level of the martial master realm. What just happened? I only saw Xiao Han suddenly appear in front of Senior Luo Bing, and then it was over? Isn't he at the peak of the 9th level of the warrior realm? How could he possibly knock Senior Luo Bing away with just one punch? Monster! This is definitely a monster. Exclamations, questions, gasps, incoherent discussions, all combined into a huge wave of sound that almost blew off the roof of the entire training ground. No one dared to believe what they saw. That freshman they thought was connected, lucky, and survived by hiding, Xiao Han, who they thought was at most at the peak of the 9th level of the warrior realm, actually killed Luo Bing, the head of Class 0, the top talent of the new generation at the Imperial Capital Academy, and a peak of the 5th level of the warrior realm, with a single punch? This is no longer a challenge beyond one's level, this is a myth. It's a fantasy. Xiao Bing covered her mouth, her watery eyes widening, her mind a blank. She had anticipated many different outcomes, but she had never imagined this, a crushing defeat. Instructor Qingjin stood on the sidelines, his face revealing an undisguised look of shock for the first time. His sharp eyes fixed on the calm figure standing in the middle of the field, a turbulent storm rising in his heart. Martial Master Realm. The power and artistic conception contained in that punch just now were definitely at the martial master level. Moreover, it was definitely not just a beginner martial master. This guy hit himself so well. Everything he said before was completely false. The story of being separated, hiding, and having a lucky breakthrough to the peak of the 9th level of the warrior realm, all lies. No wonder he dared to accept the challenge so calmly. No wonder he could face Luo Bing's full strength attack so calmly. Qingjin took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart. The look he gave Xiao Han became more solemn and curious than ever before. Amidst the thunderous roar and shock of the entire audience, Xiao Han, the instigator, seemed to be standing aside. He slowly retracted his punch, still looking calm and composed, as if he had just swatted a fly and was not the chief genius of Class 0 of the Imperial Capital Academy. He glanced at Luo Bing, who was lying in the dust in the distance and had completely lost consciousness. His eyes were calm, without any ripples, as if he was looking at an insignificant object. Then, under the gazes of countless people filled with a mixture of shock, awe, fear, and curiosity, he turned around, took a step forward, and walked down the training ground calmly. Step by step, towards the exit of the rest area. His back figure still wasn't very tall, but at this moment, in everyone's eyes, he became extremely mysterious, extremely unattainable. He didn't say a word, but with this crisp and powerful punch, he proved to everyone. Who is the real waste? Who is the real genius? The noise inside and outside the martial arts arena continued, and the discussion about this battle was destined to become the hottest topic in the Imperial Capital Academy for a long time. Xiao Han, on the other hand, had already left behind the hustle and bustle. Feeling the blood in his body slightly boiling due to the punch just now, and the system prompt sounding in his mind, a satisfied arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. The proficiency of Shadow Void Sutra increased by 30%. As for that random little magical power, well, I'll study it slowly when I get back. Class 0? Imperial Capital Academy? It seems that things are starting to become a little interesting. Xiao Han's figure disappeared at the exit of Class 0's exclusive rest area, leaving behind a raging sea that could not be calmed for a long time. At the edge of the training ground, Luo Bing was still unconscious. Several familiar students hurriedly lifted him up and prepared to send him to the medical room. More people gathered in the center of the venue, pointing at the place where Xiao Han had just stood and where Luo Bing had fallen, excitedly discussing the incredible punch. What kind of boxing was that just now? I couldn't see it clearly. That's too fast. How did he suddenly appear in front of Senior Luo Bing? He's definitely at the martial master level. The power of that punch was so strong that I could feel my heart palpitations even through the energy shield. Martial master realm? Isn't he at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm? Instructor Qin confirmed that before. Bullshit. He must be hiding his strength. This Xiao Han has been acting weird since he started school. Double SSS plus martial soul. Is it really that abnormal? Surpassing one major realm and killing with one punch? I've said it before, how could anyone who gets the attention of instructor Lin Xingxia be a simple character? The news, as if it had wings, no, it was as if it was equipped with a superluminal engine, sweeping across the entire Imperial Capital Academy at a speed far beyond anyone's imagination. The internal forum of the university was instantly ignited. Chapter 61, Teacher Lin. Something big happened. Shocking news. Class 0's head student Luo Bing was instantly killed by freshman Xiao Han with a single punch. Video proof. 9th level warrior suspected versus 5th level peak martial master. The result is jaw-dropping. In-depth analysis, Xiao Han's mysterious footwork and the terrifying aura contained in that punch. Dual SSS plus martial spirit reappears in divine power? Is it a natural talent or another fortuitous encounter? The betting is open. Bet on what level of opponent Xiao Han can instantly kill with his next move. The academic forum exploded. Holy crap! The big loser from Class 0. Freshman Xiao Han knocks down Chief Luo Bing with one punch. No way? That Xiao Han with the useless twin martial souls? What kind of interstellar joke is this? The video reveals the truth. Even though it's blurry, it's definitely Xiao Han. Luo Bing was lying there so cleanly. Hiss. Is this guy cheating? Wasn't he at the level of a martial artist before? Luo Bing is a 5th level martial master. Just a blind guess, a mysterious encounter. It's definitely a great opportunity. Double SSS plus? I laughed at him before, and now my face hurts. Various posts flooded the screen, and clicks and replies skyrocketed. Xiao Han. This name, and his twin martial souls that were once labeled as useless, once again dominated the school's hot searches. The difference was that this time, no one laughed. The discussion forum was filled with shock, awe, curiosity, and even some indescribable chill. Hidden strength? Uncharted territory? Instant kills? Mysterious inheritance? New labels came flying like snowflakes and stuck to Xiao Han, making his already vague image even more mysterious. It is impossible for the university's top management not to react. A detailed report on Xiao Han defeating Luo Bing with one punch in the Class 0 martial arts arena, along with the unusual record of his previous disappearance and return in the trial secret realm, was quickly compiled and submitted layer by layer. It is said that several old guys who have not been seen for a long time have become interested in this double SSS plus that suddenly appeared. Imperial Capital Academy, exclusive area for tutors. An office is spacious and bright, but the furnishings are extremely simple, exuding a tough atmosphere. Lin Xingxia leaned back in the ally office chair, her long, straight legs casually crossed. She was reading a research report on exotic animal materials. There was no extra expression on her beautiful face, and she looked a little bored. Knock, knock. There's a knock on the door. Come in. Lin Xingxia didn't look up. A young teaching assistant wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed the door open and came in hurriedly, his face showing uncontrollable excitement and shock. Teacher Lin. Something big happened. Lin Xingxia finally opened her eyelids, her narrow, long eyes scanning over, revealing a hint of displeasure at being interrupted. What are you panicking about? Is the sky falling? The teaching assistant shuddered at her gaze, quickly calming himself down and speaking rapidly. It's not like the sky is falling, but it's almost like that. Just now, in the internal martial arts training ground of Class 0, Xiao Han, the one you recommended, clashed with Luo Bing, the head of Class 0, and then Xiao Han punched Luo Bing in one go. He killed her instantly. Oh? Lin Xingxia raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on her lips. In seconds? In what way? The teaching assistant swallowed his saliva and described in detail the battle process he had heard, especially Xiao Han's ghostly movements and the seemingly random punch at the end. After hearing this, the amusement on Lin Xingxia's face became even stronger. She waved her hand, signaling the teaching assistant to leave. The office door closed again. Lin Xingxia stretched out her slender fingers and tapped the table rhythmically. Day. There was a gleam in the phoenix eyes, as if smiling but not laughing. Martial Master Realm, and there's more than one level. This kid is hiding it well enough. After disappearing in the secret realm for so many days, I really gained some incredible benefits. Ancient heritage? Ha, interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. She had long felt that Xiao Han was no ordinary person. The vision she had when she awakened at Beihai No. 1 Middle School, and her calmness in the face of despair later, made her remember this young man. Afterwards, he chose the high-risk, high-return option without hesitation and came to the Imperial Capital Academy. How could such a person really be content with mediocrity? However, this surprise came too quickly and was too explosive. Tap your fingertips lightly on the optical computer operation interface. A tutor summons notice was sent accurately to Xiao Han's student terminal through the school's internal system. Xiao Han had just returned to the somewhat shabby freshman dormitory, and before he could even sit down, the student terminal on his wrist vibrated. He raised his hand and saw a summons from teacher Lin Xingxia on the screen. Sure enough. Xiao Han muttered to himself, not surprised. The commotion in the martial arts arena was so loud, and some of his strength was exposed. He had expected that it would alarm some people, especially Lin Xingxia, his mentor. What happens in the secret realm and the energy fluctuations cannot be hidden from the academy. Xinjin could use good luck and a special environment to fool people, but Lin Xingxia, this unfathomable martial king, may be even higher. The same excuse would not work. However, he was prepared. After tidying up his clothes a bit mainly to maintain his image of a hard-fought breakthrough, Xiao Han stood up, left the dormitory, and walked towards the tutor's exclusive area. On the way, the looks from the surrounding students were completely different from before. Disregard and simple curiosity disappeared, replaced by undisguised awe and inquiry. There were even a few brave girls who wanted to come up and chat with him, but he calmly persuaded them to back off. It seems that this punch is quite effective. Xiao Han thought to himself, saving a lot of trouble. Being low-key is right, but showing off your strength appropriately can win more respect and peace. Soon, they arrived outside Lin Xingxia's office. He adjusted his expression, making himself look tired after surviving a disaster, excited after a breakthrough, and with the respect due to his mentor. Knock, knock. Enter. Open the door. A heavy breath came towards me. In the office, Lin Xingxia was still leaning back in her chair in that lazy and casual manner. But that feeling was sharp and compelling, as if it could penetrate all disguises. The pressure from a powerful martial king, even if restrained, is enough to make ordinary martial artists tremble in their hearts. Xiao Han's heart trembled slightly, and he bowed respectfully. Teacher Lin, you are looking for me? Lin Xingxia didn't speak immediately, but just looked at him from head to toe. Her red lips curled up, as if she was smiling. Student Xiao Han, what you gained in the trial secret realm is much richer than what you told Xinjin. The voice has a lazy magnetism, but the words carry a lot of weight. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. The main part of the play was about to begin. He smiled wryly at the right moment, with a hint of helplessness at being seen through. Teacher, you have a keen eye. I can't hide this little trick of mine from you. A little trick? Lin Xingxia chuckled, leaning forward slightly, the pressure suddenly intensifying. To take you from the 6th level of a warrior to someone who can instantly kill Luo Bing, a peak 5th level martial artist, with a single punch. This can't be explained by a little trick. Her voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Tell me, what exactly happened to you in this secret realm? Don't try to fool me with excuses like good luck or stumbled into a treasure trove. My patience isn't very good. Chapter 62 What kind of inheritance? Although the tone of the last sentence was calm, Xiao Han clearly sensed a hint of danger. This beautiful instructor was no pushover. Xiao Han was silent for a moment, as if he was organizing his words, or as if he was weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he raised his head, his eyes filled with a hint of honesty. Teacher, I did indeed obtain a fragment of an ancient inheritance by chance deep in the secret realm. Oh? An ancient heritage? Lin Xingxia narrowed her eyes, her interest growing stronger. What kind of heritage? I can't explain the specific content clearly, but the inheritance seems to have some connection with my martial soul, and it contains some cultivation methods and combat skills. Xiao Han said half-truthfully, attributing everything to the mysterious inheritance. It was in the process of absorbing the power of the inheritance that my strength was able to break through. I was worried that it would be too shocking and cause unnecessary trouble, so I concealed it. It was not intentional to deceive the mentor. As he spoke, he seemed to prove his words and no longer tried to suppress the aura in his body. Although not as majestic as Luo Bing's, an aura that was more condensed and pure, with a hint of darkness and sharpness, slowly emanated from his body. Martial Master Realm. And it is firmly in the second level of Martial Master Realm. Although this breath was released and then retracted, it was enough for Lin Xingxia to sense it clearly. Lin Xingxia looked at Xiao Han, her eyes flickering. Second stage of the Martial Master Realm with his SSS plus martial spirits and the possibility of a mysterious inheritance, it made sense that he could instantly kill Luo Bing, whose foundation wasn't particularly solid, with a single punch. Although she intuitively felt that Xiao Han must be holding back, since he had already been so frank, pressing him further would seem ungenerous. An ancient inheritance. Lin Xingxia leaned back in her chair, the overwhelming pressure dissipating. She resumed her lazy demeanor with a playful smile on her lips. It seems you're really lucky. She paused, then changed the subject. However, classmate Xiao Han, you must remember that luck and chance encounters are only external forces. To be truly powerful, you need to master your own efforts and wisdom. The Imperial Capital Academy is a complex place filled with countless geniuses and talented individuals, and the hidden dangers are far beyond your imagination. Exposing all your cards too early may not be a good thing. These words sounded like both a warning and a reminder. Xiao Han understood and responded respectfully, "Thank you for your teachings, Master. I understand. I understand." Lin Xingxia waved her hand. All right, go back and consolidate your cultivation. The competition in Class 0 will only get more intense. Don't think you can rest easy just because you defeated Luo Bing. Yes, disciple, I'll take my leave. Xiao Han bowed again, turned around and left the office. The door closed softly behind him. It was not until the heavy door completely isolated the inside and outside that Xiao Han exhaled the foul air trapped in his chest. The invisible pressure in the office seemed to still be stuck on his skin, heavy and making every nerve in his body tense. Lin Xingxia. This mentor is far more difficult to deal with than the Martial King realm identity mentioned in the information. Those few words just now sounded casual, but in fact, every word was testing his bottom line. If he hadn't reacted quickly and put all the blame on the ancient heritage, his underwear would have been seen through by now. Martial King realm, tisk. Xiao Han smacked his lips lightly, and the fear in his heart was quickly replaced by another emotion: excitement. It would be too boring if all the schools in the imperial capital were like Luo Bing and Shen Feng. This way, it's powerful enough. Inside the office. The smile on Lin Xingxia's face slowly faded, and her fingertips tapped unconsciously on the smooth table, making a light tapping sound. An ancient inheritance, and it's related to the twin martial spirits. She repeated Xiao Han's words in a low voice. Chaos Blue Lotus, King of Eternal Night. These two SSS plus martial spirits, which have never been recorded in any classics, are inherently strange. Add to that this inheritance of unknown origin. Xiao Han. This student she had recruited on a whim seemed to have many more secrets than she had initially anticipated, and was also much more interesting. Outside the door, Xiao Han was just about to leave. Click. The door behind him was opened again without warning. He paused and turned around. Lin Xingxia was still leaning back in the chair, but the intensity of her contemplative gaze had faded a little, replaced by a more direct appreciation, and even a bit of amusement in watching the fun. Wait. Her voice sounded lazy, but with an unquestionable tone. Xiao Han was slightly surprised. Teacher, do you have any other instructions? Lin Xingxia didn't answer directly. She tapped the table with her slender fingers, and the light tapping sound was particularly clear in the quiet room. She just looked at Xiao Han like that, and it felt like she could see through him clearly from his skin to his bones. Third level of martial artist. She suddenly said this, her voice was not loud, but it was like a needle, piercing Xiao Han's heart accurately. Your movements just now were intentional attempts to suppress your level at the second level, but from what I've seen, your true foundation should be that you've just stabilized your level at the third level, right? Also, your foundation is quite interesting. It's much more solid than any third level martial artist I've ever met. Xiao Han. Shit. I was seen through. He had just deliberately concealed his level of cultivation for fear of scaring others, but he didn't expect that this mentor would see through it at a glance. This perception is simply not human. Seeing that Xiao Han didn't say anything, but his expression of embarrassment of being caught red-handed was well acted, Lin Qingxia burst out laughing. The clear laughter diluted the seriousness in the office and added a hint of teasing. All right, stop looking like you've lost your parents. Everyone has their little secrets. I'm not really interested in digging into things. She waved her hand casually, then sat up slightly straighter, her previous laziness gone, and her expression revealed seriousness. Xiao Han, I have to admit that you are much better than I expected. Your talent, your character, and your, good luck, are all quite to my liking. Originally, I put you in Class 0 because I was planning to put you there for observation. Now it seems. She drawled, the normal Class 0 environment might be a bit restrictive for you. Lin Qingxia's tone became serious. I have decided. From today on, I will personally lead your cultivation. Also, I will propose to the Academy that you be officially transferred to the core sequence of Class 0. This means that the Academy's top cultivation resources will be allocated to you first. Chapter 63. What the hell is going on? Personal guidance? Core sequence? Top-level resource tilt? Even though Xiao Han was a calm and composed person, his breathing quickened slightly when he heard this succession of breaking news. He knew very well what this meant to a freshman who had just enrolled. This is simply a step to heaven. At this moment, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host is facing an important decision. The God-level selection system has been activated. Option 1, accept Lin Qingxia's training and officially enter the core sequence of Class 0. Reward, Lin Qingxia's favorability plus 10, qualification for top-level training resources. Specific content depends on subsequent performance, random school contribution points 10,000. Choice 2, decline Lin Qingxia's offer, expressing a preference for freedom and solitary exploration. Reward, 100 insights of a lonely practitioner. Collector's edition of street literature, system brand hardness pill 1. After taking it, your bones will become hard for 3 days, and you'll have your own background music when walking. Looking at the bizarre reward for option 2, Xiao Han couldn't help but twitch his lips. 100 insights of a solitary practitioner? A collector's edition of street literature? A system-branded hardness pill? Walking with your own background music? What the hell is going on? The system still has that familiar cheap feel. Without any hesitation, Xiao Han made the decision immediately. He would give up the beautiful mentor's thighs and the top resources, and choose lonely cultivation experience and hardening pills instead? Unless his brain was stuck in the door or kicked by a donkey. Thank you so much, instructor. Xiao Han raised his head, his eyes clear and firm, his tone sincere. I was worried before. Although the environment in Class 0 is good, the competition doesn't seem to be enough. I couldn't ask for more to receive your personal guidance and enter the core sequence to face more severe challenges. Without any pretense, he frankly expressed his desire for a stronger competitive environment. Seeing the undisguised expectation and fighting spirit in Xiao Han's eyes, Lin Qingxia nodded with satisfaction, and the admiration in her phoenix eyes became even stronger. She likes young people who have clear goals and are brave enough to fight. Very good. Lin Qingxia's red lips curled slightly. Since you agree, from today on, you will be a member of the core sequence of Class 0. The biggest difference between core sequence students and ordinary Class 0 students is the degree of resource allocation. She began to explain in detail. First, you will be given access to an independent A-grade training room. The concentration of spiritual energy inside is over 3 times that of an ordinary training room, and it is equipped with various auxiliary training facilities such as gravity adjustment and simulated environment. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. A level training room. This is one of the top training places in the Imperial Capital Academy. It is said that only a very small number of core talents and instructors are qualified to use it. Secondly, you will gain access to the second floor of the Star Pavilion. Lin Xingxia continued, the Star Pavilion is the core of our Imperial Capital Academy's collection of martial arts techniques. The first floor is open to all students, but the collection is mostly of 1st to 5th rank martial arts techniques. The second floor houses precious 6th to 8th grade martial arts techniques, and even some incomplete 9th grade inheritances. Only core sequence students and instructors are eligible to access and read, and there is a free opportunity to make a copy once a month. 6th to 8th rank. Incomplete 9th rank. Xiao Han's heartbeat quickened again. The creation and heaven-shattering art he was currently cultivating, while of unknown rank, was undoubtedly superior to the 9th rank. The accompanying martial arts, a world away within reach and destruction divine fist, while powerful, were fragments and urgently needed to be completed or replaced. The Shadow Void Sutra was also newly acquired, and it required more advanced martial arts to unleash its power. The authority to the second level of the Star Pavilion was a timely help to him. Finally, and most importantly, Lin Xingxia said, her tone slightly more emphasized, core sequence students will have priority and greater autonomy in the various secret realm explorations, resource competitions, and international exchange selections organized by the Academy. This means more opportunities, more challenges, and faster growth. Xiao Han took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement. He knew that these top resources were not given for nothing. Sure enough, Lin Xingxia changed the subject, her eyes sharpening. Of course, rights and obligations coexist. The competition in the core sequence is far more brutal than you imagine. There are currently 9 people in the core sequence of Class 0, and with you, there are 10. Each of these 9 people is a top-notch genius selected from the entire Dragon Country and even from all over the world. The weakest one has the cultivation level of the 4th level of the Martial Master Realm and possesses a powerful martial spirit of at least SS level. Among them, there are direct descendants from ancient martial arts families, possessing unique skills and profound backgrounds. There are also children of destiny who have experienced extraordinary adventures, with strange and unpredictable methods. There are even a few whose backgrounds are so mysterious that even I can't figure it out, but their strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Within the core sequence, resources are not distributed evenly. Instead, they are determined by strength ranking and contribution. There are assessments every month, and those who rank at the bottom will be kicked out of the core sequence and demoted to ordinary students. Ordinary Class 0 students can also challenge core students and take their place. Here, there's no tenderness or affection, only the most naked law of the jungle. The strong prey on the weak, and the winner takes all. Lin Xingxia looked at Xiao Han with a scorching gaze. Luo Bing might not even be worthy of carrying their shoes in front of them. Even though you killed him instantly with one punch, you're still at the bottom of the core sequence. Are you ready? Cruel competition rules, powerful opponents, mysterious background. All this not only did not make Xiao Han feel afraid, but instead made the blood in his body boil slightly. Bottom of the list? When has he, Xiao Han, ever been willing to be at the bottom? Teacher, don't worry. Xiao Han grinned, revealing his white teeth, his eyes sparkling with a light as bright as stars. I like places with challenges. Looking at the confident and fearless look in the boy's eyes, Lin Xingxia was slightly startled, and then an even more touching arc appeared at the corner of her lips. This little guy really didn't disappoint her. A true circle of geniuses, a true stage. Xiao Han felt that his eventful life in the Imperial Capital's Academy had truly begun from this moment on. Xiao Han held the updated student card, feeling a slight heaviness in his hand. The symbol representing his identity and authority had quietly changed. The key card for the A-level independent training room felt cold to the touch. 10,000 university contribution points were directly transferred to his account, and the balance instantly became considerable. 10,000 contribution points. I should be able to exchange them for a few goodies on the second floor of the Xingqian Pavilion. Xiao Han's heart fluttered slightly, and he had a more intuitive understanding of the top-level resources described by Lin Xingxia. This beautiful mentor was indeed generous. Chapter 64: The Pomp and Ceremony That a Genius Deserves. After saying goodbye to Lin Xingxia, Xiao Han did not return to the crowded freshman dormitory. He turned and walked straight into the deeper part of Class 0's exclusive area. Core sequence members deserve better treatment. After passing through a light curtain that required special authorization verification, the space in front of me suddenly opened up. It is no longer a bustling public area. Here are independent courtyards, quiet, and the spiritual energy in the air is surprisingly thick. One breath of it makes you feel refreshed. There are invisible power fluctuations outside each courtyard, which are small spirit gathering arrays and defensive restrictions. There are some flowers, plants, and trees in the middle, so they do not disturb each other. A07. Xiao Han found his house number, took out his card and swiped it on the access control. Drop. The door opened. There is a lot of space inside, with a meditation room, a bedroom, and even a small alchemy room. It has everything you need. He took a closer look at the innermost training room. The spiritual energy inside was almost indissoluble. The walls were engraved with dense runes, glowing faintly. This must be the A-level training room that Lin Xingxia mentioned. TSK, this place. Xiao Han looked around and felt much more relieved. It's much better than that pigeon cage. That's more like it. Just as he was about to look around again, the restriction on the courtyard suddenly shook slightly. Someone touched the communication formation outside. Someone came to the door so soon? Xiao Han walked to the door and lifted the ban. There was a big guy standing outside the door. The young man was almost 2 meters tall, with muscles all over his body and skin that was a tan bronze. When he stood there, the air felt a little heavier. He glanced up and down at Xiao Han several times. The feeling was direct and sharp. He weighed him up without any concealment, and there was also a hint of gunpowder. "Are you Xiao Han?" the young man spoke, his voice deep and muffled, resonating in his chest. "I heard that you knocked Luo Bing down with one punch?" Xiao Han didn't have any extra expression. "What's the matter?" "My name is Shirley." The young man grinned, his teeth were very white, and with his body shape, the smile looked a bit silly, but the desire to take action in him became stronger. Core sequence, ranked 5th. Luo Bing is quite arrogant, but he's still quite capable. It's quite interesting that you were able to knock him down with one punch. Shirley raised his hand and patted his chest twice. The sound was so muffled and scary, like the beating of a drum. However, just defeating Luo Bing isn't enough. If you want to gain a foothold in the core sequence, you have to show people your true abilities. What do you think? Do you dare to follow me to the martial arts arena? Challenge. It came so quickly. Xiao Han didn't find it strange. In a place like the core sequence, whoever has the biggest fist has the final say. As a newcomer who had risen to the top that way, it would be strange if he wasn't targeted. Take 2 trips? Xiao Han raised the corner of his mouth. Okay. But if you accidentally break it, I won't be responsible. Shirley was stunned when he heard it, and then he burst into laughter. The laughter was so deep and powerful that it made the courtyard door buzz. Good boy. So crazy. I like it. Let's go. Now. To the core training ground. The core training ground is right in the middle of the Class 0 area. That place is much stronger than the ordinary martial arts training grounds outside, and the energy protection is also stronger. Even if 2 martial masters fight each other inside, no one outside can feel a thing. When Xiao Han followed Shirley here, he found that there were already a few figures standing sparsely around the martial arts field. Obviously, the news of Shirley challenging the newcomer has reached the ears of other core members. One of the figures was particularly eye-catching. It was Xiao Bing, who had previously invited Xiao Han to join her team. When she saw Xiao Han, a look of worry crossed her face. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by a cold-eyed woman next to her. Instructor Qin Jin also stood aside with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, but a hint of curiosity lingered in his eyes. He wanted to see for himself how Xiao Han, whom he had misjudged, would fare against a truly tough core sequence opponent. Shirley's Titan body SSS has been awakened to a higher level. With pure physical defense, few in the martial master realm can break it. Luo Bing lost because he underestimated his opponent and was careless. Shirley is different. It's hard to hit him even if he just stands there. What's the deal with this new guy, Xiao Han? Can he really take on Shirley's titanic body? Several core members murmured, their eyes flickering between Xiao Han and Shirley. They admitted that Xiao Han's victory over Luo Bing was impressive, but Shirley was a different kind of tough, renowned for his defense and strength, a recognized tank within the core sequence. In the center of the martial arts arena, Shirley stretched his muscles, making a crackling sound. He looked at Xiao Han, his fighting spirit high. The rules are simple. Stop when you're ready. You lose if you admit defeat or lose your fighting ability. Are you ready? Xiao Han nodded, anytime. Okay. Shirley shouted softly, and the blood in his body burst out. Dense rock patterns appeared on his bronze skin. His figure seemed to have grown a few inches taller, and an aura as heavy as a mountain filled the air. Titan's body. Martial spirit possessed. Come on. Let me see how powerful your punch is. Shirley rooted his feet into the ground, taking a defensive stance, intending to take Xiao Han's attack head-on. Xiao Han's eyes narrowed slightly. Shirley's aura was indeed much stronger than Luo Bing's. His pure physical strength and defensive power could be sensed from a distance. He didn't hesitate and moved his body, performing the a world away footwork. His figure closed the distance like a ghost, and he clenched his right fist, with his blood surging and his destructive mood condensing. It's still destroying God fist. Facing an opponent like Shirley, Xiao Han also wanted to test the limit of his punch. Bang! The fist hit Shirley's blocking forearm hard, making a dull thud, as if a sledgehammer hit tough leather. The violent force was released, and the special alloy ground under Shirley's feet sank slightly, but he himself only shook his body, and his blocking arm became slightly numb, and he did not even take a single step back. Hiss! There was a sound of gasps outside the stadium. Blocked? He took Xiao Han's punch head-on? Shirley's defense is truly abnormal. Xiao Yu even covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. The power of that punch that instantly killed Luo Bing was still fresh in her mind, and Shirley had actually blocked it head-on. A hint of surprise also flashed in teacher Qin Jin's eyes. Shirley shook his numb arms and grinned, such a strong force. Such a strange punch. I almost couldn't bear it. Come again. He stomped his foot suddenly, and a wave of ochre-colored energy spread out, shaking the entire training ground. Instead of retreating because of Xiao Han's attack, he took the initiative to charge forward, and his huge fist smashed towards Xiao Han with a whistling sound that tore through the air. The speed was not fast, but the force was so strong that it blocked all of Xiao Han's space to dodge. Xiao Han's eyes were calm, his steps changed, and a world away started again. This time, his figure was no longer a simple straight-line charge or dodge. Instead, under the cover of Shirley's fist wind, he was like a shadow blending into the air. At an extremely tricky angle that violated physical common sense, he narrowly avoided the powerful punch. Chapter 65 is even weirder. At the same time, his figure became a little blurred at the moment of dodging, as if leaving a faint afterimage in the original place. The power of the Eternal Night King's martial soul and the spatial perception brought by the Shadow Void Sutra were quietly integrated into a world away. Ha! Shirley's punch missed, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. In that instant, he felt as if Xiao Han's aura disappeared for a moment, as if blending into the surrounding environment. The core members outside the field also noticed that something was wrong. His footwork seems a little different from when he fought Luo Bing. It's even weirder. I almost didn't catch his trajectory just now. Instructor Qin Jin frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Han's figure, his suspicions about the ancient heritage deepening. This footwork clearly carried a hint of space and shadows, making it definitely not an ordinary martial arts technique. Xiao Han didn't give Shirley much time to react. While dodging the attack, he charged forward again. This time, his fist, in addition to the all-destructive aura, was quietly covered with a layer of extremely faint, almost imperceptible dark luster. The King of Eternal Night, the power of Shadow Master. The god-destroying fist blasted out again. The target was still Shirley's blocking arm. Bang! There was another muffled sound, but this time, the result was completely different. The indestructible rock skin on Shirley's arm, the moment it touched Xiao Han's fist, that layer of dark luster flashed slightly like a living thing, and actually penetrated into it strangely. Crack! A slight cracking sound was heard. Shirley's expression changed drastically as he felt a cold and overbearing force, ignoring the defenses of his titan body, penetrate his arm meridians and bones, bringing with it a piercing pain and numbness. His prided defense, under this punch, seemed to be shattered from within by some force. Dang dang dang. Shirley could no longer maintain his previous stability and staggered back 3 steps. His blocking arm trembled unnaturally, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on his rock-like skin. What kind of power is this? Shirley looked at Xiao Han in horror, his eyes full of disbelief. The outside of the stadium fell into dead silence again. If the first blocking was unexpected but reasonable, then this time, Xiao Han used the same method but achieved a completely different effect, which was completely beyond their comprehension. There's something wrong with his fist. What was that just now? Shadow energy? It doesn't look like it. Directly ignoring part of Shirley's defense? Several core members looked at each other, and saw shock and solemnity in each other's eyes. Xiao Han calmly retracted his fist, looked at Shirley, who looked horrified, and said calmly, "Do you want to continue?" Shirley felt the persistent numbness and tingling in his arm, as well as the strange power restraining his tightened body. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. No more fighting. I lost. He was convinced of his defeat. Xiao Han's strength and boxing skills were already extremely terrifying, and coupled with this strange method that could penetrate defenses, he had no chance of winning. Xiao Han nodded, said nothing more, turned around and prepared to leave the training ground. Wait! Teacher Qingjin suddenly called out to him. Xiao Han stopped and looked at Qingjin. Qingjin looked at Xiao Han deeply, his eyes complicated. Did you just use the method from your ancient inheritance? Xiao Han understood what Qingjin was asking. He nodded and answered half seriously, I guess so. These are some of the little tricks inherited from the past. I've only just mastered them, so I'm not very proficient yet. Not very skilled. Qingjin's mouth twitched. How could he easily break Shirley's tightened body without being skilled? What if he was skilled? He waved his hand and didn't ask any more questions. All right, I get it. You defeated Shirley, and no one will question your position in the core sequence anymore. Go back and practice hard. Yes, mentor. Xiao Han responded, and under the complicated gazes of everyone, he calmly left the training ground. Looking at Xiao Han's departing back, the core members around the martial arts field had different expressions. The previous contempt, doubt, and curiosity have now turned into deep fear and solemnity. This new guy is even more mysterious and powerful than they imagined. Xiao Bing looked at Xiao Han's back, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement, and her little face full of admiration. Instructor Qingjin stared at the sky, muttering to himself, double SSS plus martial spirit, mysterious inheritance, endless tricks. Lin Xingxia, this guy, has picked up a treasure this time. Xiao Han was walking on the way back to his courtyard, thinking about the brief fight with Shirley just now. The Titan's body truly lives up to its reputation. If it weren't for the fact that the Eternal Night King's evolved shadow power possessed certain armor-piercing and corrosive properties, it would have been incredibly difficult to break through defenses so easily. As expected, none of these guys in the core sequence are easy to deal with. Luo Bing, Shirley, the other 7 probably each have their own unique skills. Instead of feeling any pressure, he felt the blood in his body getting slightly warmer because of this challenge. Class 0 Core Sequence. The real stage of the Imperial Capital Academy. Quite interesting. After defeating Shirley, Xiao Han had initially established a firm foothold in the core sequence. The gazes of those secretly observing him became less scrutinizing and more fearful. He ignored the outside turmoil and returned to the independent courtyard as 07, immediately devoting all his energy to cultivation. The treatment of the core sequence is indeed well deserved. In the A-level training room, the spiritual energy was so dense that it almost turned into a tangible mist. Every breath of it made his entire body feel extremely comfortable. Xiao Han sat cross-legged and practiced the creation and transcendence art. The surrounding spiritual energy immediately formed a huge vortex and rushed into his body frantically. The efficiency of cultivation has increased by more than 3 to 5 times compared to the outside world. The chaos green lotus martial soul swayed gently, emitting a soft green light, greedily absorbing pure spiritual energy to nourish itself, while also feeding back to Xiao Han's body in meridians. The Eternal Night King's spirit was hidden in the shadows, silently absorbing the free shadows and spatial energy in the space. It complemented the Shadow Void Sutra, and its aura became increasingly profound and condensed. In addition to the spiritual energy room, the accompanying gravity room surprised Xiao Han even more. He directly adjusted the gravity to 10 times its limit. Under the terrifying pressure, every time he moved his qi and blood, and every time he practiced his skills, he could feel the subtle tearing and reorganization coming from deep within his body. The effect of the art of creation in tempering the body is maximized, and the bones, muscles, and meridians become tougher and more solid under this extreme pressure. A few days later, Lin Xingxia summoned Xiao Han over. It was still the same office, but this time, the way Lin Xingxia looked at him was less scrutinizing and more of pure appreciation, with a hint of barely perceptible curiosity. Chapter 66. Thank you for your guidance. You've made rapid progress. Lin Xingxia leaned back in her chair, tapping the table with her fingertips. However, your understanding of the Shadow Void Sutra seems to be too focused on devouring and stealth, ignoring the mystery of space itself. A world away is powerful, but you can still improve your control of space. She did not give a long speech, but in just a few words, pointed out some subtle deviations in Xiao Han's practice of the Shadow Void Sutra and the use of a world away, and shared some insights on the keynotes of the breakthrough from the Martial Master Realm to the Grand Martial Master Realm. These seemingly simple instructions were like a revelation, making Xiao Han suddenly clear up some of the things that were previously unclear. Having a wise teacher to guide the way is indeed better than trying to figure things out on your own. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Xiao Han thanked him sincerely. You have a good understanding. Lin Xingxia nodded slightly. Don't save the contribution points I gave you. Go to the second floor of Xingchen Pavilion and look for some martial arts that are suitable for your current stage, especially those that can complement your Chaos Blue Lotus martial spirit. Relying solely on a broken fist and body movement is still a bit narrow. Xiao Han had this in mind. The battle with Shirley had made him realize the limitations of his own attack methods. While the destruction fist was powerful, it would have taken some effort against a purely defensive opponent like Shirley if it weren't for the restraining power of Shadow. The Chaos Azure Lotus was currently more focused on support, defense, and recovery, lacking direct offensive capabilities. After bidding farewell to Lin Xingxia, Xiao Han headed straight for Xingchen Pavilion. With the authority of the core sequence, he successfully entered the second level. Unlike the bustling first floor, the second floor of the Star Pavilion is exceptionally quiet and solemn. The space was several times larger, and the bookshelves were even more ancient. The jade slips, animal skin scrolls, and metal tomes placed on them all emitted faint energy fluctuations. A few figures who looked like students or instructors shuttled through the space, their expressions focused. The martial arts here all start at the 6th rank, and you can even see rare inheritances marked as 7th rank and 8th rank. The air is filled with a heavy feeling of accumulated knowledge and power. Xiao Han's goal was very clear. First, he wanted to find the subsequent fragments of the God-destroying fist or a world away, and second, he wanted to find attacking or auxiliary martial arts that could match the Chaos Green Lotus martial soul. He paced slowly between the bookshelves, his mental power sweeping over each jade slip. Overlord Spear Technique, a 7th grade technique, was incredibly powerful and unsuitable. Flowing Water Invisible Sword, a 7th grade technique, was elegant and agile, a poor fit for his style. 10,000 Beasts True Art, an 8th grade technique for physical training, conflicted with Creation Through Heaven. There were a dazzling array of high-grade martial arts, but few truly matched the characteristics of their dual spirits. This was especially true for spirits like Chaos Azure Lotus, which favored life, purification, and domain. Their accompanying attack methods were even rarer, with most being auxiliary. Just as Xiao Han was feeling a bit dazzled and was about to copy a 7th grade wood type attack martial art, the familiar system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! The host is detected to be making an important decision. The God-level selection system has been activated. Choice 1, choose the 7th grade wood type attack martial art green wood silk hand in front of you and proceed steadily. Reward, a complete copy of this martial art and a copy of Basic Botany sponsored by the Academy Library. Option 2, go to the corner of the 3rd row, 7th column, in Area C you find an unnamed ancient book with a peeling cover and yellowed pages, resembling a toilet paper substitute. Carefully use your own Chaos Blue Lotus spiritual energy to infuse it for 3 breaths, silently chanting, Blue Lotus, quickly manifest your power and grant me divine power to strike through all my nerves. Reward, Blue Lotus Sword Song, a Chaos Blue Lotus specific attack skill of unknown rank fragmented, and a box of fresh breath mints a must-have for a date. Xiao Han. Toilet paper alternatives? Strike a nerve? System, are you sure you didn't make a typo? And what the hell is this breath-freshening mint? Is it a hint that I'm dating someone? Looking at the familiar recipe and taste of option 2, Xiao Han's mouth twitched slightly. While the quest description was full of complaints, even a bit insulting to his SSS plus Chaos Azure Lotus martial spirit, the reward. Azure Lotus Sword Song Fragment. As the name suggests, this was definitely an offensive skill tailor-made for Chaos Azure Lotus. As for that little bit of shame, compared to the last time I count out 3 times and 9 times in the martial arts pavilion, this time I just recited it silently, it's nothing. Wealth and honor are sought in danger, while magical skills are kept as toilet paper. Xiao Han encouraged himself in his heart and made his choice without hesitation. He pretended to walk casually towards Area C, his eyes wandering around the bookshelf, and finally found a book in an inconspicuous corner. It was just as the system described, with a peeling cover, yellowed and brittle pages, and a tattered ancient book stuffed casually in the corner, as if it could fall apart at any time. There wasn't even a name on it, just some blurry ink marks. No one around noticed. Xiao Han took a deep breath and pretended to be flipping through the ancient book, his fingertips quietly touching it. A trace of pure green spiritual power containing a majestic breath of life overflowed from his fingertips and carefully seeped into the fragile pages of the book. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. At the same time, he closed his eyes and chanted quickly and devoutly in his heart, Xinglian, please show your power quickly and grant me magical power to strike all my nerves. At the moment he completed this slightly strange operation, the tattered ancient book seemed to be activated, silently turning into points of green light, merging into his fingertips, and disappearing. Immediately afterwards, a vast and mysterious torrent of information poured into Xiao Han's mind. Blue Lotus Sword Song. It was not a complete set of skills, it only had the opening moves and the first move Lotus movement practice method, but the sword intent contained in it shocked Xiao Han's mind. This is an extremely unique sword technique. It does not simply pursue sharpness or strength, but integrates the life, purification, and a faint trace of chaotic true meaning of the Chaos Blue Lotus into the sword moves. The sword comes out like a blooming green lotus, full of vitality but concealing a fierce murderous intent. Wherever the sword energy passes, it purifies evil spirits, cuts off illusions, and can even attract the wood-type spiritual energy between heaven and earth and use it for its own benefit. Its rank is definitely far superior to all the martial arts on the second floor of the Xingqian Pavilion. It is at least 9th rank, or even higher. I made a lot of money. Xiao Han suppressed his inner ecstasy. The mint candy rewarded by the system also appeared in the system space. It was beautifully packaged and looked quite high-end. Xiao Han decided to keep it for the time being, maybe it would be useful. He calmly withdrew his hand, as if nothing had happened. He just casually browsed for a moment, then used his contribution points to copy a piece of information on the analysis of the weaknesses of alien beasts, and left the Star Pavilion. After returning to the A07 training room, Xiao Han immediately began to comprehend the Green Lotus Sword Song. Chapter 67, Pitfall Choice. With the experience of destroying God Fist and A World Away, plus the extraordinary understanding brought by the art of creation, he quickly reached the threshold. The fingertips are put together to form a sword, and wisps of green sword energy fluctuate at the fingertips, sometimes agile like a swimming fish, sometimes sharp like a blade, with a charm of endless life and purification of everything. There is no time in cultivation. In the following days, Xiao Han was completely immersed in cultivation. The A-level training room, the gravity room, Lin Qingxia's occasional guidance, the information from the Star Pavilion, the top resources of the course sequence were utilized to the extreme by him. The art of creation and the Shadow Void Sutra progressed hand in hand, and his cultivation level steadily improved in the 3rd level of the martial master realm. His foundation was extremely solid, and there was a subtle trend of moving towards the 4th level. A World Away incorporates more spatial insights, the footwork becomes more ghostly and unpredictable, and the short-distance shadow jumps become more skillful. The destructive atmosphere of the Fist of Destruction has become more condensed and more powerful than before. Although the newly acquired Blue Lotus Sword Song only had fragments, he had already mastered the opening moves and the first move Lotus movement. The Chaos Blue Lotus martial spirit finally had a decent means of attack, making up for one of his major shortcomings. The cooperation between the twin martial souls is becoming more and more tacit. The Chaos Green Lotus focuses on frontal attack, endurance, and purification, while the Eternal Night King focuses on weirdness, assassination, and control. The combination of the two makes his fighting style more varied, and his strength is already a world apart compared to when he first entered school. Time passed quietly, and the school's annual grand event, the school competition, was getting closer and closer. Xiao Han stood in the center of the training room, slowly finishing his training, feeling the surging power in his body. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Is this a school competition? It's a good opportunity to test the results of my practice during this period. Geniuses of the Imperial Capital Academy, I hope you can bring me some surprises. Ding! Detected that the host is about to face an important event. School competition. The God-level selection system has been activated. Xiao Han's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. This system, every time it appeared, it was not good. No, every time it appeared, he had to pay a price. Option 1, Steady is King. Prepare for the Academy competition step by step, consolidate your current realm and martial arts proficiency, and strive for a good ranking. Reward, a bottle of refreshing pill ordinary quality, better than nothing, and may help you yawn less. Option 2, Take a gamble and transform your bicycle into a motorcycle. Head to the 3rd basement floor of the old book building, one of the forbidden areas of the Academy. Find the deepest wall, said to be covered in ghost faces. Shout at it, listen up, friends inside. I'm the junk collector next door. Bring out all the old techniques, secret manuals, and magic weapons for money. Continue for 1 minute, ensuring your voice reaches the entire 3rd basement floor. Reward, Academy Competition Champion's Blessing, effect, During the competition, the host's overall strength is temporarily slightly increased, their luck value is slightly increased, and there's a certain chance of triggering an epiphany during battle. There's also a very small chance of obtaining one of the weakness prediction fragments related to the final opponent. Xiao Han. He silently looked at the task description of option 2, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Used bookshelf? The third basement floor? The ghost face wall? There's such a place in the Imperial Capital Academy? It doesn't sound like a serious place. And this mission yelling at the ghost wall to collect junk? For a minute? And the sound has to cover the entire third underground floor? Is the system worried he's not socially dead enough? Last time, kowtowed 3 times and 9 times to this crappy book in the martial arts pavilion, it was outrageous enough, but this time, it's escalated to shouting in a suspected haunted place? And this slogan, "I'm the rag collector next door," is so shameful. Xiao Han could even imagine how the friends inside would react if they heard this. Would they rush out and beat him to death on the spot? Look at the rewards again. Congratulations to the champion of the university competition. Temporarily boosting your overall strength, increasing your luck, and even giving you a chance for enlightenment. This is a truly incredible buff for the upcoming competition. Not to mention the incredibly rare weakness prediction fragment. If you get it, wouldn't your chances of making the finals be guaranteed? In contrast, the refreshing pill in option 1. Xiao Han felt that the greatest use of this thing might be to relieve the mental fatigue caused by excessive shame after he completed option 2. Fortune and honor are sought in danger, moral integrity means nothing. Xiao Han took a deep breath, silently repeating this slogan he learned from somewhere, and forcibly suppressed the strong sense of shame. For the sake of strength, for the championship, for more abundant resources, he endured this little social death. System, I choose 2. Ding. Selection confirmed. Please complete the task as soon as possible. The task is valid for 24 hours. Friendly reminder, the basement of the old library is a forbidden area of the school. It is always deserted, but there are still basic restrictions and energy detection. Please pay attention to concealment to avoid being discovered by the school's law enforcement team. Otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk. The system will not be responsible for rescuing you. I know. You're the only one who talks too much. Xiao Han muttered inwardly in annoyance. He began to recall and inquire about the information about the old book building. This place was indeed not well known in the university, and was even a little secretive. It is said that the books stored there are extremely old, even incomplete, and of low value. Moreover, due to its age and gloomy environment, gradually few people go there. As for the third underground floor and the so-called ghost face wall, there are some weird and supernatural legends circulating there, and it has been listed as a restricted area where no entry is allowed. Forbidden areas are good, forbidden areas are wonderful, there are few people in forbidden areas and it is convenient to call out. Xiao Han comforted himself and began to formulate an infiltration plan. The old library was located in the relatively remote northwest corner of the university, rarely visited on weekdays, which made it easier for him to sneak in. The key was how to avoid possible restrictions and patrols. However, this was not a difficult task for him who possessed the Shadow Void Sutra and A World Away. The night is as dark as ink, the moon is hidden and the stars are sparse. In the northwest corner of the Imperial Capital Academy, a forgotten building stood quietly. It was the old library that was not well known and even had a bit of a weird color. Unlike other areas of the university that are brightly lit and bustling with people, this place is filled with an old and decayed atmosphere, with only a few dim street lights barely outlining its mottled outline. A figure, almost blending into the shadows, slid silently against the wall. Xiao Han activated the Shadow Void Sutra, concentrating his aura to the utmost. The power of the Eternal Night King's spirit enveloped his entire body, as if cloaked in the camouflage of night. The energy detection and patrol teams that were everywhere in the school seemed useless to him. Chapter 68 Men in Black. His movements were erratic, and several weak energy nodes were easily bypassed. The basic restrictions outside the old library had fallen into disrepair and were useless. A side door was ajar. Xiao Han moved slightly and slid into the building. The strong smell of dust mixed with the lingering chill hit me in the face. The building was dimly lit, with only moonlight filtering through the high window lattices, illuminating the tiny particles of dust floating in the air. The wooden floor under my feet creaked, and the sound was particularly clear in the dead silence. Xiao Han didn't look any further and walked straight to the underground area. The stairs leading underground are narrow and steep, covered with thick dust and cobwebs. The further down you go, the colder and damper it feels, and an indescribable energy fluctuation permeates the air. It is ancient, decayed, and dead, yet it hides a strange activity. The Eternal Night King's martial spirit in his body trembled slightly, without any rejection, but instead revealed affinity and excitement. The energy here seems to have the same origin as it, or in other words, it is very compatible with it. Xiao Han's heart moved. It seemed that there was something hidden in the basement of this old book building. 3 underground floors. It was darker and more oppressive here than up there. The air was freezing cold, and the air felt stagnant. The bookshelves around were arranged in a messy manner, filled with dusty ancient books and broken scrolls, emitting a musty smell. At the deepest part, a wall attracted Xiao Han. The wall was a strange dark gray, with an uneven surface. When one looked closer, one could see that it was made up of countless twisted, painful human faces. The stone wall exudes a chill that sends chills down one's spine, and countless pairs of eyes are watching silently in the darkness. Ghost face wall. Xiao Han confirmed that this was the place the system task was referring to. He calmed himself down and prepared to start the extremely embarrassing task. Even though I was complaining in my heart, for the sake of congratulations to the champion of the university competition, this little scene had to be one. However, just as he adjusted his breathing, gathered his emotions, and prepared to sing. Swish! Swish! Several extremely light sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Several obscure yet powerful auras suddenly emerged from the dark passage on the other side. Xiao Han's pupils suddenly shrank, and all the muscles in his body tensed instantly, and the power of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit flowed secretly. In the darkness, 5 figures slowly walked out. They were also wearing night clothes that facilitated stealth, and their bodies were agile and their movements showed well-trained coordination. The man in the lead was tall, and although he had deliberately restrained his aura, the faint fluctuations in his aura showed that he was at a high level of martial artist, and might even be on the verge of becoming a great martial artist. The remaining 4 are also good fighters in the middle stage of the martial artist realm. This is definitely not an ordinary student or tutor in the academy. The 5 people's attention was instantly focused on Xiao Han, with scrutiny and vigilance. The air froze instantly. Neither side spoke, but invisible murderous intent collided violently in the darkness. Are they also heading for the 3rd underground floor? What's their goal? Xiao Han's mind was spinning rapidly. In this situation, if I speak out as planned, it would be tantamount to exposing myself. The other party's origin is unknown and their strength is strong, so a head-on confrontation is not a good option. You must strike first, create chaos, take the opportunity to complete the task, and then escape. Thoughts only flash in a flash. Buzz. Without any warning, the power of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit suddenly erupted. With Xiao Han as the center, extreme darkness spread instantly, like a huge black cloth, completely engulfing the entire 3rd underground floor. Vision and perception were all forcibly suppressed by this sudden dark area. Who is it? Careful. The other party obviously did not expect Xiao Han to attack so decisively and ruthlessly, and there was panic in his exclamation. In the absolute darkness where one cannot see one's hand in front of one's face, Xiao Han's figure disappeared without a trace like a drop of water merging into the sea. A world away. In sync with the shadow of the King of Eternal Night, he shuttled through the darkness silently. The next moment, a fist force containing a terrifying destructive intent tore through the darkness and hit a martial artist on the flank of the opposing team with incredible precision who was a little slow to react. Destruction fist. Puff. The martial artist only had time to let out a muffled groan before his protective energy shattered. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a distant bookshelf and died without a sound. Chaos suddenly arose. Enemy attack. Form a formation. The leader shouted loudly, bursting out with a powerful aura, trying to stabilize the situation and dispel the strange darkness. But Xiao Han's attack did not stop at all. Green light flowed at his fingertips, bringing purification and vitality. Condensed green sword energy was generated out of thin air, like a nimble fish, shuttling through the darkness at tricky angles, aiming directly at the vital points of the other people. The first move of Blue Lotus Sword Song, Lotus Movement. Although it is a fragment, with the blessing of the dark domain of the King of Eternal Night, the concealment and lethality of the Green Lotus Sword Chi have been greatly enhanced. Ding dang dang. The sound of weapons clashing, energy exploding, and muffled groans filled the darkness. The opponent was indeed not weak, especially the leader, who wielded a sword with such sharp light that it could split some of the darkness and protect the two people around him. But Xiao Han's attack was too weird. He is everywhere, sometimes he punches to destroy, fierce and domineering, sometimes he attacks with sword energy, agile and tricky, and the power of shadow swallowing operates quietly, absorbing the dissipated energy and the vitality of the opponent. He is the top hunter hiding in the shadows, and every move he makes is accurate and deadly. The 5 opponents were scattered in an instant, 2 of them fell to the ground seriously injured, and the remaining 3 stood back to back, defending desperately, shocked and angry, but they couldn't even lock on Xiao Han's exact location. In the midst of this chaos, Xiao Han seized an opportunity and his figure flashed past the ghost face wall. There's no time to complete a 1-minute shoutout, but the minimum requirement is: listen up everyone in there. I'm the junk collector next door. I'm selling all my old techniques, secret manuals, and magic weapons for money. A voice, not loud but loud enough for the system to capture, was shouted out quickly amidst the fighting and energy explosions, and was immediately drowned out by the even louder chaotic noise. Ding! The host was detected sending a critical voice message in the target area, but was interrupted by force majeure. The minimum mission requirements have been determined to be met. The reward, Academic Competition Champion's Blessing, has been issued. There is a very small chance that the weakness prediction fragment will fail to be obtained. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Done. Xiao Han no longer wanted to fight. These people are not easy to deal with, especially the leader. If they are really delayed or if they attract the strong people from the school, we will be in trouble. Slip. His figure suddenly sank into deeper shadows, and the power of the King of Eternal Night was operating to an unprecedented level. The spatial fluctuation of a world away flashed, and the whole person disappeared from the spot, directly leaving the battle circle and rushing towards the passage they came from. Want to run? Stay here. The leader reacted very quickly. When he realized Xiao Han was about to slip away, he let out a loud shout. The extremely fierce blade light lit up, tearing through the thick darkness and striking straight at the direction where Xiao Han disappeared. Unfortunately, it's too late. The blade hit nothing, leaving only a shocking cut on the hard wall. Xiao Han's presence completely disappeared. Chapter 69: Safe Departure. The leader's face turned pale and he stood there without moving. He glanced at his severely injured companions wailing on the ground, and sensed the lingering fluctuations of several strange forces in the air: destruction, life purification, darkness, space. A feeling of fear surged into my heart uncontrollably. Captain, that guy. A subordinate who was lucky enough not to be seriously injured came closer, his voice trembling, obviously frightened. Extremely strong, with strange abilities. And it seems he knows this place very well. The leader lowered his voice. Our whereabouts have been exposed. The mission is suspended. Retreat immediately. The other side. Xiao Hanjin was like a fish returning to the sea, swimming silently. He easily left the old library. After a few flashes of space, he had returned to the normal area of the school and disappeared into the night again. He stood with his back against a large tree with lush branches and leaves, in the dense shadow, slightly adjusting his somewhat rapid breathing. The encounter just now didn't last long, but it was definitely dangerous. The strength and origins of that group of people are strange. They were able to sneak into the 3rd underground floor of the old book building, so their goal must be no simple one. The forbidden area of the academy. The ghost face wall. And this group of mysterious intruders. Xiao Han frowned slightly. The water in the Imperial Capital Academy was even more muddy than he had expected. However, I can't care about that for now. We'll talk about who those people are and what they want to do later. Most importantly, the system mission is completed. He could feel an inexplicable force of blessing in his mind. Although I didn't get the skill of weakness prediction, which is a bit regrettable, this adventure was definitely a win-win no matter how you look at it. As for the secrets of the old book building and the identities of those people, I will slowly dig into them when I have the ability and opportunity in the future. Right now, the top priority is the upcoming university competition. With the blessings for the champion of the university competition in hand, he felt even more eager for the competition. He took one last glance in the direction of the old book building, the corners of his mouth curled up, and his figure flashed again, completely blending into the boundless night. The night wind blew through the window lattice, bringing a bit of coolness. Xiao Han's figure slid silently into the shadow of the courtyard and returned to his own independent courtyard. Everything that happened on the third underground floor of the old library, those mysterious and powerful auras, and the thrilling escape at the end, when he recalled it now, still made his heart beat a few more times. The water in the university is really deep. Ding! The old book building Forbidden Area Exploration Mission Minimum Requirements has been completed. Reward, blessings for the champion of the university competition, has been distributed. Reward, random minor magical power, has been issued. The system prompt sounds that rang in his mind interrupted Xiao Han's thoughts. He shook his head, put aside the mystery of the old book building, and focused on the actual gains of this adventure. I haven't had time to look at the previous rewards. With his mind turning, he first checked the random minor magical power he obtained after defeating Luo Bing. Random minor avatar, shadow incarnation. Effect, consumes a large amount of martial soul power and mental strength, and condenses a shadow incarnation with part of the host's strength currently about 30% in the shadows. The avatar can persist for a period of time depending on the host's energy input, can execute simple commands, and possesses certain concealment and combat capabilities. Note, destroying the avatar will cause a slight backlash to the host. Shadow incarnation? Xiao Han's eyes lit up instantly, and a surge of ecstasy rushed to his head. This thing is simply a magical skill tailor-made for his Eternal Night King martial spirit. 30% strength is not top-notch, but the key is how to use it. Scouting? Perfect. At critical moments, it can also be used to confuse the enemy, create opportunities for escape or counterattack, or even take the blame for the enemy. Although there will be backlash if it is destroyed, compared with my life, that backlash is nothing. Is it costly? Is it of limited duration? These are no problem for him. The Chaos Green Lotus provides nearly unlimited mana bars, and coupled with the abnormal recovery speed of the Art of Creation and the Shadow Void Sutra, endurance is not a problem at all. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Xiao Han couldn't help but admire in a low voice. This, Shadow Incarnation, will definitely be another powerful trump card for him to travel the world, be sneaky, ahem, and protect himself in the future. Then, he turned his attention to the blessings for the champion of the school competition he had just obtained. The name sounds awesome, but I don't know what the actual effect is. Champion's Blessing, a mysterious blessing of good fortune, effective during the university competition. Effects include but are not limited to a temporary slight increase in overall combat power, a slight increase in luck, and an increased chance of triggering epiphanies during battle. Please experience the specific effects yourself. Experience it yourself? Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. This system is quite good at keeping people in suspense. He tried to feel and guide this so-called blessing power. Buzz. An indescribable mysterious energy, warm, instantly flowed through my body. He felt that his five senses had become exceptionally sharp, his mind was unusually clear, and even the flow of spiritual energy in his body seemed to be smoother. The mental energy consumed by sneaking into the old book building and the brief fight was restored to full strength in an instant. What surprised him even more was that in this state, his understanding of the martial arts he had learned seemed to have risen to a new level. Some of the originally obscure parts of the Shadow Void Sutra suddenly became clear. The spatial conception of the footwork in so close yet so far away feels clearer and richer. The true meaning of destruction and the fist of destruction seems to be more condensed and pure. Even the first move of the Blue Lotus Sword Song fragment, Lotus Movement, which he had just obtained and had not practiced much, automatically emerged in his mind with many exquisite variations and ways of using it. Fuck, this blessing is so effective? Xiao Han was really surprised. The system prompts that this will take effect during the competition, but now it is just a preliminary guidance, and the effect is immediate. This precious surge in understanding cannot be wasted. Xiao Han immediately sat down cross-legged and practiced his skills to consolidate his recent breakthrough to the third level of the martial master realm. At the same time, he devoted part of his mind to practicing Shadow Incarnation. The power of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit was mobilized. The shadow in front of him began to twist and wriggle restlessly. Slowly, a vague human figure stood up from the shadows. This figure was made entirely of pure dark energy, and his face could not be seen clearly, but his body outline was about 70% similar to Xiao Han. Done. Although it was the first attempt, the condensed incarnation was still very rough, and the power fluctuations were extremely unstable. It only lasted for less than 10 seconds before it collapsed with a puff sound and turned into a few wisps of black smoke and disappeared. But Xiao Han has already figured out something. He could feel that as long as he practiced more and improved his proficiency, the solidity, strength ratio and duration of his avatar would definitely improve. Afterwards, he immersed his mind in the comprehension of Blue Lotus Sword Song, seizing the time to digest the benefits brought by the previous wave of increased comprehension. Chapter 70 is finally here. Green light flows on the fingertips. An illusory green lotus silently condensed, and the lotus petals trembled slightly. Call out. The lotus petals instantly transformed into an extremely condensed sword energy, cutting through the air, leaving only a circle of extremely faint space ripples that disappeared in a flash. Done. This lotus movement move is more powerful and more concealed than before the retreat. After a night of hard training, time passed quickly. The special state of enlightenment from the champion's blessing slowly receded like the tide, and the clarity in my mind faded a little. Xiao Han opened his eyes. It's a pity that I couldn't advance any further, but it was also expected. However, the consolidation and comprehension gained this night were enormous. His actual combat capability has taken another real step forward. Especially the newly mastered Shadow Incarnation. Although I have only just touched the threshold, but combined with other improved martial arts, I have one more trump card. Now facing his previous opponent again, Xiao Han is confident that he will win more easily. He stood up, his muscles and bones making a series of fine crackling sounds. He walked to the window and reached out to push it open. The early morning sun was just right, shining in warmly and dispelling the last bit of chill left in the courtyard at night. A new day has begun. In the distance, there was a faint sound of noise coming from the direction of the central area of the school. The academic competition is finally here. In the past few days, the atmosphere in the entire Imperial Capital Academy has become lively. The area around the central martial arts arena had already been newly decorated, with colorful flags fluttering and a huge light curtain suspended in the air, scrolling through the highlights of previous competitions and the rules of this competition. Countless young students, with excitement, anticipation, nervousness and other emotions on their faces, flocked to the registration point from all directions. Have you heard? Luo Bing from Class 0 this year is said to be in seclusion trying to reach the 6th level of the Martial Master realm. He vows to avenge his previous defeat. Who is Luo Bing? The core sequence is the real monster. Especially the top 3, they are said to have the combat power of a great martial artist. And that's Xiao Han. He's the freshman who knocked out Luo Bing with one punch. I wonder how he'll perform this time. Him? He was lucky. I heard that Shirley, who later challenged the core sequence, won with great difficulty. I guess that's all. It's hard to say, this guy is very mysterious. There were endless discussions and speculations, and everyone was discussing their favorite to win the championship. Xiao Han listened to the faint noise coming from afar, and a faint curve appeared on the corner of his mouth. Luo Bing? Shirley? Core sequence? His gaze had long since surpassed these so-called geniuses. This competition is not only a test of his cultivation results during this period, but also a stage for him to truly make a name for himself in the Imperial Capital Academy, obtain more resources, and gain a firm foothold. Champion's Blessing, Shadow Incarnation, plus his own double SSS plus spirit and the trump cards brought by his many adventures. He was looking forward to seeing the wonderful expressions of the so-called favorites when the cards were revealed one by one. Feeling the surging power in his body and the subtle blessing, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with confidence. The Imperial Capital Academy's annual grand event, the Academy competition, finally kicked off amid much anticipation. On this day, the central martial arts training ground, which usually seemed extremely empty, was actually crowded. The high viewing platform was packed with people, a sea of black. Not only the teachers and students of the academy, but also representatives of major forces from all over Dragon Country, members of martial arts families, and even many journalists carrying long guns and short cannons. The flashlights almost never stopped clicking, recording this carnival of young talents. Several huge energy screens were suspended above the martial arts arena, playing the exciting scenes of past competitions and the detailed rules of this competition in a loop. The air was filled with restlessness, excitement and tension pulling at each other, and countless young and passionate gazes were gathered on the high podium in the center of the venue. The opening ceremony was not long, but grand enough. The old principal of the school, with white hair and beard, appeared in person. His voice was not loud but was clearly heard throughout the audience. He talked about the glorious history of the school and emphasized what the competition meant to every student. It was not just a comparison of who had the stronger fist, but also a ladder to climb up. Afterwards, a senior member of the academy stood up and announced the rewards for this competition in a loud voice. They were really substantial. Those who rank high will gain access to higher levels of the Star Pavilion. Inside are high-level techniques and martial arts that countless people dream of. There is also a chance to get a place in the special secret trial controlled by the school, which is a real step to success. Even the one with the most outstanding performance may be promoted out of turn and directly get the position of preparatory tutor. Wow! Every time a reward was awarded, the audience erupted in thunderous cheers and shouts. The eyes of countless young students were red with a fire called ambition burning in them. They were rubbing their hands in anticipation, wishing they could rush onto the ring right now and knock everyone else down to prove that they were the best. Of course, all eyes are still focused on Class 0, especially the 10 students in the core sequence. They are touted as the seeded players in this competition and the biggest favorites to win the championship. At this moment, they were standing at the front of the team, enjoying the attention of everyone. The subtle sense of oppression on them made the ordinary students around them subconsciously breathe more lightly. Xiao Han stood in the core team. His position was not very conspicuous, but he still attracted countless inquiring, curious, and even questioning eyes. Look! That's Xiao Han, the freshman who knocked out Luo Bing with one punch right after entering school. I heard that he later challenged Shirley, and his victory wasn't easy. I wonder how far he'll go in this competition. Double SSS plus martial soul. How enviable. But his realm seems to be only the third level of the martial master realm? He's at the bottom of the core sequence. Humph, it's just luck. If you meet a truly powerful person, his true colors will definitely be revealed. Various discussions surged in like a tide, some expressing amazement, some expressing envy, and some expressing undisguised jealousy. Xiao Han seemed oblivious to all this, his expression calm, his gaze indifferently scanning the bustling crowd around him. He could clearly feel that the power of Champion's blessing was slowly flowing through his body, making his perception sharper than ever before and his condition adjusted to its peak. Suddenly, he felt a cold gaze directed at him. Following this sensation, he met a pair of icy blue eyes like autumn water. Su Linglong. Today, she wore a simple, moon-white martial arts uniform that highlighted her slender and graceful figure. Her stunning face, as pure and clear as snow, and her noble aura, like a phoenix blooming amidst the ice and snow, instantly captivated the attention of at least half the audience. This former top campus beauty in Beihai City is now also a prominent figure in the Imperial Capital Academy. As the owner of the SSS-level Extreme Ice Phoenix Martial Spirit, she is extremely powerful and is one of the favorites to win the championship. At this moment, she seemed to be searching for something in the crowd. When her eyes briefly met Xiao Han's, a subtle fluctuation flashed across her cold eyes. She was slightly startled, and then quickly looked away as if she had been burned. A faint blush quietly stained her beautiful cheeks, so fast that it almost looked like an illusion. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the accidental kiss last time had left a deep impression on this aloof school beauty. Not far away, several other members of the core sequence were also attracting attention. Chapter 71. The elimination round officially begins. Luo Bing stood at the front of the group, the paleness on his face fading considerably. His aura was even more concentrated, profound, and sharper than before his injury. Not only had his injuries healed, but his cultivation seemed to have even increased significantly. He noticed Xiao Han's gaze and snorted coldly, his hostility and fighting spirit clearly revealed. He still remembered the humiliation of being knocked unconscious by a punch last time, and he was determined to get it back 100-fold in this competition. Shirley stood next to Luo Bing, his figure still as sturdy as a small mountain. When he looked at Xiao Han, he felt a mixture of emotions, a little scared, but also couldn't help wanting to give it a try. The top three in the core sequence were even more eye-catching. Each of them had a restrained yet powerful aura, and their auras collided faintly with each other, making the air oppressive. It was obvious that they regarded each other as tough nut to crack. Classmate. Xiao Han, right? A reporter holding a microphone appeared from nowhere and squeezed in front of Xiao Han, his face beaming. I'm from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Express. Can you briefly tell me about your goals for this competition? Xiao Han frowned. Before he could finish his words, his body swayed and he slid behind a tall classmate next to him. The voice came calmly, "Sorry, the game is about to start, I have to prepare." The reporter's extended microphone hit nothing. Looking at the direction where Xiao Han disappeared, he could only curl his lips in dismay. Hey, this guy, is he a loach? At the same time, the top students from other classes also sent signals of fighting spirit towards the area where Class 0 was located. Especially when directed at Xiao Han, the provocation in his tone was completely undisguised. Class 0 is strong, but they are not pushovers either. Who is the real dragon? We'll know after a fight in the ring. Okay, be quiet. Instructor Qin Zhen's calm voice suppressed all the noise, and everyone in Class 0 looked over. You all know the rules of the competition. I just want to emphasize one point: you are allowed to use heavy hands, but you are forbidden to kill. This is the bottom line of the academy. Whoever touches it will die. His eyes swept across every student and finally landed on Xiao Han, lingering for a moment longer. The inquiry and expectation in his eyes could not be hidden. Safety first, do what you can. Of course, I hope you can give it your all and bring glory to Class 0. Go! Yes. Teacher, everyone answered in unison. Bang! A melodious and solemn bell rang through the sky, echoing over the entire Imperial Capital Academy. The referee's high-pitched voice rang out. The elimination rounds of the 137th Imperial Capital Academy competition have officially begun. All contestants, please proceed to your respective arenas immediately. Boom! As if a long-accumulated flood had found an outlet, the entire martial arts arena instantly boiled over. Countless participating students rushed towards the hundreds of designated arena areas like a tide. Xiao Han stood where he was, feeling the surging crowds around him and the suddenly rising fighting spirit in the air, and slowly exhaled. Here we come. He no longer hesitated, took a step forward, and his figure merged into the rushing crowd, heading towards the number 73 ring assigned to him. The real battle begins now. The auditions for the Imperial Capital Academy competition officially kicked off after the bell rang. Tens of thousands of students rushed to the hundreds of arenas scattered across the vast central training ground like a flood. The noise, shouts, and the rehearsal sounds of weapons clashing converged into a heat wave that rushed straight into the sky, pushing the atmosphere of the entire school to its first climax. The auditions adopt a random matching elimination system, aiming to quickly screen out students with insufficient strength and pave the way for more intense competition in the future. Therefore, most of the rings were crowded with spectators, especially those with seeded players or well-known talents, which were packed with people inside and outside. In comparison, the arena number 73 where Xiao Han was assigned was relatively remote, and the audience around him was much sparser. But this does not mean that the battle here will not attract attention. At least, when Xiao Han, wearing the core sequence uniform of Class 0, stood on the ring, many eyes around him were instantly focused on him. It's him! The freshman Xiao Han. Class 0 core sequence? I heard he got in through connections, and his strength is at the bottom of the core group. TSK, what good luck! I got matched with him in the first round. Aren't these points free? Amidst the chatter, Xiao Han's opponent also stepped onto the stage. He was a burly, arrogant young man with an 8th-level martial artist cultivation, considered a master in the ordinary class. Upon seeing Xiao Han, a flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes, then turned to excitement. Boy, are you Xiao Han, the lucky guy who got into Class 0? The young man flexed his wrists, his joints crackling with sounds, and spoke in a loud voice. I heard you only know theory? Today, let me teach you how to fight in actual combat. I'm excited just thinking about being able to step on the core of Class 0 to get to the top. This young man was none other than Wang Meng, who had awakened the C-rank martial spirit Violent Savage Ape and was endowed with innate supernatural powers. He regarded this match as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to ascend to heaven, and was already imagining how he would become famous after defeating Xiao Han, and how he would attract countless attention and resources. It's exciting to think about being able to step on the core members of Class 0 to get to the top. Under the stage, the already sparse audience also perked up a bit. They wanted to see what kind of person this controversial freshman, who was said to be lucky enough to get into Class 0, was. You'll know whether it's a mule or a horse by taking it out for a walk. The referee was a middle-aged mentor with a serious face. He glanced at the two of them and spoke in a businesslike manner. Both parties exchange names, check equipment, and prepare. Wang Meng spoke in a loud voice and rushed to say his name. At the same time, a yellowish-brown light flashed on his body, and his martial spirit Violent Savage Ape was instantly activated. His already sturdy body seemed to swell even more, and he looked aggressive and oppressive. Xiao Han. Xiao Han calmly gave his name without even batting an eyelid. The provocation and momentum of his opponent were not even a breeze to him. The game begins. The referee swung his arm down. Boy, take it from me. Wang Meng shouted, and the ground under his feet made a bang, and he shot towards Xiao Han like a cannonball. The fist as big as a casserole rolled up a fierce wind and hit Xiao Han in the face. He's going to make a move. Use the most brutal and direct way to knock down this parallel import from Class 0 and tell everyone who is the real strong one. But just when Wang Meng's fist was about to hit Xiao Han's nose, something unexpected happened. The figure where Xiao Han was originally standing became slightly hazy. It wasn't so fast that it left an afterimage, but it felt more eerie, like a flower in the water, the moon in the mirror, which would dissipate with the slightest touch. The next moment, he was no longer there. Wang Meng's powerful punch hit the air firmly. The huge force missed its target, causing his body to stagger forward and almost fall. Where are the people? What the hell? Wang Meng's heart skipped a beat and he was filled with inexplicable horror. He didn't have time to steady himself, let alone find Xiao Han's shadow. An invisible and intangible gust of wind, yet carrying a terrifying and destructive meaning, had silently attacked him from behind. That wasn't even a direct attack, it was just a punch condensed to the extreme. But the artistic conception of destroying everything contained in it made Wang Meng's hair stand on end. A cold fear from the deepest part of his soul gripped him tightly, making him unable to move. Puff. Chapter 72, Instant Kill. The fist swept past, and Wang Meng didn't even have time to react. He only felt an overwhelming force hitting his waist. The protective martial spirit's light shattered like paper, and then a sharp pain came over him. His eyes went black, and he flew out like a kite with a broken string, falling heavily outside the ring and fainting on the spot. The entire process, from the referee's announcement to Wang Meng's defeat, took less than 2 seconds. The area around the ring instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone widened their eyes, looking in disbelief at the young man on the ring who remained calm, as if he had just casually swatted a fly. What just happened? Speed. Extremely fast. They couldn't even see how Xiao Han moved. And that fist wind. Although it didn't hit directly, it contained such terrifying power that it directly broke the defense of the 8th level warrior realm. The referee was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He quickly walked to the edge of the ring and checked the unconscious Wang Meng. After confirming that he was only seriously injured and unconscious and not in danger of life, he took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Han with a look full of surprise and doubt. Ring number 73, Xiao Han wins, the referee announced loudly, with a barely perceptible hint of something strange in his voice. After a brief silence, low exclamations and discussions broke out around the ring. Killed in seconds, instantly? Wang Meng is at least at the 8th level of the warrior realm. Can't you even withstand one of his attacks? What kind of movement is that? It's too fast. He didn't use his martial spirit at all. It was just the wind of his fist. The voices of disdain or doubt towards Xiao Han disappeared at this moment, replaced by shock and fear. Xiao Han seemed oblivious to the reactions of those around him. He calmly walked down the stage and waited for the next match. The next few games were almost a replica of the previous one. No matter they were elites at the 8th level of the warrior realm, or outstanding warriors at the 9th level, or even a few quasi-martial masters who were quite famous in ordinary classes, they were all like chickens and clay dogs in front of Xiao Han. He didn't even use the fist style that contained the meaning of destruction again. Sometimes, he would just leisurely stroll through the opponent's violent attacks, appearing at the side or behind the opponent like a ghost, and with a casual point of his finger or a slap of his palm, the opponent would fall to the ground. His steps in so close yet so far away are not only fast, but also carry a spatial charm that is like an antelope hanging on a horn and leaving no trace. Combined with his perception and combat awareness that far surpassed those of his peers, as well as the mysterious blessing brought by the champion's blessing, these warrior-level opponents couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Every battle ended cleanly and quickly, so quick that it was astonishing. He never summoned his twin martial souls, and he never even fully revealed his aura as a martial artist. He simply crushed every opponent with ease in an almost playful manner. Arena number 73 gradually became an outlier. The battles here ended so quickly that even the assistants responsible for recording the results were a bit flustered. While other arenas were still fiercely fighting, Xiao Han would often have finished 3 or 4 battles. This abnormal behavior naturally attracted the attention of higher levels. On the viewing platform, some leading instructors from other academies, representatives of various forces, and senior instructors responsible for discovering talents within the academy, all began to look towards the number 73 arena. For the record, on Arena 73, Class 0, Xiao Han has won all 5 matches to date, all of which were instant kills, without using any martial spirit. His movements are bizarre and his footwork is astonishing. He is suspected of mastering advanced footwork techniques. Preliminary judgment suggests his strength far exceeds the 9th level of the warrior realm and may have entered the martial master realm. he is being closely monitored. A middle-aged instructor with an elegant demeanor from the Magic City Academy whispered instructions to the assistant beside him. That Xiao Han is quite interesting. Not far away, an old man representing a top martial arts family stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming. This footwork seems to contain the artistic conception of space? This kid is not simple. Quick! Get me the detailed information about arena number 73. Also, the footage of him taking the entrance test and challenging Luo Bing in Shirley. A mentor in charge of talent assessment within the school said anxiously into the communicator. Even the light screen responsible for the broadcast would occasionally cut the camera to arena number 73. Although each time it could only capture the moment when Xiao Han easily won, it was enough to make more people notice this name. The atmosphere in the rest area where Class 0 was located was also a bit subtle. Xiao Han is so awesome. He won again. It was so easy. Zhao Yu waved her little fists, her face full of excitement, not hiding her admiration at all. Luo Bing stood not far away, his face icy cold, looking at Xiao Han's calm figure on the screen, his clenched fists turning white at the knuckles. He could feel that Xiao Han had become stronger than the last time he fought him. That kind of calmness and control over the rhythm of the battle were definitely not something a warrior could possess. A sense of shame and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart at the same time. Shirley touched his chest, feeling a dull ache. He grinned and muttered, "This guy seems to be even faster. He must not have used his full strength the last time he fought me." Instructor Qingjin folded his arms over his chest as he watched Xiao Han's performance, a flicker of satisfaction and surprise in his eyes. He had long known that Xiao Han had concealed his strength, but he had never imagined it would be this strong. It seemed that the boy's gains in the secret realm were far more astonishing than he had imagined. When the first round of auditions came to an end, Xiao Han advanced easily with a perfect record. He remained undefeated, without even breaking a sweat, and became one of the most dazzling and mysterious rising stars in the entire audition. The discussion about Class 0 Xiao Han spread rapidly throughout the Imperial Capital Academy like a prairie fire. Countless people were wondering what kind of hidden strength this newcomer possessed. What were his limits? Was he truly qualified to challenge those already renowned core prodigies? Xiao Han slowly walked down the stage, ignoring the complicated looks from the people around him. Feeling the increasingly active spiritual power and sharper perception in his body due to the champion's blessing, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Warm up, over. Next, he should meet some opponents who can pique his interest. He was looking forward to it. The clamor of the auditions gradually subsided, and the Imperial Capital Academy competition entered its more brutal elimination round. Tens of thousands of students had weathered the first round, and those who remained were all the best in their classes. The fighting spirit in the air grew increasingly concentrated, carrying a fierce, bloody air. Chapter 73, Flames Burning the Sky. The competition system has become simple and crude: random matching, one-on-one, and get out if you lose. Every game could be the end point of a genius, there is no luck at all. There are fewer arenas in the central martial arts arena, but there are more people watching. None of the students who can stand here are weak, so their confrontation is naturally eye-catching. Xiao Han was still standing on stage 73, waiting for his first opponent. During the auditions, he won so easily, as if it was a piece of cake, and advanced with a perfect record. Many people were staring at him, but no one could tell how strong he was because he was hiding too deeply. Now that the knockout rounds have begun, everyone wants to see if he can remain calm when facing a tough opponent. Soon, the opponent came up. He was neither tall nor short, with a look of rebellion on his face. His name was Li Yan, and he was at the first level of martial artist. The martial soul he awakened was the B+ level Flame Lion. He was very skilled in using fire-based martial arts. In the auditions, he blasted away several people with his violent attack power. He was considered a well-known genius. Li Yan had obviously studied Xiao Han and knew that this man had very strange movements and that his strength was definitely more than what he appeared to have. But he was confident in the explosive power of his flames, and felt that as long as the firepower was strong enough to crush Xiao Han's movement space, he would have a chance to win. Xiao Han, right? The top student in Class 0? Li Yan twisted his shoulders, sparks emanating from his body. You were a shining star in the auditions, but the guys you met were all bad apples. Today, I, Li Yan, am here to test your worth. The referee said nothing more and waved his hand. First round of the elimination match, arena number 73, Xiao Han vs Li Yan, the match begins. Roar! Li Yan didn't try at all, and went all out right from the start. He let out a low roar, and the shadow of the fiery lion martial spirit behind him instantly became clear, with its mane fluttering like burning flames, and a violent and scorching aura immediately overwhelmed the entire arena. Flames burning the sky. Li Yan pushed his hands forward fiercely, and surging fire spiritual power gushed out, turning into a sea of red fire. The posture was as if to burn everything as it rushed toward Xiao Han. Wherever the flames passed, the air became distorted, and the special material of the arena became red hot. The range of this move was too large, covering almost half of the arena, and it was obvious that it was intended to leave Xiao Han with nowhere to hide. The audience below the stage exclaimed wow, and many people felt worried for Xiao Han. No martial artist of the same level would dare to take on such a fierce fire attack head-on, not to mention that Xiao Han's cultivation level was still hovering at the warrior level. But facing this overwhelming sea of fire, Xiao Han's expression remained the same, as calm as an old well, and he didn't even lift his eyelids. The sea of fire was about to swallow him up. At this moment, he moved. He didn't retreat or block, but took a step forward. This step is very mysterious. A layer of shadow, so faint that it was almost invisible, spread out around him, and it had some inexplicable connection with the power of the Eternal Night King's spirit. He pushed the footwork of A World Away and the hiding method of Shadow Void Sutra to their limit. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The raging flames brushed against the edge of his clothes, and the heat waves blew his hair. But his whole body was like a shadow that was not burned by the fire, moving flexibly in the cracks of the sea of fire. The movements were not fast, even a bit leisurely. But every step he took just avoided the most intense part of the flames, and he jumped back and forth on the edge of danger, but nothing happened. What? Li Yan's face changed drastically, full of disbelief. His most proud area attack was broken just like that? That guy is as slippery as a loach, sliding around in his own fire. I don't believe it. Li Yan roared, and clasped his hands together again to activate his martial spirit. More flames spewed out, turning into dozens of ferocious fire lions, howling and rushing towards Xiao Han from all directions, trying to bury him completely. The entire arena really turned into a hell of fire, the temperature soared, and people outside the arena felt their faces were burning. But Xiao Han's figure became even more elusive. He disappeared into the elongated shadow on the ground, and then emerged from another shadow the next second. His figure swayed for a while, leaving several confusing shadows. After a while, the shadow created by the burning flames jumped and appeared in a strange position as if teleporting. He stuffed the shadow control power of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit into the A World Away footwork. His movements were already strange enough, and now they were even more elusive. Li Yan's attacks became more and more crazy. The group of fire lions chased the elusive shadow, but could not touch the person at all. His spiritual power was rapidly depleted, sweat began to appear on his forehead, and his breathing became heavier. Looking at Xiao Han again, he was still so calm and composed. He even had time to observe that his opponent's spiritual energy fluctuations were becoming disordered due to anger and anxiety. Is this guy a monster? Li Yan felt a chill in his heart, and a feeling of powerlessness surged over him. It seemed like his fire was wasted, and all the energy hit the cotton, which was a waste of effort. It's almost done. Xiao Han muttered to himself. After this battle, he tried out the combined effect of Shadow Void Sutra and A World Away, and became more proficient in controlling the power of shadow. Seeing Li Yan's continuous outbursts, his breath obviously paused, and Xiao Han did not hesitate any longer. Just when Li Yan was about to bring out another huge fire lion king and was ready to fight to the death, Xiao Han, who had been moving like a shadow, suddenly stopped. The next moment, he rushed straight towards Li Yan like a shot arrow, completely ignoring the fire still burning around him. The speed was incredibly fast, and a black shadow instantly tore through the layers of flames. Li Yan's heart was filled with alarms, and he subconsciously wanted to retreat. At the same time, he quickly created a thick fire shield in front of him. But Xiao Han is faster. Destruction! With a low shout, Xiao Han's right fist arrived. This punch looked ordinary, nothing earth-shattering, and there wasn't much visible light on the fist. However, the space around the fist was slightly distorted. An extremely condensed smell of destruction, mixed with a few strands of deep shadow power, quietly dissipated. Puff! There was a soft sound, as if a bubble had burst. The flame shield that Li Yan was proud of, which was enough to withstand a full-strength attack from a martial artist of the same level, was pierced through in an instant like paper in front of that seemingly ordinary fist. The punch continued, and the punch force, which contained terrifying penetrating power and destructive intent, accurately imprinted on Li Yan's chest. Well. The expression on Li Yan's face froze instantly, and the fire in his eyes quickly extinguished, replaced by horror and pain. He felt an indescribable destructive force penetrate his body, instantly destroying his protective spiritual power and shaking his internal organs. Bang! With a dull thud, Li Yan was like being hit by a high-speed train. He flew backwards with his body hunched over, blood drawing a sharp arc in the air. He fell heavily to the ground on the ring, struggled for a few times, and then fainted completely. Chapter 74 Xiao Han wins. The whole audience fell into a brief silence again. Although it wasn't an instant kill like the auditions, the process of this battle was even more thrilling. Xiao Han did not summon his martial spirit from beginning to end. He easily defeated a talented genius of the first level of the martial arts master realm with only his strange body movements and the final earth-shattering punch. In particular, his ability to move freely in flames and even blend into shadows, as well as his terrifying fist power that could easily penetrate flame defenses, left a very deep impression on everyone present. Hiss! What a strange ability! He's not even afraid of Li Yan's flames? What kind of movement is that? It's just like a shadow. That last punch, its penetrating power was terrifying. Li Yan's flame shield couldn't stop it at all. This guy is definitely hiding his strength. He must be at the martial master level. The discussion sounded again like a tide. This time, no one questioned Xiao Han's strength. There was more curiosity and fear. The referee looked at Xiao Han deeply and announced the result of the match. Ring number 73, Xiao Han wins. 0 class rest area. Win! Xiao Han won again. Xiao Bing jumped up excitedly, her little face flushed. Luo Bing's face was as dark as water, his eyes complex. Xiao Han's affinity for shadows made him feel a little uneasy. That kind of power seemed to naturally restrain many elemental spirits. Shirley touched his chin and grinned. This guy's fist seems to be even more powerful than last time. Teacher Qingjin raised the corner of his mouth slightly and nodded. Xiao Han's performance didn't disappoint him. He knew how to gradually demonstrate his strength, rather than blindly pursuing instant kills. This was excellent. His use of shadow power was also becoming increasingly proficient. It seemed that his journey to the secret realm had indeed yielded more than he had imagined. Xiao Han calmly walked down the stage, feeling the slightly activated qi and blood in his body due to the battle, as well as the keen perception brought by the champion's blessing. The opponents in the elimination rounds were indeed much stronger than those in the auditions. Although they still couldn't bring him any real pressure, they at least gave him some exercise. He adjusted his breathing and looked towards other arenas in the distance where fierce battles were taking place. The next opponents will only become stronger. It's getting interesting. A hint of anticipation played at the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. He really wanted to know how far these geniuses from the Imperial Capital Academy could push him. The intensity of the elimination rounds has reached a fever pitch with each passing round. Those who have survived until now are all battle-hardened elites, each with their own trump cards and pride. Xiao Han's next opponent soon appeared on stage 73. This man's name was Shirtai, a 4th-level martial artist, and a somewhat well-known figure within the academy. He wasn't particularly impressive, with a stocky build, but when he stood there, he was like an unshakable mountain. His martial spirit was an extremely rare SS-rank defensive spirit, the mountain-suppressing black turtle. Hey, Xiao Han, right? I heard you have a strong fist and a slick body. Shirtai spoke in a deep voice, folding his arms, with a look of scrutiny in his eyes. But, in front of me, Shirtai, there's no point in being so fancy. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee immediately announced, the game begins. Mountain-suppressing black turtle, possess me. Shirtai shouted softly, and a khaki light emanated from his body. A gigantic black tortoise's phantom emerged behind him, its thick shell gleaming with a metallic sheen. Then, the tortoise merged with his body, and Shirtai's body was quickly covered in a layer of solid khaki armor. His aura became as steady as a mountain. Black Turtle Barrier. Shirtai clasped his palms forward, and a vast amount of earth-based spiritual power gushed out, quickly condensing into a huge energy shield half a meter thick in front of him. On the shield, there were mysterious tortoise shell patterns flowing, exuding an indestructible aura. After doing all this, Shirtai grinned and looked at Xiao Han provocatively. Come, let me see if your fist can break my tortoise shell. The audience below the ring suddenly became excited. It's Shirtai. His mountain-suppressing black turtle martial spirit is said to have unrivaled defense at its level. Now it's interesting. Can Xiao Han's strange attack break through Shirtai's defense? I think it's a long shot. Xiao Han's defense is too comprehensive. Not only is he possessed by a martial spirit, but he also has this black turtle barrier. Even an ordinary 5th level martial artist might not be able to break it easily. Xiao Han looked at the iron turtle in front of him, who wrapped himself tightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. This guy really intends to stand there and get beaten. He wasn't polite either. With a flash of his body, he used the so close yet so far footwork and appeared at the side of Xiao Han like a ghost, punching out with a destructive intent. Bang! The fist hit the energy shield hard, making a dull sound that made one's teeth ache. The shield vibrated violently, and the khaki light on it flickered rapidly, but it withstood the attack, only its color dimmed a little. Xiao Han remained motionless, chuckling in a muffled voice, "You're quite strong, but it's a pity you're still far from perfect. You're still a little too young to crack my shell." Xiao Han's eyebrows moved slightly. His figure moved again, like a vague shadow, quickly moving around Xiao Han and throwing punch after punch. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of collision merged into one, echoing above the ring. Each punch was powerful and heavy, and the destructive fist intent seemed to tear apart everything around it. However, Xiao Han's black turtle barrier was tough beyond imagination. It kept shaking under Xiao Han's violent attack, and its light flickered, but there was no sign of breaking. Xiao Han was as steady as a rock, allowing Xiao Han to attack him, only occasionally adjusting the angle of his shield to concentrate the defense precisely on the point of impact. He was determined to use this most primitive and frustrating method to exhaust Xiao Han's spiritual power. Time passes by every second. The scene fell into a strange stalemate. Xiao Han's attack was fierce and tireless, but Xiao Han held on tightly, not moving an inch. His stubborn and hard strength made people's teeth itch. This guy is really a top-notch one. Xiao Han thought to himself and slowed down his attack. He could sense that although his god-destroying fist was extremely powerful, the opponent's defense was also ridiculously strong. Relying solely on boxing will probably not be effective in a short period of time. The students who were watching also began to talk, and their voices became louder and louder. What's going on? Why is Xiao Han's attack useless? Xiao Han's defense is too abnormal. How many punches have he received, and it hasn't been broken yet? I told you so. Xiao Han's previous victories were mostly due to his opponents not being strong enough, or being restrained by his strange body movements. When he meets a true defensive genius like Xiao Han, his offensive power seems stretched to the limit. It seems that this biggest dark horse is going to fail here today. What a shame. No matter how good your physical skills are, it's useless if you can't break the defense. You can't expect to tire your opponent to death, right? In the rest area of Class 0, Xiao Yu clenched her fists nervously, her palms sweating. The faint sneer at the corner of Luo Bing's mouth became clearer at this moment, as if he was hoping that Xiao Han would be frustrated. Instructor Qin Jin still looked calm, but his heart was filled with scrutiny. He wanted to see how Xiao Han would deal with this situation. Chapter 75 is a bit difficult. On the ring, Xiao Han saw Xiao Han's offensive slowing down, thinking that his spiritual power was insufficient, and said with a smug smile, "What's wrong, Xiao Han? Are you out of strength? My tortoise shell is not that easy to smash." Hearing this, Xiao Han stopped his movements and looked at Xiao Han leisurely, with a strange smile on his face. "Indeed, it is a bit difficult to hit it with your fists." His eyes narrowed slightly, and he decided not to hold back any longer. Since brute force doesn't work, try something else. The Chaos Azure Lotus martial soul within him trembled slightly at this moment. An aura, completely different from that of the Eternal Night King, quietly permeated the air. It was an aura of ultimate purity, brimming with vitality, yet imbued with a sharp edge that purified all things and shattered illusions. Strands of extremely pure green spiritual power flowed out from Xiao Han's dantian like a gentle stream, flowing along his meridians and converging towards his fingertips. He slowly raised his right hand, and pointed his finger like a sword. Above his fingertips, a misty green light quietly bloomed, like a star quietly lighting up in the dark night, or like the first touch of green emerging from the frozen soil in early spring. A mysterious sword intent, centered around Xiao Han, spread silently and unnoticed. This sword intent was neither overbearing nor fierce, but rather had a gentle, jade-like quality that made one dare not underestimate it. What is that? What a strange energy fluctuation. It's not the shadow power he used before. What is he going to do? Does he have another trump card? Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Han's fingertips that were glowing with green light. Xiao Han took a deep breath, and the creation and heaven-shaking art in his body was activated to its full potential, and the power of the Chaos Azure Lotus martial spirit was activated without reservation. In his mind, the profound meaning of the first move of Azure Lotus Sword Song flowed through his mind. Lotus moves. He hummed softly and pointed his fingertips forward lightly. Call out. A slender green sword energy shot out from his fingertips. This sword energy was completely different from his previous, unparalleled, domineering god-destroying fist. It was small, even delicate, and not very fast, drifting and elliptical, as if a gentle breeze could blow it away. The sword energy lacked earth-shattering power, only a faint azure light swirling around it, like a clear, deep, tranquil lake. However, it was this seemingly harmless green sword energy that made sure Tai on the ring and all the highly skilled warriors below the ring change color. They sensed an indescribable and terrifying quality from the azure sword energy purification. Breaking delusion. It seems that all the filth and falsehood in this world will be exposed in front of this green sword energy, and will be completely purified and returned to its origin. Tai's heart rang with alarm bells, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged through him. He roared, and all his spiritual power madly poured into the black turtle barrier. The already thick energy shield solidified even more, and the khaki light almost became tangible. The green sword energy came slowly and gently touched the indestructible, black turtle barrier. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no deafening roar. The moment the sword energy came into contact with the shield, a strange scene happened. The cyan sword energy, as if possessing life, silently seeped into the khaki energy shield like spring rain. Immediately afterwards, with the point of contact as the center, fine cyan lines spread rapidly across the shield like vines. Crack, crack, crack. A teeth-grinding sound of breaking was heard. Under the gazes of countless horrified eyes, the extremely solid, black turtle barrier, which was difficult to shake even with Xiao Han's continuous attacks of destroying Godfist, quickly melted and disintegrated like snow blown by the spring breeze, or like an ice sculpture exposed to the scorching sun. Wherever the green lines passed, the ochre energy dissipated and turned into the most primitive spiritual particles and dissipated in the air. No! This is impossible. Tai's eyes were bloodshot as he roared in disbelief. The absolute defense he was so proud of was actually broken in such a bizarre way. The green sword energy seemed to completely ignore his energy structure and directly purified and erased it from the root. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the once invincible, black turtle barrier was shattered by the erosion of the green sword energy and turned into light spots all over the sky. The green sword energy still had its power, still so gentle and elusive, continuing to move forward. Tai was horrified and tried to dodge, but the sword energy, seemingly slow, actually blocked all his escape routes. He could only watch helplessly as the azure sword energy effortlessly slashed through the mountain-suppressing black turtle armor on his body. Puff! There was a soft sound, like a sharp knife cutting into rotten wood. The hard black tortoise armor was also vulnerable in front of this green sword energy and was easily pierced. Finally, the green sword energy hit Tai's chest. Ah! The whole place was in dead silence. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone was shocked by the incredible scene before them. With a point of his finger, the green lotus sword chi, with ease, breaks all the methods. The seemingly weak sword energy actually possesses such a strange and terrifying defense-breaking ability. After a brief silence, there was thunderous applause and exclamations like a volcanic eruption. Oh my god! What kind of martial arts is that? Too strong. Too weird. Tai's defense is like paper in front of him. Break the defense with one sword. This is the real trump card. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Countless eyes converged on the calm figure standing in the center of the ring, filled with awe, shock, and a hint of indescribable fanaticism. Xiao Han slowly withdrew his fingers, feeling the comfort brought by the Chaos Azure Lotus martial spirit within him. The first move of the Azure Lotus Sword Song, Lotus Movement, had indeed not disappointed him. Its purifying and debunking properties made it a natural nemesis for all forms of energy defense. He calmly glanced at Tai, who was unconscious in the audience, then glanced at the boiling audience seats, and a faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. In this battle, he performed Blue Lotus Sword Song for the first time in a competition. His stunning performance undoubtedly solidified his status as the Dark Horse King. Those who had previously questioned his lack of offensive power had already lowered their heads in shame. The Imperial Capital Academy competition became more exciting and confusing because of Xiao Han's presence. After several rounds of fierce competition, the Imperial Capital Academy competition finally entered the quarterfinals. Those who made it this far were truly the Academy's top talents, and every matchup attracted countless attention. Chapter 76 Absolute Speed. Xiao Han's name is now one of the most famous names in the school. He went from being a mocked double F waste to becoming a double SSS plus monster, and defeated powerful enemies with overwhelming force in the competition, even killing the leader of Class 0 Luo Bing in seconds and breaking the absolute defense of the defensive genius Shirtai with one finger. Every game he played became the focus. Now, he will face his opponent in the quarterfinals. The atmosphere in the center of the arena was solemn and heated. Xiao Han stood on one side of the arena, his gaze calmly directed towards the other side. His opponent was another genius from Class 0's core group, Feng Wuing. A peak 5th level martial artist, he possessed the SS rank Wind-type spirit, Spirit of Gale, renowned for his extreme speed and explosive power. Xiao Han, your strength is truly astonishing. Feng Wuing's voice was cold and sharp. As his name suggested, he was slender like a shadow that could fly away on the wind at any time. The green vortex swirling around him silently showed the extraordinary nature of his SS-level Wind-type martial soul, Spirit of the Gale. However, in the face of absolute speed, all fancy techniques will be ineffective. As soon as the words fell, the referee suddenly swung his raised hand down. The game begins. The spirit of the swift wind is possessing me. Feng Wuing let out a low shout, and his body was suddenly wrapped in a thick green light. The whole person seemed to be dissolved by the wind and suddenly disappeared from the spot. On the ring, green shadows suddenly appeared in a chaotic manner, and dozens or even hundreds of blurry figures intertwined with each other, each of which dragged out a sharp wind blade trajectory, cutting through the air and making a sharp sound that made one's teeth ache. Oh my god! Is this teleportation? Eyes. My eyes can't keep up. How can we fight him? Can Xiao Han capture his true form? In the spectator seats, exclamations were heard one after another. Many students with weaker cultivation were already feeling dizzy. The scene on the ring was simply a visual disaster movie. Xiao Han stood in place, the air around him was stirred into chaos by the high-speed wind. Feng Wuing's movement trajectory is indeed strange. Those afterimages are not fictitious, but are all quite aggressive and have a wide coverage area. Although the movement of a world away was exquisite, allowing him to shuttle through the gaps of the wind blades, this pure evasion put him at an absolute disadvantage, let alone finding an opportunity to counterattack. Shichichi. Dozens of wind blades as condensed as substance came from all directions and blocked at various tricky angles. Xiao Han tapped his toes lightly on the hard ground of the arena, his body erratic, and he narrowly avoided the deadly green light every time. All you can do is hide? Feng Wuing's voice seemed to come from every afterimage at the same time, with a hint of teasing. I wonder how long you can hold on. The offensive suddenly intensified. The arena was almost completely covered by the violent wind blades, and the space left for Xiao Han to move became increasingly narrow. He took a deep breath. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before the spiritual power is exhausted, or, if you are not careful, the defense will be torn apart by the all-pervasive wind blade. Since the other party is showing off his skills, let him see what true fast means. The Eternal Night King's martial spirit in his body was quietly operating. A gloomy undercurrent spread from under his feet, quickly connecting and merging with the mottled shadows cast by the ground of the arena. Xiao Han's figure also began to become unreal. He no longer simply relied on footwork to dodge, but his entire body seemed to have become part of the shadow, sneaking and moving among Feng Wuing's high-speed moving green afterimages in an even more incredible way. He no longer ran away. He's hunting. Feng Wuing noticed something was wrong at the first moment. Xiao Han's speed, in terms of straight-line burst, might not be as fast as his, but the way he blended into the shadows and switched freely between light and darkness made him feel cold all over. His attacks failed again and again. Those wind blades were like a drop in the ocean, or were swallowed up by the invisible darkness. He wanted to lock onto Xiao Han's true body, but the other party's figure was floating in the shadows, moving east and west, making it impossible to judge. Every time he thought he had grasped Xiao Han's trajectory and launched an attack, he ended up only shattering a shadow that was about to dissipate. However, Xiao Han's real body might have appeared in the blind spot of his vision. What kind of monster is this guy? Feng Wuing's uneasiness began to grow. The extreme speed that he was proud of seemed a little ridiculous in front of the opponent's treacherous body movements. In order to sense Xiao Han's movements, he had to divert part of his attention, which caused his originally smooth attack rhythm to have a slight sluggishness. Now is the time. Xiao Han had been waiting for this flaw. Feng Wuing's wind blade attack missed, and the moment his aura briefly fluctuated as he shifted his form. Shadow incarnation. A ball of pure shadow energy surged out from Xiao Han's body. Wherever his mind pointed, that is, in a shadow less than 3 meters behind Feng Wuying, a person with the same face, breath, and figure as Xiao Han emerged out of thin air. The figure formed by the shadow did not pause for a moment. His left hand turned into a claw, and his right hand clenched into a fist. The spiritual power in his body surged, and it was the starting posture of the god-destroying fist. Feng Wuying was just about to adjust his body shape and launch a new round of attack, but he never expected that such a thing would appear out of nowhere behind him. Oh no! He was so scared that he twisted his body to try to block, but the Shadow Incarnation's fist came too fast and was too close. Bang! A dull thud. The fist, which contained a domineering and destructive mood, was firmly imprinted on Feng Wuying's back. The protective energy on his body shattered, and the violent fist force penetrated into his body, causing the spiritual energy in his body to surge and dissipate. Feng Wuying felt a sweetness in his throat and let out a suppressed groan of pain. He staggered forward uncontrollably, his body briefly stiff and unbalanced. The Shadow Incarnation succeeded in its attack, but its energy was exhausted and it dissipated quietly. And at the moment when Feng Wuying lost control of his body, Xiao Han's real body appeared beside him. Lotus moves. Xiao Han put his fingers together to form a sword, and a misty green light flickered at his fingertips. The light was not particularly blazing, but it carried a chilling sense of purifying all things and penetrating illusions. Feng Wuying was off balance and could only watch the green light grow bigger in front of his eyes. Puff! A slight sound. The green sword energy seemed gentle, but it broke through Feng Wuying's body defense and the energy armor formed by his martial soul like a rotten wood. Feng Wuying groaned again, and the light in his eyes quickly faded. The green light on his body dissipated, and his whole body collapsed. He was sent out of the ring by a clever force and fell heavily on the edge. There was a small tear in the clothes on his chest, and bright red blood quickly spread out. The referee stepped forward, took a quick look, and immediately announced loudly, "In this match, Xiao Han wins." Chapter 77 advanced to the quarterfinals. After a brief silence, there was a roar like a tsunami. What the hell? What was that just now? A shadow clone? He just appeared out of thin air and attacked me? How the hell can we defend against that? First he merges into the shadow, rendering Feng Xiao's speed useless, then he summons a clone to backstab him. This move is too cool. How many cards does he have left? And what was that last flash of green light? It looked so mysterious. Brother Xiao's awesome broken voice. I declare that Xiao Han is my new idol. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Han's new abilities. His strange movements in the shadows and the shadowy incarnations that appeared out of thin air completely overturned their understanding of warrior combat. Shadow incarnation, and that sword energy that purifies energy. Lin Xingxia tapped her fingertips thoughtfully. The inheritance he received is even more ancient and powerful than I imagined. Under the ring, Xiao Yubing's little hands finally stopped clenching tightly. She let out a long sigh, and a blush of excitement appeared on her face. Xiao Han once again tore a hole in a seemingly unsolvable situation. Instructor Qingjin frowned, staring at the figure on the stage. Shadow Clone was no ordinary martial art. The energy utilization and spatial mysteries involved were far beyond his comprehension. Over in the rest area of Class 0, Luo Bing clenched his fist so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. He turned his head away abruptly, unwilling to look anymore. Xiao Han walked down from the stage, and the noise of discussion around him almost drowned him out. He adjusted his breathing slightly. The Shadow Incarnation did make him a little weak, but the actual combat effect of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit integrated into the Shadow, as well as its power as a surprise attack method, were verified. Quarterfinals. Who will be next? The atmosphere in the martial arts arena suddenly became tense as the draw results for the quarterfinals were announced. Xiao Han's opponent Shirpadian. A tough guy who firmly ranks at the top of the core sequence. The peak of the 7th level of the martial artist realm, SS-level martial soul, Heart of Mount Tai. His Shirpadian. Someone in the audience gasped, Little Tarzan Shirpadian. Xiao Han is in big trouble now. It's more than just a big problem. I heard that even 3 martial artists of the same level couldn't break Shirpotion's rock-like defense. It's hard for you to even stand there and attack him. Feng Wuying is fast, but his attack power is dispersed. Shirpadian is a 2-pronged attacker, especially his rock armor, combined with the power of the earth, he's like a mobile fortress. Amid the discussions, Su Linglong's fingertips curled slightly. She knew very well how much the gap in realm would be magnified when facing an opponent like Sherpatian who specialized in defense. On the ring, Sherpatian was tall and strong, with a resolute face, and his whole body was filled with the heaviness of a mountain. He looked at Xiao Han and said in a steady voice, "I've heard of your reputation. However, it's not easy to stand on my stage. Please give me some advice." Xiao Han responded, his alertness reaching its peak despite his calmness. The referee gestures, "Fight." Roar. Sherpatian let out a low shout, and his SS-level martial soul, Heart of Mount Tai, was activated. A yellowish-brown light burst out from his body, his skin quickly turned to rock, his muscles bulged and knotted, and in the blink of an eye, a nearly 3-meter-tall rock giant rose from the ground, every inch of his body gleaming with a hard metallic luster. Bang! The stone giant stomped heavily, and the entire arena shook violently. An invisible force field spread out from him as the center. The ground of the ring became visibly sticky, and the air became heavier. Earthbound. Xiao Han felt his feet suddenly stop and his movements suddenly slowed down. Sherpatian's control over the power of the earth can actually directly change the local terrain and restrict his opponents. Such strong control. The power of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit quietly flowed, trying to break free from this bondage, but with little success. The two fists that were as strong as stone and as powerful as rock hit each other with a clanging sound. With the spirit of crushing everything, he strode forward and rushed toward Xiao Han. "Try my Taiyue Bang." The huge rock fist, packed with immense force, smashed down on the head. Xiao Han pointed his toes and used the whirled-away footwork to its full potential in the restricted environment, narrowly avoiding the thundering blow. The rock fist hit the ring, creating a deep pit and sending gravel flying everywhere. Just hiding is not enough. Sherpatian grinned and attacked more fiercely. Xiao Han took a deep breath and stopped dodging. His body sank slightly, the power of shadow quietly gathered in his right fist, and he blasted out with the destruction fist. Bang! A punch landed firmly on Sherpatian's rocky chest. The expected scene of Sherpatian staggering backward did not occur. The huge rock body just shook a little, and some fine cracks appeared on the surface of the rock where it was hit, but as the ochre energy surged, the cracks quickly healed. Xiao Han paused slightly. This punch was fused with the corrosive force of the shadow. An ordinary opponent at the 5th or 6th level of the martial artist realm would be seriously injured if not killed. How could it be that it could only leave this little mark on his body? Ha ha! Xiao Han, my Taiyue body is not so easy to break. Sherpatian laughed and swept with a backhand punch. Xiao Han dodged again, his brows unconsciously furrowed. This defense is indeed tricky. Lotus moves. He put his fingers together to form a sword, and a stream of green sword energy shot out, heading straight for the joints of the Sherpatian rock armor. Bite. The Qinglian sword energy hit the target accurately. After a crisp collision, the sword energy dissipated, leaving only a faint white dot on the surface of the rock. This. There was a low exclamation outside the venue. Xiao Han's previously extremely sharp defense breaking method was now ineffective. Sherpatian said in a muffled voice, "It's useless. My martial soul is connected to the earth. As long as I keep my feet firmly on the ground, my strength will be endless, and my defense will be indestructible." The battle situation seems to have reached a stalemate. Relying on a world away and the affinity with the shadow of the King of Eternal Night, Xiao Han maneuvered under Sherpatian's violent attack, constantly looking for any possible flaw. Sherpatian, on the other hand, was like a moving fortress, his attacks opening and closing in a wide range, each strike carrying the power to collapse mountains and split rocks. At the same time, the omnipresent power of the earth constantly interfered with Xiao Han's actions, compressing his space for movement. Xiao Han's spiritual power was being consumed rapidly. Sherpatian's defense was like a huge millstone, constantly wearing away his edge and strength. This guy is such a tough nut. Beads of sweat oozed out of Xiao Han's forehead. He tried to activate the Shadow Void Sutra to comprehend the power of space, and tried to make a short-distance space jump to get behind Sherpatian where his defense was relatively weak. However, the space around Sherpatian was filled with rich earth energy, forming an invisible barrier that seriously interfered with his perception and control of space. After several attempts, the opponent almost seized the opportunity and counterattacked successfully. Hateful. Chapter 78. You can't break my defense. Sherpatian spoke in a muffled voice, his smugness almost spilling out. "Xiao Han, that's enough. Your little tricks aren't even worthy of tickling me." Xiao Han's chest rose and fell slightly, his breathing became a little rapid, and beads of sweat seeped from his forehead and slid down his cheeks, hitting his collar and creating a small dark spot. He did not respond immediately. Some hidden power in his body was slowly awakening from its slumber as guided by his thoughts. It was a completely different feeling from what he had used before, gentle, yet with a nascent dominance. Oh? Xiao Han finally spoke, with the ending tone rising slightly, carrying a bit of unspeakable meaning. In an instant, with him as the center, a very light green halo spread out silently. The range was not wide, just encompassing the 10-meter square area where the two of them were. There is no shocking momentum, no dazzling brilliance, it just unfolds naturally. The Chaos Green Lotus martial soul, the green lotus that seemed to exist only in his spiritual sea of consciousness, was swaying gently at this moment, and an inexplicable rhythm emanated from the opening and closing of the lotus petals. The rock armor covering Shirposhan's body, that thick layer of ochre-colored energy, was originally connected with the chi veins of the earth beneath his feet, forming an integral whole and was indestructible. But the moment the pale blue halo touched him, he felt his whole body freeze. It wasn't a strong impact, nor a sharp sting, but rather an indescribable feeling of peeling. It was as if his rocky body, which he was so proud of, and his connection with Mother Earth were gently combed by something, and then loosened a little bit. The heaviness of the rock is still there, but its hopelessly hard texture seems to have quietly changed a little, no longer so pure. What the hell is this? Shirpadian finally couldn't keep his composure, and his voice was filled with surprise and doubt. He could feel that the earth energy that he was so proud of was being eroded by an inexplicable force. No, it was more like being purified? This feeling is so weird. Now is the time. Xiao Han took a deep breath, and that breath seemed to activate the last reserves deep in his dantian. The shadow power of the King of Eternal Night no longer pursues secret stealth, but turns into the deepest background color. He pushed the all-destructive fist intent of the god-destroying fist to the extreme. Even the Chaos Green Lotus that had just awakened released a wisp of strange vitality and purifying power, which silently wrapped around the tip of the fist. Destruction, erosion. Xiao Han shouted in a low voice, his voice a little hoarse, but he rushed forward like a cannonball. Open it for me. This punch was so ordinary that it didn't even create much momentum. Shirpadian only felt a flash before his eyes, and the fist had already imprinted on his rock armor. The fist was pointing at the spot below Shirposhan's left rib, which had been attacked continuously by Destruction Divine Fist and Blue Lotus Sword Song. The rock armor was relatively weak and was slightly weakened by the Chaos Life Field. Crack! A subtle but clear shattering sound was heard, exploding like thunder in everyone's ears in the noisy martial arts arena. Shirposhan's indestructible rock armor finally showed a noticeable crack under Xiao Han's ultimate punch, which condensed multiple forces. The crack spread rapidly like a spider web. No. Impossible. A trace of horror flashed in Shirposhan's eyes. He wanted to mobilize the power of the earth to repair it, but found that the green domain power was like a maggot in his tarsal bones, slowing down his energy circulation. Bang! The next moment, the violent destructive fist force and shadow erosion force completely erupted. The rock armor on Shirposhan's left rib exploded with a bang, sending shards of solid rock flying everywhere. His massive body felt like it had been struck by a battering ram. He uttered a painful groan and stumbled back several steps, each step leaving a deep imprint on the hard surface of the arena. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Han succeeded in his attack and did not stop. His figure followed Shirpadian like a shadow. Taking advantage of the moment when Shirposhan's defense was broken and his breath was unstable, he rushed forward and rained down his fists, each punch hitting the previously broken one accurately. Bang, bang, bang. Shirpadian was caught in a dilemma. New cracks kept appearing on his rocky body, and the ochre-colored energy light dimmed rapidly. Finally, Xiao Han used a palm knife containing the purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus to cut Shirposhan's neck, which was no longer protected by the rock armor. Shirposhan's huge body suddenly stiffened, the light in his eyes quickly faded, and the huge rock body began to disintegrate bit by bit. He regained his human form, collapsed limply to the ground, and fell into a coma. Who? Xiao Han panted violently, his face pale, and his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. This battle was more difficult to win than any of the previous ones. The referee was stunned for a moment before reacting. He quickly stepped forward to check and then announced loudly, "Xiao Han wins this match. We advance to the semi-finals." The whole audience was dead silent at first, and then broke into thunderous applause and cheers. Win! Xiao Han wins again. This is incredible. He actually broke Shirpotion's Taiwei body. What's that last cyan area? It feels so mysterious. This Xiao Han is simply a monster. Where exactly is his limit? The eyes of the course students looking at Xiao Han have completely changed, from initial contempt and questioning, to solemnity and fear, and now, awe. Defeating Shirpotion, who was known for his defense in the core sequence, Xiao Han used a hard-fought battle to completely establish his top position in the core sequence, and also officially announced to the entire Imperial Capital Academy that he had entered the ranks of the Academy's top talents. A satisfied smile played on the corner of Lin Qingxiao's mouth. This little guy always managed to surprise her. Xiao Han took a few deep breaths to calm his surging blood, nodded slightly to the audience, and walked down the stage calmly. Final 4. He did it. The next battle will only be more difficult, but he is not afraid, because he knows that every hard-earned victory is a step to a higher peak. Xiao Han defeated Shirpotion and successfully advanced to the semi-finals of the school competition. This battle was like dropping a huge rock into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. The entire Imperial Capital Academy, and even the various factions that followed the event through the live broadcast, were shaken. Dark Horse. A complete dark horse. A martial master at the 3rd level, a level that everyone considers to be suppressed, faced off against Shirpotion, who was at the peak of the 7th level, and even won. What kind of monster is this Xiao Han? That cyan field, and that final defense-breaking punch, were truly stunning. Twin SSS plus martial spirits, it really lives up to its reputation. In just a few days, Xiao Han's name had skyrocketed from a relatively unknown freshman to the brightest rising star of this competition. His previous victories over Lei Ming, Chen Feng, and even Luo Bing were now being resurfaced, and when combined with his victory over Shirpotion, his prowess seemed even more unfathomable. Countless eyes converged on him, with amazement, awe, jealousy, and inquiry. Xiao Han himself, however, had no time to pay attention to the outside world's clamor. After stepping off the stage, he politely declined Lin Qingxiao's offer to celebrate with him, and also declined the concerned greetings from Xiao Yu and others, and went straight back to his own independent training room. Chapter 79 SSS-level Purgatory Dragon. His battle with Shirpotion was a difficult one, leaving him nearly depleted of spiritual energy. While his Chaos Azure Lotus martial spirit was recovering, his mental fatigue was far from over. More importantly, the shadow of the semifinals weighed heavily on his mind. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Han practiced the Creation and Heaven Shading Art and Shadow Void Sutra to recover the energy consumption, while calling up the information of his semi-final opponent. On the screen, a handsome yet sinister young man's profile picture popped up. Long Outyan, the head of the Imperial Capital Academy's core sequence, is widely recognized as the most powerful genius. 19 years old, at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial Master realm. His martial soul, SSS-level, Purgatory Demon Dragon, specializing in killing, destruction, and the awe-inspiring power of dragons. It was once recorded that during a secret realm trial, he single-handedly slew a mutated beast at the 2nd level of the Martial Master realm. Below the information were several combat videos. In the videos, Long Outyan's form was demonic, possessed by the Purgatory Dragon Spirit. Every move he made radiated destructive power. Flames and darkness intertwined, and dragon roars awed the soul. Opponents of the same level could barely withstand more than 3 moves from him. The peak of the 8th level of the Martial Master realm. SSS-level Purgatory Demon Dragon. Xiao Han's brows were tightly furrowed. Shirpotion's defense had already exhausted him, even mobilizing the rudiments of the Chaos Breeding Domain to secure a hard-won victory. Meanwhile, Long Outyan's realm far surpassed Shirpotion's, and his spirit had reached the terrifying SSS level, with a devastating attack power renowned for its destructive power. This was almost a battle without suspense. Xiao Han took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. It wasn't that he didn't have any trump cards. The shadow domination trait of the Eternal Night King after his evolution, the newly comprehended Blue Lotus Sword Song, and the subsequent moves of Destruction Godfist were all what he relied on to dare to fight. But facing an opponent of Long Outyan's level, this seems not enough. The gap in realm is like a natural chasm. Unless a miracle happens. Xiao Han muttered to himself, a complex look flashing in his eyes. He knew that his greatest source of miracles was the cheap system that always brought surprises. As if the system had heard his thoughts, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in his mind at the right time. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a major decision, the God-level selection system is activated. Host is about to face the semi-finals of the university competition. The opponent is strong and the outcome is unpredictable. Please make the following choices to gain a chance of survival in the upcoming battle. Xiao Han cheered up and came. Option 1, steady and cautious, step by step. The host can spend the next 3 days in seclusion, diligently studying the battle footage of his opponent, Long Outyan, analyzing his martial spirit's characteristics and the flaws in his moves, and formulating a thorough and targeted strategy. Selected rewards: the Academic Affairs Office of the University provides Long Outyan Weakness Analysis Report, top secret version, 50% accuracy, and 1 bottle of fast-acting healing pill, martial master level, medium quality. Looking at option 1, Xiao Han's lips twitched. A 50% accuracy weakness analysis? How was that different from flipping a coin? It would be more reliable than his own analysis. As for the healing pill, he had the Chaos Azure Lotus, so he didn't need it so urgently. This option emphasizes the word hide, but can you hide well against Long Outyan? He set his sights on the second option. Option 2, fortune and wealth are sought through risk, a chance to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. The host must travel to the forbidden area behind the Imperial Capital Academy Thunder Punishment Cliff within 24 hours. At the summit of Thunder Punishment Cliff, draw the 9 heavens divine thunder to temper your body for a quarter of an hour. Friendly reminder: non-professionals, please do not attempt this. The system will not be held responsible if you are blasted to charcoal, dear. Then, amidst the roar of thunder, use the energy of your dantian to shout loudly, "Thunder God, help me, I'm going to defeat 10." This continues for 1 minute. The effect is even greater if the sound resonates 100 miles away. Selection reward: if the host can complete this feat alive. The system is pessimistic about this. They will receive Dual Soul Origin Super Limit Awakening. The Chaos Blue Lotus and Eternal Night King souls will temporarily surpass SSS Plus in rank during the semifinals, increasing their power dramatically, and Temporary Thunderbolt Hegemony, greatly enhancing physical strength, lightning resistance, and explosive power, lasting until the end of the semifinals. Failure penalty: minor, cultivation will regress and martial spirit will be damaged severe, soul will be shattered on the spot and turn into ashes. This system will observe a 3-second silence for the host at its discretion. Puff. Even though Xiao Han was a calm person, he almost vomited blood at this moment. Thunder Punishment Cliff. That's one of the 3 forbidden areas of the Imperial Capital Academy. Rumor has it that Thunder Punishment Cliff is constantly enveloped by violent thunder, a place where even powerful martial artists dare not set foot. Drawing upon the 9 heavens divine thunder to temper the body? How is that any different from courting death? What's even more outrageous is that when the thunder strikes, he shouts, "Thunder God, help me, I'm going to hit 10 of them." This scene was so beautiful that Xiao Han couldn't even imagine it. If anyone else in the academy saw it, the legend of Xiao Han, struck by lightning and driven insane while attempting to fight the heroes on the Thunder Punishment Cliff, would likely immediately replace his reputation as a dark horse genius and be passed down through the ages. This is no longer just social death, this is a crazy test on the edge of death. But Xiao Han's eyes were fixed on the reward for option 2. Dual Martial Soul Origin Super Awakening. Temporary Thunder Hegemony. Chaos Azure Lotus and Eternal Night King were already beyond SSS Plus. If their rank were to surpass it by a significant margin, how terrifying would their power be? Add to that the physical enhancement brought by Thunder Tyrant Body. This reward is tailor-made for him to deal with Long Outyan. If choice 1 means escaping death, then choice 2 means living towards death. Risk and return are always proportional. Xiao Han's breathing became heavier. He knew that with his current strength, his chances of winning against Long Outyan were less than 10%. Even with a surprising trump card, it would be difficult to make up for the huge gap in realm and spirit level. Option 1 seems safe, but in reality it is a slow wait for death. Choice 2 is a life or death situation, but it contains the only hope for a comeback. Damn it, done. Xiao Han slapped his thigh suddenly, and a hint of madness and determination flashed in his eyes. In his past and present lives, when had he ever been afraid of a challenge? Since the system had given him this path, even if it meant mountains of swords and seas of fire, he had to give it a try. Isn't it just being struck by lightning? Isn't it just shouting a few shameful slogans? For victory, for greater strength, and to live up to those expectant eyes, this little risk and cost is nothing. System, I choose 2. Xiao Han growled in his heart. Ding. The host has made his choice. Your courage is commendable, your intelligence is impressive. Please be fully prepared for your journey to the Thunder Punishment Cliff. I wish you good luck, though the chances are slim. Task time limit, 24 hours. Countdown begins. The system's voice carried a hint of gloating ridicule, but Xiao Han had no time to care. He stood up, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Chapter 80, No Life Without Madness. Thunder Punishment Cliff. Long Out Yen, I'm here. Xiao Han's thoughts raced through his mind. This trip is definitely a life or death journey. Pills and lightning-resistant treasures are essential. The Thunder Overlord body given by the system is awesome, but you have to wait until you have withstood the Divine Thunder body tempering before you can use it. The old guys in the forbidden area are guarding it like an iron barrel. Want to sneak in? Difficult. But, what a coward. Wealth and honor are sought in danger, and without madness, there is no life. Xiao Han suddenly pushed open the door of the training room, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared into the thick night without making any sound, and headed straight for the forbidden area in the back mountain of the Imperial Capital Academy. The night was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you, and even the stars didn't bother to show up. The back mountain of the Imperial Capital Academy is a place with hills connected to hills. It is usually a deserted place, and it looks even more gloomy at this moment. Lei Fa Cliff is the most evil hill in this mountain. From a long distance, the mountain looked like a black pillar sticking into the sky, with a dark cloud always covering the top. From time to time, there were flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder, which made people feel uneasy. Xiao Han pushed his body movement skills in a world away to the limit, and the shadow power of the King of Eternal Night enveloped him completely. He flew through the woods like a ghost. The guards at the academy were as blind and deaf as to not even notice a thing. He also circumvented those hidden restrictions one by one. The closer you get to the Thunder Punishment Cliff, the more intense the thunder and lightning in the air become, making it hard to breathe. Before I knew it, 2 hours had passed. Xiao Han finally reached the bottom of the Thunder Punishment Cliff. He was nearly blocked several times, but only thanks to his cleverness and ghostly footwork did he manage to avoid them. Xiao Han looked up and was shocked. The dark cliff rises straight up, and you can't see the top at all. There is only rolling black clouds. The momentum seems to swallow everything up, which makes people feel creepy. System, tell me the truth, is this damn place really for people to stay in? Xiao Han grinned. His skin felt like it was being pricked by needles. It was all caused by the lightning particles running around in the air. Ding! Host, rest assured, this system never cheats unless it can help it. Thunder Punishment Cliff is where the thunder of heaven and earth converges. It is truly effective for those who practice thunder-attributed techniques or have special physical qualities. Of course, for ordinary people, this is the perfect crematorium. One-stop service, satisfaction guaranteed, and your ashes will be scattered cleanly. Xiao Han. He decided not to waste time talking to this unreliable system. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Han began to climb up the steep mountain wall. He didn't know whether what was waiting for him at the top of the cliff was a chance for rebirth or an abyss of no return. But he knew that this was his only choice at the moment. For that slim chance of victory, he went all out without hesitation. As the night deepened, Xiao Han did not climb the Thunder Punishment Cliff as expected. At the foot of the mountain, the system's nasty voice sounded again. Host, given the high mortality rate at Thunder Punishment Cliff, out of humanitarian concern mainly because I'm worried that if you die, there'll be no one left to entertain me, I found a place for you with lower risks and equally impressive rewards. Are you touched? Xiao Han's face remained expressionless, but he was startled. The system had unexpectedly changed its mind. New quest guide, abandoned entrance to small secret realm number 7 in the back mountains of the Imperial Capital Academy. Target, find the Dark Night Star Soul Crystal in the lair of the Netherworld Demonic Spider Martial Master Realm 9th level peak, the guardian beast at the core of the secret realm. Additional task, in front of the Netherworld Spider, put your hands on your hips and shout at the top of your lungs, hey! You evil creature, give me your treasure quickly, and I'll spare your life, for 10 seconds. Mission rewards: 1. Chaos Breakthrough Pill, can help the host forcibly break through the current bottleneck, significantly improving their cultivation, no side effects, a system-exclusive collector's edition, Dragon Soul Deterrence Immunity, temporary, greatly weakens the mental suppression effects of dragon power, extremely effective against Long Out Yen. Chaos Breakthrough Pill? Dragon Soul Deterrence Immunity? Xiao Han's eyes lit up. This reward was like timely help. Especially the latter, which was extremely targeted. As for that shameful slogan, for the sake of strength, what was face worth? He quickly turned and, following the system's instructions, arrived at a secluded valley. Pushing aside the vines, he revealed a dilapidated stone gate emitting faint spatial fluctuations. This was the entrance to Secret Realm number 7. This secret realm is said to have been abandoned long ago and its energy has been exhausted. I didn't expect there would be such an opportunity. Xiao Han muttered, practicing the Shadow Void Sutra, and his figure quietly merged into the distorted light and shadow behind the stone gate. Within the secret realm, darkness reigned. The air was filled with a violent, chaotic energy, a nauseating stench of decay and sulfur. The ground was a parched, scorched earth, and in the distance, rolling hills lay lifeless. Only the occasional flash of a sinister black shadow signaled the danger of this place. Xiao Han pushed the Eternal Night King's martial spirit to the extreme, his figure sneaking in the shadows, his footwork of close yet far away made him as elusive as a ghost, and soon Xiao Han arrived inside. Hiss! Suddenly, from the rubble on either side, several gusts of fishy wind blew in. They were 6 massive, bone-rotting poison lizards, all at the 4th or 5th level of the Martial Master realm. Their emerald-green pupils flashed with cruelty, and their gaping maws dripped with foul-smelling venom. Just in time. Xiao Han was not surprised but happy. It was a good opportunity to test his strength. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The Chaos Green Lotus martial soul instantly emerged, green light sprinkled down, and the power of purification permeated the air. The poisonous miasma in the air was actually dispelled a little. Blue Lotus Sword Song, the Lotus moves. Several green sword energy shot out, accurately piercing through the 3 heads of the 3-headed poisonous lizard. At the same time, he extended his left fist, Destruction Fist. The power of shadow brought with it a destructive mood. With one punch, half of the body of the other poisonous lizard exploded into a ball of flesh and blood. The whole process was extremely fast and agile. Shadow Incarnation. Xiao Han growled. A figure identical to him condensed from the shadows, also wielding the green lotus sword energy, instantly entangled the remaining 2 poisonous lizards tightly. Xiao Han's real body was like a real ghost, floating behind them and blasting out his destruction fist one after another without any fancy moves. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled sounds, the last poisonous lizard was completely eliminated. In just a dozen breaths, Xiao Han's chest rose and fell slightly, but his fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. In this damn place, the strange beasts are indeed much more ferocious. Without stopping, he continued to sneak deeper into the secret realm. The further you go in, the more powerful the strange beasts you encounter, and there are even several fierce guys at the 7th or 8th level of the martial arts realm. Xiao Han used all his trump cards, including the sharp purification and unparalleled killing power of the Green Lotus Sword Song, the fierce and domineering power of the God-destroying fist, the strange restraint of the Shadow Incarnation, and the elusiveness of the A World Away footwork, all of which were used to the extreme by him. After repeated fierce battles, he inevitably had several wounds on his body that were deep enough to see the bones. His clothes were soaked with blood. The smell of blood and sulfur mixed in the air, adding to the tragedy. But he always managed to resolve crises one by one without any danger by relying on his rich combat experience and ruthlessness. I don't know how long I ran, but the terrain ahead suddenly opened up. A huge circular valley appeared at the end of the field of vision. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat as an extremely powerful aura came from the depths of the valley, accompanied by fluctuations of dark energy that had almost condensed into substance. In the center of the valley, an enormous spider web covered the entrance to a deep cave. At the entrance of the cave, a giant spider as big as a small hill was lying quietly, its 8 scarlet compound eyes flashing a chilling light in the dim light. Nether Demon Spider. The pressure it exuded was far beyond what any strange beast he had encountered before, and it made Xiao Han almost breathless. Chapter 81. Come on, Olgu. Under the Nether Demon Spider, there was a fist-sized crystal that was completely black, but seemed to have stars flowing inside, emitting alluring energy fluctuations. The Dark Night Star Soul Crystal. System, are you sure you want me to shout that in front of it? Xiao Han looked at the hideous mouthparts of the Nether Demon Spider, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Ding. Host, please trust the professionalism of this system. Fortune is sought through risk, shame is wagered on the future. Come on, Ali Gu. Xiao Han took a deep breath. Damn it, for the Chaos Breakthrough Pill and the Dragon Soul Deterrence Immunity, he had to fight. He emerged from the shadows, hands on his hips, gathered all the energy in his dantian, and roared at the top of his lungs, "Hey! You evil monster, quickly hand over the treasure, and I will spare your life." The sound echoed in the valley, seeming strangely abrupt and silly. The 8 blood-red compound eyes of the Nether Demon Spider all stared at Xiao Han. It was stunned at first, as if it couldn't react to what this tiny human was doing. Xiao Han's scalp was numb, but he still continued to roar, while secretly activating his spiritual power, ready to take action at any time. I'll spare your life. 10 seconds seem like years. When the last word was roared, the netherworld demon spider seemed to finally understand that this was a naked provocation. It let out a sharp and piercing hiss, and the terrifying sound waves made Xiao Han's blood surge. Boom! The nether demon spider raised its two huge claws covered with black shells and smashed them hard at Xiao Han. Now! Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he pushed the Zhiqi Tianya footwork to the extreme. His figure turned into an afterimage, narrowly avoiding the attack, and at the same time reached out to grab the Dark Night Star Soul Crystal. Puff! Got the crystal! Hiss! The nether demon spider erupted in a rage, the entire valley trembling with its fury. Countless jet black spider silk shot out from its mouth like sharp arrows, blocking all of Xiao Han's escape routes. Simultaneously, a thick, dark green poisonous mist filled the air. Not good. Xiao Han sensed a fatal crisis. Without hesitation, he burned 30% of his energy and blood. His spatial perception of a world away reached its peak at this moment. His figure weaved through dense spider webs and poisonous fog, as if dancing on the edge of a knife. The chaos blue lotus shed azure light, struggling to resist the erosion of the poisonous fog. Puff! A spider silk brushed across his arm, bringing up a splash of blood, and a severe feeling of numbness came over him instantly. Xiao Han gritted his teeth, stuffed the Dark Night Star Soul Crystal into his arms, and rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm recklessly. Behind him was the nether demon spider's devastating attack and deafening roar. He could even feel the hot, fishy wind blowing on the back of his neck. The shadow of death had never been so close. An unknown amount of time passed before Xiao Han crawled out of the broken stone door. He was covered in blood, his clothes were tattered, his face was as pale as paper, and his left arm was swollen and black, obviously he had been poisoned. Cough cough. He coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of black blood, but his eyes flashed with a sense of surviving a disaster. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward 1, Chaos Breakthrough Pill, and Dragon Soul Deterrence Immunity, temporary have been issued. Detected the host is infected with the netherworld demon spider poison. The Chaos Azure Lotus Martial Spirit is working hard to purify it. Estimated to be cleared in 3 hours. Xiao Han slumped to the ground, breathing heavily. He stared at the Chaos Breakthrough Pill in his hand, sensing the profound information about the Dragon Soul's threat emerging in his mind. Although the process was extremely embarrassing, and even a near-death experience, it was worth it. With these two trump cards, he finally has a chance to fight against Long Outyan in the semi-finals. Xiao Han, his body almost broken, stumbled back to his own courtyard and collapsed onto the mat in his training room. The nether spider's pursuit had been incredibly dangerous. If it weren't for the Chaos Azure Lotus keeping him alive, he would have likely perished in that devastating secret realm. Trembling, he took out a few healing pills from his storage ring and stuffed them into his mouth without caring about the grade. He then activated the creation art of heaven and combined it with the purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus to begin dissolving the remaining spider venom in his body and repairing his injuries. Ahem! I almost became a spider snack. Xiao Han thought with a bittersweet smile. At this moment, the system's cheesy voice echoed again in his mind, ding. Host, in view of your heroic act of courting death in Secret Realm number 7, and your successful trick of toying with a 9th level peak beast, this system is deeply moved mostly by your amusement, and is hereby super doubling the mission reward. Xiao Han was stunned. Is there such a good thing? The original rewards, Chaos Breakthrough Pill, and Dragon Soul Deterrence Immunity, have been automatically recycled. A new upgraded reward package is now being issued, please check. Reward 1, Soul Origin Awakening Temporary. Effect, upon activation, the host's dual SSS plus spirits Chaos Azure Lotus and Eternal Night King will be temporarily elevated to an indescribably higher rank, significantly increasing their spirit awakening. Duration, 30 minutes. Friendly reminder, the power is too overwhelming, so please be careful not to overwhelm yourself, dear. Reward 2, Complete Enlightenment of Martial Arts Skills Temporary. Effect, the host can designate a specific technique or martial art they have mastered. Upon activation, this temporarily elevates them to a theoretical state of perfection, bringing their understanding and application of the technique martial art to the highest level. Duration, 1 hour. Friendly reminder, this is a trial card and will not be used after it expires. The final right of interpretation belongs to this system. Xiao Han's breathing suddenly stagnated, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The origin of martial soul awakens. Temporarily promoted to an indescribable unknown higher grade. What the hell was this? His current dual SSS plus spirits, Chaos Azure Lotus and Eternal Night King, were already enough to overwhelm a generation of geniuses. If he could achieve even more, Xiao Han's mind buzzed. The scene was so beautiful that he didn't dare to think about it too much, for fear of going crazy with joy. And there is also the sudden enlightenment of the martial arts technique. Designate a set of skills or martial arts and directly soar to the theoretical state of perfection. What does that mean? This means that the subsequent earth-shattering punches in the God-destroying fist that he had always dreamed of, or the more profound sword chapters in the Blue Lotus Sword Song, or even the unfathomable spatial mysteries in A World Away, may all be completely understood, integrated, and put to use by him in just 1 hour. System. My dear Tong Dad. You really came to my rescue this time. No, you literally sent a mountain of fire in the snow. Xiao Han was so excited that his voice trembled. He almost couldn't help but jump up from the cushion and kowtow to the system. Any one of these 2 rewards would be enough to make him laugh in his dreams for days. Now, 2 temporary cheats that could be described as heaven-defying were delivered to his doorstep. They were simply a super powerful trick tailor-made for his upcoming semi-final match against Long Outyen. He pinched his thigh hard, and the severe pain made him sober up instantly, and he forced himself to suppress the ecstasy that was about to burst out in his heart. There is not much time left. With the start of the semi-finals, there is not much left for him to squander. The most urgent task is to recover from the injury as soon as possible and adjust one's condition to an unprecedented peak. At the same time, one must carefully consider the best time to use these 2 temporary magical skills and how to combine them to maximize their effects. His mind raced, and under his conscious urging, the Chaos Green Lotus Martial Soul suddenly burst out with a more intense and pure life breath than before. The emerald green light was like flowing water with substance, gently wrapping around his entire body. Wherever it passed, the wounds on his skin and flesh began to wriggle and heal at an astonishing speed, and the numbness and burning pain that had penetrated deep into his bone marrow also subsided rapidly. The poison of the netherworld demon spider in the body was purified and dispelled bit by bit under the illumination of the holy light of the green lotus, just like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, and it disappeared into nothingness. At the same time, the Eternal Night King's martial spirit deep in his sea of consciousness also emitted strands of cold and profound shadow power. This power did not participate in healing, but was like the quietest ancient well, helping him to quickly eliminate distracting thoughts, concentrate his mind and calm his breath, allowing him to immerse himself in a deep state of cultivation more quickly, absorb the power of the elixir with the greatest efficiency, and recover from consumption. Chapter 82 Senior Long Outyen. An hour later, Xiao Han opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashing in them. His injuries had healed. His spiritual power also returned to its peak state. In fact, because of the previous extreme squeeze and then the reconstruction, his cultivation level has improved slightly, and he is only a step away from the 4th level of the martial artist realm. The awakening of the martial soul's origin lasts for 30 minutes and must be used at the most critical moment. Xiao Han pondered, the enlightenment of a martial art can last for an hour, which is relatively long. If Long Outyen's Purgatory Dragon Domain is too difficult, perhaps I can improve the Shadow Void Sutra or the World Within reach to perfection and seek a breakthrough in space. He carefully deduced various possibilities, adjusting his state and mood to be calm, yet with a hidden edge. The battle drums for the semi-finals of the Imperial Capital Academy competition have finally sounded under the watchful eyes of the public. The entire central martial arts arena was packed, the atmosphere resounding with excitement. Cameras from all major media outlets were already trained on the contestants' passageway, countless eyes filled with anticipation and intense excitement. Here he comes. It's Senior Long Outyen. Someone shouted, and the whole audience fell silent for a moment, then burst into even more enthusiastic cheers. A tall, slender figure slowly emerged from the contestants' passage. The young man, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, had a handsome face tinged with an uncanny charm. His dark red ensemble accentuated his imposing presence. He was the head of the core sequence of the Imperial Capital Academy, the universally recognized strongest talent Long Outyen. As soon as Long Outyen appeared on the scene, an invisible and terrifying pressure spread out. The aura of the 8th level peak of the martial master realm was released without reservation. Faintly, it seemed as if a ferocious infernal dragon was roaring behind him, and the air became hot and oppressive. This aura alone made countless students with weaker cultivation present feel frightened and have difficulty breathing. So strong. Is this the strength of Senior Long Outyen? His aura alone is so terrifying. As expected of the owner of an SSS rank infernal dragon martial spirit. It seems that this year's champion must be him. In the VIP seats, a solemn look flashed across teacher Lin Xingxiao's beautiful eyes. Su Linglong clenched her delicate hands, a rare trace of worry on her cold face. Amidst thunderous cheers, Long Outyin looked arrogant, enjoying the worship of the crowd, looking around with disdain, as if this arena was his exclusive throne. Then, another figure walked out of the passage. It's Xiao Han. Compared to Long Outyin's dazzling brilliance, Xiao Han's appearance seemed much calmer. He was still wearing an ordinary green martial arts uniform, with a calm expression and steady steps. However, when he stepped onto the stage and faced Long Outyin from a distance, his deep eyes suddenly burst into astonishing brilliance, like stars suddenly lighting up in the dark night, burning with an unyielding fighting spirit. Facing Long Outyin's almost suffocating pressure, Xiao Han stood as straight as a gun, without giving in at all. "Humph, you're quite courageous." Long Outyin raised a scornful arc at the corner of his mouth, not taking Xiao Han seriously. In his opinion, Xiao Han was just a luckier dark horse who had just awakened two useless martial souls and relied on the system and adventure to get here. The referee sensed two completely different auras on the stage, took a deep breath, and announced loudly, the first match of the Imperial Capital Academy competition semifinals, Xiao Han vs Long Outyin. The match begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Outyin moved. There was no probing, no frills. The spiritual energy within him erupted like a volcano, a dark red light shot up into the sky, and above the arena, it condensed into the shadow of a gigantic demonic dragon, emitting a deafening dragon roar. SSS-level martial soul, Purgatory Dragon, burst out with all its strength. The terrifying dragon might instantly swept across the entire arena, and the spiritual oppression that was like a physical entity made countless spectators feel dizzy, and even some students at the martial arts master level could not help but retreat. At the same time, a dark red area rapidly expanded, centered around Long Outyin. Within this area, the air became distorted, and flames and darkness intertwined, creating a feeling of being truly immersed in the nine netherworld purgatory. This was his purgatory domain. Die. Infernal Dragon Breath. Long Outyin raised his arms, and the huge shadow of the demon dragon opened its huge mouth. A dark red energy beam containing the ultimate destructive power, with the momentum to burn everything, blasted straight toward Xiao Han. At the same time, the flames and dark energy in the purgatory realm turned into countless sharp blades, strangling from all directions, completely blocking all of Xiao Han's retreat routes. This strike was Long Outyin's killer move, enough to instantly vaporize an ordinary opponent at the 7th or 8th level of the martial master realm. He intended to crush this dark horse who dared to challenge his majesty in the most domineering way possible. Faced with this overwhelming and unavoidable terrorist attack, Xiao Han felt an unprecedented huge pressure. The might of the Purgatory Dragon corroded his spirit, the Purgatory realm suppressed the flow of his spiritual power and his physical skills, and the earth-shattering dragon breath locked up all his life force. The shadow of death enveloped his entire body, but there was no fear in his eyes, only the ultimate fighting spirit that was aroused. Come on. Let me see what's above SSS+. Under the horrified gazes of Long Outyin and the entire audience, Xiao Han did not dodge or defend, but instead exploded. System. The spirit's origin is awakening. Now. Ding. Received host's command. Martial soul origin awakening temporary, activated. Boom. A terrifying force that cannot be described in words burst out from Xiao Han's body. The shadow of the chaos green lotus martial spirit behind him seemed to come alive at this moment. It was no longer a faint green light, but turned into an ancient sacred tree with its roots in the chaotic void and its branches and leaves spreading into the depths of the universe. The green light is no longer soft, but carries the sharpness and vitality of the creation of the world. Every leaf seems to contain a world. At the same time, the shadowy image of the eternal Night King's spirit on the other side also underwent a startling transformation. No longer a vague shadowy outline, it solidified into a supreme figure that seemed to have stepped out from eternal darkness. Cloaked in endless darkness, its eyes were as deep as the sea of stars, emitting a terrifying aura that controlled the shadows of all things and devoured all light. Dual martial spirits. Dual transformation. Blue and black, life and death, light and darkness, two completely different extreme forces, perfectly merged in Xiao Han's body, and erupted clearly. That power transcended the boundaries of SSS+ and surpassed the cognition of everyone present. It did not belong to any known system in this world, filled with an ancient, primitive, yet supreme aura. Buzz. With Xiao Han as the center, an invisible wave of power spread instantly. The purgatory realm that Long Outyin was proud of seemed to have encountered its natural enemy in the face of this incomprehensible power. The twisted flames were extinguished in an instant, the thick darkness quickly dissipated, and the terrifying dragon power dissipated like ice and snow. Even the shadow of the demon dragon behind Long Outyan let out a painful wail and became illusory. Chapter 83. No. Impossible. The domain was instantly shattered. Long Outyan's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. His purgatory domain, one of his strongest trump cards, had been broken so easily and so thoroughly? The purgatory dragon breath that was bombarding Xiao Han lost much of its power under the impact of this terrifying force, and even began to tremble unsteadily. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with an unprecedented divine light. He could clearly feel the power surging to the extreme in his body, which seemed to be able to destroy the world. Every cell cheered, every meridian roared. The vitality and purification of the Chaos Azure Lotus, the shadow and nothingness of the Eternal Night King, at this moment, reached an unprecedented level of fusion and explosion. He knew that his moment had come. In an instant, the new power in Xiao Han's body was like an ancient god that had been sleeping for billions of years awakening, sweeping across. The shadow of the chaotic green lotus behind him was no longer just lush and green, but suddenly expanded and turned into a towering divine lotus that seemed to be rooted in endless chaos, with branches and leaves reaching into the unknown universe. Above the lotus petals, there is no longer a simple green light, but an indescribable chaotic halo flowing, as if countless worlds are born and destroyed in it. The original vitality of the creation of the world and the terrifying atmosphere of the end of extinction are intertwined, sacred and majestic. On the other side, the shadow of the King of Eternal Night also underwent a drastic transformation. It was no longer a vague shadowy outline, but became as solid as substance, transforming into a supreme king covered in stars and stepping on the underworld. His eyes were so deep that they seemed to be able to devour all light and souls. What surrounded him was no longer a simple shadow, but a more original and pure chaotic shadow, as if it was the end point of all things returning to silence, emitting a terrifying pressure that would make gods and demons tremble. With the blessing of Martial Soul Origin Awakening, the grade of the dual martial souls has surpassed the scope of SSS Plus and reached an unknown realm that cannot be measured by the existing level. Boom! Two completely different supreme auras, with Xiao Han as the center, spread like a storm. The SSS-level purgatory dragon martial spirit that Long Outyan was proud of actually let out a shrill wail in the face of these two auras. The huge dragon shadow trembled violently, and the dark red light dimmed rapidly, as if a mouse saw a cat, and instinctively felt the fear and suppression from the depths of its soul. His infernal dragon breath that was powerful enough to burn mountains and boil seas was shattered into pieces like fragile glass under the impact of this new force, and disappeared without a trace before it even touched Xiao Han. No. Impossible. What kind of martial spirit is this? How could a martial spirit's rank be temporarily elevated? The arrogance and contempt on Long Outyan's face had long since vanished, replaced by a deep sense of horror and disbelief. He felt as if his purgatory realm was made of paper before this power, being ruthlessly torn apart, purified, and devoured. He never thought that his proud SSS-level martial spirit would one day be completely suppressed in such a domineering way. The battle has begun, the arrow is on the string, and it must be released. Long Outyan suppressed the turmoil in his heart, his face twisted with extreme anger and unwillingness. He roared, and the spiritual power in his body was frantically urged without reservation, even if your martial soul is strange, the gap in realm cannot be made up by you. Purgatory demon dragon, kill it. The remaining shadow of the demon dragon roared unwillingly and gathered its strength again. Countless dark flame chains shot out from the void and wrapped around Xiao Han. Xiao Han felt the unprecedented, surging power within him, as if he could control everything. His eyes remained calm. In his eyes, Long Outyan's dying struggle was nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. System, martial arts skills complete enlightenment, specify the divine destruction fist. Ding. Received host's command. Destruction fist temporarily upgraded to perfection. In an instant, all the mysteries of the destruction fist, from the first move to the subsequent moves that Xiao Han had not yet fully mastered, and even its most core meaning of destruction, flooded into Xiao Han's mind like a sudden enlightenment, and he understood it all in an instant. At this moment, the god-destroying fist in Xiao Han's hands has reached its theoretical limit. Xiao Han took a deep breath, and his eyes, which were flashing with chaotic light and the dark light of eternal night, locked onto Long Outyan, who was rushing towards him madly. He moved. There was no earth-shaking sound, just a step forward, and the figure disappeared on the spot like a ghost. The footwork of a world away was enhanced by the chaotic shadow of the King of Eternal Night, and integrated with a more bizarre power of space. Every step taken seemed to be passing through the gaps in the shadows, leaving no trace. Boom! The fire chains that Long Outyen was determined to obtain all missed the target and hit the arena, creating deep pits. Where is the person? Long Outyen's pupils suddenly shrank, and his spiritual sense scanned frantically, but he could not find any trace of Xiao Han. The next moment, an extreme sense of crisis came from behind him. Xiao Han's figure, as if walking out of the deepest nightmare, appeared silently behind Long Outyen. On his right fist, the purifying divine light of the Chaos Blue Lotus and the chaotic shadow power of the King of Eternal Night were intertwined and entangled, and a destructive true meaning that seemed to be able to annihilate all things was condensed on the tip of his fist. The divine destruction fist at the perfect level. The first punch. Xiao Han's voice was calm and without any ripples. The punch was simple and direct, yet it contained a terrifying power that made the world pale in comparison. Long Outyen turned around in horror, hastily condensed the infernal flame to protect his body, and at the same time grabbed Xiao Han with a claw. Bang! Fists and claws collide. Long Outyen's dragon claws, powerful enough to tear through metal, were shattered like rotten wood by Xiao Han's punch, which contained multiple layers of ultimate power. The punch continued to move, easily tearing through the infernal flames on his body and slamming heavily into his chest. Puff! Long Outyen felt as if he was struck by a powerful thunder, a mouthful of blood spurted out, his chest collapsed with a horrible fist mark, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The SSS-level martial soul characteristics that he was proud of were greatly weakened by the ultimate purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus, and the power of the magic flame was greatly reduced. The Eternal Night King's chaotic shadow power strangely penetrated his energy defenses and struck directly at his body. Coupled with the devastating destructive power of the perfected divine destruction fist. One punch, just one punch, and the most recognized genius of the Imperial Capital Academy was seriously injured. Xiao Han's figure flashed again, and he appeared beside Long Outyen, who was flying backwards. Second punch. It was still a plain and simple punch, but extremely fast and fierce. Long Outyen's eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. He wanted to resist and roar, but in the face of Xiao Han's overwhelming power, everything was in vain. Bang! This punch hit Long Outyen's dantian solidly. The violent destructive force instantly destroyed the spiritual power core in his body that had not yet been fully condensed. The power of chaotic shadow eroded his meridians, and the purifying power of the chaotic blue lotus was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, eliminating his last will to resist. Chapter 84 Deathly Silence. Ah! A shrill scream echoed throughout the training ground. Long Outyen's body was like a broken sack. He was blown away from the center of the ring by Xiao Han's casual punch. He drew a parabola and fell heavily on the ground outside the ring, stirring up a cloud of dust. He completely lost his ability to fight and fainted. It only took a few breaths. The entire training ground was in deathly silence. No matter whether it was the students and instructors in the audience, or the bigwigs from all parties in the VIP seats, they were all stunned and dumbfounded as if they were under a spell. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone was so shocked by Xiao Han's earth-shattering and overwhelming strength that their minds went blank and they were completely unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. That was Long Outyen, the core leader of the Imperial Capital Academy, the owner of the SSS rank Infernal Dragon Martial Spirit, and the recognized strongest contender for the championship of this competition. To be defeated by Xiao Han in such a clean and decisive, even humiliating way, with just 2 punches? SSS plus martial soul temporarily upgraded to an unknown higher grade? The boxing martial arts of the perfect realm? Just how many incredible secrets does Xiao Han have hidden? What kind of existence is his seemingly ordinary F-rank W's martial spirit? For a moment, countless questions and shocks hit the hearts of everyone present like a tsunami. On the stage, Xiao Han slowly retracted his fist and stood up. The terrifying chaotic aura and dark light of eternal night around him gradually subsided, and he returned to his usual calmness. It was as if the earth-shattering scene just now had nothing to do with him. Only he himself knew how incredible his trump cards were, namely, the 30 minutes of awakening of the origin of the martial soul, and the 1 hour of perfect enlightenment of martial arts techniques. Now, he wins. Win cleanly and decisively, win thoroughly. The martial arts arena was dead silent for dozens of breaths before it erupted into a deafening roar like a frying pan exploding. We won. 2 punches. Long Outyen was defeated by 2 punches. Am I dreaming? That's Long Outyen, the headmaster of the academy. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Frenzied shouts rose and fell, sweeping across the entire arena like a tsunami. Countless eyes stared intently at the calm figure on the stage, filled with disbelief, awe, enthusiasm, and curiosity. In the VIP seats, representatives from various factions wore solemn expressions. The Su family head's eyes flickered, as if he was contemplating something. The instructors from the 4 major universities whispered among themselves, exchanging horrified glances. Teacher Lin Xingxia's tense body relaxed, but the shock in her beautiful eyes lingered for a long time. She knew Xiao Han was extraordinary, but she hadn't expected him to be this extraordinary. That sudden burst of power was beyond her comprehension. While feeling relieved, there was also more worry. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Xiao Han's trump card was too shocking, and it was bound to attract countless greedy eyes. Xiao Han stood on the ring, feeling the surging power within him recede like a tide, replaced by a deep sense of weakness. The shadows of his 2 martial spirits also dimmed, returning to their original appearance. He exhaled heavily, and the stuffiness in his chest was slightly relieved. He held on, not letting himself look the least bit embarrassed. Win. It was obtained after surviving a near-death experience. The sense of elevation brought by the awakening of the martial soul's origin and the perfect enlightenment of martial arts skills is rapidly fading, but the mystery of briefly touching a higher level of power has been deeply engraved in the depths of his soul. The referee's hands were still shaking, and his voice was erratic. He managed to finish his words. The first match of the Imperial Capital Academy competition semifinals, Xiao Han wins. The Federal Network exploded. #Imperial Capital University Competition #. #Dark Horse Xiao Han #2 punches to knock down Long Outyan Entries like these have gone viral and topped the trending search list. Countless posts, videos, and analyses popped up like mushrooms after rain, each trying to dig out Xiao Han's 18 generations of ancestors. Xiao Han staggered down the stage, pushing away everyone who tried to approach him. He even responded vaguely to Mentor Qin Jin's concerned inquiries. He only nodded slightly to Xiao Yu Bing and Luo Bing. Luo Bing glanced at him, moved her lips, but ultimately said nothing. However, she couldn't hide her unwillingness and vague fear. Xiao Yu Bing took a few quick steps forward, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back, the anxiety still lingering. He walked straight to his own independent courtyard. The door slammed shut, blocking out all the noise from the outside world. The next moment, it was as if all the bones in his body were pulled out, and Xiao Han slid down softly against the door panel, with a wheezing sound coming from his throat, like an old bellows. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the semi-finals. You have successfully advanced to the finals of the university competition. Rewards: 1 chance to use Martial Soul Origin Awakening, lasts 30 minutes, 1 chance to use Martial Arts Skills Perfection Enlightenment, lasts 1 hour. Grand Finals Champion Gift Pack, must be unlocked after winning the Grand Finals. A cold mechanical sound rang in his mind, which slightly relaxed Xiao Han's tense nerves. The cards that were used up were actually replenished. This thing is the hard currency for him to compete for the championship. Not daring to delay for a moment, he struggled to move to the cushion and sat cross-legged. His skills started running on their own, greedily absorbing the energy particles between heaven and earth. He closed his eyes, trying to capture and remember every strange feeling he had just had when his martial soul moved and his boxing skills became supernatural. These 3 days are not only a time of recovery, but also a time of sedimentation and sublimation. At the same time, in the highest level conference room of the institution, the atmosphere was so oppressive that you could squeeze water out of it. Investigate. Investigate this Xiao Han thoroughly. A white-haired old man, the vice president of the academy and a prominent figure in the martial saint realm, sat at the head of the group. His voice was cold and emotionless. His martial spirit is definitely not something that can be summed up with a mere SSS+. That kind of sudden rank increase. I've never heard of it before. Also, the skills he practiced, the martial arts he displayed, especially the boxing technique, which contained a domineering and all-encompassing state of mind that did not belong to any inheritance system known to our federation. A senior instructor nearby added with a solemn expression. Could it be that some lost ancient heritage has awakened in him? Some people speculated. It's quite possible. But to be able to forcibly stack 2 F-rank useless spirits to this point, and even temporarily burst out a higher rank. This kind of inheritance is probably the legendary god level, or even saint level. No matter where he comes from, this boy must be in our hands. If I can't use him for my own purposes, I absolutely cannot let him fall into the hands of my enemies. Encrypted commands were issued from the conference room, and countless forces hidden in the shadows of the Federation began to quietly operate around the name Xiao Han. Outside Xiao Han's independent courtyard, a graceful figure appeared silently. It was Lin Xingxia. She stood outside the door, which was tightly closed. The faint breath inside made her heart tighten. "Come in, Teacher Lin." Xiao Han's voice came from inside, with obvious fatigue. Lin Xingxia pushed open the door. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the mat, his face paler than paper, but his breathing had become much steadier. "You." She took a few steps closer, the words on the tip of her tongue, but she didn't know where to start. "Can you still hold on?" Xiao Han opened his eyes, pulled the corners of his mouth, and smiled. "I won't die, I just feel a little weak." Lin Xingxia sat down opposite him, her slender knuckles curled unconsciously. She was silent for a moment. "Xiao Han, the instructor won't ask you about those things on you. But you have to understand that in today's battle, you have made a name for yourself, but you have also put yourself on the spot. Right now, I don't know how many pairs of eyes are watching you in the dark." Xiao Han looked at her without saying a word, waiting for her next words. Chapter 85 Life Towards Death. My opponent in the finals is Yi Wuchen. Lin Xingxia's voice was slightly lower than usual, with a rare solemnity. As soon as she opened her mouth, the air around her seemed to become heavier. "Yi Wuchen, the one who ranks first in Class 0 and has never appeared in public?" Xiao Han took over the conversation. "That's him." Lin Xingxia handed over a thin piece of paper. "The academy has kept him hidden well enough. He's at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm, and possesses an SS+ level, void body, martial spirit." She paused, as if trying to form her words. "This martial spirit is very tricky. Ordinary punches and kicks, as well as those colorful energy shocks, will mostly be like a drop in the ocean when hitting him, unable to create the slightest ripple. Moreover, most of his usual methods are not aimed at your body." Xiao Han took the pages of paper and felt a slight chill when his fingertips touched them. Spirit, soul, and space distortion. He read it word by word and whispered the key words. Indeed, this is even more difficult to deal with than a tough guy like Long Outyen. Long Outyen is like a mountain standing in front of you. You know how high and dangerous it is, and there is always a way to hit it. This Yi Wuchen is like an invisible mist. You don't even know where he will pop up from or how he will attack you. No matter how powerful the destruction fist is, if it can't even touch a person, or if its power is completely dissipated by the void, it's useless. It's hard to say how effective the Chaos Azure Lotus's purifying power will be against this void. More than that," Lin Xingxia added. "Intelligence reports that his ethereal form can withstand some attacks from even martial sect level experts. Even more problematic, he's also mastered a powerful spiritual technique that can directly interfere with an opponent's senses, even creating chaotic illusions out of thin air to confuse them." Xiao Han let out a light breath, and the light in the room seemed to dim a little. "But..." Lin Xingxia's voice rang out again, breaking the brief stagnation. "That void body isn't completely flawless. Ultimately, it's based on the understanding and application of spatial and spiritual power. If we can find the gaps in his transformations, or attack him with methods beyond his cognitive capabilities, theoretically, it could be effective." There was a certain weight of expectation in her words. "The spatial talent you displayed in the previous battle, and that unreasonable explosive power, might be the fulcrum that can pry open his tortoise shell." Xiao Han gently stroked the edge of the document with his fingertips. "Nothingness, immune to attack." In his mind, some mysterious passages in the Shadow Void Sutra about the interweaving of void and shadow flashed by. "I will make every effort to adjust in the next 3 days," Xiao Han said, his voice calm but with a heavy tone. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your reminder and for this information." Lin Xingxia stood up, walked to his side, and patted his shoulders twice. "Just do your best, get enough rest, and get into your best condition. In my opinion, you've already won." After she finished speaking, she paused. Her tone, which was usually efficient and vigorous, now had a very subtle, almost unnoticeable pause. "Of course, I hope to see you bring back that honor with my own eyes." Lin Xingxia's figure quickly disappeared outside the door. The door of the training room made a slight sound when it closed, and the room returned to silence. Xiao Han stood alone, the information about Yi Wuchen still spread out on the table, the handwriting clear. He walked over slowly, picked up the papers again, and his eyes fell on the 4 words body of nothingness. 3 days. He whispered to himself, his fingertips lightly touching the words. The Shadow Void Sutra, the world is near. Yi Wuchen, it's just right, let's see whether your nothingness can hide, or my shadow can devour everything more. Time was running out, but his fighting spirit grew stronger than ever. Yi Wuchen, a body of nothingness? Immune to attack? Perfect. Let him see if the power of SSS Plus, combined with the martial arts of the perfect realm, could shatter that so-called nothingness. Throughout the imperial capital, and even across Dragon Nation, all eyes on the martial arts competition were fixed on the grand finals in 3 days. The suddenly emerging dark horse Xiao Han faced off against the reclusive leader of Class 0, Yi Wuchen. In this clash, would the dark horse's legend continue, or would the champion's reign be defended? Xiao Han didn't know, nor did he care about the outside world's clamor. He only knew that for the ultimate glory, in order to live up to all those who supported him, he had to fight with all his might once again, and live towards death. The battle drums of the finals seemed to be beating in his ears. The day before the finals of the Imperial Capital Academy competition, the air seemed to freeze, and then ignited by countless surging emotions in the next second. The entire Imperial Capital Academy, no, it should be said that the entire Imperial Capital, was boiling with excitement because of this upcoming peak showdown. Flying cameras from major media outlets circled over the university like a swarm of buzzing bees, striving to capture every corner. A long queue had formed in front of the school gate since early morning, with countless ordinary people and martial arts enthusiasts hoping to witness this pinnacle battle of the younger generation with their own eyes. The area surrounding the martial arts arena had already been completely renovated. Countless sophisticated live broadcast instruments were dotted around every corner, their cameras trained on the center of tomorrow's event, waiting for the grand event to begin. Inside the academy, groups of students buzzed with discussion. Xiao Han and Yi Wuchen, these two names, became the absolute focus, with all sorts of analysis and speculation, and even some secretly setting odds, placing all sorts of bets. Despite the deafening noise outside, the training room and the independent courtyard of core sequence as 07 was surprisingly quiet. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the cushion, breathing deeply. In the training room, rich spiritual energy far surpassed that of the outside world and actively flowed into his body, nourishing every inch of his bones, blood and flesh. He did not break through the bottleneck, but polished his spirit inch by inch and harmonized it to the peak. Tomorrow he will face Yi Wuchen. This battle will be the most dangerous one he has faced since he traveled through time. Yi Wuchen's body of nothingness is immune to most attacks, and combined with his elusive spiritual and spatial secrets, it is indeed a tricky thing to deal with. Thoughts flow, and past events come flooding back. During the Spirit Awakening ceremony, 2 ridiculous F-level useless spirits attracted ridicule from the entire audience. Bai Xueer's undisguised contempt and determination, Zhao Yu's arrogant face of a villain who had triumphed. Immediately, the God-level selected system binding. The first choice was shameful, but also brought huge gains. He forcefully kissed Su Linglong, in exchange for the evolution of both martial souls, directly reaching SSS plus Chaos Blue Lotus and Eternal Night King. The assessment at the Bai City Warrior Center was the first test. In the life or death situation in the low-risk area outside the city, he killed the robber with his backhand. The fortune in the mysterious valley, the killing of the black-scaled ape, and the evolution of the King of Eternal Night. After entering the Imperial Capital Academy, he started out as an ordinary student who was bullied by everyone, but he rose to become the core Class 0, shocking many people. Ancient ruins in the secret realm of the Black Mist Forest, guardian of the martial sect, Shadow Void Sutra, and the sequel to Destroying Divine Fist. In the college competition, he made great progress, defeated Luo Bing, and overwhelmed Shirley. In the semi-finals, he delivered 2 earth-shattering punches, knocking the arrogant Long Outyan off the altar. Every choice carries enormous risks and unimaginable pressures. Every breakthrough is condensed with sweat, blood, and even questions of life and death. The system is his greatest reliance, but his own efforts, strong will and decisiveness at critical moments are equally indispensable. The everlasting vitality of the Chaos Azure Lotus, the unpredictable mystery of the King of Eternal Night, the all-embracing creation art, the profound mysteries of the Shadow Void Sutra, the graceful agility of A World Away, the domineering destructive power of Destroying Divine Fist, the purifying and murderous devastation of Blue Lotus Sword Song, and the newly emerging Shadow Avatar. These together constitute his current strength. Buzz. The communication jade talisman on the waist vibrated slightly. Chapter 86 Not absolutely invincible. Xiao Han's mind moved, and a cold voice with subtle concern came, "Finals, come on. I'm here." It was Su Linglong. Those 6 short words sent a wave of warmth through Xiao Han's heart. This girl, though cold on the outside, was actually more delicate than anyone else. Then, another message arrived, tinged with Xiao Bing's characteristic liveliness. "Xiao Han, you must crush that Yi Wuchen tomorrow. I'm rooting for you." Ice Face also asked me to give you her regards, she's too embarrassed to say it, hee hee. Xiao Han smiled. The Ice Face that Xiao Bing mentioned was naturally referring to Luo Bing. The last message came from Professor Lin Xingxia, give it a try, don't worry. I'll handle it with the higher-ups at the academy. This undoubtedly gave him peace of mind. Mentor Lin Xingxia's support was more substantial than any flowery words. These concerns and supports flowed into Xiao Han's heart like a trickle of water, making his original determination to win the championship even more solid. He took a deep breath, let these warm emotions settle in his heart, and focused his attention on tomorrow's opponent again. Yi Wuchen. SS+ level, body of nothingness. Immune to most physical and energy attacks. Specializes in spiritual mysticism and space distortion. The peak of the 9th level of the martial artist realm. The real trump card hidden by the university. These keywords kept circling in Xiao Han's mind. Illusions, mental attacks, space cutting, void shuttle. Xiao Han simulated dozens of possible battle scenarios. What if his destruction fist couldn't hit directly? What if the purifying power of Blue Lotus Sword Song had limited effect on the void body? What if he fell into the opponent's mental illusion? Every possibility made him feel difficult. But he was full of fighting spirit. The body of nothingness is not absolutely invincible. Xiao Han muttered to himself. He thought of his eternal Night King martial soul, which contained the attributes of shadow and space. Especially after it evolved into the Shadow Lord and practiced the Shadow Void Sutra, his understanding of these two forces was no longer the same as before. Perhaps we can use space against space and use shadow to break the void. A vague idea gradually became clear in his mind. In this battle, he no longer intends to hold back. With the cultivation level of the 3rd level of the martial master realm, he even had a hunch that if the battle became intense enough, he might be able to use the pressure to break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and advance to the 4th level of the martial master realm. Chaos Blue Lotus, King of Eternal Night, and double SSS plus martial spirits will unleash their power without reservation. The dual skills of the Art of Creation and the Sutra of Shadow and Void are operated simultaneously, providing an endless supply of spiritual power and the mysterious power of Shadow and Void. The 3 core martial arts, God-Destroying Fist, Blue Lotus Sword Song and A World Away, will cooperate with the characteristics of his dual martial souls to unleash the strongest lethality. The magical power of Shadow Incarnation will also serve as a surprise weapon and play a role at critical moments. There are also 2 temporary opportunities to use Martial Soul Origin Awakening and Perfect Enlightenment of Martial Arts as rewards from the system. This is his biggest trump card that allows him to confront Yi Wuchen head-on. The system was surprisingly quiet before the finals, not issuing any new selection tasks. This made Xiao Han realize that the rewards he had earned through his near-death struggles were his only hope for the championship. That's good, as there are fewer weird and socially fatal tasks, which allows him to focus more on the battle itself. As the night deepened, the noise outside the window seemed to die down, leaving only the rustling of leaves in the wind. In the training room, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were as calm as a deep pool, but beneath that calmness, they shone with a light sharper than the stars. The spiritual energy within him surged like a volcano about to erupt, yet he controlled it perfectly. The radiance of his dual martial spirits clung to him, the auras of chaos and eternal night intertwined to create a unique balance. His energy and spirit have been adjusted to an unprecedented peak. Tomorrow is the day of the decisive battle. Yi Wuchen, no matter how weird or powerful you are, I, Xiao Han, will go all out to win the ultimate glory. The highly anticipated finals of the Imperial Capital Academy competition finally kicked off amid thunderous cheers. The central martial arts arena was packed with people, and the atmosphere was as intense as fire. Countless eyes were focused on the contestants' passage, anticipating the arrival of the peak showdown. The first to appear was the head of Class 0, Yi Wuchen. He was dressed in white clothes as white as snow, his expression indifferent as he slowly walked onto the ring. In an instant, a majestic and vast aura swept out from his body. The terrifying cultivation level of the 8th level peak of the martial master realm was fully revealed. Behind him, a deep and ethereal shadow of an SSS-level martial soul was looming, emitting a heart-pounding fluctuation. What was even more shocking was that the space around his body was slightly distorted, as if he could transform into nothingness and become immune to all things. It was his legendary body of nothingness. The peak of the 8th level of the martial master realm. This is Yi Wuchen's true strength. SSS-level martial spirit. And that ethereal body, how is Xiao Han going to fight it? Exclamations echoed one after another. In the VIP seats, Lin Qingxia clenched her hands slightly, and Su Linglong's cold eyes also rippled. As the crowd held their breath, Xiao Han appeared at the entrance. Still dressed in green, with a calm expression, he stepped onto the stage, facing Yi Wuchen from a distance. Boom! An aura that was no less powerful than Yi Wuchen's, even more condensed and ancient, erupted from Xiao Han's body. His true cultivation level, at the peak of the third level of the martial master realm, was revealed. Although his realm was slightly lower, the texture of that power made countless powerful people tremble in fear. What was even more shocking was that behind him, a chaos blue lotus rooted in chaos, sacred and majestic, and an eternal night king clad in eternal night, reigning over the shadows, two SSS plus martial spirit phantoms emerged at the same time, overwhelming the world and shocking the entire audience. Double SSS plus spirit. He's hiding so well. Third level martial artist, yet his aura is powerful enough to overpower a high level martial artist. Monster. This is definitely a monster. The whole audience was completely boiling. The game begins. The referee's voice was drowned out by the thunderous cheers. Yi Wuchen's eyes fixed, no longer holding back. He formed seals with his hands, and the SSS-level martial spirit behind him shone brightly. Void exile. Instantly, the arena's space twisted violently, and invisible cracks appeared out of thin air, as if to completely devour Xiao Han and exile him to an unknown dimension. This was his ultimate skill, a sure kill upon unleashing it. Xiao Han's expression remained unchanged as he simultaneously activated the Creation and Heaven Shading Art and the Shadow Void Sutra within his body to their full potential. He thought, dual domains, open. The Chaos Blue Lotus sheds billions of blue lights, full of vitality, purifying all evil. The King of Eternal Night spreads endless shadows, devours everything, and controls nothingness. The embryonic forms of two completely different domains overlapped in an instant, blue and black intertwined to form a unique domain of chaotic eternal night, which actually resisted the distorted force of space. Chapter 87 Champion. A world away. Xiao Han's figure flashed, blending into the shadows. He moved freely through the violent spatial cracks like a ghost. He had already activated perfect enlightenment of martial arts, aiming for the Destruction Fist. The Fist of Destruction. Xiao Han punched out, and the true meaning of destruction in the perfect realm condensed into the fist tip. The power of shadow and the energy of chaos entangled, pointing directly at an obscure node in the operation of Yi Wuchen's void body. The Green Lotus Sword Song, the Lotus Moves. He put his fingers together like swords, and several Green Lotus Sword auras containing the ultimate purifying power shot out, blocking Yi Wuchen's retreat. Boom! 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 On the stage, an energy storm raged. Relying on his ethereal body, Yi Wuchen's figure constantly transformed between reality and illusion, avoiding most of Xiao Han's attacks. At the same time, he activated his spiritual secrets, creating numerous illusions to interfere with Xiao Han's perception. Xiao Han's eyes shone brightly, the Chaos Green Lotus purified the illusion, and the King of Eternal Night saw through the falsehood. Sometimes he used the Destruction Divine Fist to attack Yi Wuchen head-on, with each punch hitting the flesh and causing Yi Wuchen's blood to surge. Sometimes he used the Blue Lotus Sword Song to weaken him from a distance, and the purifying power made his state of nothingness extremely unstable. This was a supreme clash of will and skill. Space distorted, the ground cracked, and the entire arena shook violently. Xiao Han had several scars on his body that were deep enough to see the bones, and his green clothes were dyed red with blood, but his fighting spirit did not decrease but increased, and he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Yi Wuchen was also feeling uncomfortable. His void body consumed a lot of energy. Xiao Han's strange attack method made him unable to defend himself, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Han. You are indeed very strong. But this is the end. Yi Wuchen's eyes flashed with madness. He clasped his hands together, and the SSS-level martial spirit behind him burned, void. Annihilation. A terrifying wave that was enough to destroy everything emanated from him, and the entire space of the arena seemed to be completely shattered. Now. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with brilliance. Shadow Incarnation. A figure exactly like him walked out from the shadows, holding the same Green Lotus Sword Chi and Destruction Fist. Burn my origin and destroy eternity. Xiao Han shouted angrily and burned 30% of his life origin without hesitation. In an instant, the power in his body surged to the extreme, and the perfect state of God-destroying fist was sublimated again, as if it was about to deliver a blow that would create the world. The original body and the incarnation moved simultaneously. Two ultimate destructive fists, containing all of Xiao Han's strength and burning with the essence of life, were like two destructive stars. One on the left and one on the right, tearing through the void, ignoring the all-annihilating fluctuations, and fiercely slammed into Yi Wuchen. Boom! A resounding roar shook the heavens. A dazzling radiance of energy shot up into the sky, drowning everything. The entire martial arts arena's protective shield flickered violently, nearly collapsing. When the light faded, a bottomless pit appeared in the center of the smoke-filled arena. Yi Wuchen was covered in blood and fell in the ruins, completely losing his ability to fight. His powerful SSS-level martial spirit shadow also dissipated sadly. At the edge of the giant pit, Xiao Han knelt on one knee, leaning on a long sword transformed from a green lotus that he had summoned at some point, breathing heavily. He was covered in blood, his clothes torn, and his breath was extremely weak, but his eyes were astonishingly bright. He won. Deathly silence. Deathly silence. After a few breaths, the referee's trembling voice resounded through the sky. The winner of the Imperial Capital Academy competition finals is Xiao Han. Ah! Thunderous cheers and screams instantly flooded the entire Imperial capital. Xiao Han. This name is destined to resound throughout the entire Dragon Nation today. Xiao Han. Champion. The roaring tide, like a tsunami, threatened to overturn the dome of the entire central martial arts arena. The referee's announcement of the winner Xiao Han was like the fuse that lit a powder keg, instantly igniting all the pent-up emotions. Crazy. Completely crazy. Students, instructors, and even those media reporters with a keen sense of smell could not hold back and rushed to the arena like a tide. The next second, Xiao Han, with his clothes torn and covered in blood, was thrown high into the air by this group of excited people. Once. Again. In the sunlight, that slightly pale face with an unyielding smile became the only focus of the whole audience. The awards ceremony followed closely behind, with surprisingly high efficiency. The principal of the Imperial Capital Academy, an old man who looked ordinary but actually had a profound aura, personally walked up to the temporary platform. The old principal had a gentle smile on his face, and he did not hide his admiration and expectations for Xiao Han. Student Xiao Han. The principal's voice was clearly transmitted to every corner through the amplifying array. Congratulations, you have won the championship of this school competition. Your performance is nothing short of miraculous. You've proven to everyone that while talent is certainly important, it's an unyielding will and a spirit of never giving up that truly open the door to becoming a strong person. Thunderous applause. The principal personally put on a special badge for Xiao Han that symbolized the glory of the champion. It was a badge carefully crafted from star mithril, engraved with the totem of the Imperial Capital Academy and a sharp sword. It felt warm and slightly cool to the touch, with a faint spiritual energy quietly flowing. Then, a waiter came over with a tray on which lay an ancient scroll. This is your championship reward list. The principal smiled and handed the scroll to Xiao Han. Xiao Han took it, unfolded it, and took a look. Permanent reading rights on the 3rd floor of Xingqian Pavilion. The qualification to practice in the special secret realm, Chaos Pool, lasts for 1 month. School contribution points, 1 million points. As well as a number of other types of cultivation resources. Hiss. When the content of the reward was announced to the public, there was an instantaneous gasp from the audience, louder than ever before. The 3rd floor of the Xingqian Pavilion. That was the sacred place where the academy stored the most advanced martial arts techniques. For ordinary core students, being able to set foot on the 2nd floor was enough to brag for a long time. A special secret realm called Chaos Pool. Just the name itself suggests something extraordinary. To be awarded as a championship prize by a prestigious institution, its value is truly astonishing. And there's that 1 million contribution points. Spending them would drive countless people crazy, and the cultivation resources they could exchange for would be astronomical. This is such a fucking lavish gesture. Xiao Han held the scroll tightly in his hand, his heart also in turmoil. He could clearly feel the huge deficit in his body caused by the burning of his essence, as well as the serious injuries left by the fierce battle with Yi Wuchen. These rewards are like timely help. No, they are like rockets in the snow. It is the absolute key for him to quickly recover his strength and even seek another breakthrough. He calmed himself down and bowed slightly. Thank you, the school, thank you, principal. The voice was not loud, but it was calm and firm. In the area where the top management of the academy was located, all the dignitaries who usually acted high and mighty looked at Xiao Han with an unprecedented solemnity and inquiry in their eyes. The potential and endless hidden cards displayed by this kid have far exceeded their expectations. In the crowd, teacher Lin Xingxiao looked at the figure on the stage who was still radiant even though he was covered in blood. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in an arc of extreme relief, and the pride almost overflowed from his heart. This boy who was forced by her to be recruited back from Beihai City brought her one surprise after another. Teacher Qingjin grinned widely and gave a thumbs up to Xiao Han on the stage without hesitation. He looked so proud. Under the stage, Su Linglong's usually cool and pretty face was now quietly stained with an imperceptible blush. She looked at Xiao Han, her deep admiration and worship intertwined, almost overflowing. Xiao Bing, who was standing beside her, had no such concerns at all. She excitedly waved her fists and shouted, "Junior Xiao Han is awesome. So cool. Ah." Chapter 88 Good luck. Even Luo Bing, who had had friction with Xiao Han in the past, and core members like Shirley, who had been defeated by him, were now convinced. Luo Bing pursed her lips, her eyes complex, but ultimately she murmured congratulations. Shirley then shouted cheerfully, "Xiao Han, you're truly amazing." Xiao Han won the respect of everyone with his undisputed strength. After the award ceremony, there was the routine post-match press conference. Facing the numerous media cameras and various tricky questions, Xiao Han still maintained his usual style. "Mr. Xiao Han, how did you evolve your F-rank W's martial spirit to such a level in such a short period of time?" a reporter asked first. Xiao Han smiled faintly, "Lucky, I encountered some adventures." "Then, is the extraordinary power you unleashed in the semi-finals and finals related to your martial spirit? Has your martial spirit grade surpassed SSS+?" Another reporter asked. "I guess so. As for the grade, I'm not very clear myself." Xiao Han answered ambiguously with a look of guessing on his face, which made the reporters scratch their heads, but helpless. He was very frugal with words and kept his own secrets very secret. He simply thanked the school and his mentor for their training and said that he would continue to work hard. This low-key and mysterious attitude makes his image even more unfathomable in everyone's mind. The press conference ended hastily. Xiao Han declined all banquets and celebrations and quickly returned to his independent courtyard under the cover of Lin Xingxia. Bang! After closing the gate and shutting out all the noise from the outside world, Xiao Han's body swayed and he nearly fell. He held onto the wall, panting violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. "Damn it, it feels good to show off, but it's a crematorium afterwards," he said to himself with a wry smile, dragging his exhausted body and staggering into the training room. Sitting cross-legged, he immediately took out the reward scroll awarded by the principal from his storage ring. When the spiritual consciousness probed in, the contents of the list emerged clearly. Permanent reading rights on the third floor of Xingqian Pavilion. You can freely read all the skills, martial arts, and secrets on the third floor. Special secret realm, Chaos Pool, one of the forbidden areas of the academy, rumored to be a source of chaotic energy left behind when the academy was first established. It possesses miraculous benefits for spirit evolution, physical refinement, and realm enlightenment. Usage period, 30 days. Institution contribution points, 1 million points. Champion exclusive resource pack, contains a 9th grade healing elixir, 9-turn soul restoring pill, 10 bottles of the 8th grade cultivation aiding elixir, purple extreme soul containing pill, several high-level exotic beast cores, and several rare refining materials. Looking at this series of dazzling rewards, even though Xiao Han was calm and composed, his breathing became a little faster. The third floor of the Star Pavilion means that he can access the most advanced cultivation methods of the Dragon Kingdom, and perhaps find the complete chapters of the Fist of Destruction and the Blue Lotus Sword Song, or even find the Shadow Void type magical skills that are more suitable for the King of Eternal Night. The Chaos Pool. Just the word chaos was enough to make his heart surge. His Chaos Azure Lotus martial spirit might benefit greatly there, and even evolve again. In a month's time, if used properly, his strength would definitely undergo another earth-shaking transformation. 1 million contribution points instantly transformed him from a poor boy into a millionaire. Countless rare resources in the school's treasury could be exchanged as long as the contribution points were sufficient. And the 9-turn resurrection pill is exactly the healing medicine he needs most at this moment. "I've made a killing this time." Xiao Han's eyes gleamed. Winning the championship wasn't just a source of honor for him, it was a stepping stone to a higher realm. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out the 9 Revolutions resurrection pill that exuded a strong medicinal fragrance and swallowed it in one gulp. The pill melted in his mouth, transforming into a powerful yet gentle life energy that quickly flowed through his limbs and bones, repairing his damaged meridians and deficient essence. At the same time, he practiced the creation of heavenly art and the Shadow Void Sutra, and combined them with the purification and vitality of the Chaos Green Lotus martial soul to speed up the refining of the medicinal power. He knew that the end of the school competition was just a new beginning. Beyond the Dragon Kingdom, there is a wider world. The threat of invasion by alien beasts still hangs over the heads of mankind. Those enemies hiding in the dark will never stop just because he wins a championship. The road ahead is long. Only by becoming stronger can you control your own destiny and protect everything you want to protect. Chaos Pool. Xiao Han muttered to himself, his eyes full of anticipation. He couldn't wait to enter the legendary secret realm and take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make another earth-shaking leap in his strength. The Imperial Capital Academy competition has come to an end, but the storm it has set off has just begun to sweep across the entire Dragon Federation. Have you heard? A monster has appeared in the Imperial Capital Academy. He has twin martial souls, and both are SSS-level. Not only that, Xiao Han has been winning all the way, and in the finals he even defeated Class Zero's leader Yi Wuchen. It is said that he has a mysterious inheritance. His boxing and sword skills are unheard of and extremely powerful. Cross-realm crushing is commonplace. A third-level martial artist is fighting against an eighth-level peak martial artist. They are simply inhuman. Tea houses, taverns, streets and alleys, virtual networks. Xiao Han's name was spreading like wildfire everywhere. Double SSS plus martial spirit, mysterious inheritance, and champion of the school competition, each label is enough to catch people's attention, and when these labels are concentrated on one person, the sensational effect can be imagined. Xiao Han, this name seemed to have taken off overnight, flying from the Imperial Capital Academy to every corner of the Federation, becoming an idol worshipped by countless young warriors, and also a hot commodity in the eyes of major forces. As expected, the day after the competition ended, the entrance to the Imperial Capital Academy became crowded with people. Countless figures representing the top forces of Dragon Country swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. There are martial arts families with a long tradition, top sects with profound heritage, federal military representatives in neat uniforms, and even some hidden forces that are usually elusive, who have sent envoys. They have only one goal: to recruit Xiao Han. Student Xiao Han, we are from the Jiannan Wang family. The head of the family has high praise for you and would like to treat you like a core member of the Wang family. You can choose from 3 ninth grade techniques and receive all kinds of natural treasures. My dear Xiao, I am an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. If you wish to join our sect, the position of the sect master's personal disciple is waiting for you. The sect's forbidden area, the 10,000 Swords 2, is open to you. Comrade Xiao Han, I'm from the Special Recruitment Office of the Federal Military. With just a nod from you, you'll start at the rank of Major General, and military resources will be allocated to you. Your future is limitless. Chapter 89, No Choice. Although the school had anticipated this and set up numerous checkpoints to try to filter out most of the harassment for Xiao Han, which of these forces did not have powerful connections? Various visiting cards, gifts, and recruitment letters flew toward Xiao Han's independent courtyard like snowflakes. What's more, some people even directly put forward conditions for marriage. Young Master Xiao, my daughter is only 28 years old. Although she looks delicate and graceful, she is gentle and virtuous. She possesses an S-rank water-type martial spirit and is a perfect match for you. If you are willing, my family is willing to offer you a spiritual vein in the south of the city, plus 30 million federal coins as a dowry. A fat middle-aged man with a bloated head and wearing a tacky gold-threaded brocade robe, after being screened by Linglong, finally caught up with Xiao Han, who was about to go out, and started selling him things with saliva flying. Xiao Han looked at the timid girl behind him, whose appearance could only be considered ordinary. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he politely but distantly bowed. Senior, your kindness is appreciated. However, I am devoted to martial arts and have no intention of starting a family for the time being. I hope you can forgive me. The fat man wanted to continue the fight, but Xiao Han's indifferent look made him feel cold in his heart, and he retreated awkwardly. Humph, these guys really will use any means possible. Linglong appeared beside Xiao Han at some point, and curled her lips as she watched the fat man fleeing in panic. Teacher Lin. Xiao Han bowed. Follow me. Linglong led Xiao Han to a secluded pavilion. The academy's higher-ups have already helped you fend off more than 90% of the harassment, but there are always some flies that are hard to guard against. You're like Tang Sanzang's meat now, and everyone wants to take a bite. Her expression grew more serious. Xiao Han, you must remember that the olive branches extended by these forces are all tied with invisible strings. They value your potential and the secrets you may hold. Once you accept, it means being tied to their chariot, and often you will have no choice. Some forces may appear glamorous on the surface, but they actually do a lot of dirty work behind the scenes. If you really want to choose a backer, you must open your eyes and not be blinded by temporary benefits. Xiao Han nodded, naturally understanding this. These days, he'd politely decline most offers, maintaining only polite contact with a few relatively clean backgrounds or with potential future collaboration opportunities, such as the Su family. He remained neither humble nor overbearing, ensuring no leaks. Thank you for the reminder, instructor. I understand. Lin Xingxiao looked at his calm eyes and secretly admired him in her heart. This kid is so young, but his mind is so calm. It is really not easy for him to stay sober in the face of such a huge temptation. Alright, just be sensible. Lin Xingxiao put away her seriousness and turned back into the dashing instructor. We've blocked everything we can at the academy, but there are always some that slip through the net. You're like Tang Sanzang's meat now, and everyone wants a bite. Remember, those olive branches often have strings attached. They see potential in you, and perhaps even secrets. Once you accept, you're on board, and often you have no choice. Some forces may look glamorous, but they're actually doing a lot of dirty work behind the scenes. If you really want to choose a backer, keep your eyes open and don't be dazzled by the small profits in front of you. Xiao Han nodded, indicating that he understood. These days, he had indeed only maintained polite contact with relatively clean forces like the Su family, politely declining all other offers, leaving no stone unturned. Seeing his calm expression, Lin Xingxiao praised him inwardly. This boy, facing such a great temptation, could still remain so calm. Xiao Han's status within the academy had indeed changed. Previously, he was a special case, a controversial figure. Now, he was recognized as the best, a figure that all students looked up to. Wherever he went, he was met with awe, envy, and even admiration. Those who used to look down on him now politely addressed him as Senior Xiao. He poured all of the 1 million contribution points he'd earned as a champion into the academy's treasury. Pills to stabilize realms, spiritual fluids to temper the body, natural treasures to repair the soul, and rare materials with spatial and shadow attributes, all in preparation for the next evolution of the Eternal Night King's spirit. The instructor in charge of the exchange looked at the astonishing numbers on the list, his hands were shaking, and his attitude was as respectful as possible. With everything ready, Xiao Han's goal was clear the Chaos Pool. That is the special secret realm for training awarded as a champion reward. It is said to help the martial soul evolve, temper the body, and improve the realm of comprehension. The hidden dangers left by the burning origin and the injuries from the battle with Yi Wuchen must be completely resolved with the power of the Chaos Pool to make further progress. That day, he said goodbye to Lin Xingxia, Su Linglong, and others, and went to the Chaos Pool deep in the forbidden area of the academy alone. The road to the Chaos Pool is quite secret, with several layers of restrictions and strict guards. Xiao Han walked along the quiet stone path, flanked by tall, ancient trees, and dappled sunlight streamed down. He appeared relaxed, but in reality, his 6 senses were fully activated, and the perception of the Eternal Night King's spirit quietly spread. Ever since I became famous, I've always felt like there were eyes watching me from the shadows. Some were curious, some were in awe, but some were malicious. I know that I am now a light in the dark night, attracting everyone. Behind the flowers and applause, there is an invisible knife. Xiao Han paused as he turned a corner. His eyes swept across the dense bushes not far behind him. There, he felt a faint movement of energy, which vanished in an instant. He didn't stop and continued walking forward, sneering in his heart. It seems some people can't help themselves. This trip to the Chaos Pool won't end. However, he's not a pushover. If you want to have any bad intentions towards him, you should first consider your own abilities. The Chaos Pool must be taken. Those who stand in our way must be crushed to the ground without a single survivor. Thinking of the potential boost the Chaos Pool could bring, Xiao Han felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The Chaos Pool lies within the innermost forbidden area of the Imperial Capital Academy. It is a mysterious pool of water shrouded in a chaotic mist as thick as liquid. The pond is not big, only about 100 square meters, but it seems to hide a new world. The air is not filled with ordinary spiritual energy, but a more fundamental, ancient, chaotic energy that carries the aura of creation. The moment Xiao Han stepped inside, he felt his entire body lighten, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The twin martial spirits within him instantly erupted with an unprecedented desire. Buzz! The shadow of the Chaos Blue Lotus martial spirit emerged on its own, piercing into the void, the 12-tier lotus platform swaying gently. Each lotus petal stretched out, greedily absorbing the extremely pure chaotic energy around it. That feeling is like a wandering child finally returning to his mother's arms, warm and joyful. On the green lotus, the runes of the great Tao flickered, the light flowed, and the aura became more sacred and solemn at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the eternal Night King spirit also became restless, transforming into a deep, dark shadow, weaving through the chaotic mist. Those chaotic energies that seemed incompatible with its properties were strangely decomposed and absorbed the moment they touched it. All transformed into the purest shadow origin and space power. Chapter 90, Changes in the Twin Martial Spirits. The shadow of the King of Eternal Night was now visibly solidifying. An indescribable pressure spread out, and his power to control shadows and space was quietly increasing at an astonishing speed. His resonance with the Shadow Void Sutra reached an unprecedented level. The true meanings of many scriptures that were difficult and mysterious in the past now appear clearly in my mind, like the sun shining through the clouds. Xiao Han tried to calm himself down, the excitement almost made it difficult for him to control himself. He immediately sat down cross-legged on the warm jade stone beside the pond. Without a moment's hesitation, the art of creation and the Shadow Void Sutra started to work. With the two great magical skills released at the same time, Xiao Han's body instantly turned into a vortex that swallowed everything. The dense and insoluble chaotic energy in the surroundings immediately found a channel to pour out. One after another, chaotic-colored energy dragons let out low roars and rushed forward one after another, frantically drilling into his limbs and bones, rushing through every meridian and tempering every inch of his flesh and blood. The hissing sound never stops. On the surface of his body, bits of black, sticky and smelly stuff kept oozing out. Those were the last stubborn dirt hidden deep inside his body, and now, under the powerful flushing of chaotic energy, they were all driven out. Crackling sounds rang out between the bones one after another. Each crisp sound indicated the transformation of the bones, making them more indestructible and revealing a faint jade-like luster. Within the Qi Hai Dantian, the vortex of spiritual power was spinning wildly at an unprecedented speed. Compress. Purify. Expand again. The space in Dantian suddenly expanded, containing far more pure and powerful energy than before. The sea of soul consciousness also stirred up huge waves. The chaotic energy turned into the purest source, cleansing his soul over and over again. The soul becomes extremely solid, clear, and flawless. The hidden dangers left by the previous life and death battle with Yi Wuchen and the burning of his origin, as well as the physical and mental exhaustion and many hidden injuries after the battle, were all recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye under the nourishment of this magical energy. Not only has it been fully recovered, but his foundation is even several points stronger than before the injury. This is truly a pleasant surprise. What really shocked Xiao Han and made him ecstatic was the unusual movement of his twin martial spirits. Chaos Blue Lotus. King of Eternal Night. At this moment, these two original martial spirits were deeply attracted by the pure energy of the chaos pool and began to actively blend uncontrollably. The misty green light of life and the dark glow of eternal night are no longer clearly separated. The two slowly rotate, attract each other, penetrate each other, and gradually form a state of dependence in which you are in me and I am in you. The unrivaled purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus cleansed away every last trace of impurity that might exist in the shadow origin of the King of Eternal Night. At the same time, the unfathomable spatial power of the King of Eternal Night also endowed the Chaos Green Lotus with an unprecedented agility and unfathomable mystery. The shadows of the two souls condensed and solidified again at an astonishing speed during the fusion. The aura they exude is becoming increasingly ancient, increasingly majestic and vast, pointing directly to the original true meaning before the creation of heaven and earth and the beginning of chaos. Xiao Han suddenly realized that his understanding and control over chaos, life, purification, defense, shadow, stealth, space, and even mental influence, and many other great forces of the universe, were rapidly increasing in a way that was almost like an epiphany. In an instant, he reached a new realm that he had never dared to imagine before. This deep understanding was directly reflected in his martial arts. The true meaning of destruction in the God-destroying fist, enhanced by the energy of chaos, seemed to carry the ultimate meaning of the domineering power of creation and the annihilation of all things. He even had a vague feeling that the subsequent punches had already taken on a vague outline. The lotus movement form of the blue lotus sword song condensed the sword's energy, its purifying and dispelling qualities becoming increasingly pronounced. He could almost see a blue lotus blossoming from the tip of the sword, cleansing away all the filth and illusions of the world. The footwork of A World Away became more erratic after the King of Eternal Night's understanding of the power of space deepened. He was able to blend into the shadows and the void like a fish in water, and truly achieved the ability to switch between the near and the far at will. Time passed quickly as Xiao Han devoted himself to his hard training. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 20 days. The chaotic energy in the chaos pool became thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the aura in Xiao Han's body continued to rise, like a volcano about to erupt, accumulating terrifying power. Finally, when the 1-month deadline is approaching. Boom! A dull roar echoed from within Xiao Han's body, as if some invisible barrier had been broken. A far more powerful aura, even stronger than before, surged from him, stirring the mist of the entire chaos pool. The peak of the 3rd level of the martial artist realm, broken. The 4th level of martial artist realm. The early stage of the 4th level of the martial artist realm, the middle stage, the late stage, the peak. His realm soared like a rocket, finally settling firmly at the peak of the 4th level of the martial master realm. He was only a hair's breadth away from the 5th level of the martial master realm. When Xiao Han opened his eyes again, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, so deep that it seemed to contain a starry sky. He slowly stood up, feeling the surging power in his body that seemed to be about to overflow, and a confident arc appeared at the corners of his mouth involuntarily. Reborn. These 4 words perfectly describe his current state. The strength of his physical body is comparable to that of a high-level martial artist. The spiritual power in his Qi Hai Dan Tian is several times more powerful and pure, and his soul is even more condensed and transparent. With a thought, he can control every movement within a radius of 100 meters. Although the twin spirits' auras were more restrained than before, Xiao Han could clearly sense that they had become even more powerful and unfathomable. The vitality and purifying power of the Chaos Azure Lotus, and the shadow and spatial power of the Eternal Night King, had all reached new heights. This chaos pool is indeed worthy of its reputation. Xiao Han whispered to himself, clenched his fists, and felt the explosive power. Compared to before he entered, his current strength has more than increased several times. In his previous battle with Yi Wuchen, he won with great difficulty and even burned his essence. Now that he meets Yi Wuchen again, Xiao Han is confident that he can easily crush him without even having to use his last resort. 1 month passed so quickly, like a dream. Xiao Han brushed his clothes. It was still the same old robe, but now it was worn on him, but for some reason it gave him a more calm and composed demeanor. He glanced behind him. The water in the chaos pool is no longer as thick as before and has become much clearer. He nodded slightly as a silent thank you. Then he turned around and walked out. The sunlight outside the pool is bright and a little dazzling, but it also brings vitality. The power in my body is overflowing and I can see the future path more clearly. The corners of Xiao Han's mouth rose unconsciously. Those guys hiding in the dark, those unknown challenges, just come. He, Xiao Han, took it all. Outside the chaos pool, sunlight pours down. Xiao Han stood tall and slender, feeling the power surging like a river in his body. He felt that his thoughts were extremely clear and his whole body was extremely comfortable. The peak of the 4th level of martial artist realm. It's just a matter of 1 step to reach the 5th level. If this kind of cultivation speed were to be told to others, I'm afraid no one would dare to believe it. He didn't dawdle. With a thought, his figure turned into a very faint shadow and quickly flew towards the star pavilion deep in the academy. The opportunity in the chaos pool is indeed incredible, but it is more about laying a solid foundation and improving one's realm. If you want to truly transform the surging power into real combat power, you still have to rely on the subsequent chapters of top-notch martial arts techniques. Star Pavilion. A holy place of martial arts in the hearts of countless disciples of the Imperial Capital Academy. With the reward for winning the championship of the big competition, Xiao Han traveled smoothly all the way and directly arrived at the 3rd level which he had only heard of in legends before. I just stepped in. In an instant, a sense of antiquity and vicissitudes, which was countless times more intense than the 2nd layer, surged towards him. Chapter 91, Domineering Destructive Aura. The space on the 3rd floor is several times wider than that on the 2nd floor. A pale golden halo filled the air, and there seemed to be invisible wisdom deposited in the air. There are rows of warm jade bookshelves, and jade slips, animal skins, and metal books, each of which contains amazing energy. Xiao Han spread his spiritual sense and his heart trembled slightly. The lowest grade of the classics here is 7th grade, and 8th grade skills and martial arts are everywhere. Deeper in the depths, on an independent stone platform, several volumes of heavenly grade fragments and quasi-heavenly grade secret manuals were releasing terrifying pressure. It's a really nice place. Xiao Han's mind moved slightly, but he forced himself to calm down. What he sought on this trip were the sequels to the 5 unique martial arts: the Art of Creation, the Shadow Void Sutra, the Divine Fist of Destruction, the Blue Lotus Sword Song, and The World is Just a Way. If he could get any one of them, his trip would not be in vain. With a firm thought in mind, the Eternal Night King's martial spirit silently probed out. He was also immersed in the mystery of the flow of his own skills, and began to search among these vast volumes. There are so many collections on the 3rd floor of the Star Pavilion that searching aimlessly is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Time flies. Xiao Han kept moving between the bookshelves. He would stop occasionally, take out the jade slip to examine it, then shake his head and put it down. He focused his mind again, trying to capture the different energy rhythms in the air. When they reached a corner where there were many broken pieces of paper, Xiao Han stopped suddenly. An ancient stone platform made of dark blue rock, on which a roll of dark yellow animal skin was placed. The animal skin roll was no bigger than a palm, with tattered edges and an unremarkable appearance. However, Xiao Han sensed a pure sense of domineering destruction from it. This fluctuation originated from the god-destroying fist. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stepped forward and reached out to take the animal skin scroll. The tentacles are rough and full of vicissitudes of life. As soon as the spiritual power penetrated, Pei Ran Mo's destructive fist suddenly counterattacked. Fortunately, his body was strong and his soul was powerful enough, otherwise he would have been injured. Really? Xiao Han was excited. What is contained in the animal skin scroll is indeed the subsequent 3 moves of the god-destroying fist. Although it was still incomplete, its power was far beyond what he had already learned. He tried his best to calm his turbulent emotions and carefully put away the animal skin scroll. His spiritual consciousness spread out again, carefully exploring the surroundings. Since the fragments of the destroying god fist are hidden in such a remote place, could the sequels of the other techniques also be? Xiao Han searched for a long time and checked almost every inch of these 3 floors. As a result, there are no more clues to the secret of creation, the Green Lotus Sword Song, or A World Away. Just as he was feeling a little disappointed and was about to exchange for the follow-up of God-Destroying Fist, he accidentally caught a glimpse of a black crystal stone covered by layers of restrictions and placed in the shadow of the corner. The crystal stone was about the size of a fist, pitch black, and its surface was covered with intricate and mysterious silver runes. It emitted a deep, cold, and strange fluctuation that distorted space. This is... Xiao Han's heart moved, and the Eternal Night King's martial spirit actually trembled slightly at this moment, conveying a strong desire. He stepped forward and examined it carefully. The fluctuations came from the same source as the Shadow Void Sutra he practiced, yet they were even more profound and mysterious. The advanced method of the Shadow Void Sutra. Xiao Han's breathing quickened slightly. He could sense that this black crystal contained more than just a follow-up to the technique, but more likely a qualitative transformation. He attempted to touch the restriction, and a massive stream of information flooded into his mind. Void Secret Book Fragment, Shadow King Chapter. Required contribution points, 800,000. Hiss. Xiao Han gasped. Just the fragments alone required 800,000 contribution points. The subsequent 3 moves of the God-Destroying Fist were only priced at 500,000 points. The value of this Shadow King chapter was evident. Although he failed to find the follow-up to the other 3 skills, he was able to obtain the advanced methods of Destruction Divine Fist and Shadow Void Sutra. This trip was a huge gain that far exceeded expectations. Exchange. Xiao Han didn't hesitate. The 1 million contribution points he'd earned as a champion in the previous competition, plus all his subsequent accumulation, were just enough to pay for these 2 priceless tomes. The person in charge of exchanging the books on the 3rd floor is an old man with white hair and beard and a profound aura. When he saw the animal skin scroll and black crystal stone that Xiao Han took out, as well as the 1.3 million contribution points that were crossed out, surprise flashed in his turbid old eyes. He looked at Xiao Han deeply, but did not say much. He just went through the exchange according to the procedure. Most of his contribution points were instantly reduced to 0, but Xiao Han didn't feel sad at all. Instead, he felt excited and couldn't wait. After returning to the independent courtyard of Core Sequence A07, Xiao Han immediately activated all protective restrictions and entered the secret training room directly. He first unfolded the animal hide scroll that recorded the next 3 moves of the Destruction God Fist, and immersed his consciousness in it. The violent fist intent and the true meaning of destruction assaulted his mind like a raging storm. Break the army. Split the stars. Return to the abyss. The names of the next 3 moves are simple and direct, yet they reveal a domineering power that can destroy the world. Each move was more complex than the ones he had mastered before, and the use of power was more subtle. Indistinctly, it seemed to have touched the edge of the law. After pondering for an unknown amount of time, until the 3 fist techniques had been initially imprinted in his mind, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Even with this initial comprehension, he felt that his understanding of the word destruction had deepened. Then, he held the pitch-black crystal stone of the Shadow King in his palm. As the Shadow Void Sutra was put into operation, strands of extremely pure shadow and the original power of space, accompanied by a massive torrent of information, flowed from the crystal stone into his body and sea of consciousness. The Eternal Night King's spirit let out a low hum of satisfaction and greedily absorbed the energy. Xiao Han's body surface would sometimes reveal twisted shadows, sometimes rippling through space. His control over shadows and understanding of the void began an astonishing transformation at this moment. Originally at the peak of the 4th level of the martial artist realm, his bottleneck was slightly loosened during the process of comprehending the methods of advancing these 2 major techniques. He could clearly feel that his strength was undergoing another qualitative leap. His understanding of the martial master realm was also becoming more profound and thorough. Great! Xiao Han's heart was filled with pride. The harvest from this trip to the Star Pavilion was immeasurable. With the improvement of these 2 trump cards, his future path would undoubtedly be even broader. Once he completely digests these 2 inheritances, his strength will rise to a whole new level. The monthly assessment of the core sequence of the Imperial Capital Academy has always been an important basis for testing the strength of students, reshaping internal rankings, and even determining the allocation of resources. This assessment was particularly eye-catching because of the school competition that had just ended. Especially Xiao Han, who was at the 3rd level of the martial artist realm and had fought and defeated a number of top talents including Long Outyan and Yi Wuchen, was the focus of everyone's attention. Chapter 92 Core Sequence Monthly Assessment. The aftermath of the competition has not yet subsided, and discussions about Xiao Han are raging. His mysterious SSS plus dual martial souls, unpredictable body movements, and domineering boxing and swordsmanship have all become topics of discussion among the students. Some people worship him as a god, while others secretly disagree, believing that he relied on some secret method to unleash his extraordinary strength during the competition. Now that the secret method has lost its effect, perhaps his true face has been revealed. In the core sequence's martial arts arena, the atmosphere was like a fully drawn bowstring, tense and full of gunpowder. All the core members gathered here, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. Luo Bing, Shirley, and the others who had lost the competition looked at the calm figure not far away with complicated expressions. Xiao Han stood in the crowd, dressed in green, with a restrained aura, revealing only the fluctuations of his cultivation level at the peak of the 4th level of the martial master realm. This made many people's hearts leap. Reaching the peak of the 4th level of the martial master realm. How long had it been? Only 10 days after the competition ended, and he'd actually broken through again? He had even leaped past the 3rd level and reached the peak of the 4th level. This speed was simply too terrifying. Instructor Qin Jin stood in the center of the martial arts arena, glanced around at everyone, and said in a deep voice, "The core sequence monthly assessment begins now. The rules remain the same, it's a round-robin point system. The winner gets 1 point, the loser gets no points. The final ranking will be based on the points. Everyone, get ready, this affects your training resources and mission allocation for next month." As Instructor Qin Jin announced the rules, the list of opponents for the first round of matches appeared on the light screen above the training ground. Xiao Han's name was prominently listed, and his opponent was Shirley. Shirley's expression changed slightly, and then a raging fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Losing to Xiao Han in the competition was a thorn in his heart. Although he knew that Xiao Han's strength was unfathomable, he had been practicing hard during this period, hoping to regain his position after the competition. He didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. "Xiao Han, I was careless last time. This time, I will go all out." Shirley stepped onto the martial arts stage, his muscles bulging, his SS-level Titan body spirit already activated, his body surface glowing with a bronze glow, and he looked as majestic as a mountain. Xiao Han walked onto the stage, his expression calm, and nodded slightly, "Please." The referee gave the order and the fight broke out. Shirley roared and rushed towards Xiao Han like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. Every step he took made the ring tremble slightly. He swung his fist as big as a sandbag and hit Xiao Han with the force of splitting mountains and splitting rocks. Xiao Han's body shook, and he did not choose to fight head-on. He performed the A World Away footwork that integrated the essence of the Shadow Void Sutra. His figure seemed to merge into the air, floating unpredictably, making all of Shirley's violent attacks fall in vain. All you can do is hide, Shirley said angrily, attacking faster and with a wider range. Hide? No, I'm looking for your weakness. Xiao Han's voice seemed to come from all directions. The next moment, his figure appeared behind Shirley like a ghost. There was no fancy move, just a seemingly random punch. The Fist of Destruction combines the subsequent meaning of the new understanding of the third level of the Star Pavilion and the understanding of power penetration in the Shadow Void Sutra. This punch was no longer simply a violent and destructive one, but carried an indescribable restraint and penetration. Before the fist touched Shirley's body, an invisible wave penetrated the indestructible Titan body defense on his surface. Ka-la! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed within Shirley's body. His proud defense was shattered like paper by Xiao Han's punch. Shirley's face suddenly changed, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his entire body stiffened as if he had been electrocuted. He could feel a domineering and strange force wreaking havoc within him, destroying his meridians and internal organs. Xiao Han's punch did not directly knock him away, but the internal damage it caused was far more terrible than last time. Your punch? Shirley uttered these words with difficulty, his eyes filled with horror. This was no longer an attack method he could understand. Xiao Han retracted his fist and stood without continuing to attack. The referee reacted and immediately stepped forward to check Shirley's injuries, then announced, "Shirley has lost his ability to fight, Xiao Han wins." The whole audience was silent. How long has it been? The last time Xiao Han defeated Shirley, he at least managed to take a few hard punches, allowing Shirley to hold on for a while. This time, it was just one punch. Without even using his martial spirit, he relied on a single punch to penetrate Shirley's strongest defense, severely injuring him. This Xiao Han is even stronger than he was during the competition. And he's much stronger. Shirley staggered and was dragged off the stage by someone holding his arm. Something choked in his throat, and he finally let out a heavy sigh from between his teeth. This time, I really have nothing to say. Next match, Luo Bing vs Xiao Han, the referee's voice just fell. A figure has already jumped up. Luo Bing, she is here. The chill all over my body seemed 3 times colder than the early winter outside. She stood still and spoke each word in a clear voice. Xiao Han, last time, I lost. This time, I won't. Before he finished speaking, an extremely cold aura suddenly exploded. The SS-level Extreme Ice Fox martial spirit was fully activated, and the temperature of the entire arena dropped sharply. Fine ice crystals condensed in the air, and the ground was quickly covered with a layer of white frost. The field of ice and snow expanded, and countless ice blades flashing with cold light emerged out of thin air, with their tips pointing towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han remained calm. A very faint green light flowed on his body, almost blending with the surrounding light. Chaos Green Lotus. Under the green light, the ice and snow field that Luo Bing had spread out with all his strength, the whistling cold air was actually somewhat stagnant, and the sharpness was also invisibly weakened. Drink! Luo Bing did not give him more chance to adapt. The ice blade stirred up a storm and cut towards him with a whistling sound. She herself stood on tiptoe, her figure dancing in the ice chips. Every landing point brought a biting chill, and she was eager to drag Xiao Han into the close-range freezing rhythm that she was best at. But Xiao Han was faster. In other words, the way he moved was beyond Luo Bing's prediction. The World Away footwork, with the help of the Shadow Void Sutra, is no longer just a simple dodge. He transformed into an elusive shadow, moving through the gaps between the ice blades. Every movement was extremely dangerous, but all of Luo Bing's subsequent measures failed. Luo Bing's breathing began to quicken, his attack became more and more fierce, and the density and speed of the ice blades increased to the extreme. But the more she did this, the more loopholes appeared in her carefully constructed attack network. A tiny pause. The ice explosion that Luo Bing had unleashed with all his might had just dissipated, and the new ice blade had yet to fully condense into shape. Right now. Xiao Han's figure suddenly disappeared from Luo Bing's perception. It's not an extremely fast phantom, but it's really gone. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Luo Bing. Less than 3 feet. Blue Lotus Sword Song. He put his fingers together to make a sword, and a green light flickered at his fingertips. Lotus moves. The green light left the finger silently, but with a sharpness that could cleanse everything, and pierced Luo Bing's chest. Luo Bing felt a chill all over her body, a chill far exceeding her own coldness. At the critical moment, all her spiritual energy frantically retracted, condensing into several layers of thick ice crystal barriers in front of her, with the phantom of a spirit fox roaring above it. However, the green sword energy becomes stronger when it encounters a stronger opponent. The ice crystal barrier collapsed as soon as it touched it, disintegrating layer by layer. The fox spirit's phantom let out a wail and turned into ice chips. The green light penetrated her last protective aura without any hindrance. Chapter 93 Complete Destruction. Puff. A slight sound pointed at her chest. Puff. Luo Bing groaned, his strength drained away in an instant, he collapsed, and his consciousness sank. Another move. This time, Xiao Han didn't even use the Destruction Divine Fist, relying only on a wisp of sword energy from the Blue Lotus Sword Song. The whole audience was dead silent. If his previous victory over Shirley only proved that his strength in the competition was not a fluke, then his easy victory over Luo Bing at this moment shattered all doubts. Not only did he not become weaker, he became stronger. His martial arts and physical skills have reached a level that others can only look up to. In the following rounds, Xiao Han's opponents became more and more difficult. The geniuses who are ranked at the 5th, 6th, and even 7th levels of the martial artist realm in the core sequence take turns to appear. The results were surprisingly consistent. The 5th level of martial artist, known for his strength? The following 3 moves of Xiao Han's Destruction God Fist were a head-on collision, directly shattering the power and defense that the opponent was proud of. The 6th level of martial artist, good at long-range attack? Xiao Han combined a world away with the spatial mystery of the Shadow Void Sutra to close in on the opponent in an instant. The opponent's long-range advantage instantly vanished, and then he finished the fight with a single punch. The 7th level of martial artist, with a powerful domain? Xiao Han released the aura of both of his martial souls slightly, and before he fully expanded his domain, the ancient and majestic pressure, combined with his ghostly body movements and powerful attacks, had already torn the opponent's domain apart and defeated it. He is simply an unstoppable existence in the ring. The means of attack are endless, sometimes domineering, sometimes strange and unpredictable, and sometimes purifying and invisible. His movements were even more erratic, as if he could blend into the shadows and travel through the void. His defense and recovery abilities were also astonishing. Occasionally, when he was hit by an opponent's attack, the aura of the Chaos Green Lotus would circulate, and his injuries would recover quickly. All the core members, whether they were former opponents or bystanders, were shocked by the strength displayed by Xiao Han. During the competition, they thought they had seen Xiao Han's limits. Now I understand that was just the tip of the iceberg. This young man is unfathomable. The assessment is over. Xiao Han won all the games, lost no points, and was undisputedly at the top of the standings. Instructor Qingjin looked at the dazzling name on the screen, then at the figure standing calmly on the stage, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He originally thought he had figured out Xiao Han's background, but this kid always managed to refresh his understanding. The Imperial Capital Academy, no, the entire Dragon Federation, is likely to open a new chapter because of Xiao Han. The core sequence monthly assessment has concluded. Instructor Qingjin's voice was filled with emotion. Based on the points ranking, the new core sequence rankings are as follows. When Instructor Qingjin read out the word Xiao Han in the first place, no one in the audience had any objection, only awe and admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Xiao Han, come to my place. Lin Qingxia's message came promptly. Xiao Han had just come out of the gravity room, and the feeling of oppression still lingered around him. Upon hearing this, he went straight to her exclusive courtyard. The courtyard is quiet and elegant, with an old plum tree leaning to one side and a faint fragrance floating in the air. Lin Qingxia changed into a bright red outfit that showed off her hot figure. She was leaning on the soft couch by the window, holding a warm jade pendant between her fingers, tossing it back and forth. Seeing Xiao Han coming in, her eyes flickered, a hint of a smile on her face. Hey, isn't this the new number 1 in our school? How do you feel? Is your walk like the wind? The teasing in his tone was not concealed at all. Xiao Han casually pulled up a chair and sat down, rubbing his forehead with a hint of helplessness. It's okay. It's just that there have been a lot of visiting cards sent to my door recently, and it's quite tiring to refuse them one by one. He is now number 1 in the core sequence, with the school's top resources allocated to him, an independent top-level cultivation cave, and the amount of cultivation resources he can allocate each month has skyrocketed several times. He even has the authority to access some of the school's confidential files. These changes gave him a deeper understanding of the foundation of the Imperial Capital Academy and even the martial arts system of the entire Dragon Federation. Naturally, there are also gestures of goodwill and solicitations from all parties. Lin Xingxia chuckled, the jade pendant resting on her fingertips. Serves you right. It's your fault, you're so reckless, you almost broke the sky. But being number one in the core sequence is just a step up in your career. To be truly powerful, you can't just stay in a comfortable place. Xiao Han leaned forward slightly. He could hear that Lin Xingxia had something else in her words, and that she was about to get to the point. Sure enough, Lin Xingxia sat up straighter, her expression becoming less casual than usual and more serious. I'm planning to give you a new training program, an off-campus mission to a very dangerous place. Off-campus mission? Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and became interested. Yes. Lin Xingxia nodded. No matter how good the training resources within the academy are, and how fierce the competition is, there's still a layer of separation. Some things can't be truly understood without witnessing blood and experiencing the line between life and death. If you want to go further, you must brave more authentic battlefields and explore more unknown and dangerous places. She paused and continued, this mission's location is a newly discovered small secret realm. What's special about this secret realm is that it seems unstable. One end of it is connected to a chaotic alien space. According to our preliminary investigation, not only are there unique and exotic beasts that are completely different from those on Blue Star, but there may also be some rare and precious things rarely seen in the outside world. Of course, the danger level is also increasing exponentially. A chaotic alien space. Xiao Han paid more attention to these words. His Eternal Night King martial spirit seemed to have some inexplicable connection with this kind of power. Lin Xingxia looked at Xiao Han in deep thought and did not urge him, but his expression became even more intriguing. This mission is more than just a training exercise. I've heard rumors that the appearance of that small secret realm may be connected to some long-dormant ancient ruins, or even some hidden foreign forces. This may be a gateway for you to encounter a wider world. I understand. Xiao Han almost didn't hesitate, I'll accept this mission. Comfort has never been his pursuit. The glory of the university competition has become a thing of the past. He is more eager to test himself and seek breakthroughs on a broader and more dangerous stage. The ancient ruins and foreign forces revealed in Lin Xingxia's words made something in his body stir. Seeing Xiao Han responding so readily, Lin Xingxia's eyes showed a little more approval. I knew you were brave and fearless. However, this is no small matter, so don't be careless. We still have very limited information about the specific conditions of that secret realm. Although you may be arrogant among your peers, the world outside is very complicated and dangerous beyond your imagination. Chapter 94: The Entrance to the Secret Realm. In order to gain experience outside of school, Xiao Han has entered the final preparations in the past few days. With his status as the first in the core sequence and the contribution points he had accumulated for a long time, he took a lot of good things from the school's treasury. Top-grade healing pills and spiritual energy recovery potions were exchanged in large quantities. He also collected several powerful attack and defense talismans. A lightweight inner armor made from special exotic animal skins is worn close to the body. It is thin but tough and does not affect movement at all. Naturally, cultivation was not neglected either. The creation of heavenly art and the Shadow Void Sutra were running day and night, and the aura of the two martial souls, Chaos Blue Lotus and Eternal Night King, became more and more condensed. He was already trying to knock on the barrier of the 5th level of the Martial Master Realm. Although it is strong, it is inevitable that it will become loose in the face of the massive amount of resources and his extraordinary understanding. The breakthrough is right in front of us. The weather is just right. After Xiao Han finished packing, he went straight to Lin Xingxia's courtyard without any delay. Lin Xingxia was already in the yard. Seeing him coming, she raised her hand and threw a storage bag to him. This is for you. It might save your life. Xiao Han caught it and sank his consciousness into it. 3 jade talismans, peaceful and quiet. One is red like fire, one is dark blue like the sea, and the last one is a strange void color with faint spatial fluctuations lingering on it. In addition, there is a bronze token that looks quite old. Lin Xingxia's tone was flat, yet it carried a tone of unyielding determination. 3 jade talismans, 3 of my most powerful weapons. 1 for attack, 1 for protection, and 1 for teleportation. They all wield the might of the Martial King realm. Remember, you are not allowed to use them until the very last moment. Lin Xingxia pointed at the storage bag in Xiao Han's hand. The bronze token inside was made of ordinary material, but it exuded a sense of antiquity. This thing is made of bronze and doesn't look very impressive. Her voice was even. If it's really that desperate, just crush it. I can tell you where you are right away. Xiao Han tightened his grip. Everything in the storage bag is heavy. He paused, then solemnly put the storage bag close to his body and said, "Student thanks the instructor." Lin Xingxia waved her hand impatiently, and became the decisive mentor again. All right, get out of here. Stop talking nonsense and come back alive, understand? She changed the subject, adding a touch of seriousness. There are many evil people in the outside world who will kill you without any compensation. Don't think that just because you always get the first place in the exam at the academy, you really are a big shot. There are plenty of old guys out there who can kill you with a slap. Xiao Han grinned, his teeth shining brightly. Students understand. Teacher, just hold on and watch me arrange everything clearly so they can return in style. He didn't say much, just turned and walked away with big and fast steps. The sunlight stretched his figure very long and gradually disappeared. Lin Xingxia stood there for a long time before she snorted softly, not knowing to whom she was addressing. Stinky boy, you better fight for your dignity, and stop making me, an old man, suffer like that. The wind blew and she was the only one left in the yard. The cobblestone road in the academy was left behind by Xiao Han. He walked slowly, yet with an indescribable steadiness. The power in his body surged, and he now felt a lot clearer about the twists and turns of martial arts. He didn't know what was ahead. It's just that energy, stuck in my chest, is about to overflow. The Imperial Capital Academy was merely the first stepping stone on his long journey. More exciting adventures, more powerful opponents, and more outrageous opportunities are all waiting for him in the distance. He walked out of the high walls of the Imperial Capital Academy step by step. Outside the wall is another world. Without the invisible shelter of the school, all that was left was the primitive, bare desolation. Xiao Han was alone, his figure so fast that only a pale green afterimage was left behind, shuttling between the strange-shaped rocks and the withered yellow meadows. His destination was very clear. It was the small secret space hidden in the wild mountains and wilderness that Lin Xingxia had mentioned casually before. After running for several days, the mountains gradually receded. There was a suffocating oppression in the air around me. Ahead, a large area of incredibly thick gray fog rolled back and forth along the ground. In the area where the gray fog was thickest and extremely irregular, pitch-black crack was suspended in mid-air. Like a living thing, it expanded and contracted, creating ripples in space that made one's scalp swell. The entrance to the secret realm is here. Xiao Han stopped and stared at the space crack. Even with his current level of cultivation, he felt a chill in his bones when he saw this thing. It's not fear, it's an instinctive reaction to this unknown force. He took out the bronze token given to him by Lin Xingxia from his arms. The token feels warm to the touch. With a surge of spiritual power, a circle of soft green light spread out from the token, protecting his entire body. Without any hesitation, Xiao Han took a step forward and his figure sank into the strange black crack. The world is spinning. Everything around was shaking violently. This feeling is much more overbearing than the teleportation array. Fortunately, Xiao Han had a strong body and a solid soul, and he was able to stabilize his body in an instant. The surrounding scenery quickly became clear. A strange world of distorted light and shadow appears before your eyes. The sky is a deep dark purple. Countless star fragments floated above it, flashing with cold light. The ground beneath my feet was charred and full of gullies. From time to time, strange columns of smoke of various colors spewed out from the cracks in the ground. The air was filled with violent and chaotic energy. That energy carries a strong sense of corrosiveness. If an ordinary martial artist stayed here for a while longer, even his bones would be melted away. However, the moment Xiao Han's eternal Night King martial soul came into contact with this energy, not only did it not feel uncomfortable at all, but instead revealed an extreme desire. All that violent energy actually rushed towards the eternal Night King's martial spirit, being devoured by it madly. Transform into the purest power of shadow and void, feeding back to the martial soul itself. Ha, here it comes. Xiao Han grinned, feeling extremely happy. What a damn place. Others who come in will have a narrow escape of death. To him, it was a paradise. A holy place for cultivation. He moved his feet carefully, and at the same time pushed the Shadow Void Sutra to the extreme, and the close yet far away footwork was also launched, and his figure left a series of faint shadows in the broken space. Hiss! A sharp and piercing hissing erupted from the side. A dark shadow swooped over. It was a strange beast with a bizarre shape, about the same size as a buffalo, but with 3 heads covered with compound eyes and 6 limbs with sharp ends that flashed a faint cold light. The aura he exudes is already that of the second level of martial artist. It looks quite creative. Xiao Han muttered to himself, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He didn't even use his martial soul. With just a clench of his right fist, the creation art began to circulate in his body, and the condensed destructive fist intent gathered in his fingers and palms. Destruction fist. Facing the limbs chopped by the strange beast, Xiao Han did not dodge or evade, but punched out fiercely. Wherever the fist passed, the air was torn apart, making a series of muffled sounds. Bang! Chapter 95, Peak of the 7th level of the Martial Master Realm. Please beg for gold tickets. Xiao Han felt a slight numbness on his knuckles and shook his wrist. The remains of the strange beast with its head exploded were still twitching, and smelly black blood was flowing out. He stretched out his hand and a crystal core flew out from the beast's corpse. It was slightly heavy in the hand, but the surface was not very smooth, and there was a faint sense of energy colliding inside. This thing is very different from the crystal cores of those monsters in the outside world. It exudes a sense of wild chaos, but it is quite helpful to his 2 martial souls in the Shadow Void Sutra. Interesting. Xiao Han weighed the crystal core, put it into his sleeve, and walked straight into the deeper part of the secret realm without stopping. The further you go in, the thicker the invisible chaotic energy becomes, almost dripping with water. The strange beasts lurking around are more difficult to deal with than each other, and their shapes are even more bizarre. There are those shadow lurkers whose entire bodies are transparent and blend in with the shadows of the surrounding rocks. They can launch sneak attacks silently but are extremely ruthless. There are also those skeleton spitters that are as big as a mountain. They have bony spurs all over their bodies and can spew out highly corrosive venom when they open their mouths. It is very troublesome to be contaminated by even a little bit of it. There are even elemental aberrations that can harness the chaotic energy here and create energy storms with great momentum. The weakest of these things is at the 3rd level of martial artist, and the stronger ones are at the 5th or 6th level, which is not uncommon. Xiao Han almost fought his way out. When he gets in the mood, he will use the Destruction God Fist to hit the opponent in the face. No matter how strong the opponent is, one punch will make flesh and bones fly everywhere. Sometimes he would get excited, and when the King of Eternal Night's martial spirit was unleashed, his figure would transform into a faint shadow. Coupled with his ghostly body movements of a world away at hand, those strange beasts would often surrender before they could even react. Occasionally, he would try out his newly acquired Chaos Green Lotus martial spirit. The misty green sword energy seemed gentle, but it could cleanse evil, cut through illusions, and was very effective against certain special beasts. After one battle after another, he became more and more free in using his strength. After absorbing a lot of special energy and crystal cores in this place, the dark and deep aura of the Eternal Night King's spirit became more condensed. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud earth-shaking noise coming from the front, mixed with a ferocious roar that made people tremble. Xiao Han's figure flashed, and he was hiding behind a huge dark purple crystal, quietly sticking out half of his head. A few hundred meters away, a sunken basin was filled with smoke and dust. A giant lizard, its body burning with dark purple flames and as big as a hill, was fighting with another strange bird with wings on its back, shaped like a griffin, but with a ferocious scorpion tail. Both beasts were at the peak of the 7th level of the martial artist realm. Every time they attacked and collided, the ground would crack, and ripples would appear in the surrounding space. The gravel and grass were swept up by the dissipated energy and turned into powder. Tisk, these 2 guys are having a lively fight. Xiao Han touched his chin. He is only at the peak of the 4th level of the Martial Master Realm now. If he really wants to go up and fight these 2 big guys head on, he is afraid that he will not get any advantage. He simply restrained all his breath and lay dormant patiently. If a ferocious beast of this level were to fight to the death, one would be injured and the other would die. Sure enough, after a thrilling and ferocious fight, the giant lizard, with its superior physique and endurance, found a flaw and tore off the neck of the strange bird in one bite. The strange bird let out a mournful cry, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, ending its life. But the lizard was not feeling well either. Its body was covered with scratches and bite marks deep enough to see the bone. Even the dark purple flame on its body had weakened a lot. It was obviously at the end of its strength. It was panting and was about to go forward to devour the corpse of the strange bird to recover some. At this moment, Xiao Han moved. He stepped on the ground, and a world away was activated. His figure blurred for a moment, and he had crossed a space of hundreds of meters and appeared beside the seriously injured and dying giant lizard like a ghost. One blue and one black, Two completely different yet faintly echoing martial soul powers surged out from the body at the same time. Chaos Eternal Night Dual Domains, open. A slight scolding. The outline of the blue and black area suddenly spread out, just covering the giant lizard. The vigorous vitality and purification of the green lotus and the dead silence and deprivation of the eternal night, the two forces intertwined, causing the giant lizard's huge body to suddenly stiffen, its movements visibly slowed down, and its ferocity greatly reduced. Destroying divine fist splitting star. Xiao Han threw a punch, and the power on the tip of his fist was condensed to the extreme. With a destructive fist intention like a falling meteorite, it hit the huge wound on the giant lizard's head that was previously scratched by the strange bird. Puff! The giant lizard, which was already on the verge of collapse, had its huge head explode like a watermelon after being hit by this punch. It was a close call. Xiao Han exhaled a breath of foul air, quickly stepped forward, and took out the crystal cores from the corpses of the two strange beasts. After obtaining these two crystal cores, the energy contained in them is so powerful and pure that it is far beyond the comparison of the previous ones. Just as he was about to feel it carefully, the Eternal Night King's martial soul in his dantian suddenly trembled violently, and an unprecedented desire, accompanied by a vague direction, was clearly transmitted to his mind. Xiao Han's expression changed slightly as he looked deeper into the secret realm. There, a dark purple mist that was so thick that it was almost impossible to dissolve was floating up and down, covering everything. Could it be some incredible opportunity? The trembling of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit became more and more urgent. It felt like a baby who had been hungry for 3 days saw a candy, urging him to go deeper into the dark purple fog. The chaos and purity of the energy in that area far exceeded that of before. Xiao Han pushed the Shadow Void Sutra to its extreme, and his body nimbly shuttled through the broken rocks and twisted space gaps, avoiding some wandering beasts with obviously strong auras. The closer you get to the thick fog, the heavier the oppressive feeling in the air becomes, as if there is a sleeping ancient beast lurking in it, making people hold their breath unconsciously. After passing a giant dark purple crystal that was flickering with faint light, the thick fog ahead was almost within reach, no more than 100 meters. Just when he was about to rush in to find out what was going on. Whoosh! 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 3 extremely sharp sounds of breaking through the air suddenly burst out from the left, right and back without any warning. The timing was extremely precise, happening just when his previous strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated. Not a strange beast. What was carried in this strong wind was clearly the spiritual power unique to human warriors. Xiao Han's scalp tingled, and almost instinctively, he responded with the "a world away" footwork. The power of the Eternal Night King's martial soul condensed into a shadow shield as thin as a cicada's wing on the surface of his body. He suddenly twisted his entire body in a posture that no ordinary person could do. A dark green wind blade almost brushed past his cheek, causing his skin to feel a burning pain. At the same time, he put the 2 fingers of his left hand together like a sword, and a condensed green lotus sword energy shot out quickly, colliding with a short spear with a cold glow coming from the left, causing a small piece of dazzling light. His right hand shot out as fast as lightning and firmly caught a short arrow that was shot from the right and was flashing with a faint green light. The sinister power attached to the arrow was eliminated into nothingness by the power of the chaotic green lotus that surged from his palm as soon as it came into contact with it. Chapter 96, Invite Xiao Han back to visit. Boom! 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 3 figures appeared from their hiding places almost at the same time, and the muffled sound they made when they landed showed their solid cultivation. There were 5 people in total, all wearing the same dark gray suits, with ferocious metal masks on their faces, revealing only a pair of cold eyes without any emotion. The aura they exuded was at least at the 5th level of the martial master realm. The leader, a burly man holding a thick-backed broadsword, had an aura that reached the astonishing peak of the 8th level of the martial master realm. The 5 men worked in perfect harmony and were obviously well-trained killers or assassins. Your reaction is not slow, but I underestimated you, Xiao Han. A hoarse sound, like a blunt object scraping against metal, suddenly rang out in the silent secret place. Xiao Han paused. The dull thuds of landing came one after another. 5 figures came from different corners, their dark gray outfits almost blending into one in the dim light. They had hideous metal masks on their faces, and their expressions could not be seen. Only the undisguised murderous intent spread with their approaching footsteps. The one in the lead was extremely burly, holding a thick-backed broadsword that gleamed with a cold light. Every time he took a step, the ground shook slightly. The peak of the 8th level of the martial artist realm. The other 4 people are at least at the 5th level of the martial master realm. These people came for him. Xiao Han's heart suddenly sank. It was no coincidence that the other party called him by his first name. It was an ambush aimed at him. The news of the trip to the secret realm was leaked. It seems that some people still refuse to give up. He snorted softly, with a hint of mockery and some uncontrollable anger. Those guys in the academy are so brave that they actually dare to take action directly during the training mission. If you fail to recruit him, will you kill him? My master has invited me to come back and be his guest, Xiao Han. A dull laugh came from under the mask of the burly man, and the word please was emphasized very much. Would you like to leave on your own, or would you like our brothers to break your limbs and then drag you back? Guests? Xiao Han's lips curled up in a cold voice. I'm afraid this isn't a Hongmen banquet. Are you the Su family, or are you the running dogs of the Wang family or the Li family? The aura behind the mask suddenly became violent. Boy, you're looking for death. Capture him. In an instant, murderous aura burst out. 4 high-level assassins at the martial arts master level attacked simultaneously from 4 directions. The flash of swords and shadows of knives were mixed with the wind of fists that split the air. The offensive was continuous, and it was obvious that it was a combined attack technique that had been practiced countless times. Just you guys? Xiao Han did not retreat but advanced, a long-lost feeling of heat rising from deep within his body. Ever since the school competition, he really missed the feeling of being surrounded by several powerful enemies. Boom! The airwave swept violently in all directions with him as the center. Green light and black light, 2 completely different yet intertwined beams of light, shot up into the sky from behind him. A green lotus seems to be rooted in the chaos, and its lotus leaves are so huge that they seem to be able to hold up the sky. A king, wearing a night robe woven from stars, holding a scepter condensed from nothingness, overlooking all living beings. Twin SSS plus martial soul. The power was so heavy that the air began to distort, causing the 5 ambushers to hold their breath, and their previous arrogance was instantly suppressed. The burly man in the lead also breathed heavier beneath the metal mask. Good boy, you are really capable. No wonder the master specifically asked for you. There was a subtle tremor in his voice, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper ruthlessness. No matter how powerful a martial soul is, the threshold of realm is not so easy to overcome. Together, attack and destroy him. Xiao Han did not retreat. The creation of heavenly art and the Shadow Void Sutra, 2 completely different forces surged in his body, reaching the peak. He unleashed the so close yet so far footwork, and his entire body transformed into an elusive shadow, dodging and moving between the gaps of deadly attacks. Every move was just to avoid the sharp edge, without any error. Clang! A crisp sound. Xiao Han snapped his fingers, and a condensed green lotus sword energy split the air and hit the sword spine of a sword-wielding killer squarely. A huge force surged, and the killer's sword flew out of his hand. Without waiting for the other party to react, Xiao Han's body swayed slightly, and he was immersed in the thick shadow cast by a huge crystal stone, disappearing without a trace. The power of space. It can even blend into shadows. The voice of the burly man in the lead was filled with surprise under the mask. He realized that the intelligence was wrong and this kid's methods were far more tricky than expected. Almost at the same time as the words fell, Xiao Han's figure solidified behind another killer holding 2 axes. Silently. Destruction Fist. This simple and unpretentious punch contained a destructive aura like collapsing mountains and splitting peaks, and also had the unique penetrating properties of the Shadow Void Sutra. The killer felt a chill on his back, and his soul was about to burst out. He quickly turned around to defend himself. It's too late. Xiao Han's fist penetrated his protective spiritual power and hit his chest solidly. Puff! The killer, who was at the 6th level of the martial artist realm, had his sternum broken into pieces and was thrown backwards. The blood spurting out of his mouth dyed the air red. He slammed heavily onto a dark purple crystal and died without a sound. The internal organs and meridians in his body had been completely shattered by the violent and vicious punch force. One punch. Just one punch and they're all taken care of. The remaining 3 people, including the burly man at the peak of the 8th level of the martial artist realm, twitched uncontrollably under their masks. Son of a bitch. Combined attack, kill him. The burly man in the lead was furious, his aura growing instead of decreasing, the thick-backed broadsword in his hand humming, and a layer of weird blood-red glow appeared on the blade. He was trying his best and was even willing to use some secret technique to boost his potential. The other 2 killers were also battle-hardened men. They immediately changed their positions and connected their auras. A force far exceeding the sum of the three of them pressed down on Xiao Han. Xiao Han remained calm. The chaotic green lotus behind him swayed gently, and bits of fluorescent light sprinkled on the lush green petals, merging into his body and rapidly replenishing the consumed spiritual power. At the same time, the shadow of the King of Eternal Night, whose eyes were originally tightly closed, suddenly opened a crack. An invisible wave spread quietly. The other two killers who were about to close in on the situation froze in their tracks, as if something had strangled their thoughts. Good opportunity. Blue Lotus Sword Sewn Lotus moves the 9 heavens. Xiao Han put his fingers together to form a sword and slashed forward. In an instant, 9 turquoise sword energies appeared out of thin air. Each one was as solid as a substance, extremely sharp, and carried a pure aura that cleansed all things. 9 green lotuses blossomed in the air, drawing 9 graceful yet deadly arcs and attacking the 3 people. Wherever the sword energy pointed, it found flaws. The angle was so sharp and the speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. The burly man in the lead roared furiously, and the blood-red sword in his hand danced into a ball of light. The sword light surged, trying to block all the incoming sword energy. But the bloody sword energy that he was so proud of melted quickly like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun when it came into contact with the green lotus sword energy. Restraint. Absolute restraint. Puff. Puff. There were 2 soft sounds of flesh being pierced. The sturdy man managed to block most of the attacks with his powerful cultivation, but 2 sword energies still tore through his protective spiritual power, leaving 2 deep wounds on his arms and waist ribs that were visible to the bone. The green purifying force attached to him, like a maggot in his tarsal bone, madly devouring his vitality and causing him excruciating pain. Chapter 97, Difficult to distinguish true from false. The other 2 high-level assassins in the martial arts realm were not so lucky. Although they tried their best to resist, they still seemed to be stretched to the limit in front of Xiao Han's elusive sword energy. One man had his chest pierced by 3 sword energies, while the other had both arms cut off by 2 sword energies. He fell to the ground screaming, losing his ability to fight. In the blink of an eye, of the 5 ambushers, only the seriously injured scarred man was still struggling to hold on. How is that possible? The scarred-faced burly man knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Blood gushed out of the wound on his chest, soaking a large area of his clothes. He couldn't understand how a kid who was only at the 4th level of martial artist could have such a weird fighting power. In the blink of an eye, the skilled fighters he brought with him were either dead or disabled. His 2 companions who were at the high level of martial artist couldn't even survive a few moves in front of him. One of them had 3 holes in his chest and fell down limply without a sound. The other one was even worse off, with both arms broken at the shoulders. He rolled over on the ground wailing, completely disabled. Now, he is the only leader left here, barely surviving. Xiao Han walked over, his face expressionless, his voice unremarkable. Who asked you to come? Tell me, I'll give you a quick death. The scarred man spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and the scar on his face was distorted, looking even more ferocious. Bah! Dream on. The master will avenge us. You can't escape. Before he finished speaking, the aura on his body suddenly became violent, and the spiritual energy in his body began to flow backwards, obviously wanting to perish together with his enemies. Want to self-destruct? Xiao Han's eyebrows moved, revealing a bit of disapproval. The scarred man was about to use up his remaining spiritual power when Xiao Han's figure suddenly swayed in front of him. 1, 2, 4. Suddenly, 4 Xiao Hans appeared at the same time, rushing towards them from different directions, with fists and swords flying around, making it difficult to tell the real one from the fake one. Shadow incarnation. His heart skipped a beat. What the hell is this? He forced himself to suppress the thought of self-destruction. He wanted to identify Xiao Han's true form, but it was too late. One of them, Xiao Han, quietly approached him from behind and punched him. The divine fist of destruction returned to the abyss. A feminine and domineering fist force rushed through his internal organs, and was about to strangle all his life in an instant. The scarred man's body shook violently, and the madness and ferocity on his face froze. The light in his eyes quickly faded, and he finally fell to his knees with a thud, completely motionless. Xiao Han's several shadows merged into one and he let out a light breath. Dealing with these people may seem easy, but it is actually quite exhausting. These killers are quite strong and they cooperate well. If he didn't have enough cards up his sleeve and his methods were unexpected, it would probably take some effort to deal with them. He swiftly searched the storage devices of several people, but apart from some healing medicine and a few broken spirit stones, he didn't find anything that could directly identify the mastermind behind the incident. The other party did things very flawlessly. No matter who it is, the grudge is formed, he thought to himself. He raised his eyes to look at the area that was still shrouded in thick dark purple fog. The throbbing of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit became clearer and clearer, as if something was attracting him in the depths of the fog. After dealing with these blind guys, it's time to go and see what secrets are hidden over there. Just as Xiao Han relaxed for a moment, a chilling chill suddenly exploded from behind. Ho ho! There was a hissing sound like a broken bellows. The scarred man who was hit in the back by his destruction fist, returned to the ruins and should have been killed instantly, actually managed to support himself on the ground and crawled up tremblingly. Most of the hideous metal mask on his face was broken, revealing a face that was distorted beyond recognition. His eyes were bloodshot, revealing madness and unwillingness. Strange black and purple lines crawled out from his heart, wriggling as if alive, emitting an evil aura that made people feel creepy. Little bastard. Scarface's voice sounded like it was ground out from underground, and every word was filled with bone-scratching hatred. You think this is the end? Xiao Han's heart tightened. This guy is so fucking weird. The aura he exuded now was even more ferocious and chaotic than when he was at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial Master realm. It was like a volcano about to explode. You're quite lucky, Xiao Han's tone turned cold, but he didn't panic. It seems that you guys who hide your head and show your tail have quite a few tricks to save your lives. Scarface's face twitched, as if he was enduring great pain, but the madness in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. This is the soul-eating blood curse bestowed by the Master. It will burn all my life and soul in exchange for greater power. Today, you are dead. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly let out a roar that was not like a human voice towards the sky. The chaotic energy around him poured into his body like crazy, and the black and purple lines suddenly became dazzlingly bright. A terrifying aura that far exceeded the 8th level of the martial artist realm and even vaguely touched the threshold of the 9th level of the martial artist realm came down with a bang. Blood evil, mad dragon domain. Scarface roared, and blood and dark purple energy intertwined around his body, forming a blood-colored field with a radius of dozens of meters. In the field, blood was boiling, ghosts were crying, and wolves were howling. Countless ferocious blood-red dragon shadows were running around. The power of corrosion and confinement instantly enveloped Xiao Han. At the same time, he raised the thick-backed sword high up, the blade was covered with blood, and an incredibly solid blood-red dragon shadow was wrapped around the sword. The sword's force was so strong that it almost split the space in half. Secret technique, Blood Dragon Soul Devouring Slash. This knife was all he had, burning his life and soul, and it was his last desperate attack. Before the knife came down, the sharpness and the strange force that locked onto the soul had already made Xiao Han's skin tight and even his soul felt a little dizzy. Drag me to take the blame? You wish. Xiao Han was in a desperate situation, but he became even calmer. At the critical moment of life and death, the creation art and shadow void sutra in his body were running wildly at an unprecedented speed. The chaotic green lotus in the dantian swayed gently, sprinkling out pure life force. The shadowy figure of the King of Eternal Night in the Sea of Consciousness also opened his eyes, dark and deep, as if he could see through the essence of space. This tremendous pressure, on the contrary, severely tempered his soul. Some of his originally stagnant understandings of a world away and space jumps were forcibly broken free from the shackles between life and death. In an instant, countless profound insights about spatial nodes flooded into my mind, and the originally vague nodes suddenly became clear. This is it. At the moment when the blood-colored dragon shadow approached him, Xiao Han's figure flashed strangely and narrowly avoided the earth-shattering knife. The knife shrieked and struck where he had been standing, creating a bottomless crack in the ground and filling the air with blood. The scarred-faced burly man's attack missed, and his energy, already violent due to the secret technique, became even more unstable. He staggered, and the black and purple lines on his body flickered. He looked at Xiao Han in disbelief as he appeared several feet away. That kid could actually escape from his blood dragon soul devouring slash. Xiao Han shook his slightly numb arm. The movement just now had consumed quite a lot of energy. Is that all you're capable of? He looked at Scarface, his voice filled with mockery. You want to drag me down with you? Xiao Han was in a desperate situation, but his eyes became increasingly calm. Between life and death, the creation art and shadow void sutra in his body were running wildly at an unprecedented speed. The chaotic green lotus in the dantian swayed gently, shedding pure life force. The shadowy figure of the King of Eternal Night in the Sea of Consciousness also opened his eyes, dark and deep, as if he had seen through the essence of space. Pressure, extreme pressure, was like a heavy hammer, shattering his stagnant understanding of so close yet so far away and space jumps. In an instant, countless insights about spatial nodes flooded into my mind, and the originally vague nodes became clearly visible. Now is the time. Chapter 98. He succeeded. Xiao Han didn't even look at the life-threatening cold light. He kicked the ground with both feet, and instead of retreating, he moved forward. The target is not Scarface. Nor is there any seemingly safe retreat. He chose a direction that no one expected. So close yet so far away. He pushed his skills to the peak. This time, he went all in at a distance that he himself had no confidence in. One that far exceeded the limits of what his body could currently endure. Buzz. The surrounding scenery was instantly distorted, stretched, and deformed. All that was left in the field of vision were chaotic blocks of color, stirring wildly. Xiao Han felt that all the bones in his body were groaning, and his internal organs were churning, almost bursting out of his body. A warm current rushed up my throat. He forced himself to suppress the fishy and sweet taste. Boom! There was a loud noise that deafened people's eardrums. The crimson blade light just brushed past his disappearing afterimage and slashed heavily into the air. A hideous rift was torn into the hard ground, deep and terrifying, with wisps of burnt smoke still rising from it. The terrifying energy storm spread wildly in all directions. The huge crystal bodies nearby were extremely fragile in the face of this force and turned into powder in an instant. As for the two killers who were injured by the Green Lotus sword song and were hanging half to death, he didn't even have time to hum. In this violent aftermath, both body and soul were destroyed. What? The scarred-faced burly man's pupils shrank. The fatal blow he had locked on with all his strength actually missed. At the moment when he was in doubt, Xiao Han's figure staggered out from a shadow dozens of meters away, his face as pale as paper. It was obvious that the ultra-long-distance space jump had exhausted him greatly, and he even suffered serious internal injuries. But he succeeded. Before the scarred-faced burly man could react, a cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and his mind raced. Shadow incarnation. A shadow clone that looked exactly like him instantly condensed from the shadows beside him, carrying the same aura as the original, and fearlessly rushed towards the scarred-faced burly man who was temporarily exhausted from performing a fatal blow. The wind from his fist was whistling, and it was the opening move of the god-destroying fist. A trifle. The scarred man remained calm despite his shock, suppressing the backlash within him and wielding his sword to block. Though his condition was poor, his eyesight was still sharp, and he could tell at a glance that it was just an energy clone. However, this is exactly the opportunity Xiao Han needs. At the moment when the shadow incarnation attracted the attention of the scarred-faced man, Xiao Han's real body took a deep breath, and a blue lotus bloomed in his left eye, while eternal night descended in his right eye. The power of the Chaos Green Lotus Martial Soul and the power of the Eternal Night King Martial Soul surged out from the body without reservation. He put his left hand's fingers together like a sword, and the Green Lotus sword intent condensed, purifying all evils. With unmatched sharpness his right hand was clenched into a fist, and the destructive fist intent rose, domineering and overwhelming, destroying everything. The two great magical skills, the Art of Creation and the Shadow Void Sutra, were pushed to the extreme at the same time. The spiritual power in the body was like a flood that broke through the dam, and all of it was poured into the arms. Xiao Han's bones all over his body made a series of fine explosions, which was a sign of the ultimate concentration of strength. Two completely different martial arts truths collided violently in his body at this moment, but strangely they were unified. I'll give you a ride. He squeezed out a few words from his throat, formed a sword gesture with his left hand, and clenched his right fist. His movements were slow but contained an indescribable weight, drawing a broken circle on his chest. The green light and the black evil are entangled, life and death coexist, and a heart-pounding power fluctuation suddenly spreads. Chaos. Destruction. Blue Lotus Eternal Night Strike. There was no earth-shaking roar, only a gray beam of light bursting out from between his crossed palms. Wherever the beam pointed, ripples appeared in the void, and then tiny cracks spread out, and the surrounding space structure let out a wail as it could not bear the heavy burden. Scarface was just about to chop apart the shadow that looked just like a real person with his sword when he suddenly felt a chill all over his body and an instinctive fear gripped him. He wanted to retreat and avoid, but was horrified to find that the airflow around him had stagnated and was pinned down by the inconspicuous gray beam of light. No! He roared like a wild beast, his muscles tensed, and he squeezed out all his remaining strength and even his life potential, all of which poured into the thick-backed broadsword, blocking it in front of him. Boom crack! A belated loud noise, a mixture of explosions and shattering, finally exploded violently in this strange space. A violent torrent of energy rushed in all directions, and in an instant, everything within hundreds of meters was flattened. Those solid dark purple crystals could not even hold out for half a breath in the face of this destructive force and were directly vaporized without even leaving any powder. In the center of the storm, Scarface's all-out defense, along with his body and his sword, were all silently and completely decomposed by the gray beam of light, disappearing completely, leaving nothing behind. Pooah! Xiao Han's body shook violently, a fishy and sweet taste surged in his throat, a large amount of blood mist sprayed out, and his face quickly turned pale. This attack drained the last bit of his spiritual power, and even his origin was shaken. He staggered, his body shaky, but he forced himself to straighten his back, his chest heaving violently. Without even a moment's breath to catch my breath, I was overcome by waves of intense dizziness. With a burst of willpower, he randomly grabbed a handful of pills from the storage ring and swallowed them all in one gulp without even taking a closer look. The effect of the medicine had not yet worn off, but he had already activated so close yet so far away again. With the faint but clear guidance of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit, he locked onto his position, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared into the smoke and violent energy that had not yet subsided, and disappeared without a trace. All that remained on the spot was a scorched earth and the lingering smell of decay. The pungent smoke and chaotic energy fluctuations showed how brutal a fight had taken place here not long ago. He, Xiao Han, is definitely not a soft persimmon that can be easily squeezed. If you want to touch him, you must be prepared to pay a heavy price. The smoke and energy turbulence had not yet completely subsided, but Xiao Han, relying on the increasingly clear guidance of the Eternal Night King's spirit, had already shuttled and jumped several times in the distorted space. The previous fight, especially the final fusion of the two martial arts, Chaos Destruction Blue Lotus Eternal Night Strike, had nearly drained him dry. At this moment, his face was still pale, but his eyes were unusually bright. Those killers, especially the last one with scar on his face who burned his life to cast the soul-eating blood curse, really put him under a lot of pressure. However, it was precisely under this life or death pressure that he gained a deeper understanding of the meaning of return to the abyss in the God-destroying fist and the spatial jump in a world away. Especially when forcibly making an ultra-long-distance space jump, the feeling of tearing and the vague perception of space nodes, when I think back on it now, I actually have a lot of experience. The soul-eating blood curse, it's quite cruel. Xiao Han sneered as he swallowed the pill to recover. Those guys who were hiding their true intentions were truly full of tricks. However, after this battle, the spiritual power in his body, under the operation of the creation and heaven-shaking art, became more condensed like hammered steel. Faintly, the bottleneck of the fourth level of the martial artist realm has loosened, and it seems that he can enter the fifth level at any time. He chose not to return or search for an exit. The appearance of the assassins had already revealed his location, and perhaps some unforeseen changes had occurred in the Academy's arrangements. However, the desire conveyed by the Eternal Night King's spirit, like a beacon in the darkness, grew stronger and stronger, its direction becoming clearer. Chapter 99 Luxurious Lineup. Wealth and honor are always hidden behind the tip of a knife. Xiao Han staggered, and his left shoulder was grazed by an invisible energy blade, causing a burning pain. He groaned softly, exerted force on his feet, and tried to stabilize his body, which was almost torn apart by the distorted space. The further you go in, the denser and harder it is to defend against these invisible cuttings. Old man Lin, your hard work is really going to cost you your life. Xiao Han cursed while gritting his teeth. As soon as his words came out, they were torn to pieces by the violent energy turbulence around him. If he didn't have 2 SSS plus martial spirits as a foundation, and if he didn't have the 2 top-level skills, the Art of Creation and the Shadow Void Sutra to temper his body day and night, if it were someone else, I'm afraid there wouldn't be even a complete bone left at this moment. I don't know how long I traveled through this bizarre and twisted area, but the thick dark purple fog in front of me finally showed signs of thinning. The fog dissipated a little, revealing a special area that was shattered by violent energy storms and visible space cracks. In the center of the chaos, an ancient, dilapidated altar stood there alone. The altar was made of a black rock that Xiao Han had never seen before. The desolation and silence it exuded were somewhat similar to some things he encountered in the Black Mist Forest ruins. The stone pillars of the altar were engraved with blurry and strange runes, most of which had been worn away by time. However, Xiao Han was able to identify from some of the remaining patterns a secret connection with certain symbols on the mural of the origin of the dual martial spirits. At the very top of the altar, which is also the core where all the energy storms in the entire chaotic area converge, a fist-sized diamond-shaped crystal is quietly suspended. The crystal was dark and deep, as if it could swallow up all light. The Eternal Night King's martial spirit in his sea of consciousness trembled violently at this moment. A desire from the deepest part of his blood urged him on, almost making him rush forward regardless of everything. It must be this thing. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. But getting the crystal is obviously not that easy. 3 powerful and suffocating auras lingered around the altar. One of them was much larger than any other beast they had encountered before. The scales on its body flashed with a cold and hard metallic luster, and from its huge mouth, it spewed out eerie dark blue flames from time to time. It was the netherworld fire lizard, and its strength had already reached the 7th level of the martial master realm. On the other end, it had 3 pairs of transparent wings as thin as cicada wings, and its body was erratic. Every time it flapped its wings, it would create circles of tiny spatial ripples in the air. It was called Void Mantis Shadow and was also at the 7th level of the martial master realm, but because of its speed, it was even more bizarre and difficult to deal with. The last one, which Xiao Han found most troublesome, was a pitch-black mass that looked like a condensation of pure shadow energy. It had no fixed shape, only a pair of scarlet eyes that opened and closed in the shadows, releasing a terrifying light called the soul-eating nightmare. The pressure this guy exudes is much higher than the other two, and he has firmly stepped into the 8th level of the martial artist realm. TSK, this is much more generous than those bugs before. Xiao Han grinned. Inappropriately, his mind flashed back to Instructor Lin's smiling face, as if covered in chrysanthemums, and his earnest words, "Boy, deep in the secret realm lie great opportunities, but also great terrors. Whether you can seize them depends on both your ability and your destiny. Of course, it mainly depends on whether these preparations I've made for you are enough for you to indulge in. What a waste of money. It's simply a trap for people to die." He secretly complained, but his attention was highly focused. The life and death fight just now made him more confident in the use of his own strength. He did not rush forward, but took cover of a huge piece of space debris, carefully restrained all his breath, and carefully observed the movements of the 3 strange beasts. The soul-devouring dark nightmare was undoubtedly the leader, and the activities of the other 2 strange beasts were vaguely centered around it. After about an incense stick of time, Xiao Han moved. He quietly activated the Eternal Night King's martial spirit, and a very fine strand of shadow power spread out like a hair, lightly touching a piece of unstable energy crystal suspended in the distance. Buzz! The energy crystal was activated by external forces and instantly burst out with dazzling light and chaotic energy fluctuations. Roar! The netherworld fire lizard had the most violent temperament and was the first to be disturbed by this sudden change. It suddenly turned its huge head and let out a deafening roar. Then a large amount of dark blue flames gushed out in the direction of the explosion of the energy crystal, completely submerging that area in an instant. Now is the time. Xiao Han's figure faded away at the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already close to the side of the void dragon's shadow. The beast reacted extremely quickly. Its 3 pairs of wings flapped rapidly, and its body was about to turn into nothingness and merge into space. Want to leave? It's too late. The destructive divine fist, with power penetrating the 9 layers. After the battle with the scarred man, Xiao Han's control over his punches had reached perfection. This punch, delivered with a highly concentrated and restrained force, lacking any trace of worldly energy, yet possessing a terrifying penetrating power that could break anything and indestruct. Puff! The seemingly illusory body of the void dragonfly shadow suddenly stiffened, and it let out a short and shrill scream. Its body, which was originally moving at an extremely fast speed, suddenly solidified. Then, it broke into pieces like a shattered piece of glass art, and turned into light spots that dissipated in the sky. Its core crystal nucleus was actually shattered into powder by Xiao Han's seemingly casual punch. The enemy was killed with one blow. Xiao Han did not stop moving. The space ripples spread again, and he pounced towards the most powerful soul-devouring nightmare. The netherworld fire lizard and the soul-eating nightmare finally realized at this moment that their target was not the broken crystal stone. The 2 strange beasts roared with extreme anger at the same time, and their violent attacks were like they were free, sweeping towards Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han's figure disappeared again just before their attack. The next moment, he appeared above the soul-eating nightmare. Shadow incarnation. A shadow clone exactly like him condensed in an instant, fearlessly facing the head-on attack of the soul-devouring nightmare. As for Xiao Han's real body, he put his hands together and pointed his fingers like swords, and the power of the Chaos Green Lotus Martial Soul and the power of the Eternal Night King Martial Soul converged at his fingertips. Chaos Destruction, Green Lotus Swordfinger. This move was his temporary reference to the fusion of the artistic conception of Chaos Destruction Blue Lotus Eternal Nightstrike, an attempt to initially blend the artistic conception of Blue Lotus Sword Song and Destruction Divine Fist at his fingertips. A tiny but extremely condensed gray sword energy, with the dual properties of purification and destruction, silently pierced into the flashing scarlet eyes of the soul-devouring dark nightmare. The soul-devouring nightmare instinctively sensed an extreme danger, and its massive shadowy body twisted frantically, trying to evade. However, the fierce attack of the shadow incarnation ultimately delayed it for a moment. Laugh! The gray sword energy pierced through one of the soul-devouring nightmare's eyes with incredible precision, and violent energy instantly erupted in its core. Hiss! The soul-eating dark nightmare let out an extremely shrill scream, and its huge body shook violently, as if it was about to fall apart. Kill you while you are sick! A cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and his figure was as fast as lightning, approaching again. Destruction fist, star splitting. The punch flew out like a falling star, hitting the injured eye of the soul-devouring dark nightmare hard. Bang! This time, the soul-devouring dark nightmare could no longer hold on. Its huge shadow body exploded like a punctured balloon, turning into the purest shadow energy and dissipating, leaving behind only a black crystal core that was flickering with a faint light. After defeating the strongest soul-devouring nightmare, the remaining netherworld fire lizard was no longer a threat. Xiao Han activated his dual martial soul domains, combined with the Blue Lotus Sword Song and Destruction God Fist, and after a fierce battle, he successfully killed it. Call! Xiao Han let out a long breath and quickly put away the 3 high-quality exotic beast crystal cores. He glanced at the dark crystal floating above the altar, his eyes blazing. Without any hesitation, he flew onto the altar, slowly stretched out his hand, and touched the diamond-shaped crystal that exuded infinite temptation. The moment your fingertips touched the crystal, boom! An unimaginable and vast torrent of information, like a galaxy bursting through its dam, suddenly rushed into Xiao Han's mind. Among them, surprisingly, were the more profound and abstruse subsequent chapters of the Shadow Void Sutra. Not only that, but there were also more ancient memory fragments about the origin of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit, which were clearer and more shocking than those previously obtained in the Black Mist Forest ruins. Chapter 105th Level of Martial Master Realm. The dark crystal was not cold to the touch, but rather strangely warm. Then, a huge torrent of information rushed into Xiao Han's mind without warning. Before he could savor the sudden surprise, the crystal had already turned into a stream of light and sank into his brow. The next moment, the Shadow Void Sutra began to run wildly on its own, and an unprecedented desire gushed out from deep within the body, forcefully pulling at the torrent of information. At the same time, the martial spirit of the King of Eternal Night emerged uncontrollably. Its originally illusory form now solidified visibly to the naked eye. The shadow runes engraved on it flickered, greedily absorbing the energy dissipated from the surroundings. Xiao Han forced himself to calm down and simply sat down cross-legged on the altar, gritting his teeth. Countless broken images flashed through his mind, ancient, vast, and profound. Were they the deeper mysteries of the Shadow Void Sutra, and the fragments of memory of the origin of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit? The amount of information is simply too vast to digest all at once. All he could do was to practice his skills and guide the extremely pure energy from the other space, integrating part of it into his martial soul and using part of it to temper his body. The meridians felt waves of tearing pain, but were quickly repaired by the nourishment of energy, becoming tougher and wider. This feeling of pain and rebirth intertwined is simply addictive. I don't know how long it took, maybe just a moment, maybe several hours. At a certain moment, Xiao Han's consciousness suddenly shook. He saw a boundless darkness dotted with countless spots of light. Each spot of light emitted an aura similar to that of this alien space. They were connected to each other by invisible threads, forming an unimaginable huge network. The strange space where he is just an insignificant node in this giant network. The core of this giant net is actually the legendary secret of the origin of the twin martial spirits. This thought only flashed through his mind, and all his attention was once again occupied by the surging energy in his body. The aura of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit became stronger and stronger, majestic and domineering, as if a sleeping king was about to open his eyes and overlook the world. Xiao Han felt that the power in his body was constantly accumulating, impacting some invisible barrier. Boom! A low explosion came from his body, and a powerful aura suddenly burst out. The turbulent energy around the altar was swept away by this breath. Done! Xiao Han stood up suddenly, feeling the surging power in his body, every cell filled with explosive vitality. The body has become more condensed and tough, and every inch of flesh and blood seems to contain explosive power. Any movement feels like tearing the air. The spiritual power vortex in the Qi Hai Dantian has expanded several times, and the purity of the spiritual power has been raised to a higher level, majestic and vast, and endless. The power of the soul also skyrocketed, the range of perception was greatly improved, thoughts became clearer, and thinking became more sharp. Is this the power of the fifth level of the martial master realm? Xiao Han clenched his fists, and a confident smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of his mouth. His understanding and control of the Shadow Void Sutra also reached a whole new level. With a thought, his body could easily blend into the surrounding shadows, as if he was born to be a part of the darkness, and his ability to hide was much stronger than before. Trying to activate a world away, his perception of spatial nodes became clearer, and some previously vague and obscure points suddenly became clear. The distance of spatial jumps increased by at least 30%, and the consumption was smaller, and it could be used more freely. He even had a vague feeling that as long as he wanted, he seemed to be able to temporarily affect the stability of space in a small range around him. Although it was only an extremely weak effect, it was enough to play an unexpected role at a critical moment. In the sea of consciousness, the shadow of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit almost became real. He wore a shadow crown that symbolized royal power, a night cloak dotted with stars, and held a scepter of nothingness in his hand. He looked majestic and mysterious. Its Shadow Master characteristics have been greatly enhanced, and the efficiency of shadow devouring has skyrocketed. It used to take several breaths to devour and refine the energy, but now it can be done in almost a thought. The Eternal Night Domain, which was still in its infancy, became more stable, its coverage area slightly expanded, and the power of suppression and control within the domain was significantly enhanced. The Chaos Green Lotus Martial Soul also benefited greatly from the nourishment of this pure energy. The petals of the green lotus were so moist that they seemed to be dripping with water. Every vein of the leaves exuded an indescribable charm, and the breath of life was so strong that it could not be dissolved. In the body, there are two completely different forces, one is as deep as the eternal night, the other is as vibrant as the green lotus. It is as if an invisible string is quietly plucked between them, forming an indescribable echo. Work together and everything will go smoothly. The fifth level of martial artist realm. Xiao Han stretched his body, and his joints made a series of fine, crisp, and pleasant sounds. If this strength were placed among the core disciples of the Imperial Capital Academy, they would definitely be able to rank in the upper middle level. He silently estimated that, taking into account his best tricks, he would be qualified to fight even if he met a veteran at the 7th or 8th level of the martial artist realm. A chill rose from the bottom of my heart, which was the lingering fear of the soul-eating blood curse. Humph, those shady rats. He whispered to himself, his voice tinged with ruthlessness. If I see you again next time, I'll make you feel like you're crying out to the heavens and the earth for help, but nothing will come of it. Turning his mind back, he began to search this core area. The dark crystal was naturally the biggest gain. Apart from that, there were a number of high-quality dark spiritual materials scattered around the wreckage of the altar, as well as a few stones that felt heavy to the touch, with spatial fluctuations flowing inside them. These were all rare and valuable things that could not be found in the outside world. Xiao Han was not polite at all. He rolled up his sleeves and accepted all these unexpected surprises with a smile. After making sure that nothing was left out, he began to clean up the traces he had left behind. With a flick of the sleeve and a wipe of dust, make sure it is clean. Although this is not a good place and ordinary people cannot break in, being more careful will always save you from trouble. He raised his head and looked at the sky that was unique to this secret place, the sky that was always twisting and rolling. Teacher Lin, I, your student, have repaid this generous gift in its entirety, and doubled it. The voice was not loud, but it was full of teasing. The next moment, the Shadow Void Sutra in his body suddenly reached its peak, and the abundant spiritual power brought by the recent breakthrough to the 5th level of martial artist cultivation rushed to his legs. So close yet so far away, extreme launch. Buzz. He pointed his toes, and visible ripples spread out in the space in front of him, which was more solid than ever before. The figure flashed and disappeared completely from the spot, as if it had never appeared. Chapter 101 Disguise Strength. This time, the distance and speed of the space jump far exceeded his previous limit. After several consecutive long-distance space jumps, Xiao Han only felt that the scene in front of him changed. The suffocating atmosphere of chaos was finally thrown away, replaced by the familiar spiritual fluctuations with a smell of dust in the wilderness. He did it. Several thrilling space jumps sent him out of that distorted little world. Looking back, he saw that the place was as calm as if nothing had happened, but he knew that danger was lurking beneath the surface. Without a moment's hesitation, he identified the direction, and with a flash of his figure, he merged into the distant horizon. A few days later, the familiar outline of the courtyard of the Imperial Capital Academy appeared before his eyes. He slowed down his pace, deliberately letting his aura remain at the peak of the 4th level of the martial master realm, even revealing a sense of exhaustion after being forced to improve his strength. The realm of the 5th level is now a hidden blade. This trip to the secret realm yielded huge gains, including the transformation of the Eternal Night King's martial soul, the improvement of the Shadow Void Sutra, and a breakthrough in realm. But the sudden killing and the well-trained killers all reminded him that the outside world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. If he didn't have enough trump cards and a bit of luck, he might just be a handful of dirt in the wilderness. He is undoubtedly a fat piece of meat in the eyes of many people now. The best disguise is to make them think that he is still struggling. On the way back, he avoided the busy trade routes and areas where warriors gathered. The power of shadow and space became the best cover. His figure shuttled through the wilderness and dense forests, almost indistinguishable from a shadow. From time to time, scenes in the secret realm flashed through his mind: those powerful beasts, the scarred man who burned his life to perform secret techniques, and the power and secrets contained in the dark crystal. These will become nourishment for his progress. The Imperial Capital Academy is just ahead. It is a temporary safe haven and also the center of the new vortex. The real test may have just begun. A few days later, a figure appeared in a somewhat disheveled state in the courtyard area reserved for the core disciples of the Imperial Capital Academy. His clothes were torn in several places, stained with dust and faint traces of blood. His face was pale and he looked tired. It looked like he had just walked around the gates of hell. Xiao Han. Xiao Han is back. A voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of surprise. The news spread quickly, like a gust of wind, instantly sweeping across Class 0 and spreading to the entire school. The attention in the school has already reached a peak regarding this evildoer who won the championship of the school competition as a 3rd-level martial artist and then took on a dangerous mission in a secret realm outside the school. There are endless speculations about his experiences in that small secret space. I heard that secret realm is extremely chaotic, and even high-level martial artists would be in danger of death if they went in. He was lucky to come out alive. I guess he's hiding in a corner, shivering, and will sneak out when the secret realm is about to close? Tisk, luck is also a part of strength, you are just jealous. Amidst all the discussions, most people tended to believe that Xiao Han was lucky or had escaped by chance. After all, the time he disappeared was not too long, and it seemed almost impossible to them to achieve a huge improvement in such a dangerous secret realm. In the core courtyard area, many people cast complicated glances. Luo Bing glanced at him from afar. In addition to the original hostility and unwillingness, there seemed to be a hint of unspeakable doubt. She could feel that Xiao Han seemed a little different, but she couldn't tell exactly what was different. His aura remained that of a peak 4th-level martial master, even more ethereal than before. But deep within those eyes, which occasionally lifted, there seemed to be something that made her heart flutter, a fleeting glint that was too quick to grasp. Was it an illusion? Luo Bing frowned, suppressing this strange feeling deep within her heart. Xiao Bing walked over quickly, with obvious concern on her pretty face, and her voice trembled slightly. Xiao Han, are you okay? Are you seriously injured? She stretched out her hand, as if wanting to help him, but felt something was wrong, so she paused in mid-air and retracted her hand. Xiao Han forced out a slightly pale smile, coughed lightly twice, and then waved his hand. Thank you for your concern, Senior Xia. I just got a minor injury, it's nothing serious, I'm just a little weak, I just need a few days of rest. He breathed a little hard as he spoke, as if it was difficult for him to say a few more words. His miserable appearance, as if he might spit out blood at any time, made many people who were originally afraid of him secretly breathe a sigh of relief. You see, even if you were the champion, you'd be utterly devastated if you entered a place like that. The previous speculation about him potentially receiving a great opportunity faded considerably. Returning alive was a real blessing. He had just returned to his own independent courtyard and threw aside the tattered clothes on his body that he had deliberately not changed and were stained with blood and dust. Before he could even sit down, the message from teacher Lin Xingxia arrived. A cold thought rang directly in his mind, and the words were concise and to the point. Come to see me quickly. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. This mentor has a really sharp nose. He simply showered and changed into a clean but ordinary school uniform. He deliberately did not tidy up his messy hair, making himself look a little disheveled. Then he walked slowly towards Lin Xingxia's courtyard. It was still the familiar bamboo forest, quiet and elegant, with rustling bamboo leaves and gurgling water. Lin Xingxia was wearing a plain long dress and was leisurely sipping tea. Her figure was picturesque. Seeing Xiao Han come in, her pair of phoenix eyes as clear as autumn water looked him over carefully. as if she wanted to see through him from inside out. I'm back. Lin Xingxia put down the teacup, her voice calm and without any emotion. Student greets instructor Lin. Xiao Han bowed respectfully, but a sense of caution remained. This instructor's vision was far superior to that of an ordinary person. If he hadn't practiced the Shadow Void Sutra to its fullest potential, perfectly suppressing the aura of his breakthrough, his true identity would have been exposed. Sit down. Lin Xingxia pointed to the stone bench opposite. Xiao Han sat down as he was told, but he didn't dare to straighten his back. He hunched it slightly, looking a bit exhausted and powerless. Tell me, what did you gain from this trip to the secret realm? Lin Xingxia picked up the teacup, gently moved the floating leaves, and asked casually. Xiao Han had been prepared for this. Upon hearing this, he sighed, a mixture of fear and bitterness on his face. He then unrolled the story he had prepared long ago. Teacher Rome, that secret realm, is simply not a place for human beings to stay. He began to describe in detail the chaos and danger in the secret realm, deliberately exaggerating the horror therein. Space cracks are everywhere, and students have nearly been sucked into them several times, leaving no trace. The beasts within are far beyond what is recorded in the outside world. They are not only powerful, but also fearless. Some even know how to attack together. Students have narrowly escaped death, relying only on the few life-saving techniques taught by the instructor and some shitty luck to barely survive. He focused on describing how he was chased by a group of windblade wolves equivalent to the 6th or 7th level of the martial arts realm, with no way out, how he accidentally swallowed an unknown poisonous insect in the swamp and almost had his intestines ruptured, and how he fell into a cave in a panic while avoiding a giant spider comparable to a martial arts master, and narrowly escaped. As for the harvest, Xiao Han smiled bitterly and spread his hands. My strength is low, and I'm lucky to be alive in that environment. I spent most of my time hiding or running for my life. I did manage to pick up a few healing herbs of decent age by chance, otherwise I probably wouldn't have made it this far. He paused, fumbled in his arms, and took out a small, gray cloth bag. When he opened it, there were several wilted-looking herbs inside, one of which was even broken in half. A student risked his life to collect a rare beast crystal core. It seemed to be of decent quality, but in his haste to escape, he lost it somewhere. He pounded his head in frustration. What a loss! His emotionally charged tragic experience, coupled with his current weak appearance, made perfect sense. After all, a martial master entering at the 3rd level and emerging at the peak of the 4th, still wounded, would be surprised to find anything truly earth-shattering. Chapter 102. Be extremely careful. Lin Xingxia listened quietly, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and no emotion could be seen on her face. After Xiao Han finished speaking, she slowly spoke in a calm voice, survived a near-death experience and achieved a lucky breakthrough? Xiao Han, your luck is much better than others. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat, but he still wore a wry smile on his face. The student also felt that this was a fluke. If it weren't for a sudden inspiration at the last moment, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to come back. Lin Xingxia put down the teacup, and the bottom of the cup touched the table lightly, making a crisp sound. If you don't want to talk about something, I won't force you. But you must remember, from the moment you won the college competition and revealed your twin SSS plus spirits, you have been at the center of public attention. Xiao Han lowered his head and said in a lower voice, Student understands. Understand? Do you really understand, or are you pretending to understand? Did the people who ambushed you this time find any clues? Lin Xingxia asked. Xiao Han shook his head and answered honestly, they were masked and their attacks were ruthless. I was so busy running away that I didn't even bother to see where they came from. However, they seemed particularly interested in my martial spirit and cultivation techniques. He skillfully turned the conversation to the obvious claimants. Lin Xingxia nodded, seemingly unsurprised. You possess a treasure so precious that it's only a matter of time before someone targets you. Those people are likely forces coveting your special martial spirit or your mysterious inheritance. Their methods will only become more subtle and more vicious. Although the Academy will do its best to protect you, the Imperial Capital is a complex place with many forces intertwined. There are some hidden attacks that the Academy cannot guard against. You must be extremely careful in your future actions. Thank you for your advice, Master. I will definitely keep it in mind. Xiao Han responded respectfully on the surface, but the fingers hidden in his sleeves were slightly curled up. Lin Xingxia's words confirmed his previous judgment. It seems that the forces targeting him are far more complex and powerful than he imagined. The information revealed in the instructor's words suggested that this ambush might involve some existences that even the school found difficult to deal with. Your trip to the secret realm this time can be considered as completing the training mission given by the academy. Lin Qingxia changed the subject. Go back and rest well and consolidate your cultivation. You can continue to use the resources of the school. If you encounter any problems that cannot be solved, you can come to me. Yes, I'll take my leave. Xiao Han bowed again and slowly left the courtyard. After walking out of the bamboo forest, Xiao Han looked back at the quiet courtyard, paused, and then continued walking forward. I'm afraid the road ahead will not be easy. Back in the core area exclusive to Class 0, Xiao Han's appearance of having gone through many hardships and barely holding on immediately attracted countless inquiries. There is undisguised curiosity, incredible scrutiny, deep fear, and naturally a bit of gloating contempt. All those various scrutiny almost burned holes in him, trying to wrap him up and dissect him. Luo Bing stood not far away, her delicate face still expressionless. She just snorted coldly, and on her usually expressionless face, besides the inherent hostility and unwillingness, there was something else that was difficult to understand. She could feel the subtle weakness in Xiao Han, but her intuition told her that the person in front of her seemed even more elusive than before he left. Shirley was more reserved. He just glanced at her from a distance and then looked away, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. There was surprise at his ability to return alive from the dangerous secret realm, relief at his miserable condition, and perhaps also a sense of sympathy as a fellow core sequence member. Xiao Han didn't even bother to raise his eyebrows in response to all these stares, and just walked straight through the crowd. His current state of mind is no longer the same as that young man who first entered the Imperial Capital Academy and needed to prove himself with one victory after another. To him, the opinions of these people are not worth mentioning. He walked straight towards his independent cultivation cave, which was protected by numerous formations. His fingertips flashed with light, activating the highest level of defense restrictions. Xiao Han waved his hand casually, and the last restriction fell. The stone door was completely sealed, and the last bit of light was swallowed up. He then breathed a sigh of relief, the tense feeling suddenly disappeared, and his whole body relaxed. The pretended weakness on his face disappeared, replaced by a sharpness that was almost tangible and could not be hidden. The aura also rose accordingly, and the previous sense of emptiness from forcibly raising the realm disappeared. The pressure of the fifth level of the martial artist realm was extremely heavy, almost condensed into substance, the real thing. Damn it, pretending to be a grandson is not an easy job. Xiao Han cursed softly and rubbed his stiff cheeks. The fingertips flashed with green light again, and several more secretive soundproofing and anti-spying array patterns were embedded in the surrounding stone walls. Only then did he sit down cross-legged with peace of mind. The cushion was warm and felt familiar. The secret of creation, the Sutra of Shadow and Void. The two exercises were put into practice almost at the same moment. The slight discomfort left by the previous trip to the secret realm, especially the life-threatening space jump, was now completely cleared up. The spiritual power in the body is no longer weak. It is gathered at this moment, and its force is surging, making a low roar as it runs through the meridians. The chaos green lotus martial soul stretched out gently, and abundant vitality spread out, seeping into every inch of bones, blood and flesh, and those minor injuries healed at a perceptible speed. The Eternal Night King's martial spirit radiated a dark and profound glow, revealing a sense of silence and majesty that dominated the world. It actively attracted the already rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the cave, along with the dark attribute treasures he had plundered from the secret realm. At this moment, they all became its nourishment, being greedily devoured and refined. In the dantian of the Qi-Si, the vortex of spiritual power was more than a circle larger than before, and every drop of spiritual power was so condensed that it was almost impossible to dissolve. The power is rising steadily. Only after the surging spiritual power in his body was completely tamed and those minor hidden dangers were eliminated one by one did Xiao Han slowly stop his practice, but he did not stop there. His mind sank into an even deeper place, the sea of consciousness. The dark crystal obtained from the altar in the chaotic alien space secret realm is worth far more than just helping him break through. The subsequent chapters of the Shadow Void Sutra are more profound and mysterious, and have already been imprinted on his soul. Each character reveals the endless mystery of shadow and void, which leads people to indulge. Xiao Han immersed himself in it, breaking it down word by word and savoring it carefully. So, the power of shadow can be used in this way. Xiao Han muttered to himself, his fingertips drawing a mysterious trajectory in the air. Tisk, that's interesting. He knocked his head. As for capturing this spatial node, it's not just relying on brute force. Chapter 103 Water and Fire are incompatible. The gains from this period of retreat are far more than this. The use of shadow power is no longer as awkward as it was at the beginning. With a thought, the shadows around him can be controlled as easily as his arms, as if they have become an extension of his body. If he wanted to, he seemed able to dissolve into it at any time without leaving any trace. The footwork of a world away has also touched a new realm with the new understanding of the skills. The nodes in the space that were once blurry are now as clear as the lines on the palm of your hand. His attention was more focused on the next three moves of God-destroying fist. Split star. Bai Xueer. Annihilation. These three moves are more profound and brutal than the previous one. They are no longer a simple release of power, but the ultimate interpretation of the word destruction. The determination of star splitting, the inclusiveness of returning to the abyss, and the end of annihilation. Xiao Han put his fingers together and imitated the sword cultivator, infusing the artistic conception of Guishu into it. An imperceptible yet extremely condensed aura of destruction gathered at the fingertips, and the surrounding light seemed to be swallowed up by it, taking away all vitality. This kind of infiltration and disintegration. He stroked his chin, and a thought popped up in his mind. The Chaos Blue Lotus martial soul controls life and purification, its sword energy capable of breaking through anything and possessing the power of purification. The Eternal Night King martial soul controls shadows and the void, possessing an unpredictable and ever-changing nature. If he used the purifying power of the Azure Lotus to guide the disintegration within the Destruction Fist, and then borrowed the shadowy void power of the Eternal Night King to provide cover and explosion. Once this idea came up, it kept growing wildly. He carefully mobilized the pure life force of the Chaos Azure Lotus, attempting to achieve a preliminary fusion with the domineering destructive state of mind of the Destruction Divine Fist. One was pure and yang, the other was domineering and yin. They were incompatible. Bang! There was another slight muffled sound, an unstable energy exploded at his fingertips, slightly louder than the previous one. Xiao Han's brows twitched slightly. He could sense that in that brief moment, two completely different forces, though violently clashing, had also experienced a moment of delicate balance. At that balance point, a terrifying power that far exceeds any single martial art he currently possesses is quietly brewing. There's hope, he muttered to himself. This failure had only confirmed his direction. Although it was still a long way from true success, it was undoubtedly a brand new path. In the following days, Xiao Han was completely immersed in the frenzy of cultivation. The cave is filled with mountains of top-level training resources prepared for the core disciples. The fragrance of the soul-calming incense, which helps to calm the mind, is so dense that it almost condenses into substance. The yuan-gathering liquid, which accelerates the recovery of spiritual power, is drunk by him like water, and the 100 refined stone milk, which can temper the body, is generously applied all over his body. With the accumulation of massive resources, the spiritual power in his body became more and more condensed, and his control over the fifth level of the martial artist realm became more and more proficient. During the breaks in his training, the figures of those who ambushed and killed him in the secret realm would always appear in his mind unexpectedly. He still remembered their cooperation, their martial arts techniques, and their determination to kill him at all costs. The lowest martial master level is level 5, and the leader is at the peak of level 8. He's even burning his life force to cast some kind of soul-devouring blood curse. This kind of generosity is not something that a small family can come up with. He carefully recalled their fighting style, trying to find some clues. Their attacks were fierce, their moves brimming with a chilling aura, clearly rigorously trained warriors. The Su family? The Wang family? Or someone else who I outshined in the university competition? He pondered silently, then quickly rejected the idea. While these families had motives, their methods didn't seem to align with those of the killers. It seems there's more to me than meets the eye. His heart grew heavier. Lin Qingxia's warning was now crystal clear. The waters of the imperial capital were even more murky than he'd anticipated. Although I deliberately suppressed my cultivation in this secret realm, revealing only the peak of the 4th level of the martial master realm, I'm afraid I can't hide it from some people with ulterior motives. Next time, if we run into similar trouble again, maybe I should open their eyes and let them see what a true surprise is. While hiding your weaknesses can certainly reduce trouble, sometimes you need to show off your abilities to keep those lurking rats in the gutter in check. Otherwise, people will think you're easy to bully, and the trouble will never end. The mission of the academy is a good training ground. He was looking forward to it, wanting to test the results of his hard training during this period, as well as the budding power of integration. Within the cave, the spiritual energy was so dense it practically dripped with water. Sitting on the spirit-gathering mat, Xiao Han's body trembled slightly. Like a dormant ancient beast awakening, an aura far more powerful and vast than before slowly circulated through his body, finally quietly receding without a trace. The 5th level of martial artist realm is completely stable. He opened his eyes and felt the ocean of spiritual power in his dantian that had almost turned into liquid. Its power was much stronger than when he was at the peak of the 4th level. With a slight thought, the profound meaning of the Shadow Void Sutra came to his mind. There was no longer any barrier between him and the Eternal Night King's spirit. He devoured and refined the energy, achieving success in a matter of seconds. He even had the illusion that as long as he wanted, his body could completely blend into the smallest shadows around him and become almost one with the space. Shadow binding. Xiao Han spoke softly and clenched his right hand lightly. The shadow in the corner of the cave suddenly came alive, and several inky black chains flashing with faint light shot out and accurately wrapped around a huge rock serving as a target several feet away. The power of shadow flowed above the chains, emitting a strong toughness and a slight corrosive aura. The surface of the boulder actually emitted a slight sizzling sound, and bursts of black smoke rose. Yes, imprisoning an ordinary martial artist at the 7th or 8th level should buy us a breath or two of freedom. He was quite satisfied with this newly acquired small-scale control secret technique, which often had miraculous effects in the ever-changing battles. He turned his gaze to the other side, where there were some discarded skeletons of exotic beasts brought back from the secret realm. He took a deep breath, slowly clenched his right fist, and the fist intent of God-destroying fist surged in his heart. Without any earth-shattering sound, Xiao Han lightly punched a piece of hard animal bone. The moment the fist touched the animal bone, an invisible but extremely destructive force penetrated into it. The piece of animal bone that was strong enough to withstand several attacks from an ordinary martial artist actually turned gray and brittle at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all the vitality and energy structure within it were disintegrated and swallowed up in an instant. Crack! With a slight sound, the animal bones turned into a handful of powder and fell to the ground. Chapter 104. If this is used to trick people. The glint in Xiao Han's eyes grew even brighter. This return to the abyss power could not only destroy life force, but also temporarily disintegrate energy structures. If used on an opponent's protective spiritual power or domain, he could already imagine the enemy's horrified expression. A world away. His figure swayed slightly, leaving a faint afterimage on the spot, and the next moment, he appeared silently at the other end of the cave. The whole process is smooth and natural, with minimal spatial fluctuations. In the past few days, he incorporated the understanding of space from the Shadow Void Sutra into his footwork. Not only did his maximum jumping distance increase again, but his perception and control of spatial nodes also became more refined. He even tried to concentrate his spiritual power on his fingertips and lightly tapped the air. Buzz! An extremely tiny but clearly visible ripple appeared in the space in front of his fingertips, spreading out like water waves. Although the range is extremely small and the impact is extremely short-lived, it undoubtedly proves that his ability to interfere with space has taken a substantial step forward. If this is used to trick someone, hey! Xiao Han touched his chin and showed a kind smile. The Chaos Azure Lotus martial spirit was not to be outdone. Guided by his thoughts, strands of pure Azure Lotus spiritual energy merged with the sword intent of the Azure Lotus sword song. He put his fingers together like a sword, and with a casual stroke, a stream of azure sword chi shot out. This sword energy is slightly different from the previous ones. In addition to the original sharpness and vitality, the sword body also adds a touch of pure purifying light. Wherever the sword energy passed, the mixed aura remaining in the air due to the practice of shadow power was instantly purified. It can break evil, destroy delusion, and break defense. It should be surprisingly effective against those with energy shields or those with special physiques. Xiao Han was very much looking forward to this. The purifying power of the Chaos Azure Lotus was the nemesis of all filth and evil, and when integrated into offensive martial arts, its power would naturally be enhanced to a higher level. The connection between the twin martial souls became closer as his realm improved and his understanding of their respective powers deepened. The majestic vitality and purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus and the Shadow Void and devouring power of the King of Eternal Night formed a wonderful balance and complementarity in his body. Xiao Han also had a clearer idea in his mind about the fusion of the Chaos Realm and the Eternal Night Realm. He vaguely felt that the true fusion of the two major fields might not only be a superposition of power, but it might also give birth to a new and terrifying power that surpasses both. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Xiao Han knew very well that the complete integration of the domains required the support of a higher realm and a deeper opportunity. Eat your food one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. After cleaning up the traces in the cave, Xiao Han adjusted his breath. The surging spiritual power of the fifth level of the martial master realm receded like a tide, and was cleverly compressed and disguised layer by layer by him using the secret method of the Shadow Void Sutra, and finally stayed steadily at the peak level of the fourth level of the martial master realm. He even deliberately created an illusion that his foundation was slightly weak, as if he had just broken through not long ago. After doing all this, he nodded with satisfaction. Well, low-key is the way to go. The heavy stone door slowly opened, and dazzling sunlight poured in. Xiao Han squinted his eyes, adjusted to the light outside, and walked out of the cave. He still looked a little tired and out of breath, and there didn't seem to be much change compared to when he entered the cave a few days ago. But those eyes, which occasionally flashed with a deepened brilliance, inadvertently revealed a frightening sharpness, like a dormant beast that could reveal its ferocious fangs at any time. As Xiao Yu turned the bluestone path, she almost bumped into someone. Looking closely, it was Xiao Han. Xiao Han? Are you out of seclusion? She looked him up and down. This guy had been in seclusion for some time. Many people in the core sequence were whispering that he might have fallen in the secret realm and was too injured to get up. Looking at him now, his face is a little pale and his steps are a little unsteady. Are you recovering, okay? Xiao Yu asked tentatively, with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Xiao Han pulled the corners of his mouth and forced out a slightly tired smile. Thank you for your concern, Senior Xia. I've rested for a few days and I'm fine now. As he spoke, his aura was still that of a martial artist at the peak of the fourth level, and he actually showed a bit of weakness as if he had not yet recovered his vitality. Xiao Yu hummed softly, but muttered in her heart that she always felt that there was something strange about this guy, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Am I overthinking it? I'm glad you're okay. She collected her thoughts and added, things have been relatively peaceful in the academy lately, but you still need to be more careful. Thank you for your advice, senior sister. Xiao Han bowed, his attitude the same as always. After saying goodbye to Xiao Yu, Xiao Han slowly walked towards the courtyard of his mentor Linglong. He still looked as if he was seriously injured, staggering with every step, as if a strong wind could blow him away. Only he himself knew that every step he took seemed random, but in fact it was in line with some mysterious rhythm, and the spatial fluctuations around him were suppressed to the extreme. His fingertips unconsciously slid across the air, creating an almost imperceptible circle of tiny ripples in front of him, which then dissipated, like a drop of water falling into a deep pool, leaving no trace. The meaning of Guishu is to use it to dismantle those energy structures, and the effect should be quite good. The power of the Chaos Blue Lotus and the King of Eternal Night in his body became harmonious and smooth with every breath he took, without any stagnation. There is something inexplicable in the sword intent of the Green Lotus Sword Song, which seems to be able to cleanse all filth and may be effective against some special guys. As for the movement skills of A World Away, after incorporating the understanding of space from Shadow Void Sutra, the maximum jumping distance has been extended, and the perception of space nodes has also become much sharper. Naturally, there is no need to tell outsiders about these things. He even deliberately suppressed the surging spiritual power of the fifth level of the martial artist realm, disguised himself as a martial artist at the peak of the fourth level, and deliberately created the illusion of an unstable foundation. The only way to develop slowly is to develop slowly. Before reaching Lin Xingxiu's courtyard, the central square of the academy was already bustling with people, the noise reaching the sky. A huge light curtain was suspended in the air, and every word on it was heavy, making people feel a little breathless. Special mission, clearing the Red Ridge Mountains and fighting for resources. The area below was densely packed with heads, and exclamations and gasps were heard one after another, making the air chaotic. Mission location, the newly discovered Red Ridge Mountains on the border of Dragon Country. Mission objectives: 1. Clear out the tide of strange beasts entrenched in the Red Ridge Mountains and eliminate potential threats. 2. Explore and compete for a newly discovered rare energy crystal vein in the area. Specific details will be announced later. Mission difficulty rating: extremely high. Participants: all students from Class 0 and some outstanding students from the Key class. The Academy will send instructors to accompany and provide protection, but instructors will not directly participate in combat in the core area or in resource allocation. Mission rewards: massive Academy contribution points, access to higher-level Xingqian Pavilion martial arts techniques, rare elixirs and magical tools, and a chance to obtain mysterious treasures that can help you break through your current realm. As soon as the announcement came out, the entire Imperial Capital Academy was like being thrown into a thunderbolt, and it instantly boiled over. Oh my goodness! The Red Ridge Mountains? Where did they come from? A new discovery? A shrill voice cut through the noise of the crowd, filled with disbelief. Extremely difficult. All the perverts in Class 0 have to be mobilized, and the instructor has to follow them? What level is the monster tide going to be? I'm afraid it will be so powerful that it will break the sky. Another rough voice was full of horror and a hint of excitement. Reward. Look at the reward. A treasure that will help you break through a great realm. Damn, if I could get it, my life would be worth it. In the crowd, many students from Class 0 have begun to get ready to fight. The air is filled with a restless fighting spirit and an irrepressible desire. For them, this kind of mission is a risky business, but also a ladder to success, with risks and opportunities coexisting to the extreme. Chapter 105. The system issues the task again. Below the mission announcement, there was a prominent supplementary note. For this mission, students must form teams of at least 3 to participate. The Academy does not mandate designated teams, but encourages strong collaborations between students in Class 0 to maximize mission completion rates and student safety. Xiao Han was facing the light screen in his cave, going over the newly released notice word for word. The Red Ridge Mountains, new discoveries, energy crystal veins. These words circled around in his mind. He felt that this matter was not that simple. The border, the tide of exotic beasts, the rare mineral veins, all these things put together, there was something strange no matter how you looked at it. Especially the frighteningly high difficulty rating and the setting where the instructor follows but does not take any action. There must be something fishy going on. Just as he was thinking about it, that familiar voice suddenly popped up in his mind. Ding! The host faces a major decision. The God-level selection system has been activated. Option 1, follow the crowd and join the super powerful team formed by the top 3 core sequence students such as Long Outyan, Yi Wuchen, and others if they participate. Leveraging their strength and influence, safely complete the mission and receive the basic rewards from the Academy. Additional rewards, 10 Gu Yuan Dan and a 3rd grade martial arts experience scroll. Mission risk, low. Option 2, take a different approach and form or join a marginal team that is not favored by anyone and may even be seen as cannon fodder. The mission will be full of unknowns and huge risks, but if you can turn the tide, you will have the opportunity to unlock the deeper secrets of the Red Ridge Mountains. Additional reward, a special exploration permit for the core area of the Red Ridge Mountains and a random rare martial arts fragment. Mission risk, extremely high. When he heard the system finish reading, the corners of his mouth curled up for no reason. Choose one. Safe? When had he walked that road? Wasn't that like letting a hungry beast chew grass roots? Gu Yuan pill? 3rd grade martial arts scroll? To be honest, these things didn't make much difference to him right now. On the other hand, the things given by the second choice are the exploration permission for the core area of the Red Ridge Mountains and the random rare martial arts fragment. Either one of them is very tempting. The core area was often where treasures were hidden. A fragment of a technique might even help him elevate one of his signature skills. High risk? If the risk is not high, where are the great benefits? I choose 2. He said this in his mind without any hesitation. Ding! Host selection complete. Friendly reminder from the God-level selection system, marginal teams are marginal for a reason. Please be sure to keep your eyes open when selecting teammates. After all, we're not afraid of God-like opponents, but we're afraid of, you know. The system's tone sounded like it was just trying to enjoy the fun. Xiao Han ignored it, stood up, and walked to the entrance of the cave. He pushed open the heavy stone door, and the sunlight outside dazzled his eyes. Red Ridge Mountains. He took a deep breath and could almost smell the restlessness of the students around him, who were becoming anxious because of the mission. But he felt quite calm and even a little bit expectant. Those who are hiding in the dark and watching him will definitely not miss this opportunity, right? It just so happened that he also wanted to see how much the skills he had quietly accumulated during this period of time could surprise those guys who thought they were so great. As for teammates, he didn't look at anyone in particular, but just glanced at the figures outside who were rushing to and fro or gathering together to discuss in low voices. A fringe team? That might be interesting. As soon as the mission announcement was posted, the entire Class 0, and even the key class, became agitated. Those who were already outstanding and had strong family backgrounds were quick to form cliques. Those at the top of the core sequence, like Long Outyan and Yi Wuchen, were surrounded by a circle of people who wanted to curry favor with them. Not long after, several teams that looked tough showed up. They were quite intimidating and made the people around them jealous. Xiao Han, the newly emerged first in the core sequence and the rising star, should be the hot commodity that everyone is vying for. The result was, to everyone's surprise, that he didn't make any moves at all. He neither tried to curry favor with those seemingly powerful teams, nor did he say he wanted to recruit one himself. He wandered around the cave and the training grounds at a leisurely pace, as if this major event that could turn the academy upside down had nothing to do with him. He was so calm that of course no one could understand him. What the hell is Xiao Han doing? He doesn't want to go alone, does he? That's too bold. Did you get hurt in the secret realm last time and haven't recovered yet? I think he's taking advantage of Zhou. As the core player, it's normal for him to act a bit arrogant. During this period, there were indeed some top students in the core sequence who were ranked lower, or in key classes who thought they were good, and they bravely came to him and wanted to invite him into the team. Brother Xiao, although our team doesn't have any particularly strong players, we have a good teamwork. If you come, it will definitely be a great help. A student from a key class said enthusiastically. Xiao Han smiled and replied politely, "Thank you, I have other plans." He refused decisively, without any hesitation, leaving those who had already been anxious to invite him to leave in disgrace. The people watching were even more confused. Just when everyone was guessing which strong team Xiao Han would join, or whether he would form a top team, an even more jaw-dropping piece of news broke out in Class 0. Xiao Han actually joined a team that no one had ever heard of, which was not an exaggeration to say that it was the worst team in Class 0. The people in this team are really not good enough compared to the bunch of shining geniuses in Class 0. The captain, Zhang Dali, is at the 4th level of the martial artist realm. His martial spirit is a B-level defensive thick earth bear. He is honest, but a bit clumsy when fighting. Team member, Li Min, is at the 4th level of the martial master realm. His martial soul is the C-level auxiliary word of rain, which can add some health and status, but in a head-on situation, its effect is limited and he is a bit timid. Team member, Wang Hu, is at the 4th level of the martial artist realm. His martial soul is a B-level speed-type phantom cat. He runs fast, but his attack power is not good. He is a bit cunning and not aggressive enough. These three were typical marginal figures in Class 0, with mediocre abilities and little background. In the past, when the academy organized missions, they were often the last to form a team, or were left behind by other teams. When Xiao Han calmly walked up to the three people and expressed his willingness to join their team, not only were Zhang Dali and the other two stunned as if they had seen a ghost, but all the students around who heard about it were also petrified on the spot. Chapter 106 New Teammates. After a brief period of silence, there was a thunderous discussion and uproar. Did I hear correctly? Xiao Han joined Zhang Dali's team? What a joke! Is he crazy? Isn't that self-degradation? TSK, what a waste of talent. Why would you go into poverty alleviation when you can just cling to powerful people like Long Outyan and Yi Wuchen? I think his brain is stuck in the door. Just wait, he'll cry during this Red Ridge Mountains mission. Mockery, ridicule, confusion, gloating, all kinds of voices can be heard everywhere. Some students who had originally been somewhat wary of Xiao Han now looked at him with a touch of contempt. Luo Bing glanced at him from a distance, a hint of undisguised sarcasm on his lips, as if he had already foreseen Xiao Han's disastrous appearance during the mission. Xiao Han seemed oblivious to the commotion outside. He simply looked calmly at his three new teammates, who were at a loss as to what to do after his arrival. The team gathering place, a secluded corner. Zhang Dali rubbed his big hands like a palm leaf fan, his face flushed red, and he stammered, "Xiao. Senior brother Xiao, are you sure you want to join us? Our team is a little bit." He was too embarrassed to say the word last. Li Min nervously clutched the corner of her clothes, lowered her head, and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Senior brother Xiao, did you find the wrong team?" In her opinion, people like Xiao Han should be from two different worlds from them. Wang Hu's eyes flickered, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Why would this evil star be interested in such a poor family like theirs? Was there some conspiracy? Or was it just that this gentleman just liked this kind of thing, enjoying the experience of life? Xiao Han looked around at the three of them, his expression indifferent. Their strength was indeed modest, and their spirits weren't top tier. Even Li Min's C-rank auxiliary spirit stood out in Class 0. The system's words, "I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, I'm afraid of, flashed through his mind. But he didn't care. I didn't find the wrong one. Xiao Han said in a calm voice, "Since we're a team, we can just cooperate with each other from now on." He didn't explain his choice, nor did he try to soothe the three anxious people. To him, none of this mattered. This team was merely a cover for his actions, a springboard for him to claim the system's rewards and explore the deeper secrets of the Red Ridge Mountains. As for the strength of his teammates, when did Xiao Han need to rely on his teammates to carry him? As long as they don't drag their feet and don't fail at critical moments, we will be very lucky. Of course, if he really becomes a bad teammate, he doesn't mind cleaning it up. Seeing Xiao Han's firm attitude, Zhang Dali and the other two looked at each other. Although they were still full of doubts and uneasiness in their hearts, they could only bite the bullet and accept this fact. However, the way they looked at Xiao Han was full of awe and alienation. They were so cautious, as if they were treating a fragile treasure, afraid that they would accidentally anger this great god. A team formation that seemed absurd to outsiders was thus finalized. This large-scale mission at the Imperial Capital Academy was a massive undertaking. Dozens of teams, composed of students from Class 0 and key classes, under the unified command of the Academy's leadership and their instructors, marched out of the Imperial capital and headed towards the newly discovered Red Ridge Mountains on the border of Dragon Nation. Various flying magical instruments and spiritual beast mounts streaked across the sky, creating a spectacular scene. Among them, Xiao Han's team is undoubtedly the most inconspicuous and the most eye-catching one. Their mounts were the most common winged wildebeests distributed by the school. They were not fast and their appearance was unremarkable. The team members are even more difficult to describe: a simple and honest tank, a support who seems to have no combat power, and a third one with a wandering eye who doesn't look like a capable agile attacker. The leader, Xiao Han, still looked like he was at the peak of the 4th level of the martial artist realm, with a slightly frivolous aura. He folded his arms across his chest, leaned on the broad back of the wildebeest, half-closed his eyes, and seemed indifferent to everything around him. Tisk, that's the team Xiao Han picked? He really has a keen eye. Core sequence number 1, that's all? I'm afraid the brain has been kicked by a strange beast. Just wait and see. If a team like this enters the Red Ridge Mountains, they probably won't last more than 3 days even on the outskirts. Many strong teams passed by with contemptuous attitudes and undisguised sneers, which was simply a public execution. In response, Xiao Han didn't even bother to bat an eyelid. Zhang Dali and the other two felt their faces burning with anger, and they wished they could bury their heads in the wildebeest's mane. After several days of rapid journey, the team finally arrived at their destination, the Red Ridge Mountains. The mountain is as its name suggests, with a strange dark red color, rugged rocks, and sparse vegetation. The mixed smell of sulfur and blood in the air rushed straight to the head and made people feel nauseous. From deep within the mountains, the roars of strange beasts could be heard from time to time, each roar revealing its ferocious nature of choosing its prey. The school's arrangement was simple and crude. The top teams, including Long Outyan and Yi Wuchen, would head straight to the middle of the mountain range to tackle the toughest challenges and reap the greatest benefits. As for those like Xiao Han who were just there to make up the numbers, their fate was naturally to clear out small monsters on the periphery, under the euphemism of clearing obstacles and ensuring the retreat. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder. Zhang Dali and the other two felt so frustrated that they wanted to curse, but they didn't dare to complain and could only accept it. Who made them weak? Xiao Han didn't care. Outskirts? Just right. This would avoid attracting attention too early and would also allow him to get a feel for the Red Ridge Mountains. The 4 of them urged their wildebeests and cautiously stepped into the outer area of the Red Ridge Mountains. Just after walking for about an incense stick of time, the air around him suddenly became heavy. Ouch! The shrill wolf howl broke the silence. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of dark red shadows, so fast that only after images were left, pounced out from the dense forests and rocks on both sides, and surrounded the 4 people in the blink of an eye. These beasts, shaped like giant wolves, wore incredibly hard, dark red armor that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Their sharp white fangs were bared, dripping with saliva, and their crimson pupils were filled with bloodthirsty madness. Red armored wolves. One whose face turned pale with fear, his voice trembling. Damn it, at least 30 or 40 of them. Most of them are at the 3rd level of the martial master realm, and the ones leading them. I'm afraid they're almost at the 4th level. The red armored wolves were notoriously difficult to deal with in the outer areas. Individually, they weren't top tier, but their numbers and coordinated tactics were unstoppable. When they came in a group, they were a real pain in the ass. Panic! Zhang Dali roared, clenching his palms like palm leaves into fists as he suppressed his fear. Wang Hu, you damn well better move around and contain him. Li Min, get to your full potential and get ready for healing. I'm going to take on this head on. Before he finished speaking, the profound energy in his body surged, and he roared, Thick Earth Barbarian Bear, come out here. Chapter 107. Someone may fall at any time. His body suddenly grew a little bigger, and a thick ochre halo appeared on his body. He looked like a real human-shaped wild bear, standing at the front of the team. Words of sweet rain. Li Min's voice trembled as she hurriedly activated her martial spirit. Pale green light emanated from her fingertips, landing sporadically on Zhang Dali and Wang Hu. Unfortunately, this sporadic green light has little effect on the current crisis. Ouch! Several red armored wolves at the third level of the martial arts realm growled and turned into several red afterimages, rushing towards Zhang Dali from different directions. They had clear division of labor, some charged straight to the front, some focused on the flanks, their sharp claws tearing through the air with ear-piercing screams. Barbarian bear shock. Zhang Dali's eyes were red, and he roared and punched the ground hard. Boom! The khaki shock wave suddenly exploded with his fist as the center, forcibly repelling several red armored wolves in front. But there were too many wolves in the pack, and more red armored wolves cunningly bypassed the edge of the shockwave and slipped through the gaps in his defense, aiming directly at Wang Hu and Li Min behind him. Wang Hu activated his phantom civet, martial spirit, and his body cast a series of blurry shadows as he dodged awkwardly among the wolves' claws. He was fast enough, but his attacks were like scraping. His claws scratched the hard fur of the red armored wolf, often only causing a few sparks and unable to cause any effective damage. In just a few breaths, he was surrounded by the wolves and was forced to do nothing, and several blood marks appeared on his body. Li Min's pretty face had already turned pale with fright, and apart from mechanically releasing weak healing light spots, she was unable to make any other reaction. The little bit of green light that fell on Zhang Dali and Wang Hu was almost negligible compared to their ever-increasing wounds. No matter how strong the defense of Zhang Dali's thick earth bear is, it cannot withstand such a continuous attack. Dozens of crimson armored wolves charged frantically, the earthy yellow glow on his body flickering and rapidly fading. His arms and thighs were instantly covered in claw marks deep enough to reveal the bone, and blood gushed out, staining the ground red. Puff! A red armored wolf of the fourth level of the martial artist realm with an even more ferocious aura found the flaw, and its sharp claws tore open the ochre halo on Zhang Dali's shoulder, digging into his flesh fiercely, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Brother Dali! Li Min started to cry. Damn it! These beasts! Zhang Dali grimaced in pain, veins bulging on his forehead, and cursed angrily. The so-called teamwork was completely gone. The three men's lack of combat experience was blatantly magnified, and they were quickly scattered, fighting on their own, completely trapped in a desperate situation of passive defense. Formation? It had already been broken. Someone could fall at any moment. Wang Hu was in a particularly bad state. He tried desperately to shake off a red armored wolf at the fourth level of the martial artist realm, but the beast was extremely cunning. It swung its tail, and its steel whip-like tail hit his hind legs hard. Plop! Wang Hu staggered and half-knelt on the ground, watching several red armored wolves pounce on him with their bloody mouths wide open, their smelly saliva almost dripping onto his face. It's over. His heart went cold. A critical moment. Xiao Han, who had been standing silently at the end of the team and was almost forgotten, moved. There were no signs. Xiao Han's figure suddenly and out of nowhere merged into the mottled shadows of the surrounding trees and the darkness of the rocks, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Zhang Dali, Wang Hu, and Li Min didn't even notice his disappearance during the fierce battle, let alone catch any afterimage. The next moment, without any warning, a faint black shadow appeared like a ghost behind the red armored wolf at the fourth level of the martial artist realm that was about to bite off Wang Hu's throat. Bang! There was a muffled sound that was suppressed to the extreme, so heavy that it made people feel uneasy. There are no fancy moves, no dazzling spiritual light. There was only one fist, a seemingly ordinary fist, but it carried an aura of annihilation that could destroy everything, and it accurately hit the back of the head of the red armored wolf, which was at the fourth level of the martial artist realm. Crack! The crimson skull, which was harder than iron, cracked under the fist with a teeth-grinding sound. The ferocious red armored wolf, which was at the fourth level of the martial artist realm, didn't even have time to whimper before its entire huge wolf head exploded into a ball of blood mist and broken bones with a puff, splashing red and white all over Wang Hu. One punch. With just one punch, he instantly killed a red armored wolf at the fourth level of the martial artist realm. This sudden scene made Zhang Dali and his two companions, who were in a tough battle, as well as the surrounding red armored wolves, stunned for a moment. However, Xiao Han's figure did not stop for the slightest. He shuttled among dozens of red armored wolves like a ghost. Every time he flashed, there was a dull sound of bones breaking and a red armored wolf fell to the ground. His fists seemed to possess a terrifying power that could annihilate everything. Whether it was a 3rd-level martial master red armored wolf or a 4th-level martial master red armored wolf with thick skin and flesh, they were all vulnerable to his fists. Often, one punch, or at most 2 punches, is enough to take down an opponent cleanly and efficiently. The whole process was smooth and there was no delay at all. It takes less than a minute. The dozens of red armored wolves that had been so arrogant before and had forced Zhang Dali and the other 2 into a desperate situation had now all turned into cold corpses, lying on the ground in a mess. The air was filled with a strong and disgusting smell of blood. Xiao Han stood among the wolf corpses, his clothes not stained with a single drop of blood, his breath steady and long. It's like crushing a group of ants. Silence. Deathly silence. Zhang Dali still maintained the posture of swinging his fist, his mouth opened wide enough to fit a duck egg, the muscles on his face completely stiff, full of disbelief. My jaw feels like it's about to dislocate. Wang Hu slumped to the ground, the short blade in his hand clanging against the stone surface, sending up a few sparks. He stared at the wolf carcasses scattered across the ground, then turned to look at Xiao Han. His throat felt like it was stuffed with sand, so dry that he couldn't utter a single syllable. Li Min covered her mouth tightly with her hands to prevent a scream from breaking through her throat. She froze completely, her mind blank except for the blood-soaked Shura figure. First in the core sequence? Peak of the 4th level of the martial artist realm? This was all they knew about Xiao Han before. They even secretly wondered if this guy had some problem or suffered some shameful injury that made him condescend to team up with a group of rookies like them. Ridiculous. The scene before them made their faces burn. Thinking about it now, those ridiculous guesses they had made before seemed so stupid. Is this something that a martial artist at the peak of the 4th level can do? This is clearly a prehistoric giant beast covered in human skin. That elusive agility, that crushing fist, that indifference as he slaughtered wolves in the blink of an eye. With this kind of combat power, let alone a martial artist at the 4th level, even an ordinary martial artist at the 7th or 8th level would have to kneel down. Gudong. Zhang Dali swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. The previous uneasiness and anxiety had long been crushed to pieces, and what remained was only the awe from the depths of his soul, and the fear that sent chills down his spine. What kind of monster is this man? After the red armored wolf incident, the way Zhang Dali, Li Min, and Wang Hu looked at Xiao Han completely changed. If before, they were in awe and uneasiness due to the prestige of being the number 1 in the core sequence, now, it was the purest submission from the heart to the absolute strongest. The leadership of the team fell into Xiao Han's hands without any suspense. The 3 of them didn't object to Xiao Han's subsequent decisions, whether they were told to remain where they were or to deal with the beast's corpses. They carried them out meticulously. Wang Hu even took the initiative to take on the task of scouting the way. Although his scouting skills were nothing compared to Xiao Han's, his enthusiasm was unprecedented. Chapter 108, Too Strong. Too strong. Senior brother Xiao, where should we go next? Zhang Dali asked cautiously, afraid of disturbing Xiao Han's thoughts. Xiao Han glanced at the crude map distributed by the academy. The safe routes and recommended activity areas marked on it seemed like child's play to him. The eternal Night King spirit within him, as well as the mysterious system, had already provided more in-depth guidance. Don't worry about the map, just follow me. Xiao Han said in a flat tone, without any intention of explaining. The 3 of them were startled and didn't dare to ask any more questions. They silently urged the wildebeest to catch up. Thus, this marginal team, destined to be cannon fodder in the eyes of others, began to deviate from the route planned by the academy and advance towards the deeper and more dangerous hinterland of the Red Ridge Mountains. The further you go in, the more terrifying the monsters you encounter become. The 5th-level martial artist, the Red Rock Python, and the 6th-level martial artist, the 3-eyed demonic ape, were both considered difficult to deal with in the eyes of the students in Class 0. However, in front of Xiao Han, they were like chickens and clay dogs. Often, Zhang Dali had just activated the thick earth savage bear, martial spirit, and was ready to fight hard, and Wang Hu's figure turned into a residual shadow and wandered away. Li Min's word of sweet rain had just fallen, and the battle was over. Xiao Han's movements were strange, and he moved among the herd of strange beasts like a ghost. He even rarely used his martial spirit, relying solely on his seemingly ordinary fists, or the occasional ray of green sword energy from his fingers, to resolve battles accurately and efficiently. The fist contained a destructive mood, and every blow seemed to be able to annihilate life. The seemingly weak green lotus sword energy possessed a terrifying penetrating power that could purify and break delusion. Gudong. When Xiao Han once again smashed the head of a 6th level martial artist level peak earth-splitting demonic bear with one punch, and the violent giant bear fell to the ground without even having time to scream, Wang Hu swallowed hard and looked at Xiao Han with eyes that were almost worshipful. Too strong. Too strong. Is this really the strength possessed by a peak 4th level martial artist? Even the top talents in the core sequence, such as Long Outyan and Yi Wuchen, when they reached the 4th level of the martial artist realm, definitely did not have such terrifying combat power that could crush those of the same level, or even instantly kill those several levels higher, right? Zhang Dali and Li Min were already numb. They went from initial shock, to horror, to now normalcy. It was as if anything shocking Xiao Han did was natural. The atmosphere in the team also changed from the initial tension and depression to a strangely relaxed state. Because they found that as long as they followed Xiao Han, there seemed to be nothing to worry about. One day, the four of them came to the entrance of a long and narrow canyon. On either side of the canyon were dark red cliffs hundreds of meters high, towering thousands of feet above the ground. Jagged rocks grew on top, and only a few twisted, drought-resistant plants managed to grow tenaciously. The light inside the canyon was dim, and a chilling wind blew through it, making a whining sound like the howling of ghosts and wolves. "Brother Xiao, this place feels a little strange." Wang Hu shuddered. Although his B-level, phantom civet, martial spirit was not very powerful, his perception of danger was still quite sharp. Without him saying anything, Xiao Han had already noticed something unusual. As soon as he stepped into the canyon, the Eternal Night King's martial spirit in Xiao Han's body trembled slightly. It's not a desire, it's a warning. This feeling is somewhat similar to the time when I was ambushed in the secret realm of another space. There's danger ahead. Xiao Han's face was calm, but his words carried an undeniable coldness. He looked into the deep canyon. There are quite a few of them, and they're quite powerful. They could be a herd of strange beasts, or perhaps, they're humans. People? When Zhang Dali and the other two heard this, their expressions changed. In the Red Ridge Mountains, sometimes, one's own kind can be much more dangerous than strange beasts. Find a place to hide and restrain your breath. Xiao Han ordered in a deep voice, "Don't make a sound or move without my order." His tone left no room for negotiation. "Yes, Senior Brother Xiao." The three dared not delay and quickly found a pit nearby that was blocked by boulders and bushes and hid in it nimbly. Xiao Han confirmed that they were hiding safely, and with a slight thought, the Shadow Void Sutra began to operate. His figure flashed and he disappeared into the shadows at the canyon entrance. His aura also disappeared in an instant, and he was no longer distinguishable from the surrounding darkness. Even if a powerful martial arts master came here, he would not be able to find his whereabouts at this moment without careful investigation. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon cast heavy shadows. Xiao Han took advantage of this cover and sneaked quietly into the depths of the canyon. It was moving at a very fast speed, but no sound was heard when it landed. Every movement was in perfect harmony with the surrounding environment. Sneaked about a kilometer. The view ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a relatively wide valley. After seeing the situation in the valley, Xiao Han's heart sank slightly. Dozens of huge lizard-like beasts were lazily squatting in the valley. These giant lizards are covered with thick, dark brown scales that are extremely hard. Their limbs are strong and powerful, covered with sharp claws. Their long and thick tails swing from time to time, causing gusts of fierce wind. They exude a murderous aura of cruelty and bloodthirstiness. Mountain Monitor Lizard. A thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind. A powerful, exotic beast that lives in groups, renowned for its thick skin and immense strength. A quick glance revealed that there were at least 20 or more Mountain Monitor lizards. Moreover, the aura fluctuations emitted by each head were firmly at the 6th level of the Martial Master realm. What made Xiao Han even more solemn was that there was a big guy lying in the center of the group of giant lizards. The giant beast was 2 times larger than its neighboring counterparts. The scales on its body were darker in color, almost inky black, and a ferocious single horn protruded from its head. The pressure he exuded was that of the 7th peak of the martial artist realm. There is no doubt that this is the king of this group of mountain monitors. A group of thugs at the 6th level of martial artist realm, plus a lizard king at the peak of the 7th level. This force is enough to wipe out most of the academic teams entering the Red Ridge Mountains. However, that is not all. Xiao Han's gaze swept across the towering cliffs on both sides of the canyon without leaving a trace. The warning from the Eternal Night King's spirit didn't just come from the lizards below. Within the seemingly peaceful cracks and shadows of the rock walls, he could faintly sense several subtle fluctuations of aura. Although these auras were extremely well concealed, they still could not escape his keen perception of shadows in space. Sure enough, there are others. Xiao Han sneered in his heart, his eyes deep. Is the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind? Or is this itself a trap set for certain targets? No matter what the situation is, this is a good opportunity for Xiao Han. Without any hesitation, he made a decision in an instant: strike first. Instead of waiting for unknown variables, it is better to take the initiative to control the situation. Xiao Han quietly activated the Eternal Night King's martial spirit and an invisible domain embryo, with him as the center, silently spread towards the valley. Chapter 109. Xiao Han moved. The canyon, which was already somewhat dim, seemed to have lost some of its light in an instant, becoming even more distorted and dark, and visibility was greatly reduced. Those mountain monitors seemed to have sensed something and began to become restless and uneasy, emitting bursts of low roars. At the same time, Xiao Han's mind moved, and the secret technique of shadow binding was activated silently. Several invisible chains condensed from pure shadow power, like poisonous snakes lurking in the shadows, quietly wrapped around the legs of the several 6th-level mountain giant lizards at the martial master realm closest to him. Roar! Several mountain monitors entangled in shadow chains suddenly realized something was wrong, let out angry roars, and tried to break free. This sudden change immediately caused a commotion among the entire group of monitor lizards. The Lizard King, who was at the peak of the 7th level of the martial master realm, suddenly raised his head and stared with his huge scarlet eyes in the direction of the shadow where Xiao Han was. He let out a deafening roar, and a terrifying pressure swept over him in an instant. Just before the giant lizards completely rioted, Xiao Han moved. Bang! The shadow under his feet suddenly exploded, and his figure was like an arrow shot from a bow, no, faster than an arrow. Like a bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness, it rushed straight towards the largest lizard king. The air was torn apart by his high-speed moving body, making a sharp sonic boom. Almost at the same time when Xiao Han suddenly jumped up, in the shadow on the other side of his original hiding place, a shadow incarnation, with almost the same aura and figure as him quietly emerged, and also rushed towards the several ordinary giant lizards beside the Lizard King at an astonishing speed, instantly attracting the attention of most of the giant lizards. Die! Xiao Han's icy voice seemed to come from the depths of the netherworld. He jumped high, clenched his right hand into a fist, and above his arm, the power of shadow and the state of destruction flowed and merged wildly, emitting a terrifying wave that made people's hearts palpitate. Destruction Fist. This punch, with its earth-shattering power, hit the huge head of the Lizard King that was about to fight back. The ambush in the canyon started instantly. Inside the canyon, Xiao Han's body was like a black lightning, carrying the heart-pounding destructive spirit of the god-destroying fist, and his fist pointed directly at the head of the mountain Lizard King. At the same time, the shadow incarnation he left behind also moved synchronously, his figure erratic, and rushed into the group of ordinary mountain monitor lizards like a ghost. For a while, the roars and collisions of the monitor lizards came one after another, although the incarnation did not kill them. However, it successfully attracted the attention of several giant lizards at the 6th level of the martial master realm, buying a precious moment for Xiao Han's body. Bang! With a deafening bang, Xiao Han's seemingly ordinary fist hit the Lizard King's rock-hard head solidly. The terrifying destructive force erupted in an instant, and the thick scales on the Lizard King's head, which he was proud of, exploded like rotten wood hit by a battering ram, and dark red blood mixed with broken bones and brain matter splattered everywhere. Roar! The Lizard King let out a shrill and extremely painful roar, and his huge body trembled violently, and the sound made the entire canyon buzz. Its huge scarlet eyes were filled with rage and unwillingness, and its violent aura swept across like a hurricane, but anyone could see that this punch had already caused fatal damage to it. On the other side, the shadow incarnation relied on the strange steps of a world away and some shadow power bestowed by the Eternal Night King's martial spirit to easily withstand the siege of several giant lizards at the 6th level of the martial artist realm. Sometimes it turned into a wisp of green smoke to avoid the claws, and sometimes it condensed a short shadow blade to leave shallow scratches on the thick scales of the giant lizard. Although it could not cause fatal injuries, it successfully restrained them and prevented them from supporting the dying Lizard King. Just when Xiao Han was about to step forward and finish off the Lizard King, something strange happened. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Buzz, buzz, buzz. From the cliffs hundreds of meters high on both sides of the canyon, dozens of extremely sharp long-range attacks burst out without warning. The ferocious arrows, tempered with dark green poison, flashed with rune light and energy beams that tore through the air, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, or like the scythe of the god of death. From every extremely tricky angle, they blocked all of Xiao Han's evasive routes and pointed directly at his back and head. The timing is so precise and the intention is so malicious that it is outrageous. Humph, you're finally coming out? Xiao Han's lips curled up in a cold arc. The warning from the Eternal Night King's spirit had already made him wary of these lurking yellow sparrows. In a flash, the Chaos Green Lotus martial soul in his body was instantly activated, and a hazy and holy green halo spread out from his body, quickly forming a protective barrier around him like a blooming lotus, Green Lotus Guardian. Ding dang dang! Most of the poison arrows and rune beams slammed heavily into the Green Lotus Guardian, causing a sharp sound of metal clashing and the muffled sound of energy annihilation. The Azure Lotus's halo fluctuated violently, yet it stubbornly blocked the sudden and fatal attack. Xiao Han cleverly used the aftermath of the attack to twist at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding several extremely penetrating attacks. Roar! The severely injured and dying Lizard King seemed to sense this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth, gathered all the remaining demonic power and life essence in its body, and spewed out a dark green demonic energy ball the size of a human head, emitting a strong corrosive and poisonous aura. With the breath of destroying everything, it slammed towards Xiao Han viciously. The sneak attack on the cliff and the Lizard King's dying counterattack instantly put Xiao Han in the danger of fighting on two fronts. However, Xiao Han's face showed no sign of panic. He clasped his left hand like a sword, and a flash of green light flashed from his fingertips. A stream of extremely condensed, green lotus sword chi, imbued with the power to purify and dispel delusion, burst forth like the dawn of dawn, striking the core of the demonic energy ball with uncanny precision. Swish! The internal structure of the demonic energy ball was instantly destroyed, and the violent energy exploded prematurely, greatly reducing its power. It was finally easily resolved by the residual power of the green lotus guarding Xiao Han's body. At the same time, Xiao Han condensed the destruction fist in his right hand again, and without any hesitation, he punched out from the air. The powerful destructive fist intent was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, instantly locking onto the Lizard King's life source and completely annihilating its remaining vitality. The arrogant Lizard King, who was at the peak of the 7th level of the Martial Master realm, fell to the ground with a loud bang, without a sound. Seeing that the sneak attack failed and even the Lizard King was killed cleanly and neatly by the enemy, the ambush troops on the cliff were finally no longer hidden. More than 10 figures wearing uniform black clothes and black scarves on their faces emerged from the shadows of the rock wall. They all had a strong aura and fierce eyes. The lowest one had reached the 5th level of the Martial Master realm. The two leading ones had an aura that had reached the 7th level of the Martial Master realm, which was comparable to the Lizard King who had just been killed. Chapter 110 Stay Here Forever. Zhang Dali, Li Min and Wang Hu, who were hiding behind a huge rock in the distance, were already stunned and terrified by the series of lightning-fast changes before their eyes. From Xiao Han's proactive attack, instantly killing the Lizard King, to his head-on confrontation with the ambush on the cliff, the entire process was so fast that they could hardly react. Only at this moment did they truly understand how huge the gap between themselves and Xiao Han was. That was not a battle of the same level at all. At the same time, Xiao Han was also worried about this. These men in black who suddenly appeared were obviously not here with good intentions. TSK, what a pleasant surprise. The leader was a man in black, with a burly figure and a hoarse voice. His eyes hidden behind the black scarf were staring at Xiao Han and the shadows of the two martial spirits, Chaos Green Lotus and Eternal Night King, that were looming behind him. His eyes were filled with undisguised greed and passion. Boy, your twin martial spirits are of high quality. Capturing you would be far more valuable than any of the crappy secrets in this shabby canyon. Xiao Han brushed off the non-existent dust on his sleeves and calmly scanned the group of uninvited guests with a cold, mocking tone. Just because you're a bunch of cowards, you think you're worthy enough to covet my things? At this moment, the familiar system prompt sounded again in Xiao Han's mind. God level selection activated. Option 1, sensing danger, lead Zhang Dali, Li Min, and Wang Hu to break out immediately and seek shelter from the academy's instructors. Reward, a life-saving talisman, escape talisman, allows instant burial thousands of miles underground, making it difficult to track anyone below the Martial King level. Choice 2, you don't take the road to heaven, but you force your way into hell. Kill all the ambushers and extract the secrets of the Red Ridge Canyon from them. Reward, special eye technique, paranormal vision, can see through illusions, discern energy nodes and enemy weaknesses, and is highly effective against formations and restrictions, a fragment of the Red Ridge Canyon core area map. But looking at the two options presented by the system, Xiao Han's eyes flashed coldly. Breaking through? That wasn't his style. Wouldn't it be a shame to not accept all the resources offered to him? I choose 2. Xiao Han muttered to himself. Almost at the moment he made his choice, a strong sense of self-confidence and high fighting spirit burst out from him. Since you want to stay so much, then stay here forever. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Han's figure suddenly moved. The power of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit quietly mobilized, and an invisible domain took shape, centered around him, rapidly spreading out like ink dripping into clear water. The canyon, which was already dim due to the obstruction of the cliffs, seemed to be completely drained of light in an instant, plunging into absolute darkness where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Xiao Han's figure blended perfectly into the darkness he created with his own hands, and his aura completely disappeared. The next moment, a bone-chilling murderous intent suddenly locked onto the burly leader who was at the 7th level of the martial artist realm. Inside the canyon, the real killing has just begun. Inside the canyon, the moment light was deprived, it turned into a one-sided slaughterhouse. The absolute darkness created by the Eternal Night King's spirit was like doom for these Blood Demon Hall assassins, accustomed to relying on their vision. Their perceptions were suppressed to the extreme, and their hearing and senses of smell became dull and unreliable amidst the chaotic energy fluctuations and the rich smell of blood. Ah! My eyes! I can't see anything! Help! Where is he? Puff! Screams, the sound of weapons clashing, and the sound of sharp blades entering flesh came one after another. Xiao Han was like the Grim Reaper, blending into the darkness. Every time a world away flickered, a killer fell. His figure drifted in the darkness, and the killer's random attacks couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. In just a dozen breaths, except for the two leaders who were at the 7th level of the martial arts realm, all the other men in black were killed, and the strong smell of blood filled the canyon. Bastard! Come out and fight me in a fair fight if you have the guts. The black-clothed leader roared, waving his sword wildly, with a strong wind blowing everywhere, but it was all in vain. Another 7th-level martial artist leader with a slightly feminine aura seemed calmer. A strange dark red blood-red shield appeared on his body, protecting him tightly, and he was vigilantly sensing his surroundings. Fair and upright? Why should we be so particular when dealing with you, the cowardly rats? Xiao Han's cold voice seemed to come from all directions at the same time. The next moment, the feminine leader felt an extremely sharp force locking onto him. His heart trembled, and just as he was about to react, several extremely condensed green sword energies, like living fish, emerged silently from the darkness, bypassed his defense, which he thought was foolproof, at an incredible angle, and accurately hit several key nodes of his blood shield. The first move of Blue Lotus Sword Song Lotus Movement. Crack! The tough blood shield shattered with a sound, and the feminine leader's face changed drastically, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he had a chance to breathe, a fist carrying the meaning of returning to the abyss had already been imprinted on his dantian. Bang! Destruction fist. The feminine leader was struck by lightning, and her dantian was instantly destroyed by the terrifying destructive force. All her cultivation was wiped out, and she collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. At the same time, Xiao Han's shadow incarnation entangled the burly leader. Although he could not defeat him, he made it difficult for him to split his attention. After Xiao Han's main body dealt with the feminine leader, he flashed and appeared behind the burly leader, and used the same destruction divine fist to severely injure and kill him. Ding! God-level selection mission completed. Reward, Special Pupil Technique, Pupil of Delusion Breaking, automatically integrated, a copy of Red Ridge Canyon Core Area Map Fragment, already distributed to the system space. When the system prompt sounded, Xiao Han felt a coolness in his eyes, and then the world in front of him seemed to become completely different. It was still dark, but he could clearly see the free energy particles in the air, sense the subtle energy fluctuations of objects, and even perceive the disordered blood and the violent fluctuations of emotions in the body of the captured feminine leader. Tell me, who are you? What are you doing in this canyon? Xiao Han walked up to the feminine leader whose cultivation had been abolished, his voice without any emotion. The feminine leader coughed up a mouthful of blood foam, his eyes flashing with resentment. We are from the Blood Demon Hall. The Earth Spirit essence has emerged from the depths of this canyon. If you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly, otherwise. Xiao Han's spiritual eyes that see through delusion clearly captured that when the other party spoke about the spiritual essence of the earth veins, his emotions did not fluctuate much, which was obviously true. What else? Xiao Han asked. Chapter 111 Wu. Wu Zone? The leader suddenly laughed grimly, otherwise, you will all die. A stronger steward has already entered the depths of the canyon. Your strength is no match for a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Before he finished speaking, a violent energy suddenly surged in his body, trying to detonate the remaining blood, qi, and soul to commit suicide. Want to die? Have you got my consent? Xiao Han snorted coldly, and a green lotus sword energy shot out from his fingertips, instantly piercing through his eyebrows and extinguishing his last chance of life. After collecting the spoils, Xiao Han activated his spiritual eyes that break delusion to carefully observe the entire canyon. This sight made him frown slightly. The energy fluctuations deep in the canyon were indeed extremely intense, clearly indicating the presence of a treasure. On the cliffs, at several locations where the ambushers had previously hidden, there were some extremely obscure spatial markings, seemingly some form of teleportation or positioning. There was also a faint lingering aura, far more powerful than those of the 7th-level Martial Master Realm Assassins, and extremely difficult to detect without the delusion-breaking spiritual eye. It seems that this blood evil hall has big plans and many tricks up its sleeve. Just as Xiao Han was thinking, something strange happened. Boom! Almost at the same time, two completely different but equally terrifying energy fluctuations erupted at the entrance and deep in the canyon. Several terrifying pressures far exceeding the Martial Master realm descended upon the small canyon like a mountain. One of these pressures, with a ferocious and brutal intensity that was heart-wrenching, reached the Martial Grandmaster realm. Wu Wu Zong. Hiding in the distance, Zheng Dali, Li Min, and Wang Hu trembled in fear under this overwhelming pressure, their faces ashen. A powerful martial sect master, someone they normally wouldn't even look up to, now felt his terror firsthand. It was over, this time they were doomed. He. Thank you all for helping to clear out these annoying bugs. This earth's spiritual essence is reserved for my black water mystic snake tribe. A cold and strange voice came from the depths of the canyon like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Along with the sound, the shadow of a giant snake, dozens of feet long and covered with fine black scales, appeared in the fog deep in the canyon. Its two scarlet snake eyes, as big as lanterns, emitted a murderous light that was ready to devour anyone. This pressure was emitted by the powerful martial arts master. However, before the Black Water Mystic Snake Tribe's demon clan could feel proud for long, another old yet equally majestic and overbearing voice resounded through the sky from the direction of the canyon entrance. Humph! Black Water Mystical Serpent? What an arrogant tone! This is the territory of our Dragon Federation. How can we allow a small alien race like you to run wild here? The spiritual essence of the earth veins belongs to our dragon nation. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in the standard uniform of an elder of the Dragon Country Warrior Association, stepped into the canyon entrance. With each step he took, golden runes flashed beneath his feet, and his terrifying aura was no less terrifying than that of the demon clan of the Black Water Mystic Snake Tribe. Another Wu Zone. The demonic martial master of the Black Water Mystic Snake Tribe and the human martial master of the Dragon Nation Warrior Association faced off across a narrow canyon. Two terrifying auras collided fiercely in mid-air, emitting a sizzling sound. The surrounding space was visibly distorted, as if it would shatter at any moment. The rubble on the cliff rolled down, and the entire canyon shook violently due to the confrontation between the two powerful men. Xiao Han's expression also grew serious. He realized that he and Zhang Dali, the three burdens, were now caught between the two major martial arts factions, becoming the weakest and most easily eliminated party. He quietly activated his delusion-breaking spiritual eye, quickly analyzing the strength of both sides and their possible escape routes. Behind the Black Water Mystic Snake Tribe's demon leader, several powerful demonic auras were faintly visible, while behind the elders of the Dragon Nation Warrior Association, several powerful Martial King Realm warriors also possessed a powerful aura. This muddy water is getting deeper and deeper. Just as Xiao Han was rapidly thinking of a way to escape, his spiritual eyes that break delusion suddenly caught an extremely faint, yet extremely familiar fluctuation when observing the direction of the core area of the canyon where the spiritual essence of the earth veins was located. This fluctuation is actually of the same origin as the Eternal Night King's martial spirit in his body. It was obscured by the earth-shaking aura of the two great martial masters and the strong energy fluctuations of the earth's spiritual essence itself. If it were not for the magical power of the spiritual eyes that break delusion, it would have been impossible to detect it. The specific location of this homologous fluctuation is exactly at the edge of the area indicated by the Canyon Core Area Map fragment, rewarded by the system. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. The earth vein spirit is indeed precious, but the mysterious fluctuations that share the same origin as the Eternal Night King's martial spirit are undoubtedly more tempting to him. That may be an opportunity more important than the earth vein spirit. A bold idea instantly formed in his mind. Taking advantage of the confrontation between these two major martial sects, When their attention was drawn to the spiritual essence of the earth veins, he sneaked into the core area and searched for the source of the same wave of fluctuation. Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he took a deep breath. He sent a voice message to Zhang Dali and the other two who were trembling in the distance. Listen to my orders later. I will create chaos. You will take the opportunity to break out to the canyon entrance. Run as far as you can and don't look back. After doing all this, his gaze once again turned to the core of the canyon shrouded in thick fog and terrifying energy. There was the answer he longed for. Inside the canyon, words are superfluous. Monster, die. The elder of the Dragon Kingdom stood up with his hair and beard standing on end. He roared angrily, and golden light shone all over his body. The vast spiritual power turned into a golden giant palm that covered the sky and the sun. With a force of 10,000 kilograms, he slapped the black water mystic snake demon sect on the head. Ha, old man, do you think you can stop me? The black water mystic snake demon sect let out a shrill laugh, and the snake body that was dozens of feet long suddenly swung. The black demonic energy rolled in the sky and condensed into a more solid black mystic snake phantom. It opened its bloody mouth, with sharp fangs, and rushed towards the golden giant palm. Boom! A deafening roar erupted in the canyon. The moment the golden palm collided with the black snake's phantom, a terrifying energy shockwave spread wildly in all directions like a tsunami. Mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, smoke and dust filled the sky, countless boulders tumbled from the cliffs, and the entire canyon shook violently, as if doomsday had arrived. When a powerful Wu zone gets angry, millions of people will die and blood will flow for thousands of miles. This is true. Now is the time. Charge out at all costs. Take these pills and defensive talismans. A cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he issued a death order to Zhang Dali and the other two who were already scared out of their wits. At the same time, he threw out several healing pills and a low-level defensive talisman that he had seized before. Zhang Dali and the other two felt as if they had been pardoned. They took the elixir and talismans and fled for their lives towards the outskirts of the canyon. At this moment, no mission or treasure was as important as their own lives. The moment Xiao Han gave the order, he moved quietly. The Shadow Void Sutra was running at its peak, and the power of the Eternal Night King's martial soul perfectly concealed his aura. The whole person seemed to have transformed into the most inconspicuous shadow, sticking to the darkness of the cliff, and sneaking rapidly towards the direction of the same source of fluctuation that the breaking delusion spirit eye had already locked onto. Chapter 112. A sudden change occurs. In the center of the canyon, the battlefield between the two martial arts sects stirred up the wind and clouds, and energy was violently released. Every ray of aftermath that escaped was enough to easily tear through the defense of a martial artist. Xiao Han's figure wandered around the edge of the battlefield, and every time it was like dancing on the edge of a knife, surrounded by danger. Several times, the destructive energy turbulence almost swept past his body. He used the whirled-away footwork to the extreme between life and death, and the Chaos Green Lotus martial soul also spontaneously emitted green light to protect his body. Only then did he barely avoid it. Otherwise, he would have been crushed into pieces by the terrifying force. On the other side, Zhang Dali and his two companions were running for their lives. Just when they had rushed out a few hundred meters, a black shadow flashed before their eyes. Several demons from the Black Water Mystic Snake tribe who were patrolling here blocked their way. All of these monsters were at the martial artist level. When they saw the three people, they glared at them, let out shrill roars, and pounced on them. Damn it, let's fight these beasts. Wang Hu's eyes were red, and his B-level speed spirit burst out with all his strength, trying to delay Zhang Dali and Li Min for a moment. However, a snake demon at the 4th level of martial artist realm suddenly appeared, and its speed was even faster than Wang Hu's. Its smelly claws went straight for Wang Hu's vital point at the back. Wang Hu, be careful behind you. Li Min's voice was filled with tears. In a flash, an extremely thin but terrifyingly condensed green sword energy shot out from nowhere, ignoring the barrier of space. With a puff, it silently pierced through the forehead of the snake demon. The snake demon's forward movement froze in an instant, its vitality rapidly fading away, and it fell straight to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhang Dali and Li Min's calves were still trembling, and Wang Hu was also sweating profusely, but he had saved his life. They looked in the direction of the sword energy in confusion and shock, but there was only the destructive scene of the fierce battle between the two martial masters, and there was no trace of anyone who came to help. Xiao Han in the dark was also on the edge of the energy storm, but he still relied on the precise control of the battlefield with his spiritual eyes that break delusion, and at the critical moment he forcibly separated a wisp of his mind to stimulate this extreme distance, Green Lotus Sword Chi. After the successful strike, his face turned slightly pale. This sword attack had really taken a lot of toll on him. However, these three mobile meat shields cannot die so quickly. After a close call, Xiao Han finally reached the edge of the area indicated by the map fragment. The wave that faintly resonated with the Eternal Night King's martial spirit originated from an ancient cave entrance that was tightly covered by rocks and thick vines. At the entrance of the cave, a very faint energy restriction was faintly visible, almost imperceptible. Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. He used his spiritual eyes that break delusion to its full potential. The energy flow trajectory of the restriction at the cave entrance and every weak node appeared clearly in his field of vision. He held his breath, stretched out his fingers, mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and carefully transferred some shadow power, accurately placing it on several key nodes of the restriction. Crack! A barely audible cracking sound was heard. The moment the restriction was lifted, something strange happened. Boom! A breath of shadow and space origin that far exceeded the previous sensation, more majestic, more refined, and more vast and ancient, suddenly gushed out from the cave without any warning, sweeping up sand and rocks all over the sky. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelming and terrifying suction force came from the depths of the bottomless cave, ready to swallow everything. The elders of the Dragon Kingdom and the Black Water Mystic Snake Demon clan, who were fighting fiercely in the canyon, froze in their movements almost at the same moment, as they all sensed this sudden and extremely domineering fluctuation of the origin. The two men simultaneously paused their attacks, each looking towards the cave in doubt and awe. This aura made them feel a sense of trepidation and greed. Xiao Han had no time to react. The terrifying suction force seemed to have identified him, directly affecting the Eternal Night King's spirit within him, leaving him unable to muster the slightest resistance. His entire body, along with the surrounding rubble and dust, was like being grabbed by an invisible giant hand and instantly sucked into the bottomless, dark cave. Ding! The host has been detected to have been exposed to a high concentration of primordial shadow source crystal. The Eternal Night King's spirit evolution path has branched, and the god-level choice has been triggered. At the last moment before being sucked into the cave, Xiao Han caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye as the two martial masters, who had been battling each other to the death, simultaneously revealed a complex expression of shock and greed. They seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding, abandoning their fight and transforming into two streams of light, simultaneously rushing towards the cave. Boss Xiao Han. Zhang Dali, Wang Hu, and Li Min, who had just escaped death in the distance, saw a terrifying light erupt from the direction where Xiao Han had disappeared. Then, two great martial masters rushed in that direction. The three of them looked at each other, extremely anxious, yet helpless. Is Boss Xiao Han dead or alive? Xiao Han felt his vision go black as his body plummeted uncontrollably into the depths of endless darkness. All that remained in his ears was the cold yet familiar sound of the system's notifications, and fragments of information about the primordial shadow source crystal that emerged in his mind, one of the original crystals that formed the laws of shadow and space, imbued with unimaginable power. Immediately afterwards, two extremely tempting, yet also destined to be extremely dangerous, martial soul evolution options appeared clearly in his mind. What lies ahead is a great opportunity that will allow him to ascend to heaven overnight, or a desperate situation of death that is even more terrifying than that faced by the two great martial arts masters? Xiao Han's heart, while falling rapidly, became unusually calm. The excitement has just begun. The feeling of weightlessness followed him everywhere, and Xiao Han struggled to adjust his posture as he plummeted. The wind howled in his ears, and the surroundings were pitch black. The Eternal Night King's martial spirit in his body seemed to have been injected with chicken blood at this moment, trembling violently, conveying an almost greedy desire and uncontrollable excitement. Obviously, the attraction of the so-called primordial shadow source crystal to it is far beyond imagination. The cave was deep and seemed to have no end. As Xiao Han went deeper, he felt the energy around him become increasingly sticky. That was not ordinary spiritual energy, but the primordial shadow and space energy that was so pure that it was almost liquefied, strands of which were cold and majestic. On the stone wall, within the vision of the spiritual eyes that break delusion, countless ancient and obscure runes flickered, as if silently telling long-lost secrets that had been buried by time. At this moment, a cold system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! God-level selection has been triggered. An illusory interface popped up in Xiao Han's consciousness, with a slowly rotating diamond-shaped crystal shadow in the background, as if condensed from endless darkness and broken stars. That was the primordial shadow source crystal. Option 1, absorb with caution. The host can choose to absorb the overflowing marginal energy of the primordial shadow source crystal to slowly strengthen the Eternal Night King martial soul, with a 70% chance of breaking through to the 6th level of the Martial Master realm and slightly improving spatial control. Reward: a bag of system brand fast-acting healing melon seeds. They are said to speed up wound healing, but they're a bit tough on your teeth. Option 2, take a gamble. The host completely immerses the Eternal Night King's spirit into the core of the primordial shadow source crystal, undergoing a life or death fusion and evolution. Successful, the Eternal Night King will undergo a radical transformation, unlocking new forms and powers, and has a high probability of comprehending forbidden magical powers related to the primordial shadow. Failure, and the spirit disintegrates, the host dies on the spot, and the system will play funeral music for you and consider recycling. Chapter 113. If you fail, you will die. Rewards: unknown grade martial soul evolution, guaranteed minimum SSS plus limit, mysterious magical power, descent of the dark realm, incomplete, and 3 incense sticks lit by the system for you. Voucher can be used to make a wish to the system in your next reincarnation, but it is not guaranteed to come true. Looking at the thoughtful description for option 2, especially the line, the system will play funeral music for you and consider recycling, Xiao Han couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. This broken system still had the same familiar, same cheap feel. But he was clear-headed. Choice 1 seemed safe, the rewards were decent, and those Fia melon seeds sounded quite unique. But such an opportunity was rare, and if he just tried to do something small, wouldn't that be a waste? Furthermore, Pupil of Delusion was activated to its full potential. 2 terrifying auras approached the cave entrance like maggots on the tarsal bone. The Dragon Nation Elders and the Black Water Mystic Snake Demon sect clearly wouldn't let go of such a rare treasure. Time was running out for him. Xiao Han's gaze penetrated through layers of darkness, and finally, in the deepest part of the cave, he saw a fist-sized diamond-shaped crystal. It was dark and deep, as if it was formed by the crushing of endless stars and the fusion of the purest darkness. It quietly floated there, emitting a throbbing and fatal attraction that came from the depths of the soul, the primordial shadow source crystal. System: I choose 2. If I don't succeed, I'll die. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly became extremely determined, without a trace of hesitation. What he wanted was to leap over the dragon gate and ascend to heaven in one step, not to linger on surrounded by powerful enemies. Ding! The host has chosen gamble your life. Your courage is commendable, your intelligence is impressive. The fusion process of the Eternal Night King's spirit and the primordial shadow source crystal has begun. Please prepare for your soul to be torn apart. Good luck, although I doubt you'll need it. The system's complaints arrived late, but Xiao Han had no time to pay attention. With a thought, the Eternal Night King's spirit within him hummed with excitement, transforming into a solid shadow. Without hesitation, he pounced towards the primordial shadow source crystal, which exuded deadly temptation and endless danger. Buzz! At the moment when the Eternal Night King's spirit touched the source crystal, a terrifying energy torrent that could not be described in words, like the water of the ancient Styx bursting its banks, instantly submerged it completely. Ugh! Xiao Han felt as if his soul had been thrown into a high-speed meat grinder, or pierced simultaneously by countless red-hot steel needles. The excruciating pain, emanating from the very essence of his soul, nearly caused him to faint. His consciousness swayed wildly in the agony, like a small boat in a raging sea, in danger of capsizing at any moment. At the same time, at the entrance of the cave, 2 shouts of shock and anger exploded like thunder, shaking the entire cave and causing gravel to roll down. How dare you! Leave the treasure behind! The Dragon Nation Elders and the Black Water Mystic Snake Demon clan had already arrived. The terrifying pressure from the 2 martial sect realms was like 2 invisible mountains, pressing down fiercely, causing the space within the cave to begin to distort and emit groans under the heavy burden. Xiao Han endured the excruciating pain that penetrated his bones, his teeth clenched tightly, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. He had only one thought in his mind: faster. Faster. The moment the Eternal Night King's spirit merged with the primordial dark shadow source crystal, a massive, wriggling dark purple energy cocoon formed, enveloping Xiao Han and the source crystal. He had to complete this life or death evolution before the 2 great martial masters could break free of the energy cocoon. Inside the energy cocoon, the shadow of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit began to undergo earth-shaking changes under the impact of the violent and pure original power of the primordial shadow source crystal. Its form rapidly expanded and then continuously compressed, sometimes twisting into bizarre shapes, sometimes condensing into a more solid and majestic outline. A terrifying aura far exceeding the SSS plus grade was brewing and rising frantically within this energy cocoon. The shadow laws and space laws in the cave completely boiled over because of this new power, emitting waves of mysterious resonance. Boom! Boom! From the direction of the cave entrance, the sounds of the two martial masters' violent attacks could be heard. The surface of the energy cocoon also began to shake violently. It's a race against time and space. Inside the energy cocoon, Xiao Han's consciousness seemed to be thrown into endless purgatory. Every inch of the soul was being torn apart and crushed, and then forcibly reshaped by an extremely domineering force. The pain that comes from the deepest part of life is far beyond the reach of physical torture. The Eternal Night King's spirit is undergoing a complete nirvana under the violent energy of the primordial shadow source crystal. The blurry shadow of the king crumbled inch by inch, and in its place was a more majestic and solid prototype of an emperor, who seemed to trample the real dark night and the boundless void under his feet. The majesty revealed between his brows had already surpassed ordinary imagination. Outside the cave, the two martial masters had already stopped their attacks. The emanating fluctuations from the dark purple energy cocoon, along with its astonishing resilience, shocked them deeply. The Dragon Nation elders' faces were as gloomy as water, while the crimson eyes of the Black Water Mystic Snake Demon clan gleamed with undisguised greed and suspicion. They could all clearly sense that the exotic treasure within the cocoon, or rather the intruder, was undergoing a transformation beyond comprehension. "Old man, there's something wrong with this kid. He seems to be forcibly integrating with that rare artifact." The Black Water Mystic Snake Demon clan was the first to break the silence, his voice hoarse and cold. "If you and I hesitate any longer, I'm afraid we won't even get a sip of soup. How about we join forces and break open this damn turtle shell first? Then we can fight for the contents based on our own abilities. How about that?" The Dragon Nation elder frowned, feeling a sense of unease at the rising aura within the cave. He glanced at the demon sect and snorted coldly, "Yes. But if you dare to play any tricks after breaking out of your cocoon, don't blame me for my pure yang palm being unrecognizable." "Ha, no problem, no problem." A brief agreement was reached and the two great martial masters were no longer retained. Golden light burst out from the body of the Dragon Country elder, and the image of a furious Vajra vaguely emerged. The vast pure yang spiritual power gathered in his palm, turning into a giant axe that slashed down angrily. The Black Water Mystic Snake Demon sect also had demonic energy rising to the sky. The 10-foot-long true body of the mystic snake looked up to the sky and roared. A breath of black evil that was condensed to the extreme roared out like the water of the Styx that destroyed everything. Boom boom. The combined power of the Wuzong masters was so terrifying. The entire cave was shaking violently, and gravel fell like rain. The dark purple energy cocoon trembled violently, and its surface was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, as if it was about to completely collapse in the next moment. However, at the moment the crack spread, a purer and deeper force of shadow and space surged out from the cocoon, quickly repairing the wound as if it had life. After the golden light and black evil raged, the energy cocoon actually withstood this devastating blow, but the light was slightly dimmed. Chapter 114. The mantis catches the cicada, waiting for the oriole behind. Inside the cocoon, the transformation of Xiao Han's soul and the Eternal Night King's martial spirit has reached a critical point. Under the baptism of the primordial shadow source crystal, his understanding of the laws of shadow and space is skyrocketing at an incredible speed, reaching an unprecedented mysterious realm. At this moment, the quality of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit broke through the shackles of SSS Plus and took a solid step towards the legendary and illusory higher realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Eternal Night King spirit has successfully fused with the core fragment 1-3 of the primordial shadow source crystal, significantly improving in quality. The new form, Eternal Night Void Emperor, Fake, has initially awakened. Unlock the exclusive realm, Eternal Night Void Realm, prototype. Comprehend the accompanying magical power, Dark World arrives, entry level. Note, due to the host's forced fusion, only a portion of the power of Eternal Night Void Emperor can be exerted at present. It can be supplemented by absorbing more source crystal fragments or special opportunities in the future. The system's cold notification sounded like heavenly music to Xiao Han. As the notification sounded, an unprecedented, unparalleled force surged like a galaxy bursting through its banks, instantly filling every corner of his body and nourishing his parched soul. The once blurry silhouette of the Eternal Night King solidified at this moment, transforming into a young emperor wearing a 12-tassel dark star imperial crown, a dragon robe woven from countless stars, and eyes so deep that they seemed to engulf everything in the universe. Simply standing there, he exuded an overwhelming pressure that made heaven and earth submit and all spirits kneel in worship. Just as Xiao Han was feeling this transformation, the edge of his spiritual eyes that break delusion, field of vision suddenly caught a glimpse of an extremely subtle fluctuation. In the shadows behind the Dragon Country Elders and the Black Water Mystic Snake Demon sect who were attacking the energy cocoon, a vague figure stood quietly. Its aura was deeper and more dangerous than that of the two martial arts sects. The figure was surrounded by a faint aura of blood and murder. It was the Sir Steward mentioned by the scarred-faced man from the Blood Evil Hall earlier, a genuine martial arts master with an unfathomable aura. The Blood Demon Hall Deacon had a pair of hawk-like eyes flashing with viciousness and calculation. He was like the most patient hunter, lurking in the dark, and did not move at all due to the changes in the cave. It was obvious that he was planning to take advantage of the situation. Inside the energy cocoon, Xiao Han sensed the initial completion of his martial soul's transformation, as well as the hidden third-party force, and a cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not only did his strength surge, but more importantly, after integrating a portion of the primordial shadow source crystal, he already had a preliminary grasp on the shadows and spatial laws within this cave. This place was about to become his home turf. Crack crack. Under another round of more violent joint attacks from the elders of the Dragon Kingdom and the Black Water Mystical Snake Demon sect, the tough dark purple energy cocoon finally couldn't bear the weight. The cracks on the surface spread and expanded rapidly like a spider web, making a teeth-grinding shattering sound. It's done! Upon seeing this, the elders of the Dragon Kingdom and the Black Water Mystic Snake Demon sect showed uncontrollable joy on their faces, thinking that the amazing treasure was about to be obtained. However, at the moment when the energy cocoon was completely shattered into spots of light all over the sky, an imperial pressure that was far more terrifying, purer, and more domineering than the combined power of the two of them suddenly burst out from the broken heart of the cocoon, like an awakened ancient beast, and swept across the entire cave violently. The joy on the faces of the Dragon Country Elders and the Black Water Mystic Snake Demon sect froze in an instant, and was replaced by boundless horror and disbelief. Amidst the dancing shadows and fragments of spatial energy, a slender figure slowly stepped out. Xiao Han's black hair was loose, and his clothes fluttered slightly in the aftermath of the energy. As his eyes opened and closed, it seemed as if billions of stars were born and died in a cycle. He just stood there calmly, his eyes indifferently sweeping over the horrified elders of the Dragon Kingdom, the ferocious-looking Black Water Mystic Snake Demon sect, and the Deacon of the Blood Demon Hall hidden in the deeper shadows. The three of you have been waiting for a long time. Xiao Han's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by every strong man, with a hint of teasing and a heart-pounding coldness. A new storm has arrived. As soon as Xiao Han appeared, there was no earth-shattering spiritual energy fluctuation around him, but an invisible and vast pressure spread out. It was not just a simple imposing pressure, but an absolute crushing that originated from the level of life and the essence of martial spirit. The newly awakened, eternal Night Void Emperor, martial spirit fate quietly floated behind him. The vague and majestic Emperor's shadow, with his eyes opening and closing, seemed to have the stars disappearing and the universe revolving. A terrifying aura beyond ordinary comprehension swept towards the Dragon Country Elders and the Black Water Mystic Snake Demon sect like a tide. The Black Water Mystical Snake Demon sect, which was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, suddenly stiffened its huge snake body, its scarlet vertical pupils suddenly shrank like needles, and the scales all over its body trembled slightly uncontrollably. It clearly sensed a throbbing in fear from the depths of its soul from Xiao Han, as if an ant was looking up at a blue dragon. The pressure from the superior made its proud demon sect cultivation seem so insignificant. No. Impossible. The Black Water Mystic Snake Demon clan screamed, his voice becoming sharp and piercing due to extreme fear. How can a mere martial master level brat possess such power? This is absolutely impossible. The elder of the Dragon Kingdom also had a sullen expression on his face, his deep eyes filled with solemnity and suspicion. He also felt the same palpitating pressure, and what frightened him even more was the aura of Xiao Han, which was obscure, ancient, and majestic, far beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. He realized that the changes that had occurred in the young man before him had far exceeded his expectations and control. The Blood Demon Hall Deacon, who was hiding in the deeper shadows, suddenly narrowed his hawk-like eyes. He was also shocked by Xiao Han's attitude at the moment, but unlike the other two's fear, a more blazing greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. The secret of this kid was probably more tempting than the Earth Vein Spirit Essence, or even the primordial Shadow Source Crystal itself. Ha, two seniors, and the friend who has been hiding in the back, thank you for protecting me just now. Xiao is very grateful. Xiao Han spoke calmly, his voice calm but with a hint of teasing. He glanced at the startled Dragon Nation elders and the restless demon sect, then glanced meaningfully at the Blood Demon Hall Deacon's hiding place. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Han's mind moved slightly. In an instant, an invisible wave quietly spread out from him. The light within the entire deep cave seemed to be instantly snuffed out by an invisible giant hand, plunging it into a darkness even deeper than before. The air seemed to grow thicker, and space began to distort slightly. Wisps of extremely faint void power intertwined with the power of shadow, transforming into invisible constraints that quietly acted upon the three martial masters. Chapter 115, hitting Xiao Han on the head. This was the prototype of the Eternal Night Void Realm. Although it was only a prototype, its range of influence and suppression power were still very weak, but in this cave already filled with shadows and spatial energy, it had a miraculous effect. The elders of the Dragon Kingdom, the Black Water Mystical Snake Demon Sect, and the Deacon of the Blood Evil Hall almost simultaneously felt their bodies stagnate slightly, and the circulation of their spiritual energy was also slightly hindered. Boy, you're looking for death. The Black Water Mystic Snake Demon clan was the most violent and took the lead in attacking. It roared angrily, and its huge snake tail, dozens of feet long, carried a foul-smelling gust of wind, like a pitch-black iron whip, tearing through the air and lashing towards Xiao Han viciously. Wherever it passed, the rock walls exploded. Facing this devastating blow, Xiao Han remained calm. His figure flashed, his steps moving with a mystical aura. A world away had already incorporated the fragments of the newly comprehended spatial laws, becoming even more mysterious and unpredictable. The snake's tail almost brushed past the edge of his clothes, and he himself appeared several feet away in an instant like a wisp of green smoke. At the same time, he put his fingers together like a sword, and a ray of light as black as ink and condensed to the extreme flashed from his fingertips. With a heart-pounding breath of annihilation, it pointed accurately at the middle part of the snake's tail, where the demonic power was slightly stagnant after it was drained. Simplified application of Dark World Advent, Shadow Annihilation Finger. Puff. With a soft sound, the incomparably tough snake scales, strong enough to split stone and crack stone, were pierced by the inconspicuous black finger, opening a fist-sized wound. Even more horrifying to the demon clan was the extremely pure shadow power that, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, frantically eroded its flesh and demonic power through the wound, inflicting waves of excruciating pain. Roar! The Black Water Mystical Snake Demon roared in pain, and its snake body swung wildly, making the cave a mess. Seeing this, the elders of Longwei no longer hesitated. He let out a low roar, and golden light suddenly surged around him. The giant pure yang palm that had been condensed before appeared again. This time, the palm print was more solid and more powerful than before. A magnificent divine power that could suppress all evil emanated from it and fell on Xiao Han's head. Xiao Han raised the corners of his mouth slightly. In this cave, he integrated some of the primordial shadow source crystal and gained preliminary control over the shadows and space laws here. With a slight movement of his mind, and with the help of the weak influence of the prototype of the Eternal Night Void Realm, and his familiarity with the cave space, he dodged flexibly in the narrow cave like a swimming fish. The golden giant palm narrowly brushed past the edge of his clothes several times, but was never able to truly lock onto his position. During this period, Xiao Han would occasionally shoot out a wisp of green lotus sword energy from his fingertips, or throw out a fist wind containing the artistic conception of destruction. Although it could not cause any substantial harm to the elder of the Dragon Kingdom, it did successfully tie up some of his energy. Just as Xiao Han was dealing with the two great martial masters, the Blood Demon Hall Deacon who had been holding back finally made a move. He seized the moment when Xiao Han was forced back by the palm wind of the Dragon Country elder and his body was slightly unstable. He turned into a blurry blood-red afterimage and pounced out silently from the shadows. The 5 fingers formed into claws, and the fingertips flashed with cold bloodlight, going straight for Xiao Han's back. "Young man, hand over the secret on you, and this deacon will spare your life." A cold and cruel voice exploded in Xiao Han's ears at the same time. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xiao Han's demeanor suddenly changed and he said sternly. Facing the siege of 3 powerful martial arts masters, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he advanced instead of retreating. His mind raced, and a shadow incarnation exactly like him instantly separated from his body and rushed towards the deadly blood claws of the Blood Demon Hall Deacon. At the same time, Xiao Han's real body suddenly opened his arms. A darkness that was far denser and purer than before suddenly spread wildly in all directions with him as the center, swallowing up all the light. Dark world arrives, area effect activated. Buzz. In an instant, the entire cave was completely transformed into absolute darkness where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. In this pseudo-dark world dominated by Xiao Han, the elders of the Dragon Kingdom, the Black Water Mystic Snake Demon Sect, and the deacons of the Blood Evil Hall all felt that their vision, hearing, and even spiritual perception were suppressed to the lowest point. Their martial arts realm strength, which they were so proud of, was actually significantly weakened in this strange darkness. In contrast, Xiao Han was not affected at all. He moved freely, and his aura blended perfectly with the darkness. What the hell? The roar of the black water mystical snake demon sect made the cave buzz, and the demonic breath sprayed wildly, but no one knew where its target was. The Dragon Country elder had a solemn expression on his face, pushing his pure yang spiritual power to its limit. Golden light gushed out of his body, but was quickly swallowed up by the thick darkness, making it all in vain. Xiao Han's lips curled up. Under the spiritual eyes that break illusions, this darkness was meaningless to him. Every change in the circulation of spiritual energy in the bodies of the three martial masters and the trajectory of each attack were clearly reflected in his mind. He is the master of the darkness and the top hunter. The body movement of A World Away was performed to the extreme, and the ghostly figure shuttled silently between the three martial arts masters. The elder of the Dragon Kingdom angrily slapped out with his palm, originally intending to attack the direction that Xiao Han sensed, but unexpectedly, the palm wind whistled and hit the huge body of the black water mystical snake demon sect. The Blood Demon Hall Deacon attacked with a sinister claw. Xiao Han's body swayed, and the sharp claw wind narrowly passed by and hit heavily on a weak point on the cliff marked by the spiritual eyes that break illusion. Boom! Ouch! The black water mystical snake demon sect felt the pain, and it was already furious and went completely crazy. It didn't care who the other party was. It turned around and shot a thick beam of demonic light towards the elder of the Dragon Kingdom. You evil beast, how dare you! The elder of the Dragon Kingdom was shocked and angry, and dodged quickly. Puff! At the cliff where the Blood Demon Hall Deacon hit, the ancient restriction suddenly erupted, and a tiny space crack suddenly opened and closed. The deacon groaned, staggered, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered a loss. The three martial arts masters were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. But there is nothing I can do about that slippery boy. In the darkness, they could only fight on their own and be wary of each other. Conflicts broke out from time to time, and the scene became a mess. Chaos is exactly what Xiao Han wants. The time has come. Eternal Night Void Realm quietly launched the subtle control over space. So close yet so far away is running at its peak. Xiao Han's figure turned into a blurry afterimage and rushed straight into the depths of the cave. There, a secret spatial node marked by the spiritual eyes that break illusion, and map fragments was emitting faint fluctuations. Right there, a way out. You brat, don't run. The elder of the Dragon Kingdom was the first to react, and his angry shout echoed throughout the cave. Where are you running to? Roared the black water mystic snake demon sect. Leave the treasure behind, the Blood Demon Hall Deacon said in a sharp voice. Three terrifying auras burst out at the same time, locking onto the location where Xiao Han was about to arrive in no particular order. The devastating attack swept in like a torrent. The place where Xiao Han had previously stood was instantly shattered by various energies, and the rock turned into powder. But it's too late. Xiao Han's figure has already appeared in front of the space node. Without the slightest hesitation, the pure power of shadow and the newly comprehended power of the law of space surged out from his palms and poured into the node. Buzz. The node shone brightly, and an unstable, twisted light gate quickly took shape in front of him. Xiao Han stepped into the light gate, and his figure began to distort and blur. He turned halfway around, looked at the three furious faces at the cave entrance, and said jokingly, I will remember the hospitality you three seniors have given me today. One day, I will repay you double. Chapter 116, Breaking the Boundary and Moving, Soul Devouring reappears. As soon as he finished speaking, the light door closed completely. Xiao Han's breath also disappeared completely. Aha, I'm so angry. The black water mystic snake demon sect was so angry that it went mad, and its snake tail swung wildly. The cave walls rumbled non-stop, and rocks rolled down. The face of the Longway elder was so dark that ink could be squeezed out of it, and he didn't say a word. The terrifying aura he exuded made the entire cave tremble. The deacon of the Blood Demon Hall stared at the place where Xiao Han disappeared. After a long while, he snorted coldly. Three martial arts masters had put in so much effort, even teaming up, but what was the result? Nothing at all. Not only was the primordial shadow source crystal snatched away by Xiao Han, but the remaining miscellaneous treasures in the cave were probably also looted by that kid. Looking at the messy and almost flattened cave, they were so angry that their lungs were about to explode, but they could do nothing about Xiao Han. This kid Xiao Han successfully escaped and his strength increased significantly. However, he also completely offended these three Wuzong bosses with scary backgrounds and terrifying strength. His future path will definitely be more exciting and more dangerous. The dark and twisted light gate was like the mouth of a giant beast, swallowing Xiao Han in one gulp. The power of space was tearing at him madly. Even though he now had some understanding of the laws of space, he was still dizzy and his internal organs seemed to have moved. I don't know how long it took, but the feeling of being torn apart suddenly disappeared. Xiao Han only felt his body lighten, and then with a thud, he fell heavily on the hard stone ground, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of bloody saliva in embarrassment, shook his still dizzy head, and quickly looked around. This is a completely unfamiliar mountain range. There was a chaotic and violent aura in the air, and a sense of desolation and primitive danger was everywhere. Unlike places like the Red Ridge Mountains where the spiritual energy is relatively pure and rich, the spiritual energy here seems to be polluted by something and is particularly unstable. Finally escaped. Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from those 3 old monsters from the Wuzong sect still makes me feel uneasy when I think about it. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully tricked and escaped from the pursuit of 3 martial master level experts, and has initially awakened the Eternal Night King's martial soul to the Eternal Night Void Emperor pseudo form. The hidden conditions have been exceeded, and the system rewards are being calculated. Rewards: 1 boundary breaking compass, a special item that can sense and travel short distances between known spatial nodes. It consumes a lot of energy, so use with caution. 1 soul fusion pill, a top-grade elixir that accelerates the perfect fusion of martial soul and body, stabilizing the rapid advancement of realms, with no side effects, and your comprehension of the A World Away acrobatic skills has been raised to the peak of minor success. A series of system prompts suddenly perked up Xiao Han. The embarrassment of escaping and the discomfort caused by the danger were all gone in an instant. Boundary breaking compass? Soul melting pill? A World Away has also been upgraded. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with joy. Any one of these rewards would be a timely help. Especially the soul melting pill. He swallowed the primordial shadow source crystal forcefully. His realm increased rapidly, but his foundation was still a little shaky. He also couldn't fully control the newly awakened power of the Eternal Night King's martial soul. This pill just solved the problem. He didn't dare to stay in this place any longer, so he quickly released his spiritual sense to explore and found a relatively hidden cave. After setting up a few warning formations, Xiao Han immediately sat down cross-legged and swallowed the glowing soul-melting pill without thinking. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a gentle yet powerful strange energy that flowed throughout his body. Xiao Han quickly concentrated his mind and practiced the creation of heavenly art and the Shadow Void Sutra at the same time. The 2 great magical skills were like 2 high-speed machines, frantically refining the power of the elixir and guiding that strange energy to sort out his meridians, which were a little messy due to the sudden increase in strength. More importantly, the medicinal power of the soul fusion pill is helping his newly awakened, Eternal Night Void Emperor, pseudo-martial soul to merge more deeply with his own soul and body. The deeper the fusion, the more proficient Xiao Han becomes in controlling the prototype of the Eternal Night Void realm. The Dark World arrival, that could only be used with difficulty before, can now be used with much ease. The imperial pressure that emanated from the root of his martial soul gradually subsided, no longer surging out uncontrollably like it did when he first awakened. A few hours later, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes, and the gleam in his eyes disappeared in a flash. The aura in his body has completely stabilized at the peak of the 5th level of the martial master realm, and it is a peak with an extremely solid foundation, just a little bit away from the 6th level. The new power was also initially mastered. It's time to study the map fragments. Xiao Han took out a few pieces of torn animal skins he had found from the Blood Evil Hall Killer and pieced them together. He activated his spiritual eyes that break delusion. A cyan gold light flowed in his eyes as he looked at the map carefully. The material of the map is very old, and the patterns on it are quite strange. Under the observation of the spiritual eyes that break delusion, some originally vague marks gradually became clear. These marks eventually pointed to a huge circular valley deep in this unfamiliar mountain range. Inside the valley, there seemed to be a place marked with special symbols that looked like an ancient altar or the entrance to ruins. Could it be that the people from the Blood Evil Hall, in addition to hunting me, also have something to do with the place indicated by this map? Xiao Han pondered in his heart. He took out the boundary-breaking compass. This compass is the size of a palm, completely black, and engraved with incomprehensible runes. Xiao Han tried to input a little spiritual power into it, and the needle on the compass shook slightly, and finally pointed to a vague direction. It was exactly the location of the circular valley marked on the map. It seems that there is something in that valley. Xiao Han put away the compass and decided to go and take a look. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Besides, the connection between the primordial shadow source crystal and his eternal Night King martial spirit made him vaguely feel that there might be something he needed in that valley. Having made up his mind, Xiao Han quietly left the cave and headed towards the valley according to the map and compass. As he had felt before, most of the strange beasts in this mountain range had mutated. Not only are they stronger than other beasts of the same level, their attack methods are also more bizarre, and they exude an uncomfortable and chaotic aura. On the way, he encountered a giant mutant toad of the 6th level of the martial artist realm, which was as big as a hill and covered with dark green pustules all over its body. The venom sprayed by the giant toad can even corrode stones. An ordinary martial artist at the 7th level would have a headache if he encountered it. Xiao Han just shook his body and, under the weak influence of the prototype of the Eternal Night Void realm, avoided the venom like a shadow. Then a condensed green lotus sword energy shot out from his fingertips, accurately piercing the demon core hidden in the giant toad's head. They encountered a group of mutant wolves with blue flames burning all over their bodies and moving at an alarming speed. There were dozens of them, all of them were at the 4th or 5th level of martial artist realm. Chapter 117. The ghost is still there. Xiao Han didn't even draw his sword, but with a thought, Dark World Arrives suddenly started. An area of 100 meters in radius suddenly became pitch black. The evil wolves howled in fear in the darkness and ran into each other. Xiao Han was like the king of the night, moving calmly among the wolves. Every time the wind from the god-destroying fist swept through, several demon wolves were turned into a bloody mist. After several fights, Xiao Han already had a clear idea of his own rapidly increasing strength. He easily crushed ordinary mutated beasts. A few more days passed. Xiao Han finally reached the outskirts of the circular valley shown on the map. He restrained all the energy in his body. Lying behind the ridge, there was no movement at all. Ahead, the entrance to the valley was blocked by a layer of light gray fog. Divine consciousness is difficult to penetrate. Xiao Han's perception was at the edge of the fog, and he detected several hidden but powerful auras. Some of them actually have the cultivation level of the initial stage of Wu Zone. Sure enough, they set a trap, and it was quite a show. Xiao Han understood. These people are obviously not after ordinary exotic beasts. Their target was probably him or something in the valley. He immediately activated the Eternal Night Void Emperor, pseudo-martial spirit. The fluctuations in the surrounding space were extremely clear in his perception. The so close yet so far body movement technique is performed. Xiao Han quietly avoided several obvious checkpoints. When he moved, he made no sound at all. Soon, a hidden pass. A team of patrolling warriors appeared in front of him. These people were dressed in uniform dark gray clothes. There was a sense of well-trained toughness in the actions. On their chests, there is a ferocious blood-red emblem with the word Soul Eater embroidered. Blood Demon Hall. It's really haunting. Xiao Han suddenly felt murderous intent. Not only did the Blood Demon Hall not give up, but it sent a stronger force. There might even be a powerful martial arts master to support them. His mind raced. A cold look passed across his face. Instead of waiting for the other party to come to you, it is better to take the initiative. Let us find out the details of this group of people first. Then find out what the cats are doing here. Xiao Han moved slightly. He deliberately made some small noises on a gravel slope. At the same time, the ethereal aura of the 5th level of the martial master realm dissipated faintly. Who? At the pass, a man holding a long knife shouted sternly. This person's aura has reached the 9th peak of the martial artist realm. It was the small leader of the Blood Demon Hall. As soon as the man finished shouting, his head suddenly turned towards the direction where Xiao Han made the noise. I got you. Chase. The little leader grinned without any hesitation. He took the lead, followed closely by 7 or 8 assassins from the Blood Demon Hall, who pounced on him viciously. Xiao Han pretended to be in a hurry and turned around and ran away. He led the patrol towards an area with more complex terrain and numerous boulders and gullies. When the little leader saw that Xiao Han seemed to be having some difficulty running, his face became even more proud. He urged his men, quick. Surround him. Don't let him get away. Just when the Blood Evil Hall team was about to complete the encirclement, they thought victory was a sure thing. Xiao Han, who was running in front, suddenly stopped. He turned around, a mocking grin on his face. Buzz. An invisible wave suddenly spread out from under Xiao Han's feet. The prototype of Eternal Night Void Realm suddenly unfolds. Thick darkness instantly swallowed up an area of 100 meters. The sticky power of the void intertwined, forcibly cutting off the communication between the members of the Blood Evil Hall team. Following closely, Dark World arrives. Ah! My eyes. What's going on? What the hell is this place? Screams and exclamations filled the air. Although these assassins from the Blood Demon Hall are usually fierce, most of them are only at the middle level of the martial artist realm. How could anyone withstand Xiao Han's angry series of killing moves? Xiao Han shuttled through the darkness. With the spiritual eyes that can see through delusion, he can clearly see the position and movement of every enemy. The footwork of A World Away is unfolded, and every flash of the figure is accompanied by the fierce fist force of Destruction God Fist or the cold sword light of Blue Lotus Sword Song. Just a dozen breaths. This elite patrol team of the Blood Evil Hall, led by a 9th-level martial artist, was completely annihilated by Xiao Han using thundering means. Not a single person was left alive. Xiao Han walked to the still warm body of the little leader. The soul-searching power of spiritual eyes that break delusion is activated. Complex and chaotic fragments of memory flooded into his mind. After a moment, Xiao Han's face became even colder. As expected, they're here to hunt me in the primordial dark shadow crystal. There's actually a guardian from the Blood Demon Hall in this valley. The guardian of the Blood Demon Hall has a cultivation level of at least the middle to late stage of the martial sect realm. The danger in this circular valley far exceeded his expectations. Xiao Han had no intention of retreating, but instead his competitive spirit was completely aroused. The mysterious connection between the primordial shadow source crystal and the Eternal Night King's martial spirit, as well as the guidance of the map fragments, made him certain that the opportunity hidden in the valley was extraordinary. Now that we've come this far, there's no reason to go back empty-handed. Xiao Han changed his previous idea of forcing his way in. He mobilized his newly comprehended concealment technique and relied on the subtle interference of Eternal Night Void Emperor, fake on space. The figure gradually faded away and quietly sneaked towards the core of the Blood Evil Hall encirclement. The closer we get to the valley, the weirder the energy fluctuations in the air become. Xiao Han carefully pushed aside the last layer of dense vines and dived to the edge of the cliff at the circular valley. The scene before him shocked him. At the bottom of the valley, there was a vast open space. In the center of the open space, a dark stone platform stands tall. It is very old and covered with marks of time. On the stone platform, there is a crystal stone as big as a head hanging. That crystal stone was blood red and so strange that it made people's heart frightened. Bang! Bang! The crystal pulsated rhythmically, and with each beat, a terrifying energy shock radiated outward. This power directly activated the Eternal Night King's martial spirit in Xiao Han's body, and the martial spirit actually conveyed a rare desire that was almost greedy. Good stuff! Xiao Han's heart was burning with excitement. He was just about to activate the spiritual eyes that break delusion, to investigate the origin of the blood-colored crystal. Something strange happened suddenly. You rat! Get out here for this guardian! An angry roar, accompanied by a powerful spiritual consciousness, exploded from the depths of the valley. The sound waves rolled, shaking the entire valley. Xiao Han paused. The terrifying murderous intent, icy and biting, locked him firmly in an instant. The pressure was so heavy that it almost solidified the air and made people feel stuffy in the chest. Before the whistling sound died down, dozens of blood shadows suddenly shot out from various hidden corners in the valley. There are shadows everywhere, the sword lights are cold, and the sword energy is rampant. These minions of the Blood Evil Hall cooperated with each other tacitly and instantly formed a killing net, rushing towards Xiao Han's hiding place from all directions. The murderous aura is so strong that it reaches the sky. Oh! Faced with this fatal situation, Xiao Han was not as panicked as everyone expected. Instead, he let out a very light sneer from his throat, which was very meaningful. He didn't retreat. Not even running away. Instead, Xiao Han walked out from the shadows at the edge of the cliff slowly, step by step. Just like that, Shiran completely exposed himself to the attack range of all the Blood Evil Hall killers. Chapter 118 Sudden Rise. A powerful pressure suddenly erupted from Xiao Han's body, far exceeding the previous test, majestic and vast. The fake Emperor's aura of Eternal Night Void Emperor, wrapped in the eerie shadows and the power of the void, was able to stand against the iron-faced guardian who was at the peak of the third level of the martial sect realm, and was not at a disadvantage. Deep in the valley, beside the stone platform, a figure clad in hideous blood-red armor asked in surprise, "It's you?" The iron-faced protector obviously recognized Xiao Han and sounded surprised. It hasn't been long since this kid's aura has skyrocketed to this point. The astonishment was immediately swallowed up by stronger murderous intent and greed. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell but you break in. Xiao Han, hand over the primordial shadow source crystal, and this guardian will let you die happily. The iron-faced guardian's voice was hoarse, revealing his unquestionable tyranny. In response to him, Xiao Han suddenly attacked. Noisy! Before he finished speaking, Xiao Han's figure had already become blurred. The footwork of so close yet so far away, with the help of the prototype of eternal night void realm, turned into a vague shadow, instantly leaving countless afterimages in the encirclement of dozens of elite killers from the Blood Evil Hall. The weakest of these killers was at the 5th or 6th level of the Martial Master realm, and there were many experts at the 7th or 8th level among them. However, in front of Xiao Han, they were ridiculously slow. Puff! A flash of green sword energy appeared, and a killer at the 7th level of the martial artist realm covered his throat and fell down in disbelief. The purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus instantly took away his life. Bang! The wind from the fists whistled. An assassin at the 8th level of the Martial Master realm who tried to attack from behind was hit in the chest by a fist force containing the true meaning of destruction before he could even touch the corner of Xiao Han's clothes. His whole body exploded, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Xiao Han was like a warrior in an empty space. Every time he made a move, an elite from the Blood Evil Hall would die. The strange steps of the King of Eternal Night, the sharp purification of the Chaos Blue Lotus, and the domineering destruction of the God-destroying fist were intertwined in his hands into efficient killing. How dare you, you brat! The iron-faced protector roared, and a bloody figure shot out. He stretched out his dry claws, and his fingertips flashed a heart-pounding dark red light, and a strong smell of blood and resentment filled the air. Blood Soul Claw. 5 blood-red claw shadows several meters long tore through the air, with sharp whistling sounds, blocking all of Xiao Han's retreat routes. Wherever the claws passed, the rocks were silently turned into powder, vicious and domineering. Xiao Han did not take it head-on. He pointed his toes and floated back lightly, using the cliff's protruding rocks and vines to nimbly change direction, narrowly avoiding the front of the Blood Soul Claw. Rumble! The blood-red claw shadows landed on the spot where he had stood before, blasting open 5 bottomless pits, and rubble flew into the air. While dealing with the iron-faced guardian, Xiao Han's spiritual eyes that see through delusion operated at high speed, allowing him to see through the entire situation. He soon discovered a strange phenomenon. No matter whether it was an ordinary killer from the Blood Evil Hall or the iron-faced protector, during certain intervals in the battle, they would emit imperceptible energy of their own, which would silently flow into the beating blood-red heart crystal above the stone platform in the center of the valley. Whenever chi and blood flowed in, the blood-colored heart crystal would beat more vigorously, and then it would feed back purer and more evil blood energy, which would merge into their bodies, making their attacks more violent and their aura more sinister. So that's how it is. This thing is an amplifier and also a blood pump. Xiao Han understood. Ding! Detected that the host has insight into the Blood Demon Hall's ritual, the God-level selection system is activated. Option 1, concentrate your firepower and fight the iron-faced guardian to the bitter end. Succeed or die. After successfully killing him, you can seize his cultivation core. Reward, Blood Evil Technique Fragmented, 3 top-grade healing pills. Option 2, take a risky move and remove the firewood from under the cauldron. Destroy the strange blood-colored heart crystal, causing its energy to backfire and severely damage everyone in the Blood Demon Hall. Reward, a piece of mysterious soul jade, and the opportunity to evolve, pupil of delusion breaking, small chance. Xiao Han glanced at the blood-red heart crystal and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fight hard against the iron-faced protector? That old fellow has practiced the bloody magic skill, and his skin is thick and tough. If he fights to the death, even if he wins, he will be skinned alive. Moreover, who knows if he has any other tricks up his sleeve in the dark. System, I choose 2. It's all about the heartbeat. The thought flashed through my mind. On the battlefield, Xiao Han faced the increasingly violent attacks of the iron-faced protector, and gradually became overwhelmed and in danger. Boy, I wonder how long you can hide. The iron-faced protector grinned fiercely, and his attack became more and more violent. The bloody palm prints piled up layer by layer, and the air seemed to be dyed dark red, and a fishy wind blew in his face. Every palm strike carried the power of a landslide and the splitting of the earth, as if it wanted to crush Xiao Han into powder. Xiao Han twisted and turned in the fierce attack, his figure erratic, seemingly surrounded by danger, but he always managed to avoid fatal blows by a hair's breadth. The iron-faced protector struck down another blood evil seal on his head with such immense force that it blocked all of Xiao Han's ways of dodging. Just when the palm print was about to touch Xiao Han's head, Xiao Han's figure bent strangely and slid out along the edge of the palm wind at an angle that was completely contrary to common sense. At the same time, a terrifying aura far exceeding the previous one burst out from Xiao Han's body. The breath was deep and vast, as if it connected to an eternal and silent void. Not good. Alarm bells rang in the iron-faced protector's mind, and a strong sense of crisis instantly gripped his heart. This kid has been hiding his strength. Xiao Han clasped his arms in front of his chest, and the power of the eternal night void emperor, fake in his body, surged out without reservation, pouring all of it into his palms. A ball of extremely deep darkness slowly condensed and compressed in his palm. In the darkness, countless tiny, imperceptible cracks in space appeared and disappeared, emitting terrifying waves that made even the soul tremble. It was as if that was not the power of the human world, but a declaration of extinction from the underworld. Void dark destruction /. With a low shout, Xiao Han suddenly pushed his palms forward. A pitch-black blade of light, condensed to the extreme and seemingly able to devour everything in the world, broke through the air. Wherever the light blade passed, visible ripples appeared in the space, and it was slightly distorted. All the blocking attacks launched by the killers of the Blood Demon Hall along the way, no matter whether they were swords or fists, the moment they touched this dark blade of light, they melted silently like ice and snow meeting the sun. This blade of light actually ignored all material obstacles. Its target is not the iron-faced guardian who was right next to it. Instead, it shot straight towards the center of the valley, towards the blood-red heart crystal above the stone platform that was still beating strangely. How dare you! The iron-faced protector was furious and let out a hysterical roar. The sound was so loud that it made the entire valley buzz. He wanted to fight back, wanted to stop it, but the speed of the pitch-black blade was too fast, so fast that it exceeded his reaction limit. Out of reach. He never dreamed that Xiao Han's real target was the core that the Blood Evil Hall was refining here, the Blood Evil Source Core. This kid is so bold that he actually wants to destroy their foundation. Puff! There was a slight sound, like a sharp blade piercing into rotten leather. The all-devouring void dark annihilation / struck the blood-colored heart crystal squarely and with incredible precision. There was no expected earth-shattering explosion, no deafening roar. There was only a dull wailing sound as if the heart was pierced, echoing faintly in the valley. Immediately afterwards, the blood-colored heart crystal suddenly trembled violently. The countless intricate blood-colored lines covering the surface of the crystal suddenly shone to the extreme at this moment, as bright as the blood-red sun. However, this extreme light only lasted for a moment before it quickly dimmed at an even faster speed until it became dead silence. A terrifying force that was more than 10 times more violent than the blood energy previously fed back to everyone from the crystal stone was completely out of control. Like a flood bursting through a dam, it surged forward in all directions. Ah! No! My strength! My blood! Help! Protector, save me! Chapter 119 Good Opportunity. For a moment, extremely shrill screams echoed throughout the valley, one after another, continuously. All the members of the Blood Evil Hall who were transferring their own blood and energy to the blood-colored heart crystal and absorbing evil power from it, whether they were ordinary killers or elite players, suffered the most direct and terrifying energy backlash at this moment. The blood evil power in their bodies instantly ran wild, clashing violently with their own chi and blood, severing their meridians and severely damaging their internal organs. The bodies of the weaker killers shriveled up quickly, unable to even scream, and turned into mummies, their essence and blood being completely sucked away by the out-of-control crystal. The elites at the 7th and 8th levels of the Martial Master realm were not having a good time either. They were all bleeding profusely, their auras were visibly weakened, and their strength dropped instantly. What's worse, some people's meridians were directly burst by the violent energy, and they fell to the ground and convulsed. The iron-faced protector was the first to be hit. He has the closest connection with the blood-colored heart crystal, and the backlash is the heaviest. A terrifying suction force came from the crystal, and the blood evil power in the body burst out like a flood. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the aura of the iron-faced protector plummeted from the peak of the 3rd level of the martial sect realm like an avalanche, heading straight to the early stage of the 1st level of the martial sect realm, and was still declining. The skin under the armor was visibly shriveled. In the valley, there are ghosts crying and wolves howling. It is hell on earth. Good opportunity. Xiao Han's heart moved. The dark world is coming. Thick darkness once again enveloped this chaotic land. Xiao Han activated his spiritual eyes that break delusion, shuttled through the darkness, and accurately and efficiently killed those members of the Blood Demon Hall who were seriously injured but not dead in the backlash. In his opinion, these guys are all mobile storage equipment. Exploding equipment is a thing. Little beast. This guardian will cut you into pieces. The iron-faced protector had disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and was roaring like a wild beast. He suppressed his injuries and the deadly suction, and burned his own blood and essence regardless of the consequences. A violent and desperate aura rose into the sky, obviously wanting to drag Xiao Han to death with him. At this moment, when the situation was tense and the iron-faced protector was about to launch a life-and-death attack, a chilling and biting aura, several times more terrifying than the iron-faced protector's previous peak, slowly rose from the depths of the valley, behind a secret altar shrouded in blood mist. A hoarse, old, yet playful voice slowly echoed through the valley. He. You're such a loser. You can't even handle a brat. The Blood Demon Hall has been completely disgraced by you, old dog. Before he finished speaking, an old man dressed in an elegant purple gold robe, with a haggard face and eyes flashing with ghostly green light, walked out slowly from behind the altar with his hands behind his back. With every step he took, the temperature in the valley dropped sharply. The disgusting smell of blood in the air became stronger. The terrifying pressure emanating from his body was the peak of the 6th level of the martial sect realm. This old monster has been hiding on the side, watching the fight between tigers from the mountain. Deep in the valley, behind the secret altar shrouded in blood mist, the moment the figure in the purple gold robe appeared, a terrifying pressure far exceeding that of the iron-faced protector at his peak enveloped the entire valley. The air solidified and the light became sticky. The severely injured iron-faced guardian, upon seeing the newcomer's face clearly, turned pale instantly. His face, originally ferocious due to the burning of his blood essence, spoke in a trembling voice, Grand Elder. Fear and despair instantly overwhelmed him. The purple-robed elder's pupils, which flashed with ghostly green fire, did not even linger on the iron-faced protector, as if he were just an insignificant ant. His haggard face turned towards Xiao Han, and he looked back and forth at his body and the blood-colored heart crystal, the blood soul source crystal, which was damaged and full of cracks but still emitted fatal temptation. A greedy and sinister arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He, youngster, you've given me a huge surprise. A hoarse, piercing laugh echoed through the valley. Not only do you possess the aura of the primordial shadow origin crystal, but you were also able to sabotage my carefully orchestrated blood sacrifice ritual and snatch the reward of this blood soul origin crystal. Very good, very good. He paused, a hint of teasing flashing through his dark green eyes. Hand over all your secrets, including the clue to the primordial shadow origin crystal and this blood soul origin crystal. I can make an exception and not transform you into a blood puppet. Instead, I'll make you a lowly blood slave. How about that? Blood slave? Xiao Han sneered in his heart, but his face was solemn. The peak of the 6th level of Wuzong realm. The strength of this old monster has already exceeded what he can currently handle. Today, I am afraid I will be in danger of death. But has he, Xiao Han, ever been afraid of death? The more desperate the situation, the more his ruthlessness and indomitable spirit were aroused. The twin martial souls in his body were quietly running, the vitality of the Chaos Blue Lotus and the tyrannical undercurrent of the Eternal Night Void Emperor were surging, ready to strike a shocking blow at any time. Ding! The host has been detected as facing a desperate situation, and the unique fluctuations of the Blood Soul Origin Crystal resonate with the mystical Soul Jade. The opportunity for Pupil of Delusion Breaking to evolve has been fully activated. Evolution requirements: absorb sufficient pure soul energy, and use the mystical Soul Jade as a guide to fuse the soul essence released from the Blood Soul Origin Crystal. The system's prompt sounded in my mind, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness. The long-awaited system is online. The purple-robed elder obviously didn't have the patience to wait for Xiao Han's gratitude. Seeing Xiao Han's silence, a fierce gleam flashed in his eyes. It seems that you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Before he finished speaking, his skinny hand like a chicken claw stretched out from the air. In an instant, the bloody and evil energy in the valley gathered madly, and a blood-red giant palm that was several feet in size condensed out of thin air. It seemed as if countless wronged souls were wailing between the palm lines, and it slapped Xiao Han on the head with suffocating and terrifying power. This palm strike blocked all the space around Xiao Han. It was so powerful that it seemed to crush him and the ground beneath his feet into powder. Xiao Han's pupils suddenly shrank, and he pushed the so close yet so far footwork to the extreme. The moment the bloody palm print fell, the figure turned into a blurry shadow and slipped out from the edge of the palm print dangerously. Boom! The bloody palm hit the air, leaving a terrifying palm print several meters deep on the ground. The strong wind made Xiao Han's cheek hurt, and the blood in his body surged violently, and a fishy and sweet taste came up in his throat. The aftermath alone is so terrifying. The peak of the 6th level of the martial sect realm is indeed not something I can contend with head-on at my current level. Xiao Han's mind raced, but his attention inadvertently fell on his storage space, where he found the mysterious soul jade that had remained dormant since the system reward. At this moment, this soul jade, which was warm all over, actually became slightly hot when it came into contact with the special fluctuations emitted by the blood soul source crystal, and a faint light seemed to flash on its surface. It felt like a hungry baby smelling the fragrance of milk. An extremely bold, even crazy idea, instantly formed in Xiao Han's mind. Chapter 120. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Xiao Han was determined and didn't hesitate any longer. His body suddenly bent, and he actually rushed towards the stone platform in the center of the valley, towards the cracked blood soul source crystal. In the palm of his hand, the mysterious soul jade was already burning hot. Ha! You're courting death. The purple-robed elder was slightly stunned at first, then a sneer of extreme contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, Xiao Han's move was nothing more than a last-ditch effort, a wishful thinking to try to get his hands on the source crystal. The attack suddenly became fierce, a blood-colored streak tore through the air and rushed straight to Xiao Han's vest, vowing to crush this ignorant kid and the blood soul source crystal together. Lightning flash. The moment the purple-robed elder's blood-red finger wind, which was powerful enough to pierce through metal, was about to touch Xiao Han's back. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with determination. He quickly stretched out his right hand and pressed the hot mysterious soul jade into the largest crack in the blood soul source crystal. The original power of the Eternal Night King's martial soul was no longer reserved at this moment, and it madly flowed into the blood soul source crystal through the soul jade. Buzz! A strange buzzing sound, distant and desolate, suddenly resounded through the valley. The moment the mysterious soul jade came into contact with the blood soul source crystal, two extremely strong lights, one black and one red, burst out, instantly illuminating the entire valley as bright as day, making it so bright that people could not open their eyes. Immediately, a storm of soul energy that was far purer and more powerful than the previous sacrifices of the Blood Demon Hall, with the soul jade and source crystal as the core, swept violently in all directions. This soul storm is extremely pure and strongly repels any physical and energy attacks. The blood-red finger wind that the purple-robed elder was determined to win just melted and disintegrated silently as soon as it touched the edge of the storm, failing to advance at all. What? The purple-robed elder's face changed drastically. Xiao Han, who was at the center of the storm, suffered unimaginable tearing pain in his soul. His eyes were tightly closed, veins bulging on his forehead. Under the crazy impact and nourishment of this pure soul energy, spiritual pupil that breaks delusion, automatically operated to its peak. He saw that the faint golden color in the depths of his pupils was rapidly expanding and evolving into two dazzling golden vortexes. Unspeakable pain hit his sea of consciousness wave after wave, like countless tiny needles pricking him endlessly. On the other side of the excruciating pain, there is an unprecedented sense of clarity and transparency that quietly grows. In the soul storm, Xiao Han clearly felt that his soul power was growing and solidifying at an astonishing speed. The originally illusory soul is now being tempered and transformed into some kind of immortal quality. The eye of delusion evolves into the eye of void. In an instant, a huge amount of information about the Dongshu divine pupil flooded into Xiao Han's mind. It perfectly inherits the characteristics of the spiritual eye that can see through illusions and understand the trajectory of energy, and adds real vision to see through the essence of all things in a short period of time, and preliminary soul deterrence to directly shock and attack the opponent's soul with the power of the pupil. What on earth is this? The purple-robed elder was shocked and angry. He was horrified to find that this sudden soul storm was actively stripping away the mental imprint he had previously left in the blood soul source crystal for control, and even generated a suction force that was trying to drag his soul in. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes. In those eye sockets, there was no longer the usual black and white, but two deep golden vortices were slowly rotating, and the mystery of the birth and death of the universe seemed to flow within them. Dongshu Divine Pupil True Vision, open. In an instant, Xiao Han's vision penetrated the surface. Beneath the seemingly powerful aura of the purple-robed elder, the origin of his soul had already become extremely mixed and covered with fine cracks due to years of practicing evil skills and devouring the essence and blood of others. It was as fragile as a gorgeous porcelain that was about to break. Fatal weakness. Right now. Xiao Han seized this fleeting opportunity, suppressed the strange feeling of his soul transformation, and put all his surging soul power into a desperate attempt. He gathered all his soul power into his pupils, and combined with the initial soul deterrence of the Dongshu divine pupils, he launched the long-planned soul attack. The invisible and intangible soul screamed and slammed straight into the sea of consciousness of the purple-robed elder. Ah! The purple-robed elder was caught off guard, his head shook violently, his soul was about to break apart, golden stars flashed before his eyes, and he let out a shrill scream. His entire body's breath suddenly weakened, and traces of black blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Good opportunity. Xiao Han acted quickly, taking advantage of his illness to kill him. No, taking advantage of his illness to run away. He grabbed the blood soul source crystal that had already been initially fused with the soul jade and whose light had dimmed slightly. It felt warm and cool to the touch, but the soul power contained in it still made his heart beat wildly. With the help of the soul storm that had not yet subsided as cover, and with the help of his newfound Dongshu divine eye, to gain a keen insight into spatial fluctuations, Xiao Han instantly locked onto a spatial node on the cliff with the weakest energy, which he had previously seen through with his true vision. A world away. Extreme shuttle. Xiao Han's figure turned into a phantom, leaving a faint trace on the spot, and instantly sank into that space node, disappearing without a trace. Little bastard. I will grind you into dust and turn you into ashes. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, the purple-robed elder let out an earth-shaking roar, the sound waves shaking the valley. His eyes were as red as blood, and although his breath was weak, his ferocity was not diminished in the slightest. However, just as he was about to give chase with all his strength, he felt a tearing pain coming from deep within his soul, causing his body to sway violently and he almost fell down. He could only watch in vain as the spatial node slowly closed up, and Xiao Han's breath completely disappeared from this world. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, the purple-robed elder's face turned ashen, and resentment and unwillingness almost burst out of his chest. Today, all the elite members of his blood evil hall were killed here, the blood soul source crystal that he had guarded for many years was snatched away in front of him, and his own soul was severely damaged. He really lost both the wife and the army. The purple-robed elder staggered a step, forcing down another mouthful of fishy sweet taste rising in his throat, his expression 3 times uglier than that of a ghost. He had spent his entire life plotting countless schemes and calculations, but he had never suffered such a huge loss. The Blood Demon Hall's century-long foundation was almost destroyed in an instant. And all this was because of an unknown child. Xiao Han the purple-robed elder gritted his teeth and squeezed out these 2 words, each word seemed to be poisoned. This old man will remember you. The extremely cold voice echoed for a long time in the empty valley, with a biting chill. Xiao Han felt dizzy and his whole body was being cut by violent spatial turbulence. The spatial node that he saw through with the Dongshu divine eye was not a stable transmission channel after all. The violent force of space tore his body apart crazily. Even though he was now physically strong, he felt waves of excruciating pain and his bones were groaning. Chapter 121 Strong Backlash. The power of the Chaos Green Lotus martial soul surged in his body, and the green vitality tried to heal those hideous cracks. The Eternal Night Void Emperor's fake martial spirit also tried its best to maintain a slight degree of spatial stability, trying to alleviate the tearing pain. Even so, when he was thrown out by the twisted light gate and hit the cold and hard rock, Xiao Han's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Puff! A mouthful of blood, mixed with broken organs and flesh, spurted out. Xiao Han's face was pale, and his spiritual energy had long since been depleted. His newly evolved, void divine pupil, from the previous forced activation, was now piercing with a sharp pain, and his vision was beginning to blur. He struggled to stand up and looked around. This is a completely unfamiliar and wild mountain range, with towering ancient trees, floating miasma, and the intermittent roars of monsters in the distance, full of primitive and disturbing danger. Without time to think about it, Xiao Han first checked the biggest gain of this trip, the blood soul source crystal that had been initially integrated with the mysterious soul jade. The source crystal was suspended in the palm of his hand, with a dark red light flickering. The soul energy contained within it was as vast as the ocean, yet also incredibly violent. It had been previously refined by the purple-robed Great Elder, and then intercepted and destroyed by Xiao Han. At this moment, the pure soul essence was constantly escaping from it. Even more fatally, a powerful backlash force surged out from the source crystal, threatening to corrode his soul. Oh no! Xiao Han's heart was shocked. At this moment, the mysterious soul jade, that he had been holding tightly in his hand and which was now attached to the crack of the blood soul source crystal, suddenly emitted a soft and deep black light. This black light possessed some kind of strange suction power, and it actually took in all the violent soul origins that escaped from the blood soul source crystal. What surprised and delighted Xiao Han even more was that after being transformed by the soul jade, these soul origins turned into pure and gentle soul power, which was slowly fed back to him, allowing him to absorb it slowly, greatly reducing the backlash of the blood soul source crystal. This soul jade. Xiao Han's mind was shaken, his ecstasy hard to contain. This thing was absolutely a treasure that defied all odds. Not only could it aid in soul cultivation, it could even save his life in critical moments. Ding! The host made a decisive move in the face of danger, snatched food from the tiger's mouth, and fought back to the extreme. The pupil of delusion breaking spirit has successfully evolved into the pupil of void divine, unlocking the prototypes of true vision insight into the essence and soul intimidation of the soul. Ding! Special reward, Soul Devouring Orbex won a one-time consumable item that can forcibly devour a portion of the target's soul power and feed it back to the target. Has a miraculous effect on the soul or spirit, so use with caution. The system prompt sounds rang one after another. Xiao Han had no time to study the mystery of the Dongshu divine pupil and the purpose of the soul devouring pearl. He suddenly looked up and his face changed drastically. Roar! Ouch! Several powerful and violent auras of monsters, like hungry wolves smelling blood, quickly surrounded them from all directions. Obviously, they were attracted by the energy fluctuations emitted by the blood soul source crystal. Some of them even had auras that were as strong as those of a strong man in the early or middle stage of the martial sect. Damn it! Xiao Han cursed inwardly, he was really out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den. He forcibly suppressed the surging blood and the tingling sensation in his soul, and quickly took the blood soul source crystal and the mysterious soul jade back into the storage space, leaving only a faint breath as bait. Dongshu divine pupil true vision, open. In the pupils, a light golden vortex quietly flowed. In an instant, the world around him completely changed in his perception. The veins of plants, the internal structure of rocks, the flow of energy, everything became crystal clear, nothing could escape his gaze. He endured the stinging pain and quickly glanced around, looking for the best place to hide and fight back. Extending his perception, he found a few hundred meters to the left, beneath an extremely steep rock face. A faint energy fluctuation distorted the light, creating an imperceptible blind spot. Without the true vision of the void divine pupil, it would have been impossible to detect. Natural illusion array? There seems to be spatial fluctuations inside. Xiao Han's mind moved slightly. He no longer hesitated, and took out a few healing pills and recovery pills from the storage ring, swallowed them in one gulp, and then activated the A World Away footwork. His body turned into a blurry shadow and rushed towards the illusion area. The subtle perception of space by Emperor Eternal Night Void's martial spirit, combined with the illusion-breaking effect of Dongshu Divine Pupil, allowed him to quickly find the weak point of the illusion array. Just as Xiao Han staggered into the illusion array and disappeared in front of the stone wall, an eardrum-shattering roar came from behind. Roar! A giant ape, 5 meters tall, covered with dark red hair and with red eyes, suddenly jumped out from the woods. It exuded the terrifying pressure of a martial sect master at the 3rd level, clearly drawn to the aura of the blood soul origin crystal. It was none other than the blood-eyed demonic ape, one of the overlords of this mountain range. The blood-eyed demon ape twitched its nose, sniffing the tempting scent lingering in the air, and finally locked its attention on the stone wall where Xiao Han disappeared. Its huge palm, like a palm leaf fan, wrapped in a tremendous force, smashed fiercely on the natural illusion array. Boom! The illusion array shook violently, creating ripples, but it did not collapse immediately. At this moment, Xiao Han, having entered the illusion, felt the scene before him shift. Behind the stone wall, there was the entrance to a deep, bottomless cave. Deep within the cave, a faint throbbing of spatial force could be heard. Ancient teleportation array? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Before he could take a closer look, the illusion array behind him flashed rapidly, and with a muffled bang, it was broken open by the brute force of the furious blood-eyed demon ape. The tall and majestic figure blocked the entrance to the cave, its blood-red eyes flashing with greed and bloodthirstiness, staring at Xiao Han intently. To be more precise, it was staring at the source of energy in Xiao Han that it perceived and desired so much. There are powerful enemies blocking the way ahead and an ancient teleportation array behind with unpredictable outcomes. Xiao Han secretly adjusted his breathing, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. If he wanted to recover safely, he had to kill this beast first. His mind raced as he tried to activate the newly awakened soul deterrent prototype of Dongshu Divine Eye. Buzz! An invisible soul shock spread out from him and instantly enveloped the blood-eyed demon ape. Woo! The blood-eyed demon ape's mountainous body suddenly stiffened, a flicker of confusion and pain flashing in its crimson eyes, and its frantic movements faltered. Although its spirit was far more resilient than that of a human warrior of the same rank, Xiao Han's soul-threatening attack still made it uncomfortable. Now is the time. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Han flipped his right hand, grasping the newly acquired soul-devouring orb. Gathering all his remaining strength, he fiercely hurled the pitch-black, eerily captivating orb at the blood-eyed demon ape. Bastard, try this fresh one. Woo-ah! The soul-devouring orb transformed into a ray of black light, imprinting itself squarely on the blood-eyed demon ape's brow. The next moment, the bead suddenly erupted with unimaginable suction. The blood-eyed demon ape's massive body twitched violently, its huge, red eyes, like copper bells, instantly filled with endless fear and excruciating pain, and it let out a shrill howl. Chapter 122 Break It For Me. The light red mist was forcibly drawn out from the 7 orifices of the demon ape and rushed into the soul-devouring pearl like crazy. The demon ape's aura was visibly weakened, and it was no longer as fierce as before. The soul-devouring orb absorbed this soul power, the black light became brighter, and it vibrated with a humming sound. Then, a warm current of pure soul energy followed the mysterious connection and poured into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout Xiao Han's body. The soul that had been stinging and about to break due to the forced use of the Dongxu divine pupil was now greatly nourished and its spirit was lifted. Good opportunity. Xiao Han suppressed his injuries and weakness, and pushed the remaining spiritual power in his body to the extreme. The prototype of Eternal Night Void Realm suddenly unfolds. Endless darkness and nothingness enveloped an area of dozens of meters. The blood-eyed demon ape's movement suddenly froze, and its perception was greatly weakened. Dark World Arrives was then activated, and the light was completely swallowed up. The place was plunged into absolute darkness, so dark that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Roar! The blood-eyed demon ape sensed something was wrong and roared and struggled madly, but he had already lost the initiative. Xiao Han's figure was floating in the darkness, and the power of the Chaos Green Lotus Martial Soul and the Eternal Night Void Emperor Martial Soul was quietly running. He tried hard to combine the annihilation mood of destroying Godfist with the purifying and sharp sword intent of Blue Lotus Sword Song. Break it for me! A low shout. Xiao Han pointed his finger at the huge head of the blood-eyed demon ape in the darkness, which was slightly sluggish due to the damage to its soul. At the fingertips, a flash of light intertwined with blue and dark gold disappeared. In that light, there is the purifying vitality of the Blue Lotus, the dead silence and tyranny of destruction, and the deep nothingness of the eternal night. Puff! The skull of the blood-eyed demon ape, which was harder than steel, was easily pierced by this strange attack. Violent energy exploded in his brain, instantly destroying his life. Ah! The demon ape let out a final, unwilling wail, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Before dying, the demon pill in its body became extremely unstable, flashing with destructive light, and it even wanted to self-destruct the demon pill and die together with Xiao Han. Don't even think about it. Xiao Han's Dongxu divine eyes had already seen through the trajectory of the energy flow within the demon pill. His figure flashed and he appeared at the dantian of the demon ape. The power of the fusion of the dual martial souls was condensed at his fingertips again, and it was placed on the demon pill with incredible precision. Crack! A soft sound. The energy of the demon pill that was about to explode became chaotic in an instant, and then quickly subsided. Xiao Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly took out a fist-sized demon pill that was gleaming with a rich fiery red light. The quality is excellent, reaching the 3rd peak of the Wuzong realm. Dare not delay. Xiao Han immediately and skillfully set up several concealment and defense formations at the entrance of the deep cave. This place is completely isolated from the outside world. After doing all this, he sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. His face was extremely pale, and there was very little spiritual power left in his body. After a short breath, Xiao Han's mind sank into the storage space. He took out the blood soul source crystal that had been initially fused with the mysterious soul jade. He sat down cross-legged, placed the strange crystal between his palms, and began to refine it with all his strength. The refining process was far more dangerous than he had expected. Within the blood soul source crystal, the vast soul energy is mixed with countless complicated resentments and the evil aura of the blood evil hall skills. These things are constantly attacking Xiao Han's soul. Mysterious soul jade emits pure and gentle power, trying to purify these negative energies. The two forces collided violently in his body, sometimes like water and fire that could not coexist, and sometimes like a needle against a thorn in the side. If it weren't for the powerful devouring and transforming properties of his eternal night void emperor, martial soul, which forcibly devoured those violent and complex energies, and the purifying power of the chaos blue lotus martial soul that constantly cleansed them, he would probably have already collapsed in spirit and gone crazy on the spot. Even so, Xiao Han still suffered indescribable pain. The soul seemed to be crushed and reassembled again and again, causing unbearable pain. During the dangerous refining process, his newly evolved Dongshu divine pupil was quietly transforming. The divine pupil continuously absorbs the pure soul power fed back by the blood soul source crystal and soul jade. The real vision becomes more and more thorough, and can see deeper energy flows and law patterns. The power of soul deterrence is also increasing. He vaguely felt that deep in his pupils, a new ability was brewing. 7 days passed in a flash. Deep in the cave, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly opened. In an instant, 2 pale golden rays of light flashed by, and the air in the cave seemed to become a little fresher. He opened his palm. A brand new gem lay quietly in the palm of his hand. The jade body is a deep black red in color, with a mysterious glow flowing on its surface, and countless stars seem to be twinkling inside. The soul energy contained in it is so pure and vast that it is far beyond the reach of the previous blood soul source crystal. It is also gentle and soft, and can be sent and received at will. Soul source jade. Xiao Han muttered to himself. The surging soul power in his sea of consciousness made him unconsciously raise a smile at the corner of his lips. This precious jade directly pushed his soul realm to a new height infinitely close to the realm of a true martial king. Along with the qualitative change of soul power, the aura of the eternal night void emperor, martial soul became more condensed and heavy, revealing an indescribable majesty. Its exclusive domain, eternal night void realm, has expanded its coverage by nearly double, and its power is vastly different from before. Not only that, the aftermath of this pure energy also broke through the barriers in his cultivation in one fell swoop. The 6th level of martial artist realm. Xiao Han looked inward, feeling the roaring torrent of spiritual power surging through his meridians, and a strong excitement filled his chest. The gains from this retreat far exceeded his imagination. After a brief moment of joy, Xiao Han's attention quickly shifted to the end of the cave. There, an abandoned ancient teleportation array stood quietly. He concentrated his mind, quietly activating his Dongshu divine pupil, and tried his best to explore every detail of the formation. Under the divine eyes, the originally vague formation structure gradually became clear. Countless extremely mysterious runes were connected and intertwined with each other, forming a complex pattern that was far beyond his expectations. Wisps of ancient and vicissitudes of life emanated from the formation. What made him even more frightened was that from the depths of the formation, he vaguely sensed that the other end of the formation was an extremely distant area. Moreover, that area gave him an extremely uneasy feeling, as if it was full of unknown dangers. At this moment, Xiao Han's heart sank suddenly. The true vision of Dongshu Divine Eye penetrated the surface structure of the formation and penetrated into the subtle parts of the formation base. There, in a few inconspicuous corners, there were several runes engraved. The aura emitted by these runes is cold and evil, exactly the same as the skills of the Blood Demon Hall. Could it be? Xiao Han's brows furrowed instantly, and a strong sense of crisis swept over his body. He immediately thought of the purple-robed elder of the Blood Demon Hall, whose strength was unfathomable. If the other party has mastered some special secret method, it is not impossible for him to track us down by following these marks. Or maybe, this ancient teleportation array that looks like it has no owner has some unknown connection with the Blood Evil Hall. Chapter 123 Voidwalker. Xiao Han was pondering when, in his storage bag, the emergency bronze token of teacher Lin Xingxia suddenly became hot without warning. A faint green light flickered, and an intermittent, vague cry for help was heard, the source pointing directly towards the direction of the Imperial Capital Academy. Teacher Lin? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed instantly. Something's happened at the Imperial Capital Academy. Teacher Lin is in danger. A dilemma was instantly placed before him. Should we take the risk of activating this unknown ancient teleportation array and make a life or death space jump? Or try to leave as soon as possible, cross the endless wilderness, and return to Dragon Kingdom? Ding! God-level selection system activated. Option 1, Desperate Leap. Repair and activate the ancient teleportation array before you, making an unknown space jump. Risk, extremely high, possible encounter with a space storm or teleportation to a remote location. Reward, small spatial law enlightenment fragment, with a chance to earn the title of Voidwalker significantly improves the safety and efficiency of space travel. Option 2, safe return. Abandon the ancient teleportation array, gather resources, and find a safe route back to Dragon Country. Risk, high, the journey is long, monsters are rampant, and you may be hunted by the Blood Demon Hall. Reward, Advanced Concealment Talisman X3 perfectly conceals the aura of those below the Martial King realm for 1 hour. 9 Transformation Life Sustaining Pill X1, a sacred healing elixir. The voice of the system, timely intervention. The urgent distress signal from the bronze token weighed heavily on his heart. There are undercurrents in the capital of Dragon Kingdom, and Teacher Lin has always been very caring towards him. The risk of the ancient teleportation array is too great. He cannot gamble, nor can he afford to gamble. I choose the second one, returning safely. Xiao Han made the decision very quickly without any hesitation. Ding! Mission selection completed. Rewards, Advanced Concealment Talisman X1 perfectly conceals the aura of those below the Martial King realm for 1 hour. 9 Transformation Life Sustaining Pill X1, a sacred healing elixir. The system's sound dissipated. A talisman flashing with mysterious light and a pill with a fragrant aroma have appeared in Xiao Han's palm. We need to get out of this damn place as soon as possible, and by the way, try out our newfound power. He carefully put away the healing holy pill and turned his attention to the outside of the cave. He planned to use the Don't You Divine Pupil to explore the surroundings first, find a safe way to leave this wild mountain range, and at the same time test how powerful the newly refined Soul Source Gem and the upgraded Don't You Divine Pupil were. As soon as I walked out of the deep cave, the strong smell of blood and evil spirits hit me in the face. As expected, many powerful monsters have gathered outside the cave. They were attracted here by the fluctuations of the previous battle and the aura emitted by the Blood Soul Source Crystal. They lingered there, revealing greed and violence. You've come just in time. Xiao Han raised the corner of his mouth with a sinister smile. Not only did he not restrain his aura, but he completely released the aura of the 6th level of the Martial Master realm. In the dark night, this breath was undoubtedly a bright beacon, instantly attracting the attention of all monsters. Ouch! The shrill howls of wolves tore through the night sky. A dark blue shadow was so fast that it was blurred, carrying with it a biting chill and a powerful soul shock, and rushed straight toward Xiao Han. This is a demon wolf with a sturdy physique and dark blue fur. It is the 4th level demon beast in the Wuzong realm, which is famous for its speed and soul attack, the ghost demon wolf. It treated Xiao Han as a midnight snack. It's you! Xiao Han did not dodge or evade, but advanced instead of retreating. The Soul Source Gem between his eyebrows, which was a fusion of the mysterious Soul Jade and the Blood Soul Source Crystal, suddenly burst out with brilliant light. Buzz! A soul power that was far more majestic and vast than before, and extremely pure, rushed out like a river bursting its banks, and poured madly into his eyes. Don't you divine eye, open! In an instant, he clearly perceived the invisible and intangible soul attack of the ghost wolf. In his vision, it was nothing more than a chaotic and messy energy turbulence. Too weak. Xiao Han growled. For the first time, he took the initiative to mobilize the enormous soul power of the Soul Source Jade, fully empowered the Don't You Divine Pupil, and unleashed the evolved pupil technique, the Soul Storm. Boom! A soul storm that cannot be captured by the naked eye, with Xiao Han as the core, swept violently in all directions. This storm is invisible, but it contains a terrifying will to crush all souls. Wherever it passes, the space is slightly distorted. The soul impact that the ghost wolf was proud of was as fragile as paper in front of this soul storm. It was instantly collapsed, torn apart, and then completely annihilated. Ah woo! The ghost wolf let out a shrill and twisted howl. Its soul seemed to be thrown into a pot of boiling oil. The intense pain caused its huge body to twitch wildly in mid-air, and black blood actually seeped out of its 7 orifices. That ferocious energy was instantly swallowed up by endless fear. Just a moment. This ghost wolf, who was at the 4th level of the Wuzong realm, suffered severe damage to its soul under the impact of the soul storm, and its breath became extremely weak. It's over. Xiao Han spoke calmly, and with a flash of his body, he was already beside the ghost wolf's body, which was stiff with pain. The indestructible power of the Divine Destruction Fist was condensed at the fingertips and pointed out at will. Puff! The ghost wolf's hard skull shattered, and the violent fist force instantly strangled all its life. A powerful demon beast at the 4th level of the Wuzong realm was easily killed in seconds before it could even withstand a single blow from him. If such strength were to be spread out, it would probably shock everyone again. The power of the soul source jade combined with the Dongshu divine pupil is incredible. Xiao Han felt the soul power still abundant in his body and stretched his muscles with satisfaction. In the next few days, Xiao Han advanced towards the outskirts of the Savage Mountains. Relying on the true vision of the Dongshu divine eye, he accurately avoided a large number of unnecessary conflicts and those terrifying monsters that were far beyond his current realm. Occasionally, I would run into some ignorant monsters, which were a good opportunity to practice and hone my newfound strength. I also collected a lot of monster pill materials to enrich my pockets. A few days later, in a secluded valley, Xiao Han's Dongshu divine pupil accidentally detected abnormal fluctuations. This place looks ordinary on the surface, but with real vision, it reveals traces of formations concealed by sophisticated techniques. The base of the Blood Demon Hall? His heart shuddered. He carefully broke through the outer camouflage restrictions and sneaked in quietly. Sure enough, this is a secret base of the Blood Demon Hall. The stronghold was indeed small, but its interior structure was quite complex, with crisscrossing passages and numerous stone chambers. Along the way, he encountered several more waves of guards. Some gathered in groups of 3 or 5, gambling and bragging, while others leaned against the wall, dozing off, their snoring echoing. Unfortunately, these guards were no different from chickens and dogs in front of him. Xiao Han moved through the stronghold like a ghost, sometimes brushing past others without them noticing. Sometimes he would just point his finger at an inconspicuous acupuncture point on the other person's body, and the guard would stiffen up and collapse limply to the ground, unable to even make a sound, with the same expression from the previous moment still on his face, looking quite funny. Chapter 124 Blood Escape. Inside the stronghold, Xiao Han carefully reviewed the secret information of the Blood Evil Hall. The records of unusual movements of place names and personnel on the border of Longwa set off alarm bells in his heart. I unexpectedly found a jade slip of a secret escape method called Blood Escape 10,000 miles, which is a good thing. Unfortunately, the jade slip is incomplete, containing only half of the mental method and sporadic insights into cultivation. This savage mountain range has probably become the Blood Demon Hall's territory, Xiao Han thought to himself. That old purple-robed bastard might have set up some trap for me to fall into. When he thought of this, the hairs on his body almost stood up, and he dared not relax at all. He was not in a hurry to leave, but instead calmed down and activated the Dongshu Divine Eye. Everything was clearly visible within his field of vision. Combining this with the description of the Blood Evil Hall's martial arts techniques he had found, he began to comprehend them with all his might, trying to complete the Blood Escape 10,000 miles. This secret technique is sinister, but its use of spatial power is indeed exquisite and unique. If I could extract its essence and integrate it into my A World Away body movement technique. Xiao Han's heart was burning with excitement. Once he succeeded, his ability to save his life and maneuver would definitely be taken to a new level. A few more days passed. Xiao Han's understanding of blood escape thousands of miles is gradually deepening. Although he is still unable to perform it in its entirety, he can barely simulate some of its unique spatial fluctuation charm. He estimated that it was almost time to leave this endless and wild mountain range. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he decided to take out the communication jade talisman, contact the outside world, and ask about the situation at the Imperial Capital Academy, especially whether Professor Lin Xingxia was safe. At this moment, the bronze token in his arms, given by Lin Xingxia, suddenly vibrated violently again without any warning. Buzz! 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 The green light on the surface of the bronze token suddenly increased wildly, and in an instant it projected a swaying, blurry light curtain. In the light curtain, teacher Lin Xingxia was dressed in red, with glaring bloodstains hanging from the corners of her mouth, and her breath was already disordered. She was being besieged by several men in black. Those men in black were all wearing the same uniform, and they exuded a chilling aura that made one's teeth ache. The place where the battle took place was dimly lit, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a forbidden area deep within the Imperial Capital Academy. The men in black cooperated with each other in perfect harmony, and their attacks were all deadly, targeting Lin Xingxia's vital points. What made Xiao Han's heart tighten even more was that one of the men in black was moving around in a way that was 70% similar to the blood escape thousands of miles that he had recently comprehended. Blood Devil Hall. Xiao Han clenched his teeth, and these two words, almost with a strong smell of blood, were squeezed out from between his teeth one by one. However, before he could think about it, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly burst out from the black-clad man who was leading the group in the picture. The pressure was fleeting, but it was so clear that it made his soul tremble. Gloomy, violent, full of death and evil. This aura is exactly the same as that of the purple-robed elder, but its power is far beyond the reach of ordinary martial arts masters. King Wu? No, maybe even stronger. Xiao Han's head buzzed and he was completely stunned. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. At this moment, the light screen suddenly shook, as if it was forcibly disturbed by an invisible force, and instantly turned into a dazzling white, and then completely collapsed. The brilliance of the bronze token quickly faded, and its surface became scorching hot, almost burning his skin. Teacher Lin. Xiao Han clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from excessive force. An uncontrollable rage and murderous intent burned madly in his chest. Something serious had indeed happened at the Imperial Capital Academy. Furthermore, the Blood Demon Hall's influence had penetrated to such an extent that even powerful individuals of this caliber had been dispatched. We must get back as soon as possible. Just as he made up his mind, a spatial fluctuation so weak that it was almost imperceptible suddenly flashed across the ground beneath his feet. Xiao Han's expression suddenly changed, and his "Don't you divine pupil" was instantly activated to its maximum. Under his feet, an extremely obscure blood-red rune mark quietly lit up, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, emitting faint spatial ripples, accurately locking his position. Tracking mark activated. The pursuers of the purple-robed elder, or rather, some more terrifying existence, have locked onto his whereabouts through some means. A life and death chase has begun. The moment the blood-red rune mark under his feet lit up, a terrifying will far surpassing that of the purple-robed elder, carrying a strong breath of blood and death, pierced Xiao Han's perception like billions of steel needles. It was as if a pair of invisible blood-red giant pupils, spanning the endless void, locked onto him. Pursuers. The top existence of the Blood Demon Hall, the peak of the Martial King realm, and may even have reached a higher level. It's coming so fast. Xiao Han's heart was trembling wildly, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped him. At the critical moment, he did not hesitate at all. With a thought, the advanced concealment talisman, rewarded by the system, shattered. Buzz. An invisible ripple spread out from Xiao Han's center. His figure, aura, and even all connections with this world seemed to be completely erased at this moment, vanishing into thin air. The sense of being locked in like a maggot on the tarsal bone was temporarily cut off. 1 hour. Xiao Han knew very well that this was only temporary. The quintessence of the fragments of blood escape 10,000 miles looted from the Blood Evil Hall stronghold flashed rapidly in his mind. Every word turned into the most profound imprint, colliding and merging wildly with the subtle observation of spatial fluctuations by the "Don't you divine eye" and the spatial mystery of "A world away." We can only gamble. Thousands of miles behind him, the terrifying aura was like a wild beast released from a cage, approaching at an alarming speed. A hint of determination flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he slammed his storage bag hard. Dozens of unstable one-time attack jade talismans and several violent high-level exotic beast crystal cores that he had looted from the secret realm were all detonated by him. Rumble. A devastating energy storm suddenly erupted, crumbling rocks and turning vegetation to ash within a radius of several miles, creating a devastating vacuum. The violet energy turbulence swept in all directions, perfectly concealing his next move. At the center of this explosion and chaos, Xiao Han forcefully activated the soul source gem between his brows, and immense soul power surged out, infusing his nascent, eternal Night Void Emperor, pseudo-martial soul. He pressed his hands together and muttered something, each syllable carrying an obscure force that could tear through space. Void Blood Shadow Escape. This is not the complete blood escape 10,000 miles, but an incomplete variant escape method that is more in line with his own strength and is forcibly activated by combining what he has learned. Swish. The space before him was torn open like a fragile piece of cloth, leaving an unstable, blood-red crack. The backlash from his imperfect escape technique instantly struck, and Xiao Han suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Waves of tearing pain shot through his meridians, but his figure flashed, and he had already disappeared into the blood-red crack, vanishing on the spot. Almost a few breaths after he escaped, a streak of blood-red light ripped through the sky and descended upon the site of the explosion. The blood-red light dissipated, revealing an old monster in a scarlet robe, his face haggard, his eyes gleaming with a cruel, dark light. He was one of the 3 vice masters of the Blood Demon Hall, and his cultivation was unfathomable. The blood-robed old monster swept his grim gaze across the messy ground, his nostrils twitching slightly as he sensed the faint spatial fluctuations and a very faint smell of blood remaining in the direction of Xiao Han's escape. Chapter 125, Thrown into the Deep of the Dead Zone. He. You little bug. You're still a little naive to play tricks like this in front of me. The strange laugh was cold and piercing. The blood-robed old monster's figure shook, and a more condensed and faster bloodlight burst out. The complete and perfect secret method of blood escape thousands of miles. He followed Xiao Han's breath and chased him recklessly. At this moment, Xiao Han was struggling to travel through an extremely unstable space channel. Every jump is accompanied by violent shock. The fragments of space cut through his body, and blood came out of his mouth uncontrollably. The vitality of the Chaos Green Lotus and the remaining medicinal power of the 9 Revolutions life-prolonging pill were running wildly in his body, barely suppressing his injuries and preventing them from worsening. Don't You Divine Eye is operating at full power. The blood-red light behind was approaching at a breathtaking speed. The pressure almost crushed his soul. Too strong. They're not even in the same league at all. Xiao Han felt bitter in his heart, but his instinct to survive made him even crazier. When he was about to be caught up, an area emitting an extremely dangerous atmosphere suddenly appeared in front of him. The laws of space there are extremely distorted and chaotic. Countless tiny space cracks appear and disappear, forming a natural space turbulence zone. Lost Dead Zone. Information about this forbidden area in the wild mountains flashed through Xiao Han's mind. It is said that once an ordinary Martial King realm expert breaks in, there is a risk of getting lost or even dying. An idea, bold and crazy, instantly formed in his mind. At the moment before rushing into the mysterious dead zone, Xiao Han suddenly mobilized the remaining spiritual power in his body. He deliberately left behind a clearer trace of the void blood shadow escape with a strong smell of blood. At the same time, he threw a torn piece of clothing stained with his own blood into the depths of the dead zone. After doing all this, his Don't You Divine Eye's ability to accurately capture weak points in space was pushed to the extreme. The spirit of Eternal Night Void Emperor actually produced a faint resonance with the surrounding void energy. It's right here. On the edge of the violent energy of the Lost Dead Zone, he found a hidden space crack that was almost imperceptible and only wide enough for one person to pass through. It was extremely dangerous, but he dived in. Boom! Almost at the moment he disappeared, the bloodlight transformed by the blood-robed old monster had already arrived. The clear smell of blood and the spatial fluctuations perfectly misled him. The blood-robed old monster plunged into the violent and chaotic mysterious death zone without hesitation. Hoo-ha! Damn little bastard! Countless chaotic space blades, void traps that appeared out of thin air, and the distorted gravity field. Even though the blood-robed monster was very powerful, he was thrown into a panic by this sudden change. The protective blood light outside his body was cut with a hissing sound, and his forward speed suddenly dropped sharply. A roar of extreme anger resounded through the mountains and forests, and he was temporarily trapped in this desperate situation. On the other side, Xiao Han fell out of the hidden space crack in a mess. He was covered in blood, his bones were broken in many places, and his spiritual power had long been exhausted. But, at least I survived. A trace of relief passed through my heart. For now, got rid of it. He didn't dare to delay for even a second and immediately sat down cross-legged. The technique was running, frantically refining the remaining medicinal power of the 9-turn life-prolonging pill to repair his broken body. It took him a long time to regain some strength. After identifying the direction, he realized that although he had escaped tens of thousands of miles, he was still in the buffer zone between the Savage Mountains and the border of Dragon Country. We must enter the Dragon Kingdom as soon as possible and head to the Imperial Capital Academy. At this moment, the bronze token in his arms, which was given to him by his mentor Lin Xingxia, began to vibrate violently again without any warning. Buzz! The token shone brightly, projecting a picture. The image was much clearer than before, but still shaking violently. In the picture, mentor Lin Xingxia, dressed in a fiery red dress, has blood oozing from the corner of her mouth and is breathing weakly. The blood-red chains were ferocious, tightly wrapping around Lin Xingxia and binding her to the huge blood-red altar. The runes on the altar were strange and emitted a sickening evil aura that was almost solidified. Several figures with profound and majestic auras stood around the altar like ghosts, each of them emitting a heart-pounding pressure. Lin Xingxia had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he was using up his last bit of strength. A shaky green light condensed on his fingertips as he struggled to touch a key rune node on the altar. Every move she makes is filled with the determination to succeed or die. The situation is extremely critical. Time does not allow any delay. The medicinal effect of the 9-turn life-extending pill is rapidly fading. Most of the horrific wounds on Xiao Han's body have healed, and his shattered internal organs have also been basically repaired. But the aftereffects of forcibly activating the void blood shadow escape were like a maggot on the tarsal bone, clinging tightly to it. Needle-like pain would burst out from time to time in his meridians. The huge consumption of the essence of his soul made him extremely weak and his spirit was extremely depressed. Xiao Han suppressed his surging blood and breathed hard. Even though he was exhausted both physically and mentally, his determination to save his master was as firm as a rock. Don't dare to delay for a moment. With a thought, the power of the newly awakened, eternal Night Void Emperor, pseudo-martial soul quietly flowed. His figure suddenly became ethereal, as if blending into the night itself, transforming into the most inconspicuous shadow, sneaking silently along the ground. Domshu Divine Eye has long been open to the extreme. Under the real field of vision, any subtle energy fluctuations and life breath within a radius of several miles are clearly visible and nothing can escape detection. What he saw along the way made Xiao Han's heart sink. Teams of well-equipped and murderous blood demon hall teams are forming a fan-shaped formation and conducting a large-scale dragnet-style manhunt in the mountains. Each of these people is a good killer, and they work in perfect harmony. They are obviously the elite among the elite. There are even a few teams that are led by the blood demon hall deacons who are at the martial sec level. The undisguised cold murderous intent almost froze the air. It seems that the old monster in the blood robe is really mad. He has issued a death order and must be caught at all costs. The defense capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom's borders have also been increased to an unprecedented level. The number of military patrols has increased several times over. Teams of soldiers in standard battle armor, with stern faces and murderous intent, patrolled back and forth along the border. From time to time in the sky, sharp fighter planes roared past, making sharp sonic booms. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere that was about to explode. The rampant activities of the Blood Demon Hall at the border have obviously touched the bottom line of the Dragon Kingdom's top leaders. The situation between the two sides is tense and a war may break out at any time. Xiao Han was walking on thin ice, being extremely careful with every step he took. He brought the characteristics of the Shadow Void Sutra and his new martial soul to full use, and several times he turned into an inconspicuous shadow right under the patrol team's noses, either sprinting close to the ground or blending in with the shadows of the trees, narrowly avoiding the scanning of energy detection beams. In the end, he successfully broke through several tight blockades and sneaked into a border town called Blackstone City in the territory of Dragon Country. Black Rock City is named after the abundance of a special dark and hard mineral. This place is located on the border, where all kinds of people gather together, and it is a typical chaotic place. Xiao Han found a deserted corner, quickly changed his appearance, and performed a simple disguise. Afterwards, he used the low-level deacon token looted from the Blood Evil Hall base and some secret channels he had previously operated to easily contact the anonymous contact point of the underground dark web. He spent a large sum of money without hesitation to buy the latest information about the Imperial Capital Academy. More importantly, he also got an electronic map that marked the most secret and fastest route to the Imperial Capital. Chapter 126. Something really big happened. Beep. The personal terminal issued a sharp and short prompt sound, which was completely different from the usual mild sound. This was the highest level of encryption alarm. Xiao Han swiped his fingertips across the light screen, and the faint blue light illuminated his instantly solemn face. The information emerged line by line. After just glancing at the first few words, his pupils suddenly shrank, and a chill surged from the bottom of his heart and quickly spread throughout his body. Something big happened at the Imperial Capital Academy. The intelligence was chilling, every word carrying a note of foreboding. A usually revered vice president of the academy had been a long-time lurker within the Blood Demon Hall. This individual had launched a brazen attack, gathering a large number of experts dispatched by the Blood Demon Hall and acting with remarkable swiftness. Seizing upon the moment of least resistance, he had forcibly seized control of several core restricted areas within the academy. You old traitor, you're hiding deep enough. Xiao Han gritted his teeth. The vice principal's usually affable face overlapped with the ferociousness in the intelligence, making him feel sick to his stomach. He kept mentioning the safety of the school during meetings. What a complete hypocrite. The information on the light screen continued to scroll down, and a line of words made his breath suddenly stop. The knuckles of his fingers holding the terminal turned white due to excessive force. Teacher Lin Xingxia resisted fiercely, trying to destroy the important plan of the Blood Evil Hall. In the end, he was outnumbered and forcibly suppressed. Currently, his life or death is unknown. Teacher Lin. Xiao Han's throat rolled over. Lin Xingxia's face, slightly cold but always resolute, seemed to flash before his eyes. If anything happened to her? A surge of pent-up anger surged in his chest, and the veins in his temples throbbed faintly. At the end of the information, the line of bold scarlet blood words made him feel cold all over. The young master of the Blood Demon Hall, Blood Prince, has secretly arrived in the imperial capital and is personally in charge of the academy. Blood Prince. Xiao Han was familiar with this codename. Rumor had it that despite his youth, he possessed immense cunning and ruthless tactics, making him the most formidable figure among the younger generation of the Blood Demon Hall. He had even come to the Imperial Capital Academy? The Blood Demon Hall's ambitions this time were far greater than anyone had anticipated. Xiao Han stood up straight abruptly, and the blood words on the terminal screen were extremely glaring. We must rush back to school immediately. He clenched his fists, his knuckles crackling softly. Blood Demon Hall, Blood Prince. Very well, it's time to settle all grudges, old and new. Their plot is aimed directly at the ancient secrets under the forbidden area of the Academy, Locked Dragon Well. This person's strength is unfathomable, and is definitely not comparable to the blood-robed old monster encountered before. Time is of the essence. Xiao Han acted decisively and followed the map to find an underground transportation line leading to the imperial capital. He was riding a maglev train designed specifically for illegal immigration. Inside the carriage, the stench of sweat, blood, and cheap alcohol was so cloying that it made one want to vomit. Most of the passengers are desperate criminals or cargo that cannot be seen in public. The environment is harsh, but the speed is incredibly fast, and it can avoid most official checkpoints. The train sped through the dark underground tunnel. 2 days and 1 night of bumpy ride. Xiao Han finally arrived at the outskirts of the imperial capital, which was still brightly lit and prosperous, but with undercurrents. He did not go directly to the Imperial Capital Academy, a place of trouble, but first found a temporary place to stay. He used a secret method known only to Su Linglong to send out a unique signal: the person has returned, help quickly. At this moment, in the Su family's secret room, Su Linglong was wearing a simple long dress and was frowning as she dealt with the many urgent matters of the family caused by the turmoil in the imperial capital. Suddenly, a specially made sensing jade talisman trembled slightly, and a pattern unique to her and Xiao Han appeared on it. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Beneath that cold expression, there was surprise, worry, relief, and all sorts of thoughts flashed through her mind, but they were suppressed in an instant. She quickly regained her composure and decisiveness, and immediately issued a secret family order to mobilize the Su family's most secretive force hidden in the imperial capital, and arranged for her confidant to meet Xiao Han at a secret Su family manor in the imperial capital. Cover of night. Xiao Han avoided numerous ears and eyes and successfully arrived at the heavily guarded secret manor. Deep in the manor, there is an elegant and quiet room. Xiao Han met Su Linglong. After not seeing her for a few days, she had lost some weight, and her beautiful face was filled with anxiety and worry that was hard to conceal, but the moment Xiao Han appeared safely, her tense body relaxed a little without leaving a trace. You're finally back. The slight tremor in Su Linglong's voice disappeared immediately. Without time for small talk, she directly revealed the more detailed and cruel inside story. The traitor inside the academy is Executive Vice President Wang Daoming. Su Linglong's tone turned cold. This person is hiding his true power and has already completely surrendered to the Blood Demon Hall. Teacher Lin is indeed trapped by them. The location is at the bottom of the Locking Dragon Well, the academy's first forbidden area. There, the Blood Demon Hall has transformed it into an extremely terrifying blood sacrifice formation. Blood sacrifice formation? Xiao Han's pupils shrank sharply. According to the intelligence we received. Su Linglong continued, the Su family, the military, and the forces within the academy that are loyal to the Dragon Nation all want to strike back immediately, but Wang Daoming and the Blood Demon Hall are too well prepared. They're threatening the lives of many students and instructors within the academy. Plus, with the mysterious Blood Prince and several Martial King-level elders from the Blood Demon Hall in command, we're hesitant to act rashly and can't force an attack for now. Xiao Han clenched his fists, his knuckles turning slightly white from the excessive force. Su Linglong looked at him and lowered her voice a bit. Xiao Han, that Blood Prince is targeting Teacher Lin. He wants to use the power of Instructor Lin's SSS-level Ice Phoenix spirit, combined with the 1,000-year-old dragon energy stored in the Dragon Locking Well, to perform a sinister ritual that will significantly boost his own strength, or even help him break through to a certain realm. I'm afraid time is running out. Inside the quiet room, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The night is as dark as ink, so thick that it cannot be dissolved. Xiao Han changed into the special stealth suit prepared by Su Linglong. This suit was made of rare materials and could isolate himself from spiritual detection and energy fluctuations to the greatest extent. With a flash of his body, he disappeared into the deep shadows under the prosperous night scene of the imperial capital. His target was the Imperial Capital Academy, which had been raised to the highest level of defense and had now become a den of dragons and tigers. Su Linglong stood by the window, watching the determined figure disappear into the night. Then he turned around and acted decisively, beginning to mobilize all available forces of the Su family to create chaos outside the academy, so that Xiao Han could sneak in and have a chance of survival. In the Imperial Capital Academy, a figure shuttled silently between the shadows of night and reality. Xiao Han's newly awakened, eternal night void emperor, pseudo-martial soul gives him the mystery of walking in the void. The latest internal defense map and secret passage information of the school provided by Su Linglong appeared clearly in his mind. He is an invisible blade, piercing the heart of the academy, locked dragon well. At this moment, the Imperial Capital Academy is relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside. Under Xiao Han's, Dongshu divine eyes, those masters of the blood evil hall who were hiding in the shadows of buildings, behind flower beds, and even blending into the night, as well as those controlled academy guards, had nowhere to hide. Their souls all emitted a faint blood-red evil light, cold and dead. The only way to the dragon locking well is dark and winding. The air was filled with a mixture of the smell of blood and special energy fluctuations. Suddenly, 4 powerful auras exploded from the corner ahead. The leader, dressed in the uniform of a school instructor and with a sinister face, was none other than the veteran martial arts instructor at the top of his class who had rebelled against the school Zhao Yu. Beside him, there were 3 assassins from the Blood Demon Hall in black. All of them were in the late stage of martial sect. They were staring around with murderous intent. Be alert! We can't afford to lose this place. Zhao Wuji's voice was hoarse. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Han stepped out from the shadow above their heads. The terrifying aura of the 6th-level peak of the martial artist realm erupted. Who is it? Zhao Wuji looked up in horror. Chapter 127 Sweeping Out. The embryonic forms of the Eternal Night Void Realm and the Chaos Life Domain instantly overlapped and descended. Darkness and vitality twisted and intertwined, and a terrifying pressure pressed down like a mountain. The movements of the 4 martial masters froze in an instant, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Kill! Xiao Han's voice was icy cold. His figure split in 2. The Shadow Incarnation wielded a condensed azure lotus sword chi, its sword light raining down upon the 3 Blood Demon Hall assassins, confusing their perception. The main body, like an arrow shot from a bowstring, instantly appeared before one of the Blood Demon Hall assassins and unleashed the Destruction Divine Fist, incorporating the Return to the Abyss Fist essence, without any fuss. Bang! The killer in the late stage of Wuzong didn't even let out a scream. His head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white things splattered everywhere. At the same time, between Xiao Han's eyebrows, the Soul Source Gem, formed by the fusion of the Blood Soul Source Crystal and the mysterious Soul Jade, suddenly shone brightly, and an invisible soul storm swept out. Ah! The rebellious mentor Zhao Wuji and the remaining 2 Blood Evil Hall killers felt as if their souls were pierced by thousands of steel needles. The pain was excruciating, and their spirits were severely damaged in an instant, and their movements were completely stiff. With great speed and agility, the Destruction Divine Fist delivered 2 more punches, and the remaining 2 Blood Evil Hall killers followed in their companions' footsteps. Xiao Han grabbed the neck of Zhao Wuji, whose soul was injured and his face was filled with fear. The golden light of Dongshu Divine Eye burst out, and he used the soul-searching secret technique without hesitation. A moment later, Zhao Wuji's eyes rolled back and he died. Xiao Han's face turned ashen, the murderous intent in his eyes almost solidifying. From Zhao Wuji's confused memories, he obtained more detailed and cruel information about the interior of the Dragon Locking Well. Teacher Lin Xingxiao's extreme Ice Phoenix origin was being forcibly stripped away to activate an evil blood sacrifice formation. The ceremony had reached a critical moment. Every minute of delay would put Teacher Lin in more danger. Damn it! Xiao Han was extremely anxious. He no longer hesitated and took out breaking the Ban Jade Talisman, given to him by Su Linglong, which was specially made by the Su family's formation master, and pressed it hard on the entrance of the Locking Dragon Well, in front of him, which was covered by an energy light curtain. The Jade Talisman shone brightly, and a strange wave spread out. The multiple warning formations at the entrance and the evil restrictions set up by the Blood Evil Hall were instantly disordered and ineffective, revealing a bottomless well entrance. Xiao Han jumped in. Inside the well, the nauseatingly thick stench of blood, the resentful aura of curses, and the raging dragon energy of the earth's veins assaulted the air. The walls of the well were coated in a thick, writhing layer of blood, etched with twisted, blood-colored runes, forming a natural purgatory that constantly drained the vitality and spiritual energy of intruders. The Chaos Green Lotus Martial Soul glowed on Xiao Han's body, and its holy purifying power blocked most of the evil energy from invading. The Eternal Night King's martial spirit made him feel at home in the shadows and aura of death here. Instead of feeling uncomfortable, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Don't You Divine Eye operates at full power, constantly avoiding or using the sword energy from fingertips to instantly break the deadly traps along the way and the blood evil guards hidden in the shadows. Finally, the view opened up and he reached the bottom of the dragon locking well. A massive underground cavern, the size of several football fields, unfolded before them. In its center, a bone altar towered 100 feet tall. Made entirely of the skeletons of countless beasts and humans, the altar oozes with sticky blood, emanating a monstrous evil aura and endless resentment. At the top of the altar, dozens of blood-red energy chains as thick as bowls were tightly wrapped around a familiar figure like poisonous snakes. Teacher Lin Qingxia. She was tied to the top of the bone altar in a humiliating posture, her body soaked in blood. Her once bright face was now as pale as paper, and her breath was extremely weak, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. But her phoenix eyes still burned with an unyielding flame as she stared intently down. Behind her, the shadow of her ice phoenix martial spirit wailed mournfully as a massive blood-red vortex above the altar frantically drained its source power, its light dimming. Below the altar, a young man dressed in an intricate and luxurious blood-red robe, with a handsome yet bewitching face, was sitting cross-legged. His hands formed strange seals, a bloody glow swirled around him, controlling the entire blood sacrifice formation. He was the young master of the Blood Demon Hall, young Master Xueer. Beside him, 4 Blood Demon Hall elders, clad in blood-red armor and bearing auras as vast as the ocean, stood respectfully. All of them were Martial King-level powerhouses. Xiao Han clenched his fists, his nails almost digging into his palms, and a raging rage and murderous intent surged in his chest. Just as he was about to find an opportunity to launch a desperate attack, the Blood Prince, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His blood-red eyes flashed with cruelty and madness, and a playful and cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void and shadows, and fell accurately on Xiao Han's hiding place. You've been hiding in the dark for so long, it's time to come out for some fresh air. The Blood Prince's voice was filled with an evil magnetism, yet icy cold. The scent of the primordial shadow origin crystal and the blood soul origin crystal on you is truly exciting to me. Xiao Han's pupils suddenly shrank, knowing that he had been completely seen through. He no longer hid, stepping out from the shadows. The aura of a peak 6th level martial master surged unreservedly into the sky. The terrifying pressure of his twin SSS plus spirits, like the awakening of ancient beasts, collided violently with the unholy aura emanating from young Master Xueer. Don't You Divine Eye blazed with golden light, and Xiao Han's voice, icy and piercing, resounded throughout the blood-red cave. Blood Prince? Today, this place will be where you will be buried. Let go of Teacher Lin, I will make your death a quick one. The air instantly solidified, and murderous intent surged. A desperate rescue battle, with a disparity in power, erupted at the bottom of the bloody purgatory of the dragon locking well. The Blood Prince's scarlet tongue licked his thin lips, his smile strange and cruel. This prince has laid a net of heaven and earth here, using the dragon energy of the earth veins as a furnace and the extremely icy phoenix essence of this slave as a guide. I will burn this locking dragon well, but it's not just to refine her. The real purpose is you, Xiao Han. The primordial shadow origin crystal and the blood soul origin crystal on you, Prince, are yours. It turns out that everything was a terrifying murderous scheme targeting him. Teacher Lin Qingxia was just bait to lure him into a trap. Looking for death. Xiao Han's chest was filled with rage, and murderous intent burst out like substance. The aura of the 6th level peak martial master was unwavering, like a dormant ancient beast suddenly awakening. The Chaos Azure Lotus shone brightly, its life force surging. The fake Emperor of Eternal Night Void radiated a dark glow, his imperial might permeating the air. The embryonic forms of the Chaos Realm and the Eternal Night Void Realm instantly overlapped, a distorted force field enveloping all directions. Destruction. Cheng Lian. The Guishu Fist intent of destroying God Fist and the purifying sword energy of Blue Lotus Sword Song transformed into 2 destructive torrents, moving forward and rushing straight towards the Blood Prince above the altar. Chapter 128, A Tiny Pearl Can Also Shine? Can a tiny pearl shine? Behind Prince Xueer, a blood-armored martial king snorted coldly and took a step forward at the same time as the other 3 martial kings. For vast blood evil fields as big as the sea suddenly opened up, overlapping and merging, turning into a blood-colored sky curtain as sticky as substance, which easily eliminated Xiao Han's 2 earth-shattering attacks. There was a sneer on the corner of Blood Prince's mouth, like a cat playing with a mouse, and the terrifying cultivation level of the middle stage of the martial king realm erupted like a mountain torrent. Behind him, a terrifying martial spirit shadow, 100 feet tall and composed entirely of countless twisted and wailing blood-red skeletons, slowly emerged. SSS-level, blood prison Luo. The extremely evil bloodlight almost solidified into substance and pressed back in an instant. In front of this force, the embryonic form of Xiao Han's dual domain shook violently like a candle in the wind, almost collapsing. Puff! Xiao Han was struck hard, and retreated violently, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The gap in strength was like an insurmountable chasm. Xiao Han. Lin Xingxia witnessed this scene at the top of the altar, and her beautiful eyes instantly turned red as blood. She sensed that Xiao Han was in a desperate situation, and a determination to perish together with him surged from the bottom of her heart. Cry! A shrill, high-pitched phoenix cry, filled with endless grief and indignation, resounded throughout the cave. Lin Xingxia had forcibly burned the essence of her extreme ice phoenix martial spirit. A pure, icy blue phoenix shockwave, mingled with her resolute will, slammed into the massive blood-red vortex and the blood sacrifice formation. Boom! The blood sacrifice formation trembled violently, and the blood-colored vortex seemed to stagnate. The four martial king elders also groaned, and the blood-evil field suddenly fluctuated. Xiao Han's pressure suddenly eased, giving him a precious moment to breathe. He looked at Lin Xingxia, whose breath was so weak on the altar that even the shadow of her ice phoenix spirit was almost transparent. He felt as if his heart was being gripped by an invisible hand, and violent and resolute emotions crisscrossed his chest. God-level selection system activated. Option 1. Burn the 3 essences of both martial souls and forcibly perform the fragments of void blood shadow escape. There is a 70% chance of escaping with Lin Xingxia, but the realm will drop afterward, and the foundation will be severely damaged. Reward: Life-Saving Jade Talisman X3, 9th Grade Healing Pill X1. Option 2. Use the Primordial Chaos Azure Lotus Martial Soul to activate the dormant Dragon Nation's earthly energy beneath the locking Dragon Well, and use the Eternal Night Void Emperor Martial Soul to forcibly devour the foul, life-threatening energy of the Blood Sacrifice Array. Success will break the array, gain the Dragon Veins recognition and reward, and your martial soul may undergo an unknown transformation. Failure will result in annihilation of both your soul and spirit. Rewards: Temporary Dragon Vein Luck, a fragment of the Chaos Creation Scripture Volume of Earth, and an opportunity for the Eternal Night Void Emperor Martial Soul to evolve. I choose 2. Xiao Han roared to the sky, his voice hoarse, but with a madness and determination that he would never regret even if he died. Without the slightest hesitation. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. He, Xiao Han, never believed in fate, only in himself. He suddenly pressed his palm on the cold and hard ground, and the Chaos Green Lotus Martial Soul started to run wildly. A mysterious force of life and affinity with the earth emanated from his palm, like invisible roots, and reached out to the dormant majestic dragon vein deep underground in the locking dragon well, trying to connect with the supreme power. At the same time, the shadowy spirit of the Eternal Night Void Emperor behind him suddenly opened its invisible maw and frantically devoured the dense bloody and deadly aura produced by the blood sacrifice formation, as well as the enormous blood-red vortex above the altar. Cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron. Roar! In an instant, a vast, majestic, and angry dragon roar, as if emanating from ancient times, could be heard faintly from the depths of the dragon locking well. The entire base of the dragon locking well began to tremble violently, countless pieces of rubble falling, and even hideous cracks appeared on the solid rock wall. The light of the blood sacrifice formation flickered wildly, like a candle in the wind, flickering unpredictably. Blood Prince's expression changed drastically for the first time, a trace of horror and disbelief flashing in his eyes. You bastard! How dare you disturb the dragon vein's slumber? You lunatic! You're courting death! The terrifying backlash of dragon energy and the chilling corrosive force of bloody death energy surged towards Xiao Han from underground and above at the same time. His entire body trembled violently, blood gushing from all 7 orifices, and fine beads of blood oozed from the surface of his skin. It felt as if his body was being completely torn apart by these two extremely opposing forces. But the madness and determination in his eyes did not diminish, but instead intensified. He clenched his teeth tightly and held on for dear life. Just when young Master Shue's face was gloomy and he was ready to completely kill Xiao Han, the variable, regardless of the backlash of the formation, suddenly there was a loud explosion and shouting from the direction of the entrance of Locking Dragon Well. The chaos created by Su Linglong and the Su family's masters outside finally escalated, successfully attracting the attention of a martial king elder near the altar. The elder frowned and said to the Blood Prince, "Young master, I'll go take a look." Then he transformed into a streak of blood and rushed towards the entrance. Remove one of the four. The dragon's roar underground became clearer and clearer, and the rage of the dragon veins seemed to be even stronger. The operation of the blood sacrifice formation began to stagnate noticeably, and the blood-colored vortex even slowed down. Xiao Han clearly felt a vast, majestic, and incomparably pure golden dragon energy being painstakingly drawn from the depths of the earth by the chaos green lotus martial spirit, slowly pouring into his body. At the same time, the filthy death energy devoured by the eternal night void emperor's martial soul, after being transformed by the martial soul, actually began to reflect an extremely weak but incomparably pure fragment of the origin of the void. On the altar, Lin Xingxiao opened her eyes weakly and looked at the figure below, who was covered in blood but still stood as straight as a spear, surrounded by golden dragon energy and dark void power. Her beautiful eyes flashed with deep shock, worry, and a hint of strange emotions that she herself had not noticed. Xiao Han bathed in the golden dragon energy and the dark power of the void. Instead of being torn apart, the injuries in his body began to slowly recover under the dual nourishment of the chaos green lotus and the dragon energy. His aura, instead of decreasing, actually increased. A terrifying pressure far exceeding that of before began to slowly emanate from him, even faintly showing the potential to rival that of the Blood Prince and Luo martial spirit. The Blood Prince's eyes were extremely sinister, and he felt an unprecedented threat. A flash of blood appeared in his hand, and a ferocious spear formed entirely of pure blood slowly took shape. The tip of the spear flashed with a frightening cold light, and murderous intent was fixed on Xiao Han. No matter what tricks you play, in front of this young master, there is only one way to go, and that is death. Today, no one in heaven or on earth can save you. Before he finished speaking, a blood-red spear had already broken through the air, with a terrifying power that could penetrate everything, and pierced Xiao Han's eyebrows. The blood-red spear emerged like a poisonous dragon from a cave, carrying the power to pierce through the void and pierced Xiao Han's eyebrows. At the critical moment, the earth dragon energy in Xiao Han's body that was forcibly connected by the chaos green lotus, and the fragments of the origin of the void that were madly devoured and transformed by the martial spirit of the eternal night void emperor, exploded like two ignited torrents. Boom! Chapter 129 Bastard. A terrifying wave of energy, far exceeding that of the 6th level of the martial master realm, exploded with Xiao Han at its center, unexpectedly slowing the blood-red spear's momentum for a moment. His cultivation bottleneck, under the impact of this tremendous force, was instantly shattered like paper. The 7th level of martial artist realm. The golden dragon energy and the dark power of the void intertwined and baptized his body crazily. On the lotus petals of the chaos green lotus martial soul, mysterious light golden dragon patterns emerged. Every time they stretched, it seemed to stir the pulse deep in the earth. The shadow of the eternal night void emperor's martial spirit behind him became more solid. There seemed to be stars flowing in his dark eyes, and an almost imperceptible imperial majesty made the bloody and evil aura around him retreat. The dragon vein luck added to the body effect was quietly triggered. Xiao Han only felt that he had formed an unprecedented and wonderful connection with the land beneath his feet, and even the entire locking dragon well area. He seemed to be able to clearly sense every breath of the majestic dragon vein deep underground. With every move he made, he seemed to be able to draw a trace of the unparalleled power of the earth vein for his own use. At the same time, a large amount of profound information about the Chaos Creation Scripture, volume of Earth, fragmented pages flooded into his mind like a tide. Countless insights into the use, bearing, protection, and even destruction of the power of the earth instantly elevated his understanding of power to an incredible level. Break it for me! Xiao Han let out a long roar, resounding throughout the surrounding area. His eyes flickered alternately with golden and black light. Facing the blood-red spear approaching once again, he advanced instead of retreating. The Chaos Azure Lotus martial spirit swayed gently, drawing upon the Earth's dragon energy. In an instant, an incredibly solid golden dragon figure roared forth, its scales clearly visible and its mighty might unstoppable, hovering over Xiao Han's body in protective protection. At the same time, the prototype of the Eternal Night Void realm of the Eternal Night Void Emperor's martial soul, with the blessing of the skyrocketing cultivation and the fragments of the void origin, suddenly expanded several times in scope. The inky darkness instantly enveloped the Blood Prince and the 3 remaining blood-armored martial kings beside him. In the darkness, space was distorted, perception was confused, and even light seemed to be swallowed up. You bastard! Die! A blood-armored martial king who was closest to Xiao Han was shocked and angry when he saw Xiao Han break through in the battle. He shouted loudly, and the blood-colored sword in his hand rolled up a huge wave of blood. He joined forces with another martial king, one on the left and one on the right, determined to kill Xiao Han on the spot. A cold arc appeared on Xiao Han's lips. Now he is no longer the Wuxia Aman. Roll. He clenched his left fist, the dark return to the abyss fist intent blending perfectly with the pale golden dragon vein power above his fist tip. Even more fatally, a hint of the profound artistic conception of the chaos creation scripture, Earth volume, graced it. He unleashed a simple and unpretentious punch, yet it seemed to cause the entire earth veins at the bottom of the dragon locking well to tremble. Bang! Xiao Han's punch sent the martial king flying backwards, blade and all. His arm bones cracked with a piercing sound, blood gushed from his mouth, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. The other martial king's attack was swallowed by the golden dragon shadow surrounding Xiao Han. Amidst the dragon's roar, the blood-red blade shattered into pieces. With just one move, two powerful warriors in the early stage of Martial King realm were injured and one retreated. Blood Prince's pupils suddenly shrank, and a flash of unprecedented madness and ferocity flashed in his eyes. He stared at Xiao Han, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Bastard. Do you think that a breakthrough can turn the world upside down? Today, I will let you know what true despair is. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out a fist-sized, blood-red, heart-shaped crystal from his bosom. It looked like it was still beating faintly. The crystal was covered in strange blood-colored lines, emitting a sickening evil aura and a powerful life essence, which faintly resonated with his own, Blood Presence and Luo, martial spirit. Blood God Sacrifice Heart. Bloodshot eyes filled with blood, and he actually swallowed the blood-colored heart crystal into his stomach in one gulp. Gudong. In an instant, the blood vessels all over his body bulged out like a dragon, sticky blood beads oozed out of the surface of his skin, and his bones made a cracking sound as he could not bear the weight. An aura several times more powerful than before, more sinister, more violent, and more chaotic, erupted from his body. Mid-Martial King Realm, Late Martial King Realm. His cultivation soared to the peak of the Late Martial King Realm in the blink of an eye, just one step away from entering the 9th level of the Martial King Realm. Obviously, he used some extremely vicious forbidden secret method, and the price he paid was absolutely heavy. On the altar, Lin Xingxia's breath was extremely weak, but she was still trying to hold on to the last bit of clarity. Seeing Xiao Han risk his life to save her, fighting bloody battles and even breaking through desperate situations, her beautiful eyes, slightly dimmed by weakness, flashed with an indescribable complex light. When she saw the Blood Prince actually devour the evil crystal and his aura surge, the last trace of hesitation in her heart completely dissipated. She clenched her silver teeth, and a streak of bright red blood flowed from her pale lips. Xiao Han. She called out weakly, her voice as light as a mosquito, but with a determination to burn everything to ashes. The almost transparent ice phoenix martial spirit within her body suddenly ignited at this moment. It wasn't just ordinary spiritual energy burning, but the most core and most fundamental one, the phoenix true flame. A tiny but extremely pure ice blue flame without any impurities emerged from her brows and turned into a stream of light. It ignored the barriers of space and shot straight towards the swaying chaos green lotus martial soul in front of Xiao Han. Purify the evil, and survive. This was Lin Xingxia's last thought. The moment the Phoenix True Flame came into contact with the Chaos Green Lotus, it did not show any rejection. Instead, it instantly merged into it like a young swallow returning to its nest. In an instant, a miracle happened. The light golden dragon vein energy that originally lingered on the petals of the Chaos Green Lotus, the integrated Ice Blue Phoenix True Flame, and the dark void power emitted by the Eternal Night Void Emperor's martial soul in Xiao Han's body, actually produced a mysterious and wonderful resonance. Xiao Han felt the invisible barrier between his two martial spirits melt away at that moment. Chaos, Eternal Night, Dragon Might, Phoenix Flame, four completely different, yet subtly compatible, terrifying forces intertwined, collided, and merged within his body in an unprecedented way. It seemed as if it was about to give birth to a completely new form of power that exceeded the limits of his previous cognition. Die. Blood Helson Luo 10,000 Soul Devouring God Spear. The Blood Prince wouldn't give Xiao Han the chance to slowly experience this transformation. He had already seized this opportunity to push his surging power to its limit. The spear in his hand, condensed from his blood essence, had now grown to a size of 100 feet. Countless twisted and wailing ghosts lingered on the spear, emitting a terrifying scream. This attack almost burned up all the strength he gained after swallowing the heart crystal, and even overdrew part of his life essence. Chapter 130 pointed out with one finger. The blood-red spear broke through the prototype of the Eternal Night Void realm that Xiao Han had hastily laid out, tore apart the golden dragon shadow that was hovering and guarding it, and stabbed fiercely at Xiao Han's brow with endless resentment and aura of destruction. At the critical moment, a soul source gem that had been silent between Xiao Han's eyebrows suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light, forming an indestructible soul barrier. Clang! The spear tip collided with the golden light, making a deafening sound. The blood-red spear tip was unexpectedly blocked outside, unable to advance an inch. However, an extremely vicious blood soul curse, that seemed to be able to corrode the essence of the soul, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, penetrated the defensive gap of the soul barrier and was deeply imprinted in the depths of Xiao Han's soul. Ugh! A pain far exceeding that of physical trauma swept through Xiao Han's entire soul like a tide. It was as if billions of ants were gnawing at his soul, causing him to groan in pain and his vision to go black. But he endured the heart-wrenching pain, his eyes filled with madness and determination. He clearly felt that the new chaotic energy within his body, a fusion of the four powers of chaos, eternal night, dragon might, and phoenix flame, had accumulated to a critical point. Give it to me. Ning! Xiao Han roared angrily, and concentrated all this unprecedented terrifying power, which even he himself could not fully control, on the tip of his right index finger. In an instant, his fingertips shone brightly, and the four colors of light, green, black, gold, and blue, flowed unsteadily. Fatally, it seemed as if a chaotic green lotus was blooming on it, and a vague shadow of the Void Emperor was sitting on the lotus platform, with a golden dragon wrapped around its body, and an ice blue phoenix spread its wings and wailed. Chaos Emperor Dragon, Eternal Night Phoenix Flame Finger. Pointed out with one finger. There was no earth-shaking sound, only a four-colored stream of light that was so subtle that it was almost invisible, as if it had penetrated the barrier of space and silently imprinted on the core rune node of the blood sacrifice formation. Crack, crack, crack. Under the seemingly faint four-colored light, the core rune of the indestructible blood sacrifice formation actually began to crack like a spider web, shattering into pieces and turning into dust. The blood-colored chains wrapped around Lin Qingxia also broke with a sound. A gleam of light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. Taking advantage of the moment when young Master Xue's breath was disordered due to the backlash of the forbidden technique and the destruction of the formation, he rushed to the altar like lightning and picked up Lin Qingxia, who was in a deep coma and was dying. Withdraw! Without any hesitation, Xiao Han hugged Lin Qingxia, turned around and rushed out of the dragon locking well. You brat! Don't even think about escaping! The angry roar of Prince Xue came from behind him, mixed with the shouts of the other three martial king elders, and four figures full of murderous intent were chasing him relentlessly. Xiao Han used the "a world away" footwork to its fullest potential. His figure flashed a few times in the narrow well, and he was already close to the entrance of the dragon locking well. At this moment, a cold and delicate cry accompanied by a sharp sword light came from the entrance. Ice Forbidden Area. Su Linglong held an ice blue sword in her hand, her pretty face frosty, and the shadow of the SSS-level Extreme Ice Phoenix martial spirit spread its wings and flew high. The powerful cold air instantly turned the entire entrance area into a world of ice and snow, effectively blocking the pursuit of Blood Prince and others. Behind her, two elders of the Su family with calm auras, who were in the early stage of the martial king realm, stood guarding her on the left and the right, staring intently at the people from the Blood Evil Hall who rushed out. The Blood Prince looked at Su Linglong and others who suddenly appeared, and the hideous smile on his face became more and more distorted. He suddenly took out a blood-colored jade pendant from his arms and crushed it hard. Little girl from the Su family, do you think you can stop this young master with just a few of you? He licked his lips, his eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light. Men of the Blood Demon Hall, the imperial capital, it's time for a revelry. A strong and indissoluble sense of foreboding instantly enveloped the hearts of Xiao Han, Su Linglong, and everyone else. At the exit of the dragon locking well, cold air and bloody energy collided fiercely. Xiao Han carefully handed the weak-breathing Lin Qingxia to Su Linglong, his pale face devoid of any color. Su Linglong supported Lin Qingxia, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety and fear. The two sides were on the verge of a fight, the air so heavy it felt like dripping water. The Blood Prince licked his lips with a scarlet tongue. The last glimmer of light from the blood-red jade pendant he had just crushed in his hand completely dimmed. He let out a shrill, night owl laugh. Ha, 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 Xiao Han, and the little girl from the Su family, do you think this is the end? He spread his arms wide, his expression frantic. The Blood Spirit 10,000 Gu formation that I have laid out throughout the Imperial Capital Academy and the entire city has been fully activated. Before long, this place, along with the bustling Imperial capital outside, will become a true death zone, and all living things will be turned into food for us. If you don't want to die, hand over Xiao Han and that woman. The expressions of the two martial king elders of the Su family suddenly changed. They were both experienced people and could clearly sense at this moment that in all parts of the imperial capital, there were strands of extremely sinister energy fluctuations spreading like a plague, which was frightening. Xiao Han's Dongshu divine pupil was operating at its maximum power. In his field of vision, the underground of the entire imperial capital seemed to have turned into a huge blood-red spiderweb. Countless blood-colored threads thinner than a hair grew from every dark corner, spreading madly, interweaving and converging, connecting to energy nodes hidden deep in the earth's veins, emitting a sickening evil aura. At this moment, the immense power within Xiao Han, brought about by the dragon vein's luck, rapidly receded like the tide. His realm plummeted from the brief 7th level of the martial master realm to the peak of the 6th level. Even more devastating, the blood soul curse, forcibly imprinted deep within his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, suddenly erupted. Well! Indescribable pain pierced his soul like millions of steel needles. Xiao Han groaned, his body shaking uncontrollably. His face instantly turned pale as paper, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. The pain, far beyond any physical injury, seemed to tear his soul apart. Boom! Kill! Beasts from the Blood Demon Hall, let's fight them! Just at this moment, deafening shouts and roars of energy suddenly erupted from all over the Imperial Capital Academy. It turned out that many instructors who still had conscience and were loyal to the academy, as well as those passionate students, could not bear the atrocities committed by the Blood Evil Hall in the academy. Seeing the evil formation activated, they spontaneously organized themselves and fearlessly attacked the areas controlled by the Blood Evil Hall, trying to destroy those blood-colored energy nodes. Rays of martial spirit light, some strong and some weak, lit up in various places in the academy, like sparks in the dark night. Although weak, they carried an unyielding will. Seeing this, the fierce gleam in Blood Prince's eyes grew even more intense, and he scoffed at the resistance of these ants. He casually pointed his finger, and a condensed blood arrow shot out like a venomous snake, accurately hitting a distant academy instructor who was desperately attacking a formation's auxiliary eye,